I once stayed up all night for 100 years, fully immersed in a role-playing game. In the game, I had numerous identities and each one had extraordinary combat power, unmatched by anyone. I can transform into the hidden world's immortal lord of all laws, or become the supreme demon who steals the world, or even the king of the underworld. However, all of this is just a virtual gaming world, and my prestigious identities have not changed the reality of my monthly salary of 3,000, making the already poor family's financial situation even worse. On that day when the game was suspended, I woke up and mysteriously crossed into the game world, slowly opening my eyes. I looked at the sky filled with flying gray paper scraps, my face full of confusion, wondering in my heart, where am I? This is not my home. Could it be that I am sleepwalking? I struggled to raise my hand, brushed off the dust on my body. Only then did I realize that my palms seemed to have become smaller, and my body extremely thin and weak. At the same time, some vague memories suddenly rushed into my mind. In my memory, my name is Yu Fengyan, born in the Great Zhou dynasty, and I was weak and sickly since childhood. A year ago, my father and eldest brother went out to deliver wood to the landlord's house and unfortunately encountered bandits. In order to ransom them, my family spent all their wealth, but only brought back 2 heads. 1 year later, my mother fell ill and passed away. 4 months later, I also contracted the same terrible disease, with no cure, and was eventually buried here. After a long time, I came to my senses and sighed deeply. It seems like I really crossed over this time. At the same time, before his eyes, rows of small characters appeared out of thin air. Welcome back, Lin Yao archives have been merged. Detecting your previous identities, Hidden World Immortal Lord, World-Stealing Demon Lord, King of the Underworld Fengtian, previously founded sects, Spirit Moon Shadow Sect, Great 3 True Law Sect, Fengtian Underworld, Bound Disciples, Sword Leader Li Chungang, Buddha Head Du Ci, Impermanence Fan Shu. Note, due to the detection of abnormal activity on your previous account, your other accounts have been locked and cannot be accessed. Current identity updated, mortal. Lin Yao current status, weak body, about to starve to death. A trashy fighter. You are an ordinary ant next to the Sun Tzu graveyard. A humble and insignificant person in the Spirit Ruins world. The world I crossed into is the Spirit Ruins. Lin Yao blinked in disbelief, recalling the previous life. As a standalone game, the popularity of Lin Xiao in the history of games is unparalleled. Players enjoy a high degree of freedom in the game, and its core gameplay is cultivating immortality. As the first player of Lin Xiao, I created 81 accounts, each with a completely different cultivation path. I almost dominated the top of all the rankings in Lin Xiao. I poured all my time into this game, but unexpectedly it suddenly shut down, which is really frustrating. If it were an online game, it would be fine, but why would a single-player game shut down? I lay in the grave looking at the blue sky, my heart filled with complex emotions. Couldn't help but sigh at the irony of fate. After a long time, I came to my senses, staring intently at the floating words merge save files in front of me. The Lin Xiao world is a real existence, so the game characters I created before must also be alive in this world. The Hidden World Immortal Lord, the Extreme Dao Thief Demon Lord, and the Yin Division King of Etian. These are all the unique and exclusive titles that I once created with countless efforts. In the past, who in the entire Spirit City did not know the first-ranked Hidden World Immortal Lord on the heavenly list? But now, the invincible me is trapped in this tomb pit, about to starve to death. This is truly absurd to the extreme. Before achieving victory, the body dies first, causing tears to fill the hero's heart. Prime Minister, I now understand the bitterness you experienced back then. I licked my chapped lips, listening to the rumbling of my stomach non-stop. Only then did I realize that this body had not eaten for a long time. If I don't eat soon, am I really going to starve to death here? This is absolutely impossible. As long as I can climb out of this pit, I have my own way to return to the peak. But now, I am really hungry and in urgent need of food, and I need long-term survival support, and more importantly, my cheat device. I stared at the floating panel in front of me, pondering to myself, I wonder if it can still function without the computer and keyboard? But regardless, I have to give it a try. WASDDZWYHY. Xiao AI. Star Thief. Activate. As I muttered softly, the rows of small characters floating in front of my eyes instantly turned into clusters of garbled code, which then converged into a distorted heart-shaped skull. It really works. At the same time, on the dark red light screen, lines of small characters began to appear. The beginning cannot be repeated. The universe has never been updated. Order tends to chaos. Cousin effect can be reversed. Stellar Thief, First Order, at your service. At the same time, the red light screen in front of me began to change. 3 different icons appeared. Please pre-select the future you want to obtain. Future objects, based on your current state. Without disturbing the laws of cause and effect, you can pre-select items that may be obtained in the future. Future methods based on your current state. Without disturbing the laws of cause and effect, you can pre-select cultivation or techniques that may be mastered in the future. Future people based on your current state. Without disturbing the laws of cause and effect, you can glimpse into future events happening on others or objects. Lin Yao's mouth curled up. Very good. Excellent. Despite being on the brink of starvation, the stellar thief was still there, and my cheating device could still be used. In the previous life, the reason I was able to become the first player of the spirit realm, the most important thing is that you have a cheat. Lin Yao still remembers the day he stayed up all night in the spirit ruins. Kangdiangxia World's Tongtian Gorge brush monsters will soon be the opposite side of the demonic cultivator killed. Own bad. While pressing the keyboard, Star Stealer appeared in the water. He was looking at the reddened screen and froze for a while before he realized that pulled out the game's cheats myself. In this case, Lin Yao did not hesitate to join the Spirit Moon Shadow Sect using cheats and successfully took down the opposite demonic cultivator, ransacking and skinning that demonic cultivator. And then, Lin Yao also realized that Star Stealer could be used across accounts, which meant that every account created by Lin Yao could use Star Stealer. And the Star Stealer's ability is also quite unorthodox. Simply put, preempts the future by taking the effect before the cause. The future of things can be understood as, use it before you pay for it. The law of the future. Simply put, then, spend money. As for the future of the people, Lin Yao is generally used as a treasure hunting skills. To summarize, anything that Lin Yao can theoretically obtain in the future. The law that can be mastered. The person who can understand, can be mastered directly through the Star Stealer, or get. The price is that he must then, within the time limit set by the Star Stealer, complement the processes required to realize these realities. A common explanation, get on the bus first and make up your ticket later. One way to understand it, interest-free loans. A life, spending money. Of course, if the processes required to realize these realities are not completed, Lin Yao will also be punished by the law of karma. Lin Yao blinked twice at this moment. He's pondering two questions. The first, to use the Star Stealer to prefetch a hot pie. The second, how to use the Star Stealer so that you can log into the account you used to have. Star Stealer, is there a way for me to log into my old account from before? Either one will do. On the dark red screen, small letters soon emerged, replying to the host. Star Stealer has monitored that your previous accounts, all of which are in a banned state. There is only one way to temporarily unblock an account. The three true borrowed treasures. First the effect and then the cause. The order is reversed, and the light is returned. Simply put, you need to sacrifice a piece that you have accounted for. Used, at least, a heavenly treasure of the Yuaning realm, or above, followed by the Star Stealer, can help you reverse karma. First the effect and then the cause. The order is inverted. In this way, it will be possible, so that the account that has been blocked by the law of cause and effect, will be temporarily unblocked. Note, the cost of this method is that the sacrificed treasure will be scrapped and reduced to pieces. You should also not log into your account for too long. Otherwise, you will attract the penalty of the law of karma. Lin Yao clicked his eyes a few times as he rubbed his body a few times. I once account used a treasure tool. Look at me. Does it look like I have this on me? But just then, Lin Yao suddenly heard a pattering sound outside the deep pit. Then he heard another flutter, like something falling from a great height. Immediately afterward, a heartbreaking wail came from outside the pit. Traitor to the royal family of Great Zhou, my Qingxuan line. It's true that it's just a small sect of your Great Zhou dynasty, but my Qingxuan Sect, the current head of the sect, once took 800 disciples of Qingxuan to North Manshan Mountain. For you, Great Zhou, guarding the frontier for more than 300 years, braving the cold and the heat, 800 disciples went down to the mountains, and when they returned, there are only master and disciple 6. The previous sect master, even more so, had been for your royal family of Great Zhou, pioneering the frontier and beheading the 6 heads of the augur dragon, broke the 4 feet of the great Ao, and killed no less than 3,000 demon cultivators and evil paths. Finally, the blood stained the banks of the Hikalo River. You, the royal family of the Great Zhou, in remembrance of his achievements in battle, grant my Qingxuan Sect a stone monument of Xinhua. That stone monument, which is still standing in front of my Qingxuan Sect's mountain gate, is just that on it. It has been stained with the blood of my Qingxuan Sect disciples. Why, I, Qingxuan Sect, am loyal to you, Great Zhou. You, Great Zhou, at the beginning of the founding of the country back then. My 18 clans in the north, we'll do our best to give the mines and the people we need. Now that the spirit veins of the 3,000 miles of mountains in the northern realm have been tapped out, and the disciples are dying out, yet you still want to drive us to extinction? My master teacher has been stuck in the Dan Huayuaning realm for many years. In his early years, for the royal family of Great Zhou, when he was guarding the northern border, his body fell into a stubborn disease, and he had very little life left. He has entered the year of returning to the market, and yet you guys still refuse to let him go. Slander him fornicating with evil cultivators, saying that he is a Taoist demon path. You have ruined his cultivation, flayed his skin, and he was boned and tied naked to the gates of Fengtian City to be humiliated. My senior brother, who has sworn allegiance to your great Zhou dynasty, has just entered the Qi Refining Foundation establishment realm. Then he ran to the battlefield of the northern border, and then returned to the clan. His temples were frosty, and an arm was broken off. He has shed blood and sweat for the great Zhou, but you destroyed his cultivation, dragged him to the marketplace of Fengtian City, and broke his spine, gouged out his eyes. He was so overwhelmed by the humiliation that he bit his tongue and killed himself. My elder sister, Qingxuan, a generation of heavenly pride. Qingxuan, 100 years, a rare female sword fairy, but you draw off the sword bone, strip naked, and send to the greenhouse pavilion. Why? Why on earth? Your great Zhou imperial family, when you need us, the 18 northern clans, we are the pillars of the great Zhou state. It is your founding emperor of the great Zhou, personally said that the golden countryside. But now, we, the 18 clans of the north, by your great Zhou royal family, abandon them as if they were my own. I, a disciple of Qingxuan, Chu Hongyu, formerly a beggar from Gusa City, fortunately adopted by my master, raise adults, senior brother, senior sister, treat me like a biological brother, compatriot sister, division favor, greater than the heavens. But now, the division has suffered a disaster. Only one disciple has escaped. Master, you always said that the founding ancestor of my Qingxuan sect was magnificent, is feathered to ascend to heaven of true immortals. But my Qingxuan sect suffered such a great calamity. Why the ancestor is not yet manifested? Pray for the ancestor's manifestation. A disciple of Qingxuan, Chu Hongyu, desperate for help, running to his ancestor, the place where he ascended to immortality. If the ancestor has eyes, please show your spirit and strengthen my Tao sect. Chapter 2. Do you know why your ancestor didn't respond to you? You're crying on the wrong grave. Outside the deep pit, the wailing, heartrending and full of sadness, made those who heard it, unconsciously, the same sourness flooded his heart. Lin Yao, who was famished, forced himself to endure the hunger in his belly and, tough to hold the body up. He is really curious, crying so miserable. Who is it? Lin Yao raised his arm and put his hand out behind the large pit, then took the edge of the pit and yanked himself up and, half a head poked out of the deep pit. It was only then that Lin Yao could see the scene outside the pit, to see his fellow villagers in Jiangjiang town. Find a grave for you Fengtian. Beyond the tomb pit is a canyon surrounded by mountains. Inside the canyon, a broken wall, but in the very center, there are 3 tombstones that are the most grandiose. Behind each of those 3 tombstones stood a statue. Only those 3 statues. It's all in tatters. Through Du Zifeng's memories, Lin Yao learned that this place was used by the people of Jiangyang town. It's called Immortal Gorge, because 3 immortals are said to have been buried here. 100 years ago, the canyon was inaccessible, until 10 years ago, when Mr. Li, from Jiangyang Township, the mystery of this immortal gorge was revealed when I stumbled into the canyon. Since then, the people of Yangjiang town, who died, all the relatives, buried in this, it is hoped, that the dead relatives, will be tainted with the immortal's qi, and, on the one hand, bless the home, and, on the other, I also hope that my dead friends and relatives will be tainted with the immortal fate, and in their next life, they will also be an immortal. But at this moment, Lin Yao frowned slightly. The more he looked at this canyon, the more familiar it looked. It was the time when the sun was setting. Ravens rise and fall over crumbling tombstones and statues. The late sunset shone the entire canyon, shining a golden color. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes. He remembered, at this moment, at last, that the place that Sun Tzu Graveyard, one of the 81 resurrection points in the game Spirit Ruins back in the day, no matter what you did before you were born. I don't care if you were born an immortal or a demon. I'll see you through eternity. It's just a drop in the ocean. This was also Lin Yao's most commonly used resurrection point. The game Spirit Ruins was popular for a while back then, but because of its unique game mechanics, it also discourages a lot of players. One of the most special things about it is that all players, upon entering the game, there is only one life. Once a player dies, he or she is directly cancelled and has to start all over again. Previously archived, all disappeared. A single-player game with a mechanic designed like this is unbelievable. Of course there are ways to resurrect. It's just that they all come at a cost. There are two most common ways of resurrection. One is to pay an exorbitant amount of refine the spirit locking and yang restoring pill, but one pill can only revive once. The other is to follow the path of evil cultivation. After reaching the Jedan realm, to draw out the souls of living beings, to flay their skins, capture the fire of the living and refine the body of the scapegoat. This allows you to use a scapegoat to take the place of the dead in case of distress. This is the same account that, back in the day, Lin Yao created. There's a reason why more than half of them go the evil way. There's a lot of room for error. The prerequisite for cultivation is to be alive. Lin Yao turned his head further at this point, saw a woman, kneeling in front of the one on the left, of the 3 tombstones in the canyon. A heartbreaking cry. The statue behind that tombstone, eroded by the years, had only the lower half of its body left, and the woman was cloaked, her face, her body, covered in blood. She was in tatters, with her shoulders and thighs exposed to the skin that could be revealed, displayed, but it was no fragrant scene, for the skin she showed, it was all a blood-stained hulk of vile flesh and blood, and even in such a situation, her right hand, still clutching a blood-stained broken sword. How to look miserable. That broken sword. Lin Yao glanced over and for some reason, it always looked familiar, and the woman, even to such a point, is still kowtowing. Ancestor is above. I beg the ancestor to manifest his spirit and strengthen my Tao sect. Ancestor, why don't you show your spirit yet? Please show yourself. The Qingxuan Sect, the main hall, has always enshrined the statue of the ancestor, and for nearly 100 years, the sect has. Though the days are waning, there has never been a day when the incense offerings of the ancestors have ceased. Ask the ancestors for a manifestation. Ask the ancestors for a manifestation. Why hasn't the ancestor manifested his spirit yet? Why hasn't he manifested his spirit yet? The woman begged and bowed. Every time she kowtowed, it was incredibly hard, knocking her head with a thud, her forehead, all but knocked into a vial. One moment, Lin Yao wasn't even sure. Is the woman bowing sincerely, wanting the ancestor's spirit to manifest, or has she become disillusioned, trying to run himself into the ground here? Lin Yao unconsciously narrowed his eyes. Qingxuan Sect? The name of this sect. There's something familiar about it. The green lotus treads on the red dust. One step for a lifetime of metaphysics. This Nima seems to be the year when he used some small number and created the clan Ah. Which trumpet is it? Lin Yao looked around the graveyard outside the pit one more time. His eyes, at last, fell upon the tombstone in the very center of the canyon behind that tombstone. On the towering statue. The sculpture was also in a state of disrepair, a large portion of its upper body having decayed into fine sand. The lower half of the body is also down to one leg, but the sculpture's head and face are still clear. Can roughly see the features. Is a sword eyebrow, starry eyes out of the corner of the eye of the young man. Sculpture only one hand left, still holding a rotting but not yet broken sword. Lin Yao stared at the broken sculpture and slapped his thigh in the pit. Come to think of it, the 18th account opened by himself in Spirit Ruins, Qingxuan Sword Immortal. That account, himself, took the path of the Sword Immortal. It was also his first attempt at sword cultivation, with the unearthly power of the Star Stealer. It took him less than a month to get this sword cultivator number that ascended to the realm of feathered immortal, became a well-deserved real sword immortal. However, after ascending to the sword immortal realm, Lin Yao didn't continue to log in. The reason is simple. It was too difficult for a sword immortal to continue cultivating upwards. The path of the sword fairy is different from all other cultivation paths, rigid and fierce and unusual, as powerful as a bamboo. He couldn't stop for a second. Plus Lin Yao kept using Star Stealer to prefetch the future, causing that account, owing too much karma. He could suffer the punishment of the law of karma at any time. So Lin Yao, choosing to, late at night, find a canyon with birds and flowers and sit on your knees. After that, Lin Yao never logged into the account again. Too much debt. With Lin Yao still not on board, he simply chose to swing for the fences, open a new number, and start all over again. And at that time, he chose to sit down in the canyon. Should be in front of the Sun Tzu cemetery. After his own death, there should be descendants. Give himself a sculpture. Built a tombstone. The sculpture in the center of this canyon. Behind that tombstone in the very middle of the room. It is the sculpture of Qingxuan Sword Immortal. And the tombstone in front of the sculpture is the tombstone of Qingxuan Sword Immortal. As for the Qingxuan Sect, if Lin Yao remembers correctly, he's the one who's using the Qingxuan Sword Immortal account. The clan that was created by the infant changing god realm was created at the drop of a hat. After that, he himself was single-mindedly focused on figuring out the path of advancement for a sword immortal. As for the sect he had created, the Qingxuan Sect, he had barely bothered with it, allowing it to grow wildly. Lin Yao raised his head. While rubbing his chin, he looked at the woman who was crying with pathos. If she really is a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect, that should be considered my apprentice grandson for I don't know how many generations? But my statue and tombstone should be the one in the very center. Why is she crying her grave to a strange tombstone I don't recognize? There's a famous line in the novel Sherlock Holmes, when you eliminate all the impossible options, the one that remains is inevitably the truth, no matter how unlikely or how hard to accept. So the only possibility is this big sister. She's crying over the wrong grave. The corner of Lin Yao's eye twitched a few times. He even wanted to jump out and give that big sister a slap in the face. In the face. Let her get a good look at the grave of her family's ancestor. Which one it is. But then again, Qingxuan himself has not managed much though, but it's more or less emotional. Especially the Qingxuan Sect's eldest disciple, Chu Hongyu. That was the first disciple he accepted on the account of Qingxuan Sword Immortal. It's not accurate to say disciple, it's more appropriate to say adopted and righteous daughter. Back in the day, the game Spirit Ruins had another mechanic that was considered counterintuitive. The players in the forums call this mechanism the NPC wild growth mechanism. The NPCs, non-player characters, in this game are, one by one, just as much as there is life. It's all alive. In the Spirit Ruins forum, there were players who tried to count how many NPCs are there in this Spirit Ruins, but when it comes to counting the number of NPCs, I can't do it anymore. The spirit market is like a real world. Inside, NPCs, updated in real time, are constantly growing, and between players. The entangling causes and effects and making bonds. Chu Hongyu is the account with Qingxuan Sword Immortal, the most karmically entangled NPC. That girl, originally Lin Yao, was a discarded baby girl picked up by the river, because when it was picked up by Lin Yao, there happened to be a red fish swimming by the river. So Lin Yao named the baby girl Chu Hongyu. Pick up and adopt that baby girl. Lin Yao originally just wanted to save up a little bit of good karma for his sword cultivator account, which was too heavy in killing and fighting at that time. Whoever thought, in the game, to give her baby girl, to find milk, to feed her, to change her diapers, surprisingly let Lin Yao, born a few different fun too. And then, as that girl gradually grew up, Lin Yao began to take that girl, fighting monsters and upgrading, secret realm treasure exploration. This girl, not quarrelsome, occasionally burst out a few words that made Lin Yao laugh and cry. It's like taking this little pet. The fame of the two of them had spread even in the game. All demon cultivators take note. If you see a sword fairy with a little girl in a red dress and a green shirt, don't hesitate to run away. Don't hesitate to run away. That sword fairy is vicious and kills demons without blinking an eye. And then later, the more Lin Yao looked at her, the more he thought that girl was cute. Even have a kind of look at their own hand-raised daughter's illusion. But at that time his reason reminded him, that called Chu Hongyu girl, just their own in the game. The NPC that I encountered was a massive data code. If you really want a daughter, you should leave the game, go out into the real world, meet a pretty girl, fall in love, and with any luck, maybe I can enter into marriage with my sister and have a real daughter afterward. But spirit market is too much fun and too real. NPC, commitment to pro-authenticity. He was afraid of Chu Hongyu, whose life expectancy was too short, so start teaching her to practice. He was also heartbroken that her cultivation was too hard, so he personally helped her to make medicine and protect her path. He still wants her to look pretty every day, so she goes to Manganese World, kill the red silkworm demon and make her a red silkworm cloth. He took her to break into the secret realm and fight monsters to upgrade. In his own absence, Chu Hongyu was bullied, and the first thing he did after logging into the game, carrying his sword, just go and exterminate the other clan. Ants are not spared, and the dogs in the clan, they all get 2 slaps on the wrist, until the penalty of karma approaches. When Lin Yao was about to abandon the account of Qingxuan Sword Immortal, Lin Yao was still worried about the future of Chu Hongyu. He ended up placing Chu Hongyu in the Qingxuan Sect. With the help of the Qingxuan Sect, Chu Hongyu's future would be smooth and prosperous. Until much later, Lin Yao even remembers Chu Hongyu from the game. The little girl who had been with him for a month or so, missed that one summer night in the game. Sit yourself in the rocking chair. That little girl in red, bouncing ahead of herself and noisy. Silver candle summer cicadas shake candle flame. Red rope small fan puffs the flowing firefly. Lin Yao let out a deep breath to detach himself from his despondent mood. A deep breath followed. False is true when it is true, and where there is nothing there is still nothing. If the Spirit Ruins realm is real, then that girl, Chu Hongyu, it should have been real too. According to that female sword cultivator's cry, if the Qingxuan Sect is exterminated, what about that girl Chu Hongyu? Lin Yao's heart suddenly sank, but he was still hesitant. After all, he was now alone. with no cultivation, and the woman outside the pit, still wailing. She raised the broken sword in her hand. Ancestor, why haven't you manifested your sainthood yet? My disciple has brought with him the green destiny sword that you once used. The master once said, the green underworld opens the gate of heaven, and the sword fairy descends to the mortal dust, to beg the ancestor to reveal his saint. Lin Yao, who was in the pit, had his eyes light up all of a sudden. That broken sword is the treasure tool that I used to use for my account Green Underworld Sword Immortal? Seems to ring a bell. Does this mean using the Star Stealer to sacrifice the sword? You can log into the Qingxuan Sword Immortal account at Lin Yao's eyes, flashing ghostly light, and just then, that female sword immortal who was in front of the tombstone, crying, suddenly turned her head. A hoarse voice drifted ghostly into Lin Yao's ears. Little brother mortal in the deep pit, sorry to drag you into this. Lin Yao in the pit was first stunned, but he quickly relieved himself. It was not surprising that this female sword immortal could find herself. Although she was seriously injured, she was at least a person of cultivation, and she herself now. It's just not surprising that a mortal alone could find himself. Just why do you have to say you're involved? Could it be that the people who were after her would be arriving soon? Those great Zhou traitors who hunted her were inhumane, not even sparing a mortal like herself. That's a big possibility. Himself back when he was an evil practitioner. Cut off the roots is his motto, and when he destroys someone's sect, passing dogs get a couple of slaps. A cultivator who could be responsible for destroying someone's clan was by no means a virtuous person. In all likelihood, slaughter yourself in the process. If this is true, one has only one choice. Log in to the big one. Sign in now. Lin Yao's grin eerily curled up slightly at this moment as he slowly climbed out of the deep pit completely. Then he raised his eyes and looked at the wretched woman. Not far away. He lowered his voice so that he sounded a little vicarious. Ninny, you are a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect? The forlorn-looking swordswoman froze at first, then cocked her head, looking from the deep pit. The downtrodden teenager who had struggled to climb out, the skin and bones, pimply-faced teenage boy. This year, the northeastern border of the Great Zhou suffered a flood, and the Great Zhou's 18 northern clans should have stepped in and to rectify the plague, but because of the 18 clans in the north, persecuted by the royal family of the Great Zhou, themselves are unable to take care of themselves. How can there be any extra energy left to save suffering? These clans in the north, whether they are the people or not, are nothing more than the royal family of the Great Zhou. It's just a blood bag used to cultivate one's own inner circle. The central plains in Kyushu. Chu Hongyu smiled bitterly. I am a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect. I don't know if you are from the northern realm. Which state's people? Your hometown was struck by a natural disaster, and we cultivators stationed in the north should have stepped in and Naiha, as you can see, I am now difficult to protect myself. The few cultivators who are chasing me are all vicious people. In order to keep their atrocities from spreading, along the way, they didn't know how many innocent people they had exterminated. You're afraid you're in for it too. I'm so sorry for dragging you down. Chu Hongyu's eyes, the more miserable. It was only Lin Yao, who clearly saw, in the depths of the woman's miserable eyes, there's also a hint of the ruthlessness of giving up everything. Lin Yao sighed quietly. He raised his hand and pointed at Chu Hongyu. I didn't crawl out here to hear you apologize. Rather, I wanted to tell you. Do you know why the ancestor of your Qingxuan sect did not respond to you? The female sword fairy froze. She didn't know where this teenage boy, who looked, well, skin and bones, in front of her, had gotten the courage to question himself. So, is he unaware of his identity? However, the female sword immortal did not have the slightest bit of irritation at this moment. After encountering the drastic changes in the clan, her Dao heart that, instead, they are more indifferent than before. She shook her head. Unknown. Perhaps it is the ancestor, who has not even heard my begging. The ancestor once left the supreme words. The path of cultivation does not depend on the gods and emperors. There's no savior either. We can only rely on ourselves if we want to change our fate. Lin Yao sniffed, the corner of his eyes twitching once again. He did seem to say that a lot in games back in the day. Even if he was holding a cheat in his hand, Lin Yao still thought that he could stand at the top of the spirit market. It's all up to your own wisdom and standing, and you're just enjoying the fruits of your training before you make up for the process of training. How is it not on your own? But none of that matters now. Lin Yao coughed lowly a few times and reared his head. No, you're wrong. Your family's ancestor. The reason why he didn't respond to you, it's because you're crying in the wrong grave. Lin Yao's raised arm moved to point to another crumbling tombstone and statue nearby. That's what? Your Qingxuan Sect, the founding ancestor. Qingxuan Sword Immortal's tombstone and statue. I just can't watch it anymore. Just climbed out of the pit to correct you. Chapter 3, Grandmaster backs you up. I'm immortal, but with a legendary vest. Silence. Indescribable silence. Luckily, there was also the sound of the raven's wings and raspy cries to break the silence. The female sword fairy, whose eyes were originally swollen from crying, blinked her eyes twice. There was more than a hint of embarrassment on his miserable face at the moment. Lin Yao thought she seemed to be blushing, but on her face, it was all blood, so even if she blushed, she couldn't tell. Next, the female sword immortal rose from the ground. Before Lin Yao could react, she had then fallen back to her knees right inside the canyon, in front of the most central headstone of the non-stop kowtowing. Ancestor, forgive me. The disciple's years of initiation are still shallow, and before that, he had not come here to pay homage to his ancestor. Please don't be offended by the ancestor. Please show your spirit. This time, the female sword immortal kowtowed even harder than before, like you're going to knock your head off the ground. Lin Yao stood on the side, not even knowing what to say. You really wish that your Qingxuan Sect ancestor would manifest. Chu Hongyu, who was still kowtowing, did not raise his head, but a hoarse voice came out. The traitors of the Great Week are still after me to this day, and the sisters and brethren of the clan. I threw away my life in exchange for my escape. I must not die here. Qingxuan Sect is my home. But one day, a group of villains, who broke into my home, insulted my father, cut off my brother's head, stripped my sisters and humiliate them in public. This blood feud, can I give it up? I want revenge. I must not die here. But where there is a glimmer of hope, there is a glimmer of possibility. Ancestor above. Disciple is really desperate. I can only beg the ancestor to reveal himself. But just then, in the distance, there was a sudden rumbling sound. On the far side of the canyon, there were huge trees that looked like they had collapsed from the impact, and at the same time, flying up in great flocks of crows. Lin Yao raised his head, seeing two streams of light smashing towards them in the midair in the distance. It was like two shooting stars falling from the sky. Gale force winds lashing out. Lin Yao's face was blown out of shape. The female sword immortal, who was originally kneeling on the ground, violently stood up at this moment. She waved her big sleeve. The gust of wind that had originally blown Lin Yao's face out of shape dispersed all of a sudden. But at the same time, Lin Yao heard the sound of click, click, click. He turned his head and saw the blood-stained swordswoman. The muscles in her cheeks bulging with the teeth in the upper and lower dental beds were banging against each other. Traitor of the Great Zhou. Coming. Lin Yao's brows furrowed slightly, but before he could speak, the two meteors that had smashed into the ground, the earth trembled and smoke rose in all directions. Lin Yao stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Not waiting for the smoke to clear, a sword shoots straight out of the smoke. That's right, it's a sword that retracts, and from the smoke, it shot out, heading straight for the female sword immortal's face. But just then, Lin Yao heard it, a soft chortle from the female sword immortal. Shining frost. In front of that female sword immortal's body, a green light suddenly rose. The green light was glaring, light and shadow twisting. In the end, it even turned into a green-colored figure. The silhouette of green light, carrying a sword, stopped in front of Chu Hongyu's body. The silhouette, lifting the sword in his hand and blocking it upwards. The long sword that was originally shooting towards Chu Hongyu's forehead was hardened and deflected by a few points, accompanied by the sound of emptiness. Lin Yao saw that behind him, in the Tsangsu cemetery, several broken tombstones as well as mutilated statues were shot through by the elongated longsword, and were subsequently cut in half by the sword chi attached to the longsword. Within the dissipating smoke, a slightly regretful sigh came out. The Qingxuan Sect, there is nothing subtle about their other magical abilities, except for this Qingxuan Shadow Sword. It is truly exquisite. At the foundation establishment stage, one can condense a sword shadow detachment, worthy of being a sword sect that has been passed down for 1,000 years. And just then, another slightly shrill voice came out. Li Chang'ing, this girl, is a furnace in the face of 1,000 husbands. You will break her face and, how can we tell the 1,000th man? A gust of wind blew, and the smoke gradually dispersed at this point. It was only then that Lin Yao saw it clearly. Beneath the smoke, the chapped earth, there stood two figures dressed in brocade robes and iron armor, those two, both wearing red brocade robes on the upper half of their bodies, and iron armor on the lower half of their bodies. One of them, with a slender, upright figure, a country face, high cheekbones, and hair tied up in a taiji bun. A beard grew on his chin and he carried a short sword in his hand. The other, with a dry, thin, stooped figure, triangular eyes, and white lips. A red ribbon was tied to his left wrist, and a bell was tied to his right wrist. His pair of triangular eyes, looking at Chu Hongyu, his eyes were green. Little beauty, Why have you trampled yourself into such a state? How can we present you to the 1,000 husbandsmen with this appearance? Your Qingxuan Sect is gone, and instead of being displaced and roaming the land fleeing, why don't you go to the chief's house and become a beautiful concubine? Your sword bones are heavenly, and the 1,000 husbandmen, for sure, won't want to squeeze you into a dry corpse. In this world, loyalty is not a good thing. Think about your corpse-strewn clan today. Your elder sister has a backbone, but what is the result? The cold and frosty female sword fairy. In the end, you don't fall into the mortal world. The hunched man with the triangular eyes let out a shrill laugh as he spoke, and then the ickle man, again, slanted his eyes toward the sky. Canyon Dome. A bird of prey was hovering at this time. There are cold crows. There are flying falcons. There are eagles. Closer still, there are flying butterflies. The rickety man shook his head and sneered. There's quite a bit of sneaking around to see what's going on. The local township martial arts cultivators and wild cultivators, they're all sneaking around and watching? The rickety, triangular-eyed brain licked his lips. If I were to strip you naked in front of these guys, I wonder if you'll be as mortified as your senior sister and fight us to the death? And all those flying birds and butterflies in the sky let out a slightly shrill, but ingratiating laugh. My lord, we're just watching the fun. Your honor doesn't have to reward us. When your excellency completes the mission to the upper peak, can you come to my Li family for a gathering? The 2 young ladies of my Li family. It is at the right age and has not yet been married. My Zhu family has already set up a banquet for the 2 of you, just waiting to receive you 2 lords. The voices of the flocks of flying birds in the sky grew sharper and shriller, and the female sword fairy on the ground, not saying a word, just biting her lower lip tightly. She bit her bottom lip until it was bloody. Lin Yao scratched his head on the side and rubbed his chin a few times. The long sword that just came shooting. If I remember correctly, this skill, or jutsu, should be called divine slaying. The person who casts the spell can reach the realm of Yuaning in Shen, and even from 10,000 miles away. If he or she has reached the level of Yuaning in Shen, taking someone's head is like picking up a bag. This is generally a technique that shadow cultivators will practice, but sometimes martial arts cultivators account, and also wear this skill or power. That hunched figure with the red rope in his left hand and the bell in his right. Let me think back. I remember. It's the red thread tangle and the soul-locking bell. It's an introduction to ghost cultivation, the 2 magic treasures that must be brought. This rickety, obscene man walks the path of ghost cultivation, opposite Chu Hongyu. The 2 people who had completely ignored Lin Yao's face suddenly changed. Before, in their eyes, Lin Yao is a mortal without half a bit of cultivation. He is the roadside dog destined to receive 2 slaps from them that they encountered on the way to chasing Chu Hongyu, the remnant of this Qingxuan sect. But it's this roadside dingo. Surprisingly, he easily saw through their casting techniques and cultivation paths, and the beggar-like mortal, as he looked at them, completely lacking the horror and reverence that normal mortals feel when they see them. That damn beggar. Look at their eyes. Without fear. Like looking at pigs and dogs. The swordsman who was holding the short sword in his hand instinctively raised the short sword in his hand. Adversary. No wonder you fled here. To come here with your reinforcements. That dry, thin and stooped man even locked his gaze directly onto Lin Yao's body. Strange. Still can't see half of the spiritual power peep. Still, like a mortal with no half cultivation. But a mortal, how can a hitching eye that? Just see the way Li Chang and I cultivate. Li Chang, proceed with caution and kill that beggar first. As for Li Chang, who was on the side, he had bowed slightly at this moment, and with his left hand raised, sleeve down, the short sword is carried in the right hand, while it is hidden behind the sleeve of the left hand. Lin Yao instantly recognized that this was a standard shadow cultivator. Preparation for shooting with the kill gun. Lin Yao immediately turned his head to look at the female sword immortal on the side, and at that moment, the female sword immortal was also looking at him in shock, a face of disbelief. Who the hell are you? Lin Yao raised an eyebrow as he held Chu Hongyu's hand. Chu Hongyu's pretty face reddened. What are you doing? Lin Yao then glared at Chu Hongyu. You're blushing a bubble teapot. I don't want to hold your hand. I want that broken sword in your hand. Chu Hongyu's face changed violently. This is my Qingxuan Sect, an ancestor's relic. How can it be easily given to others? Lin Yao's face became hideous all of a sudden. Then can you beat these 2 traitors of the great Zhou imperial family? Chu Hongyu's face revealed bitterness. If you can beat them both, I am not so lousy. I am only refining qi to build a foundation later. These 2 traitors, both are refining qi to build a foundation realm great circle. That hunched evil cultivator, even more half a foot, entered the Jidan realm. Unless I can conjure Dan in 1 step, how can I be a match for these 2 traitors? But the female sword fairy's words had not yet fallen. Lin Yao's palm was already on that broken sword. In that case, Don't get in my way and log on to the big one. You ungrateful. Your family's Qingxian ancestor. Right in front of your eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Yao glimpsed the two people across from him, and his killing intent became more and more distinct. The cultivator carrying the short sword behind his sleeve, at some point, was about to shoot towards himself. That evil cultivator with a red rope tied to his left hand and a bell hanging from his right hand. His eyes were even flashing red, staring at himself like a weasel staring at a chicken. And at that moment, around the broken sword, which had been hitched by Lin Yao's hand, the dense thin lines that are causal filaments began to appear. Star Stealer interface blinks in small print. Unlocking account. Qingxuan Sword Immortal. Current unlocking progress? 14%. The corner of Lin Yao's eye twitched a few times. Damn. It's slow to unlock. Girl, take the top for a while. Don't be afraid. The ancestor has gifted you a creation. What's your name? The female sword immortal looked at Lin Yao in shock. Still, she hissed and spoke. Chu Hongyu. The day my master met me was the 15th day of the first month, and there was a bright moon like a disk in the sky. Lin Yao nodded slightly. Hongyu? What a name. Star Stealer. Prefetch this sword cultivation. Law of the future. At this moment, on the red light screen of the Star Stealer, a jumble of runes appeared that was simply unintelligible. Those messy codes, and gradually began to become dense, deep and light red silk thread. Those thin threads. Lin Yao once named them threads of cause and effect. The future will be determined by these causes and effects. Weaving. And at the moment, these threads of causality that, rapidly weaving one after another. Chu Hongyu's future. At this moment, Chu Hongyu also felt something. Her scalp tingled and the hairs on her body shone. But she didn't know what was happening. But just then, she saw that Lin Yao was pinching a dark red fruit in his hand, staring straight at her. I plant my cause with you today, and foretake the fruit of the future. Star Stealer, second use. The host can use himself as a guarantee to pick the fruit of the future for others. Those who receive future karma are required to repay it, and if they fail to do so on time, the person who receives the future karma and the guarantor will be punished by the law of karma. Lin Yao, at this moment, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes blazed as he stared at Chu Hongyu. Yeah, I don't have enough cultivation right now. I can only prefetch a kind of future. But in this future, you have already entered the Jiedan realm. This is the result before the cause. Only you must remember that after you have successfully formed the Dan, you must repay the pre-taking of this cultivation. The karma owed. If you fail to repay it, you will be punished by the law of karma. Even I will be implicated, because I am the guarantor of this karma. Chu Hongyu, you begged your ancestor to manifest himself and save you from your peril. And now that your ancestor is right behind you, helping you through this, so don't let me down. Lin Yao hissed. Chu Hongyu didn't even have time to think carefully. All she saw was that Lin Yao was grasping the crimson fruit with golden threads that, put it in your mouth. And himself, surprisingly, without the slightest resistance. And that's exactly when it happened. A piercing cracking sound came from the large sleeve of the brocade-robed, iron-armored cultivator carrying the short sword was pierced through by the short sword in an instant. God-killing gun. Shot towards Lin Yao. On the sword that came shooting this time, it was entwined with blue and purple arcs of purple electricity and blue light. Swiftly, that evil cultivator wasn't idle either. The bell on his right wrist, a hand flung out. But at this moment, Lin Yao wasn't the least bit flustered as he raised his head and looked at the Star Stealer's light screen. Unlocking account. Qingxuan Sword Immortal. Current unlocking progress? 68%. 2 dogs. You wait for me to board the big one. I'm an ordinary person now though, but I have a legendary vest. Chapter 4, My Lady. Admiring the Sword Immortal, requesting the old ancestor to kill in Haojing. The moment the tip of the divine killing sword, which was entwined with blue-purple electric arcs, was about to reach Lin Yao's head, a palm covered in green light suddenly grabbed the long sword that was entwined with purple electricity. Originally able to expand and extend the god-killing sword at this moment, unexpectedly unable to move, Li Chang, who was at the other end of the god-killing sword, looked horrified. He incredulously looked at the figure that had grabbed the divine killing sword. Was Chu Hongyu, whose eyes were completely filled with blue light and whose hair was windless. At this moment, Chu Hongyu's body was surrounded by green-colored lightning that was actually visible to the naked eye. Crackling and flickering, the cloudy breath she exhaled was tinged with a faint greenish color. Originally a place on the body, deep visible bone-rotting wounds, are a little bit of recovery growth. Li Chang unconsciously opened his mouth wide. Spiritual energy leaks out like thunder, and the mouth exhales gas like green smoke. This is the appearance of the Jiedan realm cultivator. Only, this girl was clearly still in the late stage of foundation establishment before, and was about to die from a serious injury. How is it possible to step into the Jiedan realm in an instant? Li Chang's face, showing horror, but he quickly gritted his teeth. Although it's the Jiedan realm, you just entered Jiedan. I'm sparing my body to die and my Tao to fade away. And with the Tiger Guard treasure tool, it may not be impossible to spell you. Li Chang was serious and his killing intent surged. Although onlookers called him a traitor to the great Zhou imperial family. But this traitor, he was a willing one. Li Chang's face instantly grimaced. He let out a low growl. Raising his hand, he tapped the storage pouch on his waist. A precious elixir flew out and fell into his mouth, which was crushed by his bite. Then his whole body's aura continued to climb. At this moment, he, who was already in the great circle of foundation establishment and half-step of Jiedan, he even gave off the same aura of Jiedan. But at the same time, the veins in his entire body bulged. His eyes were red. The order received by the Tiger Guard is to eliminate the Qingxuan Sect, root and branch, and absolutely not to keep you. At this moment, Li Chang, straightening up and slamming into Chu Hongyu, was actually planning to and Chu Hongyu, the same thing, not far away. Lin Yao indifferently watched this scene. God's indifference. He just tilted his head and looked at the Star Stealer interface. Unlocking account. Qingxuan Sword Immortal. Current unlocking progress? 100%. In the meantime, Chu Hongyu heard a low sigh. Girl, watch. This is the real Qingxuan Sword Dao. This sword, it will be very handsome. This moment, the sky over the canyon was suddenly cloudy, and that cloud covered the sky and it envelopes the land for 10,000 miles around. Inside the canyon, indescribably quiet. Everyone, trees, grass, flowers, birds, fish and insects, were stilled by an inexplicable force. Can't move a muscle. Li Chang and Chu Hongyu, at this moment, even maintained the posture of charging forward. Suspended in midair. And Lin Yao disappeared. In his place, a man clad in a green coat, with his long hair falling casually, the young man with a golden tattoo on his forehead. The young man looked exactly like the image of the sculpture that stood in the canyon, in the very center. At this moment, this young man casually raised his hand. A long sword made of wind fell into his hand. He raised his sword and swung it downward casually. Next, Li Chang's figure disappeared. That's right, it's gone. Not into a mist of blood or into pieces. It just disappeared. So directly, or rather, even the blood mist and broken pieces did not leave behind. I don't know how long after, or maybe just a few breaths. The wind blew through the canyon anew. Trees swayed, flowers swayed, birds and insects chirped. Chu Hongyu landed on the ground, but she clearly saw, behind the vanishing Li Chang, a huge chasm with a diameter of 10,000 meters appeared on the ground. Like a rift valley, the earth was split open. Along with being split open is the sky. A huge gash appeared in the sky as well. Over the canyon, the clouds, originally thick and heavy, were split in two, as by the sword fairy. A sword opened the gates of heaven. A sword opens the moat of heaven. A sword opens the door of heaven. Chu Hongyu, stunned, turned back. It was discovered that the figure of the green-clothed sword immortal that had just disappeared, only Lin Yao, dressed in rags, with his head down, looking at the palm of his hand, was blinking his eyes, logging on to the big one. So that's what it feels like. Unfortunately, it was also too damn short. Less than 3 seconds. Only had time to swing a sword. And as Lin Yao whispered his feelings, sky, those birds of prey butterflies, long since fried. These birds of prey, butterflies, are all around this canyon. The practitioners of various disciplines used to snoop around in the incarnation of the art. At this time, the stunned ones were not those birds and finches, but clearly those prying cultivators. At the moment, those birds, twittering. This sword, is awesome. Is it a matter of handsome or not? Is this a matter of handsome or not? It's a matter of cultivation realm. What the hell realm does one have to be in to be able to cut out a sword? It must be at least a true immortal, but I'm on that teenage boy. No, that's seniors. Can't feel any cultivation at all. Nonsense. Anyone who can see a hawk's face must be a partridge again. And an ant. Try harder and you won't see the eagle in the sky. If we don't cultivate, seeing this senior will be like a frog in a well seeing the moon in the sky. But we have already cultivated. See this senior, like a mayfly see the green sky. And right at that moment, Chu Hongyu, who had a blood-stained face, staggered back. She looked up at Lin Yao with hot tears in her eyes. Then, with a flutter, he fell to his knees. Undesirable disciple. Chu Hongyu, pay respects to the ancestor. Only then did Lin Yao glance back at Chu Hongyu. You have this time. Don't worship me yet. Just now 2 tiger guards. I chopped one to use to test the sword. The other one purposely left for you, to give you, who has stepped into the Jedan realm, a sword test. What to do? You know. Chu Hongyu's eyes immediately flashed with a flash of ghostly light. She raised her hand and choked. A green-colored figure carrying a long sword immediately appeared. Chu Hongyu raised her hand and pointed in the direction where the ghost cultivator Zhang Ming'an had fled. Go, catch up with him, waste his limbs and meridians, and bring him back to me. Next to Chu Hongyu, that green-colored figure, without the slightest hesitation, carried his sword far away in a murderous manner. And just then, Lin Yao raised his head again and looked towards the swarm of flying birds and butterflies in the sky. The birds of prey in the sky, one or the other, all exploded, and those birds of prey, surprisingly, one by one, they spat out human words, and on the wings of that flying butterfly, a human face manifested. Long time ago, I've been looking at these two great Zhou traitors, this group of tiger guards, after coming to my northern realm, all the way to make a good fortune. How many clans and families, by their fish and meat poisoning, Ripple Town, on behalf of the local people. Thank you, senior. Today is a day of great joy for the Qingxuan Sect, so the little Taoist will leave first and find another opportunity to visit in the coming day. Old ancestor Qingxuan's descent to the earth is truly a rare and heavenly blessing for my northern 6 prefectures. Do you have any idea to come to Chongyang City for a gathering with the Li family? My 2 young ladies are at the right age this year, not yet married. Old dog Li, you can't hold back so soon? The Honorable Qingxuan Sword Immortal, how can I possibly look at those 2 old girls of your Li family? Lao Zua, I, the Shu family, have an ancestral sword technique. I hope I can be taught by my ancestor. Of course, the Shu family is a small family, but pills, Dao couples, mineral veins, as long as the old ancestor needs it, the Shu family will definitely give their all. Only asking the Qingxuan Sect's old ancestor to come to my Zhu family. Li, Zhu, you're 2 families, so shameless. Now you're flattering this senior. It is not afraid that the great Zhou dynasty is not afraid of blaming the senior. You see it, the 2 families are silent, they are not sincere, but my Huang family is sincere. My Huang family has long been displeased with what the great Zhou dynasty has done, and my Huang family, Miss, more admiration for the sword fairy, elder, he, Miss Huang clan, is not some Huang clan's daughter. All of them have already grimaced 6 Taoist couples. Wang family, is it your turn to speak? The flock of flying birds in the sky was surprisingly noisy at this moment. Lin Yao, who was on the ground, frowned slightly. He looked towards Chu Hongyu. Those guys, too noisy, know what to do. Chu Hongyu nodded as she raised her hand and waved. A fresh breeze blew through that flock of birds. With the sound of plopping, the birds, in the wind, all exploded into blood-red pieces, but there was still a hoarse growl coming from the debris. Elder, my lady is sincere to you. Don't fart. Your lady hasn't even met her seniors. I know my lady. You and your lady private through also know your lady. Don't bull ***** me. My lady, although she's had a few lovers, but my lady is a good and clean girl. Chu Hongyu frowned at the sky. The great Zhou dynasty, sweeping across the northern realm. These small clans, it seems, have not been exploited and poisoned much, in order to find a backer, have reached the point of insanity. Face don't even want. She sighed quietly, raised her dirty sleeve, and wiped the blood from her face a few times in a haphazard manner. Then he looked at Lin Yao and kowtowed heavily again. The ancestors are here. During the years you weren't in the Qingxuan Sect, the Qingxuan Sect, by outsiders, was bullied so hard. Ancestors. At this moment, Chu Hongyu knelt on the ground and cried so loudly. The court of the great Zhou, bullying us, the Qingxuan Sect, 208 mouths of our fellow disciples, except for the disciples, almost, all dead. All dead. Chapter 5 calling him. Miles of lanterns turned into ghostly flames, and the Shangshi dynasty became a ghostly country. The Chu Hongyu of this moment was sobbing at every word. Lin Yao sighed quietly as he walked over to Chu Hongyu and raised his head to touch her head, and Chu Hongyu wailed even louder. Ancestor, you kill on Haojing, kill on Haojing. Lin Yao frowned. In your hand, do you still have the treasure used by the Qingxuan Sword Immortal back then? Chu Hongyu froze. She shook her head. Qingxuan Sect, by the Tiger Guard of the Great Zhou, ransacked, the sword of the green underworld, is within the sect. The only treasure tool saved that you have ever used. Lin Yao nodded. This means that it's not time for me to kill my way up to Haojing, the big one that you could just log on to, but now you can only use it as a card skill. You're asking me to kill my way up to Haojing? Are you kidding? Does that make sense? It's not supposed to be a newbie who just logged in. Quests to be taken at the newbie village. I'm on a mission now. I'm supposed to be hunting grouse, or hunt wild rabbits. and afterward take their furs and meat and exchange them for money at the village bazaar. While returning the money, he happened to come across a certain sect recruiting disciples. After that start my sensational life of immortal cultivation. I haven't even seen a hair's fur yet, and you want me to kill my way up to Haojing? Lin Yao shook his head, but just then, he saw Chu Hongyu's eyes that were even more red and swollen because he shook his head. For some reason, he suddenly felt that the pupils of the woman's eyes in front of him were the same as years ago. The eyes of the Chu Hongyu that he had bred and raised himself were eerily similar. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A question for you. Have you heard of Chum fish? Chu Hongyu was first stunned. Then she wiped the blood stains from her face. Once upon a time, the Sword Dao leader of the Cunghai world, the first female sword immortal of the Cunghai world, how could a disciple not have heard of it? She once said a supremely true statement. Since she first held a sword as a young girl, it will be destined to become the Sword Dao leader of the Cunghai world, the first in the world. But this sword cultivator, years ago, since 1,000 years ago, lost track of him. Some say that she fell into the devil's door and became entangled with a demonic cultivator. Some say she has fallen into the legendary heavenly court. For us sword cultivators, that's a legend. Lin Yao's face grew more and more gloomy. Don't you know that she is connected to your Qingxuan Sect? Chu Hongyu was stunned at first. Then as if he thought of something, he immediately looked down. Senior mentioned it once when he was drunk. He said that the second head of my Qingxuan Sect, in fact, it was the once mighty Sword Dao leader, Chu Hongyu. But the disciples who were there at the time, all thought it was the master who had drunk too much and was talking nonsense. Everyone, let the master be careful with his words. This kind of nonsense must not be said again. At that time, master only shook his head in lamentation, saying, if the Redfish Swordfather were still around, my Qingxuan Sect, how could it have fallen so far? And how could the great Zhou dynasty dare to treat my Qingxuan Sect as a soft persimmon to be casually kneaded? Chu Hongyu began to be sad again. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. In his memory, Chu Hongyu was a stubborn little girl who refused to suffer. Before, when he brought her to practice in the bamboo forest, she was slapped by a black bear in the forest that day. Without waiting for herself to stand up for her, she twisted her head and took her own spirit sword, and that afternoon, skinned the black bear. If Chu Hongyu was still in the Qingxuan Sect had been bullied and humiliated to such a state, that girl would have killed her way to Great Zhou's Haojing city long ago. Lin Yao rubbed his temples. Currently the whereabouts of the Chum salmon are unknown, but the good news is that Chu Hongyu, the girl she raised from childhood, it is indeed true that it exists in this world, but it's okay. As long as it has existed, it must have left a trail. In this world, Lin Yao, who had the Star Stealer in his hand, had plenty of time and means to find the girl's trail. As for the Qingxuan Sect, there was definitely a need for revenge. Lin Yao was not a kind man, whether it was in the spirit ruins world or in the present world. He was not a person who would hold his tongue. Anyone who bullied him, he would make the other person pay for even more wretchedness. However, Lin Yao's accounts at the empty robbery Great Luo realm are currently blocked. Can't find a way to log back in yet. Handy cheat, Star Stealer, but no development time. Lin Yao took a deep breath, then coughed twice. This Qingxuan Sect's revenge is definitely to be avenged, but not now. Lin Yao's words had not yet fallen. A sad smile appeared on Chu Hongyu's face. The disciple cried before. The disciple was originally from Gusu State, a fatherless and motherless, poor beggars who have eaten their last meal. If it weren't for my master's adoption, I would have died long ago at the age of 6, outside the mountain god's temple in the middle of a snowstorm. The grace of my master's father in raising me is greater than that of my own parents. Master's father to me, more than my own father and father. The sisters and brothers in the clan are my own sisters and brothers. Everyone in the clan, all are dear to my heart, but they were tortured, slaughtered, and either died horribly or were worse than dead. Disciples, knowing their own pounds and weights, to take revenge, even if they desperately cultivate. Without a few hundred years, seeking revenge on the great Zhou imperial family is a fool's dream. But hundreds of years later, things have changed, and my disciples' master, sisters and brothers are long dead. Those people, no matter what, yet live in peace and enjoy the blessings for hundreds of years and thousands of years. The night my Qingxuan Sect was destroyed, I heard that, within the city of Haojing, the Bon Festival was being held. Inside the city, it is lit up with 10,000 miles of lanterns, a scene of a flourishing dynasty. Just thinking about this makes the disciples' heart and mind ache. They say it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. But I'm not a gentleman by any stretch of the imagination. The disciple is a woman, a complete small-minded villain. The disciple can't wait to kill Haojing right now. Cut off the head of every member of the royal family of Great Zhou. Chu Hongyu's voice was hoarse. She rushed at Lin Yao and once again started clanging her head. She removed the aura protecting her body. The face, which had just been wiped of blood, was not on the ground, and after a few knocks, it was once again drenched in blood. Ancestor, 1,000 mistakes are all my disciples' fault. Please, Ancestor, do not take it out on the Qingxuan Sect. Please Ancestor, transport Xian Gong again. With one hand, Lin Yao rubbed his temples as he realized that the girl in front of her was just as stubborn as the Chu Hongyu of that year. A few moments of annoyance rose in his heart at this time. Damn, those birds are dead, aren't they? Well, I'll be honest with you. Your ancestor I am. Just an ordinary person nowadays. To put it simply, cultivation has been banned, and can be unblocked except under certain circumstances. It must be recultivated. To put it simply, your ancestor I'm an ordinary person, but with a legendary level vest. Lin Yao raised his chin up. He was going to break the mold. 2. This dead girl, a sinew, cannot fool a little. Why not just be frank and honest? The master is currently the battle scum. Love it or hate it. Lin Yao even had his hands behind his back. In short, it's never halfway possible to avenge you now, you damned group of rebels. You can even cry at the wrong grave. The clan was destroyed, but you remembered me? Do I owe you, or should I? I'm the founding ancestor of your Qingxuan Sect, right? According to karma, I founded the Qingxuan Sect, and left many techniques to the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect, and the generations of disciples of the Qingxuan Sect. Isn't it all owed to me? If I accepted the offerings of the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect during my cultivation back then, it would be reasonable for you to ask me to help you take revenge. But if you go and look up the records of your Qingxuan Sect's clan history, I practiced back then. You want the children of your Qingxuan Sect to make half-hearted offerings? No, this represents nothing. It means that I don't owe you the Qingxuan Sect. Who are you to ask me to avenge your Qingxuan Sect? With these few kowtows you've given me? Chu Hongyu, who was kneeling on the ground, was completely speechless. She didn't expect at all that Lin Yao would have this attitude. But soon, Lin Yao slightly lowered his head again. Of course, you don't have to be disappointed. After all, Qingxuan Sect is the sect I founded, and I still have to look at my master when beating a dog. Not to mention this huge clan. I promise you, it won't be long before I let the great Zhou miles of lanterns turn into ghostly flames. The Shangshi dynasty has become a ghost country. Chu Hongyu's eyes again lit up with a hopeful light. And Lin Yao narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment. In a sense, Lin Yao is sort of painting a cake for Chu Hongyu. But Lin Yao firmly believes that a pie that can't be finished is a pie that can be reached. That's real pie. Don't worry, the hatred of the Qingxuan Sect is on this seat's mind. When I find the great, all the rebellious ministers shall die. Lin Yao had his hands behind his back. There was a wind blowing through the canyon at this point. It blew the ragged clothes on Lin Yao's body and made them hunt. Lin Yao was sweating from the cold wind. But he still tilted his neck and looked at the sky. Somehow, on him, at this moment, suddenly there was more than a hint of vicissitude. Until, that cold wind blew so much that Lin Yao couldn't stand it any longer. And he shivered uncontrollably and, only then did he lower his head and look at Chu Hongyu in front of him. Your sword shadow doppelganger, when will you return? Chopping the grass must be done. That triangularite ghost cultivator must not be spared. Chu Hongyu, once again, bowed his head. Ancestor's lesson. Disciple has sensed. At most one incense stick. Disciple's sword shadow detachment. Surely he will return with the head of that great Zhou traitor. Lin Yao raised his head slightly. Don't bring back the head. Take the whole man. Cut him into swine. Waste his cultivation. And bring him back. I've just been reborn in this world. And this kind of NPC can often obtain important information. Chu Hongyu looked at Lin Yao. Admiration in his eyes. Ancestor's lesson is true. Disciple has learned again. Lin Yao nodded. He found that pretending to be. It does feel good to have such a person next to you holding your own. No wonder there's always a couple of corporate executives around who can't do anything. But what does it mean to be a talented person who is good at what he does? What does it mean to be emotionally valuable? And this is what it means to be emotionally valuable. Lin Yao lowered his head again at this time, looking straight into Chu Hongyu's eyes. His mind unconsciously recalled what he had seen through the man of the future. The scene of himself sitting on top of a mountain. This girl carrying a broken sword, intercepting thousands of flying lights for himself. Thinking of this scene, Lin Yao's eyes, all unconsciously softened a few points. There is one thing to remind you. Your step to conjugate Dan is indeed my means. But that cultivation wasn't for nothing. Nothing in this world escapes cause and effect. You have overdrawn your future cultivation in advance. It is necessary to double the price. Although you enjoy the fruits of cultivation first, the cultivation process must be made up. Do you understand? Beginning today, you will have 1 year to make up the karma of the. You need to Gulp spiritual energy to run 3,000 big circumference days. Kneeling on the ground, his forehead drenched in blood and a vial, Chu Hongyu blinked his eyes twice. 3,000 great weeks? But before disciples, even if they meditate and vomit with all their might, with the aid of pills, the fastest they can do is 3 days. Only then can you exhale your spiritual energy and run a big circumference in your body. Lin Yao suddenly lowered his head at this moment, his eyes burning as he stared at Chu Hongyu. But you're no longer in the foundation establishment realm now. You've refined your foundation to end the Dan. If you're at the Jiedan realm, how much time would it take you to run a great pericope? Chu Hongyu closed her eyes and composed herself. It took a few moments before his eyes reopened again. Disciple tried gulping down the surrounding spiritual energy. With my current cultivation level, if I want to gulp in spiritual energy and run a large circumference, it takes about a day. If the running speed, in a place of rich aura, or with the aid of elixir, maybe it can be sped up. Lin Yao slammed his thigh on the side. Get high. Must get high. If you damn well can't pay back this karma on time, I, too, must be punished by the law of karma. I've had several accounts that were just scrapped. Lin Yao once again put his hand on Chu Hongyu's shoulder. Pills? You have them, don't you? Spirit gathering pill, mixed yuan pill, and the most commonly used by sword cultivators, Tai pill. Child, don't skimp on the elixir. It's the right time for you to cultivate. But Chu Hongyu, who was kneeling on the ground, had a bitter expression on his face at this time. Ancestors. All of these pills you mentioned, disciples have only seen them in some ancient books. Qingxuan Sect, being used as a blood bag for the Great Zhou dynasty for many years. Not only did the disciples die on the battlefield, but the spiritual veins and mineral herbs, for many years, were used as a blood bag for the Great Zhou dynasty. All of them were also surrendered to the Great Zhou imperial family, plus the disciples' hasty escape. Those pills you mentioned, the disciples' storage bag that. It's true there's not a single one. Lin Yao's face was slightly gloomy. The hand he pressed on Chu Hongyu's shoulder was slightly harder. In that case, there's only one way. In the immortal cultivation world, the weak are the strong. We don't have pills, but there must be cultivators who have them. As long as that cultivator can't defeat us, then the elixir in his pocket is our elixir. Let's kill people. As the old saying goes, for a penny, you can buy a bun for a day, and for a knife, then you can have something to eat every day. Chu Hongyu, who was kneeling on the ground, froze again, and Lin Yao's voice was even hoarser at this point. In addition to killing people and goods, the pills I stored in the Cave of Blessings back then, I don't know if it is still there. If these pills are still there, it is time to get them back. Laozi worked hard and practiced 81 accounts back then. For the sake of today, if I can stand at the top of the spirit ruins in this life, it's also all because of my own great wisdom and great perseverance. Chapter 6, How dare you call the devil by his name? So what? I said. So what? Lin Yao murmured in a low voice at this time. Chu Hongyu, who was on the side, although she was listening to the clouds, she firmly believed that the ancestor had said so that there must be a reason for him. And just then, Lin Yao suddenly walked just next to the heavenly rift that he had just cut open with his large one sword. He was beside the grass of the rift, and gave a fumble. Not long after, a brilliant light flashed through Lin Yao's eyes. He was in the grass and finally mopped up something. He then took a cloth bag and yanked it out of the ground. Afterwards, it was thrown to Chu Hongyu. Sure enough, after killing a cultivator, you can pick up a storage bag from the remains of the opponent. Killing for treasure. The core mechanism is still retained. Just now when I struck that sword, specially locked the location of his storage bag. People can be killed at will. The storage bag must be kept. Lin Yao raised his head and looked outside the canyon. At the dim sky. Spirit ruins. This cruel world of the weak and the strong. Old me is back. Lin Yao then turned his head to look at Chu Hongyu again. You must always remember that all the remains of cultivators are treasures. It is better to be stained with the filth of, and never let go of a treasure bag. Li Chang was decapitated, and you haven't thought to look for it, in the place where he died. Any storage bags dropped? You don't even understand this reasoning, and I don't know how your master teaches you on a regular basis? No wonder they were snubbed by the Great Zhou dynasty. Chu Hongyu, whose face was still stained with blood, shyly lowered her head. Ancestor's lesson. It's all the disciples' fault that, during the weekdays, there's too little downhill training. I am the youngest sister in the inner sect. Master, brother, sister, both pampered me and took care of me. Chu Hongyu suddenly stopped talking. Bean-sized tears, mixed with the blood on her face, dripped down. It turned into tears of blood, which converged on her chin and finally turned into red pearls that fell to the ground. Lin Yao looked at this scene and opened his mouth. There was no voice of comfort. He was overwhelmed and didn't know how to deal with girls. And just then, pattering sounds, accompanied by screams, suddenly came. Don't kill me. Although I follow the path of ghost cultivation, I'm actually practically a good family man. Elder, you have a good life. You adults do not remember the small man. Leave this dog slave of mine a dog's life, as accumulating a good cause that will lead to good fruits in the future. Lin Yao turned his head violently, seeing the just far away cyan sword carrying silhouette, is dragging his silhouette in the direction of Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu, running at great speed. The green figure, the dragging figure, had been cut off limb by limb as a human swine. Dragged by the green-colored figure, by the hair, that man swine. It was before, the dry, thin, stooped cultivator with a brocade robe on top and armor underneath. This already gloomy-looking cultivator could be described as hideous at this moment. His already skinny face with high cheekbones had been strewn with bloody scars. The nose had been cut off, one of the ears had been chopped off, and the left orbital eyeball was gone, where the eye socket. The blood nourishes and hollers in one piece. He hissed and begged for mercy. Elder, we, the Tiger Guards, talk a good game. It is the escort that protects the royal family of Great Zhou, but to put it bluntly, we are only the royal family, a group of dogs that are kept. Why do you need to compete with a dog slave like me? And in the meantime, that green-colored humanoid light shadow had dragged the ickle cultivator and arrived in front of Lin Yao's body. Chu Hongyu slightly raised her chin. At some point, she had stopped her tears. Ancestor, this traitor, brought back. Chu Hongyu exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. Killing intent was on his face. Lin Yao looked at the cultivator in front of him who had been cut into human swine. The first reaction was to feel sick. The smell of blood was so strong it made him gag. But he kept hypnotizing himself. It was the game that. It's a game, it's not a game though. It's the real world. But you damn well just treat him like a game for the time being. Revert back to the way you treated NPCs in the game back in the day. Lin Yao took a few deep breaths before the look gradually calmed down. His eyes were indifferent as he looked at the cultivator who had been cut into human swine. The ghost cultivator's heart went cold. He felt that Lin Yao looked at him like a dog or a ruminant, and the corner of Lin Yao's mouth suddenly curled up at this moment. The pupils of his eyes were cold, but the smile she suddenly displayed, unmistakably bright, it's like a cold plum that blooms in the winter months. Don't worry, this fellow Taoist. The fact that you're still alive now means that, in my eyes, you still have value. Of course, the level of this value depends on your performance. If you behave yourself, you'll not only live, but you'll also get a creation. The voice of the ghost cultivator, who had already been cut into swine, was hoarse. All my limbs have been cut off, and my mourning is greater than my heart's death. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes. Don't pretend. You're a ghost cultivator. Your main cultivation is 3 souls and 7 spirits, raising ghosts and demons. Having your limbs chopped off is nothing. The main thing is that your spiritual platform hasn't been destroyed. So when you reach the Jidan realm and take over your body for a new one, not a hard thing to do. But if the center palace is destroyed, in your life, you will really only be a human swine. Do you know where human swine are usually thrown? I'm telling you, it's a pigsty. You'll be covered in feces living with the pigs. Pigs are omnivores. They eat everything. You'll be chewed up by that herd of live pigs, bite by bite. In the end, your belly will be broken and you won't even have a piece of skull left. That ghost cultivator, his body trembled. What does Senior want to ask? The late generation will surely know all and say all. Truthfully, the late generation has long been dissatisfied with what the Great Zhou dynasty has done. The royal family of the Great Zhou, human-faced and beastly. How dare they do this to my 18 sect of the Northern Realm? It's disgraceful to see that. Chilling. The corners of Lin Yao's mouth curled higher. He pressed his hand on the ghost cultivator's shoulder. There is no hurry about the Great Zhou dynasty. I want to ask you a few names first. If you have heard of them, just tell me more about them. It's okay if you haven't heard of them. You don't have to talk nonsense to me. I'm not gonna get mad at you if you tell me the truth. But if you dare to lie to me, I have all the means and methods to make your soul as good as dead. The ghost cultivator nodded his head like garlic at this moment. He did not doubt for a moment that Lin Yao's threat, this senior in front of me, although it looks like just a plain and ordinary mortal, but he had just, with the lift of his hand, made that, a female sword cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, step into the Jidan realm. This kind of tactic, at least Zhang En, had never heard of it. Lin Yao, on the other hand, rubbed his temples as if he was remembering something. It didn't take long for Lin Yao's eyes to, a hint of tenderness and vicissitude like a memory of the good old days flowed through. The first name, Ye Xingcan, a cute and lovable little girl, just a little playful. Favorite thing to do is to play with rattles and colorful flags, and loved to eat icing. And just then, that ghost cultivator Zhang En let out a strange scream. Demon, by the Great Zhou Dynasty, in the Cunhai Daji canon, which was repaired and recorded as the #1 devil of the Cunhai world, skinning people to make bones, drawing souls to refine the 10,000 soul streamer, had built a 10,000-meter tower of human heads on 10,000 Yi mountains. You dare to call this devil by his name? You're finished, even if your cultivation is unfathomable. That devil is not something you can mess with either. Great Zhou Dynasty, one of the prohibitions. Great Zhou Dynasty territory. No matter who, you are not allowed to call that devil by her name. The king of Bisui country before, because of calling her by her name, all the people of the country were slaughtered. Men and women, young and old, and all of them were killed. None left behind. The corner of Lin Yao's eye twitched a few times. Zhang Yan's reaction was beyond Lin Yao's expectations. Ye Xingcan, like Chu Hongyu, was also the pup he had, back then, raised in the game. Unlike Chu Hongyu, the account that raised Ye Xingcan back then took the path of an evil cultivator, and cultivation, and eventually reached the airjacking Great Luo, in the game, to obtain the title, the extreme path of the 10,000 karma demon ruler. But in his memory, Ye Xingcan was a cute and lovable little girl that, how to become a demon. Lin Yao shook his head. He looked at Chang'an. Don't get excited first. Let me ask you, do you know Ye Xingcan's present whereabouts? Another piercing, strange cry came out. You still dare to call that devil by his name? Stop it. Please stop it. The last time the devil showed his head was 1,000 years ago. Where is that devil? How can I possibly know? The late generation is a small foundation building realm. By now the cultivation is only 80 years. Still a child. Still a child. Zhang Yan actually fell directly into tears at this point. Lin Yao frowned. He didn't understand. The little girl who was in his arms that year, looking up and counting stars in a good way. How can you scare Zhang Yan like this? That's just it. So let's change it for now. Tao Ziyuan. Have you heard of her? That's a particularly smart and well-behaved little girl. Zhang Yan blinks and gives another strange cry. Poisonous cultivation. Up ascending disaster immortal monarch. Tao Ziyuan. Also in the Cunhai canon. The collected devils. My juniors have only seen this name in the Cunhai Dazhong Codex, and other information that, I don't know a thing about it, but latecomer is certain that the Earl Rising Disaster Immortal Monarch is by no means some smart and well-behaved little girl. She doesn't go well with the word well-behaved at all. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. He raised his hand and slapped, directly on Zhang Yan's face. Snap. Lin Yao's palm was stained with a handful of blood. Are you allowed to retort? And you speak? Tao Ziyuan. What kind? I don't know better than you. Next name. Li Chungang. A stinking stupid kid. Zhang Yan didn't scream strangely this time. Instead, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Legend has it that the sword cultivator who stepped into the 12th realm under the Cunhai world? Li Chungang. How can you call him a stupid boy? That's my idol. Lin Yao slapped him again. You're a ghost cultivator. What kind of sword cultivator are you looking for to idolize? Zhang Yan argued with a mouth full of blood. All the children of the Cunhai world, who, in their infancy, were. Who hasn't fantasized about being a great sword immortal in the future? Who hasn't heard of Li Chungang? Who once beheaded the demon lord of the world in Manhwa? You haven't even heard of Li Chungang. What kind of person are you? Lin Yao was momentarily speechless. He skimmed his lips and slapped, again, on Zhang Yan's face. It's not your turn to ask me to put myself in my place. Do you know the whereabouts of Li Chungang? Zhang Yan blinked a few times in aggravation at the moment. I don't know. Only know that the sword cultivator Li Chungang, many years ago, in order to guard the Cunhai Ming world, on the Great Wall of North Mang, he raised his sword and cut down 16 big demons. Then he went deep into the Manhwa world and killed the big demons of the Manhwa, holding their heads and rushing away. Manhwa demons cry, break my Yan's mountain, so that my women have no color, lose my Buzhou mountain, so that my children and grandchildren do not reproduce. But then, that great sword immortal, who can be called a legend, was nowhere to be found. Lin Yao frowned slightly. Next, Meng Qingjun, a little nerd who has loved reading since childhood. Zhang Yan sucked in another breath of cold air. How dare you call the Confucian sub-saint a nerd? If you let the Cunhai world, if the readers who practiced Confucianism knew about this, they would not rest in peace with you. In the Cunhai Sea, nowadays, the number of Confucian scholars is the highest. They can drown you with a mouthful of spit. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. Meng Qingjun, have become a Confucian sub-saint? Then who is the supreme sage of Confucianism? Zhang Yan raised his head. Surely it has been said the way of heaven and earth may be summed up in a single word. It is for the things that are not too. Then its creatures are unpredictable. The way of heaven and earth, broad also, thick also, high also, bright also, long also, long also. The ring cone. Lin Yao is silent. because Lin Kung is also his account, walks the path of Confucianism and Taoism. At that time in the game, Confucianism belonged to the side door. You need to establish a book and teach in order to be promoted. Lin Yao is very sneaky. The 4 books and 5 sutras of his own world university, medievalism, the Analects of Confucius, Mencius, and so on, poetry, the book of changes, the rites and the spring and autumn annals were all copied word for word, but the cultivation of that account is not too high. It is the account of the adopted disciple, who compiled these books for himself. Particularly interested, each book is loved, that disciple, but also told himself, Master Future, must ascend to the heavenly K. The disciple who has never left and has always accompanied himself is Meng Qingjun. Lin Yao coughed a few times with a weird expression. Where is Meng Qingjun? No? Zhang Yan suddenly grinned. If I knew where the Confucian subsaint was, the world's readers, all have to offer me up. Lin Yao helplessly waved his hand. The next, land life nightmare. A chubby little man who likes to sleep and whose face is particularly pinchy. Little fat girl. Zhang Yan's voice ripped. You dare to call the supreme of my ghost cultivation lineage, the northern Fengtian sinful Qi Immortal Monarch, little fatty? Lin Yao crossed his arms. So what? I asked you what's wrong with that. I used to pinch his chubby little face every day back in the day. I asked you, where is he now? Zhang Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This one really knows. It is said, but it is only said, that the immortal monarch, it is said, is in the North Mang Mountain. Chapter 7, Phantom Demon. Ruyan Lu, 81 accounts. 72 righteous sons. MT. Mang in the north. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. The world of spiritual ruins, divided into 4 worlds, held by the major dynasties, with the 100 schools of thought competing, and countless Jianghu sects. The Songhai world, by the light of the Buddha, the 3 Buddhas stand forever, and almost everyone is a monk follower. The world of Sumeru, connected to the underworld, the other side of the flowers everywhere. There are undead corpses, evil cannibalism, the world of the 9 states, also, occupied by billions of demons, with almost no human presence. The aura is thin. Manganese world. The demon race under the Manhwa world is poor in cultivation resources, so it has always coveted the rich resources and abundant spiritual chi of the other 3 worlds, and the Mongdao world, and the Tsangming world. Neighboring and bordering, there is only one Bei Mang Mountain, and one, the division of the Great Wall of Wanya that stretches for thousands of miles and was built on Mt. Mongshan in the north. In the Qinghai world, no one knows about Bei Mang Mountain. No one knows about the Wanyi Great Wall. Lin Yao rubbed his chin a few times. Mt. Mang in the north. His cave for several accounts back then was built on North Mang Mountain. Those few accounts, extra, and used pills, magic treasures, all stored in the cave. Later on, those several caves even evolved into blessed cave heaven. The fat little guy from the nightmare of Lu Sheng is now at Mt. Mang in the north? Lin Yao raised his hand and pinched Zhang Yan's face. Lu Sheng nightmare. That little fat girl, what is she doing in North Mongshan? Zhang Yan shook his head. I don't know. What am I? How can I possibly know? The purpose of the Supreme Being's actions? Just heard from a fellow traveler. Mentioning this, nothing else is known. Lin Yao skimmed his mouth. Next name, Ruyan Lu. This time, they didn't wait for Lin Yao to continue asking. Zhang Yan had torn his heart out and opened his mouth. The phantom demon Lu Ruyan appeared 300 years ago. Under the North Mang Mountain, the star-destroying city appeared. Lin Yao glanced at Zhang Yan with a weird expression. How do you know so well about Ruyan Lu's whereabouts? Zhang Yan clicked his only remaining left eye a few times. Songhai world. All those who cultivate, as long as they are men. No one cares about the whereabouts of Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's bath water, in the Knowledge Heaven Pavilion, have all been auctioned for a heavenly price. Lin Yao smacked his lips a few times. It's true that I took in Ruyan Lu when I was going down the charmed cultivation route. That girl was a beauty when she was young, but came from a bad background and was almost sold to a greenhouse, by her damn real father. Lin Yao exhaled another mouthful of turbid air. Next name, Xiao Yen. The firmament over the canyon when it turned into a bright starry sky. Lin Yao rubbed his temples tiredly. He asked Zhang Yan. 72 names in a row. These 72 names, which he had previously used on his own somewhat account, were separately adopted righteous sons or disciples. Most of these cubs were raised by their own hands, and have a genuine bond with them. Even now, Lin Yao still had a certain amount of confidence that as long as he could find them, they will still willingly support themselves and be their long-term breadwinners. 81 gaming accounts subtracting a couple of vanilla accounts that go the casual genre. Then take out a few accounts of lone wolves who are alone on the path of cultivation. To be able to raise 72 cub species, Lin Yao himself admired himself. himself back then. Really loved to give people father. He even once understood the king of thieves' white beard. 72 of them. His own hand-raised cub seed. Zhang En. Those who have heard the name, counting the ones at the very beginning. There are only 36. Remaining 36. Zhang En, quite honestly, has never heard of. And of these 36, the righteous sons, daughters, that Zhang En has heard of, only 3 people knew the general location. The ghost cultivator Lu Shang Nightmare at Mt. Mang in the north. 300 years ago. At the bottom of North Mang Mountain. In star-destroying city, the phantom demon who showed her face. Lu Ruyan. As well as, homing in on Fu Lu City, the great Zhou dynasty, which once, golden purple Guan Lu Daifu, Shangju Gua, Shun Bei Ho, Gu Beichen, Lin Yao's true martial North Star Master account, adopted by the righteous son. That was Lin Yao's late stage, playing a small number and adopting a righteous son. In that account, Lin Yao followed the path of martial arts cultivation, using his fists to subdue mountains and rivers, shake the stars with your body. Practicing for this account, Lin Yao had intended to have no distractions, honestly upgraded to break the realm, intending to practice another empty robbery Great Luo account. But I didn't realize, karma was just so amazing. Lin Yao, while practicing kung fu at the foot of one of the mountains, a small, dark-skinned boy found himself crying and crying. Lin Yao still remembers that little brat. Back then, the boy dropped to his knees on the dirt floor in front of himself and let out a cry. And he opened his mouth to the sky and, the cries flew toward the sky. But soon his cries were but they fell off like broken wings, choking and, the little black boy, with his mouth half open in silent tears and snot clogging at his throat. It took him a great deal of effort to swallow the tears and snot. And then, soon afterward, the cry broke out again in a shrill, "Mother, mother, my mother is dead." Lin Yao's eyes were indifferent at the time, thinking to myself, what does your mother's death have to do with me? My mother is not dead. But then Lin Yao thought that the NPCs that appeared by chance must have side quests hidden behind them. Being the #1 player in the game, at the time, for exploration, based on the principle of never letting go of any side quests, Lin Yao still chose to talk to that little black kid. How did your mother die? When robbing food. Was killed by someone. Who was killed by someone? 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 Oh, doesn't that deserve it? How could she not get beaten up for robbing other people's food? It's food for my family. My family is counting on that little grain all year round. Other people rob my family's grain. Mother wants it back. Where's your dad? Last month, was killed by horse bandits. Where's the rest of your family? Brother, and father, killed by horse bandits. Together. Sister, the year before, went to the landlord Li's house to sit as a maid. Was also killed. So what did you want to see me about? Can you help me carry my mother back to her home? I dug a pit next to my home. Mother is here and will be eaten by wolves. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. You came to me to make me fight corpses? What's in it for me? The little black boy, flopping down on his knees. You will be blessed. Lin Yao hesitated for a moment at that time, but still decided to go and help. This one account of his, following the path of martial arts cultivation, has little chance of tolerance for error, and once he is dead, one can only start all over again, in which case one needs to build up one's blessings. And he saw, through the Star Stealer's man of the future, that this little black boy, it does help you build up your blessings. He followed the little black boy through a field of crops, and at last, in the cool moonlight, next to the paddy field, a bloodied female body, was found with all its limbs twisted, but a handful of rice was still clutched in his hand with a death grip. Lin Yao shook his head, but still only treated this mother and son as a pair of NPCs in the game. He picked up the woman's body on his back and let the boy lead the way to their house again. Along the way, he followed the little boy, who, 3 steps at a time, turned back to. Every time he turned his head, he wailed and cried out, "Mother," until we came to a house. In the yard, dug out a deep pit, beside a thatched hut, Lin Yao realized that they had arrived at the little boy's home. That night, Lin Yao did not practice boxing, but silently looked at the little boy. While crying and wailing, he cupped his hands in a handful of yellow earth and buried his mother. By dawn, Lin Yao, who had watched that little boy for a night, for some reason, suddenly the ghost spoke to the little boy. "Do you want to practice boxing with me? I'll take it as accumulating blessings for myself." After saying those words, Lin Yao himself froze. He's this account, not trying to raise kids. What's more, this kid, dark and naive looking, doesn't look, well, talented. It was a struggle to be able to enter the Tao, let alone, like the other righteous sons he had taken in before, taking care of his own living. Is it worth it just for the blessing? But not waiting for him to backtrack, the little black boy had flung himself into his arms at once, bawling, I don't have a mother anymore. I don't even have a mother. I'm the only one left in my family. I'm the only one left. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air at that moment. After thinking for a moment, I chose to accept the apprentice. Anyway, for Lin Yao at the time, it was just one more child to raise. In the game. What's more, this child, he can help himself to accumulate blessings. But then it turns out, this little black boy, he really doesn't have much talent for immortal cultivation, though he was on the same martial arts path as his own account at the time, and he was still around to help him predict the future with his Star Stealer. He only needs to swing a million punches to advance to the Jiedan realm. His cultivation progress, however, was still slow, until Lin Yao's account entered the realm of the feathered immortal. That child, still stuck in the realm of infant transformation, delayed breakthrough, himself when he saw him last. The little black child who cried and tore his heart out back then has turned into a strong-looking man. He knelt before himself, crying just as hard. I am incapable of catching up with the master's realm, and I cannot always accompany him. It's the disciples who are incompetent. Disciple only begs that, when master ascends to the 9 heavens, don't forget disciple. I beg you not to forget disciple. Please don't forget the disciples. Lin Yao didn't understand until much later. When someone is important enough to you, the only thing you want from them, just beg him not to forget you. Under the bright starry night, Lin Yao shook his head, snapping out of his memories. He looked up at Chang Yin again. From his face, Zhang Yin forced out a bitter smile. Who else does Elder want to ask? Lin Yao shook his head at this time, without asking for a new name. Just wanted to ask. Gu Beichen. Aren't you the founding general of the Great Zhou? Why have you gone to Fu City to live in seclusion? The corner of Zhang Yin's mouth, as if he was twitching, smiled. Merit and glory. Birds of prey are exhausted. Good bows are hidden. Cunning rabbits are dead. Traitors are cooked. It's also thanks to General Gu, retired early, if he retired late, with the means of the Great Zhou dynasty. General Gu himself. I'm afraid it's hard to get a whole body. Lin Yao frowned. What do you mean? Zhang Yin gulped. Great General Gu originally had 7 sons, all of whom died. Fought with his toes. No, 2. Who did it? A founding general, a great pillar of the country, all his life, for Great Zhou, throwing his head and spilling his blood, but fell into an extinct end. Nowadays, I heard that this, the Great General Gu, lifespan will end. I don't know whether the Great Zhou imperial family can give this pillar of the nation a full body. In an instant, Lin Yao's face grimaced to the extreme, his forehead rippling with veins. Chapter 8, Heavenly Palace? If you didn't cut off the roots, you have to be careful of being exterminated all over. At this moment, the sky of the canyon was brilliant with stars. The pupils of Lin Yao's eyes became more and more cloudy. Behind him, Chu Hongyu, with her head half-lowered, the face showed sadness. It seemed that in this moment, she could empathize with that great General Gu, whom she had never met. A good long while later, only then did Lin Yao suppress the anger in the pupils of his eyes, that anger that turns to worry. You say, you make it clear to me. What do you mean by lifespan is about to expire? What does it mean to have your lifespan come to an end? Zhang Yin's face was bloodless at this point. He could feel the anger flooding through the teenager in front of him. It's strange, he still can't sense any cultivation on this young man, but this anger, however, emboldened him. Though little ones are just hearing about it. I heard the gang of long-tongued cultivators from the Qingtian supervisor mention by chance that Great General Gu, whose lifespan is about to expire, return to the fountain is this year in the month of Ramadan. Lin Yao's face was still ugly. What month is it? I asked you what month it is. Lin Yao choked Zhang Yin's neck, like he couldn't wait to strangle him to death right now. Chu Hongyu, who was on the side, hurriedly squeaked. June. Ancestor. Now. It's June. Just June. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the expression on his face eased a bit. 6 months to go. It shouldn't be too late. Gu Dogzi, you brainless fool. The royal family of Great Zhou. This isn't Ting on your head anymore, is it? The son has been killed. How dare you only think of returning to seclusion? I knew you were honest in the beginning, but I didn't expect you to be so honest. Zhang Yin, who had been cut into human swine, was finally able to catch his breath at this point. He coughed a few times. The royal family of Great Zhou, since they dared to lay hands on Great General Gu, they are naturally prepared. When the rabbit died and the dog was cooked, General Gu was not the only one who was victimized. Great General Gu, to be able to return to seclusion in Fulu City until now, has already been considered to have landed a good death. It's just that I don't know if the royal family of Great Zhou is willing to let Great General Gu die in peace. Elder, the late generation has a word with you from the bottom of his heart. Above the royal family of Great Zhou, there are immortals covering them. A true immortal breaks through the 9th realm, feathers and soars, and steps into the 10th realm of true immortals. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. The 10th realm. Shatters Poo feathering? Zhang En gulped. Yes, it's feathering. The royal family of Great Zhou has produced a true immortal, ascended to the legendary heavenly palace. With his own chin, Zhang En pointed to the sky. The Great Zhou dynasty is covered by the heavens. Going against the royal family of Great Zhou is the same as going against heaven. Who dares? Great General Gu, even if you have great achievements in battle, you wouldn't dare. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes. Heavenly Palace, white jade capital in the sky, 12 floors and 5 cities? Heavenly Palace, so arrogant now? Lin Yao involuntarily let out a cold snort. For the Heavenly Palace, Lin Yao still has an impression. That is to reach the 10th realm in the game. That is, after the Broken Diamond Realm. An organization that only appears in the world, called Gundai 48,000 feet. The 9 palaces and 4 emperors shake the world. The organization calls itself Tengu. Lin Yao doesn't like this force. He thinks the people in it, all a bunch of self-important s. The immortals of the Heavenly Palace don't like Lin Yao either, because Lin Yao has never once accepted the title of Heavenly Palace or solicitation. But strangely enough, Lin Yao has so many accounts, but none of them really got into too much conflict with the Heavenly Palace. Most of the time, the two sides are at peace with each other. The higher Lin Yao's realm, the quieter the Heavenly Palace becomes. Lin Yao, therefore, had a bad impression of the Heavenly Palace, but it wasn't too bad. And just then, Zhang En, who had been cut into human swine, had a hoarse voice and a flattering look. Elder, it is the old ancestor of the Qingxuan Sect. Late generation heard that the old ancestor of the Qingxuan Sect, having ascended many years ago, the senior's true body, could it be that it is also in the legendary Heavenly Palace? And Zhang En's words had not yet fallen. Lin Yao's palm was already pressing on Zhang En's belly. Is that what you should be asking? Your midriff. Is it unwanted? Zhang En's face immediately turned pale. Elder, rest his anger. It is the villain who has overstepped his bounds. If you feel unhappy, just slap the villain a few more times, and I will never complain. Lin Yao snorted. Forget about the Tengu. Next question. Without asking your name, ask a question you're familiar with. And your top man is the chief of thousands you just mentioned? Behind Lin Yao, Chu Hongyu's face changed violently. A few moments of hatred violently appeared on his face, which was originally quite calm. Lin Yao noticed this change in expression. Was it that 1,000 husbandman who, with his men, exterminated the entire clan of the Qingxuan Sect? Zhang En carefully glanced at Chu Hongyu. Chito-sama is considered one of the people in charge of this operation. Lin Yao nodded. All right, this way the grudge is clear. What is the name of this 1,000 households? Where is his hometown and how many people are there in his family? Any friends or family? Do you know? Zhang En's expression froze. He looked at Lin Yao in shock. Seniors you're. Lin Yao glanced at Zhang En and gave a spontaneous smile. The rules of the cultivation circle, personal grudges between cultivators. The trouble is not as bad as the wife and parents. But, this is the revenge for the extermination of the family. This disciple grandchild of mine said that the Qingxuan Sect is her home, and you killed her entire family. He who kills his whole family and fails to cut off his roots must have the realization of having his whole family killed. This is also the law and supreme principle of the cultivation world. You agree? Zhang En gulped. Stunned, he nodded. A smile appeared on Lin Yao's face. So, say it. Tell the truth. There is still a chance to live. Not a word. You into the piggy bank. Chu Hongyu, at this moment, looked at Lin Yao in shock. Lin Yao glanced at Chu Hongyu, his brows furrowing once again. Why do you have that look on your face? What? And you're not happy to start working on your revenge? This is not only for vengeance, but also to knock the mountain down and let the traitors of the Great Zhou dynasty know that there is a price to pay for hunting you down. The immortal cultivation world is weak and strong. The more you show weakness, the more people will bully you. You act like a madman, and others in turn will be scandalized and apprehensive about the price they will have to pay for messing with you. Lin Yao eloquently. This is all the experience that he used 81 accounts and summarized back then. And just then, Chu Hongyu suddenly flopped down and knelt on the ground. Her voice tore. Ancestors' teachings are in my disciples' mind. Disciples are just ashamed that disciples had, previously, even doubted the ancestor. Ancestor, it turns out that you have my Qingxuan sect in mind. Lin Yao casually waved his hand. It's normal that you don't know me well enough to have misconceptions about me. I'm a simple person. It's pure. Whoever makes me unhappy, then I'll make him unhappy. After that I'm happy. Just remember to honor my ancestor properly in the future. And then, Lin Yao turned his head again as he once again choked Zhang Yan's neck. Say, what is the name of that thousandth? His birth, how many members of his family, and where is his old home? Chapter 9, don't miss a good cultivator. Don't waste a bad cultivator. What's wrong with an ancestor cheating? Zhang Yan was lying on the ground at the moment. His lips were white by now. In his eyes, a hint of hesitation flashed at this moment. The hesitation, however, was fleeting. 1,000 households adults. Not that dog thief. Surnamed Luo name host. Born in Jingzhou, Flushed Taiwan. The family operates a tavern, but it is only a mundane trader. But this dog thief, in the cultivation path, has a few talents. At the age of 16, he even worshipped in the Great Zhou's Qingxuan Military Academy. After 10 years of cultivation at the military academy, at the 8th level of Qi condensation, I was sent to South Seal Mountain. He followed the vermilion bird, one of the 4 elephants of the Great Zhou Pillar State, to guard the southern border of the Great Zhou, and after the foundation establishment stage, he was sent to the Valley Rain Town to serve as the town guardian. He followed the path of martial arts cultivation. After reaching the Zhedan realm, he took the opportunity of that annual festival to climb up to the eunuchs of Haojing. Lord Gao Tingyu was then transferred to Haojing, entered the Tiger Guard, and became a centurion. His own talent is not bad. Plus, there is eunuch Gao at the top to promote him. But 100 years, he entered the Yuaning realm and was promoted to 1,000 households. And the Luo family is also because of the emergence of such a figure as him. The restaurant has changed from an ordinary restaurant to a local restaurant. It has changed from an ordinary restaurant to a local one. The cultivation family, which is a powerful family. Senior, truth be told, the late generation has long looked at that dog thief surnamed Luo with displeasure. This dog thief tends to flatter, fawns on the top, and is harsh on the bottom, and in the Tiger Guards, many of the brethren, all of them have been deducted by him from the military pay. And even some of the brothers Dao couples have been forcibly taken captive by him to his mansion to double cultivate with him. Elder, you must exterminate his entire family and help us brothers, out of a bad temper. Zhang Yan's voice tore at this point. It's like there's really some deep hatred with that Russell. Lin Yao hugged his bladder, looking at Zhang Yan, who was lying on the ground and being cut into human swine. Yo, selling your life for the Great Zhou dynasty, so miserable? But when you were chasing and killing my poor disciple grandson before, clearly happy? Zhang Yan's heart tightened. The way Lin Yao was looking at him at this moment made him suddenly feel creeped out. Elder, we are just making a living. As you know, in this cultivation world, the weak are the strong, and if one's own strength is insufficient, the most important thing is to find a backer. I was born in the Great Zhou territory. The biggest backer I can find is the Great Zhou dynasty, and if you're lucky, you'll be able to make it to the court of the Great Zhou, and mix up an official position. Not only will you have the opportunity to level the playing field yourself, but you will also be able to shelter your family, just like Russell did. One for all, one for all. Lin Yao nodded slightly. I see. It's still about meritocracy. When will the fight for fame and fortune end? Early to rise and late to sleep are not free. Riding donkeys and mules. Thinking of steeds. The official is a prime minister and looks forward to the king. I am only worried about food and clothing, but I am not afraid that the king of hell will take my hooks. I have a son and a grandson who want to be rich and famous, and not one of them is willing to turn back. Zhang Yan's face, once again, showed flattery. Elder sees through, but right at this moment, Lin Yao turned his head and looked at Chu Hongyu. I'm done prying. What do you want to pry about? Chu Hongyu first froze, then shook her head. The children of the Qingxian clan, 1 out of 10, alive, not by the Tiger Guard. The one who pierced through the peepa bone with the robbing lock is the only disciple, who has nothing that the disciple wants to inquire about. Lin Yao nodded. The Qingxuan Sect's Qingxian puppet technique. You know it, don't you? Back then, although I followed the path of sword cultivation, but in order to facilitate their own hanging time, can still seize other cultivators' storage bag? Specially where the skill. At that time, when the clan was created, I remember placing this skill in the clan's teaching pavilion. Chu Hongyu nodded. The Qingxian puppetry technique, which my disciple has mastered just fine. The master has said that the disciple's talent in puppetry is second only to swordplay. The corners of Lin Yao's mouth finally revealed a smile. He crouched down and raised his hand to pat the head of Zhang Yan, who was cut into a human swine, to the side. That's good. You are now in the Zhedan realm. Extracting the 3 souls of a foundation establishment realm should be easy. This cultivator, it's a ghost cultivator. Although the cultivation level is only foundation establishment, the soul is much tougher than the average foundation establishment cultivator. Come, draw the soul of this ghost cultivator and refine a good puppet. Chu Hongyu's face revealed astonishment. Lin Yao, on the other hand, frowned. Why that look again? You think that when faced with a hostile cultivator like you, the only thing you can take from him is a storage pouch? Wrong, very wrong. You have to remember that the monks are covered with treasure. The skins can be made into human skin clothing and human skin drums. Meat can be fed to spirit animals and poisonous parasites. Bones can make spell formations and make immortal firewood. Souls can refine soul streamers and sacrifice puppets. Good cultivators to cherish. Bad cultivators don't waste. And just then, Zhang En, who had been cut into a swine, let out a heartbreaking hiss. Elder, you said before that as long as the late generation cooperates well, you will spare the life of the late generation, and you will give the late generation a creation. Lin Yao patted Zhang En's head. Yeah, that's what I said. You are not considered dead when you are made into a puppet, and you can often accompany me. You say, speak for yourself and tell me if this is a creation. Zhang En's face was pale, but having been drained of 3 souls, and the 7 spirits without the 3 dominant souls, it does not take 7 days to, it shall be scattered, and there is no difference between death. The Qingxuan Sect, at least, is considered a prestigious sect, and the founding ancestor of the Qingxuan Sect. How is it that you do this? You're a ing demonic cultivator. Lin Yao glanced disdainfully at Zhang En. Demon cultivator? Have you ever seen an account where I've gone the way of the devil? It's just my basic operation. Don't make a fuss. And I'm doing this? What's wrong with me being such a do-gooder? That group of disciples from the Qingxuan Sect, the behavior is upright. But how did the great Zhou dynasty treat the Qingxuan Sect? And you went after my apprentice grandson. You had a hand in the extermination of the Qingxuan Sect, and you have the blood of the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect on your hands. And after that, you think I'm going to let you go? You don't have a brain either. Zhang En grew his mouth. But you are the founding ancestor of the Qingxuan Sect. But if you want a little face, you wouldn't have to swindle a junior like me. Lin Yao snorted disdainfully. So what? I'm just asking you what's wrong with that. What's wrong with the founding ancestor? Who told you that the founding ancestor has to say everything? What are you talking about? I'm just asking you on what basis. Who says so? Lin Yao turned his head at this time. He was already too lazy to bother with Zhang En. He walked over to Chu Hongyu's side and patted Chu Hongyu's shoulder. I took a look at the map of the Great Zhou dynasty earlier, and from our place, continuing northward, it's called Jingzhou, and Flushed Flower Tower and Fulu City are both in the territory of Jingzhou. Jingzhou is further north, is North Mang Mountain, right? Chu Hongyu swallowed and nodded. That's right, ancestor. Lin Yao nodded while pointing at Zhang En, who was behind himself, lying on the ground. After you finish refining the puppets, we'll set off. Bring him the storage bag. After that, do it. Chapter 10, Demons, Qin criminals, everything is within the ancestors' expectations. Jiangjiang Town. It is the closest town on earth to Tsungsu Canyon. The closest town on earth. The Jade House in Yangjiang Town is the best restaurant in the town. On weekdays, the Jade House, before the hour, is always full. But today, the first floor of the Jade House is a lobby with loose tables. There was only one table of guests. The guests at this table, a man and a woman. The man was a teenage boy with clean-cut features, but thin and lean. The woman was a great beauty with delicate features and an Englishness of her own between her eyebrows. Both were dressed in rags, like fleeing stragglers. The teenage boy, who was feasting even more on the table full of meals, nibbling on a chicken drumstick when his mouth was already full of food. The beautiful woman, on the other hand, had her eyes closed tightly, and around her, there is a airflow that cannot be perceived by the naked eye. The woman is running Xiangong, and just then, inside the Emerald House, a young scholar in a plain green shirt, his hand waving a folding fan, walking inside the Emerald House with a clean-cut woman in a pale pink sarong. That young man of letters, at this time his chin slightly raised, with a look of today to be in the Jade Building. A throwback stance. But just then, that young man of letters, saw sitting in the center of the lobby of the Emerald House, a boy like a beggar. The young man of letters, at first, stared, then he rubbed his eyes incredulously. Then, that young literati, directly strange scream, also do not care about the body beside the clear woman wearing a sarong, twisted his head to run. He ran so fast that he even knocked the clean-cut woman, stumbling, so that the woman, it fell directly outside the door of the Emerald House, and the man's heart-rending howls carried into the Emerald Building. Ghost. In the Emerald House, the teenage boy who was feasting on the food, on the other hand, unconsciously touched his cheek. There are quite a few people in this town who recognize that face. Just then, next to the teenage boy, the brightly colored woman slowly opened her eyes. The teenager, on the other hand, looked up with a chicken leg in his mouth. Reiki, running through the great circumference once? It's too slow. There are still 2,998 times that only then can you repay this karma. You enjoyed the cultivation fruits in advance. You have to make up for the cultivation process. The gorgeous woman immediately nodded her head. Ancestor's lesson is correct. Disciple is taught. It's just that ancestor. I don't understand why the people of this Zhongyang town, when they see you, all as if they had seen a demon. The teenager snorted. Didn't tell you, did I? Also, after entering the Emerald House, I let you in. The reason? It's very simple. Your ancestor me is a borrowed body. Now this body, it is the town of Jiangjiang. The carpenter's family's youngest son died 3 days ago, due to illness, because the family members are all dead. It had to be a combined effort by the town to get him out of town for burial. Chu Hongyu froze for a moment. I see. Ancestor returned to Jiangjiang town in order to end this teenager's karma? It's not in vain that he provided a physical body for the ancestor. Lin Yao glanced at Chu Hongyu. No, I have no such superfluous thoughts. The old man is purely hungry and bleary-eyed. If you don't eat again, you'll starve to death. You should try starving for 3 days. 2 tiger guards, plus you, in the storage bags of 3 cultivators. There's not even a big, hot pie. Remember, in the future, in the storage bag, keep a big cake for me. Your ancestor I need to walk the rivers and lakes, and having a hot cake in my hand is more important than anything else. Chu Hongyu immediately nodded like garlic. Disciple takes note. Disciple will go out to buy cakes in a moment. Lin Yao nodded in satisfaction. He took a few more careful looks at Chu Hongyu. Before, this girl's face was covered in blood, and now, with that layer wiped away, it was only then that the faceless face was revealed. The girl in front of me. If she lived in a world where short videos were all the rage, she wouldn't even have to twist her crotch. With that face alone, sitting in front of a camera, you could be a big internet sensation. But she lives in this weak and strong world, where cultivators are everywhere. The clan was destroyed, carrying a blood feud on his body. He couldn't unravel the sadness and sorrow between his brows. Lin Yao shook his head with emotion. If you buy cakes, remember to buy them with fillings. And your Grandmaster, I love meat, not vegetables. Remember to buy meatloaf. After we buy the cakes, we'll hurry on at once, and we must reach Qingzhou as soon as possible, no matter what, to arrive at Fulu City before the waxing moon. Lin Yao looked up at the bright moon outside the Emerald Building. He doesn't want to, after his own rebirth in this world. White hair people send black hair people, and he raised his own cub seed. Even if there is a mistake, can only be taught a lesson by himself? What is the right to be bullied by others, not to mention being bullied? Extinct, 7 sons, all dead. They may not have a good end. Lin Yao was furious when he thought about this. Great Zhou dynasty, you are so ballsy. You better stay this ballsy. On the other hand, Chu Hongyu, at this moment, was pinching a yellow talisman in her hand. The other hand sketches on it. Memorized, ancestors' commands. Disciple has memorized them all. Will never make a mistake. But there's one thing the disciple doesn't know. Ancestor, are we being too high profile? Lin Yao had already finished gnawing on the chicken thigh by now, and he started stuffing soy sauce beef into his mouth. High profile? We just came to the restaurant for a meal. How is that high profile? Chu Hongyu bowed his head slightly. Ancestors, the great Zhou dynasty, in order to strengthen its control over the localities, practiced the martial man system. Martial artists, all of them monks from the military academy of the great Zhou. Ostensibly, it is to keep the peace on one side. In fact, it is the eyes and ears of the imperial court, to watch over the scattered clans all over the world, and to monitor that in addition to all the cultivation resources within the great Zhou, these martial artists are also responsible for suppressing demons. Arrest the fugitive imperial prisoner. Silence. Silence as that white horse bridge across from the Emerald House. Lin Yao raised his hand and pointed at himself. Another finger pointed at Chu Hongyu. I'm a demon who has risen from the dead, and you're a court prisoner who was being hunted by the tiger guards of the great Zhou. The guardians of this place will be here soon. Lin Yao had already raised his hand as he spoke. The top of his head, the red light curtain of Star Stealer floats. Lin Yao didn't want to use Star Stealer again if he wasn't in a desperate situation. Preview of the future of Chu Hongyu. Because of this, the probability will lead to Chu Hongyu high debt. Karma arises that simply cannot be repaid ultimately. incurring the penalty of the law of karma. Chu Hongyu also exhaled a mouthful of turbid air at this time. Town-level town guards, probably all at the foundation stage. Fewer Jyodan. But, these townspeople. He has the listening to the wind order which allows him to contact the Qingxuan supervisor at any time. Chu Hongyu rubbed his chin a few more times. And we can't escape in the air right now. The strong winds in the sky are too much for your current body to withstand. Ancestor. The heavens within the borders of the Great Zhou dynasty. And with the Tianluo formation, all cultivators who travel in the air for a long time will be monitored by the Qingxuan supervisor. Ancestor, you requested that within half a year, you must arrive at Fulu City. But if you can't travel by air, the path to Fulu City, with its rugged mountains and the court's pursuit, within 6 months, I'm afraid it'll be hard to make it to Fulu City. And just then, Lin Yao rubbed his temples. Remember, from the memory of Yu Fengnian's brain, pick it up. The town guard martial artist of Yangzhong town is called Wang Zhu, should be the path of imperial beasts. His home, there are 2 horses shine the night jade lion, that is, mortals can also ride. A divine colt with a demon bloodline. Do not retreat. Wait for the town guard martial artists here to come over. Kill people. Rob horses. Chu Hongyu, sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Understood. Disciple understood. So everything was anticipated by the ancestor. It was not calculated. The heart is ruthless. Not worthy of being my Qingxuan Sect ancestor. Chapter 11. No soul, body, or parent shall be humiliated. My body, my God, my temple, my blessing, imperial beasts, ferocious beasts. Lin Yao glanced at the Chu Hongyu next to him at this time and raised an eyebrow with a weird expression. You were supposed to be complimenting me when you just said that. Chu Hongyu's eyes glowed. Of course, disciples dream of becoming a figure like the ancestor. Calculating, resourceful, cultivated, ruthless and murderous. Lin Yao waved his hand. Okay, stop talking. You extend your divine sense to the northwest of the town. That is the mansion of the town guard martial artist of Yangzhong town. That mansion contains a meadow that occupies almost half of the land of Yangzhong town, and the 3 big mountains behind Yangzhong town. Keep an eye on him. Chu Hongyu immediately nodded. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and pinched a sword finger. Around her body, a circle of ripples swirled that was hard to see with the naked eye. It was her divine sense, beginning to expand and extend outward. Lin Yao looked up. How far has divine sense expanded? Chu Hongyu respectfully bowed his head slightly, reporting back to the ancestor, has extended his divine sense to the northwestern gate of the mansion you mentioned. If that town guard martial artist makes any movements, disciples will be able to detect them immediately. Lin Yao nodded. Back in the day, in the game, after cultivating divine sense, on the top left of the screen, a small map would appear that any enemy that appears within a certain range, on the mini-map, will be shown. It's like a little radar, and as the cultivation realm rises, the map encompasses a larger area and can even use yourself as the origin and extend in the specified direction. Lin Yao is quite fond of the mechanism of divine sense, and has even stocked up on it, a technique to strengthen the cultivation of divine sense. I wonder, in this world, what it would be like to master divine sense. You have to start practicing soon yourself. You can't do it with just one star stealer. Iron sharpens iron. As the old saying goes, there is no savior, nor does one rely on a fairy emperor that can be relied upon to just yourself. But introductory cultivation methods must be chosen carefully. It's about the future path of cultivation that one is going to take. The hundreds of schools, the 3,000 avenues of the road, all have the possibility of witnessing the road. But with Lin Yao's 81 accounts from that, summarize the experience of the strongest combat power is undoubtedly the hidden Wanfa Immortal Monarch, walks the Wanfa path, the way of the 10,000 laws. Inclusive is also the account that he has invested the most effort. It even makes Lin Yao vaguely feel that after the 13th realm, there is a 14th realm. However, Lin Yao knew that this account, the path of cultivation that it took, was not complete. In Lin Yao's conception, this account, originally, had the potential to go to the bottom 14 realms. Lin Yao's eyes at that moment were flickering with a ghostly light. The incompleteness lies in the lack of the accumulation and practice of the 10,000 karma. The path that can touch the 14th realm should be 10,000 laws and 10,000 karmas. Palm karma, birth and death, a thought for eternity. Lin Yao couldn't stop murmuring. At the same time, he put down the chopsticks in his hand and began, in his mind, too, the possibilities of this path of discipleship. 4 hours later, outside the Emerald House, the sky has lit up with fish-belly white. Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu, within the Jadeite building, sat for the entire night. Lin Yao raised his head, looking at Chu Hongyu. Where is the town guard martial artist of Jiangjiang town? Chu Hongyu's pretty face showed a rare flash of bewilderment at this time. I don't know. The disciple's divine sense has even explored deeper into that mansion. But inside the mansion, there's been no movement all night. Lin Yao knocked on the table. He was somewhat unable to understand why this Jingjiang town's town guard martial artist had not yet come over. They're a demon and a court prisoner. Is this guardian of the town really going to sit back and do nothing? And just then, a snow-white parrot, carrying a piece of vellum, suddenly flew into the emerald house. That parrot, throwing the craft paper, towards the dining table in front of Lin Yao. It then landed on the overhanging beams of the emerald building's lobby, and then spat out a shrill voice. Don't kill me. Messenger, I'm the messenger. Don't kill me. Lin Yao glanced suspiciously at the snow-white parrot. Then he glanced down at the letter paper that the snow-white parrot had thrown onto the table. There were only 4 big words on the letterhead, get out of here. Under the letter paper there is also a drop, Yangzhong Town Martial Arts People Town Guard Wang Zhu. Chu Hongyu glanced down at the note on the dining table, then turned her head to look at Lin Yao again. Ancestor. What does he mean by this? Provoking us? Lin Yao's eyes were cloudy. When things go wrong, they go wrong. If the mountains don't come to me, I will come to the mountains. Go to Jiangjiang Town, the mansion at the northwest. In any case, those 2 jade nightshade lions must be snatched. And right now, Jiangjiang Town, northwest of Wang's mansion, the towering courtyard wall that divides Jiangjiang Town, nearly a quarter of the land, and the gate of Wang's mansion, at this time gathered hundreds of people, the people of Zhongyang Town. They were outside the gates banging on the door and crying, begging to be able to go into the yard for shelter. The town guards opened the door, and the evil spirit is in the town, and we don't dare to go back to our homes, and please, my lord, let us in for shelter. I beg Lord Townkeeper to bless that evil spirit and quickly leave my Zhongyang Town. Don't do evil in my town. My Zhongyang Town is full of simple and honest people. That Yu family's second son, the townspeople in the town during his lifetime, didn't treat him badly, after he died. Still the big guys contributed together and buried him. This wolf-hearted thing, how did he become an evil spirit? Going back to the village to collect a debt. What a disgrace to his parents. I knew that the Yu family must have done a lot of evil, otherwise how could they? 2 years in a row, the family is almost dead. That Yu carpenter, looking quite honest, behind the scenes, not necessarily playing with more flowers. Right, there's also Yu carpenter's daughter-in-law, who is rumored to have stolen a man behind Yu carpenter's back. Only then did he contract the disease. And that Yu family's youngest son. I guess it's not a good cake, or else he could turn into a severe ghost? But just as the people at the gate, their voices grew more and more uplifted as the sun rose, a sorrowful voice suddenly sounded behind the group of people. Were you guys just talking about me when you said the night was talking about me? This sudden voice came crunchy, so that the hundreds of people did not react at all. An old brown man glanced back and waved his hand casually. Didn't say you. We're talking about that sickly kid, the Yu family's second. This sickly kid with a wolf's heart and a dog's lung. What's the point of coming back to town when you're dead? Don't you think so? Little brother. Little brother. You and that Yu Lao heir look really like each other, huh? Whose child are you? How come I haven't seen you in the town? Wait a minute. Not right. At this moment, just now it was incomparably raucous. In front of the gate of Wang's mansion, suddenly silent. All the people, they shut their mouths and didn't speak, but their eyes, one race after another, stared dead old round. Unbelievably, he looked at the teenage boy in front of him, who was walking idly. The teenage boy, on the other hand, casually looked around and clasped his fists. Long time no see, folks. The teenager smiled casually, not caring about the surrounding, shocked and dismayed eyes. The teenager was followed by a gorgeous woman in tattered green clothes. The people around them, shocked and terrified because of the teenager, could stare. Again, he couldn't help but be attracted to the woman behind the teenager. The teenage boy, on the other hand, at this point, blandly pushed his way through the congested crowd in front of him and, walking up to the gate of Wang's mansion, send a message for us to leave quickly? Without the shining night jade lion, what the hell are we going to do? Chu Hongyu, don't hold back, blast open this gate. I'd like to see this town guard martial artist that, what's in the gourd? Chu Hongyu first turned to Lin Yao, with a bow, then raised her hand, and from her sleeve, a long sword was drawn out of thin air. She didn't hesitate and slashed her sword. The long sword fell. The sword light swings, with a piercing crack. The towering gate, first cut in two, and then cut in two by the blow up. Smoke and dust mixed with debris, wood chips, and pieces of iron. The people around them, this is a disaster. Some had their legs broken by rolling logs. Some were stabbed in the eye by flying rocks. A few others, who had just uttered the most offensive words, were actually pierced through the neck by wood shavings. At the moment, they were on the ground, no longer alive, and in front of the shattered gate. The teenage boy suddenly turned back. He looked at the people behind him and the smile was radiant. First of all, thank you, folks, for burying me so that I'm not exposed to the wilderness. But if I remember correctly, the families who buried me, before they buried me, just privately dividing the remaining family assets of my Yu family. That's not called helping with a burial in my understanding. It's called eating a Jedi. As far as I can remember, the Yu family, the whole family, are all honest people. The father is diligent and honest, the mother is virtuous, and the brother is filial and respectful, and the whole family is dead. I can only say that the fate is really bad. If you all continue to chew the tongue, you will not just break your legs and blind your eyes, bleed and break your bones. It's possible to lose your own life, and your whole family. When the teenage boy's words fell, he walked towards the courtyard without looking back, and not long after, a respectful hiss came from behind the teenager. The grasshopper pays homage to the immortal. The Yu family has produced an immortal. It really shines. I told you that Carpenter Yu was a good man and had accumulated so many blessings. It's impossible to just die in vain under a horse bandit's sword. I even held the second son of the Yu family when he was first born, and as soon as I laid eyes on him, I knew that this kid has an unlimited future. On the day Mrs. Yu gave birth to the second son, the sky was filled with a red haze. Who came out of an immortal? It's all foreshadowed. I may have broken my leg, but it's an immortal's karma from an immortal. There are no pavilions behind the gate of Wang's residence. There are only large expanses of dense forests and meadows. Behind the gate was a stone path that continued into the depths of the dense forest. Lin Yao was following that stone path at this time. Chu Hongyu followed behind Lin Yao, and at this moment, she couldn't help but lightly call out, "Ancestor!" Lin Yao didn't turn around, but his footsteps visibly paused. It's strange, those mortals, when they insulted the Yu family couple, I was uncontrollable and a rising anger. For once, it's real, not a game. Lin Yao raised his foot and continued forward. Neither the parents of the soul and body are to be dishonored. I am the body and I am the god. I am the temple and I am the consecration. What is cause and effect? Cause and effect everywhere. Lin Yao's voice was suddenly hoarse. Chu Hongyu, before you leave Zhongyang town, remember, take the horse bandits near Zhongyang town and clean up. Don't leave any of them behind. Don't let them go. Chu Hongyu, at this moment, bowed. Disciple honors the order of the ancestor. Lin Yao, with a complicated mood, followed that stone path, all the way forward. The dense forests and pastures in the compound of Wang's residence were vast, but the environment is pristine. In the pasture, you can even see a pile of feces. From time to time, there are also various kinds of demonic beasts that emit spiritual chi on their bodies to emerge. Lin Yao recognized these demonic beasts: Iron Eve's horned horse, coiled green bull, jade-lipped sheep, hidden mouse, and a fluffy, all over the place, not able to tell the exact breed of mixed spirit dog and spirit cat. These demonic beasts, after seeing Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu from afar, hid. Lin Yao could only glimpse their shadows along that stone path. After walking for miles, it was only then that Lin Yao saw a small courtyard built at the corner of a mountain, thatched with thatch. Lin Yao walks into the yard. Chu Hongyu immediately followed. Her eyes clouded over as she glanced at the thatched cottage in the yard. Ancestor, in the hut, 2 cultivators, 2 demonic beasts, 2 foundation builders, and 2 chi refiners. Lin Yao nodded slightly. Go on, open the door. Without hesitation, Chu Hongyu raised his hand and pinched out his sword finger in a wave. The roof of the thatched hut flew up and the walls cracked in half, and Lin Yao saw, under the collapsed thatched hut, a slightly chubby woman in her 30s, wearing a long, green-colored sarong. Was clinging to a large, shaggy, golden-haired dog more than half a man's height, shivering in the corner of the thatched hut. Next to the slightly chubby woman, there was a chubby young girl a fluffy, plump, white lion cat in her arms, and the fat woman, huddled together in the corner. At this time that chubby young girl, even more wild cry, Don, T come over, balls, run away, sister can't accompany you later. The cat in the girl's arms meowed, raised its head, and licked the corner of the girl's eye. Again, he rubbed his head against the young girl's plump face. The middle-aged woman on the side, on the other hand, flopped down on her knees. The golden demonic dog beside the woman was also psychic, prostrate on the ground with its head hanging down. The woman was just about to open her mouth and cry. Lin Yao's low, hoarse voice had come through. What was the purpose of that white parrot carrying the letterhead that you sent? The slightly chubby woman grabbed the ground with her head. In order to ask the two seniors to quickly leave Yangjiang town, I will pretend that I have never seen the two of you. Lin Yao snorted. You're Jiangjiang town, the town's guardian martial artist, and the two of us are a demon and an imperial prisoner. You don't catch us both to take credit. The woman's voice was urgent. If you can fight, it's called merit, but if you can't, it's purely a death sentence. Late death. The beasts and cats and dogs in this yard will all be finished. They have been captive and spoiled, and away from me, they will surely be other cultivators, hunting and eating meat and refining treasure. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. You can notify the Qingtian supervisors and ask them to send reinforcements. The slightly chubby woman, shaking her head like a rattle. The first to suffer when the Lord of the Chinatown comes, or these hairy children in my yard. The adults, who kill cows and eat goats when they say so, demonic beasts in their eyes. They are all born and raised by me. These demonic beasts are all enlightened, and unusual beasts are not the same. They're all intelligent, have feelings. Goddamn Chinatown supervisor even want to eat the child I raised with my own hands. My demon-sealing imperial beast sect, although it has fallen, cannot be ashamed of its ancestor, cannot be ashamed of the year. Take the Royal Beast Road Cultivation Ascension, sealing the demon immortal monarch of all things. Lin Yao glanced at the slightly chubby woman in front of him with a weird expression. A few extremely unnatural blinks followed. The demon sealer beast sect? Seal demons all things immortal. It seems like one of his own accounts from back in the day. This account, not having adopted a disciple himself, but it has bred a group of ferocious beasts that can be described as a mixed bag of strange and ferocious beasts. Chapter 12, We are just robbing. I'm not qualified to be your disciple, am I? Under the dilapidated thatched roof, the fat woman's expression grew more and more miserable. Lin Yao's expression grew weirder and weirder at this point. He rubbed his temples. No, there's something wrong with what you're saying. Immortal monarch sealing demons in all things should not have created a clan. Demon sealing and beast royalty sect. Where did it come from? Who built it? Say, that fat woman, glared at by Lin Yao, made her sweaty hairs stand up. She couldn't figure it out herself. Why is it that this young man in front of him, he obviously can't feel half of his cultivation, but his aura can make one's heart tremble. She gulped involuntarily. The demon sealing and beast control sect, itself, was actually created by the Li Xiao, the ancestor of Li Xiao. In his time, he was also a famous beast cultivator. However, he admired the immortal monarch of sealing demons and all creatures, for many times, but to no avail, until many years later, the immortal monarch of sealing demons and all things, ascended to true immortality, not knowing where he was. Grandmaster Li Xiao, adventurous and close, one of the strange beasts that the demon sealer of all immortals used to keep. 9 babies. After obtaining the approval of 9 babies, Fong built the demon and beast sealing sect, and let the demon and beast sealing sect disciples. They all recognize the immortal monarch of sealing demons and all creatures as the founding ancestor of the sect. Only then did Lin Yao nod slightly. That makes sense. If you do the math this way. The pair of masters and disciples in front of him had some karmic entanglements with themselves, but the karma between the two of them and themselves is not deep, purely because they have no relatives to rely on hard. And Chu Hongyu, this kind of actual disciple grandson, can't be compared. And look at this mansion. Such a big yard. So many beasts. The pair didn't have it too bad. So Lin Yao cocked his head. The whereabouts of the 9 babies, or any other strange beasts raised by the immortal monarch of demons and all creatures. You know what? The obese woman, from her face, squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. Seniors, if I know this level of hidden secrets, sealing the demon and beast clan is not so bad as this. The clan, there are only 2 people left, my disciple and I. The 9 infants level of strange evil, a monster of the level of the 9 babies. What's more, it's not my level of imperial beast cultivator can contact. Just from the door in the sage's canonical records, late generation vaguely guessed that the 9 infants should be in the North Sea near. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. The North Sea at the end of MT. Mang, you did leave it there, all these years, without changing the place? Then my cave in the North Sea, that blessed cave. He should be keeping watch for me too. I have to find the time to get my stored property back. The accumulation of my previous accounts is my property. Lin Yao murmured something in a low voice. Then he raised his head again, and looked before him, pulling the big golden retriever. The fat woman on her knees. Seeing that you are still quite frank and sincere, we will not make things difficult with you. The fat woman sighed in relief. She was a little glad that her earlier choice of there was no head-on confrontation with the demon or the imperial criminal. Otherwise, all the demonic beasts in his compound will suffer. But just then, Lin Yao stretched his back. But you made us sit in the Emerald House for 4 hours, with aching backs and cramped legs. This can't just go away. This way. I am mortal. You bring me those 2 jade shining night lions you keep. Send me 100 more spirit nourishing pills, plus 20 plants of the Qingxuan immortal grass. Lin Yao threw his hand forward and craned his neck in a righteous manner. The fat woman kneeling on the ground. Her face changed violently. The jade shining night lion is the rarest of the top quality ponies in the entire park. Just 1 male and 1 female? My master left them to me. And you just took them away? The elixir. It is a necessary elixir for the Foundation Establishment realm to impact the Jiedan realm. Although it is not rare, but 100 of them are too many. There is also the Qingxuan immortal grass. That's a fairy herb. Why don't you go grab it? But just then, behind Lin Yao, Chu Hongyu took a step forward, and in her hand, at some point, gripped a long, green-colored sword. She craned her neck to a uniform angle with Lin Yao, eyes flashing red, and at the same time, Lin Yao's hoarse voice came out in a ghostly manner. Or what? What do you think we're doing now? Not killing people because you too and I still have some karma. I've been good to you both. That's what we're robbing. Fat ass. And while Lin Yao was leading Chu Hongyu and robbing the town guard martial artists of Yangzhong Town, Great Zhou Dynasty, Northern Realm, Jingzhou, Fu Lu City. In the northeast corner of the magnificent city is the vast Bun Lake, the center of which, there is an island in the center of the lake, and on the island, a small, modest courtyard is built. It was early in the morning when the sky was bright. A cherry tree in the courtyard stretches its slender body out over the wall. The red cherries hanging from the treetops were slowly condensing a drop of dew downward. Just the drops of dew that hadn't had time to fall to the ground. A small white hand had already taken that red cherry. In one hand, a young girl in a red dress, with delicate features and 2 buns of hair. The voice called out sweetly toward the yard. Grandpa Zhu, wake up! You promised well that you would accompany me on the hunt today. After that, we go to the market to sell all the demonic beasts we hunted. Go to the drunken moon house, and have a big meal. You promised me. You don't need to renege today. And just then, snap, the door to the courtyard was pushed open by a large, rough, dark hand. A tall, stout, bearded, gray, dark old man in rough linen clothes. Bearing a mouthful of yellow teeth, he stepped out. You, my mythical yo, going hunting today? The saucy little girl nodded. Of course, you promised. The old man's brow furrowed as a look of difficulty appeared on his face. But Grandfather Kozu, there are important things to do today. The face of the delicate young girl drooped for a moment. Going to the academy again. Preaching? What happens if you don't preach? Preaching? It's that important? The old man raised his hand and rubbed the head of the delicate young girl. Mainly because time is running out. The delicate young girl cocked her head. How come there's not much time? You've retired from the court, and have plenty of free time. You just don't want to play with Miu Miu. You're a big liar. The young girl was so angry that she stomped her feet in place. The old man smiled helplessly. But Grandpa's time is really running out. The old man didn't go any further. Just looking up, at the sky, murmuring in a voice audible only to himself. Master, this year, the 18th day of the waxing moon, is the day of my disciple's return to the market. My disciple is foolish, not a good disciple, not gifted in cultivation, and thinks he's met a bright ruler. I thought I could make a great career out of him, make a name for myself in history, and live up to your teachings. But the rabbit died and the dog was cooked, and the king was like a tiger. Because of the disciple's stupidity, 7 sons, all dead. Disciple also lost again to fight a right and wrong. The heart of revenge to seek justice. Only wants to pass on this shallow skill that you imparted and the disciple comprehended before dying. Master, is it still possible for disciple to, before returning to the ruins, see you again? Is such a foolish me really qualified to be your disciple? Chapter 13, Cultivation. Cultivation is killing and crossing over, ancestor. Disciple enlightened. The old man of Fu Lu City, without lamenting for too long, lowered his head again. Start coaxing the little girl in the red dress, who was puffing up at the moment. The old man made kind words and faces, which made the one who had been puffing out his cheeks. A smile reappeared on the face of the little girl whose cheeks were braced red. Finally, in the early morning mist, the grandparents and grandchildren, who had been separated by an unknown number of generations, walked to the shore of the island in the center of the lake and took a ride in an outrigger boat that. The old man stood at one end of the crow's nest, holding up the pole and sculling the oar. The maiden sat at the other end of the crow's nest, taking off his shoes, a pair of snow-white feet, in the lake, swinging around, splashing a ripple. Teenage girl wiggles her feet while humming a ditty she heard somewhere. I have seen the warbler crowing in the Jade Hall of Haojing, and the flowers blooming early in the water pavilion of Li Huai. Who knew that it would be easy for the ice to melt away? I watched him raise a vermilion building. I watched him feast his guests, and I watched his building collapse. This moss and blue tile pile, I have slept the windy sleep, will be 50 years of rise and fall to see full. That Wui Lane is not surnamed Wang. Mo Lake ghosts cry at night. Phoenix Terrace perched on the Lord Bird. The dream of the remaining mountains is the most real, and it is hard to lose the old realm. I don't believe this opinion map change draft. Make up a set of morning Jiangnan and let your sad voice sing until you grow old. Mist on the lake, getting thicker. Gradually, it completely submerged the oubliette that was drifting on the lake, and far away in the sky, great masses of clouds that, it's being rolled set toward Fu Luchang. The storm is coming to Fu Luchang, and unlike the stormy weather of Fu Lu City, the intersection of Jingzhou and Liangzhou, heavy rain poured down, but on the mountain road from Liangzhou to Jingzhou, there were two white and gold shadows that, mist lingered outside his body, and he was speeding through the heavy rain. The two golden shadows were two white and gold stallions. The rain, which poured down in torrents, fell on the coats of the two steeds, but the heat which radiated from the steeds was, the vapor, turned into a white mist. Those two steeds, all snow white, but the mane is golden. When the steeds gallop, the mane, which was originally wet from the rain, actually swung from side to side like a fish's fin. On each of the two steeds was a rider, two riders, both with bucket hats and straw raincoats, and just then, an ear-splitting cracking sound came. A falcon, through the pouring rain, descends from the sky. The falcon landed on the figure mounted on a steed, wearing a cocked hat and a straw raincoat, on a raised arm. The falcon, then, turned into a piece of origami paper in the shape of a falcon, folded from yellow paper, and quickly dampened by the rain, but at the same time, an extremely delicate map unexpectedly appeared on the yellow paper. The figure with the yellow paper map pinched in his hand looked up. Ancestor, the topography of the terrain ahead, the pavement, have all been scouted out clearly. Not far from us is Jingzhou's treasure bottle town. Through the town of Baobab, and not far beyond, is the flushed platform. And after that, it is the capital of Jingzhou, Fu Lu City. The figure on the other stallion, too, raised his hand and mopped the rainwater off his face, revealing a clear teenage face, is precisely Lin Yao. 1.5 months, across almost 100 big mountains, only from Liangzhou, walked to Jingzhou, before in the game. Just think that the Spirit Ruins map is made big. How can you not finish exploring? Now look at it. This is not big. This is vast. A state of a dynasty in the Songhai world, with a land area that, it has caught up with the Russian Federation. Riding the shining jade lion, one has to run wild for more than a month to cross it. If this is by oneself. Lin Yao shook his head. However, the utilization of land in the spirit market world is really limited, not to mention those sects, even the villages that, towns and cities are built on spiritual veins. Places without spirit veins are completely unexplored wilderness. Lin Yao couldn't stop feeling emotional. At the same time, he twisted his head to look at Chu Hongyu behind him who was pinching the yellow paper map. How is the debt of karma you owe being repaid? 3,000 times. How many times are left? Under the bucket hat, Chu Hongyu's face, revealing a rushed and uneasy, like a student who has been temporarily sampled by a teacher for a question. Ancestor, as of yesterday, disciple has completed 246 great circumferences? Lin Yao sniffed and glared. It's only over 200 times, and there are still 2,700 great weeks left, but almost 1/6 of the time has passed, and you haven't even reached half of the standard progress. Chu Hongyu, do you want to seek death? If you want to seek death, disintegrate the Jindan in the middle palace and disperse your own aura. You can just find a rock and crash into it. You don't have to sympathize with me here. You look like you're going to die every day. You're going to live. Clapping down and shouting something like, I want revenge. You're like this, avenging a grandmother's leg. You yourself will be punished by the law of karma, and just as well, take me with you. Are you properly stoned or not? Chu Hongyu, reprimanded, lowered her head. The eyes went straight red in a circle. Eyes were about to fall into tears. Ancestor, disciple, high on all the pills, high on, nurturing spirit pills, Wan Quan Dan, Ice Heart Dan, are stoned, but except for the day of swallowing the golden element Dan, a breath of running 12 times outside the big circumference, the other pills, the effect is more and more unremarkable. It is the disciple's stupidity. Let the ancestor disappointed. Lin Yao on horseback was first stunned, then raised an eyebrow with a strange expression. Is the normal elixir effect reduction back in the game? An elixir that, getting too high can have this symptom, and you just said so many potions. Only the golden elemental pill is the most suitable for Yuaning realm cultivators to take. The other pills, the efficacy of the Yuaning stage of the cultivator. This is general. The 2 tiger guards, neither of them are high, and in their storage bags, the 2 of them, there is only 1 golden yuan dan that can still be taken. And the royal beasts clan in Zhongyang town is even poorer, scraping the ground, only to come up with 98 nourishing spirit dan. Finally forced them to take 20 wild-colored kites laid eggs. Lin Yao was currently staring at Chu Hongyu with burning eyes. The corners of his mouth quirked up slightly. This expression made Chu Hongyu involuntarily feel hairy in her heart. Ancestors. Ancestors. What's wrong? Lin Yao hemmed and hawed and laughed dryly twice. It's nothing. Just suddenly remembered that when I was in Jianjian town before, that fat woman Wang Zhu, I mentioned that the guardian of Baobao town is a rare den cultivator. With the distance we've traveled so far, it would take a lot more than that to get to Fulu City. It will also take more than 2 months. This time, cannot be wasted. You must get the new elixir. You suffer the punishment of the law of karma. It's not much, but you are being robbed and it will implicate me. You must succeed in repaying this karma. Lin Yao smiled and laughed, and his face suddenly became hideous. So, there's no other choice. To go to Treasure Bottle Town and find the local town guards. To kill people. It's the same old story. My neighbor is stocking grain and I'm stocking guns. And my neighbor is my granary. For a penny. Buy a bun and you'll eat all day. Buy a gun and you'll have something to eat every day. Lin Yao raised his head and looked at Chu Hongyu, who was, at the moment, blinking her eyes. What's wrong with what I said? Chu Hongyu raised her head and firmly shook her head. No, the ancestor is right. Ancestor teachings. The disciple has taken it to heart. In this world, what is not lacking is mediocre cultivators, and the resources they occupy for cultivation, and the storage bag containing their entire lives. As long as the disciple is better than them, these resources, as well as the storage bag, will all be the disciple's. It's just temporarily stored in there. Pills, magic treasures, and spirit mines, and those who are strong will get them and occupy them. Cultivation. Cultivation. Cultivation is a murderous transgression. Ancestor, that town guard martial artist of Treasure Bottle Town, we absolutely cannot let go. Chapter 14. The Fa house of Lao Tzu's year was pouted as a graveyard? Lin Yao looked in front of him, Chu Hongyu, with a leaping expression. He finally nodded in satisfaction. Go to Treasure Bottle Town. Lin Yao said no more and simply pulled the reins of the divine colt under his seat. The night-shining jade lion hissed and immediately ran towards the front. The cold rain from the sky constantly slapped against Lin Yao's face. It hit Lin Yao's cheeks raw. But in the meantime, he's gotten used to traveling through thick and thin. As of today, he has not yet begun to formally cultivate. His body is much stronger than a month and a half ago, but he is actually still immortal. But Lin Yao was in no hurry. With the Star Stealer in his hands, Lin Yao wasn't worried about his cultivation speed at all. However, this time, I am going to follow the path of the 10,000 dharmas and 10,000 karmas. Preparation must begin with refining essence and transforming qi. Refining essence and transforming qi is an introductory technique. The best choice is the secret of the way. It is the most suitable technique for the 10,000 laws and 10,000 karmas cultivation path. Just want to get this gongfu is very difficult. Lin Yao. Back then, the account of the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws was worshipped in the opening round. At that time, it was only in the Three Truths and 10,000 Laws sect, the #1 sect in the world, that this Tao was obtained and used to enter the world. But back in the day, in the game, if you held down the F key, you could just practice. What exactly was written in the book Secret of the Tao? Lin Yao forgot all about it. At the moment, Lin Yao knows of a place that still has the secret of the Tao, which is the cultivation method of the Tao. But it's a place where he can find the secret of the Tao. There was only his own cave residence that he had. Back then, set up on Beimang, the 10,000 Dharma hidden immortal monarchs. 9th Dharma mansion. Lin Yao couldn't help but murmur in a low voice at this moment. Could it be that we really need to take a trip to North Mang Mountain before we start practicing? And just as Lin Yao was thinking about all this, a foul odor, which came to his face, drilled into Lin Yao's nostrils, interrupting his thoughts. This stench had actually been diffusing around Lin Yao and the others for a long time. It's just that as Lin Yao and the others advanced, the stench, which grew more and more intense, until it got to the point where Lin Yao couldn't even stand it, couldn't even think about it. Lin Yao couldn't stop looking up and forward. He and Chu Hongyu, riding 2 horses, Night Shining Jade Lion, has crossed the coiled mountain road. In front of us is an endless plain. The plains of the sky, cloudy, heavy rain pouring down. The sky is as dark as ink in the rain and wind, and the dreary twilight clouds cover the journey ahead. Ahead of the 2 illuminated jade lions was a fairly broad, padded with a few stones on either side of the path. The path is lined with muddy fields that don't even have grass. Muddy fields, puddled because of the continuous downpour of rain. The potholes, which had turned into pools of blistering water. The blisters that, soaking a whitened corpse, a human corpse. The stench was coming from the dead bodies. And Lin Yao in their front actually has a few scattered rickety and dry and thin silhouettes, going from south to north. I don't know what I'm going to do. Chu Hongyu, at this time, lightly clamped his horse's belly, coming to Lin Yao's side, and Lin Yao, side by side. Ancestors. Now, we've reached the boundaries of Jingzhou. Jingzhou and Liangzhou are different. Is the northern border side of the Great Zhou. Few, affluent states and counties. The Lebanese people alone are going to be several times more numerous than Liangzhou. Lin Yao glanced at the body in the blister next to him. The number of mortals who have died in the wilderness is estimated to be several times greater. Jingzhou. This is a disaster? Chu Hongyu, who was on the side, snorted. The Great Zhou dynasty. It brought this upon itself. Back then, the founding emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, the great ancestor of Zhou, Gao Kong, originally just a mortal from a reckless background. It was only by chance that he committed himself to the road of cultivation, but he had a big heart and a clever tongue. Somehow managed to pull together a group of the great men of the day to become his arms. And he also lobbied the clans of the various states at the time and created the glorious Great Zhou Dao Sect Alliance. And with all the clans, with the heavens as proof, make a covenant not to betray each other. But now, times have changed, and the 1,000 or so clans that helped build the state of the Great Zhou back then, in the eyes of today's royal family of the Great Zhou, has become a stumbling block to the royal family. The centralization of power, clans within the Great Zhou country, by the royal family of the Great Zhou, the 4 military academies of heaven, earth, Shenhuang and Huang under the direct jurisdiction of the royal family of the Great Zhou are slowly being integrated into it by swallowing and nibbling away at it. If there are still sects that are stubborn and try to preserve the Taoist lineage, then the result will be, as in the case of the Qingxuan Sect, for a variety of reasons, slander him for collaborating with the enemy and betraying his country, then eliminate him, seize his resources, and humiliate and kill his disciples. Chu Hongyu raised her head and looked at the gloomy sky. The plagues in the north for years on end are the wrath of God. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow from the side. God's wrath, my ass. If you have time to expect the heavens to have eyes, you might as well sharpen the sword in your hand a few more times. Do you really expect God to help you take revenge? Chu Hongyu first froze, then immediately lowered her head. Ancestor's lesson. The disciple is babbling again. And just then, in the pouring rain, the hunched and thin shadows that Lin Yao had seen earlier, hobbling to the front of Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu. Only then did Lin Yao see it clearly. In this pedestrian, leading the way in front was an old man. The old man, after seeing Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu, and the night-shining jade lion under their seats, first he was horrified. Then he flung himself to his knees, not daring to raise his head. The few skinny stragglers behind that old man also followed that old man and knelt down together. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow from his horse. He lightly clipped the horse's belly, letting the night-shining jade lion take a few steps forward. Come to the old man. These stragglers, to an ordinary cultivator, might not be of much value, but in Lin Yao's eyes, these stragglers are NPCs that can lead to valid information. Where are you going, old man? The old man, kneeling on the ground, did not dare to look up, but the hoarse voice, piercing through the pouring rain, drifted into Lin Yao's ears. Back to the Lord. We have to climb to the mountain in front of us and die. The canyon under yonder peak, which we all call the Immortal's Gorge, and the deepest part of the canyon. It is said that there was once an immortal fall. Normal path. Can not enter, can only jump off the cliff. Our town has been rumored to die in the Immortal Gorge. In your next life you'll be an immortal too. Lin Yao's brows couldn't help but furrow. He saw that, of the group, all but the old man, though dry and thin, were, but not too old. What about this life? No more living? The old man kneeling on the ground froze, and his body involuntarily trembled twice. The rain was pouring down, at this moment, like it was going to break this old man's spine. If I could live in this life, I would definitely live in this life, but not alive, not alive. Since 10 years ago, we, in Jingzhou, have been plagued year after year, with the Willow River and the Spring Water River, 2 unfrozen waters, frozen by the cold, with ice as solid as stone, followed by a plague of locusts every 2 years. In the spring and fall, there is a plague. Some years ago it was the bubonic plague. This year it is the pimple disease, which began to spread in the spring. A bulge in a man's body, a bulge in a woman's body. A few moments of instant death is called a pimple plague. Comes summer and hit flooding. In the town, some of the people, starving, started eating people. Those of us who still had some sense left didn't want to become inhuman. So together, make a companion. Want to go to the Immortal's Gorge? Try your luck. Maybe you can really be an immortal in the next life. The old man hemmed and hawed twice. He finally looked up. Only the sunken eyes were so empty that he couldn't even tell if he was happy or sad. And right at this moment, Chu Hongyu, who was behind Lin Yao, finally couldn't help but open her mouth. Where's the subdued martial artist of Treasure Bottle Town? A military man who is the guardian of a territory and who receives offerings from the local people. There is also a general duty to shelter the local people. The old man hemmed and hawed a couple more times. Your honor jokes. Those who can qualify and make offerings to the town's martial artists are all landowners with fields and land in the town of Baobao. We're just a bunch of tenant farmers with no land. So where do we get off worshipping Lord Townkeeper? Chu Hongyu snorted and wanted to say something else, but just then, an ear-piercing cracking sound suddenly came. The dark, thick clouds in the sky were split in two. The curtain of rain beneath the clouds was split along with it. Behind the split clouds, a large ship, falling from the sky. That's right, the boat. A blackened ship, with two wings extending from either side of the hull. The sails are in the air on a large ship blown by a storm wind. The great ship that should be sailing on the sea is, at this moment, sailing in the sky. Lin Yao looked at the sky and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He had often seen this kind of treasure in the game back then. This is a large clan. The standard treasure, flying boat, used to carry monks and sail long distances. Lin Yao remembered at the time that he was, back then, in a game of. The shock of seeing this treasure for the first time. It was hard for him to imagine that there could be a game that could be so sky-high and take the treasures inside and make them like this. But now, the wind and the rain pounds. The flying boat treasure that I saw in reality was far better than the one I saw on the big screen in the game back then. Much more shocking. The flying boat fell from the sky, and after passing under the clouds, it flew straight south again. And up until this point, it was only then that Lin Yao realized that the flying boat, from the hull to the sails, was beyond tattered. The entire flying boat that, at this time, the ship was shaking. The stern, there was a fire leaping up, so that the stern, rising black smoke, the pouring rain, neither could put out the fire in the stern. At the same time, someone on the flying boat shouted at the top of his voice, Hu Xianxia, Taoist Hu, my brothers from my division, who originally traveled to Mount Mang in the north to explore the treasures and practice, unexpectedly encountered the attack of the immortal corpse of the 9 states. My sister, who was poisoned by the corpse, is in critical condition. I've heard that fellow Taoist who was originally from Kyushu, and that he was both a Dan cultivator and a medical cultivator. Also please Hu Taoist friend, save my sister's life. I read Furnace Hidden Sword Sect. Some other day will certainly thick gift offer. And the hissing from the flying boat had just fallen. Farther away, a ghostly voice drifted in as if from the heavens. Come on, come to the bottle town. Come to, Chu Hongyu, who was behind Lin Yao, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This vastness, this town guard of Treasure Bottle Town is also at the Jiedan realm. God damn, that fat woman in Zhongyang town, lying to us. But why would a Jiedan realm cultivator stoop to living in a small town and being a town guard? And the Red Furnace Hidden Sword Sect, isn't that a sect in the southwest realm of the Great Zhou? It's so far away. You're here to train at MT. Mang? Is it to practice? Or did you see my northern realms clans withering away and want to come and fight for any favors? As for Lin Yao, at this time, his eyes flickered with a ghostly light. We flayed that fat lady from Yangzheng town, and she holds a grudge against us. The information given to us, 7 real and 3 false. Very normal. I didn't believe the information she gave me. I didn't kill her. I'm worried that she'll jump over the wall and call in the Jintian supervisor. She'll make trouble for us. She's like that. It's already considered in the cultivation world, the top kind-hearted and soft-hearted people, who can safely cultivate to the foundation establishment realm. All luck and she doesn't fight. I'm more concerned about the guards of the town of Treasure Bottle. From the 9 states under heaven? Lin Yao lowered his head and looked again at the old man kneeling on the ground. That old man was stared at by Lin Yao's eyes and she involuntarily gulped. My lord, about our town guards, we, the paupers, don't know much, only know that he is indeed an outlander. Lin Yao rubbed his chin a few times. He then looked up at the sky again, at the rickety flying boat, North Mang Mountain, immortal corpse of the 9th state, treasure hunting adventures. The treasure hunting place of these dogs will not be me, the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws, the 9th house of the law on MT, Mang in the north. Back then, in order to prevent any cat or dog from approaching my 9th Dharma palace, I have indeed placed a number of undead corpses from the 9th Dharma mansion in the vicinity of the 9th Dharma mansion. If this group of dogs really happened to break into the 9th Dharma palace, Then my hidden treasure. They're not going to move too, are they? Lin Yao's face was instantly gloomy. The ninth mansion of the law has 9 floors, and this bunch of dogs can at most enter the first floor. All of Lao Zi's important magic treasures should still be, but the ninth Dharma mansion that Lao Tzu set up back then, the contents of which, it's all reserved for the old man himself. Are you allowed to move? You just move. You guys really think I'm dead? Lin Yao's face grew more and more gloomy. In his life, the thing Lin Yao disliked the most was when others touched his things. He was possessive. Really possessive. The secret of the Tao wouldn't have fallen into their hands as well. Back then, when I used the account of the hidden immortal king of the 10,000 laws, it just used the secret of the Tao as an introductory Tao. And when the ninth Dharma mansion was constructed, the secret of the Tao was thrown directly on the first floor. If this group of dogs treasure hunting and practicing place is really my ninth Dharma palace, then the secret of the Tao must be in their hands as well. Damn it, give back my secret of the Tao. There are other treasures from the ninth floor that are also important. With these treasures, I'll be able to log on to the 10,000 laws of the hidden immortal monarch. No matter what, I absolutely can't let these dogs off the hook. Lin Yao's expression grew more and more hideous. He couldn't help but grasp the reins of the Jade Lion of the night, and in the meantime, the hunched old man who was originally kneeling on the ground also spoke cautiously. Great Lord! Also, is there anything else you want to ask? Lin Yao shook his head with an ironic expression. No more. You guys damn well go jump off a cliff. Afterwards, Lin Yao directly drove his horse and ran. Chu Hongyu rode another horse, the knight shining Jade Lion, and hurriedly followed. Ancestor. What happened? Lin Yao didn't turn around. Instead, there was an icy voice that drifted ghostly over. Old Mi's Dharma mansion back then seems to have been pouted as an immortal tomb. What the? Is that your stuff? You guys just move it around. Chapter 15, you're at the Jedan realm. And you're still in pure love? If you want to save her, look for me. The white gold Jade Lion of the night chased the dark ship in the sky. The Jade Lion of the night, the Jade Lion of the night. Flying boat full of swords, heading for Treasure Town. Lin Yao was in a very bad mood right now. Although Lin Yao's treasure house that he left in the Spirit Ruins realm back then may have been pouted. Anticipate this. But he saw the grave robber in front of his eyes. Lin Yao was still furious. Is it yours? You guys just move it? The shining knight Jade Lion, at this time, ran faster and faster. The flying boats in the sky, on the other hand, were flying slower and slower for some unknown reason. Finally, the flutter. It smashed into a wide lake within Treasure Bottle Town, splashing 1,000 waves. As for Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu, at this time, they were also riding 2 shining knight Jade Lions that arrived at the gates of the town of Baobab. It is different from Yangzhong town. The gates of the town of Baobab were built in a very expansive manner, on the open gates on both sides, left and right, each engraved with a male and female cultivator. The flying form holding the vase looks exquisite. At the entrance of the city, there were only a few people in straw raincoats, going in and out of the city gates. Only after seeing Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu riding the 2 night shining Jade Lions, the people, all of them, had the good sense to get out of the way. In the meantime, Chu Hongyu raised the yellow paper in his hand. Ancestor, the Treasure Bottle Town Guard, is the Jedan Realm cultivator. Are we still going? Lin Yao looked up at the flying boat in the sky, eyes twinkling. Go! Why don't you go? The Jedan Realm is terrific? And now, there is something even more important than this elixir in the hands of the dancers. Show up. Chu Hongyu, see that flying boat in the sky? I suspect that a couple of dogs on this flying boat, stealing your ancestor, my treasures from the Dharma house back then. What do you think? Chu Hongyu sucked in a mouthful of cool air. How dare you? My ancestor Qingxian, the first successor to the Dharma house left on earth. How should also be my Qingxuan Sect's disciple? You Southwest Red Furnace Hidden Sword Sect, what kind of thing? Also dare to rob my ancestor's hidden treasure. Grab it back, ancestor. It must be snatched back. This matter must not be left alone. Not only do we have to snatch back your hidden treasures, ancestor, but we also have to make them pay twice as much. Chu Hongyu's eyes were surging with killing intent at this time. Break their arms and legs and cut off their heads. Lin Yao glanced at Chu Hongyu's face through the bucket hat. That beautiful face. Murderous. This kid is getting further and further down the embryo killing route. However, Lin Yao nodded in satisfaction. This girl is carrying a blood feud. The route of killing embryos is just right for her. What else would she be taught? Teach her to be good and to become a Buddha? Screw. Lin Yao never teaches his disciples this way. Lin Yao once again rubbed a handful of rainwater from his face at this time. Put your killing intent away for now. Hold back. Hold back, understand? A man of great deeds does not show his face when he is happy or angry. And his face does not change when a mountain crumbles in front of him. A moose walks on the left without a glance. And just then, Lin Yao saw, in the distance, 3 streams of light rising from the Great Lake in Baobao Town. The stream of light flew towards a 9-story tower at the very center of Treasure Bottle Town. Meanwhile, within Treasure Bottle Town, there seemed to be a surge of breath in many of the streets. Chu Hongyu narrowed his eyes. Ancestors. Within this Treasure Bottle Town, there are quite a few cultivators. They're all gathering toward that 9-story tower at this point. In that 9-story tower, there is the aura of a Jiedan realm cultivator surging, and the guardian martial artist of Treasure Bottle Town. It's inside that 9-story tower. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Qingxuan Sect's Dongxian hidden world breathing method. Will it? Adjust your breathing. Suppress your cultivation to the middle stage of foundation establishment, and then let's go over. Remember, no matter what happens, no disordered breathing, and when I tell you to do it, you do it again. If you weren't told to do it, you stood honestly by the ancestral god. Chu Hongyu immediately nodded respectfully. The disciple obeys. The pupils of Lin Yao's eyes flickered with a ghostly aura. His index finger lifted and tapped the saddle. He now actually has a sore back and leg cramps. He is a mortal who has traveled a long distance for so long. The bones have long been to fall apart. According to Lin Yao's original plan, when he arrived in the town of Baobao, he was to first find an inn to rest comfortably. It's best to find 2 more pretty girls to give yourself a foot massage to ease the traveling of these days. But the appearance of that flying boat broke Lin Yao's original plan. What about the dog on that flying boat that healed and ran away while he was resting? These dogs, if they really got their hands on the secret of the way, it would be for the present-day self too. It's also a bit of a chance. And just as Lin Yao was thinking, the 2 Jade Knight Shining Lions had already carried Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu across 8 streets and alleys, arrived under that 9-story tower. Closer to that tall tower, Lin Yao realized that this tall tower was built in an exceptionally grand manner. Carved railings in jade, Dan pillar carving Jew. On the first floor of the tower, the door was open, and on the door, 2 plaques hung. The first plaque, in gold letters on a black background. On it were 4 big words in Dragon's Flight, 9 True Dan Pagoda. Under the large plaque is a small plaque, with red letters on a black background, Everlasting Life Pavilion. Behind the open door is a cabinet. The way the cabinets are arranged, like a merchant store in general. In front of each cabinet, there is a graceful young girl wearing a long goose yellow dress. One by one, the honored guests were dressed in fine hats and furs. In front of a cabinet, picking out something, the young girls in their long goose yellow dresses, who were in charge of introductions and receptions. At that moment, a number of well-dressed new guests came through the doors of the Everlasting House. Some of them pretended to select goods in the Everlasting Life Museum on the first floor. Some went straight to the second floor of the tower. In addition to these rich and powerful people, the left side of the gate, there were also skinny women in rough linen, kneeling on, rushing at a young girl, also wearing a long goose yellow dress. He kept kowtowing. Miss, I beg you to reward me with an elixir of eternal life. I am willing to cook and boil water for the Everlasting Life Pavilion, picking firewood and doing odd jobs, begging the girl to be merciful, begging the female bodhisattva to be merciful. However, the young girl with a clear face wearing a long goose yellow dress only smiled indifferently. This is the Eternal Life Pavilion, not the Temple of Compassion. Eternal Life Pill. Marked down. If you can't afford it, go and get the money. What's the use of crying to me? I'm Everlasting Life. Are you still missing a handyman? Furthermore, in this great state of Jingzhou, these days, more people have died. Today, I, the Everlasting Life Pavilion, took pity on your son and started this. So tomorrow, the poor people of Baobao Town will be able to take care of themselves. They all come to my Eternal Life Pavilion to ask for the elixir. I'm in business at the Evergreens. And just then, the clear girl in the long goose yellow dress, out of the corner of her eye, he caught a glimpse of Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu, who were riding on the 2 night shining jade lions. The Qingxiu girl's pair of Danfeng eyes immediately lit up. The previous frost on her face disappeared all of a sudden and was replaced by a bright smile. With a twist of her body, she was about to run in the direction where Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu were. But the scrawny woman, who had crawled over, not knowing when, dirt-covered palms grasped the gossamer girl's ankles, asking the Lady Bodhisattva for mercy. The young girl in the long goose yellow dress frowned and, raising his foot, he kicked the poor woman in the arm. There was a click. The poor woman's little arm broke all of a sudden, the whole thing bending strangely. The poor woman clutched her broken arm and wailed and cried in the pouring rain. Son, mother is useless. Son, mother is sorry for you. The young girl in the long goose yellow dress, on the other hand, braved the rain and, smilingly, she ran to Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu's side. 2 honored guests. You're from outside of Treasure Bottle Town, aren't you? What do you want to buy from me at the Everlasting Life Museum? Don't stand in the rain. You too. The colt under your seat. There will be a specialized boy in charge of taking care of it, so both of you quickly follow me into the house. That young girl, in the pouring rain, in front of Lin Yao, the body unconsciously leaned forward. The long skirt on her body was quickly beaten wet, and the snow white under the long skirt was hidden. And this young girl, still in the rain, winking at herself, winking eyes. Lin Yao unconsciously raised his eyebrows. In this everlasting life museum, take this test, cadres? Which cadre can withstand such a test? Lin Yao involuntarily coughed lowly a few times. He knew that the maiden before him, seeing that he and the knight shining jade lion under Chu Hongyu's seat were not bad, that's why they were particularly attentive to him. Still, he rolled over and dismounted. The eyes recklessly surveyed the body of the young girl, the vaguely visible snow-white places. Looking at the young girl, after blushing, he took a step towards the everlasting life museum. Chu Hongyu's gaze, on the other hand, involuntarily, fell on the poor woman who was still crying. Longevity pill. What is it? That goose-yellow maiden immediately turned back at the words and rushed towards Chu Hongyu, smiling in a guffawing manner and slightly owing her body. It's an elixir made by my Baobao town's guardian martial artist, immortal who, when a mortal eats it, can get a long life. The cultivator swallowed, can be fine cultivation for mortals to buy Dan. Silver 100 taels, cultivators seek Dan. The 1 yuan spirit stone. Lin Yao glanced at the goose-yellow girl, directly snorted, ad hominem, just don't say it. Among the elixirs, the elixir of longevity is the rarest and most difficult to make. How many people cultivate it? Isn't it just one long life that you seek? What so many cultivators, who have vomited their hearts and souls to seek, you can do with a single elixir? The young girl, at this time, had already led Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu, stepping into the eternal life pavilion. She didn't see the slightest bit of embarrassment on her face even after hearing Lin Yao's words. As soon as I heard your honored guest say that, slave knew that your honored guest must have come from a not so uncommon background. There are definitely no pills on this first floor that can catch your eye either. So slave will take you upstairs. Lin Yao sniffed and glanced at the young girl. Upstairs? How many floors? I see that all these guests on the first floor are also rich in countenance. Lin Yao's voice was not low. Many guests in the Eternal Life Pavilion turned their heads to look at Lin Yao. That wonderful girl still had a quiet smile on her face. The guests on the first floor are naturally rich, and they are all the rich and wealthy landlords of my Baobao town. If you have superior financial resources, naturally you can also go up to the second floor. But the second floor, further up, sells pills but it is not for mortals. The 3rd to 5th levels are for qi refiners. That is, the refining essence and transforming qi stage of the cultivator to provide the elixir. The 6th to 8th floors are for cultivators who have refined their qi and built up their foundations, the elixir offered. As for the 9th floor, that is immortal whose place of alchemy, the only honored guests, or a cultivator at the Jidan realm can ascend to the 9th floor. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. The few dogs that just rode the flying boat, those few cultivators. Now, on the 9th floor, the young girl in the long goose-yellow dress grinned. But this time, she was just about to open her mouth. This beautifully shaped tower. Suddenly it shook. There was a roaring sound, coming from the upper levels of the tower. Chu Hongyu fiercely took a step forward and pulled Lin Yao back. And just then, the ceiling of the first floor of the Eternal Life Museum, cracks appeared violently, followed by a roar. A large hole appeared in the ceiling of the everlasting hall. 2 figures, one black and one white, smashed down. It hit the floor of the Everglades. Splash of smoke. Wait for the smoke to clear. It was only then that Lin Yao saw the 2 people who were fighting. It was actually 2 young men, one black and one white, wearing Taoist robes and long shirts. The white-clothed youth was underneath, cloaked, with a long sword in his hand across his body. His face was covered in blood. The black-robed youth was on top, his hair tied up in a high ponytail by a hairband, his sword in both hands. The long sword slashed straight downward, his face equally covered in blood. At this moment, the cloaked, white-clothed youth's voice tore. Zimu, you wild bastard, you're so upside down, how dare you lay your hands on me? That black-robed youth, his expression was hideous. Senior brother Duhan, please also call out the hidden heavenly pearl. The young man in white, gritting his teeth, as if from too much exertion, the corners of his mouth, all oozing blood, the hidden heavenly pearl, and what's inside, will be returned to the sect. How many people died during this experience? Li Zimu, aren't you clear? That bastard, the dancer, asked for half of the treasure in the hidden sky pearl. On what grounds? The black-robed youth similarly bared his teeth. He had a mouthful of white teeth, and at this moment, they all looked like they were about to be bitten to pieces by him. On what grounds? Just by virtue of the fact that it was senior sister Qin's father who sought out the place for this training ground. Uncle Qin's body, which is still in North Mang Mountain. We didn't bring it back, and just by this time, the sacrificed fellow disciples, mostly under Uncle Qin's command, disciples from Bone Sword Peak. It's Bone Sword Peak disciples, breaking the back. Only you and I have this ray of life. Bone Sword Peak. Several elders of the Jiedan realm consummation also died in the North Mang Mountain, which was originally the chance of Bone Sword Peak. You and I made up the numbers to follow, but we picked up the slack. The elder of the Bone Sword Peak, and his fellow brothers, had only one last word before they died. That is to bring senior sister Qin home. Du Han, don't forget. Senior sister Qin, the two of you have a marriage contract. She's your future Dao couple. The voice of the young man in white lying on the ground tore. So what? I'll ask you what about that? The Dao couple can still be found again. The clan's chance for revival is only this time. The black-robed youth. His face became even more hideous. Duan, don't ing bull me. You are to see the Qin master uncle. The death of the North Mang Mountain. Bone Sword Peak. After this battle. Also withered almost. You want to change a Dao mate. You want to go to climb the high branch. Want to go to the daughter of the master. Is not it? Du Han snorted. So what if it is? You want to accuse me? Are you worthy? Wild bastard. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. You call me brother and sister. But in fact you've been thinking about Qingju for a long time. All mortals know that a friend's wife is not to be bullied. What about you? You wild bastard? After all these years of monasticism, there's no more propriety in repairing. Those two youths, while hissing, increased the force of the swords in their hands. Inside the everlasting pavilion, a fierce wind suddenly blew. Chu Hongyu hurriedly blocked in front of Lin Yao. Ancestor. Two Jiedan realms, but they should be at the early Jiedan stage, just like me. Moreover, they are heavily injured and their spiritual power is deficient. If they sneak attack, they have a chance to double kill. However, Lin Yao slightly tilted his head at this moment. What a dog and pony show. If only there were a handful of melons. But what that white youth said is not right. All cultivated. What more propriety, righteousness, honesty and shame. You'll know, when you go for a walk on Wanyi Mountain, that all that is bull asterisk. That black-robed youth is also quite interesting. Rushing to the red face, all at the Jiedan realm, and having pure love? And just then, at the top of the tower, a ghostly voice drifted in. Two Taoist friends. The price is negotiable. Why are you fighting inside my Dan Tower? The two of you are trying to tear down my Dan Tower. In the meantime, an immortal, bearded Taoist priest with a duster in his hand, wearing a blue Taoist robe. From the hole in the ceiling of the Pavilion of Eternal Life, it flew down. The old Taoist landed with a shriveled woman at his side. The woman was wearing a long purple dress. Her face was pale. Her eyes were scarlet. And what was even more horrifying was that half of the woman's cheeks had rotted away. The teeth were exposed, but it was evident from the other features of the woman, which were still intact, that the woman, when healthy, should be considered a beauty too. That old Taoist flung his duster at this time. Two Taoist friends can quickly discuss a result. Time waits for no one. 1 point later, the corpse poison on this girl's body is 1 point heavier. In the end, this fairy, I'm afraid she will become an undead corpse. When the black-robed youth heard this, his face became even more hideous, and killing intent was already revealed in his eyes. But just then, a hoarse voice drifted out. Ghostly, Chu Hongyu, clearly saw that the ancestor, who was originally standing behind her, took a step forward. Bad old man, don't fart. No fart leather flinty-voiced rammer. Are you bullying no one here who's been to Kyushu world? The immortal corpse of Kyushu, was it so born? The world of Kyushu, because of the river of the three lives flowing through it. The yellow springs occasionally flow backwards, so there are souls that fail to enter the underworld normally after death, and the souls rejoin their corpses. Then it became an undead corpse. Undead corpse, want to continue life, can only eat people? So also known as cannibalism corpse. This girl, she's not even dead now. Into your mom's undead corpse. She's just covered in the unusual undead corpse poison. If you want to save her, look for me. Chapter 16. The world's love disaster is nothing but a sugar heart falling low and bitter. The Dan female sword fairy called him an ancestor? At this moment, inside the everlasting life pavilion, the old Taoist, who was carrying a duster, looked up sharply. Eyes burningly stared at the figure next to Chu Hongyu. It was a man with a bucket hat a clean-cut young man in a straw raincoat. On this teenage boy, the old Taoist could not feel the slightest bit of cultivation, but this teenager at this moment, the smile hanging on his face, made him unable to stop his heart. And just then, there was a popping sound. Inside the everlasting pavilion, on both sides, the stairs that originally led to the upper floors of the high tower were, at some point, filled with people. These men, variously clad, some in splendor, others in the unusual long shirts of the literati. Others wore rough linen clothes and carried broadswords, but they all had burning eyes. The pupils of his eyes contained a refined light, clearly different from mortals. These people, obviously, are all cultivators. They should all be the other guests who were previously shopping for elixirs upstairs. They heard, from downstairs, a strange noise, so they all ran down. They whispered and asked each other what was going on in the first floor Everlasting Life Museum. Someone is causing trouble inside Immortal Who's Dan Tower? It's not a disturbance. It's a pair of fellow brothers, fighting over a woman. Fighting over a woman. Which woman? Just the woman. Next to the Immortal seems to have been poisoned. The face is rotten. Even if it's cured, that face can be restored as it was before? You don't understand. The world's love. But the summer white porcelain plum soup. Broken ice hit the wall clanking. The world's love robbery. But 3-9 black tiles, yellow and fresh. Sugar hard fall low bitter for words. But why is the Immortal staring angrily at the man with the cocked hat on his head? Where are the mortal boys in straw raincoats? This teenager just demolished the Immortal. He doesn't want to die. This teenager, who just said Immortal Chief, is a fartless flinty-voiced rammer. His whole family doesn't want their lives anymore. Get it? He thinks he's had a bad life, trying to drag my parents to an early reincarnation with me. But just then, the black-robed youth with the high ponytail, however, suddenly raised his head, and likewise looked toward, with a cocked hat on his head, Lin Yao in a straw raincoat. What did you just say? Lin Yao raised his chin up slightly. When I said, your sister, then her eyes were scarlet, and her face, with her cheek half rotted off, was, the woman who showed her skeletal teeth, can't turn undead. Do you think that undead corpses are cabbage on the side of the road, that you can just stumble upon them? Of the 4 worlds, only the world of Kyushu has given birth to undead corpses. Do you know why? The underlying principles and the essential causes are not known, and the old path of the sick. This, if not you, who? Lin Yao shook his head with emotion as he spoke. That black-robed youth's voice, however, suddenly rose. I'm asking you if you can really save my senior sister. Lin Yao hugged his bladder. Fool you for what? I have a way to cure her, but nowadays, the means I can use are limited. But the only way to cure her without using her cultivation should be that one. Lin Yao rubbed his chin a few times. He lifted his head and glanced over his shoulder. Only the Star Stealer interface, which he could see, was still glowing. And just then, the black-robed youth's voice tore. Red Furnace Hidden Sword Sect, Dusty Sword Peak, Li Zimu, requesting senior, save my senior sister's life. And as Lin Yao heard this, the corners of his mouth finally revealed a smile at this moment. But then he raised his hand and pointed. He raised his hand to point at the black-robed youth, who was still being forced by the sword to lie on the ground. Cloaked young man in white. Let me save her? Yes, but you're going to pay for it too. The black-robed youth. His voice became more urgent. At what cost? Lin Yao's index finger moved towards the white-robed youth, the storage bag at his waist. I want you, and he just mentioned the contents of the hidden celestial bead. All of it. Silence. The entire Eternal Life Pavilion was indescribably silent at this moment. I have just guided Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu. The young girl wearing a long yellow dress who entered the Eternal Life Museum carefully moved to the side a few times, as if she wanted to avoid getting into trouble. Just drops of water on the young girl, falling to the ground along the corners of her long skirt. The time when it shattered into a splash. The Everlasting Life Pavilion suddenly erupted in deafening laughter. Upside down. Upside down. This mortal boy, surely the demented child of some family, somehow, enter the Everlasting Hall, and don't throw him out. Mother, how to think, Hu Xian Long, all only dare to ask for half of the things he even dared to all want. Where the hell did he come from to be so confident all the time? Silly doll, this isn't the place for you to be fooling around. There are quite a few immortals here. Do you know what an immortal is? Who brought in the cutie? Bring it out quickly. Immortal who? At your command. I'll help you clear up this sin. With a slap on the wrist. I'll make sure to slap him into a pulp. That immortal old Taoist, at this time, also smiled and shook his head with emotion. He had just, surprisingly, really felt, for a moment, that Lin Yao. It was some elder whose cultivation he couldn't even tell. And now that he looked at it, he was really being overly concerned. The white-clothed youth, who was pressed to the ground by the black-robed youth, also let out a piercing laugh. Li Zimu, see, you're a wild bastard of a natural born. Now, Even cutie. You're a wild son of a. It's all making fun of you. In the eyes of the black-robed youth. At this moment, looking at Lin Yao, it was also full of incredulity and skepticism. Lin Yao smacked his lips a few times. It's a bad idea to have no cultivation. No one believes what you say. He then turned his head to look at Chu Hongyu on the side. Chu Hongyu closed the breathing method. Breathe normally. Chu Hongyu, who had been quiet on the side, first made a respectful bow to Lin Yao at this moment. Then a long breath of green air visible to the naked eye. Yes, ancestor. And just then, a streak, visible to the naked eye, of green lightning appeared on Chu Hongyu's body. But that's not all. Lin Yao also took a deep breath at this time. Star Stealer is up and running. The remaining power of the Qingxuan Sword Immortal account, which had been logged in once before. At this moment, once again, it appeared on Lin Yao's body. Vaguely, behind Lin Yao, there appeared carrying a long sword, a green-shirted man. A terrifying heavenly might descended upon the Eternal Life Pavilion. The just lively, full of bantering and mocking voices, everlasting life pavilion, was quiet all of a sudden. A good long while later, it was only then that someone couldn't stop murmuring. Spiritual energy leaks out like thunder, and the mouth exhales like green smoke. Cultivator. Jiedan Realm Cultivator. Jiedan Realm. And this overpowering aura. A sword cultivator? Sword cultivators aren't scary. That green-shirted man is immortal. Sword immortal. But why did that silhouette, which only appeared for a moment, it just disappeared without a trace? Am I blind? Did you not blink your eyes? That Jiedan Realm female sword fairy managed to call that teenage boy, called ancestor. Did I just taunt that senior? You guys? By saying that I'm now kneeling down and kowtow 981 more times. This senior, can you forgive me? I just really was unintentional. I am still a child. Seniors will definitely not be bothered with me. Right. You guys quickly speak up. Elder will not count with me. Quickly say ah. Chapter 17. My true state depends on your imaginations. A great scholar will argue for me. Chu Hongyu's eyes were filled with glare at this time. Her hair was windless, and on each flying strand of hair, all of them had thin filaments of lightning wrapped around them. But this gallant Chu Hongyu, clad in a straw raincoat, with lowered brows and drooping eyes, respectfully standing behind Lin Yao, together with the previous Chu Hongyu, the respectful voice of the ancestor, and behind Lin Yao, the green-shirted man who appeared for only a moment. These cultivators present, although they still couldn't perceive Lin Yao's cultivation, but there was no longer a single cultivator who thought that it was Lin Yao's problem when a person who could make a Jiedan Realm sword cultivator, respectfully address him as an ancestor. But you, as a cultivator not yet at the Jiedan Realm, can't perceive the other party's cultivation level. Whose problem do you think this is? It must be a ing problem of its own. It is that one's own cultivation is too low, like a frog in a well, unable to see the bright moon, like a mayfly, can't see all the way to the blue sky. Lin Yao was interested in this time, standing around the crowd in the Longevity Pavilion. The subtle expressions on their faces were all taken in. The rich merchants and businessmen on the first floor, who were originally dressed in gorgeous clothes, had all by this time been brought down from the upper floors by the cultivators. Crowded to the gate or the gate of this kind of occasion. These landlords and lords, but they are not even qualified to watch. The various cultivators who came down from the upper floors also looked different, and on the faces of most of them, were all shocked and terrified, and many more unnaturally stroked their knees and seemed to want to get down on their knees and kowtow to themselves, and others rubbed their mouths with jittery expressions, all of whom had spoken out of turn earlier. Fear of retaliation against yourself just moved away in small steps. The wonderful young girl in a long goose yellow dress. Then, silently again, she came closer, and when she looked at Lin Yao, she was still smiling like a flower, her winks like silk. That old Taoist holding a duster, on the other hand, had a cloudy expression on his face. It seemed that for a moment, couldn't figure out Lin Yao's bottom line. That black-robed youth, Li Zimu, on the other hand, had a face of surprise. It seemed to be thinking that his own senior sister was truly saved. The young man in white, Du Han, on the other hand, had a shadowy face, and he gritted his teeth and, like you're going to sink your teeth into it. A glimpse of the human condition. Lin Yao snorted. In the spirit ruins cultivation world, the strong are honored. This truth, after all these years, in this world, is really unchanged. Oneself now, even if one honestly admits that one has no cultivation and is only immortal, they won't believe it either. What realm one is in depends entirely on their imagination. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air at this moment. He looked at the black-robed youth. Do you have any objections to the offer I just made? The black-robed youth shook his head. Nope, just asking senior to save my senior sister's life. Lin Yao raised his chin. Then what are you waiting for? I can't save your senior sister until the hidden heavenly pearl is in my hands. The black-robed youth turned his head violently. The fierce intent in his eyes increased. He stared dead at the white-clothed youth lying on the ground. Du Han took the hidden sky pearl and gave it to me. Du Han gritted his teeth. The expression also became more and more hideous. Dream on, Li Zimu. What you've done today, all the seniors and elders of the sect, sooner or later, will know about it. Let's see how you still have the face to see your master. Li Zimu grinned, and the expression on his face began to distort. Clan? Du Han. I'm not like you. I'm a dark star cultivated by the sect since I was a child. Since the beginning of his initiation, he has been doing all sorts of dirty and nasty things for the sect. And over the years, how many spirit veins, how many elixirs, and how many resources have I acquired for the clan? Only I know for sure that the clan has so-called nurturing grace. I paid it off a long time ago, but back in my day, when I first entered the clan as an outer disciple and was bullied by other outer disciples, it was Sister Qin, who happened to be passing by at the time, who pulled me out of those overwhelming punches and kicks. She also gave me half of her elixir, so that I could stand out among the crowd of outer disciples, and after that, she in turn introduced me to her father, Qingxuan Master. It was Qingxuan Master who taught me the first real Taoist mind method. Who was Qingxuan Master? Arranged for me to enter the Dark Star column. Peak Master, preach me the way, teach me the way, solve my confusion. Qin Lang Peak Master. It is my true master, and in the entire Red Furnace Hidden Sword Sect, only the disciples of Bone Sword Peak are my true fellow disciples. Now, the children of Bone Sword Peak are almost dead, and the only thing I have to keep down is the Peak Master's orphan son. My lady. At this moment, Li Zimu held his sword in both hands, the long sword in his hand, the body of the sword. At this moment, even appeared dots of golden starlight. On Li Zimu's body, the veins all over his body bulged out as well, and his eyes were streaked with blood. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed down, sword by sword. Each sword slashed down towards the white-clothed youth's head, and with each slash, there was an ear-piercing dragon's roar whistling. The white-clothed youth lying on the ground panicked and raised his sword to parry. The sword in his hand, at this moment, flashed with green light. There was thunder entwined. The two long swords, every time they collided, there were spots of gold and red fire spreading out like fighting sparks, blasting outwards for tens of meters. Fortunately, the old Taoist who was holding a duster, flung his big sleeve. Several talismans flew out, transforming into a birdcage that held Li Zimu and Du Hong, encircled in a semicircular boundary with a diameter of 20 meters, which, in turn, preserved the 9-story tower. Lin Yao whistled from the sidelines. Not only is it pure love, but it's a childhood sweetheart. A white moon, plus the enchanted orphan. Buffs are stacked, so no wonder it's such a fight. Chu Hongyu cocked her head slightly from the side. Red Furnace Hidden Sword Sect. It seems that the attainments of the Sword Dao are mediocre. These two tampers, they are also considered sword cultivators? Even if he is seriously injured and his spiritual power is exhausted, he should not hold his sword like this. The two of them are now fighting like this, completely fighting for their respective life cultivation. What's the difference between that and the shrewd gangsters on the roadside? Ancestor once said that my generation of sword cultivators, even if they die in battle, they should still maintain the bones of holding a sword. Lin Yao unconsciously coughed a few times beside him. Did he ever say such a thing? It seems to say that. He once said to Chu Hongyu, in the game, that the most important thing for a sword cultivator is to be pushy. To let people know that you are a sword cultivator right out of the gate. There is a tree on the side of the road. You have to carry a sword and stand on the top of the tree. And there is a ship on the sea. You have to cut the big ship into two halves with a sword. After that you come out. Have dragons to cut down dragons. Have scaly scales to kill scaly scales. Even if you die in battle, you still have to keep the bones of holding a sword. He said it at the time, purely to pretend to say it. And surprisingly, it has been passed down as well. Lin Yao touched his nose. And just as he remembers, suddenly, there was a scream from the exploding sparks. Brother, good brother, we're of the same clan, we're brothers and sisters. Even if the heavens and the earth are turned upside down, we are still brothers. The hidden heavenly pearl is given to you. Given to you. Stop fighting and spare the life of your senior brother, how about it? And there were only 3 words in response to that scream. No mercy. Click. Like something hard had been cut. Exploding gold and red sparks, at this moment gradually extinguished. Only remaining gold mango stars. The black-robed youth, covered in blood, clutched a silver fist-sized bead in his hand. standing with a sword. At his feet was a head cut in half, red, purple, white, and bleeding bodies. Lin Yao hugged his bladder at this moment and raised his eyebrows. Of the Jidan realm present, there are still 3 left. Li Zimu now holds the hidden heavenly bead in his hand, depending on who he chooses next. What if Li Zimu still chooses that old Taoist? Then grab it. Lin Yao looked like he was talking to himself at this point, but his voice wasn't low. Inside the everlasting life pavilion, all the cultivators could hear it. At this moment, each of these cultivators' faces were terrified. Threat. This is a naked threat. This is telling that Li Zimu, that the hidden heavenly pearl, this senior is going to have to settle. Elder has already been considered merciful. He obviously could have just made a move to rob, but still, Li Zimu was given the chance to choose. Spirit Ruin's realm. Seniors like this are not seen much anymore. Senior is merciful. Brotherly, don't fail Senior's compassionate heart as well. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. In the cultivation world, as long as your cultivation is strong enough, even robbing others in the open, there are monks who speak up for you, who even praise you for your compassion. The gold of the phrase, the great scholar of liberty argued for me. Still rising, Li Zimu, holding the precious pearl, unconsciously took a few steps in Lin Yao's direction. He lifted his bloodstained face. Senior, sure you won't swindle me? Bone Sword Peak. All the disciples almost died in exchange for this precious pearl. Lin Yao snorted. You stole my Dharma mansion and were destroyed by the undead. Didn't you deserve it? Are you guys still complaining? Just one question. Give or take. Li Zimu's body involuntarily stiffened. He gulped. He still couldn't see through Lin Yao's cultivation. But Lin Yao could never be immortal without cultivation. Mortals could not have such confidence, talking to themselves like that. Here, the late generation is just worried about senior sister. Li Zimu, while talking, couldn't help but walk towards Lin Yao. He unconsciously raised the precious pearl clutched in his hand, and saw that he was about to pass it into Lin Yao's hand. But just then, the old Taoist, not far away, suddenly looked up. Fellow Taoist Li, wait. Fellow Taoist has already made a decision, so the poor Taoist should not have said anything more. But, poor road, after all, is the treasure bottle town guards, have the responsibility of sheltering a place of peace. If a fellow traveler is deceived in the territory guarded by the poor Taoist can hardly be blamed for this. Inside the everlasting life pavilion, there was another moment of silence. Li Zimu's body also stiffened, and the cultivators who were watching looked at each other in dismay. What does immortal who mean? He is calling that senior a liar. How is that possible? I can't even perceive that senior's cultivation. But in this world, there are quite a few methods of concealing cultivation, and it is not as if there are no cultivators that refine this. What are you talking about? Be careful what you say. Immortal who? A dual practitioner of the Tao of Dan and the Tao of Medicine. His eyesight far exceeds that of even cultivators of the same realm. He wouldn't say that for no reason. Immortal who? You can also look away. That's senior. As soon as he entered, I just thought he was so well organized that he was by no means mortal. Inside the everlasting life pavilion, it was a crowded place at this time, and Lin Yao's brows were already furrowed together. He glared at the old Tao, that treasure bottle town guard. Hu Xianxia, right. Old thing, you talk quite a bit. Hu Xianxia grinned, revealing a mouthful of still white teeth. Fellow Taoist is wrong. Poor Taoist usually, in fact, has always been a man of few words, but it's just that this matter, involving Jidan realm cultivators, the poor man had to be careful. Fellow Taoists, you may report your clan names, and I will report to the Qin Tian supervisor. After ascertaining the identity of the two of you and confirming your realm, the poor Taoist will apologize. Lin Yao's expression grew more and more cloudy. That sly old dog. Chu Hongyu took a step straight forward at this moment. Lifting her hand and waving it, a long sword appeared in her hand. As long as Lin Yao gave the order, Chu Hongyu would, without hesitation, make a move against Hu Xianxia. Although Hu Xianxia was in the pre-Jidan realm of the Great Circle, the realm cultivation was half a head higher than Chu Hongyu, a girl who had just entered the Jidan realm and still owed karma. However, Chu Hongyu cultivated the sword cultivator with the fiercest killings. In a real fight, Chu Hongyu was not false to the Hu Xianxia in front of him. But just then, Lin Yao suddenly took a big step forward. He walked straight to the front of Hu Xianxia, and then pouted his lips. Ba sound. To Hu Xianxia's face, he spat a mouthful of yellowish-white phlegm. The spit, which slid slowly down Hu Xianxia's cheeks and ran along the bridge of his nose. It ended up piled on Hu Xianxia's beard. Silence. Inside the everlasting life pavilion, there was complete silence at this moment. Everyone looked at this scene incredulously. Even Chu Hongyu was shocked. The sidekick doesn't know. But she knew that the ancestor did not have any cultivation in his body right now. What if that old Taoist suddenly goes crazy after being insulted and injures the ancestor? Chu Hongyu rushed forward, wanting to protect the ancestor, and after spitting a mouthful of phlegm into Hu Xianxiao's face, Lin Yao simply ignored the old Taoist, shocked, and the look of shame and disgust. He walked straight to the woman with scarlet eyes and half a surly face behind the old Taoist. He raised his hand and grabbed the woman's cheek. Old stuff. So much for pushing the envelope. To put it bluntly, isn't it just that you don't believe that I can cure this woman? If I do cure this woman, what shall you do? Hu Xianxia, at this moment, slowly turned his head. He hadn't even wiped the thick phlegm from his face up to that point. If you can truly cure this woman, the old man is willing to kneel on the ground and recognize you as his teacher on the spot. Lin Yao snorted, but without waiting for Lin Yao to open his mouth, Hu Xianxia's voice soon followed. If you can't cure this woman, I'll try you. If you're a liar, I am an old man, and I will be sure to chop off your head. Lin Yao didn't pay any attention to Hu Xianxia. She just pouted and went for Hu Xianxia's face again. Spat on it. This spit spat on Hu Xianxia's eyelids. Hu Xianxia's forehead became veins of blue as he realized that the pure heart he had cultivated for so many years was not the same as the pure heart he had cultivated for so many years. It's amazing how easily it's picked apart. And the surrounding spectators, one by one, were wide-eyed. Immortal Master Hu spat on twice in a short period of time? That senior is by no means bluffing. From the beginning to the end, he viewed Senior Master Hu, as well as myself and others. All of them are like ants, and none of them are ever put in mind. This is a truly strong position. Lin Yao smiled indifferently as he listened to the voices of discussion around him. In the eyes of these watching cultivators, Lin Yao's true realm, it stems entirely from their imagination. Chapter 18, Family and Friends Never Friends. Friends Never Friends, the method of pre-taking the future. The double perfection of the holy hand. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, no longer paying attention to the noisy sounds around him. Instead, he craned his head to look at the woman in front of him. The woman, with scarlet eyes, and a foul odor already emanating from the vile parts of her face. Lin Yao let out a breath. In his heart, he unconsciously murmured in a low voice, of all the accounts I've ever had, the one with the birthplace in Kyushu world, there are 26 of them. Among them, the one with the highest realm and the strongest battle power is the 10,000 laws hidden immortal monarch. The hidden 10,000 Dharma immortal monarch who worships the three truths in 10,000 Dharma sect has, since early childhood, been, fulfill your duty as a member of the three truths and 10,000 laws sect, and fight with the immortal corpse without end. No matter who or what realm the enemy was in life, as long as he is an undead corpse, he must be eradicated. Even if that undead corpse, in life, was thy kinsman, in life, thy best friend. As soon as he became undead, then, the family and friends are never family, and friends are never friends. In the days when the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws ruled the world of the 9 states, the undead corpses, I was killed, hardly dared to venture. I have, therefore, amassed, what may be called a vast amount of, the means of dealing with undead corpses. These means, to this day, I still remember. Lin Yao, using his index finger and thumb, propped open the woman's upper and lower eyelids. It's confirmed. The girl's been poisoned by a corpse. It's the Yellow Springs, and the Yellow Springs worms that live with the undead that are parasitized in her body. We need to boil the Yellow Springs scatter first, to hook out the corpse poison worms in her body, and then the zygote will be used as a medicine to determine the location of the female in his body. However, once parasitized, the mother worm does not leave the body easily, and usually resides in the host's brain, heart, dantian, and that's where the 3 danes are, either open or cranial. This is an operation that can be performed without training, but the one who performs it must be a veteran. Lin Yao's murmured at this point, being heard by Hu Xianxia on the side. He directly snorted. Did the old man hear you right, fellow Taoist? To plow through this woman's 3 dawn? For those who cultivate, the most important thing is the upper, middle, and lower 3 dantians. When one's cultivation level does not reach Danhua Yuanin and one cannot form a Yuanin, the 3 dawn will remain the gate of a cultivator's destiny. The 3 dawn are broken, and the body dies. You're actually going to break this woman's 3 dawn now? The poor Taoist must dare to ask. Fellow Taoist, do you really know the way of healing? Hu Xianxia looked like he had caught Lin Yao's handle at this moment. The eyes burned with a pressing question, and Hu Xianxia's voice had just fallen. Li Zimu, who was dressed in a black robe, also staggered a few steps closer. My senior sister has been seriously injured. Can't stand the big toss. Please, senior, be more careful. Be careful and more careful. And at this moment, Lin Yao turned his head and smiled at Li Zimu while grabbing the woman's face. Discretion? Under the world of Kyushu, I've dealt with a lot of this kind of necromancy that goes hand in hand with undead corpses. I need you to remind me to be discreet? If I'm any more discreet, your senior sister is going to be eaten by worms. And then I'm going to give you back a set of corpse worms that have been. Are you happy with the puppet that occupies you? Li Zimu was momentarily speechless. Lin Yao then turned his head to look at Hu Xianxia again. What the do you know? You haven't seen much. Open your eyes and watch from the sidelines. If your brain is bad, go to the grave. Dig up your old dog mom and you burrow into her so she can bring you back to life once more. Hu Xianxia, being scolded by Lin Yao. A blush rose on his face. His breath caught, too, and his palms clenched into fists, spreading them out again with effort. Lin Yao, on the other hand, completely ignored the furious Hu Xianxia, as he rushed aside to Chu Hongyu and beckoned. Here, come here. Chu Hongyu, without hesitation, immediately stepped forward. Ancestors. Lin Yao patted Chu Hongyu's shoulder. Get a pen and paper and memorize a few prescriptions. The first prescription is the yellow springs scattering. To be a flying dodo crow, remove the skin and hair. Sizzling, take 3 points. Qingling Angelica, baking to take. Bamboo gooding 3 points each. Yen Hu Suo Chang fried. Cattail Huang fried. Ghost-faced leeches to glutinous rice fried each half a tails. Cold coriander green glutinous rice fried. A point. Total research for the end. This formula is Yellow Springs dispersal. But a formula, it's not enough. The Yellow Springs scatter can only draw out Yellow Springs subworms. To take out the eggs, other remedies are needed. Which is the formula that came with this set of remedies, which I have blended hundreds of times. Should have remembered. Dead brain quick ing think. Lin Yao rubbed his temples as if he was carefully recalling something. On the side, Hu Xianxia, who originally had an angry look on his face, after hearing the prescription Lin Yao recited, his anger faded violently, and his face looked startled as if he was thinking about something. And right at this moment, Lin Yao slammed his head at this moment. Come to think of it, it's Peach Crow San and Ju Wuan, Chu Hongyu, marking the square too, with a blazing flying crow, bottle sealing fire calcination. Add 7 pieces of purple jade walnut, 7 pieces of song rxinz, 5 points of cold foam, 8 points of autumn thorn mustard, 8 points of red training cassia, and 5 points of purple cranberry seeds. Streaming children returned to the body of a penny, together with the research for the powder. Hu Xianxia's breathing had begun to catch. He looked at Lin Yao as if he wanted to go over and climb into the conversation, both hesitating and never daring to open his mouth. Lin Yao, on the other hand, didn't even notice Hu Xianxia's change. He recited the prescription with a single-mindedness. Remember again the formula 3. Hang a green glazed raven. Remove the hair and intestines. Fill in 1,000 years of ginseng slices. Ghost head pepper each 5 money. Sewed, cold do boiled cooked food. In addition to the soup and the crow bone. Ginseng, pepper roasted dry. Research into the end. Add reddish jujube meat to make a pill and take it. And just then, Hu Xianxia couldn't hold back any longer. He quickly approached Lin Yao. But he hadn't taken a few steps yet. A long sword that had been stretched across the front of his neck. Chu Hongyu, at some point, drew out the long sword in his storage bag. But Hu Xianxia didn't care at all at this point. The long sword that Chu Hongyu had stretched across his neck. The terrifying spiritual power and killing intent contained within. He hissed sharply at Lin Yao. Dog, where did you get these 3 remedies? And Lin Yao didn't even return his head at this point. Completely turning her back to Hu Xianxia, she was facing the Qin senior sister of Li Zimu. Where did it come from? Of course, I improved it a little bit from the basic 3 crow formula. Why do you talk so much? Why are people so cheap? I don't have time for you. Lin Yao looked at the Qin Ju in front of him at this moment. A prescription alone is not enough. Still need surgery to take out the mother bug. But I'm not a medical student. I've never done surgery. In this situation, there's only one way to save this girl. The Star Stealer opens the prefetch method of the future. Double full holy hands. Chapter 19. You, disciple, should fly up in peace. I, the 3 Truths 10,000 Laws Sect, will never die. Lin Yao's eyes flashed with a ghostly light. Above his head, the dark red screen of the Star Stealer also flickered. On the dark red screen, at this moment, the original neat text was gone. And in its place, it's a bizarre line of garbled code. Those jumbled codes intertwine and codify each other. The final weave is a bizarre fruit. Lin Yao raised his hand without hesitation, grabbing toward the screen. A bright red, dripping, crimson fruit that looked like it was about to ooze blood was grasped in Lin Yao's hand. In the next instant, the crimson fruit dissolved. It turned into a thin, dark red line that merged into Lin Yao's hands. Stargazer's tip. Congratulations to the host. Prefiguring the future gained the ability. Double Perfect Sage. After prefetching this skill, the host needs to complete 1,000 matches in another year's time. Surgery that successfully cured the patient. Only after 1,000 successful surgeries can the host avoid the penalty of the law of karma. The pupils of Lin Yao's eyes flickered with a ghostly aura. 1,000 surgeries. It was the same karma that Lin Yao had repaid when he had prefetched this skill in the game before. It seemed that in the period of time to come, not only should Chu Hongyu be urged to cultivate, one also needs to save the sick along the way and repay this karma. This karma, it is still easy to repay. Lin Yao has experience of a sick person who can be healed repeatedly. If you can't touch it, the right patient who is easy to maneuver for yourself. One can also artificially create patients themselves. For example, if a horse bandit's limbs are necrotic by means of a magic spell, and he himself amputates his limbs, in this way at once, 4 surgeries were completed, paying back karma for this kind of thing. Lin Yao is the most experienced. Lin Yao moved his fingers at this moment. He felt that his 10 fingers were more flexible and stable than before. It is rare to find a hand that is suitable for the sword in the world. Lin Yao turned his head and looked at Chu Hongyu on the side. What are you still standing here for? Didn't you memorize the 3 prescriptions I just ordered? Why don't you go and get the medicine? A lot of basic herbs. You should also recognize them. Even for sword cultivators, recognizing medicines and pills is a necessary lesson. Lin Yao turned his head to look at Hu Xianxia again. Fellow Taoist Hu, I don't have any valuable herbs in these 3 prescriptions. You are a dual practitioner of the Tao of Medicine and the Tao of Dan. And this is your Dan Tower. These herbs, they should all be complete. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes. He was already prepared to pull the wool over Hu Xianxia's eyes. But to his surprise, this bad old man, who let his face, still had Lin Yao's saliva hanging on his face. But the attitude at this point was surprisingly calm. He bowed slightly, looking respectful. Naturally, it's complete. UAE, come here. Follow this prescription and take this fellow Taoist to grab the medicine and decoct it. Remember, go to the 8th medicinal cauldron on the 6th floor, the Jade Furnace Cauldron, to refine medicines. That's the best medicine cauldron in our Dan Tower. A woman in a long goose yellow dress, with a goose egg face, thin narrow Danfeng eyes, and soft features. Walking over, she first turned towards Hu Xianxia and Oda Bao. She then looked at Chu Hongyu with a serene smile. Elder, and follow me. Chu Hongyu glanced back at Lin Yao, and after Lin Yao nodded his head, it was only then that she followed the woman in the long goose yellow dress and ascended to the upper floor of the Dan Tower. Lin Yao, on the other hand, hugged his bladder. Stand aside, eyes closed. Hu Xianxia, on the other hand, took advantage of this moment to come closer. His hand rose and fell, and in his eyes, hesitation was written all over them. It was only after a long time that Hu Xianxia pressed his lips. Fellow Taoist, these 3 prescriptions, where did you get them? Lin Yao opened his eyes and glanced at Hu Xianxia. You control me? The expression on Hu Xianxia's face froze, but he still bowed slightly, with a humble attitude. These 3 prescriptions are very subtle. It must have been developed by a senior who has specialized in the medical path lineage. And this person must know the undead very well. The most important point is that the way in which this remedy is dispensed. The late generation feels that there is something familiar, like a certain senior that the late generation knows. Lin Yao's eyelids lifted halfway up, but still did not look squarely at Hu Xianxia. Tall man? Who, like you, the high priest who claims to be able to heal undead corpses? Hu Xianxia, naturally, heard the mockery in Lin Yao's words, but he did not care. The attitude remains humble. This tall man is named Jiang Tongzi, the most marvelous man I have ever seen in my life. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. Ginger boy? Never heard of it. What kind of people? What sect? Hu Xianxia laughed nervously. That tall man, who calls himself Idle Cloud Wild Way. His division, according to him, is dead. But according to him, that clan, 1,000 years ago, the mighty name was something like the 3 Truths and 10,000 Laws sect. Lin Yao, who had originally lowered his eyebrows and hung his head, violently widened his eyes. He stared at Hu Xianxia dead in the face. That expression was like he wanted to eat Hu Xianxia. What did you say? Hu Xianxia was also stunned. That senior, I say, is named Jiang Tongzi. Lin Yao grabbed Hu Xianxia's collar at this moment. Not this one. What did you say about the division of the one surnamed Jiang? Hu Xianxia blinked a few times. 3 true 10,000 law doors? Fellow Taoist, have you heard of this sect? Senior Jiang Tongzi always mentioned it back then. He had pride on his face every time he mentioned it. He also said that as long as he was alive, he must find an opportunity to rebuild the 3 truths and 10,000 Dharma gates. But just then, Lin Yao's voice tore. What the are you talking about? That's the 3 truths and 10,000 laws gate. My 3 truths and 10,000 laws sect. Never die. The 3 true 10,000 laws sect is the sect that he used to be a member of under the account 10,000 laws hidden immortal monarch, and the account of the hidden immortal of manifestation. He has never independently established a clan, and his only clan is the 3 truths and 10,000 laws sect. Lin Yao's expression at this moment was nearly twisted. For a few moments, he didn't even understand himself why he was in such a mood. But countless images from the game he once played flashed back in his mind. The day he first created his account, his birth point was in a village in the world of Kyushu. The village, ablaze with monstrous flames. The entire village was enveloped in flames. He's a tiny little child with inherited memories that, through the text in the game, tell Lin Yao that this child is an orphan. The Willow River Flood. The year of the Great Famine. This child's parents were starved to death, and the child wandered all the way to. The road was treacherous, and several times I was almost caught by other victims on the road. Still in the iron pot. Make human meat soup, until you get to this village. This village was also affected by the natural disaster, but most of the villagers had the custom of tunneling food, so they could barely survive. When the child wandered into this village, the villagers, though they all clamored and tried to drive him away, but unspokenly, all took advantage of midnight, when the night was dark and windy, to throw food to him, sometimes a nestle of, sometimes it's a bowl of hot soup porridge, and other times, half a potato or sweet potato. The child had thought he could just live in this village, but I didn't realize that the village had been struck by a disaster. In that raging fire, the child saw the village, all hanging in pieces from a large tree. Behind the great tree were monstrous flames, and on the branches of the great tree hanging a head in broken flesh, the head of Dame Li, who had thrown a nest egg at him, was in a tree. In front of his house, he deliberately put a bowl of hot soup and rice in the head of the old man Zhang in the tree. The head of Sister Li, who would steal and throw sweet potatoes and potatoes at herself, is also in the tree. The children were under the tree, unable to hold back their cries, and a shadow suddenly appeared behind the child. When the child turned his head, he saw a figure in the shape of a withered man, who, with scarlet eyes, the muscles of his face were rotting and his teeth, which were white, were exposed. There's still one left. It's okay. I'll let you all be reunited. One village. It's all about being neat. The monster's large hand violently grabbed at the child. Lin Yao felt at the time that this damn game had given him a sky crash opening and that he was screwed. But just then, a golden light flew by. The monster turned in a flash. Its head separated. Heads rolled off. Next, an old Taoist in a white robe stood behind himself. He first looked at the large tree with the heads hanging from it. It's too late after all. He then turned his head again and looked at Lin Yao behind him. Fortunately, there's still one left, and it's still a child with cultivation seedlings. Then the old man half squatted down. Little doll, are you interested in following old Uncle me in my cultivation? Join me in the 3 truths and 10,000 laws sect. The old man's voice was hoarse, floating around. Lin Yao maneuvered the child at that time, nodding his head like garlic. The sky crash opening all of a sudden turned into a sky hu opening. That was in so many accounts of Lin Yao. Entry into Taoist practice, the fastest ever. And then, within the 3 truths and 10,000 laws sect, he learns the Tao, palms the divine power, hides the bottom card, and cultivates the recluse art. Refining poisonous compulsion, killing will raise its ash. All things are planned and then moved, not moving steadily as an old dog, a move of a stone. Steady, 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 restabilization, in order to have the opportunity to, later on, impact a higher realm. But this damned 3 truths and 10,000 wonder sect, with the aim of eliminating all the undead corpses in the 9 states and the world, for his own sake, and between the undead corpse and the undead. Not only was this true for the sect master, but also for all the disciples within the sect. Several times, when Lin Yao was in danger, it was all because he had taken up sect missions, out to hang the undead. Lin Yao didn't understand this clan's obstinacy. What he can't understand even more is that within the clan, those fellow NPCs, who are so good to their own junior brother, Master said that you have excellent talent and can feather your wings and fly to immortality, and that you will, in the future, if you achieve the true immortal realm, don't forget to kill all the undead corpses in the world. Your senior brother, my parents, it's death at the hands of these undead corpses, as long as it can help you cultivate as a junior senior brother. Just ask, elder brother, go quickly, I'll stop this undead corpse, go back and tell Master. Senior brother is not a coward. did not dishonor the reputation of the Three Truths 10,000 Laws sect. Senior brother, you boldly go forward, go forward, don't look back. Today, the wind and snow are coming, a creation of the ages. My disciple's ascension is imminent, and the thieving heavens, yet you let 100,000 undead corpses surround my mountain gate. Ha, but so what? I'll sit in front of the mountain gate and see which one of them doesn't have the eyes to see. Take the lead and come up to lead the death. Disciple you and fly up in peace. I 3 True 10,000 Method Sect will never die. Lin Yao shook his head. Let yourself be awakened from your memories. And then, he still stared at Hu Xianxia with a burning gaze. Say, the 3 Truths and 10,000 Laws sect, what exactly happened? Hu Xianxia, at this point, still couldn't feel any traces of spiritual power fluctuations around Lin Yao, but he was really hairy from Lin Yao's stare, couldn't even help but gulp. Fellow Taoist is also related to the 3 Truths and 10,000 Laws sect, and has a connection? Fellow Taoist, 3 Truths and 10,000 Laws sect, the specific reason for the overthrow, I'm not sure. The High Man didn't mention it to me. I only remember that he vaguely revealed several encounters with the 3 Truths and 10,000 Laws sect when it still existed. The siege of the undead corpse swarm, the destruction of the 3 Truths 10,000 Laws sect may have something to do with this. Lin Yao's face was as gloomy as water. Corpses? The undead corpses we exterminated before were still not enough, and the way we exterminated them was still not ruthless enough. If you can't cut the grass, you'll suffer from it. Heck, Lin Yao at this time, in the bottom of his heart, the rare emotion of regret rose. But okay, reborn in this life, he still had a chance and could make up for his mistakes. This time, he must hold the 10,000 laws and 10,000 karma in his hands and kill all the nirvana corpses in the world. Lin Yao unconsciously clenched his fists together. 3 Truths and 10,000 Laws sect, where is that last remaining disciple? Jian Tongzi? Hu Xianxia looked up at Lin Yao as he let out a helpless sigh and shook his head. The poor man doesn't know. The poor road back then was a small fishing village in the world of the 9 states, adjacent to the North Sea, the son of a fisherman. On that day, a fire broke out in the fishing village. The fire lit the sky red. The men of the village all ran out to put out the fire, but the fire still burned bigger and bigger. How to put out cannot be extinguished. I was thinking of running to the beach to fetch water and help put out the fire, because I was growing tall and strong, but by the time I came back from fetching water, everyone in the village was dead. There were gnawed and minced bodies everywhere, including my parents. I was in the fire, and I saw a monster. That was a man with the upper part of his body, a monster with a lower body like a fish and a snake. He opened his bloody mouth and gnawed on my fellow countryman. He quickly spotted me, but he was just about to lunge at me when a long, golden sword and it pierced his head. I saw a figure clad in white fall before me. That monster. It's an undead corpse unique to the world of Kyushu, and the silhouette that saved me is the Jiang Tongzi, who is also the benefactor who saved my life. The next day at daylight, the benefactor helped me to bury all my countrymen, after which asked me what my future plans were, and I told him, in tears, that I wanted to go to a place where there were no undead corpses. So he took me, and we boarded a large ship that had been traveling for 3 years, carrying us both from Kyushu to the coming. When he got off the ship, he said that he and I had finished our destiny, and twisted his head and flew away with his sword, and after that, I never saw him again. Hu Xianxia shook his head and lamented. The face was full of regret. Lin Yao clenched his fists on the side and didn't say a word, and just then, Hu Xianxia suddenly slapped his thigh. Come to think of it, Ankong once mentioned to me that back in the day, the 3 Truths of Manifestation sect, besieged by a horde of corpses, led by an undead corpse. It seems to be called what? Huangliang. Something comes. Right. Huangliang Corpse Immortal. I don't think I've ever mentioned it before. That Corpse Immortal led the corpses to besiege the 3 True 10,000 Laws sect for the purpose of what 10,000 Laws hidden Immortal Monarch's hidden treasures. The memory is too distant, and some of it can't be remembered. Please don't be offended. Fellow Taoist. Lin Yao's expression changed violently. Huang Liang in life, Corpse Immortal in death. He suddenly remembered that he had a fellow disciple on his account of hidden Immortal Monarch of the 10,000 Laws. It's called Yellow Sorghum. Lin Yao's expression grew grim. Yellow Sorghum? Is that you? You dog thing. It is hard not to. After death into an undead corpse. After taking advantage of my absence. You're going to kill your former classmates? Chapter 20, Dead Bugs. What if you try to be a demon again? Open the skull. Start the pot. Boil the oil. Lin Yao's expression became more and more ugly. He was even a little anxious to go to the Kyushu world, investigate the truth about the 3 Truths and the 10,000 Laws sect, the extermination of the sect. He promised that old man that. He had promised his master, and as long as he remained, the 3 truths and the 10,000 laws sect will never die. And just then, a voice that interrupted Lin Yao's thoughts. Ancestors. 3 pairs of medicines, all refined. Lin Yao raised his head. That's what I saw. Chu Hongyu, holding 3 emerald green bottles, stepped in front of herself, and behind her, and followed by the woman in the long goose yellow dress. Lin Yao rubbed his temples, trying to get his thoughts away from the events of the 3 truths and 10,000 Dharma gates. He looked at Chu Hongyu. Then he raised his hand and rubbed the jade bottle in Chu Hongyu's hand a few times. Square 1 first, square 2 second, and square 3 last. Formula 1 is taken with purple jade ginseng wine. Formula 2 is taken with red snake wine. Fong San is served with yushu tea. The order can't be wrong. Each dose of medicine is taken at intervals of half an incense burner. Chu Hongyu immediately nodded his head, and the showy woman in a long goose yellow dress, who followed behind her, immediately waved her hand and called the other girls in yellow dresses. Tell them to prepare the wine for the medicine. Lin Yao quietly watched as one after another of the medicinal powders was served into the woman's mouth. 1 incense stick later, the woman's body appeared to change strangely. Her body, which had been stiff, began to curl up. At the same time, she let out a hoarse, low growl. Her already scarlet eyes began to drip blood downward. The youth in a black robe nervously moved a few steps forward, but right at this moment, Lin Yao's low, hoarse voice came from a ghostly voice. You're too heavy with killing aura. If you startle the mother worm inside her, I'm not responsible for hurting her 3 palaces. Zimu Li swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He no longer dared to move on. Lin Yao, on the other hand, had his hands behind his back. The expression is indifferent. Another roughly half an incense stick of time passed. The woman suddenly fell to her knees, hands, both knees on the ground. She began to vomit black blood in large gulps. In the black blood she vomited, there was one long, twisted yellow and black worm. Even scarier, her eyes, ears, and nostrils, too, began to drip dark pus and blood. In all that pus and blood, there were long, yellowish black worms, wriggling around. An indescribable stench spreads through the everlasting pavilion. The cultivators inside the everlasting life pavilion who were watching. At this moment, they all couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses as well. But in their eyes, they were filled with shock. It really works. I told you, one should not question seniors. Immortal who? It must have looked away. But that senior just said, to plow through the woman's 3 dan. Never heard of it. What medical practitioner has such divine skills? You haven't heard of it. Maybe it's because you're shallow. The world is vast, and you haven't seen things that much more. But he just said, he's going to give the woman a cranium, an open heart. If he opens the cranium, this woman is still alive. And this mastery will definitely attract medical practitioners from all over the world. I am also a medical practitioner, and even if this senior, who is a Tao Lord, nor can they do such unthinkable things. The group of cultivators who were watching around them were talking, and just then, the woman spat out another mouthful of blood. The blood was finally no longer charred dirty blood. Instead, it was dark red blood, but at the same time, the woman's head began to deform. On the top of her skull, a twisted, ugly bug appeared. The woman, at this moment, opened her mouth and let out a piercing scream. Li Zimu immediately tensed up. He twisted his head to look at Lin Yao. Seniors, Lin Yao's face was also grave at this moment. The mother bug is in the cranium. Asterisk in. Luck is so good. Prefetched double full saint's hand. The first operation. You have to open someone's skull. Lin Yao snorted. He exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air and looked at Hu Xianxia. Prepare for me a set of pocket knives of purple secret silver, with blades to be willow-shaped, and handles 2 palms wide. It takes 9, with different models. I'll draw you a picture of the exact model later. Prepare for me the leaves of the lotus, the silk of the jade, the pearl of the North Sea. There's also a quiet secret room. I'm going to cranialize her. Hu Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. Really? This woman? But at the peak of Foundation establishment, can she still live after opening her skull? Lin Yao snorted coldly. You don't believe me. You still don't believe in the means of the 3 truths and 10,000 laws sect? Hu Xianxia immediately stopped squeaking. He bowed low and respectfully. I'll get ready right away. And just then, the woman, her head twisted, jerked her head up. Her eyes, the original blood red color had faded. Her features were distorted, but her eyes, at this point, seemed to have a little more clarity. The woman, looking in Li Zimu's direction, her lips trembled. Master, Li Zimu, who was originally nervous, After hearing this voice of senior brother, the tears fell at once. Elder sister Qin. And just then, the woman's voice suddenly tore. Elder brother, save me. Someone is trying to open my skull. I'll die. Li Zimu's face changed violently. His face showed struggle. And just then, Lin Yao raised his hand at this moment and pressed it on Li Zimu's shoulder. Don't be cajoled. It's the mother bug attached to her brain, controlling her central nervous system. Do you know what a central nervous system is? Simply put, it's the system that controls all of her actions and speech. Just pretend for a moment that she's been taken over by a mother bug. You're at least in the Jedan realm. It's not so bad that you can't see it. Li Zimu's tears, at this moment, but how to stop cannot stop flowing down. Isn't there any other way? My senior sister, she is most afraid of pain. Lin Yao skimmed his mouth. It hurts or it dies. Lin Yao then raised his hand and pointed at the woman. Dead bug. How about you try one more ing demon? Hu Xianxia, prepare another pot, heat up the oil, and after pouting out that worm, fry it directly. Lin Yao instructed Hu Xianxia at this moment while rolling up his sleeves. Qin, Ju, right? The mother bug is attached to your brain, but you should have regained some consciousness by now. Are you going to die? To live? A struggle appeared on the woman's face at this moment. It was as if there were two consciousnesses, fighting for control of that body. And just then, the woman let out a hoarse, broken voice. Please senior, save me. Lin Yao glanced at Li Zimu next to him. See, she can carry it better than you. Chu Hongyu, go, put a forbidden word spell on this woman's hands and feet, lest when she opens her skull in a while, she struggles. Chu Hongyu nodded on the sidelines. Still, she didn't hold back from speaking. Ancestor, after the cranium is opened, can this woman really live? Lin Yao snorted. You know nothing of your family's ancestors' true means. Chapter 21. Operate on them and use them to pay back the karma I owe. The 9th floor of the 9 True Dan Tower. Normally, only Hu Xianxia, the alchemy retreat place that could be accessed. It was a wide room without any partitions. Only 9 Dan furnaces, placed in the center of the room. Around the furnace, various herbs needed for alchemy were piled up, directly west of the top of the tower. At this time a bedstead covered with white fur was set up. A woman, lying on a bed, both hands and feet, were bound by chains, the whole person in a kind of big shape, lying on the bed couch, at the top of the bedstead, and hanging brightly, like a little sun. The beads that give off a soft glow. Not far from the bed and couch, there was also a large iron pot supported. Hot oil was burning inside. Lin Yao was holding a small purple knife and was operating on the woman on the bed. Next to the bedstead, Chu Hongyu, Hu Xianxia, Li Zimu, these 3 Jiedan realm cultivators, all stood aside respectfully. The atmosphere is not daring. Hu Xianxia was even shaking his head continuously on the side, with unbelief in his eyes. Divine, how is it possible for a person's hand, without the infusion of spiritual energy, it's still stable like that, cutting the head without injuring its meridians? Divine skill, unquestionably divine skill. The scalp is incised to reveal the skull. Holes are made in the skull to expose the cerebral dura mater, and the dura mater is incised. Corpse worms, naturally exposed. This is without a doubt enough to shock the entire Great Zhou dynasty, even Songhai world's divine skill. And the other side, Lin Yao's wrists are flipping over and over. The knife in his hand had already cut through Qingju's scalp and skull. A large purple and black fleshworm shaped like a baby's arm appeared in front of his eyes. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. Take a deep breath. It was his first time operating on someone, his first time holding a scalpel, his first time opening a skull. But it's weird. His movements are skillful, his thoughts are clear, and even the state of mind is smooth and abnormal, like an old doctor who has performed at least 1,000 operations on people. That's the effect of the Star Stealer. First the effect and then the cause. Enjoy the success of the practice first, and then complete the practice process. Lin Yao once again felt that his cheat was simply wonderful. The large insect attached to the inside of Qingju's skull raised its head at this moment. Open the mouthpiece. It was a round mouthpiece with a circle of barbed, sharp teeth, hissing toward Lin Yao. Lin Yao sneered. Corpse worms, with 100 legs inside, attached to the skull. To unravel the life around it, you need to break the 100 legs. Lin Yao's wrist flicked. He had a small knife in his hand, and it began to fly up and down in his hand. His movements were small, but with each cut, both cut off one of the fleshworm's insect feet with precision. Last cut. Lin Yao, on the other hand, directly picked at it, and a large meatworm flew out of Qingju's skull. It spun in the air and finally landed in an iron pot not far away. With a stabbing sound, the fleshworm, in the frying pan, twitched a few times, and soon became reddish, and from the iron pot, It even smells like chicken. And Lin Yao had already started sewing by now, lying on the bed of Qingyu. At this time also cannot control, issued a moan. To the side, Li Zimu could no longer hold back. Seniors, Lin Yao didn't return his head, still concentrating on sewing up his skull. Shut up, interrupting me to sew up my skull. What sickness your senior sister left behind. Or don't blame me when you get old and get Alzheimer's. Also, the corpse worms on your senior sister have been saved, and the hidden heavenly pearl is handed over. Otherwise, your senior sister's head, just leave it open. Lin Yao, who was originally sewing up Qingyu's head, the movement of his hand suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at Li Zimu, a ghostly light flickering in his eyes. Zimu Li froze. He saw that Lin Yao's hands were covered in blood, and with his hands, he was holding Qingyu's brain that was separated in two halves. Hu Xianxia, who was on the side, was also stunned. He didn't think Lin Yao would be halfway through the surgery, claiming a reward. This action is too unethical. But Chu Hongyu looked as normal. She even felt that her ancestor was just too showy. Where is the lack of medical ethics in this ancestor? This ancestor is just fantastic, and Zimuli couldn't think about it in time. He hastily took out the hidden heavenly pearl, holding it in his hand. Please senior, save my senior sister. Lin Yao raised his chin. Chu Hongyu, who was next to Li Zimu, then, without hesitation, took the precious pearl in Li Zimu's hand and took it over, and then stowed it in the storage bag. And only then did Lin Yao turn his head. Keep stitching. It's just that no one noticed that when Lin Yao was sewing up Qin Yu's skull, an imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. In the meantime, under the 9 true tall towers, it's crowded at this point. The doors of the Danta were closed at the moment, and it looked like they were on lockdown. And those people outside the Dan Tower, dressed differently, but one by one, their eyes are flashing with essence. God-ing converged within it. Most of the people gathered were cultivators. These cultivators clustered around each other, secretly competing. Bao Bao Town, the second son of the Lu family. Young Master Lu, why are you here in person? The Lu family occupies 8 spiritual veins, and if they want any pills, they can't buy them, so they let their servants come over to buy them, and that's it. Why do you need young Master Lu? To make a personal trip. The young master of the Wang family from Yilan City next door, Steward Li from the Mu Resignation Chamber of Commerce, Master Wang from Chodong City, R&T all the great elders of the Dream Forest One Dharma sect. Here? What a coincidence. They've all come to the pagoda to seek the elixir. It can't be that the group of demonic cultivators crossed the North Mang mountain range, and with the great calamity coming, everyone has come over to stock up on medicine. We're all foxes of 1,000 years, so let's not hide anything. The 3 cities and 8 towns in the vicinity of Treasure Bottle Town. Who does not know? The Treasure Bottle Town came a high man, Palm Yin and Yang, against life and death. My master, my lifespan is about to expire, so today, no matter what the cost, I must ask this high person to take a walk through my Luyang city. What's the point of going to your Luyang city when your poor bottoms are showing? Is it to see your Luyang city littered with corpses? Or is it to see your Lu families bladdered? Stronger than a bear. Miss Lu, your Lioli quenching sect is good. The entire sect is about to have less than 300 people, right? Your patriarch failed to rush to the realm some years ago and fell sick. That's why he sent you to find this high person, right? But you also don't think about what your clan is taking to compete with us. It won TB for your aging patriarch to give his body to us. Ha, what's the point of fighting now? If you really have the guts, just fight. Outside the Danta, these cultivators, one more than the other, spoke vehemently, eyes on the fight. And just then, the door of the Dan Tower, which had been closed for a long time, suddenly trembled. The door to the Dan Tower slowly opened. The old Taoist wearing a Taoist robe and holding a duster slowly walked out. The moment that old Taoist appeared, the crowd outside the Dan Tower immediately boiled over with the sound of people. Immortal Master who? I've heard that the Danta, there's a man who's got his hands on the world, who's in charge of karmic births and deaths. I'd like to introduce my family to someone who can reverse life and death. We are both in Bao Bao Town and have always been good friends. Immortal Master, fellow Taoist who? Back when you were down and out in Jingzhou, you were the sect leader of my Dream Forest Mountain. I introduced you to the Qin Tian supervisor, so you had the chance to take up an official position and become the guardian of the town of Bao Bao. Fellow who? My sect leader. It has always been said that you know how to repay your kindness. You will not let us Dream Forest Mountain down, will you? Old who? We drank together last week. How was the Jade Dragon? You came to Yilan City with that man. Jade Dragon wine is enough for you, and a beautiful singer from the Mongdao world. In front of the Danta, that old Taoist looked at the crowd that was gathering in front of him. Take a deep breath. The purpose of your coming here is known to the poor Taoist. What you all want, the poor Taoist also knows. But what the poor man has to say is, the poor Taoist can also confirm that the master indeed possesses the divine skill of reversing life and death. This divine skill, if the poor Taoist did not see it with his own eyes and listen to the description of the bystanders, the poor Taoist would never believe it. Hu Xianxiao's voice snapped. He could hear it clearly at this point. In front of the Dan Tower, those cultivators, sharp, thick gasps. Hu Xianxia flung his duster, a look of giving up on his face. But what the poor man has to say is, that high man, he's gone. He's not in my danta. As for where senior is going, the poor Taoist doesn't know. Just vaguely heard that senior should be heading to North Mang Mountain. If you all really have the heart, go and take a walk on Mte Mang in the north. For the last 3 days, the Nine Truths Dan Pagoda, as well as the Everlasting Life Pavilion, have declined to welcome guests, so all of you please return. Hu Xianxiao's words fell. Then he walked back to the Dan Tower without looking back, and the doors of the Dan Tower were once again closed. Only a group of cultivators were left behind, in front of the Dan Tower, looking at each other. What does Taoist Hu mean? It means that all the rumors we received are true, that there really is such a high person. But this high person is no longer in the Danta. To seek that high person, please go elsewhere. Do not enter this door. This dead old Hu, himself, must have gotten some kind of favor from that high person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to stay in seclusion for 3 days. This, wanting to eat alone. What next? Chase in the direction of North Mang Mountain. Even if it's a high-ranking person, as long as he passes by, he'll leave traces. Sincerity is the key to success. At this moment, the many cultivators outside the Dan Tower were divided into 2 groups. One set flew in the direction of North Mang Mountain. The other group, on the other hand, remained within the town of Baobao. It seems that he doesn't believe in what Hu Xianxia said. They will have to find out for themselves about the so-called master. And right now, outside the town of Treasure Bottle, 2 white and gold-colored steeds ran in the northwest direction of Baobao town. The horses' manes, gleaming in the sunlight of the moment. The 2 people on the horses were none other than Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu. Chu Hongyu, at the moment, blinked her eyes. Ancestor, we're just going to walk away? Lin Yao rode on the jade lion of night shining. He bent his head down. Is there anything you can't let go of? Chu Hongyu's eyes flashed with a ghostly aura. Li Zimu and Qingyu. These 2 people, disciples think, should be decimated. For the sake of peace and quiet, these 2 cannot be kept. But Lin Yao's mouth curled up slightly at this moment and snorted. It's a bit of an improvement from before, but it's still too shallow to think. You killed the 2 of them, and it may seem like you've cut off the roots. But guess what? The Red Furnace Hidden Sword Sect in the southwest of Great Zhou. What moves will be made? A peak of children, all dead, want to get the hidden treasure, but fell into the hands of you and me. Red Furnace Hidden Sword Sect leader, but any man with eggs in his pants. This matter will never be left alone. He always has to count the sunk costs. Although currently, you're on the most wanted list of the Great Zhou Dynasty Inn. It's just a minor character. Otherwise the one sent after you wouldn't be just 2 tiger guards. But now, Li Zimu and Qingyu are not dead. Qingyu's father and fellow disciples, backstabbing by the division, Li Zimu, killing their fellow senior brothers. These 2 have already broken with their own sect in disguise. The Red Furnace Hidden Sword Sect will prioritize the 2 of them. Killing them will do us no good. Keeping them, can you help us draw fire? You say these 2, is it kill or stay? Chu Hongyu was first stunned, then an expression of admiration immediately appeared on her face. The ancestor's calculations are nothing short of brilliant, worthy of being an ancestor. Lin Yao was on his horse, shaking his head. Of course, these 2, after all, are a hidden danger to keep. What's more, they're one of the grave robbers, and just because the other grave robbers are dead, they can't be. I'll just forgive them. I'm a person with a heavy heart who doesn't like to forgive others. So I did a little tinkering before I operated on the woman and sewed up her skull, severed a couple of her brain nerves. In a short time, it won't be a big deal, but in time, she'll be forgetful, prematurely senile, and won't need to be in her 70s or 80s. It will become a demented child, and that man, who is devoted to her, is bound to be unable to concentrate on his cultivation in order to take care of her. At the end of the day, these 2, presumably, can only be reduced to a pair of constantly fleeing, outlawed lovebirds. No avenue. In bad case, a violent death in the wilderness. In good case, combined burial country. But surely there is no chance of poisoning me. How's that for not another way of decimating the herd? Chu Hongyu involuntarily gulped. The ancestor's calculations are nothing short of brilliant, and the disciple has been taught again. I don't know when I'll be able to catch up with the ancestor's skin. Lin Yao waved his hand. This is just some basic means. No need to make a fuss. The elixir you need for your practice. Chu Hongyu, on his horse, clasped his fists. Ancestor, don't worry. That surnamed who is quite sensible. Ancestor, you have just opened your mouth. He directly offered his storage bag, and the hidden Dan on the upper 3 floors of the Dan Tower. He also emptied it as much as he could into my storage bag. He knows that the purpose of our original visit to Treasure Bottle Town was to rob it? Lin Yao shook his head. He remembered that old Taoist who Xianxia, while loading pills into Chu Hongyu's storage bag. A painful look while crying. That old man just wants to return the favor. Lin Yao didn't continue on, but he knew that Hu Xianxia wanted to repay the favor of Jiang Tongzi, but after so many years, he never saw the ginger boy again, but waited for his own suspected and ginger boy, also from the 3 truths and 10,000 Dharma doors themselves. How is this not a cause and effect? And just then, Chu Hongyu suddenly looked up. Ancestor, cliff ahead. There's a group of horse bandits. Kill it, or go around. But just then, Lin Yao also raised his head. Kill? What a pity to kill it. Keep them all. I'm going to operate on them and use them to pay back the karma I owe. Amputation, suturing, removal of internal organs, castration, re-stitching, are all good materials delivered to the door. A useful NPC is a good NPC. Chapter 22, no one helps me to aspire to the green clouds. I'll step on snow to the peak of the mountain. Jingzhou, less than 3,000 kilometers away from the flushed face is the Qingming Mountain. This place was once a famous bandit den in the neighborhood. You cannot know Qingming Mountain, not to know Qingming Zhai. The people in the neighborhood know it. The horse bandits on Qingming Mountain are vicious and murderous. But at this time, the Qingming Mountain, wailing everywhere, great swaths of crows, at the top of the mountain, rise and fall. There was a wind blowing through the hills of Qingming Mountain, but it couldn't dissipate the smell of blood that permeated the top of the mountain. Qingming Zhai at the top of Qingming Mountain is filled with dying horse bandits. This group of horse bandits, one by one, had their limbs amputated, but where the limbs were amputated, again, they were all tightly wrapped and sewn together sharply. Quite a few of the horse bandits' waists, small bellies, and even the hearts of the. It also shows signs of being cut and stitched back together. On Qingming Zhai, once upon a time, the horse bandits, who made people scared, now one by one, but they are all turned into human swine. And just then, bang on, the door to the Green Ming Pavilion, the most luxurious one in the Green Ming walled city where the walled city lord resided, was kicked open. A fresh-faced teenage boy, dragging a blood-stained spine, stepped out. The teenager took that spine and threw it outward. Chu Hongyu, next, and just then, a stream of light swiftly arrived in front of the teenager. The stream of light quickly changed into a playful woman. Precisely Chu Hongyu, who was wearing a rough linen dress. Ancestor, it's gone. All the horse bandits in the cottage have taken your knife. The teenager frowned. Taken it all? The teenager looked back into the house. Undisputed thing, I really thought. How big your cottage is. And that's all it turned out to be? I thought I would be able to pay back all my karma in this fortress. As a result, I'm so exhausted. 1,000 surgeries, and I'm still too short. Chu Hongyu's eyes were cloudy. Ancestor, should disciple go to the bottom of the mountain to catch 2 people? Lin Yao waved his hand. Not required. It's not time to go down the path of magic cultivation yet. These horse bandits are enough. It's just 2 units away, so there's no rush to do it when we get to the flushed platform. How many times are you short of the great circumference you owe? Chu Hongyu bowed once. 2,612 times short of the number of times a disciple runs the great circumference in a day these days. All of them exceeded 10 times, and in these 18 days, the disciple had already run 224 great circumferences. In total, the number of times the great peripatetic circle has been run has reached 492. According to this progress, disciple is hopeful that within 1 year, complete 3,000 great circumferences of spiritual energy. Lin Yao shook his head. Still not enough. Hu Xianxia's elixir. It's just that. It didn't work as well as I thought it would. Flushed terrace. What about the news of the Luo family? How's the prying going? Didn't Zhang Yun say that? After Russell's high rise in Haojing, one man's success is a chicken and a dog's success. The Luo family has also become a big cultivation family in Flushed Terrace. News of the Luo family should be good to poke around. Chu Hongyu nodded slightly. Back to the ancestors. The ancestor teaches that one should plan for everything before moving, and I have always kept that in mind. The residence of the Luo family, situated on Flushed Terrace, at the southwest corner, Russell of Haojing, worshipped by the Luo family as the old ancestor. Under Luo Su, the Luo family's children, currently divided into a total of 6 branches, totaling 467 people. Counting the servants, the Luo family residents, there are a total of 3,000 people. The one with the highest realm cultivation is Russell's second son and the current head of the Luo family. Luo Jingxuan has a middle Jiedan middle round cultivation. Besides Luo Jing'en, there are 2 other early-stage Jiedan cultivators in the Luo family. One is Russell's 6th son, Luo Jingquan, the other, Russell's nephew, Luo Yuanan. Lin Yao raised his head and looked at Chu Hongyu. 3 conjunctions? Chu Hongyu looked up and smiled bitterly. 3 conjunctions indeed. Lin Yao tilted his head slightly. You can't beat it. Chu Hongyu nodded. Indeed it can't be beaten. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Do you want me to do it? Chu Hongyu was silent for an instant and shook her head. To kill them? I'm afraid of dirtying the ancestors' hands. So disciple is wondering if we should bypass the flushed platform. Go directly to Fulu City where the ancestor is going. As the old saying goes, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Lin Yao shook his head at this time. Not too late? 10 years can be too late. 10 years of life and death. Lin Yao's voice lurched. He hesitated for a moment. From his own lapel, he rubbed out a light blue precious pearl and threw it into Chu Hongyu's hand. If you can't match your cultivation, you can't take revenge? Just killing people. Who says you must only rely on cultivation to be hard? These days, single-mindedly, repaying karma. This hidden heavenly pearl has not been opened. But now, the time has come to open it. 2. As Lin Yao spoke, he threw the precious pearl in his hand, into Chu Hongyu's hand. Chu Hongyu froze, and Lin Yao's hoarse voice came out ghostly at this moment. Hidden celestial bead. Never seen it before? Inside this bead, one side of the world can be stored. It just needs to be constantly infused with spiritual energy. Back in my day, I resented the fact that the heaven and earth this bead could store was too small. Just throw him on the first floor of the 9th Dharma mansion. I didn't expect. Years later, surprisingly, it was used as a treasure tool to move the first floor of my 9th Dharma mansion. Lumped together. But it's okay. This thing, it's back in my hands. Chu Hongyu, you only need to put your own spiritual energy into the hidden heavenly pearl. By replacing all the spiritual energy originally infused inside, you will be able to open this hidden heavenly pearl. There's enough in there to make us rich for a while. You will have your chance for revenge and I will start practicing. What are you waiting for? Why don't you open the hidden heavenly bead, take out the treasures inside, and go to the flushed stage. For your Qingxuan Sect, build a tower of Luo heads. That's what you call revenge. At this moment, Chu Hongyu's nose was sore. She snapped her head down and bowed. Ancestors' teachings. I will not forget them until I die. Lin Yao waved his hand again. Don't talk about that useless stuff. The hidden heavenly pearl is already in your hands. Don't open the door yet. Chu Hongyu. At this time, also no longer nonsense. She began to mobilize her entire body's spiritual energy. She injected her spiritual energy into the hidden heavenly pearl, and with Chu Hongyu's spiritual energy injection, that precious pearl suddenly began to flicker with purple streams of light. That purple stream of light was only dim at first, but soon, as the light changes when the rising sun rises, it takes over the whole jewel. Chu Hongyu's eyes, at this moment, also began to fill with streams of light. She opened her mouth slightly and let out a soft, open. That precious pearl immediately began to grow against the wind. Lin Yao's eyes, too, lit up at this time. In his eyes, there was a rare hint of hope. He even unconsciously took a few steps forward. He was finally going to get back on the path of cultivation again. And in this life, the way he's going to go, it is the 10,000 karma and 10,000 dharma that is most likely to reach the 14th realm. No one to help me to the green clouds. I from the snow to the top of the mountain. My cultivation path. Always rely on the all by myself. Chapter 23. Being able to comprehend these 9 top-level techniques is all due to my own great wisdom and perseverance. The original treasure pearl that was only the size of a normal person's palm. It had turned into a large sphere at the moment. The surface of the sphere, like transparent glass, even refracts sunlight. And inside the spherical jewel, it's a piece of land. That's right, it's land. The land is about the size of a soccer field, around 6,000 square meters. The land was deposited below the sphere, and on top of the land, various wigwams were piled up. The various flowers and fairy plants are also planted on it. Just in the middle of all these flowers and fairy plants, there were dozens of other scattered and bodies lying strewn about. But the greatest exaggeration of all is that the land of the surprisingly, there were 3 houses built. Those were 3 attics. Each loft is 3 stories high, called the Triangle of Strength. Standing in the triangle of this small world, Chu Hongyu looked at this small world in shock. Is this the blessed land that the ancestor once laid out? and Lin Yao had already wiped the meat foam and blood that stained his hands at this time while taking a step inside that glass ball. A blessed place? Not really, only a warehouse for storing extra items. Back then, I built the 9th Dharma mansion with 9 floors, but how could I not have imagined that one day the old man's FA house would have been tossed, a whole floor of it, dug up and moved. Lin Yao, who was already inside the sphere, rushed at a corpse at his feet and kicked it twice. Just tell me about those dogs, damned or not. Lin Yao then turned his head to look at Chu Hongyu, who was still outside the sphere, frozen in concentration. Why don't you come in? Don't worry, this side of heaven and earth is filled with your aura, and by common sense, you are now the master of this heaven and earth. Chu Hongyu flung herself to her knees. Even if the heavens are turned upside down, this place is the ancestors' blessed land. The disciple in no way covets it. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. I didn't say that I was going to give you this piece of blessed land, either. What are you terrified of? It's just for you to take a few magic treasures that you can use while you're there and go to settle the Luo family. Borrow the treasure. Do you understand borrow treasure? Come on. Only then did Chu Hongyu maintain her bowed and bent posture, carefully walk to the ball. Lin Yao raised his hand. Point to the 3 attics within this side of the world in order. 3 attics, storing things, each different, are, respectively, scripture, Dan, treasure. Inside the treasure pavilion are all the treasures your Grandmaster used back then. You choose 2 treasures that suit your eyes. Although they are only the rags from the 1st floor of the 9th Dharma Palace, but to deal with a few Jiedan, you can use them. It's definitely enough. Chu Hongyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, nodded. At this time, Lin Yao has already walked straight to the door of the treasure pavilion. He raised his hand and slowly pushed the door open. The wooden door trembled, and Lin Yao smelled a pine fragrance. Behind the wooden door was a dark attic. Chu Hongyu, who was standing behind Lin Yao, suddenly felt an indescribable palpitation. In that darkness, it seemed to harbor a beast of incomparable ferocity. Even though she is now at the Jiedan realm cultivation level, she still feels that her heart is trembling with fear. Her body even took a few steps back uncontrollably. Lin Yao, on the other hand, indifferently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air at this moment. It's all just some rags piled up on the 1st level though, but after all, they're all treasures used by the account of the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws. Somewhat outdated, but with the mighty pressure still intact. They are not for the average person to handle. Lin Yao's eyes were flickering with a ghostly aura at this moment. To make this group of treasures, remember me. Lin Yao raised his hand. The only thing that the current I and the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws had in common. It's also a common denominator that no one else can imitate. There's only one, but this one, it's enough to prove who I am. All the treasures I ever possessed back then, all the demonic beasts I ever subdued, all the disciples that have been raised, children, have one point in mind. Star Stealer, preempting karma, preempting my future with this place. Above Lin Yao's head, on the dark red light screen, bizarre symbols began to flash regularly. At the same time, Lin Yao's eyes began to turn dark red. He was peering into the karmic future of himself and what was in front of him. Something entangled. Large swathes of tiny images surfaced before Lin Yao's eyes. He saw an ancient lyre that defended himself against a thunderbolt that struck down from the sky. It was the Wanfa hidden immortal monarch. When he was a teenager, refining his first precious zither, the 3 true Yaoqin, he saw a long sword, held in his own hand. That was the first of the 10,000 laws of the hidden immortals. The 3 true 10,000 laws sword. He saw a talisman in front of him, slowly burning, and the flames of the talisman burning. Reflecting your own face in a cloudy light. That's the 3 true fire charms. That one image was the future of his karmic intertwining with the objects in this treasure house. And in the meantime, inside the treasure pavilion, a wind suddenly blew out of nowhere. The wind blew out of the pavilion, swinging up Lin Yao's long hair. At the same time, the treasure pavilion, which was originally dark, abruptly lit up. Chu Hongyu, who was standing behind Lin Yao, saw the treasure pavilion in front of him, suddenly golden and brilliant. Inside the gilded treasure pavilion, a piece of magic treasure, floating in mid-air. The aura radiating from each of the magic treasures made Chu Hongyu feel his heart palpitate. Ancestor. This is. Lin Yao's expression was as usual. He strides inside the treasure pavilion and fingers a vase in front of him, gently rubbing it. The vase, which immediately trembled slightly. The vase, it makes a clinking sound like a finger tapping on a bottle. Lin Yao grinned. Looks like you recognized me. Chu Hongyu, come in. You can pick all the treasures in the pavilion. Chu Hongyu only felt his scalp go numb. Ancestor. These treasures. Do I really just pick anything? Lin Yao glanced back at Chu Hongyu. It seems like the Qingxuan Sect has truly fallen. What's it like to impoverish a child? This is just the first layer. There are 2 more layers up there. Take your time to look. Take your time to choose. Just tell the ancestor which one you like. Even though I call them rags, it's only because, well, I can't use them anymore. Really shabby. Can't get into my law house. However, the suitable cultivation level for these treasures is from Qi Refining and Foundation Establishment to Dan Huayuaning. Among them, you can't move the 3 treasures that are suitable for the realm of Dan Huayuaning. That's the key to the ancestor's account. The hidden immortal king of the 10,000 laws. Other treasures, feel free to, however, according to the Qingxuan World Treasure Evaluation, can be put into the law house by me. They're all heavenly ranks. Chu Hongyu sucked in a breath of cool air at his words. Her scalp tingled. Treasure evaluation, divided into 4 classes, heaven and earth, basilica and yellow. In the entire Qingxuan Sect, there's only one heaven-ranked treasure tool. It's that green destiny sword, enforced by successive generations of sect masters. All of the treasures here are of the heavenly rank. Then what exactly does my Qingxuan sect, the Qingxuan sword, which has always been regarded as a treasure, count as? Lin Yao glanced back at Chu Hongyu. Count yourselves poor. Chu Hongyu was momentarily speechless. Lin Yao, on the other hand, didn't even look back, striding inside. Every step he took forward, the surrounding treasures then emitted a pleasant sound. Sword whistle, zither, bottle ringing, drum buzzing, talisman movement. Chu Hongyu, in the back, watched with a shaken heart. Those treasures, each and every one of them, dazzled her. But she did not stop and reside in front of any of the treasures. Lin Yao, who was standing at the stairway, looked at Chu Hongyu. What? No wants on the first level? You've been in charge of looking after me all this time. You should know. I'll tell you, it's just really for you. If you don't take the magic treasure, you won't be able to kill the entire Luo family, and you won't be able to build a tower of Luo heads. If we don't achieve the goal of knocking down the mountain and shaking the tiger, we'll be hunted down all the time. And, to train you is an investment the ancestor has made in you. You are going to repay the ancestor in the future, understand? Chu Hongyu immediately bowed. Ancestor's great kindness is always in my disciple's mind. But the disciple, wants a sword that suits the disciple. The disciple is a sword cultivator and is not used to using other treasures. In the first layer, there is no sword suitable for a disciple. Please, ancestor, give me the sword. Lin Yao raised his eyebrows. At the corner of his mouth, a rare smile appeared. Kind of interesting. Suitable for the Jedan realm, and needed to enable you to cross a small realm and kill the enemy. Only that sword. Lin Yao rubbed his chin while walking towards the attic. Chu Hongyu hurriedly followed. She followed behind Lin Yao, first ascending to the 2nd floor of the attic, but Lin Yao didn't stop in his footsteps and stepped directly into the 3rd level of the attic. The 3rd floor of the attic. There are only 3 treasures. It was 3 long swords floating, a black, ancient long sword, an ancient sword with a grey hilt and golden body, a long sword with a reddish body. The moment Lin Yao appeared, 3 long swords, simultaneously emitting sword sounds. Lin Yao's fingers, on each of the 3 long swords, rubbed over them. Ancient turbulence, 10,000 laws, red guts. They're all the main magic weapons I used back in the day. You girl, with a blood feud, which sword do you think is suitable for you? This time, Chu Hongyu did not hesitate. She raised her hand and pointed it directly at the blood-colored long sword. Red guts. Lin Yao blinked a few times. Why the bare bones? Chu Hongyu let out a deep breath. Because the ancestor said back then that. The first snow fell on his thin shirt. His red guts pressed the cold of the sky, and he broke the 8 million captives. Spill the wine and offer it to Shangan. I can feel that of these 3 swords. This one has the heaviest killing aura, and it suits me best. Lin Yao blinked a few times at this point. The first snow falls on the thin shirt, and the red courage presses the cold of the sky. Did I say something so powerful back then? Chu Hongyu nodded with great certainty. Of course, this is a matter that Master has told me about many times. He said that you, ancestor, had also been to Mt. Mang in the north, back in the day, having garrisoned the Wanyi Great Wall. Back then, your flair was not inferior to the great sword immortal Li Chun Gang. You were at the Great Wall of Wanyi, making poems with your sword, and the verses you made. It is this song, the first snow falls thin shirt, the red gall presses the cold of the sky, breaks the captives 8 million, spills wine and sacrifices to Chanan, on the Great Wall of 10,000 years. And now there is your mention of the pen. Lin Yao touched his nose with a weird expression. It does seem like there is such a thing. When I was young, the first time I saw the Great Wall of Wanyi, couldn't help myself. Lin Yao lamented as he did so. As he did, he raised his hand and grabbed the longsword at hand Red Bile, throwing that long sword, casually, into Chu Hongyu's hands. the effect of red bile, is adapted to Jiedan realm cultivators, and the effect is that the increases the chance of critical hit by 20%, 200% of explosive damage, and heart-eating effect, and when the sword bearer bleeds more than 50%, red guts can enter the bloodstorm phase, increasing the sword bearer's bludgeoning rate by 40% and explosive damage by 300%. It comes with the triple effect of Heart Eater, Searing, and Evil Curse. When wielding the sword, the red gall will always draw on your essence blood during negative effects. Do not hold this sword without the determination to die. If you can't take the Luo family while wearing this treasure, you can wipe your neck and you've gone to the underworld to meet your fellow disciples. You might be able to catch up with them while they're still dead. Cast off together. Chu Hongyu, looking at the crimson long sword in front of him, did not dare to respond, but only kowtowed. Lin Yao, on the other hand, only nodded slightly. Pick up the bare bones and go outside and feel good. I'm going to go to the hidden scripture pavilion, so you can help me guard my magic outside. Chu Hongyu immediately nodded her head. Disciple obey. In front of the main door of the hidden scriptures, Lin Yao let out a deep breath, pushing open the door to the hidden scripture pavilion, followed by he activated the Star Stealer again, and then lifted his foot and stepped into the library of scriptures. Various jade talismans, stone tablets, ancient books floating in the void. But Lin Yao, this time, didn't stop. Instead, they went straight to the third floor of the Bible pavilion, the third floor of the Tibetan Buddhist temple. Floating in the void were 3 scriptures, 3 jade talismans, the 3 volumes of bamboo slips, total 9 cultivation Tao methods, the secret of the Tao, the 9 secrets of sealing the sky, the secret of the 10,000 laws, the Nirvana Sutra, and the scripture of the Emperor Tai, the Chaos Sutra, the source book of heaven, the book of chaotic antiquity, the book of cave Xian. Lin Yao's fingers, rubbing over the secret of the Tao. 3 secrets, 3 scriptures, 3 books. The secret of the way is only the first book. 9 canonical books, all of which are mastered, before one is considered to have officially set foot on practicing the 10,000 laws of cultivation. Lin Yao murmured in a low voice while turning over the secret of the Tao in front of him. About half an hour later, snapped. Lin Yao closed the secret of the Tao directly in front of him. See, can't read. There is a hint of enlightenment, but it doesn't even reach the level of cultivation. Damn. Back then, you could start practicing by pressing the F key. Where's my F key? Why did you take my F key? Lin Yao cursed in a low voice, but he quickly regained his composure. To comprehend the 9 top-tier Tao scriptures on one's own is simply a fool's errand. This body is not a genius. I'm not a genius either. But, Lin Yao raised his head and looked above his head. A dark red screen visible only to yourself, Star Stealer. But I have great fortitude and great wisdom. The me of now can't comprehend it, but the me of later can certainly do so. I can prefetch my own future. Star Stealer. Activated. Prefetch future hair. It's all thanks to myself that I can comprehend these 9 top-level Tao techniques. Chapter 24, 3 hours, 13th level of Qi refining, Ancestor takes you to kill. When Lin Yao walked out of the Bible pavilion, it's already dark. He happened to see, directly in front of the cache, Chu Hongyu. Sit down on your knees in a place where flowers are blooming. The red guts was stuck upside down on the ground in front of her, and Chu Hongyu's palm, gripped on the body of the long sword. Her hand, cut by the crest of the long sword, gurgled with blood, and but the blood did not fall on the ground, but was directly absorbed by the red gall. Not waiting for Lin Yao to walk to Chu Hongyu's body, Chu Hongyu, then, was the first to open his eyes. Turning his head to look at Lin Yao, surprise appeared in his eyes. Ancestor, you've come out of the gate so soon. You have a psychic wave on you. You have finally entered the way? This spiritual power fluctuation is the 13th level of the Qi condensation stage. The expression on Chu Hongyu's face froze directly, her face, full of incredulity. Ancestor, you have gone from an uninitiated mortal to the 13th level of the Qi condensation stage. It only took an afternoon? One afternoon? Lin Yao raised his head and looked at Chu Hongyu. Yes. So what? No? Your Qi refining stage. How long did it take? Chu Hongyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Still, she spoke with a shudder. 20 years. Lin Yao rubbed his chin a few times. 20 years? Chu Hongyu's eyes held a rare tear. There are so many emotions in these tears. Shock, disbelief, resignation. 20 years, from no initiation, to the 13th level of Qi condensation. In the Qingxuan Sect, it's already kind of fast. The year I was at the 13th level of Qi condensation, I was only 26 years old, considered by the master as a rare genius within the sect, once in 100 years, within the clan, and the elder brothers, within the clan, cultivating a whole armor. For more than 60 years, and sleeping from morning to night, from a head of green silk to 2 sideburns gray, but never able to step to the 13th realm of refining chi. And you, ancestor, you have been within the hidden scriptures for but 3 hours. 3 hours. From the uninitiated mortals to the cultivators of the 13th level of chi condensation, even the novelists in the 100 schools of thought wouldn't dare to make up such a story. Ancestor, your way of cultivation, is it really in accordance with the heavenly principle? Lin Yao glanced at Chu Hongyu. The voice was cold. So what? Just ask you what's wrong with that. How is it not heavenly? To tell you the truth, I've cultivated to the 13th level of the chi condensation stage, relying on all my own great wisdom and perseverance. Don't be too shocked. This is just the ancestor's basic means. You continue to familiarize yourself with red grit. I'm going to the pavilion. Don't bother me if there's nothing else. After saying that, Lin Yao walked towards the hidden Dan pavilion without looking back. Chu Hongyu was actually wrong. In one afternoon, he had not only crossed over from mortal to the 13th level of the chi refining stage. Moreover, he had also comprehended the entire book of the Tao mysteries at the chi refining stage, the entire book of the 9 mysteries of sealing the heavens at the chi refining stage, the secret of the 10,000 dharmas, full text of the chi refining stage, the Nirvana Sutra, full text of the chi refining stage, and the Tai Huang Sutra, full text of the chi refining stage, the entire text of the chaos scripture at the chi refining stage, the entire text of the source heavenly book at the chi refining stage, and the entire text of the chaotic ancient book at the chi refining stage, the book of cave Xianxian, full text of the refining stage. It is extremely difficult to comprehend these 9 top-notch scriptures without great perseverance. It is simply impossible to penetrate, and the price Lin Yao paid was, above his head, on the dark red curtain of light that only he could see, 2 small lines appeared. Host deficit karma I, surgical procedures, 2, 11 months, 12 days remaining. Host deficit karma 2, spiritual energy runs the small circumference 9,000 times. The secret of the Tao perfectly carries the scriptures 100 times. The 9 secrets of sealing the heavens perfectly carries the scriptures 100 times. The secret of the 10,000 laws perfectly carries the scriptures 100 times. The Nirvana Sutra has been perfectly transported through the scriptures 100 times. The Tai Huang Sutra has been perfectly transported through the scriptures 100 times. And the Chaos Sutra has been perfectly transported through the scriptures 100 times. The source book of the heavens carries the scriptures perfectly 100 times. The book of the chaotic ancients carries the scriptures perfectly 100 times. The book of Dong Xian, 100 perfect runs of the scriptures, 1 year remaining. Lin Yao looked at the 2 small lines floating above his head and let out a long breath. The familiarity is back. When he was in the game, it was a karma bill. After running around in the game and seeing more and more words above his head, it's all about the karmic debt you owe. He had several accounts back in the day, and the reason why he was moved to give up, the reason he can't log in is because of the karma he owes, which is already in the thousands, and there's not much of a date left to pay it off. In order to avoid the punishment of the law of karma, Lin Yao could only choose to no longer log into his account. And nowadays, the word for deficient karma has come up again. The good news is that there are only 2 entries for the word deficit karma. So far, it was still within Lin Yao's control, but this life, Lin Yao had decided that he couldn't abuse the Star Stealer anymore. Otherwise, the penalty of the law of karma comes down. You're not facing scrapping an account, you're facing death. So this life, it must be more robust. Lin Yao thought as he did so. One side has already pushed open the door of the hidden Dan pavilion. Just pushed the door open. Lin Yao then smelled the pungent herbal fragrance. Lin Yao didn't hesitate to head in at this point. A year's time. 9,000 small circumferences of spiritual energy operation. This also means that, in the case of an insurance policy, I have to run the small circumference at least 30 times a day. But a normal cultivator of the 13th level of the chi refining stage meditates for 1 day. Spiritual energy can only operate for a small circumference at most. Poor karmic debt is hard to pay. If you're not high, there's no way you can, at all, pay back this karma. Fortunately, the hidden Dan pavilion is just around the corner. Reiki operates 9,000 times, and you can rely on getting high and speeding up your Reiki. Shorten the cycle of aura operation. However, there is no cheating way to perfectly transport the scriptures 900 times. One can only practice diligently on their own. But the good news is that the 9 scriptures, the chapter on refining essence and transforming chi, I've fully comprehended all of them, perfectly transporting the scriptures. For me, it is not difficult to carry the scriptures 100 times without fully comprehending the scriptures. It would be considered lucky to have one perfect warp run, but for me now, I can achieve perfection in almost every warp run. That's the difference in proficiency. I have the Star Stealer, and I've increased my proficiency to 100%. After that, The process needed to raise the degree of cultivation will be made up. This is that effect before the cause. The corner of Lin Yao's mouth curled up slightly. Having the Star Stealer is really awesome, but after all, the Star Stealer is only an auxiliary, and he has achieved his current level of cultivation and accomplishments. Mostly, I rely on my own great wisdom and perseverance. Lin Yao sighed as he picked up a green, translucent Dan bottle. After confirming that this bottle of elixir was one that could be swallowed at the refining essence and transforming qi stage, open the cap straight away. Extreme Yuan Condensation Dan. Used during the period of refining essence and transforming qi, it allows the cultivator's body to skyrocket. The rate of aura operation, increased to 800%. At that time in the game, when I obtained this elixir, I was already in the realm of infant changing god. This elixir is useless to me, but after all, it's an excellent elixir, so it's a pity to throw it away. So as a stash, stayed in the 9th law house. I didn't expect that to come in handy today. As Lin Yao recalled, he directly took that elixir and swallowed it into his stomach. All he felt was a warmth in the small of his back. The spiritual energy within his body then began to flow furiously. Lin Yao immediately sat down on his knees, letting the spiritual energy run through his body, running one small circumference after another, until the effects of this extreme condensed yuan pill gradually faded away. It was only then that Lin Yao stood up again, walking towards the next elixir. This is the excellent blood yuan pill, which allows the cultivator's body to run at the same speed as the aura. The increase to 2000% comes at the cost of scorching the essence blood in the cultivator's body, transforming spirit containment with essence blood. But it doesn't matter. The effect of the Nirvana Sutra's cultivation is to make the body's own cycle of born without end. Even if I swallow this elixir, it won't hurt my fundamentals. Swallow. This karma must be paid back in full. You can't owe a bunch of unpayable karmic debts like you did before. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Afterwards, unscrewed the Dan bottle, put the blood-red elixir inside and swallowed it in one mouthful. His face instantly reddened. The veins on his body bulged. But at the same time, the spiritual power in his body. Crazy operation. I don't know how much longer. Lin Yao walked towards the next Dan bottle. Extreme Dragon Yuan Dan. 1 month later, the cloudy King Ningzai was filled with vultures. In Qingming Walled City, the group of horse bandits who hadn't died before had finally died out completely, turned into a pile of carrion and a meal for the vultures. But it was on this day. A large sphere that was originally floating in the sky above Qingming Walled City suddenly shrunk. 2 figures, from that sphere, fell down. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, both carried a stern aura. The man was a fresh-faced teenage boy, and the teenager's eyes flashed with essence. The woman, on the other hand, was a beautiful woman. Only this woman, with a face like frost, a blood-red longsword was carried behind his back. The teenager, at that moment, was the first to move his neck and then looked up. The black clouds are pressing down on the city and want to destroy it. 9,000 times the small circumference of spiritual energy operates. It's been repaid 3,600 times. It's time to get down to business. Chu Hongyu, you've been sharpening your sword for a month. It's time to try this sword. Whether it's good or not. Let's go. Chu Hongyu, let's go to the flushed platform and kill people. Ancestor take you. Go kill people. With Luo family heads. For your Qingxuan Sect, dead fellow disciples, build a tower of Luo family heads. Chapter 25, you kill. I lock the door. You slaughter. I seal the mountain. Your master is back. On this day in Flushed Terrace, the rain poured down. There were few pedestrians on the major streets, northwest of Flushed Terrace, Wui Lane. At this time, however, there were several figures clad in straw raincoats, gathered at the corner of Wui Lane. From time to time, he looked inside. The 6th prince of the Luo family is here again? There it goes again. Straight to the house of Li Laosan. Lil Sam is locked up again? Well nah, just now I passed by the door and saw Li Laosan chained. Again, to his neck. Locked in front of his house, like a dog. Li Laosan his daughter-in-law. In the house. Being bullied by the 6th son of the Luo family. I heard it. The screaming was miserable. Li Laosan, a foreigner, is also unlucky. Selling tofu is selling tofu. She had to ask her daughter-in-law to show up, thinking that her pretty daughter-in-law would do better for her business if she showed up to help. But she didn't realize that. It actually invites tigers and jackals. Who says it isn't? At the flushed table, who's a pretty little girl, a little daughter-in-law. Going out is not fearful, for fear of being seen by the Luo family's several male children. Since the Luo family has gained power, the people of Flushed Terrace are not as good as they used to be. Master Luo practiced kung fu a while ago and went wrong. Need the essence blood of the boy and girl to supplement. We flushed the table. How many children died? Hush, keep your voice down. You're not afraid that the Luo family will hear you. They're a family of immortal cultivators, with their hands in the air. You're not afraid of being brought into the Luo family dungeon. And just as those few figures were sighing, bang! Inside Wui Alley, the dark door of a house was pushed open. A handsome young man in a coat of purple, with a rosy complexion that, with one hand holding an oil paper umbrella and the other, fiddling with his belt, he stepped out. At his feet, a man in rough sackcloth, tied by a chain, kneeling like a dog. The handsome youth, glancing at the Hongyu at his feet, snorted, "Little Li, your daughter-in-law served me well today, but I pushed too hard, accidentally, and broke her leg. You hurry up and take her to the bone setter in a moment. I don't want to see a cripple the next time I come back. If she can't serve me then, she'll have to let your daughter do it for her." The young man, lying on the ground, chained up like a dog, was at this moment, couldn't hold back any longer. He looked up, his voice tearing. "Luo Ningfeng, you, God is unkind. How did you let your Luo family gain power? My daughter isn't even 10 years old yet. How dare you? How dare you hit on her? You, aren't you afraid of the wrath of God?" But the brown man's words had not yet fallen. A fist had slammed into his face. With one punch, he smashed the Hongyu into the ground. This was followed by several more kicks to the Hanyu's body. The youth in the fancy dress was exceptionally grumpy at this time. "Dogs, for your face, heaven's wrath? What kind of background does my Luo family have? Don't you know? My family's old ancestor. I'm the chief of the Tiger Guard of the Zhou dynasty, a true immortal. I'm lucky to have your wife. Your family's ancestors are smoking. Don't you dare curse me. Dog, say dog, it's all cheap. You're a turtle slave." The young man in Chinese clothes, his hands became heavier and heavier. The brown man, who was beaten to the point that his eye socket opened and his head was broken. The eye is only out of breath, not in. And just then, the door of the woodshed in the yard was suddenly pushed open, and a little girl, also dressed in rough linen, suddenly running out, she ran headlong into the well-dressed youth. "Don't move my father." And at that moment, in the house, a woman with disheveled hair and tears in her eyes, wrapped in a garment that, dragging a broken leg, he crawled to the door, his voice tearing. "Flannel coat, who let you out? Get back in there." And just then, the young man in the fancy dress, suddenly grabbed the girl's white cheeks. "This face, and your mother, really do have some resemblance. Both are beauty embryos. Do you want to play with your brother?" The youth's large hand lifted up and was about to grab towards the girl's collar. Look, just then, a large, rough hand suddenly grabbed the ankle of the young man in fancy dress, grabbing him and keeping him from moving on. The young man in the fancy dress turned his head and saw the brown man whose head had been beaten and bloodied by his own. Grinning, he glared at him. The brown man, at the moment, was like a mad dog, raising his head upwards like a madman. The chains around his neck, the moment were all yanked straight, the collars of the chains, choking his neck to the skin. The blood gurgled down, but he didn't care, and rushed forward with all his heart, even though the collar around his neck, it had already strangled the flesh of his neck and he didn't care. He even opened his mouth and took a bite towards the young man in Chinese clothes calf. "I'm a coward, only grinding beans and making tofu, to make business better, even letting his wife throw her weight around. I usually dare not conflict with anyone, harboring a lifetime. I didn't dare to stand up for my daughter-in-law until she was humiliated. I asked my daughter-in-law if she resented me for being such a loser, but she went so far as to say, as long as we're a family of 3 and we're at peace, everything is fine. I am a waste of space. I have not been able to give my wife and daughters a peaceful and happy life. My wife has been humiliated and my daughter is hiding in the woodshed, and I myself, like a dog, am chained to the door. I'm a little person, in the eyes of your Luo family's children, it's like an ant, but, heck, even the little people have dignity, even the lowliest bones have rivers in them." The brown man, at this moment, from his throat, made a whimpering yammering sound that, his teeth kept exerting force, and it looked as if he was trying to bite off a piece of the flesh on the legs of the young man in the fancy dress. Hard. The young man in the fancy dress, in pain, drew out a piece of the jade rui from his own waistband, frantically smashing into the brown man's head. "Dogs, loosen your mouth. Dogs, put a chain around your neck. You really think you're a dog. You dog." The young man in Chinese clothes, the more he smashed the heavier, seems to hate the brown man's head to open smashed to pieces. The young girl on the side was hugging the legs of the young man in Chinese clothes, crying her heart out. "Don't hit my dad, please, don't hit my dad. I serve you, I will serve you, young Master Luo, I will serve you well, just let my father go." The young girl's voice tore at her heart. It even penetrated the sound of the pouring rain. At the end of Wui Lane, the few people who were watching the scene, at this time, they all turned their heads in a heartfelt manner, seemingly cannot bear to see this hilarious. The young man in the fancy dress, on the other hand, became excited. While he was using the jade ruin in his hand, he smashed the brown man's head and, while staring viciously at the young girl, "All right, little beauty, when I smash this dog's head in, I'll share the clouds and rain with you, and I'd like to see that. You and your mother. What's different? Hey, it's an honor to serve me, and just so you know, my last name can be Luo." The laughter of the flashy-suited youth became more and more piercing. Heavy rain poured down. God has no mercy on this poor family. In Wui Alley, those people who were watching the scene were also all lamenting that God was blind. But just then, at the end of Wui Lane, two silhouettes with bucket hats cloaked in straw raincoats, just passing by the end of Wui Alley, they heard the sharp, piercing laughter of that Chinese-robed youth. When I heard the word Luo family, the footsteps of these two figures suddenly lurched. One of the figures, taking the lead, turned his head, while the other, immediately followed. And in the small courtyard of the Li family, in Luo Ningfeng, with the jade rui in his hand, he finally cracked the brown man's head, making the brown man, having to let go of his mouth, he turned his head and put his hand on the young girl, who screamed in horror when, pust, a scene that shocked everyone happened. In the pouring rain, the arm of the young master of the Luo family, accompanied by soaring blood, suddenly flew up. Soaring blood, a few drops of which landed right on the girl's face. It made her look incredulously at the red in front of her. Two figures clad in straw raincoats and wearing bucket hats. At some point, it appeared at Luo Ningfeng's side. One of the figures, in his hand, carried a blood-red long sword. The other figure, on the other hand, slightly raised his bucket hat, revealing a clear face. "Your last name is Law." Luo Ningfeng, who had one of his arms chopped off, was stunned for a split second. The next second, he covered his bleeding arm and wailed at the top of his lungs. "Hands! My hands! Who are you? Who are you guys? I am a son of the Luo family, the Luo family of flushed Yin Tai, and you attacked a son of the Luo family. Don't want to live?" It's good that he didn't say that. After he said that, those two figures looked at each other. One of them, the teenage boy who had just opened his mouth to inquire, suddenly had a smirk appear at the corner of his mouth. "It's your last name, Lo, that's being sought. Chu Hongyu. Do it." The next instant, a crimson wind blew by, raindrops falling from the sky, fluttering in the wind. The body of that brocade-clothed youth, cut by 1,000 cuts, his flesh and skin turned into a puddle of mud. Only one head was still fairly well preserved and rolled to the ground. The young man with the clean-cut face picked up the outcropping, and then turned his head to peer out into the alley of the oubliette. Looked toward, at the end of Wui Lane Alley, the people who are watching. Then he raised his head high in his hands. "Fellow townsfolk, if any of you recognize this head, please inform your Luo family of it. Just tell them that the Luo family is dead, and from today onwards, the Luo family will keep dying until all the Luo family's children are dead. Killers." Lin Yao. Lin Yao's voice lurched, and he turned his head again to look at his side, where the man carrying a crimson longsword, his face, cold as a frosty silhouette. "Murderer, Qingxuan Sect, Chu Hongyu. I have come to Flush Terrace today only to destroy the gateway of the Luo family. Please help convey this." When the two figures said that, they carried the head and took big steps outside the house. Only that young girl was left behind, staring blankly at the direction those two figures had left. It was a long time before the young girl responded, and she fell to her knees and, hugging his own father's unknown body, he cried so loudly in the pouring rain, and flushed the main street of Flushed Terrace, Cerulean Street. Chu Hongyu carried Luo Ningfeng's head and followed behind Lin Yao. "Ancestor, before we kill, must we give our names?" Lin Yao nodded slightly. "If we don't give our names, how are we going to let Russell know that it was the two of us who killed his whole family? If we don't spread our fierce reputation, how can we deter the tiger guards who are after us? You've seen all of the Luo family's behavior in Flush Terrace along the way. Bullying men and women, forced prostitution, child sacrifice, old feudal society, the landlord class, the disgusting things that can be done. They all did it once, and then afterward they still want to label themselves as a decent cultivation family. Disgusting. Every Luo family member, even if they died tragically, they were not wronged." And right at that moment, Lin Yao's footsteps suddenly lurched. He saw, behind a curtain of drifting rain, crawling on the ground was a magnificent mansion. The front yard gate and wall alone took up most of the street, and right above the courtyard door, there hung a large plaque with hot gold characters on a black background, "Luo Mansion." Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. According to the information we poked around earlier, the Luo family is up ahead. Know what to do, right? Chu Hongyu raised the crimson longsword in her hand. When you enter this door, not a single piece of armor will be left behind. Lin Yao nodded. Remember, don't leave a single one alive. The reason why the Luo family has suffered this calamity today is because of this useless thing. Russell, left you alive. Created today's karma. You learn your lesson. Leave not a single living soul behind to cut off this karma. Lin Yao said while holding Chu Hongyu's waist and walked to the Luo family's front door. Lin Yao raised his hand and knocked on the dark ironwood door in front of him. With the sound of thumping, the gate opened slowly. A middle-aged, triangular-eyed man with a glazed hat and narrowed eyes. Poke your head out. He casually glanced at Lin Yao, then his gaze locked onto Chu Hongyu. Those beady, triangular eyes lit up for a moment. Beauty? Is it from the Chuiying mansion or the drunken red mansion? Which master to serve? Come in quickly, and let steward Zhang Ai first examine the goods for the lords. The triangular-eyed butler, with his hand out. But the next second, a blood-red long sword stabbed through that steward's throat. Stabbed the butler in the back of the neck again. Chu Hongyu gripped the hilt of his sword in his hand and made a light stroke. That steward's head fell straight to the ground. Then Chu Hongyu, like a swallow in the rain, followed the open doorway and straight into the Luo family residence. And Lin Yao, who was standing at the gate, raised his hand without slowing down, and took the two iron and wooden gates. Pull it on slowly. Chu Hongyu, you boldly go forward. Ancestor help you close the door. You have your feet on the ground. Head up to the sky. Take big steps to walk in a chain. Quickly stack your head up. Let your fellow disciples who died in vain go to the Yellow Springs in peace. It wasn't enough that Lin Yao closed the door. He hummed a little tune as he put a large lock on the two gates. The mountain gate is locked. Locking the whole mountain. Want to escape? Can't escape. Walking the rivers and lakes. The treasure tool necessary to kill the whole family. The treasure of the hidden treasure. I didn't think I could use it here. Inside is the spiritual energy I stored as the hidden immortal of the 10,000 laws, which can be used with the borrowed treasure technique. The effect is that within 3 hours, all living beings within a certain range, below the Yuaning stage, can be sealed. Chu Hongyu, your Grandmaster, I've been so good to you. You kill someone, I'll lock the door. You slaughter, I seal the mountain. It's time for this jungle to think. Hidden World 10,000 Laws Immortal Monarch, Extreme World Stealing Demon Monarch, Inji Fengtian Mountain and River Lord, should all remember that behind these seals, there is a common name. Lin Yao. Of course, the most important point is that by spreading the name Lin Yao, those disciples that Lao Zi adopted back then, if they were filial, you should also follow the name and find out for yourself. Your master is back. Chapter 26, Building a Tower of Luo Family Heads for Master's Sacrifice. Next time, building a tower of royal heads for Master's Sacrifice. It's pouring rain, less so. In the distance, the sky lit up with a reddish haze. It was already time for the sun to set. Lin Yao sat cross-legged in front of the main gate of the Luo mansion, looking at the crimson sunset that took his face and reflected in red. And behind him, it was crimson, the Luo family residence. At some point, was ablaze. The fire spread throughout the Luo residence, like it was going to burn the entire Luo mansion to ashes. The sunset in front of Lin Yao's eyes was getting dimmer and dimmer in its light. The crimson flames behind him, however, grew more and more vigorous. Wait until the last embers of the setting sun have dissipated as well. The fire in the Luo mansion burned to its peak. Lin Yao could hear wailing coming from within the Luo mansion. Lin Yao was meditating and running his spiritual energy while humming a ditty again. The sun sets in the west and darkens the sky, and every house bolts its doors. The traveling gentleman runs to the inn, and the birds run to the mountains. The tiger returns to the mountain. Birds run to the mountains and have a place to rest. Tigers must return to the mountains to be at peace. Lin Yao shook his head in front of the Luo mansion's gate. The whole flushed platform, however, was terribly quiet. Every house, every door is closed. Not a single citizen out to see what's going on. Lin Yao knew that it was the people of Flush Terrace who didn't want to get into trouble. When a bright white moon hung in the basilisk-colored sky, the mansion behind Lin Yao was finally quiet. There was only the sound of crackling flames, and just then, Lin Yao heard it. Knock knock. The voice was unhurried, calm and strong. 9 strokes in all. No more, no less. Lin Yao finally slowly stood up at this time. He knew that it was Chu Hongyu knocking on the door. This kid knows the rules. The knock was never more than 9. Steady and strong. No more, no less. Lin Yao turned his head. Raise your hand and pinch. The huge door lock that had originally locked the black iron gate slowly unlocked and fell. Lin Yao put away that chain. And in the meantime, The gate was pushed from the inside out. As the gate opens, Lin Yao saw a woman wearing a bucket hat and a straw raincoat slowly appear before his eyes. The woman was covered in blood. There were a dozen scars on his body that were deep to the bone. The right hand that carried the blood-red longsword was even worse. That hand could no longer be called a hand. Instead, it's a slime of blood and flesh piled on top of each other. The woman in front of him was even more wretched than when Lin Yao saw her for the first time in the Tsangsu cemetery. And at this point, not waiting for Lin Yao to speak, the woman suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Ancestors. Lin Yao stared at the woman in front of him, that face covered in blood. Kill them all? The woman smiled and nodded. Not a single one of those locked by divine sense has been left behind. Lin Yao let out a deep breath. Where's the Tower of Heads? Chu Hongyu sidled to his side. Lin Yao saw that behind Chu Hongyu, one head stacked on top of the other, stacked into a tower. The very top of the tower. The heads of 3 middle-aged men, piled on top of each other but still entwined with spiritual energy. Those 3 heads, with a look on their faces that says resignation. Lin Yao's mind was rarely shaken at this time. Back then, when he took the path of devil cultivation, the means were even more cruel than Chu Hongyu. He even made a human head full of stars with thousands of heads, but it was in a game at the time. After all, any more gore is spaced out. But not anymore. The smell of blood was overwhelming. The gusty wind blew and brought up a whistling sound like a ghost was crying and howling, making people shiver. But Lin Yao quickly took a deep breath and adjusted his mind. Consider all the heads in front of you to be cabbage. Very nice. This is a cabbage tower built out of cabbage. Lin Yao raised his hand and pointed forward. Go on. Chu Hongyu nodded. She flung herself to her knees in front of the Tower of Heads, toward the northeast. Unworthy disciple Chu Hongyu. Today, with the head of the entire Luo family, for master, brother and sister, as well as all of your fellow disciples, build the Luo family head tower. Today, the tower of the Luo family's heads is sacrificed, and the next worship will be for the master and all of his fellow disciples, building the great Zhou royal family, the Gao family head tower. Chu Hongyu then rushed to the northeast and kowtowed 3 times. Finally she just slowly climbed to her feet. Flip your sleeve. The surrounding fires were swept up violently. The fire spread to that towering tower of human heads. Soon, the Tower of Heads, like the incense that is offered in worship, burning from the very top, the flames swept from top to bottom. Lin Yao watched as the fire gradually engulfed the entire Luo family residence, completely, before he let out a long breath of relief. Though knowing that, you're hurt, but we don't have time to delay here. With such a big commotion, it must have alerted the Qingtian supervisor of the Great Zhou. To avoid trouble, we need to go now. Chu Hongyu immediately bowed. Everything is at the disposal of the ancestor. Lin Yao nodded slightly. Go. Leave now for Fuyu City. It's November already, isn't it? A month short of the waxing moon. In time. Chu Hongyu looked up and north at this time. Flushed platform. Not far from Fulu City. Is not far away. Within 15 days, we will definitely be able to reach Fulu City without any accidents. A big wind is blowing at the moment, rolling fire and smoke. When the smoke cleared, the large Luo mansion no longer had the shadows of Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu. There was only the crimson flame that continued to burn that magnificent mansion into ashes. The monstrous fire didn't die out until daylight the next day. It was only gradually extinguished. The flushed terrace, which received heavy rain yesterday, is also in early November. The first major snowfall was welcomed. Huge flakes of snow fell from the sky. The heavy snow directly buried the Luo family residence, which was in ruins. In the midst of the snow, there were only 2 cloaks of black, with white masks on which the codified and engraved with stars of varying order. In one night's time, more than 3,000 mouths of the Luo family were exterminated. What a ruthless tactic. Chu Hongyu, this remaining member of the Qingxuan Sect, and Lin Yao, this previously unheard of nobody, even took things to such a point. Lord Luo, after hearing this matter, it is said that directly spit out blood. Tiger Guard in the There are no other 1,000 captains who are willing to take over and continue the task of clearing out the remaining members of the Qingxuan Sect. The subsequent matters can only wait for Lord Russell. Calm your mind and then make your decision. This snow, which has fallen in such a manner as to deserve it, the Luo family directly to bury, good as a bird-eating end of the forest. Fell piece of white earth really clean. Where are those 2 now? And no matter how the Tiger Guards act on their side, we, the Qingtian supervisors, can't let up on keeping tabs on these 2. The latest news, the 2's whereabouts detected by the Sky Falcon. The 2 should be traveling all the way north. It looks like it's going to Fulu City. Fulu City? Great General Gu's place of retirement. These 2 are going to Fulu City. It won't cause any more trouble. It should not be. Great General Gu. about to return to the ruins, with half a foot already in the coffin. But from what I hear, in Haojing, everyone is waiting for news of Great General Gu's death. The entire dynasty, all waiting for that old man's death. Only if he dies, they can divide the Great General Gu, who used to be in charge of the Northern Army. Shu, be careful what you say. And in the meantime, Fuyu City, Songtan Academy, the Great Zhou Dynasty, one of the 3 great university palaces in the north, teaching martial arts field. The figure of a youth flew backwards from the teaching martial arts field. With a loud boom, it smashed into the wall of the teaching arena. On the field of teaching martial arts, sitting on their knees, nearly 1,000 schoolchildren, arranged in a circular pattern, and the schoolchildren surrounded right in the center. An old man, bare-chested, revealing a body as strong as gnarled muscles. He moved his arms as he did so, while shaking his head. Waste? No. At such a level, how can one inherit the true martial way of the old man? You can't even carry a punch from an old man who is about to return to the ruins. You bunch of losers. If this continues, will Enshire's mastery be lost? You bunch of losers. Let the old me. What face? Face the benefactor. Expand. Expand again. Not just limited to Fulu City. The whole of Jingzhou. No. In the whole of the north. As long as it is recognized by the old man as a good seed. The old man is willing. In the last light of day. Pour it on him. The old man's voice was like a bell. And under his seat, nearly 1,000 students, all trembling, one by one, they stayed in the kneeling position and almost wanted to just kowtow. At this moment, these disciples were all thinking of one thing. What kind of a high-level person is a master who can teach such a raw disciple as an old man? How they are in the Great Zhou Dynasty. Never heard of. Chapter 27. You have soldiers and power. The royal family bullies you. You directly rebel. There are less than 15 days to go before the waxing moon. Both sides of the official road to Fulu City were already white. The flying snow colored the world white. The same official road full of snow. But at this time, the travelers are full of people. One by one, the travelers clad in straw raincoats and carrying their bags were all marching in the direction of Fulu City. On both sides of the official highway, the traders with a keen sense of business, directly on both sides of the official highway, set up porridge stalls, tea stalls and even a liquor store. On the official road less than 30 miles away from Fulu City, a wine shop was doing the hottest business. A dozen or so tables were filled with people in a blizzard. The wind and snow have traveled all over the wine shop. The travelers, the tall tales, exchanging their respective intelligence. Heard about it? That thing that happened at Flush Terrace the other day? I heard that the Luo family of Flush Table suffered a great disaster. Overnight, the whole family, along with the servants, they're all dead. Not only, as far as I know, Flush Table, all the family surnamed Luo, have suffered. The men were all beheaded, and the women were all hazed and then cut up as swine. Is it still human to do this? Who says it isn't? Who's a good person to do such a cruel deed? I've heard that. The one who destroyed the Luo family's entire clan was a pair of devilish cultivator couples. The male one is called Lin Yao and the female one is called Chu Hongyu. I have also heard that both are evil spirits who do evil things and kill without blinking an eye. That devil cultivator called Lin Yao, even more so, didn't even spare the children. That male devil is said to be fond of hazing mortals. He once broke into the house of a mortal couple, and locked the man of the house, like a dog, in the doorway, and himself into the house and the mistress of that house. Inverted. Even the children of that house are not spared. The heads of all the Luo family's children, still beheaded by this pair of devils. A tower of human heads was built for them to practice their evil arts. Disgusting. Too disgusting. Can't imagine that my great Zhou dynasty, surprisingly, such a heartless devil has come out. Devil Lin Yao. This name, I remember. And while the group of travelers were talking loudly about this, at a square table, two travelers with cocked hats and cloaks were silent. It was a man and a woman. The man was a clean-cut teenage boy, and the woman was a big, bright, beautiful woman. At this moment, the teenage boy, the corner of his eye twitched. Damn, the reputation did get out. But how did it get spread like this? The brightly colored woman next to the teenager nodded slightly. Ancestor, don't blame me. This must be the Great Zhou's Qingtian supervisor interfering. The Great Zhou's Qingtian supervisor was originally the Great Zhou's royal family, an organization to control civil opinion. We exterminated the Luo family's entire clan. The Qingtian supervisor. And it's easy to throw sewage on our heads. The young, clean-cut boy nodded slightly. It doesn't matter. The reputation will spread. A bad name is also a name. Then my fierce reputation should have spread to Fulu City. The teenager narrowed his eyes slightly while, at the same time, gently tapping the tabletop of the wine table in front of him, and behind the two men, the chatter of those travelers rose even higher. You all have heard about what happened in Fulu City. Nonsense. We're all snowy and windy travelers. Why are we braving such a blizzard? Heading towards Fulu City? Isn't it because old General Gu of Fulu City is looking for the last closed disciple? Great General Gu, who has spent his life in the military, but has no son or heir at his knee, and has a great learning. There is not even a successor. And now in the year of the return of the ruins, the heart of the search for a successor is more and more urgent. Now it is even more directly open the door. In Fulu City, Qingxuan Academy Palace preaching. All aspirants can go to Qingxuan Academy Palace to seek Taoism. The Great General Gu, to preach and teach them. If a good seedling has good roots and character, he will have the opportunity to, being guarded as a personal disciple by Great General Gu, who was willing to teach him everything. This is a great opportunity to level the playing field. Yes, Great General Gu is the commander of the Northern Army of our Great Zhou dynasty, and in the Northern Army camp, most of the officers today were once General Gu's pawns. General Gu, the last of the closed disciples. Even the royal family of Great Zhou is probably going to give 3 thin slices of face. I've also heard that Great General Gu's favorite dear granddaughter is now at the age of marriage, not yet having a Taoist couple. Great General Gu, both choosing a successor and selecting a virtuous son-in-law. This is all old news. You guys haven't heard the recent rumors. The Fengtian Division of the Ministry of Rites. It's already settled in Fulu City. Bongsangji? That's the imperial court, specializing in funerals for local, feudal officials, established some years ago. Fengtian Si, into the place. At most 15 days, the local courtiers must be princely death. What do you mean? General Gu has only 15 days left to live? Are we still in time? When we get to Fulu City, we won't only be able to see Great General Gu's coffin, right? That's not the worst of it. The worst bit is that the bad guards, it's rumored to have moved into Fulu City as well. Bad guard? Isn't that the royal family of the Great Zhou, the unit that specializes in dealing with rebels? What do you mean? There's a rebel in Fulu City? What else could it mean? Don't know anything about politics? Haven't you heard? General Gu and the Zhou royal family some years ago ascended to the throne of the new emperor. Do not deal with General Gu. If so honest princeling, it is also just. The royal family of the Great Zhou can directly integrate the leaderless northern army. But Great General Gu had to openly recruit some closed disciples. This ironically touched the royal family scales. The undesirable guards, presumably, came to interfere with Great General Gu, selecting closed disciples. And I've also heard that the royal family of Great Zhou intends, after the death of Great General Gu, to give him a bad posthumous title. A bad posthumous name? But General Gu's great achievements in battle for the Great Zhou dynasty has made great achievements. Great Zhou dynasty must have half of the kingdom. Is the Great General Gu fought down it? Such a meritorious minister, to be given a bad posthumous title? Isn't that bullying honest people? It's not the first time the Great Zhou imperial family has done this kind of thing. You've all forgotten that Southwest, Southeast, and those several great pillar states in the Northwest, some years ago, all died, and each one died in a strange way. The king wants the minister to die, the minister had to die. Yes, what's the use of being distinguished in battle? It's not the royal family's decision to judge the merits and demerits of a battle. This move of the Great Zhou royal family is to tell the whole world that there is no king's land under the sky, and there is no king's subject in the raid of the land. Great General Gu, this great general, who swallowed 10,000 miles like a tiger back then. So what? In front of the royal family, nowadays, and nothing more than a defeated dog with half his body in the ground. And just as those travelers, conversing happily, the two figures in the wine shop, suddenly stood up. Then, without turning their heads, into the wind and snow. Lin Yao's face was incredibly cloudy at this moment. Chu Hongyu followed behind Lin Yao. She carefully observed Lin Yao's face. Ancestors, that Great General Gu, there is not much life left. Is it really not too late for us? Lin Yao's eyes flickered with a ghostly aura. In time, as long as he's still breathing, it's not too late. As long as he still has a breath, old man can let him live. Afterward I'm going to slap him in that old face and ask him, what the hell is in his brain? Is it all to be bullied to such an extent? What lousy taught him back then? He ate it all with onions? You have soldiers in your hands. You have power. You have money. The royal family bullied you. You revolt. What a difference between foolishness and stupidity. Chapter 28. In the next life, you'll be a man and I'll be a woman, my master alias true martial emperor. On the official road to Fulu City, Lin Yao's face grew more and more cloudy. He was furious when he thought of Gu Baichen. This Gu Haiwa. How can an indisputable thing be bullied like this? When I praised you for being honest and loyal, I didn't tell you to be honest and loyal to anyone. People on your head and you're still honest and loyal to them? That the royal family of Great Zhou, counting on meritorious officials at every turn. The people are like grass when the rabbit dies. Such a royal family is not worthy of allegiance. Lin Yao's pace of traveling to Fulu City at this time was getting faster and faster. He is now at the 13th level of the Qi condensation stage. He is not yet able to fly in the air, but his strength is already much stronger than when he was immortal. As for the two Night Shining Jade Lions, after Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu left the flushed platform, the flushed face platform, it was put away by Lin Yao in the hidden heavenly pearl. Riding these two Night Shining Jade Lions is too ostentatious. He does not want to, and Chu Hongyu, not yet to Fulu City, was Qin Tian's supervisor intercepted. And at this time, the two were not far from Fulu City. Lin Yao, however, threw out the hidden heavenly pearl that he had been hiding in his sleeve. Two steeds, glistening and golden in the blazing sun. The two steeds that, it appeared before the eyes of Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu. Chu Hongyu looked at Lin Yao unexpectedly. Ancestors. Lin Yao patted the back of his neck, laying low all the way down. There's no point in laying low on this last stretch. We rode the Jade Lion of Shining Night to Fuyu City. Chu Hongyu involuntarily gulped. But the ancestor of the Great Zhou, the undesirable people and the Bongchang Division, are both within the Fulu City. Nowadays, Ancestor and I, we are both imperial prisoners. Isn't it too ostentatious to enter the city in such an unobtrusive manner? Too unassuming? Lin Yao snorted. Zhangyan, to be ostentatious. Let's go to Fulu City and look for Gubeichen. What's with the bad man and the Bangsangji? If it does come down on us, Lin Yao's voice lurched. I just don't believe that Gubeichen can sit back and watch. Also take this opportunity to see how much blood is left in Gubeichen. This loser? Lin Yao's complexion was cloudy, but Chu Hongyu, who was clearly in Lin Yao's face, I saw a touch of regret that I'm sorry for his misfortune and anger. On the other side of the Fuyu City, Songtan Academy, adjacent to the teaching martial arts field, a loft was constructed entirely out of lapis lazuli. On the second floor of the attic, on a bedstead facing a small window, an old man with a shriveled body, wrapped in an animal skin cloak, looks out the window. The old man seemed to feel a little cold, and kept tightening the animal skin cloak on his body, tightening it again and again. The old man's right across the street. A middle-aged man wearing a black power suit with a one-word mustache on his mouth knelt on one knee. The great general, give it a rest. Not a bad day. The old man on the bed shook his head. No rest. The disciple who can inherit the body of the true martial art has not yet been found. I cannot rest. And just then, the old man suddenly covered his chest and gasped for air. The whites of his eyes suddenly began to be streaked with blood, and his forehead was bulging with veins at that moment. The middle-aged man on the side instantly tensed up. Great general, calm your mind, calm your mind. But the old man on the bed was more and more pathos, and even looked some madness. I am a foolish disciple who has done nothing in my life to make my master proud. Before I die, it's not so bad that I can't even find a successor to the Tao that was passed down to me by my master. It is often said that those who are teachers, those who preach and teach, may do a good job of are few and far between, but my master has done it all for me. He is the mighty true martial North Star Lord. In the mundane, people call him by a more common name, True Martial Emperor. My master was back then the mighty true martial emperor. God has treated me well, and has made me such a foolish crofter. I've met such marvelous teachers, but what have I done with my mediocre life? I am foolishly qualified, and can only be considered to a barely inherited part of my teacher's mantle. Failure to carry it forward. I thought I had met a wise ruler and thought I would help him create something great, but I didn't realize that so-called wise ruler, after ascending the throne, thought only of immortality, the world that he once coveted, just a stepping stone to help him ascend. The descendants of that monarch are even more ridiculous. None of them are inspiring, but only think that the rabbit is dead, the dog is dead, the bird is dead and the bow is hidden. Centralize power, and centralize power again. They want the great Zhou dynasty, forever held in the hands of his high family. I apologize to the brothers who fought with me on the battlefield back then under my command. More than 500 brothers followed me, came out from their homes to fight for the great Zhou dynasty, but in the end, 500 or so brothers, none of them came back alive, none of them were wrapped in cold clothes and withered bones, and the conscripts became old pawns, and there were no returnees in the wind and snow, and the other country was a homeland. I'm sorry for them. I wasn't a good father either. I've had 7 sons in my life, except for the oldest, who actually died on the frontier. died at the Great Wall of Wanya on Mt. Mang in the north, and the remaining 6 sons, all of them died. The second, died in Yunmeng's, plundered by evil cultivators, resisted and died. The third, died at Quanyang Ridge, the cause of death unknown. The fourth, the fifth, died at Fengtian Cliff, said to have been exterminated by me. The remnants of the northern she did it to get back at me. Old 6, who died on Mount Sangli, the cause of death is also unknown. Laochi, that most resourceful brat, died in Haojing. 7 sons, all dead. Son, father can't apologize to you all. I'm a father, should have avenged you, but dad didn't. And, Zhou Jia, you and I met at the end of the microcosm, and when I met you, although I've gained some cultivation, I haven't let you follow me to enjoy any blessings in this life. You have labored all your life, and you have borne me 12 sons and daughters, but I have protected none of them. Not a single one was protected. I'm sorry for you too. Next life, if there is a next life, if you don't mind me, let's be husband and wife for another lifetime. I'll give you children, you be the man and I'll be the woman. The dried up old man on the bed is pounding his chest at the moment. Tears fell along with snot. The middle-aged man in black linen who was kneeling in front of the old man was also in tears along with the old man at this time. The great general. That's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's the great Zhou royal family that's unkind. It was the great Zhou royal family that betrayed their trust and gave you a heart demon compulsion. You take care. The old man on the bed cried out yet more. It was like he saw something. He reached out his hand and went forward to grab it, but he couldn't grab anything. Mastermind. Master, you've come to see my disciple? Master, are you here to take my disciple away? Master, why don't you say something? Master, do you regret taking me in? Do you regret, back in the day, asking me to practice kung fu with you in front of my family's broken tiled and cold kiln? Apprentice, shame on you. The old man covered his face and couldn't stop crying in pain. I don't know how long it's been. It was only then that the old man stopped crying, but he was still coughing, his chest heaving violently. That black power suit middle-aged man hurriedly brought a bowl of soup. Great General, it's time to drink the medicine. The old man waved his hand. Just, hysteria, again. This heart demon compulsion doesn't let me feel pain even before I die. Hutchin, didn't scare you, did I? The middle-aged man known as Hushin shook his head. Get used to it, Great General. A sour smile appeared on the old man's face. After so many years of returning to seclusion, you're the only one who keeps calling me Great General. Hushin remained on his knees respectfully. Wherever the Great General goes. You will always be the Great General, and only Great General of my Northern Army. At your command. 300,000 brethren of the Northern Army, still willing to serve the Great General. Take another walk up Baimang Mountain, willing to die a death for the Great General. The old man shook his head bitterly. It's worth it to have you say that, but I'm an old fool who suffers day and night from the demon compulsion. Better not toss those kids north of the border. How about the students who came to the academy today, to hear the sermon? Toussaint bowed his head respectfully. The number of scholars coming to Fulu City is increasing. The academy palace's teaching martial arts grounds can no longer fit. There is now a daily limit of 5,000 scholars entering the academy. There are about 70,000 to 80,000 students waiting, lined up outside the academy. There are many scholars, but they are all mediocre. There are no outstanding seedlings. Since the bad guys moved into Fuyu City, no good seeds have sprung up. These dead traitors, Great General, should we clean them up? The old man pondered for a moment, but shook his head. You clean them up today, and in the morning, new delinquents will move in. The royal family of Great Zhou, the young emperor of this generation, has a temperament that I understand. Jarius, do not achieve the goal by any means. When he was young, he was humiliated when he practiced in the Northern Army, so he hated me miserably. Leave them alone. If there is a real talent, it will naturally come to me over those undesirable people. The old man said as he spoke. One raised his hand and made a fist, tapped a few points on his body, a few times. He took another deep breath. Then, his body, like a rising leather ball, swelled up. Muscles that had been dried out suddenly became full. The sunken eyes, too, became gleaming. The aura on his body also climbed up. In the blink of an eye, from sick dog to tiger, Hushin was on the sidelines, looking at the old man with worry. Great General, is this life-compromising law again? The old man waved his hand. What life-breaking law? This divine ability, called Rejuvenation of the Withered Tree, can make my body. Recovering to the peak state of a martial saint is an inconspicuous style in the true martial Jedi. Back then, the master used it at will to keep the physique at its peak. It's my lack of learning and limited qualifications. That's why it's necessary to lose longevity when performing this divine ability. But it doesn't matter. Not bad for a few days. Better to die alive and well than to live sickly, and not to be healthy in this body. How do you preach? Go, go, go. Hussein, come with me to meet today's scholars, the old man said as he spoke. With a smile on one side, he stood up from the bed and took another big step towards the outside of the loft. The middle-aged man in a black power suit quietly followed the old man. It was accompanied by the sound of a bronze bell ringing in the teaching arena. San Haiming Palace's teaching martial arts field, once again lively, and at the same time that the brass bells were ringing. Fuyu City, East Gate, 2 divine colts, carrying 2 figures, accompanied by the clattering hoofs of it directly crossed the eastern gate of Fulu City. Subsequently, the 2 divine colts rushed straight towards the north of the city of Fulu City, galloping away. The stallion's horse, Chu Hongyu's voice was hoarse. Ancestors, let's just run in through the east gate. Watered down, and in the open. Is it really okay? Are we imperial prisoners? Lin Yao didn't turn around and just snorted. So what? What's wrong with the imperial prisoner? The court violates that you can't ride a horse. Ah, or can't we enter Fulu City? Chu Hongyu dry coughed twice. But this way, the undesirables in the city, I'm afraid, will soon come to arrest us. I've heard that the undesirables of the Great Zhou dynasty are an even more formidable force than the Tiger Guards. The lowest realm. Inside is all Jiadun, and all of them are murderous masters. It is said that some of them, before joining the bad guys, or a demonic cultivator. Lin Yao let out a deep breath. It's okay. It's okay. As long as we can find Gu Baichen before the undesirables find us. It's not even a question. Didn't the gang in the liquor store say so? Gu Baichen is at the Tsangtan Academy. Let's head straight to the Tsangtan Academy. Don't stop for a moment. Chu Hongyu's expression was still a bit tense at this time. Great General Gu, will he really shelter us? Lin Yao was on his horse, shaking his head. Not asylum. He should be on his knees in front of me, pleading for my understanding. Heck, the old man's face. It's all thrown away on him. How can a man, who is a wimp, be this bad? Chapter 29. What face do I want if the widow of my comrade is well? The more who know my name, the better. 2 tall, golden horses in the sunlight, speeding down the official road in Fulu City. The robes on the 2 men on horseback hunted under the headwind. Lin Yao's destination was clear. It's the Tsangtan Academy in Fuyu City. But the Jade Lion of the Night was not able to run for too long on the official road of Fulu City. Soon, the 2 Jade Lions were forced to stop. Lin Yao looked at the street in front of him, the densely packed heads of people, and unconsciously frowned. The main road leading to Tsangtan Academy Palace was surprisingly already blocked. Streets, and bedding laying. It's amazing that there are people, in the dead of winter, living right on the street. Lin Yao's face instantly became even more gloomy. And just then, on the street, a stooped old man suddenly approaches. The old man was hunched over, still missing an incisor, and his face, full of age spots and wrinkles, was, at the moment it was piled with a smile. The 2 of you are also here at the Tsangtan Academy, seeking the way, right? Lin Yao lowered his head and looked at the hunchbacked old man. No, I'm looking for Gu Baichen. That old man's face changed as he sniffed, clasping his hands and rushing in the direction of the Tsangtan Academy. Bold. Great General Gu's name is also something you can call out directly? Lin Yao frowned slightly. Don't ing pull that useless, damn old man. If you have something to say it and fart it. The NPCs I hate the most are the NPCs that push to talk crap, and then talk crap, get you killed. Lin Yao's eyes at this time flashed red. He was now, in a rare way, impatient, very pushy. Although on his lips, he had been cursing and swearing at Gu Baichen, but he also had feelings for Gu Baichen. He spent 6 years of his life in the game Spirit Market. He also has a real affection for a lot of what he thinks are NPCs in this game. He didn't want Gu Baichen to die, he didn't want, after he crossed over to this world, too, but they have to send their children away. The old man who had initiated the conversation was creeped out by Lin Yao's stare, and he first took 2 steps backward. An involuntary shrinking of the neck followed. I was kind enough to come over and strike up a conversation. What are you being so mean for? I was just trying to tell you. Recently, there are too many people who come to the Tsangtan Academy to listen to the Tao. The Tsangtan Academy Palace can no longer be entered casually. The number of scholars released into the schoolhouse each day is now limited. Limit 5,000 per day. All the other scholars, who can't get into the palace, can only wait outside, lining up numbers, The number plate, now, has reached 86,472. If the two of you would like to be numbered, it's the 86,473rd and 86,474th. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes as he sniffed. You mean there are over 80,000 people in front of me? There are only 5,000 that get into the academy every day. So it's my turn. It's already 17 days later. The hunchbacked old man nodded. Indeed. You too, want to line up a number? Lin Yao snorted. Scheduling? ******** Q. Line up a number to get into the academy. And the yellow flowers are cold. Gu Beichen. By that time, I'm afraid he'd already be in his coffin. Chu Hongyu. Take me to fly there. Chu Hongyu, who was on the other shining night jade lion, immediately raised his head. Her hair was windless, about to leap up. But just then, the hoarse voice of that hunchbacked old man suddenly came. The two of you are not bad in your cultivation, but I advise the two of you that in front of Fulu City, and especially the Tsungtan Academy Palace, the two of you better keep the rules. Over Fulu City, there's a restriction set up by Master Lu Liang of the Tsungtan Palace. The whole city is grounded. Cultivators below the infant change divine realm shouldn't think about flying. There's only one honest way to get into the academy. As for Chu Hongyu, her face changed at this time, because her body just vacated. It was then suppressed by an inexplicable force, re-landed on the horse's back. The night-shining jade lion under her seat even let out a hiss. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yao's mouth. The forbidden air spell. Not a big town with a big score. The forbidden air spell. It's all being used. Afterwards, Lin Yao lowered his head and looked at the hunchbacked old man in front of him. Damn old man. You wouldn't tell us this for nothing. Kindly, tell me, what ways and means do you have to get us straight into the academy? In that hunchbacked old man's eyes, at this moment, a hint of essence flashed through. Teenage boy, the moment you showed up on this high horse, I knew you were a smart man. The old man's got my business. Hey, I do have a method to allow you to enter the academy palace early. But just then, behind that hunchbacked old man, suddenly there was a cry of anger. Those were the students who, on a windy and snowy day, congested the streets, wanting to go to the Tsungtan Academy, to seek the way. Don't believe him. The old man's just an asshole ticket scalper. This murderous bastard, on the strength of some connection with a certain person in the academy palace, he hoarded a bunch of number plates and then sold them at a high price. Now everyone is boycotting him. Bastard old thing. Your son, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-grandchildren were all born without an asshole. You have skin eyes now and no asshole later. In the face of the curses that surrounded them, the hunchbacked old man, however, looked as normal. He even waved his hand indifferently. How can you say that? You guys can't get your own number plates and you blame me? What sense does that make? The hunchbacked old man then raised his head again and looked at Lin Yao. The two of you, the one screaming behind me, are a bunch of poor bastards. Only those who can't enjoy the privileges will question them and doubt them. Not understanding privilege. But in the world of cultivation, the weak are the strong, and there's nothing fair and reasonable about it. But, as these poor bastards say, in my hands, there are number plates, passes, and even, if you two are willing to pay enough, I can even, now, arrange for the two of you to enter the academy. Lin Yao snorted at his words. Having said that, so it's a dead yellow cow. I want to see Gu Beichen today. What do I have to do? Just tell me straight. The hunchbacked old man's eyes flashed green at this moment, like a hungry wolf who has seen a fat sheep. The two of you are indeed rich and powerful honored guests. As soon as I looked at the two of you, I knew that the two of you and these poor bastards behind me, never all the way. The two of you want to enter the Tsungtan Palace of Learning today, and only need to pay the 1,000 standardized spirit stones. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes at his words. Spirit stones, hard currency used in transactions between cultivators, generally used as currency. The standard system of spirit stones, which are 8 taels in weight, and which contain the spirit power of a spirit stone that was sufficient for a cultivator at the 8th level of qi condensation to run one small circumference of spiritual energy. That's 1,000 spirit stones. For the average cultivator, it was by no means a small amount. But for Lin Yao, who had gotten the hidden heavenly pearl, this 1,000 spirit stones really wasn't much. Hidden under the plot of land in the celestial pearl, all that was buried were spirit stones, and it's a superb spirit stone that weighs 8 taels. The spiritual energy contained within it was enough for a Yuaning realm cultivator to run a large circumference of spiritual energy. That land, above and below ground, is full of treasures. So this 1,000 spirit stones was nothing to Lin Yao. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem, especially since Lin Yao still has money now. Inside his various Dharma mansions, The thing that had piled up the most was spirit stones. Lin Yao casually flung his hand at this time. Lead the way. A crystal stone the size of a lavender baby's fist was thrown into that hunchbacked old man's hand. The hunchbacked old man first froze as he held the lavender crystal in both hands, but he quickly realized what the hunchbacked old man immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Top-grade spirit stones. It's really a landlord. 2. Come with me. Come with me. The hunchbacked old man, at this time, smiled fawningly. He first helped Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu dismount. Then twisting his head, he pulled the two men and headed down the street. Don't worry about the two honored guests. I, Old Man Chao, will absolutely send the two of you into the Tsungtan Academy. I, Old Chao, have been doing business outside the Tsungtan Academy for so long, and for the first time I've run into, like you two, out of such a generous guests. Old Man Chao, as he spoke, his eyes became moist, but he had just brought Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu, and hadn't taken more than a few steps inside. They were blocked by the other students lined up in the street. The faces of those seekers of learning were all gloomy. Old Man Chao, you don't want to bring these two and insert yourself in front of us. Everyone has been waiting here for days. You're the only one who always leads a special. This is Fulu City. Everyone has to follow the rules. Arrogant. Old Man Chao, you're too arrogant. In full view of the public. Don't you dare cut in line with those two. Those who were seeking to learn. At this time, not only targeted Old Man Chao, but Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu behind Old Man Chao. They didn't let it go. The way they looked at Lin Yao was filled with jealousy. You two, go line up honestly. Don't think that just because you have some cultivation, you're great. There are many people with cultivation here. There are old monsters of the Yuaning stage who come to Tsungtan Academy Palace to seek education. They also have to queue up. You two count as old Being rich is great. Rich people think they can do whatever they want. Lousy hates you dudes who come from famous families the most ing. It's nothing to come to the academy to study. And it's nothing to want to jump the queue. But you come to study and to bring a beautiful concubine. That's going too far. You're here to learn or to enjoy yourself. You know it in your heart. People like you, there is no way that you can be appreciated by Great General Gu. You don't even deserve to see Great General Gu. These people who were seeking to learn cursed Lin Yao along with them though. But Lin Yao didn't feel insulted. For these seekers of learning are far more envious than resentful of their own curses. It's not that they despise privilege. They are jealous, themselves, of their inability to use the privilege. Lin Yao snorted. Look to the hunchbacked old man in front of him. The road is blocked. You took the spirit stones I gave you. Being a scalper fixes it, right? Old Ghost Chao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It's natural. Take the money and do the work. Just watch, Old Ghost Chao said as he peeled off the tattered rough linen shirt on his body, revealing a dried out muscle. But Lin Yao clearly saw it. His dry, muscular body was covered in dense scars, knife wounds, sword wounds, penetrating wounds. That hunchbacked old man's body. It's like it's been put back together after being dismantled in a big way. In the meantime, on that old man's body, a stern killing aura emanated. Get thee out of the way. Lousy, was the Northern Great Army, Shenwu Battalion, and Scout back then. For Great General Gu, lead through the horses. Following Great General Gu, I've climbed North Mang Mountain, crossed the Great Wall of Wanye, and killed demonic cultivators. If you guys feel dissatisfied, you can always come over and compete with the old man. Me, if you want to accuse me of anything, go ahead. But before going to the Tsungtan Academy or the Fulu City Government Office to accuse me, remember to report the name of my old son, General Gu's horse foreman, Chao Yud, who was stationed at that hellhole, the Wanye Great Wall, for 60 years. The old man's voice was hoarse. He then puffed out his chest and slammed it into his body. A man who was blocking the way. The man, after all, didn't dare to fight back and could only retreat. So did the other blockers. That's it. The originally congested street in front of him was hardened by the old man, who broke out a path. The old man led the way. Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu, with strange expressions, followed behind. And from the corner of that old man's eye, at this time, he also noticed Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu, with strange expressions. He immediately coughed twice. Don't worry, both of you. Fulu City, for many years, has relied on Great General Gu to develop to this day. In Fulu City, the highest ranking people are us, the Northern Army, retired veterans. In Fulu Chang, if you hurt a veteran of the Northern Army, you will not only be punished by the Way Camp, it will also be spurned by the people of Fulu City. Hey, to have followed Great General Gu for a game. Old Chao, I really have a good life. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow with a complicated expression. You really were once Gu Baichen's pawn. The old man sniffed and stiffened his spine, 1,000 times over. I was the last batch of soldiers that Great General Gu personally led before he returned to his retirement. Following Great General Gu, he has climbed North Mang Mountain and defended the Great Wall of Wanya. When the old man said this, he unconsciously straightened his spine and his voice rose, as if he was immensely proud. And Chu Hongyu's voice, at this time, came quietly. Since you are Great General Gu, once a horse's foot soldier, you are not afraid of what you are doing now. Shame on you, Great General Gu. And you're only at the foundation stage cultivation level. I just probed with my divine sense that you're at the end of your days, and it's already a miracle that you've survived until now. Isn't it good to save some face for an old man who's half in the ground? Earn this kind of money. Old Ghost Chao's face stiffened. His posture, which had just been erect, instantly hunched over like a deflated ball of leather. He turned back and gave Chu Hongyu a sly look. A few more hefty dry chuckles. Your guest has a point in his lesson, but underneath, it still has to be done. If you don't, you won't be able to earn spirit stones. Just can't pick up the slack. When the war veterans, the remaining orphans, the court of Great Zhou doesn't care about us old pawns, but the great general remembers us. But all these years, he has long since dispersed his family's wealth in order to help us, and in these years of seclusion, solitary. So we don't blame the great general, but the widows of the dead brethren must be received by someone. Gotta let those widows know that their dogs, their men, once died a good death. They are for the country, for the Qingxuan world to give their lives. The people of this world is standing on their bones and blood. Settle down. What's the point of me losing my ing face? I can't let the widows of my brethren back then suffer. Chu Hongyu, who was behind Lin Yao, was momentarily speechless. She didn't know what to say. Lin Yao, on the other hand, gave that old man Chao a deep look, and didn't say a word. And old man Chao turned his head, take the two men and move on. As he walked, he hummed some jangly song, searing eyes, and a sword's blade, and looking into the distance, and the clouds of air, and the millions of armored men, clothes clad, same call, all in my voice. Chao Lao Gui's front. Those Hans who had congested the road were helpless, one by one, when they saw old Ghost Chao. Again, with reluctance, he stepped out of the way. Obviously, it wasn't the first time old man Chao had done this. They were all familiar with old man Chao's routine. They were viciously staring at Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu, who were following behind old man Chao at that moment. Two more interlopers. So what if you cut in line? This kind of asshole will certainly not be appreciated by the great general. Even if you meet the great general, what can you do? The great general wants a good seedling with good character and behavior. But they to have a chance to be able to see the great general. I have heard. The great general. Time is running out. We may not even be able to see the face of the great general. Damn. Stop it. It's solid. Dog. What's this little white boy's name? Where's he from? Anyone know? What is the relationship between that big beauty and him? Can't be his beautiful concubine. Grass. Really can't be compared. People are more angry than people. Yeah, I'd like to know what he's based on. 2. By the fact that he has a good father? And just then, Lin Yao, who was originally following behind old man Chao, suddenly turned his head and, look at the queues of school seekers on either side. My name is Lin Yao. I got to where I am today because of no one else but myself. If you have the chance, remember to take my name and proclaim it. I want to make 4 worlds. The more people who know my name, the better. Chapter 30. You have the ability to let the royal family on your head. You have the ability to open the door now. Lin Yao looked at those roadblockers and smiled broadly. His smile even made those roadblockers feel creeped out one by one. But Lin Yao, after saying this, and didn't tangle with them too much more. Instead, he turned his head and continued to follow behind old man Chao. Along the way, new roadblockers kept appearing, looking at Lin Yao with jealousy. Lin Yao was all smiles as he introduced himself to them. My name is Lin Yao. This name, you must remember. After returning to my hometown, all of you remember to proclaim my name. Remember ha. Those roadblockers who were already dissatisfied with Lin Yao, after Lin Yao's move, one by one, their faces became even more ugly. What does he mean? Is he taunting us? Provocation. This is naked provocation. He really doesn't take us seriously. It's not even enough to cut in line, but to humiliate us. Lin Yao, right? I'll take note of that name. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will definitely avenge today's insult. Amidst the jealous stares and frantic curses of the roadblockers, Chao Lao Gui led Lin Yao and the others to the front gate of the Tsangtan Academy. But old man Chao didn't take Lin Yao and the others with him, straight into the gate, but came to the side door next to the gate of the Tsangtan Academy Palace. He rushed at Lin Yao and the others, smiling nervously twice. We are, after all, going through the side door. Cannot enter through the main door? You two are not to blame ha. Lin Yao nodded slightly. He never cared about the red tape, as long as he could see Gu Beichen quickly. Chao Lao Gui was in front of the yawning door, in his own body, groping twice for the. Then surprisingly, he pulled out a dark golden key. He key screwed. Then he raised his hand again and pushed. The offset door was slowly pushed open. Old Ghost Chao tiptoed into the school palace and then waved at Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu. Chu Hongyu took the first step and stepped into the school palace. She wanted to make sure it was safe inside the school palace. Lin Yao followed closely behind. And soon, the partial door of the Academy Palace slowly closed automatically. Behind the gate of the Academy Palace was the vast teaching martial arts field. The large teaching martial arts field was the size of 8 soccer fields combined. At the northernmost end of the teaching martial arts field, there was a small, 2-story, lapis lazuli built attic. Cultivators in different clothes stood in 2s and 3s on the teaching field, talking in high spirits. Old Ghost Chao, carefully, led Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu. As they walked forward, it's the noon hour. Great General Gu should have gone to rest. This is a habit of Great General Gu. Every time a sermon is preached, by noon, Great General Gu will have to rest for 2 hours. At the same time, it's a time for the other scholars to digest their learning and to talk to each other. Lin Yao raised his head and looked towards the attic at the northernmost end of the teaching martial arts arena. Gu Beichen is right there. Old man Chao nodded. Great General Gu originally lived on the lake center island of Lake Biyuan. About 2 months ago, Great General Gu suddenly had someone at the teaching martial arts grounds that built this verdant stone attic, and he has lived here ever since, preaching daily without a day's rest. Old Ghost Chao couldn't stop shaking his head with emotion. Remember, both of you, just on the periphery, don't go too far into the inner parts of the teaching grounds, and get caught. Throw out the academy, I won't refund in. And in the meantime, inside the teaching martial arts field, some of the scholars who were originally discussing the Tao suddenly saw Old Ghost Chao. Some people outright yelled, Old Man Chao, you, bringing people in privately again? Subsequently, within the teaching martial arts arena, quite a number of scholars turned their heads, and on their faces, they all showed contempt. 2 more Q jumpers? Do you really think that, having come to Fulu City, you can have a chance to? Flatulent? Old Man Chao, you're shameless. Relying on his status as a former pawn of Great General Gu, you don't feel ashamed of the Great Northern Army when you make a big fortune. In the Northern Army, you're a man of iron and steel. How could you come up with such a shrewd, raggedy family? The academy, just letting go of what Old Man Chao did, just because he went up in Tai Mang in the north and guarded the Great Wall of Wanye doesn't mean that he should always be allowed to do as he pleases? Look at what kind of people he's bringing in there. A skinny teenager. There is also a female. This bad old man. He even brought in a woman who was 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 a woman. What does he want? He wants to disturb our Tao? That teenager. And tilting his head. Does he think he's honorable now? Old Ghost Chao lowered his head and ignored those insults. Obviously, it wasn't the first time he had faced this kind of scene. But just then, a few figures a gang, dressed in white robes, on the great sleeves of which a youth embroidered with a cloud brocade pattern, stopped them in their tracks. Old Man Chao, take these 2 interloping assholes and get out. Songtan Academy, how did you get on such a dog's skin? Hey, listen, the 2 little bastards behind Old Man Chao, you've lost the qualifications for listening to Great General Gu's sermons. Get lost. Scram. Old Ghost Chao finally raised his head at this time. He was shy with a grin. All of you are official disciples of the Songtan Academy Palace. There's no need to be angry with an old piker like me. These 2 young friends, they truly admire Great General Gu, and have traveled thousands of miles to come and listen to the sermon. I'm just going along for the ride and helping them out. Gentlemen accommodating. But the gang of youths clad in white robes didn't ease their expressions by half. Just telling you to get lost is already taking the greatest care of you. If it weren't for the fact that Great General Gu had given a deadly order against private fights in the teaching stadium, otherwise kicked out of the schoolwork. Otherwise the 2 little bastards you brought in by the surname Chao already have their heads on the ground. Get out nah. Get out. Don't be quick. Chao Lao Gui had a shy smile on his face and wanted to say something nice, but Lin Yao was already impatient. Have they always been this arrogant? Gu Beichen, you really should take care of them. He then glanced at Chu Hongyu. I'll go find Gu Beichen myself. Whoever stops me, you draw your sword. It doesn't matter to you if they don't dare to fight. The advantage is mine. Chu Hongyu nodded. As she flung her hand, a blood-red longsword was already in her hand. Lin Yao, on the other hand, was striding towards the northernmost end of the teaching martial arts field. The small 2-story building built of lapis lazuli went. His actions caused Old Ghost Chao, as well as the surrounding scholars, To be startled. What are you going to do? Where are you going? Stop. Did I tell you to stop and let you go? But Lin Yao ignored it. It was just one big stride forward. The other scholars on the teaching martial arts field, at this moment, could no longer hold back. They all went forward to grab Lin Yao. Little, give you face? I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Did your mother pull her ears down when she gave birth to you? I told you to stop. What's your name? Say, what's your ing name? Lin Yao looked at the increasing number of gathered silhouettes. Take a deep breath. My name is Lin Yao. Chu Hongyu. Do it. The crimson sword light that flashed. Chu Hongyu carried a long sword and protected Lin Yao's side as he raised his sword to slash. A schoolboy's arm was cut right off. The moment was surrounded by schoolchildren. Thoroughly surprised. They didn't expect that these two wild folk who had jumped the queue would actually dare to make a rash move in the academic palace. You're finished. You two are finished. Waiting to be audited by the academy and caught in the dungeon. Lin Yao, right? You're screwed. Not just you, but your entire Lin family. It's all going to suffer because of you. Dude, never seen a dude like this. But Lin Yao still ignored those shouts and curses. He headed for the verdant, two-story attic with a single-minded focus, while Chu Hongyu was carrying her sword, protecting his side. Whoever dared to come over to block, Chu Hongyu raised her sword and just cut into people's heads. Not much longer. Lin Yao finally walked straight to the front door of that lapis lazuli-built two-story attic. Behind him, the scholars who taught the martial arts field, inside and out, surrounded Lin Yao in the two-story pavilion. Those schoolchildren, still screaming and cursing. Stop! What are you doing? If you dare to disturb the great general's rest, we will definitely break you into pieces. Crazy, really crazy. I've never seen such a crazy person. Stop it. And Lin Yao lifted his foot and kicked it already on the door of the second-story lapis lazuli pavilion. Fatty Goo Black, open the door. Open the door for me. You're capable of being a general. You're capable of opening the door. You mother asterisk. If you have the ability to let the royal family of Great Zhou on your neck while riding on your neck, you have the ability to open the door now. Open the door. Chapter 31. I have watched you fight the white finished fist, unworthy disciple. Pay respects to the master. Wind. Gale. The gale blew across the Tsantan, and then across the teaching martial arts field. It blew the people on the martial arts teaching ground, and their sashes were hunting. Hair was flying about, but no one straightened their clothes. No one organized their hair either. Everyone looked incredulously at the in front of them. They watched the teenager in front of the second-story loft keep lifting his foot to the door. They want to go and block it, but that beautiful crazy woman, carrying a bloody long sword, stopped in front of everyone. She's just a woman with a thin figure, but as she stood there, she hardened everyone in the teaching martial arts arena, and none of them dared to lean forward. She kills whoever leans forward. At this moment in the teaching martial arts arena, after a short silence, the group was excited. How did these two maniacs get in here? How else could it have gotten in? That asshole Chao Lao Gue brought it in. Old man Chao, you're usually just a bit ridiculous for money. People see that you were once Great General Gu's pawn and don't hold it against you. The Great General also knows how hard it is for you, and for what you've done, keeping one eye open and one eye shut. That's how you repay the Great General. At this moment, Chao Lao Gue, who was in the pile of people, also panicked. He opened his mouth. Lips were trembling. He kept waving his hand. It's none of my business. I just collected the spirit stones and promised to bring them in. I didn't know these two were crazy demented kids. I really don't know. Don't you guys look at me like that. I respect the Great General, too. From the bottom of my heart, I, Chao Lao Gue, am willing to serve the Great General with my liver and brain. Old Ghost Chao was also flustered at the moment. He even rushed to the very front of the crowd and rushed at Chu Hongyu, hissing loudly. What are you doing? What are you doing? Get back here. Do not disrespect the Great General. Let's not talk about what the two of you are doing right now, which will set me up for wrongdoing. Consider it for your own safety. Stop it. The Great General is still alive, though the Great General has returned to seclusion. There are still 3,000 within the city of Fu Lu, who, after the Great General's return to seclusion, are the old pawns who voluntarily retired from the Northern Army and followed the general into hiding. Those old pawns, who were loyal to the general, and all of them have outstanding war achievements and cultivation. If they find out what you've done, they'll kill you both in pieces. That's all right. They can find your old home, and cut off the heads of everyone in your family. They won't leave any dog in the yard alone. And any dog on the side of the road gets 2 slaps on the wrist. I'm telling the truth. Come back soon. Old Ghost Chao screamed as he moved forward. Just go and pull Lin Yao. But the next second, stabbing, A crimson sword blade slashed through Chao Lao Gui's chest. A scar, deep enough to see the bone appeared and the blood flowed. Old Ghost Chao let out a wail. Almost. Damn near. If I hadn't dodged quickly, this sword would have cut into my neck. It was the old man who brought you in. I can't believe you tried to kill me. Old Ghost Chao looked at Chu Hongyu in shock. Chu Hongyu, on the other hand, only looked at Old Man Chao indifferently. No one can disturb the ancestor. Who comes forward? Who I kill? And Lin Yao behind Chu Hongyu. After kicking in the door for a good while, his face grew more and more grim. The gate of the two-story attic made of limestone was constructed of ironwood and stone. Moreover, there was a special prohibition on the gate, and with Lin Yao's chi refining stage cultivation, he simply couldn't kick open the gate in front of him. Not opening the door. Ha! You think if you don't open the door, I'm out of tricks? You think a gate can stop me? I have ways and means, Lin Yao said as he spoke. On one side, directly from his lapel, he pulled out a dark red talisman and stuck it on the gate. That talisman was naturally a hidden treasure within the hidden heavenly pearl. Talisman, 3 Truths Explosive Fire Talisman, a one-time expendable treasure. Within a certain range, that produces explosive damage. Simply summarize the effect of this talisman is high explosive grenade. Lin Yao directly took a step backwards at this time. In full view of the crowd, hands clasped together. 3 true borrowers. Bomb! With a terrifying roar, the land near the second-story attic suddenly shook. Debris flying, smoke and dust. Wait for the smoke to clear. Those schoolchildren on the teaching martial arts field. He saw the gate of the 2-story attic built of lapis lazuli, with the walls on either side of the gate. It was actually all blown to smithereens. This moment, the teaching martial arts field was completely abuzz. Arrogant. Too damn arrogant. He came to Sungtan Academy Palace on purpose to humiliate the great general. Inform those old pawns of the Northern Army. Inform those old pawns quickly, that the great general that he was humiliated at the Sungtan Academy. I know, these 2 crazy rascals were found by the royal family of the great Zhou, deliberately insulting the great general. The commotion is so big. Great general. Even if you want to ignore these 2 shrews, you can't. Wait, when the great general comes out, you 2 stinking shrews will be dead. Both of you will have to land on your heads, and that's the price you'll have to pay for humiliating the great general. Lin Yao, on the other hand, ignored the hissing and shouting in the teaching arena. He rolled up his sleeves. The look was still cloudy. Gu Beichen, why don't you get out? Really intend to be a shrinking violet all the time? And just then, inside the 2-story pavilion, the main door was blown to pieces by the 3 Truths fire charm. A ghostly sigh drifted out. A dry, hunched figure staggered down the attic stairs. It was a skinny old man, with age spots all over his face. The line looks like it's crawling out of a coffin. He was wrapped in a thick animal skin cloak. After stepping down from the 2nd floor of the attic, he hobbled back out. Looking at Lin Yao, a hoarse voice drifted out. This little friend, not here at the academy to hear me preach. Who sent you? The royal family of Great Zhou, or which one? The clan that has a grudge against me? Lin Yao looked at the dried-up old man in front of him. For a moment, surprisingly, there was a bit of a trance. When you and I meet again after all these years, what face shall I show you? With laughter? With tears? With silence? The dried-up old man, on the other hand, slowly raised his hand and made a fist towards his chest, and pounded it 3 times. Every whack, the old man's parched body fills up just a little. 3 punches later, the old man's parched body had regained its stoutness. The old man's hair, all white, danced in the wind. The entire person was like a lion, glaring at Lin Yao, and teaching the martial arts field. Those schoolchildren, looking at the dried-up old man, each and every one of them also had surprise on their faces. Great General, the great general has finally come out. These 2 madmen, wait to have their heads crushed by the great general. The great general, back in the day, helping the great Zhou dynasty, when attacking the city, had been called a human butcher. Killing intent. I feel the great general's killing intent. These 2 shrews, it's over. But right at this moment, Lin Yao's eyes suddenly turned dark red, and at the same time, his hoarse voice drifted out huskily. Gu Haiwa, I haven't seen you for many years. You wimpy fool, you really don't recognize me. The old man opposite Lin Yao was first stunned. Then he seemed to perceive something, and he rubbed his eyes incredulously. You, don't. You, what is your name? Tell me what your name is. Lin Yao snorted. Idiot, I'm Lin Yao, the Lin Yao who's watched you practice a million punches. Lin Yao's words had not yet fallen. In front of him, Flutter, the tall old man, had fallen to his knees. A hoarse but loud voice spread throughout the entire teaching martial arts field. Unworthy disciple, Gu Beichen, Pay respects to Master. Chapter 32, Nightmares. All nightmares? This illusion true? This illusion is so fake. Silence. Indescribable silence. The Qingxuan Academy Palace's teaching martial arts field. In this moment, all that could be heard was the wind. All the scholars in the teaching arena only felt their scalps tingling at the moment, and in their heads, in the meridians, within the veins, there were all thunderous explosions at this moment. They felt as if their scalps were splitting open. Their eyeballs seemed to be filling with blood. A horrible buzzing in the ears. I'm probably sick, in the middle of the day, and I'm having nightmares. Somebody pinch me. I seem to have had a nightmare as well. Ha ha. I can't believe I saw Great General Gu kneel to a milky brat, Great General Gu, and call that hairy kid Master. Ha ha. You guys say this dream is outrageous. What a coincidence. How come your dream is the same as mine? Is it not a dream? I realized. It's an illusion. We must have been hit by an illusion. Iron illusion undoubtedly. I actually saw the Great General crying. It's so fake. The illusion is so fake. How could that Great General, whose iron bones were so strong that he had said, bloodshed and sweat are not tears, have cried, and cried so sadly, and, like a child. Ha ha. But this illusion is too realistic. I really saw the Great General crying. Is it possible that what we see is real? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who says this illusion is real? This illusion can be too fake. How can a Great General cry? That guy was a human butcher back then. Hurry up and catch that 1,000-killing, illusion-casting dog, out. At this moment, the scholars on the teaching martial arts field went crazy. Old Ghost Chow even kept rubbing his eyes. This is not real. This can't be true. That's the iron-boned Great General Gu. Nothing in front of me can be true. Dead eyes. You've got to show me what's going on. But no matter how much Old Man Chow rubbed it, he all clearly saw that the royal family of the Great Zhou, once the golden-purpled Wanglu Daifu, Shangju Gua, Xinbei Marquis, Gu Beichen, but at this time, he was trembling and prostrate on the ground, crying and tearing. Master, is it really you who has returned? Master, there will be no mistake. The disciple will not be mistaken. This master's body, peculiar to the aura of rattling karma that I've only seen in my master. Unworthy disciple, Gu Beichen, has let you down. Master, disappointed you. Master teacher. The old man cried louder and louder. While crying, he grabbed the ground with his head and kept kowtowing. With his head hitting the ground, Lin Yao looked at the old man in front of him. A trace of sourness actually rose in his heart. His face, however, remained cloudy. He took a few steps forward, grabbing Gu Beichen's collar. He lifted and carried him up. Lin Yao then raised his hand and slapped Gu Beichen across the face. This slap in the face is for, once upon a time, the brothers who fought with you in the battlefield. You have a problem with that? Gu Beichen's face was filled with tears. Even the snot bubbles fell from his nose because he was crying so much. He was slapped by Lin Yao, but he just shook his head. No comment. Master teacher is teaching a lesson. But Gu Beichen's words had not yet fallen. Another slap, on Gu Beichen's face. I've heard that all 7 of your sons, all of them, have died, and none of them ended well. This slap, it's smoking you for them. You have a problem with that? Gu Beichen still howled and shook his head. No, I'm sorry for my sons. I'm not a qualified dad. Master's lesson is right. Lin Yao snorted. Another slap was viciously slapped on Gu Beichen's face. That's a slap in the face. And I'm doing it for me. Why did I take in such a wimpy disciple like you? What you were taught before went to the dogs. At this moment, Gu Beichen cried out with even more pathos. Master teacher taught me a lesson. Disciple has disgraced the master. Disgraced the master. Master, if you beat my disciple to death, my disciple will never complain. Just please, master, don't disown me as your disciple. Don't disown me. Lin Yao listened to Gu Beichen's wailing. Another slap in the face. Cry. Just know how to cry. And you're still a Great General Gu. From tomorrow onwards, I'll call you Gu old bitch. Lin Yao screamed and cursed as he raised his hand and landed another slap on Gu Beichen's face. The royal family of Great Zhou. How many times have they all on your head? I can't believe you're returning to the fold. How can you think of nothing but returning to the fold? Teaching you so many skills, all for nothing. All ing for nothing. Before I ascended, did I not tell you that in the cultivation world, being too loyal is going to lead to big losses? Why don't you ever remember? Why don't you ever remember? The more Lin Yao spoke, the more angry he became. The more you talk, the harder you hit. He even pulled out a whip from the hidden heavenly bead. One after another, he smacked Gu Beichen. That whip is also a treasure within the hidden treasure. Plus, Gu Beichen, in front of Lin Yao, unloaded the spiritual power used to protect his body. The whip was directly on Gu Baichen, taking the old general in front of him. The smoked straight through the skin. But Gu Baichen didn't care about that. He just wailed, like a child who has been wronged and has had a hard time finding his own adult. This scene made those students on the martial arts field look completely dumbfounded. Excessive, even in an illusion. You can't insult Great General Gu like this. What kind of asshole is it that's performing the art of nightmare? The master of the academy. Why don't you still bring this person out? Can't let this asshole so insult the Great General. Again, the master of the academy has already come? He said that no one here has performed the art of nightmare. What? The division head of that academy must be a fake as well. Go find a new division head again. The master of the academy has gotten 8 of them. These 8 division commanders, then, are presumably all fakes. Inform the government office. Aren't those delinquents in Fulu City as well? Inform that group of undesirable people. Is it possible that what we saw was real? And on the other side, under a second-story attic built of lapis lazuli, that Great General Gu had been beaten to the skin. Lin Yao had also been panting, and the old man is still wailing. Lin Yao raised his hand and yanked the old man up by his collar. He was just about to say something, but just then, a young girl suddenly came running, her voice tearing. Let go of my grandpa. Even if you're a descendant of the Great Zhou imperial family, you're not allowed to insult my ancestral grandfather like this. Lin Yao turned his head at his words, seeing a red cloak over her body, with a pillboxed hair bun, a delicate young girl that was charging at himself angrily. The young girl flung her hand, and a huge, foot-long hammer suddenly appeared in her hand. That huge hammer, splitting his head, smashed down towards Lin Yao's head. On the hammer, there was still lightning wrapped around it. Chu Hongyu immediately twisted her head, trying to raise her sword to parry, but her speed, surprisingly, was no match for the young girl. Seeing that the huge hammer was about to hit Lin Yao's head, smashed Lin Yao's head to pieces, but not before that hammer fell. A large, old, sinewy hand had grabbed the hammer. It's Gu Baichen. He squeezed the handle of the hammer and slammed it down. The dainty girl holding the other end of the hammer handle fell straight to the ground and, after that the old man pressed down on the young girl's head again and pushed her towards the ground. Flutter. The young girl's skull also knocked on the ground. Gu Baichen's hoarse voice floated out. Unworthy disciple. Gu Baichen, with his ear granddaughter, Gu Nanyin, pays his respects to master. Nanyin, if you dare to be rude to your master again, I'll break your legs. That young girl, who was originally kneeling on the ground and still struggling, was quiet all of a sudden, for the first time in her life, in the most loving grandparent beside her. A feeling of oppression like that of a vicious tiger was felt, and Lin Yao looked at the little girl kneeling on the ground, and also finally exhaled a breath of turbid air. Surprisingly, there are all ear granddaughters. So many years, you are not completely living in vain. Then let me ask you why. By the royal family of Great Zhou, riding on your head and ting on it. Still silent? Answer me. I don't believe you're so stupid that you can't see that a royal family like this doesn't deserve your loyalty. You as the child I raised, the bystanders bullied you so much. You should have revolted even if you still have your last breath in you. All should. Swing. Why? Why on earth? Gu Baichen's body trembled, and with cloudy eyes, tears fell again. Disappointing master. Disciple is ashamed of master. And just then, the delicate young girl kneeling with Gu Baichen suddenly raised her head. It's not grandpa's fault. It's the Great Zhou royal family. It's the Great Zhou imperial family. Who put the heart demon compulsion on grandfather ancestor? It was the royal family of Great Zhou. Nasty and unpleasant. Backstabbing. My ancestor grandfather. No shame. More shameful to the Great Zhou. Chapter 33. Your master's father has returned. No one will make me send my hair back in vain. At this moment, beside Gu Baichen, the delicate young girl, her sobs tearing. Why? You ask? I'd like to ask why, too. Why Why is the Great Zhou royal family doing this to my grandpa? More than half of the world of Great Zhou was fought down by my grandfather. The group of Confucian scholars in Haojing, who were bored of a father but not raised by a mother, said that my grandpa, the bullying, climbing Mt. Mang in the north was to gather troops for a rebellion, but they forgot that if it weren't for my grandpa, with troops stationed at the Great Wall of Wanye, 100 years ago, that group of demonic cultivators crossed the North Mang Mountain and drove straight in. It is they, the Middle Kingdom, who will suffer. Northern Army Camp. How many uncles and grandfathers died in North Mang Mountain? Only make his hometown his hometown. Those uncles and grandfathers are all Hans born in the north. But the Confucians of Haojing, but only said that our northern border is desolate. Said that the people in the northern border of Great Zhou are coarse and barbaric. Fake benevolence and false righteousness. can guard the northern Mang Mountain for those years. The northern border families hang white silk. Those uncles and grandfathers with cultivation. The Great Wall of 10,000 karma. And those without cultivation. To go to North Mongshan as strongmen. But they were scolded by those corrupted Confucians, who were worse than pigs and dogs. And the blood of those uncles and grandfathers. It's all for nothing. It's all for nothing. Of course, the most aggrieved is my grandpa. From the day of the founding of Great Zhou, the royal family of Great Zhou gave my grandfather the heart demon compulsion. They're putting a compulsion on the general who did them a great service, and they're still putting a heart demon compulsion for the purpose of making Grandpa Zhu, for all eternity, loyal to their royal family. Can't rise up with the slightest thought of rebellion. Give them the Gao family, times to be dogs. Lin Yao sniffed, and at this time also narrowed his eyes. Heart demon compulsion. This thing, he remembered correctly. It seems to be a kind of compulsion poison researched by the account of his compulsion real person back then. That account. He took the evil path of compulsion. He has created a lot of evil parasites. The heart compass is one of them. The effect is to plant demons in a person's mind to restrict certain behaviors, to prohibit certain actions. 2. Not even certain thoughts can be born. The heart demon compulsion that he made back then was taken away by the royal family of Great Zhou and used it on his own apprentice. Son of a. These assholes. Inverted Big Dipper. Is that your compulsion? Just move. Lin Yao's face grew more and more gloomy, and in front of him, Gu Beichen, too, pressed that young girl's head. Enough, Nan Yin, stop it. But the young girl's voice tore more and more. No, why not? The royal family of Great Zhou don't have any face. Do these dirty and nasty things? Why don't you let people talk about it? Because the delinquents are in Fuyu City, and these words can't be said? You know better than I how the royal family has targeted you and the old ministers. The founding emperor of the royal family of the Great Zhou, back in the day, by chance, got 7 heart demon compasses. 7 heart demon compasses. Just in time to use on the 7 great pillar states of the Great Zhou dynasty. The royal family, on the surface, honors you as princes, but in reality, I hate to see each of you as lowly lackeys. And then, you meritorious men, old and out of use. The heart compulsion. The effect is not as good as it was back then. The royal family has found that power in the hands of a dog lackey is still not as good as in the hands of one's own family. So you old ministers, targeted and ostracized, forcing you to sue for old age. But that's not enough. The royal family still dislikes you as an eyesore and wants you dead. And they want to give you a bad posthumous name. This is royalty. This is empire. Such a royal family is not worthy of allegiance. The young girl's hoarse voice spread throughout the entire teaching martial arts arena. Teaching martial arts field. The students are, at the moment, blinking their eyes. Gu Nanin. The ones that Miss Gu said were also illusions? An illusion. Definitely an illusion. Let's just pretend we didn't hear anything. Otherwise, bad people. It will never leave us alone. It's not an illusion. What you just saw, what you heard, is not an illusion. The Great Zhou royal family that kills 1,000 knives. I knew the royal family was nasty before, but I didn't expect it to be nasty to this extent. If all that has just been seen and heard is not an illusion, is it not proof that the young man is it really Great General Gu's master? Who is Great General Gu's master? I vaguely heard that it is rumored that the first person to become a saint in the flesh, the true martial North Star Lord, also honored as Jinwu Da Di. I told you, how could someone be born with such an outstanding demeanor? It turns out to be the true martial emperor. Greetings to the true martial emperor. Bow to the true martial North Star Emperor. Why are you kneeling? Why are you kneeling too? You guys didn't have this attitude just now. And at this moment, Lin Yao didn't have the time to pay attention to the teaching martial arts field. The change of heart of those scholars. He slowly crouched down, looking at Gu Beichen, who was kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Gu Haiwa, raise your head and look at me. Kneeling on the ground, Gu Beichen's body trembled uncontrollably. He slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with tears, and looked at Lin Yao. Mastermind. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes. You're your granddaughter. What you said is true. In your body, there is a heart demon compulsion? Was I wrong about you? Gu Beichen shook his head like a rattle. There's no wrong blame. Disciples just don't compete. The heart demon compulsion is, indeed, powerful. But who is disciple? Disciple is the disciple of true martial emperor. A disciple of the true martial emperor, being affected by the heart demon compulsion. Isn't that a shame? It's not a no-brainer? Saying it all disgraces your face as a master. For so many years, disciple wouldn't dare. Disciple would not even dare not inform others that disciple is your disciple. Lin Yao's body leaned forward slightly. His eyes were stern. So you know that the heart demon compulsion doesn't count as an excuse for your nesting. I know the effects of the heart demon compulsion better than anyone, but with the skills I taught you back then, you were by no means, in any way, under his control for so many years. You're just scared. You've been tortured by that heart demon compulsion. You've resigned yourself to your fate, haven't you? And you've forgotten what I told you, that when you feel the bitterness of fate, that's the time to practice. Gu Haiwa, raise your head. I'll ask you one more time. How are you going to face the great Zhou Imperial clan? That old man raised his head. He was, at that moment, in tears. Disciples should. Lin Yao's voice was suddenly cold. Tell me what should happen. Gu Beichen's eyes shed blood at this moment. The disciples should break the demons of the heart, revitalize the flag, recruit the old troops, settle the grudges, and overturn the world. Disciple is wrong. Master. Disciple really knows that he is wrong. But the disciples are out of time. Out of time. Lin Yao looked at the tearful old man. The corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Heart demon compulsion? Isn't that something that can be suppressed? He then exhaled another mouthful of turbid air, and in his eyes, at this moment, there were red flashes. As in no time? You're saying that your lifespan is about to end. After all these years, what is your cultivation level? Lin Yao saw that Gu Beichen's old face, which was visible to the naked eye, reddened. Shame all over my face. My disciple is incompetent, and to this day, I have only reached the 7th realm, where the yin and yang are perfected. Failure to step into the 8th realm. Lin Yao's eyebrows furrowed again. I knew you had average talent, but I didn't think it was really that average. But, when your master returns, you won't die from the extinction of your lifespan. I don't agree. No one is going to make my old man. Send him away in vain. Chapter 34, They want to move master. What do you say? Disciple and them, declare war. Lin Yao grabbed the back of Gu Beichen's neck at this time. Go, get in the house. Gu Beichen's body couldn't help but tremble at this moment. He couldn't help but recall himself as a teenager. Every time the master wants to teach him a new technique, or use the strange method of first fruits, then causes, when helping him to pull up his realm. It was all so and so, lifting him by the back of the neck and dragging him inside. Gu Beichen, at this moment, couldn't stop his tears from flowing. God you treat me not thin, treat me well. I don't think I'm much of a good person, but you treated me well. Gu Beichen, at this moment, unloaded his entire body and drooped his shoulders. The corners of his mouth turned up and, actually crying and laughing at the same time, allowing Lin Yao to drag him inside the lapis lazuli attic whose main door had been blown up. His posture was incomparably relaxed. It's like being out in the country, sometime at sunset, after a wild day out, and having your own parents, dragging home merchants for dinner in general. Chu Hongyu, as well as Gu Nanin, also raised their feet and wanted to follow, but he was stopped by a look from Lin Yao and stood still, not daring to move forward. The scene. The many students on the martial arts field were dumbfounded, until a good long while later. It was only then that the teaching martial arts field boiled over again. That young man, is he really Great General Gu's master? Zhenwu Emperor? It seems to be true. The first time I looked at that young man, I thought he was so well built and, a fairy in the making. My vision wasn't wrong. No less. Great General Gu. It looks like there won't be another sermon this afternoon. What should we do next? I think that the true emperor still lacks a servant to serve him. I've been serving people since I was a child. And beside the great emperor, there's one less me. Don't be so cheeky. The great one is missing a strong-rooted, strong-boned, strong, 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 a talented disciple. But General Gu's qualifications are not good enough to pass on a tenth of the great emperor's skills. But I'm different. I've been in good health since I was a child. And my mother says I'm a 1 in a million martial arts practitioner. Wait a moment. I'll throw a set of punches, and the great emperor will surely be able to recognize me at a glance. I'm a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect, and in the sect, it's the Jinwu emperor who is worshipped. I'm the direct disciple of the great emperor. By that reckoning, great General Gu and I, we're the same disciple now. How can one be shameless like this? Don't even talk about useless. Wasn't there someone just now? It's gone to the delinquents. Waiting for the delinquents to come over. So what's going to happen? Undesirable people count for nothing. Undesirable person. What cultivation level? What realm? In that 2-story pavilion. But there's the true martial emperor. The living true martial emperor. And just as the schoolchildren on the teaching martial arts field, talking was in full swing. The two-story pavilion built of lapis lazuli. A horrible aura suddenly drifted out. That aura made all the scholars, within the teaching martial arts field, stiffen their bodies, not daring to move. Let the winds rise in the otherwise calm sky, let the flying birds in the sky, unable to flutter their wings, one by one, be crashing to the ground, body falling to pieces. That breath came in one stream after another. One strand is stronger than the other. At the end of the day, all the disciples on the teaching martial arts field were prostrate on the ground. They were struck by the horror of the so pressed that you can't even lift your head. This aura was like heavenly authority. And inside the second-story attic, with his hands behind his back, Lin Yao looked at Gu Beichen, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him, and finally nodded slightly. Having broken the great circle of yin deficiency and yang reality, it is Yuan Shendong Xian. And at this moment, Gu Beichen, who was sitting cross-legged, finally slowly opened his eyes. After Gu Beichen opened his eyes, he immediately climbed up, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to Lin Yao. Master's kindness, disciple 9 lifetimes unforgettable. 9 lifetimes unforgettable. Ah. Lin Yao hummed lightly. Don't talk about that useless stuff. The old rule, you know, of enjoying the consequences before the causes. After paying the bill, you stepped into the whole Xian realm also have to repay the karma. Within 3 years, 1,000 times, peep Xian to get the Tao consummation. If you fail to do so, the punishment of the law of karma will come down, and you will still be dead. It only counts as 3 more years of life. Gu Beichen nodded. The disciple will certainly try to do so, but Gu Beichen's words had not yet fallen. Lin Yao had already slapped him across the face. What are you farting about? Try to do? It's ing mandatory. If you can't repay this karma, I'll have to be implicated as well. Do you think this body is the same as the body of the true martial emperor back then? It can be hardened against the penalty of the law of karma. Undisputed stuff. Do you know that Lao Tzu has been working from morning to night for the past 6 months? Almost all of which have been spent rushing, in order to make it to Fulu City before the waxing moon and save your life. You indisputable bastard. Day in and day out. How much worry for you? Gu Beichen shyly lowered his head. It is the disciple who is useless and has disappointed master. Lin Yao's face then eased a bit as he waved his hand. Paying off your karmic debt and properly honoring your master afterward is better than anything else. Your master, this time is different from the past. All the cultivation, all to start over again. Also to the point of, the time has come when you are needed for piety. Gu Beichen immediately kowtowed respectfully. The disciple is willing to give up all. I only ask to serve and accompany the master. For the rest of my life, I only wish to follow my benefactor. Lin Yao rubbed his chin a few times. That's not necessary. You're too brown. I've picked up a pretty girl, who is also considered my junior disciple, although her nature is a bit stubborn, but it's kind of considerate. But Lin Yao's words had not yet fallen. Just then, Lin Yao heard a shrill whistle. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes. Gu Beichen, on the other hand, climbed up from the ground and protected in front of Lin Yao. This damn whistle is a bad man of the great week. Interesting. Coming to the teaching martial arts field now. Are you trying to find trouble with old husband? Today is the reunion of Lao Fu and his benefactor. On the big day, these assholes, they dare to come and disturb. And just then, Lin Yao raised his hand and patted Gu Beichen's shoulder. Don't flatter yourself. They're probably coming for me. Gu Beichen froze and looked at Lin Yao. Master, you. Lin Yao raised his finger and pointed at his face. I am now an imperial court prisoner in the imperial city of Great Zhou, by the Qin Tian supervisor. Recorded in the record. Destroyed flushed Yen Tai. Luo family full of devil. They're going to arrest me. What do you say? Gu Beichen raised his head, eyes flashing ghostly. Gave them the face. Whoever dares to touch my master is my undying mortal enemy. For so many years, because of the influence of the mind compulsion, the disciple has been tolerating all the doings of the royal family of the Great Zhou, and today I see the benefactor, only to break the happy devil, and suddenly I feel that heaven and earth are wide. Don't want to talk to the royal family of the Great Zhou, and then break it up. Bad people today as long as they dare to come in. Disciples, with the Great Zhou royal family, directly declared war. Chapter 35, the young man has not hung the seal of the feudal lords, and the sword with blood always hangs under his waist. How long will the fight last? No years. Gu Beichen's voice was low and hoarse, but through his voice, Lin Yao hugged his bladder and looked at the old man in front of him, nodding slightly. The heart demon compulsion, for now, is still in your body, but the effect it can have on you is minimal. This thing is supposed to be defective. Will, over time, have an effect on the implanted. It's getting weaker and weaker, and it's a shame you could be affected by this thing for so many years. Gu Beichen, who had just had a fierce look on his face, immediately lowered his head. Master teacher is right to teach us a lesson. Lin Yao then turned his head. He saw, through the small window on the second floor of the attic, outside the attic, the gate of the Xingtan Academy. Being forcibly pushed away. A large mass of thick black clouds in the sky, also from outside the school palace, approaching the entire Xingtan school palace, like it's all going to be under a cloud. A group of cultivators with bucket hats, dark gold armor, and panlong swords on their waists forced their way in. The number of cultivators who broke in was small, only 12. But these 12 cultivators, they carried a fury on their bodies. The black clouds in the sky unexpectedly advanced along with these 12 cultivators. The palace scholars who were originally affected by Gu Beichen's aura of breaking the boundary and lying on the ground. One by one, they also climbed up at this time. Out of the corner of their eyes, they glimpsed, rushing into the schoolhouse, the delinquents, but one by one, they, all silent, like they didn't see it. What's more, they just lie down on the ground and don't dare to get up. Only a few, not many, dared to whisper. Crickets. Are the delinquents really here? Can a delinquent not come when such a great thing has happened in the school palace? I've heard that they originally planned to, after the great general's death, directly take over Fulu City. These delinquents, they won't lay a hand on us. Fear them my ass. Inside the green stone pavilion sat the legendary true martial emperor. The great emperor will bless us? A mere delinquent dares to act recklessly in front of the true martial emperor. But that group of bad people, doesn't he know that inside the hut, there sits the legendary true martial emperor? Someone tell the delinquents to grow a pair and get over themselves. And inside the hut, Lin Yao looked at the group of delinquents and raised an eyebrow. Gu Beichen, standing behind Lin Yao. Master, these 12 people are all undesirable people stationed in Fulu City. 12 of them, the lowest cultivation level is a Yuaning, and the highest cultivation level, an infant changing god. Master, you should stay here, don't move around, and leave everything else to the disciple. Lin Yao nodded and didn't squeak. The kids are older. There are some things that should be left to them as well. If you do everything yourself, you'll die of exhaustion. Where is the time to climb the avenue? As for Gu Beichen, the moment he saw Lin Yao nod his head, next, his figure had moved. Lin Yao he saw, Gu Beichen's figure had already appeared on the teaching martial arts field. Stopped, in front of the 12 figures wearing bucket hats. Gu Beichen crooked his neck at this point. Santan Palace of Learning is the place where the students listen to the scriptures and learn the way. All the officials, why come here? The 12 delinquents wearing bucket hats, the one at the head, stiffened their bodies. However, he quickly clasped his fist toward Gu Beichen. Greetings, great general. Behind that delinquent, the other delinquents immediately bowed and clasped their fists. Greetings to the great general. Gu Beichen snorted and waved his hand. Someone, Gu, no longer serves in Haojing. He has long since retired to his hometown. Nowadays, I'm just a country bumpkin. Why do you call me general? What purpose do you all have? Straight, if you can't tell me why, you're trespassing on the academy, and I, as an academy envoy, there is an obligation to break all of your necks. You should have no problem with that. The delinquent at the head of the group raised his bucket hat slightly. Congratulations, great general, for breaking through to Dongxian. The Bong standing division looks like it can hit the road. Gu Beichen hugged his bladder and didn't say anything. The delinquent, who was in the lead, was silent for a long time before he carefully spoke again. Great general, what are your plans after breaking the boundary? Whether or not they intend to return to Haojing. If you have any intention of returning to Haojing, you may inform me, and I can have my colleagues in Haojing report to His Majesty. Gu Beichen spat on the ground and still didn't speak. At this moment, those 12 delinquents were all a bit at a loss for words. The black clouds in the sky, too, began to show signs of collapsing. Another good long while later, the delinquent at the head of the group seemed to have finally arrived at an excuse to come here. I have received news that there are imperial court criminals sneaking into the school palace, and we have come to catch them. Gu Beichen nodded. It's a good excuse to say something. What is the name of the imperial prisoner you are looking for? The delinquent in the lead, slightly thoughtful, his voice hoarse. One is named Chu Hongyu, and the other is called Lin Yao. These two are a couple of devilish monks who slaughtered the flushed flower terrace. The Luo family, more than 3,000 mouths of life, have been Qintian supervisor, set up as a B-class middle position of Qin criminal. Gu Beichen lowered his head and rubbed his chin a few times. Lin Yao, the lead delinquent immediately nodded. It's Lin Yao, great general, I have heard of this man. Next, Gu Beichen suddenly raged. He raised his hand and slapped it, right across the face of the lead delinquent. Boom! That lead delinquent, his bucket hat shattered. The whole person flew backwards. It crashed against the high wall of the schoolhouse, directly knocked the high wall of the school palace into pieces. Gu Beichen, on the other hand, raised his chin. Lin Yao, that is my Gu Beichen's master. You undesirable people. What do you mean? Catching people on my Gu Beichen's head? I'm not dead yet. Gu Beichen spoke in a jarred voice as he did so. One side raised his hand and grabbed it. The leader of the delinquents who had just been slapped away by him, flying backward again. He was grabbed by the neck and carried in his hand. The undesirable man who had dropped his bucket hat revealed a middle-aged face that wasn't exactly handsome, but was still quite circumspect. One side of this middle-aged man's cheek was deformed, and a mouthful of teeth, all chipped off. The orbits are open and the pupils of the eyes are congested. He held Gu Beichen's thick arm in both hands. Great General, spare your life. I don't know. That chin offender is not. That senior is your master. It was an offense. I'm going to contact the Qingxuan supervisor and ask them to re-verify. But Gu Beichen only shook his head slightly. It's not necessary. Shu is Gu's regenerative parent. Whoever offends him is Gu's mortal enemy. You won't walk out of this academy today. Chinchilla, don't try to get away with it either. That undesirable person. His face changed greatly. General Gu, what does this mean? My bad man and Qingxuan supervisor are both under the direct authority of the Emperor of Zhou. It's okay to humiliate me today, but if you kill the bad guys and the Qingxuan supervisor, you'll be in trouble. This is no different from rebellion. Great General, you have a lifetime of fame. Do you want to be a rebel today? At this moment, on the teaching martial arts field, a north wind suddenly blew. The north wind hunted, blowing up Gu Beichen's white hair, and also blew the clothes on his body, making them hunt. A lifetime of fame? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The corrupt scholars of Haojing call me a coarse butcher with hands full of blood, the people of the Middle Kingdom. The Emperor of Great Zhou even thinks that as long as I am still on earth, the throne of the Gao family, just sit still. My whole life? I've got a load of one life to live. I am but a foolish dog slave. For so many years, and I am sorry for my wife and children. I am sorry for the brothers who followed me to fight in the battlefield, and even more so, I have failed. The benefactor who took me to practice the million fists. But, although I am to blame for today's situation, the Great Zhou Imperial clan, can't get out of it either. The delinquent who had been pinched by Gu Beichen, by the neck. His face grew more and more terrified, his scalp tingling and goosebumps rising all over his body. The Great General, what do you mean? What you just said is a great disrespect. Are you really going to rebel? Since the founding of the Great Zhou, you have been feeding the troops and horses for the Great Zhou, and you have been feeding the troops and horses for the Great Zhou, east to west nearly 3,000 years. You want to revolt? Gu Beichen snorted. Yes, I've already given the royal family of Great Zhou 3,000 years of being a dog's lackey. This lackey, I am now, and I have been enough. Wanted to be back as a human being too. Gu Beichen's palm was slightly hard. That delinquent's face instantly turned red. His temples, bulging with meridians, looked like they were about to burst. Dogs, I know you delinquents are out there, and you have a potent magical power. You can have your divine soul linked to the bad marshal of your bad people. Let your bad marshal talk to me. The palm of Gu Beichen's hand got harder and harder. The corner of that delinquent's mouth also spilled blood at this moment. His neck, soon to be completely pinched off by Gu Beichen. His skull and torso separated. I had that. The lone one was held up in Gu Beichen's hands. But just then, the eyes of this delinquent's head suddenly lit up with a flash of purple ethereal light. The only remaining head of that undesirable person then naturally floated in midair. The corners of that delinquent's mouth even brought up a hint of an upward curved line. Great General, it's been a long time. I didn't realize I hadn't seen you for 100 years after the last time we parted ways in Haojing. Gu Beichen raised his chin. When I was young, I didn't hang the seal of the feudal lords, but I always hung a bloody sword under my waist. Zhao Jiao, notify Emperor Jing, Gao Heng. The 6 northern states, starting today, are united and autonomous, and are not under the control of his Great Zhou. The Northern Army declares war on the royal family of Great Zhou. Declares war. That strange-faced delinquent's face finally changed. The eyes of that already twisted and distorted face grew more and more shadowy. Great General, you're not kidding? You mean it? On you. Gu Beichen snorted. That heart demon compass, which has controlled me for over 2,000 years, still wants to control me for the rest of my life? Although the Northern Army has been almost 100 years old and is not under my jurisdiction. Zhao Jiao. You know, that when I give the order, the Northern Army will change its flag in an instant. The Northern Army never belonged to the Great Zhou Gao family. The delinquent, whose face was twisted, involuntarily gulped. Does the great general really want to fight? How long do you plan to fight? Gu Beichen's voice was suddenly high-pitched. No years. Zhao Zhou's voice also rose sharply. No years, no boundaries to fight? Gu Beichen's eyes also looked askance at this moment. One day I fight, the next day I die. Then I don't care. Mother asterisk 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 her. I don't care about chickens when I'm dead, but as long as I live, that's a constant fight. Until the Northern Army hit Haojing. Let Emperor Jing wait in Haojing. Tell him to wait for me in Haojing. Chapter 36. With a large enough sample, one can glimpse the future, a true multiplicity of children. Teaching martial arts field. Suddenly there was a big wind blowing. The delinquent wanted to say something else, but Gu Beichen had already raised his fist. What has to be said has been said. Zhou Jiao, it's time for you to go to the court. Next, Gu Beichen swung with a punch. That delinquent's head instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Inside the teaching martial arts field, the other delinquents, looking at this scene, their expressions were horrified. They looked at Gu Beichen, wanting to say something, but Gu Beichen's body suddenly leaned forward. Then, the remaining 11 delinquents, one by one, they exploded into a fine mist of blood. The black clouds in the sky were completely dispersed at this time. Gu Beichen looked up at the sky, exhale a cloudy breath. Since the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty, the 6 northern states, acting as the northern gateway to the Great Zhou, helping the Great Zhou dynasty, stationed at Mti, Mang in the north, already close to 3,000 years. 3,000 years, my children in the north, dead and wounded. The royal family of the Great Zhou has not been. Give me the 6 northern states and transfer over a single soldier. The north, the time when every house is onyxed. The nobles in the city of Haojing are in the midst of the grape wine night light cup, the poet blowing the beauty drunk. As far as I know, over the past 1,000 years, in my 6 northern states, the sons and daughters who died on Mt. Mang in north, it has exceeded 2 million. The corrupt scholars of Haojing look down on the scholars of the 6 northern states, and the Qintian supervisors of Haojing don't look down on the generals of the 6 northern states. Great Zhou has never regarded the people of my northern 6 states as fellow citizens. Most of you here are also sons and daughters born in the 6 northern states. Please, help me Gu Mao. Take a message for the people of the 6 northern states. After today, someone from Gu will gather the old troops. Reinstatement of the martial seal of the Northern Army. Gentlemen, I will not keep those who are now leaving, but will take advantage of this opportunity to those who traveled to Haojing, or the hinterland of the Central Plains, to avoid disaster. I can understand, but once the war started, the 6 northern states, there will be no more connection with the Great Zhou dynasty. It is up to you all to decide how to choose. At this moment, the gale was once again blowing across the teaching martial arts field. The wind is blowing. People are terrified. Teaching martial arts field those students. This moment, look at each other. Eyes are panic. Is there really going to be a war? Once war starts, the northern 6 states, and the Great Zhou dynasty directly break off? In the future, no longer can you call yourself a subject of the Great Zhou. But I've been a native of Great Zhou since I was born. All of a sudden I'm not. Stop it. You treat Great Zhou as your hometown. And Great Zhou treats us like cattle and horses. Great General Gu's your granddaughter has a point. Such a royal family is not worthy of allegiance. But once the war starts, it's the people who will suffer. My mom, she's a farmer. Can't she be left in peace as she gets older? Great General Gu, has it really come to the point where he's immortalized himself with the royal family of Great Zhou? Can't we just sit down and talk? This is treason, after all. And just then, Lin Yao, who was originally in the Greenstone Pavilion, looked at the noisy teaching martial arts field and narrowed his eyes. The people are not united enough, but that's normal. Although the 6 northern states have long held a grudge against the Great Zhou court, but after all, after being a national of Great Zhou for so long, suddenly becoming independent would make anyone uncomfortable. Lin Yao, then, looked up in Gu Beichen's direction again. Since you decided to go to war with Great Zhou, then, Master, I will help you again. Star Stealer, the man who foretold the future. The future. At this moment, Lin Yao's eyes began to light up with a dark red glow. His eyes fell on Gu Beichen. The scene in front of him then began to distort. He saw jingoism, the smoke and sand of half a city, and the ground with a sword. Gu Beichen who stood in front of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. However, Lin Yao's gaze did not remain still, but began to head towards the teaching martial arts field. The other scholars move. He's going to foresee the future of the thousands of people in the room by, to project the fortunes of the battle. That's the real use of future man. With enough sample data, peek into the future. A good long while later, Lin Yao's temples, bulging with veins, his face, showing a fatigue he had never seen before. But he quickly took that exhaustion and pushed it down. He turned, walked down to the loft, and from the loft, into the teaching field among that group of schoolchildren with confused minds. Those scholars, when they saw Lin Yao, one by one, they couldn't help but soften their knees. Just get on your knees. Lin Yao, on the other hand, walked through the crowd and straight towards Gu Baichen. Only his voice, at this point, came out ghostly. Once the war is on, no matter what the state or county, no matter how old or young the people are, they all have the duty to defend the land and resist the war. At this point in time, there are still people who have fantasies about the royal family of Great Zhou. You think this battle is for Gu Baichen himself? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This battle is for all the cultivators, people, and you of the 6 northern states. I'm telling you guys, when the war opens, you and Great Zhou, it's a dead end. As far as I know, within the 6 northern states, the 18 clans that have been passed down for more than 1,000 years, it's already been cleared by the Great Zhou imperial family. 16 of them. The 16 clans that were cleared were all bloodied. Lin Yao's voice lurched. He twisted his head and glanced at Chu Hongyu, who was in the crowd. At that moment, with her head down, and silence, just a deathly bite on the lower lip, Lin Yao raised his chin. No more awesome clans. In the 6 northern states, children who want to cultivate immortality will have no possibility of embarking on the path to immortality. And besides these 12 clans, there are a number of families that, being copied all over. These sects or clans or families, after being exterminated, the cultivation resources in the sect family, they've all been transported to the Great Zhou hinterland. There is no need for me to go into detail about these things. You all know them by your own personal inquiries. In addition to this, the Great Zhou dynasty, in accordance with the law, has dispatched to various parts of the 6 northern states military guards to suppress the, one by one. All of them are also top-notch wastes, either mongrels or idle wild cultivators with little ability. It is well that there is no calamity in ordinary times, but where there is some place that, come a devil cultivator, white bones become mountains to hide the light of the sky, red blood into rivers to dye the Yangtze River. The crows tear the dogs and the dogs move without the chickens, and heaven and earth have no color and the people have no home. You feel yourselves to be the people of the Great Zhou. Does the royal family of Great Zhou treat you as their subjects? You treat Great Zhou as your homeland. Have the people of other states and counties taken you for fellow citizens? A bunch of bloodbags. Are they worthy of being here? Moving themselves? The royal family of the Great Zhou, for what they have done to you in the 6 northern states, exhausted the bamboo slips of the southern mountains. I can't write all the obscenities on the ground, I can't wash away the sins of the heavens by deciding on the waves of the East Sea. Whenever there is a natural disaster, they do not show any compassion, and they sit back and watch their starving people being displaced and exposed like mangoes. It is to make the people of the 6 northern states scarce. The court of the Great Zhou, in turn, has allowed corrupt officials to fill the northern border, stripping the people of their fat. All the ladies and gentlemen are weeping on the road, because they want the people of the 6 northern states to be poor. Officials get bribes, the penalty is waived with money, and rich children are in power. The despair of the heroes is to make the handsome people of the 6 northern states die of depression. Anyone who revolts is falsely accused of plotting against the Great Rebellion. They are trying to kill the 9 clans of the heroes of the 6 northern states. Great Zhou has done everything possible to fool and humiliate the people of the north. Now there are those who lead you in an uprising. You do not yet cherish it. Ever been to Haojing? Know what it's like to be prosperous there? Do you know what the prosperity of Haojing is piled up on? It's by your 6 northern states. A pit of spirit stone that has been emptied. Thanks to you, Northern 6th State, and the laborers who died in the mines. Thanks to you, Northern 6th State, one of the generals who died on Mt. Mang in the north. You're out here in the freezing cold, and they're in Haojing. Flora, you guys think that's fair? Lin Yao had already walked over to Gu Baichen's side by now. He turned his head slowly. Only then did he see that all the students in the martial arts field were staring at him with burning eyes. These blazing eyes. It made Lin Yao a little uncomfortable, but he quickly calmed himself down. He glanced at Gu Baichen beside him, lowering his voice. I've just peeked into this battle. The future karma. Gu Baichen immediately bowed his head. He was obviously aware of his master's ability. How about master? Karma? Lin Yao's eyes flickered. Not so good. A glimpse of more than 10 futures. The number of victories in Great Zhou is 9. And the number of victories in the 6 northern states is 1. Still fighting? Gu Baichen grinned a hideous smile. Fight. Beat the out of him. Isn't there still a 10% chance that in the future, it's me who wins? I remember if you said that. Master. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. I say a lot of things. Which ones are you talking about? Gu Beichen's eyes gleamed. The past cannot be undone. The future can be changed. Disciple. This time, I will never disgrace my master. Even if I die in the wilderness, I will take revenge. But the next second, Lin Yao's slap had already smacked Gu Beichen's face. Q. If you die, there won't be one less disciple to honor the old man. You dare to make my old man go gray? I'll get you killed now. However, Lin Yao's face quickly clouded over. Though the master can now also log on to the great, there are only 3 chances to add up the time that, estimated to be only a point and a half. It can save your life at critical times and help you pretend. But overthrowing a dynasty, it can't be done for the time being. But, this rebellion, must be made, revenge, must be avenged. The future I want, it must be reached. But to reach that future, you can't point to you, nor can you point to the northern 6 states. You have to point to your master I, and your master's other disciples, would have liked to count on you to honor me. As a result, you still have to wipe your ass for masters. But it doesn't matter, master has other disciples. This is the real many sons and many blessings. I still have to go to North Mang Mountain, to find Li Chungang, to find Lu Ruyan, to find Qin Pingan. Chapter 37. The enemy kills you and calls it slavery, insurrection, southward capture of the dragon. Lin Yao had his hands behind his back at the moment and murmured in a low voice, and Gu Beichen's face, violently changed. His eyes reddened. Master, you have other disciples. Disciple has always thought that he is your only disciple, the true martial way. There are other heirs? Lin Yao glanced at Gu Beichen. He did not understand that this manslaughterer, who, in the mouths of the people of the 6 northern states, had looked out of the corner of his eye, before himself. How's that for a crybaby? Lin Yao sighed and patted Gu Beichen's shoulder. You are indeed the only heir to the true martial way. You are also the only disciple of the true martial emperor. But for the master, there is more than just the account Zhenwu Da Di. Gu Beichen's eyes were already red, which prevented him from dropping tears. He rubbed his eyes. Does master mean that true martial North Star Lord is only one of your identities? Lin Yao rubbed his temples. That's how you'll understand it for now. You actually know nothing about master's true means and strength. Gu Beichen sucked in a breath of cool air. He opened his mouth to say something, but Lin Yao had already turned his head, looking at the students on the martial arts field whose eyes were still burning brightly. He raised his eyebrows. The words he had just spoken mobilized the hearts of these scholars to rebel against Great Zhou, but it was not enough. Lin Yao clearly saw that in the eyes of many of the scholars, they were still hesitant. In Lin Yao's glimpse of a possible future, the reason for the defeat of the 6 northern states, a large part of the reason is that the people of the 6 northern states, the heart is not united enough. There are many clans. The people, on the Great Zhou even still have illusions. Stupid. They don't know that this fantasy and foolish loyalty will end up harming them. In Lin Yao's prefetched future, a large portion of the students in this martial arts training ground, it was because he hadn't yet realized that the Great Zhou court was cold and heartless, and his fate was tragic. To change the 6 northern states, the future of defeat, now is the time to do it. Lin Yao's ghostly voice was currently floating around the teaching martial arts field. The wind and the snow come and go, and all the ages are made, and I have just recalculated the green sky, and glimpsed some of the future. Would you all like to know what I have seen? The teaching martial arts field remained silent, and Lin Yao's eyes move. His gaze fell on the scholar standing in front of him, clad in a rough animal skin. Your name is Lu Qiang, right? That scholar's body stiffened, and in his eyes, surprise was revealed. His face instantly turned red, his legs went limp and he flopped to his knees. Yes, I am. Disciple Lu Qiang, greetings to the true martial emperor. Lin Yao's didn't lower his head, only glancing downward with the pupils of his eyes. You are home, a hunter who has lived in Huilong Feng for generations. By chance, you have entered the Taoist path, and you have taken the rare path of hunting cultivation. Lu Qiang's face turned red. He was already too excited to speak. He felt that he was being looked at by the true martial emperor. Out of the corner of his eye, he had already glanced at the scholars around him, with envious gazes. He tried to control the corners of his mouth. So that it would not turn up too much. You can't laugh out loud. Mother, your son is doing well. Your son, fetched by the true martial emperor. But the next second, Lin Yao's hoarse voice came out in a ghostly manner. Lu Qiang, you nowadays still feel that you are a subject of the Great Zhou. Kneeling on the ground, Lu Qiang's body stiffened. He looked up, trying to argue something, but Lin Yao's voice, one bite after another, fell into his ears, all like a thunderbolt. You have not taken the war between the 6 northern states and the Great Zhou seriously, and after today, you'll go home, concentrate on your training, and in about a year's time, you'll have accomplished a little bit of your hunting scripture. On the day of his departure, The Iron Army of the Northern Expedition of the Great Zhou happened to pass by the Dragon's Back Peak. Guess what? The Iron Army of the Great Zhou regards you as a traitor in the 6 northern states. Actually, it's not just you. After the war opened, all the cultivators in the 6 northern states, all have been designated as rebels by Great Zhou. With an iron hook, they pierced your lute bone, hanging you from the 1,000-year-old pine in front of your house, and then cutting off the head of your paralyzed mother in front of you. Your hairy wife was also caught out. A robust woman with wheat-colored skin and a slender waist and long legs. The Iron Army of the Great Zhou, in the 6 northern states. But there's no military discipline. Your wife, with her bodice torn off, in front of you, getting bullied by that Iron Army one by one. No, it's not just your wife, and your 2 twin daughters who have inherited your wife's beauty. How could the heartless Iron Army spare this pair of young and beautiful juxtapositions? Your youngest son was also taken captive, drained of blood, and used as army rations, and you were hanged from a tree, watching your family break up and wives and daughters are humiliated, but nothing can be done about it. And this, all because of your stupidity, your devotion to Great Zhou, to that iron-blooded dynasty, being disillusioned. At this moment, Lu Qiyong raised his head and stared at Lin Yao in a daze. His eyes fell in bloody tears and his voice tore. Great Emperor, what the Great Emperor said is true. The surrounding scholars, at this moment, looked at Lu Qiyong. Their eyes, no more half-envy or jealousy, only pity. But Lin Yao didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he walked straight to the next learner. Wang Jingchong, a scholar dressed in white, like a scribe, threw himself on his back, straight to his knees. Greetings, to the true martial emperor. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes. You're a Confucian scholar from Qingxuan Town, in the vicinity of Qingxuan Town, among the Confucian scholars of the 8 villages. In terms of learning and enlightenment, you deserve to be number 1. Wang Jingchang's scalp went numb and goosebumps rose all over his body. Great Emperor fallacious. Jingchong, just an indisputable Confucian. Lin Yao snorted. No contest? You're so competitive. After today, you will return to Qingxuan Town, and when the Northern Army recruits schemer, you failed to be selected, therefore have been mediated. About 3 years later, the army of the Great Zhou killed into the town of Qingxuan. You joined the Great Zhou's army without hesitation. The townspeople of Qingxuan Town called you a traitor and a thief and a bandit, but you didn't care. You thought that the 6 northern states, which would have belonged to the Great Zhou, until the Great Zhou army's 1,000th man, in order to heal, take the people of Qingxuan Town and make an evil sacrifice. You watched, as your familiar friends and family, your folks, turned into a puddle of pus and blood. You are so angry that you want to go and settle the account with the 1,000th Master. But the 1,000th Master said, thanks to you, if you hadn't told him about Qingxuan Town, there's a hidden, unexploited spiritual vein under the ground. That 1,000 husbandmen wouldn't have thought to perform an evil ritual in Qingxuan Town, either. It was you, who killed your folks, who watched you grow up. Master Zhou Chun, Auntie Lu Feng, Boss Wang, and your Harry, Gu Ziliang, Ji Tongwei, all died because of you. This moment, the other scholars on the teaching martial arts field looked at Wang Jingchong, and in their eyes, they all revealed a look of contempt. Wang Jingchong knelt on the ground and scratched his hair at his temples. No, not me. I grew up eating 100 meals since I was a child. How could I have gotten my own folks killed? Great Emperor, you show me. Please show me. If we go to war, it will involve the people of the entire northern 6 states. Can't we not fight this war? Lin Yao snorted coldly. Not fighting this battle? Wasn't what I just said clear enough? It's possible not to fight. According to the established future, after Gu Baichen dies of old age, the Great Zhou court, gleefully, sending troops into the 6 northern states. Those soldiers and generals from other countries hate to take your 6 northern states and eat them up. Your town of Qingxuan, in the first year, taxes tripled. In the second year, it was flooded, and in the third year, floods. In the 5th year, the town was looted by a demonic cult. In the 8th year, the town of Qingxuan, which had been emptied of its spiritual veins, was struck by a plague. The people of the town, 10 not 1, of your remaining fellow townspeople, for a few buns, just sell yourself as a slave. Lin Yao's voice lurched, and his ghostly voice spread throughout the entire teaching martial arts arena. Suppose we go not to war, and the enemy slays us with the long sword, and to point a finger at our bones and say, look, it's a slave. Wang Jingchong, kneeling on the ground, wanted to say something else, but Lin Yao turned around again, walked up to a teenager dressed in rough linen. Not waiting for Lin Yao to speak, the teenager had flopped to his knees. Chen Qigong, greetings to the Great Emperor. Great Emperor, Chen Qigong. was born a man of the Northern Sixth State, and died a ghost of the Northern Sixth State. Chen Qigong. I would like to follow the great general, conquer Great Zhou, capture the dragon in the south, and change the dome of the sky. Lin Yao looked at the teenager and narrowed his eyes. You're kind of sincere. You did join the army. In the Northern Army. In the camp, the Huban Sutra, which is practiced by the soldiers. It suits you, too. You are now at the 8th level of Qi refining. In the Northern Army, the barracks for 10 years. You will step into the Foundation Establishment realm. Become a centurion of the Northern Army. In the battalion, the Trap Battalion. 16 years later, during the Northern Army's attack on Great Zhou, the city of Qilin, you took the generals of the Trap Battalion and bloodbath charge. Fierce battle for 16 days. 800 people Trap Battalion. Finally only 16 people left. You, who are only in the Foundation Establishment realm, were the first to climb up to the top of Qilin city, climbed first, and broke the formation, beheading the generals, capturing the flag. For major military merits, you get the merit of first boarding. The teenager's eyes brightened, but the next second, Lin Yao pressed down on the teenager's head. Don't rejoice too soon. After you've climbed the city, look back. Beneath the walls, corpses are everywhere. Those corpses, they're all brothers who used to be your companions. And you, who burned your own life's heart's blood in order to ascend the city walls, have also long been at the end of your strength, about to die on the walls. Let me ask you, if you knew this ending, would you still choose to join the military? The wind, again, was blowing gale force across the teaching grounds. The north wind hunts. The teaching martial arts field was exceptionally quiet at this time. But just then, in that wind, but it was interspersed with teenage laughter. The teenager hemmed and hawed. I was born in the north. Growing up, I listened to stories of the great generals and their various conquests. Ever since I was a child, I have admired the great general. My hometown, in Jingzhou, the town of Wooden Fong, some years ago, was flooded and starved all over. The court of Great Zhou didn't give a. It was the old pawns of the Northern Army who came over and helped us repair the riverbank. North Sixth State, since ancient times, is just North Sixth State children, their own individual North Sixth State. Over half of the world of Great Zhou was fought down by the great general, and that position of emperor, great general, more qualified to sit than the Gao family's children. I've dreamed of following the great general to rise up and unify the world. I have no regrets even if I can die as a pawn of the great general. Not to mention being a centurion of the trapped battalion. That is, join the army today and die. Tomorrow I have no regrets. A man who travels in all directions is not at home. Where he dies, where he is buried. It's the same for all the green hills in the world. That teenager, at this moment, kowtowed heavily in Gu Beichen's direction. The teenager, then, raised his head again and looked at Lin Yao. Great Emperor, the villain has the audacity to ask one more question. Can the future you blimps be changed? Lin Yao carried his hands behind his back and glanced at the sky. The past cannot be undone. The future can be changed. It's just that there must be a karmic connection between the present and the future. The teenager blinked a few times. Grin. I don't know anything about karma, but to have a chance in the future, to become a centurion of the trap camp, this life is already worth it. If there is a better future, the villain has even less to fear. After saying that, the teenager moved his knees again and rushed in Gu Beichen's direction. My father has told me since I was a child that the proudest thing about the sons and daughters of the North, it is to follow the great general and bleed on the frontier. The great Zhou court doesn't treat us like human beings, so let's fight them. I am willing to follow the great general and go south to capture the dragon. The young man's voice resounded through heaven and earth. Immediately after, on the teaching martial arts field, one pummeling sound after another came, from one schoolboy after another. Kneel on the ground. Qingzhou, Jing'an City, Jiang Sungyan, here, would like to join the Northern Army. Jingzhou, Black Mountain Town, Li Fuwang, willing to die in the sand. Liangzhou, Hunan City, Jiang Boyu, has 3 younger brothers at home who can serve their old mother. It is possible to follow the great general and die a death. The moment, Gu Beichen's eyes, too, blossomed with essence. Lin Yao, on the other hand, was on the teaching martial arts field, and after circling around, he returned to Gu Beichen's side. He raised his hand. Gu Beichen immediately bowed his head. It allowed Lin Yao's hand to slap his head. Lin Yao nodded in satisfaction. I've heard that when you were young, you swallowed up miles like a tiger on the battlefield. It's the mighty great general, but you were dying when I saw you. Let me see it once. Let me see what a northern massacre is. At this moment, the present, kneeling scholars suddenly shrugged in sweat. They saw that the great general, who had a head full of white hair, at this moment, as if he had been struck with. All the exposed skin all over his body was red. His forehead was even more rippling with veins. He first rushed towards Lin Yao and knelt down, kowtowing heavily. Rise immediately afterward. Turning his head, he took a big step toward the gate of the academy. The north wind blew, sending Gu Beichen's lapels hunting and taut, and outlined Gu Beichen's broad shoulders and narrow waist. He was furious at this time, all white beard and hair, dancing in the wind. The Gu Beichen of this moment was, truly, as angry as a tiger. Hushan, where is Hushan? Gather all the old northern army troops in Fulu City. Let's just say that the old man died in a drunken stupor. Might as well die on horseback. Want to take you all and build another great career. All the scholars present, do not mind that I, Gu, am old and decrepit. Those who are willing to shed their blood for the future of the 6 northern states, follow Gu Maotu. Go to Haojing and seek justice. For the uprising, go south and tackle the dragon. Chapter 38, True Martial Emperor descends to the mortal world. You know nothing about your background. Since the 2 night shining jade lions ran wildly into Fulu City. This day in Fulu City was bustling with activity. Even at night, the Bun restaurant in Fulu City was still overcrowded. Many of the local cultivators of Fulu City had gathered here and were talking. Is there really going to be a war? How come you're going to go to war with the Great Zhou court when you're doing fine? Good for nothing. The taxes in the 6 northern states are more than 3 times that of the other states and counties. The resources within the 6 states were constantly emptied by them. And a few months ago, within Liangzhou, inherited for thousands of years, the Qingxuan Sect, which established the state for the Great Zhou and made great achievements, was also said to be gone, and the sect's treasury, too, was emptied, and the Qingxuan Sect of the same situation. There is the White Jade Cloud Sea Sect, the 9-pole Ancient Sword Sect, the Ancient Spring Sect. For what why? Just because all 6 northern states of ours border North Mang Mountain, they treat us like this. Tolerance my ass. No more. That's right. For so many years, the royal family of the Great Zhou sent to the 6 northern states of ours officials. All of them are corrupt officials, and when they are in power, one of them can make more money than the other, and after a few years of making money, they will leave, and the military men in the town of all are nothing capable of goons. Natural disasters and demons come, one more than a hide fast. So many years, to save the people to help the disaster of it's the Great Northern Army, and the ones who kill the demons are veterans of the Northern Army. The Emperor of Zhou doesn't treat us as his people. Why do we treat him as an emperor? The only one who has truly been mindful of the people of the northern 6 prefectures is the Great General, of reckless origin, and in his early childhood, is said to have suffered a great deal of. So he understands that it is not easy for us common people, and such a person should be the emperor. But are our 6 northern states a match for the 28 states and counties of the Great Zhou? The difference in strength is too great, isn't it? You guys are too well informed. Before the city was full of rumors that the Great General's lifespan will end. The price of white damask in the city has gone up. But now, the Great General, alive and well, knows why. Because the Great General's master has descended to earth. Who is the Great General Master? Lord of the North Star, God of divine order, true martial emperor. I have heard that there is much hunger and cold in the north. True martial emperor descends to the mortal dust. Our northern 6 states, for so many years, have enshrined the true martial emperor. Not in vain. It's not in vain. And just as the drinkers at the Bun building were wishing true martial emperor in unison, the second floor of the Bun building, next to a table by the window, a teenager wearing a bucket hat couldn't help but cough lowly a few times. For what? Where did the offerings go? Surrendered to the dogs? If the offerings really work, why do I have to go out and work as a cow or a horse? The teenager shook his head with emotion, and across from the teenager, a gorgeous woman also wearing a bucket hat raised her head. Ancestors, are we really? This is leaving Fulu City? The teenager looked up. He craned his head to look out the window. Outside the alley of Baiyuan House, a group of figures with bucket hats ran all the way through the alley. The teenager sitting on the second floor of the restaurant could even hear the group shouting, "Quickly, go to the Dongwomen, the old soldiers of the Northern Army, and the new recruits who want to join the army. They are all assembled there, and after dawn, they will follow the Great General and head for the 6th camp of the Northern Army at Qingliang Mountain. I've long been displeased with those sons of Es from Zhou, and the defense of my homeland is today. 30 years of sharpening the knife for today." The teenager on the second floor of the tavern narrowed his eyes. "What do you do if you don't go?" "Originally, I wanted to find a disciple to honor me properly, so that I could enjoy myself for a few days as well. But look at Gu Beichen, the way things are now. He has time to honor me?" The teenager pointed out the window again, then turned back to the left side of the square table. The left side of the square table. At the moment, sitting at the end of the table was a stout old man who was crying out in pain, and a nervous and delicate young girl. The teenager looked at the old man and sighed helplessly. Don't cry. Didn't you hear the shouts outside? Inside Fulu City, men of blood, all of them are rushing to the East City Gate, to follow you and conquer the battlefield. Is it appropriate for you, a great general, to cry pear-shaped tears at my place? Back in the day, the human butcher who swallowed 10,000 miles like a tiger, cried like this. Don't you feel ashamed? That old man sniffed, and instantly, cried even more. Benefactor, will soon be leaving me? How can a disciple have the heart to care about this? Master, can't we not go? Lin Yao glared at the old man. No, not go and watch you lose the battle? You think I don't want to get my legs crossed and enjoy myself? But is it possible? Gu Beichen, facing the great Zhou dynasty, the chances of you being able to win, it's too low. Connecting the karmic threads of that future, few and far between. But this battle, it must still be fought, for the sake of your dead son, for the sake of the unjustly killed generals and people in the 6 northern states, for the sake of the harboring anger you have suffered for so many years. Of course, the most important thing is for the sake of your master me, being hunted for the last 6 months, suffering. Lin Yao's voice lurched as he twisted his head and glanced at Chu Hongyu beside him. And for this girl, and her clan, this battle, it must be fought. Fight. Fight until you make the great Zhou dynasty feel pain. Hurts like hell. But to win, to make the overthrow of the great Zhou, this future, an established reality, it still depends on your master's efforts. Your master, me, is going to North Mang Mountain, take back the Dharma mansion that originally belonged to your master. I now have a blessed cave, and of course more importantly, shaking people. I asked you 71 names before, and you've heard 49 of them. Those who know the approximate location, there are 8. 4 of them are in the vicinity of North Mang Mountain. This is the same as the intelligence I have previously probed. Pretty much, if any of these 4 can be found, the probability of the great Zhou dynasty's downfall will be greatly increased. How can you count revenge without overthrowing the great Zhou and killing the great Zhou royal family? With their heads rolling, Gu Beichen rubbed his eyes at this moment, barely stopped the tears. Master, the disciple wanted to ask before. These individual names you asked the disciple before, their relationship to you is. Lin Yao glanced up at Gu Beichen. You guessed it right. They are all masters and disciples. There is a part of them, called righteous father and son. Or perhaps righteous father and daughter would be more accurate. Gu Beichen's body stiffened. Then Li Chungang. Lin Yao scratched his head. Count on your senior. Gu Beichen's face began to redden again. Pingon Chen. Lin Yao picked up the wine glass in front of him and took a sip of the wine. Count your senior brother as well. Gu Beichen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Terrestrial nightmares. Lin Yao drained his own glass. It's your senior brother, but this guy, his movements are erratic, and this time, there is no hurry to find him. First, Gu Beichen's body involuntarily trembled, and the delicate young girl beside him, Gu Nanin, at the sight of his grandfather, on his skin, goosebumps stood up. Willow Ruyan. Lin Yao hummed lightly. Ruyan Lu, this one is your senior sister. Although Gu Beichen had already made some guesses before, but he's always felt that he's so far off the mark with this speculation that he doesn't believe it himself. Master, us, our division. Lin Yao glanced at Gu Beichen. That's right, Gu Beichen, you know nothing about your own background. As for the division, there is no division. I was just more into raising kids back in the day. It's like having a pet. As for the war with the great Zhou dynasty, you let go of your hand to fight. This world, there shouldn't be many people who have a harder background than you. The people of the 6 northern states are saying that you are a general of reckless origin? Ridiculous. They have no idea what context means. Chapter 39 Following Taizu. I can see Lu Ruyan, the world's eyes are clumsy, and the evening is bleak. The north wind rolls in and the white grass folds. In wintertime, the night in Fulu City also became extraordinarily long. Wait until the sun breaks through. The eastern gate of Fulu City had gathered roughly 8,000 people. These people, young and old, and a few women with English faces. Gu Beichen rode on a reddish high horse, looking at the crowd behind him, and emotion was in his eyes. Hushan, how many people are here in total? A middle-aged man dressed in black cloth abruptly appeared beside Gu Beichen, bowed and bent over in obeisance. Back to the great general. 8,642 in all. Among them are more than 3,000 veteran soldiers of the Northern Army, and the rest are scattered cultivators from Fulu City. Of those 5,000 or so, more than half of them have traveled a long way to come to the Palace of Learning to scholars who listen to the great general's sermons. Gu Beichen nodded. Over 8,000 men, Quite a lot. And it's time to start. The big red horse, Gu Beichen, lightly clamped the horse's belly, and the steed immediately neighs. Gu Beichen bellowed. There's no point in talking too much nonsense. For the sake of the future of the 6 northern states, please, all of you, follow the old man and, once again, trample the world on horseback. Depart. Go, Mount Qingliang, the Crimson Stallion, the first to gallop. The 8,000 or so men, excited, galloped furiously after the great crimson horse. A group of people, in great numbers, headed towards the northeastern direction of Fulu City, and on the cliff of a high mountain where this line of people must pass, 3 figures stood at the top of the mountain in a zigzag pattern. The one in the lead was a teenager with a bucket hat on his head. The teenager looked at the hordes of people passing by the foot of the mountain and exhaled a cloudy breath. Behind the teenager, a woman with bright features blinked twice, a cultivator of the cave Xian realm now, still riding a horse. Next to the brightly colored woman, a delicate young girl, also wearing a cocked hat, but wearing a red dress a playful opening. That's no ordinary steed, that's a demonic beast, the Red Mountain Monarch. Just when the demonic power isn't apparent, the general is in the shape of a horse. And what's wrong with riding? Cave Xian realm, you have to use flying? Normal cultivators, in the Cave Xian realm, surely generally fly to catch up, but the one who leads the troops great general, no. Ancestral grandfather said that the Songhai world is different from other worlds. There is a clear distinction between the cultivation world and the mundane world. A dynasty is a mundane dynasty, a cultivator, in the mountains, is riveted. Seek the way with a single mind. But the Songhai world is different. The contention of the 100 schools of thought has made the Songhai world, the circle of cultivators and the circle of mortals, intertwined and inseparable. The sons of Confucianism, in particular, are known for their dragon fighting or dragon slaying skills, involved in the rise and fall of the dynasty. So the birth of like the great Zhou dynasty general immortal cultivation dynasty, cultivation clans, immortal cultivation families, and even individual casual cultivators are all suppressed under the power of the king. And in order to maintain this power, a strong force is needed. This force, it is the army. The delicate girl, holding her bladder, spoke eloquently. Cultivators, with the power to move mountains and overturn seas, and to pick stars with the sun and moon in their hands. If you want to make these monks, who use the wind in the air, submit, you have to do 2 things. First, you have to do 2 things, is the strength of the royal family itself, and within a dynasty, the royal family, which must be the dynasty the undisputed most powerful cultivation family. In this way, it is possible to dominate a vast land. Secondly, the royal family, to have strong control, everywhere, over this control is the army stationed everywhere. Other dynasties I do not know, but I know that the great Zhou dynasty, all the soldiers, are cultivators, all have cultivation, and those clans which, after recruiting disciples, require them to worship and train, entering the way, master with an apprentice. This model is different. In the barracks, all the books are open for free, just don't spread the word. If one enlists in the army, one can read and practice these doctrines. The first method can't refine essence and transform chi? No problem. Change the second. Hundreds of methods. As long as you can find a suitable one for you, you can refine essence and transform chi, draw chi into the body. Then you can stay in the army. After that, cultivation, pills, and magic treasures. On the other hand, all need to rely on military achievements in exchange. And the soldier general, in the barracks, in addition to his daily practice, the most important of it's cultivating battle formations. Take, for example, the Northern Army, which, as far as I know, is skilled in the battle formations of there are 3 sets of 100, 000 man formations, 10, 000 man formations, 16 sets, 1, 000 man mini formations, 81 sets, and 100 man mini formations. There are 366 sets. The purpose of cultivating these battle formations is just one, and that is to take on the enemy. In the world of cultivation, 100 foundation establishment cultivators may not be able to defeat one Yuaning cultivator, but 100 foundation establishment soldiers skilled in battle formations can kill Yuaning. That's how scary the military is. The most terrifying resource that dynasties have is people, which is the Cultivation Sect, a resource that no immortal cultivation family can even replicate. The delicate girl had her hands behind her back and tilted her head, still with the north wind from the mountaintop blowing across her cheeks. The teenager standing at the front glanced back at her. You know a lot. The young girl, who had just lost her superior demeanor. She immediately lowered her head. That's all, Grandpa. always told me. My parents died early. I grew up with my grandparents. The teenage boy nodded at this. That delicate young girl, seeing that the teenager did not speak, boldly pulled the teenager's sleeve. Grandmaster Tai, Grandfather Tai, is going to lead his troops to war with Great Zhou and asked me to follow you. You're not going to kick me out, are you? The teenager slowly turned around and snorted as he looked at the delicate young girl in front of him. I didn't want to raise a child this time. Your grandfather, on the contrary, had already taken the child and sent it to me. It's just as well he didn't honor me. How dare you try to get me to carry his kids for him? Does he really treat me like his own father and mother? The delicate young girl, sniffing, immediately waved her hand. Master Taizu, don't misunderstand. Ancestral grandfather. By no means. He was ashamed. You must go. He had no chance to do his filial duty, and had to let me do it in his place. Grandpa Zhu also said that you like pretty girls, although I'm not exactly the kind of great beauty who is a country dump. But the people in Fulu City, they all say that I'm good looking. The delicate young girl's voice gave an involuntary lurch, and she glanced cautiously aside and, a glance at that bright-faced beauty. I actually think Grandpa Zhu, too, is quite epileptic. You obviously have such a great beauty to serve around you, and you've asked me to come over and make a fool of myself. I don't even think you can look at me. But then I thought about, even if you can't see me, I have to come along. First of all, you are Grandfather Ancestor's master. Without you, there would be no Gu family. Serving you, then is what we juniors are supposed to do. It's only natural. And secondly, for my own sake, you should be the one person in my life who could have met the most powerful of all the high priests. Jinwu Da Di is who you once were. The Sword Dao leader of the 12 realms, Li Chungang, is your disciple. In my life, I can have the opportunity to serve at your side. Really, my old Ju family ancestral tomb smoke. Finally, the delicate young girl, gritting her teeth, took a deep breath before hissing, follow you and get to meet Ruyan Lu. I want to see Ruyan Lu. Lin Yao Taizu Master. I want to see Ruyan Lu. The eyes of that delicate young girl suddenly reddened. Lin Yao, on the other hand, was stunned by the young girl in front of him. He raised an eyebrow. It's a bit interesting, Gu Nanin. You're much more articulate than your grandpa. Your grandpa. It's just a mope, and you can't squeeze a fart out of 3 bars. It's not as if you have his blood in you and you're still growing like this. Phantom. Willow Ruyan. Why do you, a woman, want to see Ruyan Lu? Gu Nanin gulped. Retribution. She saved my mother's life. Lin Yao tilted his head. He squinted his eyes and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Saved your mother? But as far as I know, she doesn't have a good reputation. The word on the street is that she sucks men's essence and refines them into puppets. She dials women's skins and collects as painted skins. Such a demonic cultivator. And just then, Gu Nanin raised her head. Slander. It's all slander. She was born beautiful. Women are cynical about her. When men can't have her, they slander her. Others don't know the facts. But you claim to be her master. You raised her from a young age. How could you not know her? Lin Yao froze. He actually saw, out of the corner of Gu Nanin's eyes, tears falling. I don't know her? I know her too well. I was wondering, with your cultivation, what favor can you repay? She needs you? Gu Nanin froze. She gritted her teeth. Maybe it's needed? Lin Yao frowned. What do you mean? Ruyan Lu's cultivation is rumored to have stepped into the 11th realm of the feathered true immortal? She needs you, a maid of the Jedan realm, to return her favor? Gu Nanin still clenched her teeth in death. The message that Grandpa conveyed to you is not correct. Lin Yao's face finally changed. You were there when I verified the news with your grandpa. Why didn't you say anything then? Gu Nanin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Because what I'm saying is all speculation on my part, with no empirical evidence. Grandpa, I am not allowed to fool around in front of you. I'm afraid of getting slapped by my grandpa. Master Tai Zhu, I know that you are not the same as Grandfather Zhu. That's why this information that, I dare say it in your presence. I've been studying Ruyani for 30 years. Do you know the concept of 30 years? Lin Yao nodded. No. Brainwashed. You're a brainwashed fan of Ruyan Lu. I finally realized that. Under the auction house. Who are the people who can take pictures of Ruyan Lu's bathwater anymore? Gu Nanin blinked twice. If it's sure that it's the bathwater of Ruyani, I'll probably buy it. That water must have smelled good. Could be a perfume. No, that's not even the point. What I want to say is, Lu Ruyan, not in Star-Destroying City. The rumors in the world are wrong. Ruyan Lu's last appearance, not in Star-Destroying City 300 years ago, but in, say, Tormoon City 80 years ago. And, she was seriously injured when she showed up in Dragmoon City. Lin Yao unconsciously took a step forward, closing in on Gu Nanyin. Why do you say that? Gu Nanyin involuntarily stepped back. This great Grandmaster's cultivation level, in her perception, was clearly less than Foundation establishment, but it gives her an eerie creepy feeling. Because, 80 years ago, in the city of Tagetsu, the devil of heaven descended. It is said to be a fair-haired witch with a slender figure. That white-haired witch, wherever she passes, not an inch of grass grows. She preys on all life in the neighborhood. The Qingxuan supervisor, on the wanted list, has published the picture of that white-haired witch, although the painting is blurry, but with that slender figure, I can be sure that it's Ruyan Lu. Lin Yao snorted. You haven't even met Ruyani. Gu Nanyin tilted her head. The small face turned red. So what? I've never met her in person, but I know all about her, and I've spent a lot of money that acquired an image of her painting. I can confirm that those two painted shadows are one person. I want to find her and say thank you to her in person. That was my mother's dying wish. I'd also like to know why the charming woman with the great poise of that year was on the wanted list of the Qingxuan supervisors. In the shadow of the painting, her figure is thin and desolate. If you are truly her master, you should be more worried about her safety and death than I am. My paternal grandfather was your disciple, and I can feel that although you beat him and scolded him, but there is also a genuine love for him. You were able to save my grandpa's life. You should also be able to help Ruyan Lu. You are the mighty true martial emperor. Lin Yao stretched out his hand at this time. Bring it. Gu Nanyin froze. Take what? Lin Yao raised his chin. The picture and shadow of Ruyan Lu, which you acquired for a heavy sum of money, and the picture and shadow of Chinchilla. As a brainwashed fan of Ruyan Lu, you should have treasured both of these pictorial shadows. Gu Nanyin opened her mouth. She hesitated for a moment, then carefully pulled out her storage bag, on which the two light taps. Two images of paintings that look like enlarged versions of photographs appeared in Gu Nanyin's hands. She carefully pinched the two painting images and handed them to Lin Yao. Don't touch it. That's all I have. Lin Yao lowered his head, saw a woman standing in both of those painted images. The women are all side portraits, with cheeks and features, due to the hair covering them, not as clear, but just as stately and graceful. Gu Nanyin blinked her eyes on the side. All one knows is that she is charmingly bony, with a head of green silk that likes to be coiled up, and she always wore a brass tobacco stick around her waist and had a phoenix tattooed on her neck. But I didn't know that she liked to keep daffodils in her room and would adopt stray cats. That it also knows poetry and song and can write. And the world's eyes are dull and late. And just then, Lin Yao suddenly let go of his hand. Two painted images, floating away in the wind. Gu Nanyin let out a scream. My painting, my Ruyani. However, Lin Yao did not pay attention to the wailing Gu Nanyin. His voice was low. Go to Drag Moon City. Looking for Ruyan Lu. Damn, who put this girl injured like this? Phantom returns to Ash's Linglong Dao body are forced out? This is how much injury and how much aggravation. Chapter 40. Don't be afraid. Master has connections. Master is the world's #1 white boy. A flying boat shaped like a crow's nest, flying from the direction of Fulu City, Wangbei Mang Mountain. The speed of the flying boat is not fast, but compared to the four-legged shining night jade lion, the speed of the flying boat was still much faster. On the flying boat, there were three figures, one man and two women. A delicate young girl, sitting on the bow of the boat, controlled the direction and speed of the flying boat's travel. At that moment the dainty maiden turned her head and, cautiously, he glanced at the teenager sitting cross-legged on the flying boat. Master Taizu, you approve of my speculation? That picture in shadow released by the Qingxuan supervisor is Ruyan Lu? Great Emperor Ruyan. Lin Yao, who was originally meditating on his knees, slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Gu Nanyin. No words were spoken, just looking up at the sky. He unconsciously recalled that girl called Lu Ruyan. That's the 26th account he opened in Spirit Ruins, the account nicknamed Thousand Faces Phantom Demon Monarch. The disciple he took, the Phantom of the Thousand Faces account. I just created it, just to realize that he was born with a good skin. The opening, the charisma point, was 90, which, at the time of the game, it belonged to the extent that even if one wanted to eat and wait for death, they could all have a group of female cultivators that would encumber them. A trip to a greenhouse, with the luck of a big sister in a greenhouse, taking pity on herself. You can still earn $2 silver yourself. Lin Yao made a snap decision right then and there that this account, to take a path of immortal cultivation that he had never tried before, the path of the white boy, also known as the path of charm cultivation. Charming cultivation also means practicing the way of seduction. The way of charm can not only charm people, charm repair. Advocate is to charm all things, to charm a person so that he or she becomes close to himself or herself without realizing it. And furthermore, to confuse his or her Taoist mind. Make it sink. Charming the aura. Makes the aura close to oneself. Speeds up one's aura operation. And refines one's cultivation. Charming the heavenly Tao. Charming the heavens to seek the curtain of the heavenly Tao. That's the real phantom fix. Seduction. Then make the other person willingly submit. In this account, Lin Yao himself couldn't even remember how many female cultivators he'd been married to. One night, anyway, with a mouse click, one can view an indescribable scene. And after springtime, the female practitioner with whom one has slept for a night will still pat one's head lovingly. Throw yourself a storage bag to practice. In this account, the happiness of the little white man, Lin Yao realistically experienced, until the cultivation of this account broke through to the 11th realm, feathered true immortal realm. He or she has met a female madman, that crazy woman, not allowing other female cultivators to get close to her. She actually wanted to monopolize herself. Can Lin Yao agree to this situation? As happy as it is to be adopted, freedom is even more important. As the old saying goes, life is precious, love is more expensive. If for freedom, both can be thrown away. But did he or she reject the crazy lady? The crazy lady, completely upside down. In the days to come, as soon as Lin Yao came online, he could see the entrance to his cave. That crazy, blocking the entrance to her cave, staring intently at herself, the way she was looking at her, like a hungry wolf that saw a fat sheep. It gave Lin Yao, who was behind the screen, the creeps. This crazy is still talking to herself. Lin Lang, why are there ever so many warblers and swallows by your side? And why can't you ever? Only mine. I came to the realization that there's only one way to keep you only mine forever. I'm going to drain you of your blood. Chew on your bones and live with you for the rest of your life. Lin Yao was confused. Trying to sleep is fine. Trying to eat me up is going too far. You're even sicker than Hannibal, the ogre in the movie? Lin Yao wanted to get that crazy killed, but her cultivation level was higher than his own, and she was in the 12th realm. Nirvana 9, the 8th monster, heard also from the heavenly palace. To get away from this maniac, continue your life as a happy white boy in the game. Lin Yao left his cave directly, concealing his breath all the way. He ended up in a small town called Drinking Spring. He changed his appearance and became a scholar who sold calligraphy and paintings for a living. Drinking Spring City, situated in the middle of the two dynasties of Western Shu and Daqi, by the two major dynasties, constantly scrambling, the city's head king flag, sometimes 10 days, to change once, successive years of war, leaving the people of the city to starve and beg all over the place. On that day, the Iron Armor Army of Western Shu killed its way into the city again. The king's flag of Qi was pulled down from the city. Inside the city, every household closed its doors, and the people all held their breath and dared not squeak, because the people of the city know it. West Chu's Iron Armor Army, all of them are butchers. Now West Chu has just fought a hard battle with Daqi, the ironclads, with their lack of supplies, and the soldiers, with their depressing moods, may do some kind of asshole thing when they get into the city. Lin Yao was just inside the house, but he could hear from time to time from the street, the Iron Armored Army, kicking open the gate of the mansion. The burning and looting, the sound of the people crying. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Lin Yao. He had never cared about NPCs, but just as he was in the house, playing a little game of writing and drawing, the door to his house was suddenly pushed open. The ones who broke into his house were not the Iron Armor Army of Western Shu. Instead, it was a little girl with a pudgy head, but favoring a pair of purple pupils. The little girl, dressed in rags, and carrying a bloody, rusty, broken dagger in her hand, not waiting for Lin Yao to speak. That little girl had already raised her dagger and aimed it at Lin Yao. Get down on your knees. I'm begging you for something. Lin Yao was confused. He has never seen such an arrogant NPC in this game. Mother asterisk 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 more arrogant than him. But strangely enough, Lin Yao didn't get angry at that time. You begged me to get on my knees? Who are you? There were tears in the girl's eyes, but she gritted her teeth and held them back, not letting your tears fall. My last name is Ryu, and it's Ryu Wanu. My father was a tenant of Qi and my mother was mute. 3 months ago, in Western Shu's Iron Armor Army, killing their way into the Daqi border, my father clicked. The Western Shu army cut off my mother's head, and she was taken away. They saw how beautiful she was and made her work as a prostitute during the day. At night when those Chu troops are hungry, she will be reduced to a two-legged sheep. Lin Yao frowned. Two-legged sheep. The boy, all at once, fell into tears. It's the two-legged sheep. The Iron Army of Western Shu has this habit of turning captured women into two-legged sheep that accompany the army. Eating while traveling, the young women's meat is so fresh and flavorful that it is better than lamb. Hence the name two-legged sheep. The Western Chu Iron Army. They're here again. They're here again. If they find out I'm a Qi, they'll never let me go. Boss, please have mercy. Please take me in. Lin Yao cocked his head. On what grounds? The girl was confused for a moment, but she quickly opened her mouth. I was born good looking. I can be your daughter-in-law when I grow up. If you don't want to be a daughter-in-law, I can be your slave girl, warming your bed and washing your feet. If you don't want me, you can sell me to a greenhouse. My father had originally planned to raise me for a few more years, then sell me to a greenhouse, and say that when the time comes, I'll fetch a good price. Lin Yao cocked his head. Aside from being a concubine, a slave girl, and sold into a greenhouse, have you never thought of? There's another way to live your own life? The boy shook his head in confusion. No, haven't thought about it. And just then, Lin Yao walked over to the girl's side and patted her head. I used the Star Stealer to foretell my future and learned that I should come to the City of Springs. I didn't figure out why at first, and meeting you, I understand. A good seedling with charming bones. It's a pity not to be the heir to my account. Girl, haven't you ever thought about, in the future, being an immortal? Well, it might not be an immortal, or it might be a devil, but none of that matters. The master takes you to kill first, Lin Yao said as he picked up the girl. He ignored the girl's struggles and, toward the door. That day, the 800 Western Chu cavalrymen who entered the drinking spring city were attacked by a weak scholar holding a girl, snapping necks as much as possible. In a sea of corpses, Lin Yao held the girl's hand. Yanu Anu is too hard to hear. Call Willow Ruyan. Why are you crying again? The girl, with her head thrown back, howled. My name is Ruyan Lu. I will be called Lu Ruyan from now on. I like this name better than Lu Anu, better than Ryu Anu. Lin Yao laughed straight from the side at that time. Don't cry. From now on, if anyone bullies you again, you just tell Master that. Master may not be invincible yet, but he has connections. Master can help you shake people. This account is the #1 white boy in Spirit Market. At this moment, the icy cold wind in the sky blew Lin Yao awake. He looked out into the distance. Ruyan Lu, whoever bullies you, you tell Master. Although Master is not considered invincible now, Master now knows that this world is real. You are all true. Master still has connections. Master can help you open up and prefetch the future. Master can also log on to a large number, although it is a temporary landing, but to solve the curfew, definitely enough. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He looks up to the vault of heaven. For some reason, something doesn't feel right. Gu Beichen, this rammer was bullied is just, to Lu Ruyan's nature. Should not, will fall to this, will not be someone is targeting me. This matter must be investigated, otherwise it always feels awkward. Lin Yao looked up at the moment, looking at the dark red screen in front of him. Star Stealer, prefetch the future, prefetch my future. This world, there's no such thing as coincidence. I want to see who's targeting me. Lu Ruyan, don't be afraid. I'm back. You were raised by me, and I'll take out anyone who bullies you. Chapter 41 Can't run away from the monk, I'm still going to rob you. Lanqi City is situated on the northern border of Jingzhou. From within the city, one can look out over the towering, rolling, and Beimang Mountain, which seems like a jade pillar in the sky. The White Jade Pavilion in Lanqi City has 7 floors. It is the most lively restaurant in Lanqi City. There are quite a few cultivators who come here to settle down. Today's White Jade Pavilion was equally lively and overcrowded. Cultivators from the south and the north gathered here and talked about it. Have you heard? Great General Gu Beichen has led his troops and hit Haizhou, the northern army, all the way to the top. Worthy of being the first army of the Great Zhou, the northern army has fought its way to Haizhou in less than 3 months. But I heard that over at Haojing, the royal family is furious. Not only have they mobilized millions of troops, and a public bounty for the head of the great general, in the past wind flying clouds will, today actually knives and soldiers to each other, is really saddening. What's there to sigh about? It's long overdue to go to war with Great Zhou. For so many years, I all for the great general feel wimpy. This time, the great general has a backer, the true martial emperor, to help the great general pressure. Then the great general, but also afraid of a grizzly hair. Definitely him. Don't chat about these. Have you guys heard about Drag Moon City's demon locking tower? It's going to open again? So soon. Another armor? Yes, or so they say. Time flies. What a rush. What a rush. Life is a rush. So the new generation of the Demon Slayer list is going to be updated again? Who was the one who won the top spot the last time the demon locking tower opened? The eldest disciple of the Fu Jianling Yin Sect, Immortal Wang Shu, Zhao Wang Shu. Where are the top scorers and scouts? Second, Coiling Dragon Red Sky Sect, Li Xian. Third, Fujian Lingyan Sect, Qingxuan. Come to think of it, they were all, back then, stunningly brilliant people. Does anyone know? Now how about these three? Zhao Wangshu, rumored to have reached the infant-changing god realm, is still in western Shu. Li Xian and Qihua, both disappeared. There are also legends that both perished in the North Mang Mountain. Hurried are really hurried, but I heard that this time the locking demon tower opens. It's grander than previous years. Nowadays, the number of cultivators gathered within Drag Moon City is already 3 times that of previous years. Ha! Why is that? What? None of you have heard about it? It's rumored that this time in the demon locking tower, the imprisoned a stunning great beauty, can seduce the soul. This great beauty has a resounding name, Phantom Demon, Lu Ruyan. Ruyan Lu. How did she get locked up in the demon locking tower? Who would want to lock her up? What's more, Ruyan Lu, isn't it also said to be a true immortal of the 11th realm? True immortal? She's been slept with by so many male cultivators that she's not the right person. How does such a woman deserve to ascend? That's true. If this kind of, who is as good as a human being, were to enter the heavenly palace as well, then the face of the heavenly palace, I'm afraid it will all be disgraced by her. But just then, on the 4th floor of the White Jade Pavilion, there was a sudden pop. A dainty young girl in a red dress stood on the 3rd floor fence, grasping a wine jug that, just throw it to the 1st floor. What the hell? Which asshole said that Ruyan Lu's cultivation is not from the right path? Come out. Stand up for me. If I don't rip your head off. My name is not Gu. I'm going to rip your head off. Shove it up your ass. Come forward. You have the ability to make yellow rumors. You have the ability to come forward. The wine table behind that dainty girl. There were 2 other people sitting there. A woman with bright features and a boyish man with a shadowy look. At this moment, the brightly colored woman worriedly looked at the teenager. Ancestor, is it really good to let Gu Nanin be so wild? You just said that we should keep a low profile until we reach Drag Moon City. The teenager held his glass and squinted. The premise of keeping a low profile is that no one messes with us. It's all in your face and you're still laying low. That's a wimp. Gu Nanin, the one who said that Lu Ruyan's cultivation came from the wrong place. It's that triangle-eyed monk in the northwest corner of the 1st floor who called Ruyan Lue. It's the dead fat guy next to that triangular eye. It was just the 2 of them that were spitting and talking the most. Go. Rip both their heads off, go. The delicate girl who was already standing on the fence tapped her storage bag. A large tiger head hammer instantly appeared in her small white hand. She carried the tiger hammer and from the 4th floor, she leapt down. Inside the White Jade Pavilion, the shouts of murder immediately shook the sky. Chu Hongyu looked at this scene and shook her head helplessly. Ancestors. Lin Yao took the wine glass in his hand and slammed it on the table. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm most annoyed with people who give artificial yellow rumors for no reason. It's true that Lousy was a gigolo back then, but every female cultivator I slept with, the other party was willing. There has never been coercion. Ruyan Lu, although she has inherited the Taoist tradition of her old son, the path she took, unlike my old man, the reputation of the phantom cultivator, how can it be so bad? Chu Hongyu, who was next to Lin Yao, blinked her big watery eyes twice, because the 1,000-faced phantom monster, as I heard my master say, is the world's most lecherous immortal, all around the love, to a lot of male cultivators, cuckolded, since he, the reputation of the charm cultivator, it's just completely destroyed. Lin Yao's body stiffened. He brought the glass he had just slammed on the table back up. Rumors. This is all rumors too. The phantom demon king of 1,000 faces, doesn't like human wives. But none of this is important. What's important is that Ruyan Lu is in the demon locking tower in Drag Moon City. Chu Hongyu, who was opposite Lin Yao, nodded slightly. Gu Nanin, it's indeed awesome. To think that even before this news was spread, it could be surmised that Senior Lu Ruyan was in Dragging Moon City, locking the demon pagoda under the Tolstoy Mountain, and setting up a man of honor on the demon slaughter list. It's an old tradition in Drag Moon City. Although Dragging Moon City is within Jingzhou, it is not affiliated with the 6 northern prefectures, nor does it belong to the Great Zhou dynasty. It was built under Drag Moon Mountain, one of the mountains in the North Manshan range. The city has been built for a longer period of time than the Great Zhou dynasty has existed. The demon locking tower within Drag Moon City was built by immortals. By Drag Moon City, the Witch Horse clan is responsible for escrow. Inside the tower, there is a group of demons that are suppressed, a group that exists. It's for the younger generation of cultivators to slaughter for experience. Therefore, the demon locking tower, which opens once every 1,000 years for a period of 6 months. All cultivators below the Yuaning realm can enter the tower to practice and rank the list according to the number of demons slaughtered. Cultivators who are ranked in the top will not only be famous, but will also receive From all the great clans, sects, the dynasty solicitation, which can be replaced even if there is already a clan. This Lanchi city, it's really worth coming. I didn't expect that. Just a little bit of repair in Lanchi city. It's amazing to inquire about such news. Lin Yao raised his index finger and tapped the table in front of him. That's not the point. The point is, Ruyan Lu, why is she in the demon locking tower? Let me ask you one thing. Can we bring out the prisoners from the demon tower? Chu Hongyu froze. I've never heard of it before, and it's been done. No one has ever brought out a demonic cultivator from within the demon locking tower either. This move is tantamount to declaring war on Drag Moon Mountain, and Drag Moon Mountain's witch horse lineage. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, snorting. The witch horse lineage. Is it great? It's not a descendant of the witch horse Kai, is it? Chu Hongyu's eyes lit up. Ancestor knows witch horse Qi. That's a famous sorcerer. It ascended 1,000 years ago. The great ancestor of the witch horse lineage was, indeed, witch horse Qi, and they have inherited witch horse Qi sorcery. We, the Qingxuan Sect, once even did business with the witch horse lineage of Drag Moon City. Lin Yao sneered. Recognize, but don't know them well. The hidden 10,000 laws immortal monarch. That account. Beat him up 3 times. Ransacked his treasure trove. 1,000 faces phantom demon king. That account. Slept with his daughter. But that was his daughter's voluntary. Heavenly witch detaining spirit evil monarch. That account. Grabbed his witch spirit. What do you mean by that look? I've been good to him. I've kept him alive. You don't say that ***T. He can save up treasures so fast. If I rob him once, it won't take long for him to save up a bunch of treasures again. Whenever I lacked materials for refining weapons and alchemy, I went to him to get goods. And then this Yakuza, scared, ran and hid in Mt. Mang in the north. I couldn't find him. For a long time it turned out that this, hid in the Tuayu mountain. But the monk can't run away from the temple. This time, I still want to rob you. Chapter 42 Ancestor, have you always practiced like this? Sometimes it directly raises 2 great realms. And just as Lin Yao tapped the desktop, recalling all this, a dainty young girl, carrying a tiger sledgehammer, jumped back up to the 4th floor railing. On the sledgehammer, there was still blood and flesh stuck to it. Master Taizu, those mouthy ****, have been taken care of. I've ripped their heads off and smashed to pieces again. Mother ****, the most annoyed with those who somehow make yellow rumors about Ruyan Dadi. Lin Yao watched this scene and nodded in silence. Only brainwashed fans fighting. Horror as it is. And Gu Nanin. Her voice lurched. Why is the great ancestor master, Ruyan Emperor, inside the demon locking tower? Lin Yao looked up and stared into Gu Nanin's eyes. You ask me? Who am I asking? The Star Stealer can see the future, but not the past. There's only one way to find out why. Go to Tormoon City, look for Lu Ruyan, and ask directly for a clear understanding. The pupils of Gu Nanin's eyes lit up all of a sudden. Master Taizu, when do we leave? Lin Yao put down his wineglass. Now. Gu Nanin smiled and nodded. Okay, but just then, a great pressure suddenly enveloped the White Jade Pavilion. An authoritative voice came from outside the White Jade Pavilion. Several guests, you have openly caused a disturbance within my White Jade Pavilion, beating other guests to death. Just want to walk away? Behind Lin Yao, Chu Hongyu. His face changed violently. Great perfection of the Jiedan realm? Half-step Yuaning? Gu Nanyin's face also changed. It's over. Breaking into trouble. Before dinner, I didn't hear that the White Jade Pavilion is covered by a half-step Yuaning old monster. Master Taizu, what should we do? Why don't we announce ourselves? I said my grandpa. His name is Gu Baichen. Lin Yao glanced at Gu Nanin. Reported if you want to. After all, your grandpa, who was only in the northern 6 states of the Great Zhou, had a bit of influence. Gu Nanin immediately looked up at the words. My paternal grandfather was Gu Baichen. Old thing. You have a problem with that? I can have my grand-grandfather talk to you personally. The voice that had just entered the White Jade Pavilion immediately snorted coldly. Gu Baichen, for the sake of his own self-interest, disregarding the deaths and lives of the people of the 6 states, and hastily going to war with the royal family of Great Zhou. You're one of his relatives? That's just right. I'll kill you, and I can still claim credit from the Qintian supervisor. Lin Yao sighed. He looked over at Gu Nanin. Your grandpa, who has been harboring for too long, has lost face in the 6 northern states. This old thing. It should be the town guard martial artist sent to this place by Great Zhou. Gu Nanin's face turned even paler. Master Taizu, I'm really in trouble. What should I do? Lin Yao looked up. Not counting breaking and entering. This in the weak and strong cultivation world. It's just a causal event that will be triggered by a high probability. You should have thought of the current situation when you were about to strike at the restaurant. Gu Nanyin froze. She was silent and just nodded. Lin Yao's eyes flickered. Within the hidden heavenly pearl, there were 3 other heavenly grade treasure tools at the Yuaning realm and above. This means that you can log into the account of the hidden immortal king of manifestation 3 more times. But to use the hidden immortal monarch of all laws against a half-baby? It's too exaggerated. What kind of thing is he? And he is worthy of the 10,000 laws hidden immortal monarch's hand? In Fuyu City, one didn't even log on to this big number. 1.5 babies. Too much curry for him. He doesn't deserve it. Lin Yao raised his head again. Look at the star stealer in front of you, with the light and shadow flowing in front of you. Within these 3 months, Lin Yao had, before, owed 2 karmic consequences. The karma owed by the 2 full hands has been successfully repaid, 9,000 times. The small circumference of the spiritual energy running. There were also less than 800 times left. Chu Hongyu. The deficit of 3,000 great circumstance spiritual energy runs also had less than 1,000 remaining. Could use some more karma. Lin Yao raised his hand, putting his hand on Gu Nanin's shoulder. Gu Nanin. You're in the Jiedan realm. Middle stage, right? Gu Nanin froze. Nodded. Yes, but in half a year at most, I'll be able to step into the late Jiedan realm. Within 5 years, I have a chance to impact Yuaning. Grandfather Ancestor has always said that I have top-notch talent. It's our old Gu family that. A rare talent. Lin Yao grinned. In the path of cultivation, genius is nothing. Talent is nothing either. In the Yellow Springs River, perishing geniuses everywhere. In the cultivation path, the most important thing is chance. Gu Nanin. Go, finish off this half-infant old monster and take back his storage bag. Gu Nanyin's face changed. Who? Me? Master Taizu. I'm not as high in cultivation as he is. But just then, Lin Yao was on Gu Nanin's shoulder, giving it a gentle press, followed by a gentle push. No, Gu Nanin. Your cultivation, it's higher than his. You are, the Yuaning realm. When Gu Nanin didn't react, Lin Yao had already taken a blood-red fruit and stuffed it into Gu Nanin's mouth. Next, Gu Nanin's cultivation began to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, a pressure, more exaggerated than outside the attic, erupted. Between heaven and earth, a baby's cry seemed to be heard. It shook everyone inside and outside the attic. Scalp numbness. This was the Yuaning realm, triggering the resonance of heaven and earth. Gu Nanin, stunned for a split second, she clicked her eyes a few times before reacting to what had happened. She then, at the first opportunity, turned her head and kowtowed to Lin Yao, after which without looking back, he rushed out of the white jade pavilion. Bad old man, keep screaming if you can. Your aunt is going to rip your head off and shove it up your ass. The voice that had just been hoarse and majestic was completely flustered. No, you were just still Jiedan? You hid your cultivation? Impossible. The old man observed for a long time before deciding to make a move. You were just conjugating Dan before. Why? Exactly? Inside the white jade pavilion, Lin Yao had his hands behind his back and snorted. The world's eyes are blind, and the evening is bleak. He turned back again, glanced over, and looked up at Chu Hongyu, who was looking out of the loft. And don't be in a hurry. Wait until you've paid back this karma on your body. Ancestor also helped you to break through the realm to Yuaning. Chu Hongyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He looked at Lin Yao. Ancestor, is this how you and your disciples practiced before? Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Not really. Sometimes, I directly help myself or them to raise 2 great realms. Chu Hongyu was heavy with worry. Is this really not against the way of heaven? Lin Yao snorted. Against? It's not like you didn't pay it back. I am merely enjoying the fruits of cultivation first and compensating for the process later. It's not even a problem as long as you can make your payments on time. It looks like you've never used a flower. Let's go. Let's go and ask Tormoon City to make this gang for Royan Lu. Cultivators who enter the demon locking tower know what it means to cultivate. What it means to cultivate. Chapter 43. If he fails to capture the dragon, I'll help him capture the dragon. Python Lu Kuan. Roll. The further north you go, the heavens and the earth then grew paler and paler. The earth is white, heavenly, yet colorful, glazed colors, an imposing ship, traveling in the clouds, covering the sky. On the sails of each large ship, a line of large characters. Fengtian Yin Sect is written. Panglong Qingxuan Sect, Qingxuan Sect. In the middle of that big ship, and a crane, or a small boat along for the ride. In this vast procession, an outrigger boat, sandwiched in between. A young boy with a cocked hat, standing on a crow's nest boat. He clasped his bladder and looked to the north. To the north of the group of ships, in the distance, stood a high mountain, towering into the clouds. Like like a jade pillar holding up the sky. At the foot of the mountain, a majestic city was built. The walls of the city, built of alabaster glazed stone, and the white, snowy landscape surrounding that, complement each other well. In the center of the city, a tall blue and white tower towers over the city. The tower was equally tall and oddly shaped, like a scaled-down version of a mountain. Behind the teenager, a delicate young girl with an agitated voice. Grandmaster Tai Ancestor. Just ahead is the Tazuki Mountain and Tazuki City. That tall tower in the city of Tazuki is the Demon Locking Tower. The big ships around us are all the flying boats sent by the various clans to the Moon City. The ones that are carried on it are all the pride of the various sects. Those heavenly prides have only one purpose, and that is to head to the Demon Locking Pagoda in Tolstoy City to practice. On the Demon Slaughter list, leave your name. These clans, only some of them, are affiliated with the Great Zhou Dynasty, as well as Western Chu, Northern Qi, Great Qin, South Downs. The last time the Demon Locking Tower opened, it was rumored that a full 8 dynasties had come to 126 clans. The time when the Demon Tower opens is also known as the Bon Festival, released to pray for peace in the world. Next to the teenager, another gorgeous woman, nodded. In the last armor, I, a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect, also participated. Just achieved an average ranking, not really out of the ordinary. The teenager hugged his bladder and snorted. Any reward for taking first place? They're rushing over here so much. It's like taking a college entrance exam. The two women looked at each other. The petite girl cautiously approached the teenager. Every time the Demon Locking Tower opens, the witch horse lineage of the City of the Moon will prepare prize treasures. Reward the top 3 in the Demon Slaughter list. The lineage of the witch horse is the Songhai world, the rare cultivators who take the route of wizard, and their lineage, refined magic treasures, outside the city of Tor Moon, have a price without a market. It's extremely rare. In addition to the wizard's treasure, the top 3 monks, who are able to make a name for themselves, will be the most famous in the world. That's what matters to those young cultivators. There are few cultivators who can resist the temptation of fame. In addition to that, Tor Moon City, during this time, will also gather the outstanding sons and daughters of the 8 great dynasties. Every time the Demon Locking Pagoda opens, there will be quite a number of young sect disciples in Toledo Moon City, privately bonding and marrying. My grandpa, before, was trying to send me over to see the world. The teenager nodded. Got it. The 8-Nation exam, plus the 8-Nation Fellowship Conference. No wonder. Besides the big boats, there are so many small boats too. I just don't know if there are more coming for the exam. Still more coming to the blind date. And just then the boy looked again and saw, at the gate of the city, a large jade tablet floated. On the jade tablet is a line of numbers that reads 867, and a large ship. After entering the city gates, the number on the jade plate instantly became 500. The teenager raised an eyebrow. That sign. The brightly colored woman behind the teenager nodded slightly. It should be what we inquired about before. This Bon Festival meeting. Tor Moon City. Daily headcount limit. Today, the number of people authorized to enter the city is only 500. The teenager frowned. You can't get into Tokoyaki City today? The brightly colored woman behind the teenager looked around the room. A large ship carrying at least 100 to 500 cultivators. There are more than 24 big ships in front of us. Ancestor, we are afraid that we cannot enter the city today. All cultivators, when they enter Torch Moon City, will receive a jade belt tag. There is a numerical code on it on the day of the opening of the Demon Locking Tower. All the cultivators, in accordance with the code on the jade stone, will enter the Demon Locking Tower in order. The more advanced the number, the sooner you can enter the Demon Locking Tower, the easier it will be. 2. To top the Demon Slaughter list. The teenager frowned. He did not care about that what demon slaying list. Back then, he had dominated all the various lists in the Spirit Ruins, who had won the gold medal in the national competition. Wouldn't care about a neighborhood OU ranking. Lin Yao is probably of this mindset, but he was in a hurry to get into the city to find out about Ruyan Lu. The day he couldn't see Ruyan Lu, the day he wasn't at peace. And just then, the front of the city of Tokoyaki, there was a sudden roar. The teenager looked up, actually saw 2 large ships, a large, blackened ship, and a white jade treasure ship. Because of the scramble to get into the order of the city of Tokoyaki, and crashed together, the bows of the 2 large ships were damaged to varying degrees. And right now, 2 large ships, still at odds with each other, even blocking the path of other ships. At this moment, on both large ships, the sound of shouting and cursing erupted. Kuwayan Dragon Head Clan. What do you mean? Do you know how to drive a boat? Don't drive if you don't know how. Empyrean 9 Realms Sect. Be shameless. Our ship is faster than yours, by half a ship's hull. You were the ones who forced the ship to come here. And you have the nerve to spit blood. Our ship is faster. It's not good to stop the ship. We were supposed to go into Tormoon City first. If the ship is fast, you can cut in line? Be shameless. You Western Shu people. It's all so brutal and unreasonable. We, the people of Western Shu, are straightforward and open-minded. Better than you rats of Qi. You're a bunch of thugs with eyes no bigger than my ass. And the nerve to talk. You guys do things openly? Yuck. Don't be so shameless. The reason you suddenly added a traffic jam. Don't you see that there are only 500 people left to enter the city today? You don't want to sleep in the wilderness. Wanting to seize the inn. That little mind of yours. Western Shu people. Think anyone can't see that? Poo. Just grabbed it. What the hell? Don't give in? Want to fight? At this moment, the big ships on both sides cursed more and more fiercely. It looked like a fight was about to break out. The dainty girl behind the teenager on the crow's nest smiled awkwardly. Because there are too many cultivators traveling to the city of the Torch Moon. And these days, it is said that the city of the Torch Moon, it has begun to limit the number of cultivators that can enter the city. Every day, quite a few clans, all of them want to seize the time and enter Dragging Moon City as early as possible. Of course, since we all come from different dynasties after all, it's inevitable that there will be some positional issues as well. The clans of Western Shu and Northern Qi, for example, don't deal with each other because the two dynasties, Western Shu and Northern Qi, the territories border each other and there are frequent battles. The two dynasties are sworn enemies and have been fighting back and forth for thousands of years. The teenager nodded thoughtfully. I know, I've seen. I didn't realize that these two dynasties are still fighting now. Cultivation dynasties, they're really tough. The delicate young girl also nodded slightly. These two major dynasties, long ago, completed the centralization of power. The royal family of the dynasty, and both out of the ascended immortals, royal kingship, stable as a rock. In this case, who can rebel? Who can rebel? The delicate girl's eyes revealed worry. The teenager glanced at her. Gu Nanin. You're worried about your grandpa. Gu Nanin lowered her head, not daring to look directly at the teenager in front of her. In the teenager's eyes, there was a faint flash of red. Don't worry. We'll go to Haojing once we finish traveling North Mang Mountain. If your grandpa couldn't tackle the dragon self, I'll help him tackle the dragon. Lin Yao's voice drifted out ghostly. Let Gu Nanyin's face rejuvenate. Afterwards, Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Don't freeze. It's none of our business if those two big ships are fighting. Move forward. Only then did Gu Nanyin raise her head, and she blinked twice, looking back around the room. The ships around the ancestor have not moved. The Kuwayan Dragonhead Sect and the Empyrean Nine Realms Sect are the largest sects in Western Shu and Northern Qi, respectively. It's not good for us to just walk forward like this in the water. Will it upset the two major sects? Lin Yao glanced at Gu Nanyin. Disgruntled is as disgruntled does. I'm not a Buddhist practitioner, and I have to take care of the emotions of so many people. The most important thing now is the information about Ruyani. It's important to me why she's inside the demon locking tower. The men on those two big ships, if they're careful like that, it means they're not much better. Two great clans that don't even have this much heart and temperament. This sect, then, might as well collapse sooner rather than later. Gu Nanny nodded as she sniffed. Without any further hesitation, she maneuvered the oubliette and began to fly in the direction of Tagetsu City. The outrigger is indeed small and flexible in movement, with the other ships afraid to move. It didn't take long. Then he came to the two large ships that had collided. Lin Yao glanced at the two large ships. He felt the killing intent surging above the large ship. The shouting and cursing on the ship continued. Poor Mangzi of Western Shu, are you going to start a war? Northern Qi's Tai prodigal son. If you want to fight, just fight. I'm afraid of you. Come here if you can. Come on. You girl has the ability. Open the spirit cannon. Throw the talisman. Who does not do it who is a grandson? Asterisk 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 you. I don't have any ungrateful grandchildren like you. On the two large ships, the shouts of murder were terrifying. The crimson flying swords and the talismans emitting golden light finally failed to hold back amidst a furious thrown out. Lin Yao, who stood on two large ships, could not tell who fired the first shot, but it doesn't matter anymore, because with the first flying sword thrown, war was at hand between the two great ships. But just then, in front of the gates of the city of Tokoyuki, suddenly a wisp of black smoke rose. The black smoke, entwined with each other, unexpectedly transformed into a shocking python. It was a 1,000 feet long, heavenly python. The python, dark and with smoke billowing from its body, coiled in front of the city gates. The serpent's head was high, looking down at the two large ships in front of them. A majestic voice drifted out ethereally. Tormoon City ahead. All of you please be silent. Terrifying pressure. It radiated out from that heavenly python. It enveloped the cultivators on the two large ships, letting the two groups of cultivators who were originally furious and murderous, violently quieted down. Big boat. There was an old man from each, standing at the bow of the boat, bowing to the python. The old man on the big black boat, all in white robes, on the white robes, embroidered with dragons, with a beard. It was like a fairyland style. The old man on the white jeweled boat, with his bare shoulders and the lower part of his body in a black pantaloon. With a beard. At this moment, the white-robed old man was the first to speak. Qingxuan Dragon Head Sect, Elder, Sun Jing, pay your respects. Tormoon Cities, Witch Spirit, Lu Koan Sr., the old man in black, immediately followed. Empty Xian Nine Realms Sect, Elder, Du Ku, bothering the seniors. 1 armor ago, once in front of the demon locking tower, I have seen this senior, and today I see you again. The elegance is still the same. Senior is not to be blamed. Our two great sects, loving each other, there was absolutely no intention of fighting in front of Tazuki City. Sun King, what do you say? Sun King immediately nodded. Elder Du is right. Our two clans, we are considered old friends. Today South Narrow Road meeting, is also considered to be fate, so let us do it. There are still 500 places to enter the city today. Big deal. We each send half of the disciples. Entering, this would be considered fair. What do you say, Elder? In front of the city gate, the coiled black python nodded slightly. Good, but just then, someone on that big black ship and the white jade treasure ship saw something. What the hell is wrong with that boat? Stop! The boat! I told you to stand still. Damn it, that oubliette is coming into town. When did this oubliette spring up? Just now, beside the two great ships that, obviously there are no small boats. It's while we're quarreling with those hypocritical rats from the Qingxuan Dragon Head Sect. Take advantage of the situation. Stop him at once. If he gets into the city, the men we can get in. It's just less. Again. First into the city can first get the number plate to enter the demon tower. This bastard on the black boat really steals our spot. Asterisk. Stop now. The crowbar, however, turned a deaf ear, riveting forward, like it was going to break down the gates. On the two large ships, the two old men standing at the bow of the ship, their faces changed slightly, but neither of them panicked. On the big black ship, Sun King, stroking his beard, foolish, witch spirit, Liukuan, has shown up and tried to break through the door. Elder Liukuan, have already divided the last remaining places, divided to us. In the city of Tormoon, the most important thing is the rules, the wizard lineage, passed down from ancient times. It is also the rules that are most valued. On the white jade treasure ship, the old man with bare shoulders, also laughed. So furtive. I don't know which country's cultivator it is, but it's certainly not our Western Chu. We, Western Chu, know best about etiquette. And two large ships. The oubliette was still accelerating. On the crow's nest boat, Gu Nanin, who was responsible for driving the boat, gradually turned pale. As the oubliette picked up speed, the gusts of wind from the sky made her hair dance. But what really made her face pale was when he saw in the sky, that horrible python that is slowly bowing his head. The python's head, facing them, a low, husky voice, ghostly, drifted in and landed in her ears like thunder. Cue jumpers, banned. In the meantime, that giant python, opening its bloody mouth, with the flying speed of the crow's nest boat, it seemed that the next second, it was going to fall into the mouth of that pitch-black python. Gu Nanyin's voice trembled. Two Grandmaster. But just then, Lin Yao stood up from the crow's nest. He looked at the python. Memories of what once was, unconsciously came to mind. He's seen this python before. This is the witch spirit of Wu Maki's year, once by the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws. It was the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws. Found the body, captured it alive, skinned the snake, dug out its bile, and soaked it in wine as an infusion for medicinal wine. Wu Ma Qiming, kneeling outside his cave, cried for 3 days and 3 nights, complaining about this snake. How deep the feelings with him, and how much solidarity. With him, he was tired of hearing, before returning this snake to him. At the corner of Lin Yao's mouth, a cold smile appeared. He tapped the hidden heavenly pearl hidden at his waist, and a long sword, the hidden heavenly pearl, and a long sword, the hidden heavenly pearl, appeared in his hand. That is the Wanfa hidden immortal monarch once used one of the treasures, Wanfa sword. Lin Yao pointed his sword at the python, coldly spit out a bite. Get out! Chapter 44, the python screams. The python runs away. You're from the 3 Truths and 10,000 Laws sect? In front of the city of Tormoon, As he watched, that tiny little oubliette was about to fall into the black python's mouth. But just then, that black through-and-through python, as if sensing something, the black smoke wrapped around his body collapsed violently. Then that giant python in the sky let out a scream. That's right, screaming. The scream was like a baby's cry. Immediately afterward, the huge body of that giant python curled up violently. The body rapidly shrunk. Then, actually re-hiding inside the Moon City. Like it never existed. The little outrigger, on the other hand, continued at the same speed as before, slamming through the gates of Moon City and into the city. Left only, outside the gates of the city of Tokoyaki, large and small flying boats, as well as the cultivators on them, were disorganized in the gale. Countless cultivators exclaimed, "What's going on? How did that witch spirit get away? If I'm not mistaken, isn't it true that on that crow's nest, there was a young boy that said, 'Get out to the python'? He told that python to roll, and that python rolled? Isn't that python the protective spirit of Moon City? Who is that teenager and what is his cultivation level? Never heard of this person. Cultivation is less than foundation building, just refining gas. Refinement? No mistake? Outside of this Moon City, there are already so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Is the city okay? That teenage boy. By no means can it be just a refining stage cultivation. In any case, after entering the city, if you meet that young man again, be careful and cautious, and better befriend him." And the two large ships closest to the gates, the old man who was originally stroking his beard on the big black ship, poofed. It actually pulled a hard strand out of his beard. He stared straight at the gates of Togetsu City, his mouth wide open. Behind Sun King, a young cultivator, approached over. "Elders, didn't you just say that Moon City, with that witch spirit python guarding the gate, values rules the most? Don't we have to worry? Today's quota to enter the city is 3 less. What should we do next? And that white jade treasure ship?" The old man with the beard was also trembling physically. Behind Dooku, there was also a young cultivator who boldly approached over. "Elder, that python, there is no shadow. What can we do? There are 497 spots left. Odd numbers, no way to split them in half. And the ship's fellow disciples are quite vocal about who enters the city first and who enters later." Dooku slowly turned back at this moment and looked at Sun Jing on the other large ship. "Elder Sun, there are still 497 places left. The 9 realms of the Empty Mysteries Sect will take a loss. Or how about just a quota of 250? Sun Jing, who was on the big black ship, snorted. "You Western Chu people, are you all so shameless? Taking up more places and still saying you're at a disadvantage?" Dooku on the white jade treasure ship, his eyes widened in anger. "I'm already giving in, otherwise the gate. We should be the ones to go in first." Sun King on the large dark ship snorted. "You guys give in? It was your Western Chu ship that suddenly accelerated and rammed our ship. It's really hard to talk to you Shichu people." Dooku took a step forward at the bow of the white jade treasure ship. "Can't tell? Then don't say it. New grudges and old grudges are counted together. I have long looked at you assholes of Northern Qi, and I'm not happy about it." At this moment, the two large ships, once again, swords were drawn. It seemed that at any moment there would be a shocking fight outside the city. And in the meantime, inside the city of Togetsu, an oubliette boat. It had sailed into the city of Tokoyaki. The crow-topped boat slowly descended after flying for some distance. In the city of Moon, it finally landed in a white clearing. At the front of the crow's nest stood a man clad in black, with dark skin and the young man with a diaphanous green talisman still painted on his face. He stretched out his hand and handed Lin Yao and the others 2 jade tags labeled with numbers. 3. I'm the witch servant of Moon City. Of the 3, one of them, who has stepped into the realm of the firstborn, has lost the qualification to enter the locked demon tower. So the witch jade plaque can only give 2. This is the serial number of your entry into the city. After the locking tower is opened, all of you, please enter the tower in this numbered order as well. Gu Nanin took the lead in receiving those 2 jade stones. Both jade stones were then handed to Lin Yao. Lin Yao glanced at the numbers on the jade, respectively, 7-6-1-2-5, 7-6-1-2-6. Lin Yao frowned. More than 70,000 people already? The witch attendant, who was in charge of reception, nodded slightly. That's normal. In past years, the total number of people at the Bon Festival would reach over 150,000. This year it's even more. About 200,000 people will participate. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. 200,000 monks have come to the Oban Festival, not only for the sake of fame and fortune. For what else? The witch attendant, with a respectful bend to the chimera, Ruyan Lu, Lin Yao's eyes lit up. The witch attendant, on the other hand, smiled. All over the city, they're talking about it. Quite a few people. Just for Ruyan Lu. Even if I don't achieve a ranking, it's still good to see the phantom's face. Lin Yao, put away those 2 jade tags. Nothing more was said. Collect the oubliette. Go to the tavern. The Spirit Market restaurant is the most complete and fastest place to find out information. Same as back in the game too. Lin Yao muttered as he turned his head and headed towards the city. But at that moment, the witch attendant suddenly opened his mouth. This honored guest, I dare to ask just now as you hack back, to get the city's witch spirit, Lu Kuan, Master Lu? Lin Yao's footsteps lurched. He looked at the witch attendant. It's me. So what? What's the matter? You, Tormoon City, want to settle a score with me? At this moment, Gu Nanin blinked her eyes. In her eyes, there was actually some hidden anticipation. Earlier, in Lanqi City, Lin Yao had allowed her to take a step into Yuaning. She has seen a little bit of the shallow tactics of this great Grandmaster, but she hadn't seen Lin Yao actually make a move yet. She's looking forward to the legendary true martial emperor. Out of the hand in the end will be what kind of scene, whether it is true or not. Fist Town Mountains and Rivers. Chu Hongyu, on the other hand, was indifferent. She had seen it a long time ago, when Lin Yao had logged on to the Qingxuan Sword Immortal and slashed out that sword. The witch attendant, on the other hand, just lowered his eyebrows and hung his eyes with a submissive face. Sir is much concerned. During the Bon Festival meeting, all cultivators who come to my Tormoon City are guests. We, Tormoon City, will definitely treat you with courtesy. It is only the witch spirit, Master Willow, who has been rebuked, terrified, and now, huddled in his cave, shivering and refusing to come out. We always have to investigate, so we have the audacity to ask Mr. Master. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. Division? He thought carefully. With 81 accounts of his own, and having worshipped in quite a few sects, but there are really only a few that have impressed themselves. This witch servant, pushing so much, in reality, it's still trying to poke around. Many of my own accounts have crossed paths with Witch Horse, but it was the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws who crossed his path the most. I just don't know how many people are still in the present-day Toledo City who know this name. Lin Yao pondered slightly. Go back and tell your witch master. Let's just say that I, Lin Yao, studied under the 3 truths. The witch attendant respectfully bowed his head. Got it, Mr. Teacher of the 3 truths. No, wait a minute. 3 truths? The 3 truths. 3 truths and 10,000 Dharma doors? You're from the 3 truths and 10,000 laws sect? You stay here. Don't move. I want to report to the witch master immediately. Chapter 45, recalling the fear of being chased by the manifestation sword, escape, that too. At this moment, that witch servant looked terrified. He ran with all his might to a towering loft, not far away. As he ran, he also looked back. His eyes locked onto Lin Yao and the others. Don't move. You must not move. After I report to the Witch Lord, the Witch Lord should immediately send someone to receive a few people. Lin Yao glanced back at the witch attendant with a weird expression and raised an eyebrow. All these years, the witch horse lineage remembers the 3 truths and 10,000 laws sect. It seems that Wu Ma Qi is really deeply in love with the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws. Lin Yao suddenly remembered. Wu Ma Qi had wept bitterly and held his hand. 10,000 laws hidden immortal monarch. Remember that I, Wu Ma Qi, remember you for the rest of my life. You are my Wu Ma Qi. In this life, cannot get through the heart of the devil robbery. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After all these years? I don't know what attitude the Wu Ma lineage will have towards the disciples of the 3 truths and 10,000 ways sect. Lin Yao shook his head. He couldn't guess at the moment. And don't bother to guess. They better have a good attitude. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind reminding these wizards of that time. The fear of being chased by the manifold sword. As for now, he has more important things to attend to. So he turned his head in the direction of the center of the city at this moment. Gu Nanin opened her mouth behind Lin Yao. Ancestor, we don't wait for that witch attendant? Lin Yao glanced back at Gu Nanin. How is it that the witch servant is your father? You listen to him that much? He told you to stay where you were and not to move. And you really didn't? Lin Yao's voice lurched. As long as we're still in the city, the witch horse lineage can find us anytime they want to. The attitude of the other party is currently unknown, so there is no need to write it out. The most important thing is still the information about Ruyan Lu. To go to the liveliest part of the city, even if I can't get any useful specific information, through the prefetched future, I was also able to piece together a rough approximation of the truth. Not too far from it. Lin Yao's eyes were currently flickering with a dark red ghostly aura, and in the meantime, On the third floor of the Wizard's Pavilion in the city of Tokoyuki, a woman clad in a black veil, with coiffured hair, a black veil, and a black veil. The young girl with delicate features and skin as white as the moon was kneeling in front of a huge turtle shell. On the shell of the turtle, there are dense lines. Next to the turtle shell, there was a circle of dark candles. On the candles, dancing flames that, surprisingly, it was a weird blue color. And just then, the young girl, kneeling in front of the turtle shell, suddenly heard a sharp voice coming from outside the house. Which lord? Which lord? The gentleman who made Lu Koan Moncler, huddled in his cave, not daring to probe his head, has found out clearly where he came from. He claims to be from the Three Truths and 10,000 Laws. The young girl sitting on her knees in front of the turtle shell slowly opened the pupils of her eyes. What's the point of being so flustered? It's just the Three Truths and 10,000 Laws sect. Why would it make you so stunned to such an extent? No, wait a minute. The Three Truths and 10,000 Laws sect? The young girl who was originally sitting on her knees in front of the turtle shell, like a rabbit, Niso popped up. She turned around incredulously. The small body, at this time, showed terrifying strength. Her small, snow-white hands, grasping the collar of the witch servant, who had run from outside the house, and was in charge of reporting. Then that young girl's body directly floated into the air, and that witch attendant was tugged by her collar and lifted up. What did you say? I asked what you said. What did he say his division was? That witch attendant. His voice was also trembling. Three Truths and 10,000 Laws Gate. It is the Three Truths and 10,000 Laws sect. Disciples will not hear wrong. That gentleman, if he comes from the Three Truths and 10,000 Wonders sect, Master Liukuan, shivering, huddling in the Golden Gate cave makes sense. Snapped. The young girl let go of her hand. The body of that witch attendant fell to the ground. The young girl floated in the sky. The color of her face became even paler. The disciples of the Three Truths and 10,000 Laws are here? Then wouldn't my witch horse lineage be? Maru Spice, the witch attendant on the ground, sniffing, fell straight into tears. The witchfinder had said, the disciples of the Three Truths and 10,000 Laws sect are all evil ghosts who eat people without spitting bones. The legendary hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 Laws is a vicious bandit, a robber, and a man of the world. Even the king of Hades should feel inferior to himself when he sees it. Shura. All wizards of my witch horse lineage shall not befriend or be associated with them, much less fight with it. Otherwise, my witch horse lineage will be devastated. I, Tatsuki City, the children of the witch horse lineage, have been listening, since childhood, to my witch ancestor, how he fought with that evil spirit among men, how he survived countless adversities, and how he led his people. And, hiding in the east, he finally escaped the clutches of that evil spirit, and ended up under Tormoon Mountain, establishing Tormoon City. Unexpected. I didn't think so. After 1,000 years, the descendant of that evil spirit, or find it. Witch Master, what are we going to do? The witch with delicate features did not pay attention to the witch attendant who was wailing. Instead, he turned his head and sprinted for the house. Her small, alabaster hands pressed against the turtle shell surrounded by candles. The large turtle shell immediately flickered with fluorescence. On the turtle shell, the cracks that were originally spread all over the shell. At this moment, all of them actually lit up. The cracks in the tortoise shell that light up when the candle flames around it are mirrored. The young girl's voice was hoarse. Wizard, the winds and snow come, and all the ages are created, and the disciples of the Three Truths and 10,000 Laws sect, with my lineage of witch horses, regenerative karma, witch horse Yunshi, as the new generation of witch masters within the city of the Told Moon, what should be done? Please enlighten me. Inside the house, a gale suddenly blew. That gust of wind blew the candle flame inside the house, bright and dim, and the lines on the turtle shell, at this moment, unexpectedly shook strangely. Those cracks tangled with each other and combined, turning into other characters that only a wizard would recognize. The young girl stared dead at the turtle shell. The change of the lines. Fast? What do you mean? Witchfather, are you asking us to make the first move? Tormoon City is the home of our wizard lineage, and even the disciples of the Three Truths and 10,000 Laws sect. It might not be possible to take advantage of the situation within the Torrent Moon City. Instead of waiting for that Three Truths and 10,000 Laws sect's disciples to make an attack, how about we do it first? In the young girl's eyes, at this moment, killing intent surged, but soon she saw that the lines on the turtle shell formed a second word. This is, run, quick, run. The young girl's face changed violently. Run? But my witch horse lineage has been operating in Tazuki City for many years. Did it just run away? That Three Truths Manifestation Sect disciple. What cultivation level? The witch attendant. who was kneeling outside the room, hesitated for a split second before cautiously raising his head. It was only a brief contact. Humble servant, suspecting that he definitely hit his cultivation. Otherwise it would not have been. It's a great honor to have you so frightened. But the cultivation he exposed was only refining essence and transforming gas. Should be the refining stage, the 13th layer, not yet the foundation. The young girl, with her snow-white hands, once again pressed on the turtle shell. Which ancestor? That disciple of the Three Truths and 10,000 Laws sect is only at the chi refining stage. Is this also running? Shedding the city of Tormoon. Shedding my witch horse lineage. In Tormoon City, 1,000 years of operation. On that turtle shell, fluorescence flickered once again. The lines above, this time forming 3 characters. That. Also. Run? That runs too. Chapter 46, accounting for the 9 quarters of the Daoyan Divine Monarch. No one knows fortune-telling and knowing the heavenly pavilion better than me. Inside the loft, in front of the turtle shell, the young girl with delicate features twitched at the corner of her eye. She scratched her hair. A head of hair that was originally coiled was scratched and messed up in a few moments. She paced back and forth in the house. The red, tender lower lip was instantly bleeding from her bite. Really? But even if you run, it won't be easy. Wizard. Within the present-day city of Tagetsu, your direct bloodline alone, there are 2,000 wizards worthy of the name wizard, and some of these 2,000 wizards are not in Tokoyami City. Rather, it is outwardly practicing, plus, miscellaneous sidelines, counting women and children, various industries, even if they have to run, without 2 or 3 years, you can't remove it even if you want to. Which ancestor? And just then, on that turtle shell, the cracks change combinations again. This time, the combined cracks in the turtle shell are still 3 words. Quickly, point, run. Witch horse Yunshi slapped his head as if he had finally made up his mind, though the witch ancestor ascended. But for so many years, the witch ancestor has been guiding the development of my witch horse lineage. In 1,000 years, it has never been wrong. I believe in the wizard. The young girl was striding towards the house at the moment. She glared at the witch attendant. How many outsiders have come to town because of the Oban festival? The witch servant gulped. Which jade tags? More than 75,000 of them have been given out, but counting the other ones that have come together, the number of cultivators who have not received the witch jade license, I have received 200,000 visitors from other countries in Tuayu City, counting those outside the city, and those who are on their way. This Bon festival, Tagetsu City, it's going to host at least 500,000 people. That disciple of the Three Truths and 10,000 Laws sect is also here for the Bon festival. As intended, 3 days from now, it will be the day the demon locking tower opens. Woma Yunshi, sniffing directly laughed out loud. 500,000 people. Fine, 500,000 people. If the Bon festival suddenly announces that it's not going to be held, these 500,000 cultivators, I'm guessing I can level my witch horse family. Worse yet, that damned disciple of the Three Truths and 10,000 Wonders sect, it's also coming for the demon locking tower. If we don't organize the Yulan festival, the 3 true disciples will definitely have a problem with the Wuma family. The Bon meeting has to be organized. But the wizard told us to run. There is only one way out. Gather the 8 witch elders. Discuss how to pack your bags while still holding the regular Oban festival. Figure out how to run. The witch servant sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't realize that just because of one person, they, the witch horse lineage of Tazuki City, are about to abandon, for 1,000 years, their homeland, to trek again. At the same time, a dark red tower in the northwest direction of the city of Tormoon, the people's voices were boiling. It was a cloister-style restaurant with 9 floors, and inside the restaurant, the seats were full and hot. The corridors of the restaurant, all with mahogany railings and carved fences, and the square in the center of the restaurant. And the dancers, slinky, the 1st to 9th floors of the restaurant. Every floor was overcrowded. The outside of the restaurant was even crowded with people, and many of the drinkers outside the restaurant were craning their necks and, in the cold wind, sitting on a small bench. From time to time, they stretched their necks and peered into the tavern, trying to listen to what those drinkers inside the tavern are talking about. Have you heard? Outside of Tormoon City, the Empyrean 9 Realms sect of Western Chu and the Kuwayan Longso sect of Northern Chi. Fighting. The 2 sides are fighting each other. The 2 elders, they're playing their cards. They've got their own weapons. They say it's all broken. Although I know that Western Chu and Northern Chi were originally feuding, but outside of Tormoon City, it's not good to fight. Don't the wizards of Tormoon City care? It is said that it would have been managed, and that the witch spirit Liukuan has come out of the but it was backed off with a bang by a cultivator on a crow's nest boat. Who was the cultivator on that crow's nest boat? I don't know. Never met him, and he didn't give his name. Except that, on that crowbar, it also carries two beautiful concubines, one gorgeous and the other dainty. God damn it. Reincarnation is such a learning experience. Me and this kind of dude, we don't share the same fate. How do those two beautiful concubines compare to Ruyan Lu? How do I know? I haven't seen Ruyan Lu, but this time, the demon locking tower is open. Guess there's just a chance we'll be able to see it. That phantom demon, Ruyan Lu, is really inside the demon locking tower? Is that true? Who rumored it? The wizard of Fuyuki City, passed it down himself? As far as I know, this news, when it first came out, the witch wizards of Fuyue City, who were still trying to control then the news spread, and the witch wizard of Fuyue City, that's when he spilled the beans. The news, then, came from somewhere. I am aware of this matter. The first to spread this news was the Knowledge Heaven Pavilion, created by the legendary one, the divine ruler of the 9 quarters of the Dao Yen. The bones of the Dao are inherently selfless. The Heavenly Pavilion, which is a place where you don't know what's going on in heaven and on earth, and where the vicissitudes of the world are in your eyes? What's their purpose in getting this message out? Who knows? That group of monks at the Heavenly Pavilion who follow the path of fortune-telling, all day long research heavenly way crazy. Who knows what they think? And as far as I know, Chimera Lu Ruyan, the reason why she fell into the demon locking pagoda was because she was seriously injured, and she went into the demon locking pagoda to avoid the disaster. What's wrong with the Chimera? My contacts in the Knowing Heaven Pavilion told me that the phantom demon has been victimized, being seriously injured, almost died a violent death in the wilderness. Who did it? The one who did it, doesn't he covet the body of the Chimera? Surprisingly, she wants her life. That is a phantom demon. And phantom demons have always been cautious and their cultivation is not bad, so how could they be plotted against? Who knows? The one who did it is said to be a heavenly immortal. 2. They used the whereabouts of the demon's master to set a trap for the demon, who, though born with a demonic bone, is a man of love and loyalty, and respects her master the most. She was an orphan when she was a child, was taken in by his master, and raised by a handful of you just say, your real parents, missing, and then suddenly one day, someone tells you that they know where your parents are, and you're able to calm your mind. Taoist peace of mind? Snapped. The northwest corner of the first floor of the closed moon building. A square table in the corner. A teenage boy puts a wine glass in his hand and suddenly crushes it. The teenager gritted his teeth. His complexion clouded to the extreme. Beside the young man, a gorgeous woman, careful and gathering up the broken glass slag, piece by piece, from the teenager's hand. Then the gorgeous woman raised her head, her voice low. Ancestors. The teenager waved his hand. There's no harm in raising your chi, it's just not good enough yet. The other side of the teenager, a delicate young girl, too, looked back from her previous state of looking around. She had a complicated look on her face. Master Taizu, I was right to speculate before. Elder Ruyan, it's right here in Tormoon City. If it weren't for this damned heavenly pavilion suddenly interfering, it's our own private information. The damn knowledge court. What are they spreading this information around for? The teenager let out a laugh with a weird expression. Why else? It's just a means for them to make money. Knowing the heavenly pavilion, to put it nicely, is an organization of strange gates and gossip, heavenly numbers and fortune-telling. In reality, it's just a combination of charlatans and con artists who make money by means of Z-Way numerology. The gorgeous woman, sniffing, lowered her voice. Ancestor. The Knowing Heaven Pavilion forces are spread throughout the entire Songhai world. With all the major dynasties, there are interactions. It's not good to talk about them like that. The teenager snorted. What's in this? They'd be honored to hear me say that about them. To even think that I am praising them for what they have done must be worse than you think. The teenager's complexion rubbed his temples. There was one more thing he didn't have the heart to say to the two women in front of him. The creator of Knowledge Pavilion. The real name of the Juku Dao Yin Divine Sovereign. In fact, it is also called Lin Yao. Juku Dao Yin Xinjun is also one of the 81 accounts he created. Lin Yao sighed helplessly. The 9 quarters Taoist Diffusion God Sovereign account was the one that consumed Lin Yao's mind the most out of all the accounts he had created. Because of this account, cultivation routes other, walks the fate route, watch people's appearance, know the yin and yang, know the good and bad luck, recognize the feng shui, and see the heavenly reason. To make this account, the breakthrough went smoothly. Lin Yao behind the computer, himself to study, Qi Men Dun Jia, 5 elements gossip. Sometimes, I have to tell the fortunes of NPCs in the game. If you get it right, You'll get a spiritual treasure. If you don't, you'll fight to the death. That burst. Lin Yao felt that in reality he felt like he was about to go out on a limb, soon to be able to tell people's fortunes. Until the day Lin Yao was in the game, telling the fortune of a female sword fairy. The female sword fairy, unrequited love for her senior brother for many years but could not think depressed, actually affected the cultivation. Lin Yao figured out that this female sword fairy and his senior brother had a shallow destiny, and he was afraid that they would not be able to form a Taoist couple, so he blurted it out. Your senior brother grams you. If you continue to be bitterly entangled, you are afraid that you will die in the Yellow Springs. The female sword immortal slammed the table on the spot and gave Lin Yao a purple-green sword, then left in style. Lin Yao was enlightened at that moment. People in the real world, in the spirit market, the NPCs they thought they were at the time are not. They come to tell fortunes, not to ask for a definitive answer. They are, at times, just want a place to put your mind to rest from being torn and stuck. Fortune telling. What kind of fortune telling? The people who come to you are clearly customers. You want to get the treasure. The most important thing is not to calculate the fortune accurately, but to make the customers happy. Customers happy, then you can pay money to you. Only then can they pay you money. With cultivation resources, I'm still holding the Star Stealer in my hand. How could the realm not rise? So Lin Yao immediately slapped the table and established the clan, with money-making as its first principle and the study of fortune-telling as its second. The sect began in the Tsunghai world. The pit. No, I should have said the dribble. This clan is the Heavenly Pavilion of Knowledge, relying on the resources accumulated in the Pavilion of Heavenly Knowledge. The 9 quarters Taoist diffusion god sovereign also successfully entered the 11th realm, feathered ascension. However, if you want to continue to move up in the realm, you will have to study the Great Way of Fate again. Lin Yao really could not understand the research, so he abandoned the number and went to study a new trumpet. But what kind of crooks and charlatans were recruited to the Heavenly Pavilion back then? Lin Yao knew better than anyone. Nowadays, in the spirit market world, although so many years have passed, but Lin Yao, be careful. The underlying color of Knowledge Tower will never change. If Lin Yao is now the person in charge of the Heavenly Pavilion, then it's a good thing that he's not in charge of the Heavenly Pavilion. Then he had one and only one purpose for leaking the information about Ruyan Lu. It's all about making money. Lin Yao suspected that there were probably quite a few Jitian Pavilion properties within the current Tuayu city, with the means of the Knowing Heaven Pavilion. Now the news revealed in this restaurant. It's not likely that it's all Knowing Heaven Pavilion, deliberately arranged. From behind the square table, Lin Yao slowly stood up. Go! Chu Hongyu and Gu Nanyin. At this moment, all froze. The two of them exchanged glances before they followed Lin Yao and got up. Gu Nanyin blinked twice. Ancestor? Not to continue prying. Senior Lu Ruyan's information. Lin Yao turned his head. The intelligence here is deliberately arranged by the bystanders. What's the point of listening to this? Might as well go straight to the source of the message. Gu Nanyin. Her face changed. Where did the news come from? And Lin Yao was already striding towards the door. Tormoon City. So lively. The Knowledge of Heaven Pavilion. Will definitely set up a branch pavilion. Here. Looking. It must be found in the city. Meanwhile, Torchwood City. Flow Boulevard. This was the most affluent and bustling street in the city of Tormoon. All kinds of restaurants, gambling halls and greenhouses are here, coming together. One of them is called Xiaoxiang Dream, which is the most bustling and full of people. The guests coming and going surprisingly included cultivators from all 8 countries. It's just that within the greenhouse of the Xiaoxiang Dream, the most popular cultivator is not a certain songstress girl. Instead, it was an immortal old Taoist. That old Taoist, on the first floor, actually opened a compartment alone. More than half of the guests who came to the greenhouse were actually gathered outside the compartment. Behind the old Taoist, a couplet hung. The handwriting on the couplet is crooked. The smooth trend can avoid the disaster of G calculation, and the contrary will only achieve the success of Hui Yuan. That old Taoist was at that moment, with his large, rough, dry, wrinkled hands, rubbing at the face of a pretty-faced female monk. It's hard to predict the weather since ancient times. The gathering and dispersal are all due to unforeseeable circumstances. And most of all, it's the hatred that separates the two people on earth. Since ancient times, love affairs have been difficult. This fellow Taoist, the most difficult thing at the moment is love affairs. The woman with the pretty face first froze when she heard the words, and then cried out directly. Outside the compartment, heads are turning. A group of cultivators who come to tell fortunes is also a real spectacle. Not everyone who cultivates a profession studies fortune-telling and knows what's coming. Those who can achieve the great Tao of Ascension are ultimately few and far between. This is located in the Taoist Master, from the Pavilion of Heavenly Knowledge, and his skills are heavenly. So naturally, the cultivators of the city of the Toledo Moon are allowed to. One tends to be like a rush. It is said that Lu Ruyan, in the locking of the demon pavilion of the news, is that this is located in the Taoist priest, counted out. But just then, the old Taoist, who had already given the woman in front of him, wrapped up a brocade pouch. He took the pouch, and shoved it into the hands of the female monk, and thoughtfully, patting that female cultivator's small white hand. Fellow Taoist, go, when you go back, open the brocade bag again. Remember, that all shadows and shadows are known by heaven and earth. There is no way that the two worlds on earth are always the same. That female cultivator, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, kept nodding her head, and then only reluctantly left. After that female cultivator exited the compartment, that old Taoist raised his head again. Gentlemen, if we count one more fated person today, the old Taoist will close the stall. As you all know, the old Taoist is a disciple of the heavenly pavilion of knowledge, and I came to Toledo Moon City by order of my master. And please, gentlemen, don't be offended. Outside the compartment, those cultivators, they shouted, Taoist Master, calculate when I'll break through the realm? Immortal, please help me see where the future immortal destiny is. Can the fairy calculate my marriage? And just then, the old man made a pair of eyes. Suddenly seen, the front door of a dream in Hunan. In walks three figures, a clean-cut young man with two women, one gorgeous and, but cold as ice, a dainty, but instrumental. That old Taoist's gaze was locked on that cold as ice beautiful woman. He jerked to his feet. That Taoist friend, stay back. Will the old Taoist tell you a fortune? And the front door of dashing dream. The gorgeous woman froze. She looked around the room and raised her small, soft razor-like hand to point at her pretty face. Me? That old Taoist nodded. Yes, it's you, fellow Taoist. The gorgeous woman twisted her head to look at the teenage boy beside her. Ancestor. The teenager raised his head and looked at the old Taoist. Inside the greenhouse fortune teller. This flavor. Right, old Tao. You are from the Knowledge Heaven Pavilion? That old Taoist sniffed and lightly stroked his beard. Exactly. This little friend. It seems that he has also heard of the reputation of my heaven-knowing pavilion. Lao Dao, see little friend, you also count with Lao Dao, I have a blessing. Lao Dao for you, free divination. How? The surrounding cultivators, upon hearing this, looked at the young man with envy in their eyes. This youngster is really lucky that Immortal Master Yu is willing to divine for him. Those two graceful female cultivators are following this teenager. I don't know which family's dude they are. Man for man. For God's sake. I'll never think of you as a master again. You've never treated me like a grandson. I can't compare my family's birth, nor my fortune. I've been here for so long. Immortal Yu never said I'd get a free divination for me. And just then, the teenager rolled up his sleeves and snorted. Divination? Divination is nothing? Let me divine your future fortune. If I am accurate, you're coming with me. I've got something for you. That old Taoist narrowed his eyes. Fellow Taoist, seeing that you are so young and have such a big mouth, it is not good. The teenager's face dropped for a moment. Shut up, don't pretend. No one in this world understands you guys better than I do in the Knowledge Pavilion. Chapter 47. Rich is great. Ha! Light the fire of life. I'll let you light the fire of life. Xiaoxian Yimeng, the originally bustling first floor hall. Sudden silence. In front of the compartment, the monks who sought the old Taoist fortune-telling. At this moment, all of them are looking at the young man at the entrance of the Xiaoxiang dream with a strange expression. What does this teenager mean? Is he provoking Taoist Yu? Taoist Yu. At least he's a cultivator of the infant-changing god realm. This young man, but refining essence and transforming chi. Who gave him this courage? If it weren't for the wizards of the City of the Moon, who laid down the rules years ago. During the Yulan festival, no cultivator is allowed to fight within the city of Tu, and this little bastard has already been killed. Taoist Yu, don't bother with this little bastard. This little bastard. I don't know which country's cultivator he is from. How dare he be so disrespectful and ignorant of etiquette? It should be from Western Chu. You're a ing asshole. I don't have any assholes like that in Shichu. I think he's your Thai prodigal son of Bakey. In front of the compartment, the crowd's tirade of abuse grew higher and higher pitched. The teenager at the doorway, however, was indifferent, only staring straight at the old man with his eyes. That old Taoist, squinting his eyes and stroking his beard. Little friend, even heavenly immortals do not necessarily dare to claim to understand my heaven-knowing pavilion. You've got a big mouth, but after all, I'm an elder, so I won't bother with you too much. I only advise you to be good and careful with your words. But just then, the teenager suddenly took a step forward. Don't pull that useless crap. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have enough treasures in my hand that I could use to log into the big one, I've logged on to the big one to talk to you. Old thing. Come on, cut the crap and count with me. That old Taoist. At this moment, his face changed. Logarithmic. This is the highest level of competition between practitioners of fortune-telling. The only thing we can compare it to is counting. Lin Yao took another step forward at this time. The method of knowing the heavenly pavilion has been passed down from the god of Juku Daoyan, who once said that the people of the ancient times, those who know it, law in yin and yang, and harmony in the arts. The Temple of Heavenly Knowledge is a sect that specializes in the study of mathematics, and the sect's study of mathematics. It is mainly categorized into 4 thoughts in 6 directions, the 4 concepts, respectively, of the disc, the trigram, the stem, and the form. Each of these concepts all encapsulate different wondrous arts. The art of disc is De Lunan, Qi Men Dun Jia, Tai Yi Style, and Zi Wei Do Shu. The art of Gua refers to the hexagram method, the plum blossom E number, the art of stem and branch, including 4 pillars of fate, river luo numerology, feng shui, iron plate divine numbers, acting bird laws. The art of shape method contains face, hand, bone, character, and feng shui techniques. Of these 4 concepts, the other 3, except for the law of form, are closely related to the stem and branch. At its core are 6 words, yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the stem and branch. Yin and yang are the basis of good and bad fortune, and the 5 elements are both the specific states and the changes in the role of yin and yang. The stem and branch is a concrete representation of the combination of yin and yang, the 5 elements, orientation, time and period. The 6 directions, on the other hand, refer to astronomy, calendars, the 5 elements, yarrow and tortoise, miscellaneous divination, and morphology. This is also the ancient counting art of the hexagon. Old Taoist, which of the 4 thoughts and which of the 6 directions do you mainly study? That old Taoist's face finally changed at this moment. He looked at the teenage boy in front of him in shock. Among the 4 thoughts of the following, the main study of the art of form and law, the 6 directions, he mainly studied the 5 elements. The teenager continued onward at the moment. The crowd that had spoken out earlier to mock the teenager also realized that something was wrong at this moment. They stepped back and made way. The teenager, in turn, nodded slightly. Formal law and 5 elements? Okay, you're going to take the 2 that you're studying, and you're going to count them. Let's go straight to the 10 counts. Still, you lost. Come with me. That old man's face became more and more grave. Then what if, little friend, you lose? The teenager still strides forward. I'll teach you divination. The old man's face completely changed drastically. He couldn't even control it. Screaming, divination? How do you know about divination? You've mastered divination? The teenager sneered. The 9 mysteries of the Pavilion of Heavenly Knowledge. Astrology, divination, Lunan, Jimen Tanjia, Xiangming Tanjia, dividing characters, starting lessons, geomancy, choosing the day. There are only 7 disciplines that have been passed down. Divination and geomancy, both of which are lost secrets. If you master divination, you'll be one of the most powerful men in your pavilion. The only Taoist who has mastered divination. Old man, what are you hesitating for? The chance is right in front of you. On the teenager's face, there was a smile. He is nakedly and explicitly scheming, and anyone with a little bit of brains can see that. But the teenager was certain that the old man would not escape, that he would be caught in a trap, that falling into the trap he'd given him, because he's the only one in the world who knows. Of the 9 dharmas passed down from the 9 queries of the Taoist diffusion divine sovereign to the Pavilion of Heavenly Knowledge back in the day, the following are the 9. Divination and geomancy were deliberately not passed down by the 9 quarters of the Taoist diffusion god, in order to facilitate control. The group of liars and charlatans in the Pavilion of Heavenly Knowledge. The Juku Daoyan Shinjun also said that those who master divination and geomancy, it can be the Pavilion of Knowledge, the Pavilion Master. And the reason why the teenager knew this was simple, because he was Lin Yao. Juku Daoyan Shinjun was one of his former accounts. The teenager, at this time, finally crossed over the crowd, standing in front of that old Taoist. That old Taoist's breathing had also been disorganized by now. General, if it wasn't for the life and death battle, it would be extremely difficult for the breathing of a cultivator in the infant changing god realm to become disorganized. But Lin Yao did it in a few words. The old Taoist took a deep breath at this moment. That's what stabilized his mind. His face, in shock and disbelief. Have you really mastered divination? Lin Yao cocked his head. You won't know if you beat me. 10 numbers of phase life. Come on. Lin Yao's voice through his voice, and the surrounding cultivators who were watching the scene were all looking at the 2 of them in dismay at this moment. No dog. You really know how to do it. This 2IU city, Really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. As soon as he just entered the door, I knew that this is not an ordinary dude. He must have real skills on his side. His cultivation level? I'm afraid it's not refinement of essence and transformation of chi. He must have hidden his cultivation level. It's so dangerous. Almost got him. I'm not very knowledgeable, so I dare to ask, what is the 10 numbers of fate? This is a practitioner of fate, and when sparring, commonly used method. Said also simple, nothing else, do not move cultivation, single face method, survey each other future, with today's cause, to survey the results of the future, and then their own survey of the other side of the future written in the 10 square talisman paper, 10 faceted talisman paper, sent into each other's life fire, talisman paper burning, then the survey is accurate, talisman paper does not burn, then it is a survey error. If both sides of the 10 pieces of talisman paper are ignited by the life fire, then the time to write the talisman paper, the shorter side is the winner. The 10 numbers of fate, without any trickery, is a compete with the numerologist for real. Taoist you. I don't think I'll lose. What nonsense, even if that dude has some skills. Taoist you. But this is a real disciple of the heavenly pavilion of knowledge. Do you understand the significance of these 3 words? If Master Yu loses, all the money spent in the pavilion today will be used to pay for the food. I'll take the check. And just then, that old Taoist raised his head and gazed at Lin Yao. Little friend, do you need me to provide you with 10 square rune paper? Lin Yao tapped the hidden heavenly pearl hidden in his waist. 10 pieces of golden blank talisman paper. Fly out. Not required. Runes? I still have them. Cut the crap and come on. Lin Yao raised his hand to pinch the golden talisman paper floating down from the sky. This is also the hidden immortal king of the 10,000 laws. The blank talisman paper stored in the Dharma Palace. The Three Truths 10,000 Methods sect was famous for its 10,000 methods charm and 10,000 methods sword. Therefore, the account Hidden Immortal Monarch of 10,000 Laws stores a large amount of blank talisman paper in each of its Dharma mansions, in order to facilitate talisman refining. Of course, the blank talisman paper that can be stored in the talisman by the Hidden Immortal Monarch of the 10,000 Laws is also of the finest quality. That old Taoist, looking at the golden talisman paper held in Lin Yao's hand, his eyes went straight. Extremely high-grade heavenly demon Dharma oil talisman paper? You're using this level of talisman paper to fight me in the 10 numbers? It's a riot. You, Lin Yao glared at him. Don't ink. This is already the cheapest talisman paper I have here. And at the same time, Lin Yao's eyes had been filled with thin red lines. His pupils, all turned red. The star thief prefiguring the future, the man of the future. And that old Taoist, he still didn't know what Lin Yao had done. He just lowered his head a little awkwardly and tapped his storage bag. 10 pieces of yellow talisman paper that fell into his hands. He pulled out another red vermilion pen. But in the meantime, began to stop crumbling. What's so mean? Being rich is great. Damn. I'm sick of you rich and pretentious dudes. Damn. It's good to know how to cast. What a life. Why am I not so lucky? The old Taoist lamented while carrying a brush stained with red vermilion. Intend to start sketching on the 10 square rune paper. He raised his head to observe the face of the young man in front of him. They knew the heavenly pavilion. Although most of the time, you can handle all the clients by just talking, but the real skill, there are also, them know the heavenly pavilion. The widely circulated one of the Grandmasters of the famous saying is, you can touch the fish, but not really dishes. The old Taoist began to observe Lin Yao's face. First look at the 8 frames, second look at the 3 courts, eyes across 5 matches, mouth about 3 even. But soon, the old Taoist's face changed. His eyes began to appear red and bloodshot, and he tried to move the pupils of his eyes, but realized he couldn't. The whites of his eyes began to appear densely packed with blood. In the end, blood even fell. In the end, that old Taoist couldn't control it anymore and even directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Surprisingly, he planted himself directly on the ground. When he was good and steady, on all fours, as he lifted his head, the young man in front of him was already standing in front of himself, carrying 10 pieces of written talisman paper. The teenager cocked his head, like a god overlooking the earth. He looked down on the old Tao. Light your life fire. That old Taoist's scalp tingled, and the sweaty hairs on his entire body were all about to shrug at this moment. But I haven't read your natal palace yet. Your natal palace is full of dense red lines. That's karma. That red thread is the legendary thread of karma. The threads of karma of others extend outward, and your threads of karma that. Why can your karmic threads be inextricably linked? And why can they be attached to your natal palace? I can't see through your natal palace. Who the hell are you? Lin Yao just snorted at his words. Does it matter? It doesn't matter. If you can't see through my natal palace, you can only count on your lack of skill and make any excuses. 10. Counting the number of destinies. When a party writes 10 squares of talismanic paper. Old thing. Light up your life fire. I told you to light your life fire. On the first floor of Xiaoxiang Dream, the scene that is happening right now is extremely shocking. All the cultivators present, all watched the scene incredulously. Think this scene looks familiar. Familiar? Ah, too damn familiar. Old son did not monasticism. Our town. The male son of Mr. Huang's family is such a bully of men and women in the greenhouse. Bullying old Yang too. That young Master Huang. It was also so overbearing back then. And that old man Yan was so pathetic. But heck, this is Tuiyu City. Taoist Yu is at the realm of the transformation god. And that teenage boy, just refining essence and transforming gas. I am afraid that it is less than the foundation building realm. Is this reasonable? Do you guys think this is reasonable? This is the city of Tagetsu. And within the city of Tagetsu, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Anything is possible. Cruel. No, downright cruel. That teenager, how could he be so brutal? And I can't believe I don't have the slightest regard for elders and children. The immortal cultivation world is weak and strong. Who cares about that except for you rotten scholars of Northern Qi? The city of the Tor Moon. Although a bunch of rules, but Tuiyu City, but also the cultivation world of the Tuiyu City. It was the teenager who won. It's hard to say yet. Taoist Yu hasn't ignited the life fire yet. You won't admit that Master Yu will lose. Do you not want to take over the Xiaoxiang Dream Pavilion? All the spending today? And just then, that old Taoist exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He finally adjusted his breathing. The old Taoist staggered to his feet. Raising his hand, he struck a chord. The top of his head, both shoulders, at this moment, each lit up a blue flame. That's that old Taoist's life fire. The old Taoist was bleeding from the corners of his mouth at the moment, and his grin was hideous. Come on, just now. Although the old Tao is in a trance, but also knows that time has only passed less than half an incense burner. The old man does not believe you. Half an incense burner time, even if the future of the old road 10 square, is quasi. The old man's voice was fierce and impassioned. But just then, the teenage boy had taken a piece of talisman paper and stuffed it into the old Taoist's life fire. The 10 numbers of fate have all gone to the last step, and you're pushing it. What's the waste of words? You have no chance of winning this bet, and as I told you before, in this world, no one knows more about knowledge of heaven than I do. Chapter 48, Palm Edge Birth and Death? It's just a basic tool, genius is just the threshold to see me, the teenager said as he spoke. While putting the golden-colored talisman paper in his hand, he sent it straight towards the life fire above the old Taoist's head. That old Taoist wanted to say something else, but the first talisman sent into his head had burned. A silver-gray silver butterfly landed on his face. The old man's face changed violently. You're so good at. You damn well will. Lin Yao didn't pay any attention to the dismay on the old man's face. Continue to feed the second rune, and the third, into the life fire above the old man's head. Large pieces of ash fell on the old man's face. The old Taoist's face, on the other hand, grew more and more stunned. Little friend, although my eyes are clumsy, I can't even see through your fate palace, but I can see that you are still young. I am afraid that this year is not even double 10 years old. Such skill at such an age. Where did you come from as a teacher? Tell me, old man, what is your master's school? Lin Yao still didn't care about him. Tuck the fifth piece of talisman paper into the old man's head in the life fire. The old man's rough face is now covered in ash and his beard is sticky with ash. 5 pieces of talisman paper. A monk who has been immersed in the art of fortune-telling for several eons will, at the time of the 10 numbers of fortunes, not even necessarily make each other life fire. Ignite 5 pieces of talisman paper. Your natal palace shows that you're less than 20 years old, and you're so accomplished in the art of fortune-telling. It's impossible to start studying the art of counting from the time you were born. Unless you've really mastered the legendary divination? The old man thought you were swindling me before. Where did you get the idea of divination? Lin Yao didn't even lower his head a bit. Shove the 6th, 7th, and 8th pieces of talisman paper into the life fire above the old man's head. Pieces of ash, floating down like silver butterflies. The face of the old Taoist has gone white. Lit 8 of them? How is this possible? Cultivators cultivate by drawing the spiritual rhythms of heaven and earth into their bodies, and depending on the path of cultivation, or using their own bodies as heaven and earth, or to the heavens and earth as their own. But the different paths are the same, are echoed with the heavens and earth. Once the cultivator cultivation, the original fate palace, natural changes, can no longer take the natal palace and project its destiny, but can only rely on the fact that on its natal palace, extending the threads of causality and peeking into its future. Karma Avenue. Infinite pole. Who in the world can palm karmic birth and death? Even if the current master of the heavenly pavilion and I were to count against each other with the 10 numbers of destiny, peeking into my fortune, I can only make 8 to 9 talismans burn. You actually lit 8. Lin Yao still kept his mouth shut, tucked the last 2 talismans into the life fire above the old Taoist's head. Wow. The last 2 talismans also burned out and became flying ash. Flutter. The old Taoist sat down on his knees, but he tilted his head, opened his mouth, and stared at Lin Yao with wide eyes. His hair was disheveled and his face was covered in ash. The whole man looked vicarious and haggard. Good as crazy. 10. Ha. 10 sheets. 10 all lit. 10. Ha. You see through cause and effect. What means are you using? Seeing through cause and effect. You can see through cause and effect. You can palm karmic birth and death. This is the realm of the 9/4 Dao Diffusion Godly Monarch. Who the hell are you? This is a quiet moment in Xiang Yimang. Only that old Taoist, epileptic hissing sound. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them incredulously, breathing heavily. Lin Yao hugged his bladder. Exhale a cloudy breath. Seeing through cause and effect, palming karmic births and deaths. For other practitioners of numerology, this may be the highest state to be pursued in one's life. But for the stargazers, for Lin Yao, who can foretell the future, this is all just a basic means. In the numerology, genius is really just the threshold to see Lin Yao. There was silence for a few moments of dashing. A deafening clamor suddenly erupted at the moment. Who is the 9/4 Dao Yen Divine Sovereign, the Taoist Master you was talking about? You don't even know that? That's the founding master of the Heavenly Pavilion. A heavenly immortal who ascended years ago. This young man, does he really have the realm of a 9/4 Dao Diffusion Godly Monarch? Is this possible? I don't believe it, either. And I guess Taoist you doesn't believe it any more than we do. But you see the state of Taoist you. The facts are right in front of him. He had to believe. Tolstoy City. Truly a crouching tiger hides a dragon. As soon as that young boy appeared, I saw that he had an imposing appearance. It feels like an exiled immortal from the heavens who has descended to the mortal world. I wonder if I can ask this exiled immortal to honor me with his presence and give me a divination in a moment. Even if you can't divine, it's good to go up there and make good karma. This trip to Tormoon City, it's really the right place to be. At this point, it must be considered that Taoist you has lost. Nonsense. I want to know now. The one who just said that if Taoist you loses, where's the guy who's taking care of all the diner's expenses tonight? That kid ran away a long time ago, when he burned the 6th piece of talisman paper. God damn it. At a glance this kid is a rat from the Southern Tang. What the hell do you mean? I don't have such a thing in the Southern Tang dynasty. I see that guy is a thief and a rat. Rather like your old Qin people. And while the gang of drinkers from Dashing Dream were getting more and more noisy, that old Taoist had cried out. Yu Xing, came from a despicable background, not wanting to be able to be recognized by the Knowledge Heaven Pavilion, and entered the Tao at the age of 12. Learned the art of divination and trigrams. Now that I am over 500 years old, my realm breakthrough is slow, and I realize that this life is already late. I didn't expect that the heavens would treat me well, that I would be able to meet such a youngster and get a glimpse of such a divine skill. It's worth it for life. But just as that you returned the star, wailing with affection, Lin Yao had already slapped him on the head. Don't cry. Cry baby. All useless bull ********. You lost the bet. You have to come with me. The old Taoist who was still crying and howling stopped crying in an instant. It just surprised Lin Yao. That old Taoist actually had an uplifted look on his face at this time. No need for seniors to say more. Even if senior drives senior away, senior will never leave. The corner of Lin Yao's eye twitched a few times, as he watched the speed with which this old Taoist changed his face. He had to admit that this old Taoist was also considered a talent. You just said I'm only double 10 years old. You, on the other hand, are over 500 years old. Pipe me to meet my seniors, okay? That old Taoist waved his hand. In the world of cultivation, only by virtue of their Tao, seniority is ranked, and although my juniors are a few years older, but in the eyes of the late generation, you are the senior. The latecomer has the audacity to ask a question. Would senior be willing to accept junior as his disciple? The moment. Dashing dreams, silent again. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes. He grinned. Reaching out, he pinched the old man's cheek. Don't give me an inch. I asked you to come with me because I wanted to ask you something. The old Taoist blinked his eyes. However, senior thinks that the attainment is serious. But don't worry, senior. As long as it's something you ask, senior, I know everything. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He stared at the old man. Including information on Ruyan Lu? That old Taoist nodded with certainty. Including Ruyan Lu. Wait, Ruyan Lu. Lin Yao realized something at this moment. He yanked the old man up off the ground violently. Come with me, right now. But at this moment, on the first floor of Xiaoshan Yimeng, those spectators, at this moment, one by one, their eyes are stupidly moving. It was obvious that he wouldn't let Lin Yao leave easily. But just then, outside the Xiaoshan Dream Pavilion, a flock of crows landed at the entrance of A Dream in Hunan. The flock of crows landed. Surprisingly, it transformed into a single cultivator clad in black. That's a local wizard from Tokoyaki City. Only the group of wizards looked pale. According to a report from Dashing Dream's Eyes, that disciple of the Three Truths and 10,000 Wonders sect, just inside the greenhouse pavilion, he encountered a blockade of other cultivators. But do we really have to go in there? There's no other way? By order of the Witch Master, that disciple of the Three Truths and 10,000 Laws sect must not be allowed to, within the city of Tormoon, conflict with any cultivator. To my Tuayu city, there is a bad impression. Must let him Tao Heart peacefully leave Tuayu city. Do not get into any karma. Any karma with my witch horse lineage in Tuayu city. If there has to be karma, let him have it against my witch horse lineage. Is the right name impression? If he really fights with other cultivators within the city of Tormoon and is injured, he will inevitably have a bad impression of my witch horse lineage, and feel that my witch horse lineage rule the city without a good. If he thus holds a grudge against my witch horse lineage, then my witch horse lineage will be completely pill hot. But inside the greenhouse pavilion, after all, they are disciples of the Three Truths and 10,000 Wonders sect. Everyone remember to cover their faces. Don't let him see your faces. Back then, the Witchfather only looked at the hidden immortal king of the 10,000 laws one more time in the crowd. From now on, life is worse than death. Fellow officers, remember, after we enter the gate, we'll help the disciples of that Three Truths and 10,000 Laws sect with all their troubles, but without letting him realize that we're here to take care of his troubles for him. That's what we're going to do. Gentlemen, go, enter. Chapter 49, having nothing to do, listening to music on the hook, don't come over here. The Heaven and Earth Fortune Bureau. Inside A Dream in Hunan, Lin Yao was now surrounded by the drinkers of Xiaoshang Dream. These flower wine guests were all staring at Lin Yao, their eyes glowing green. Immortal Master, do you have the intention to come to my northern Qi Kueyan Dragon Head sect for a gathering? Baki. It is most respectful of virtuous talents. Immortal Master, if you come to my northern Qi to develop, with your skills, you will surely be able to level the playing field. Immortal Master, don't listen to the farting of the tart wannabes of northern Qi. Their officialdom in northern Qi is filled with the most corrupt Confucians. If you really go to northern Qi and become an official, I don't know how much anger you'll have to suffer, but it's better to come to my Great Way sect in western Shu. The Great Way sect, will surely treat you as my honored guest. My Great Way sect's patriarch is a famous beauty in western Shu who is still unmarried. You're up to your nasty tricks again. Shi Chu, do you know better than anyone else whether the female head of your Great Way sect is still unmarried, or no one dares to take her? Immortal Master, or my South Tang is good, my South Tang Liahuai River. That is how many monks of the gentle home, lingering dreams, gentle charming country, the most sentimental heavenly moon, suave shine red makeup, immortal, as long as you come to my South Tang, nothing to do, hook rail listening to music pleasure. You can't imagine, asshole, Immortal Master is still young. Is that kind of person who indulges in beauty? A man is born in heaven and earth. How can he indulge in listening to music in a brothel? Master Immortal, you'd better come to Qin and build a great career. My Great Qin's True Dharma Enlightenment sect is the most suitable for Immortal Master. At this moment, Lin Yao looked at the heads that were saving up in front of him. The frown grew tighter. The old Taoist, who was tugged by his neck collar, laughed nervously. Xian Long, these drinkers are green-eyed. We seem to have no choice. So easily left. Unless the military is moved. But the rules of Tazuki City, no cultivator, no private fights within Tazuki City. Lin Yao snorted. Rules are dead. People are alive. When did the rules of the witch horse lineage matter to him? When did the witch horse lineage, that fly-by-night witch wizard little clan back then, have so many rules? Lin Yao's palm rubbed over the hidden heavenly pearl. But just then, the door of Xiaoshan Dream was suddenly pushed open. A group of cultivators covered in black robes and wearing black veils and scarves, poured into the Xiaoshan Dream. The group of black-robed cultivators, after pouring into the greenhouse pavilion, led by one that, without hesitation, he shouted loudly, Moon City, Witchcraft Division, investigate the case. A Dream in Hunan is temporarily banned today. All guests are dismissed from the pavilion. Then the group of black-robed cultivators directly began to move their hands. He brutally invited all the drinkers in the Xiaoxiang dream out of the Xiaoxiang dream. One by one, those drinkers who ate the flower wine, one by one, were reluctant. What for? I paid spirit stones to come in, and I've just listened to half of the song, and you're telling me to leave. Mother asterisk 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 her. I had my pants halfway down when you guys barged in here. Toledo City. It's the bottom card of the wizard of your witch horse lineage, and it can't be so unreasonable. Miss Lee, my Miss Lee, you wait for me, Miss Lee, and I'm sure I'll come back for you again. Let's renew our relationship. And those witch division monks clad in black robes. Then the attitude is tough. Today's investigation. You can come back another time. Don't forget that it was a line of witch horses that came first, before there was a city of Tagetsu. In Tagetsu, my witch horse lineage is reason. Dashing dream. It's not closed forever. Don't worry. Next time you come back and meet your Miss Lee. It took less than half an incense stick. The group of people who had originally surrounded Lin Yao with green eyes all disappeared. Only Lin Yao was left tugging at that old Taoist's collar. Standing in place, that old Taoist blinked twice. Senior, we seem to be ready to go. Lin Yao, on the other hand, frowned slightly. Something's not right. Something is not right in this matter. Why is there no black-robed witch priest to invite us out? At this moment, those black-robed wizards inside the Xiaoxiang dream were looking at each other worriedly. Some of the black-robed wizards even had cold sweat constantly dripping from their foreheads, their eyes, which held a complex of emotions. But these black-robed ambassadors, both could understand the deep meaning in the other's eyes. Why isn't he leaving when people have already cleared out for him? Come on, please, someone go and ask him out. Go to whoever you like. I'm not going anyway. Don't be ridiculous. That guy is a disciple of the Three True Dharma sect. Although on the surface he only had the cultivation level of refining essence and transforming chi, he carried the infant-changing spirit old Taoist like a chicken. Just know that this guy is, in fact, frighteningly strong. I don't want to get into karma with him. I don't want to, either. Then how about we withdraw? Quietly withdraw. Don't be too deliberate. Just pretend you didn't see him. The dashing dream became still and quiet. Those black-robed wizards, after inviting all the other drinkers from the dashing dream out of the dashing dream, started walking toward the door in silence. Lin Yao looked at this scene, his brows getting tighter and tighter. He took the old Taoist by the collar and began to chase after the black-robed wizards. Stop. I have something to ask you. Those wizards, their feet snapped, but none of them turned around. All the black-robed wizards, without looking back, quickened their pace and headed for the door. Lin Yao's face changed. He yanked the old Taoist by the collar and chased him toward the door. Seeing that Lin Yao was about to chase him to the gate, one of the black-robed wizards suddenly turned around and bowed at Lin Yao. Stop. Don't chase. Don't you come any closer. We're done with our case. I'm really sorry for disturbing you. Lin Yao froze for a moment, but not before he reacted. The black-robed wizard who had bowed at him had twisted his head, transformed into a black crow, and transportation to high altitude. When Lin Yao reacted, after dragging that old Taoist out the door after him, he only saw a flock of crows that, fluttering his wings, he flew desperately into the distance. Lin Yao rubbed his temples. Is it just me? Why do I get the feeling that they're scared of me? But me and them, it's supposed to be the first time we've met. And just then, two women's figures posted up. Two women. One gorgeous, the other delicate. Ancestor, Master Taizu. Lin Yao looked up and saw Chu Hongyu and Gu Nanin, looking worriedly at himself. Lin Yao waved his hand at them. Don't worry, I'm fine. That group of black-robed wizards, they invited you two out as well? Chu Hongyu nodded. The attitude is tough, but somehow I always felt that this group of witch wizards, tough in the, with tension. Lin Yao looked up at the sky again, the direction the flock of crows had flown away in the distance. Such a tough bunch of wizards. But they left me out. Something's not right. When things go wrong, they go wrong. These wizards of Tormoon City. Could it be that after knowing that I am a disciple of the Three Truths and 10,000 Wonders sect, trying to murder me? Lin Yao's eyes flashed ferociously. Afterwards, in this Tagetsu city, it seems imperative to keep an eye on the movements of this gang of witch wizards. It seems that this witch horse lineage and I are really entangled in karma. And our karma is quite deep. But right now, there are reasonably more important things to deal with. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He retugged on the old man's collar and stared into his eyes. Find a secluded place. I have something to ask you. That old Taoist swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Immortal Master, you may come to my separate compound in Tuayu City. Outside the compound, there is a formation that I have placed. It is absolutely safe and can be avoided through the wall. Lin Yao nodded. There was no denial. When the old Taoist saw Lin Yao nodding, he didn't say much more. He straightened his shirt and obediently led the way ahead. Several people, please follow me. That other courtyard is not far from Xiaoxiang One Dream. Just in front, the old Taoist said as he led Lin Yao and the others, turning into a small alley. Inside the alley, it was surprisingly well connected. Lin Yao and they followed the old Taoist. In the alleys, 7 turns, and 8 turns finally stopping in front of a small courtyard. The old Taoist raised his hand and choked. The animal head doorbuckle with a brass ring in its mouth on the gate of the small courtyard suddenly came to life and spat out human words. Immortal Master, welcome home. The old Tao nodded indifferently. A wave of the big sleeve. The door to the small courtyard, which slowly opened. The old Taoist smiled broadly and made a gesture of invitation. Gu Nanin took the lead and stepped into the small courtyard. Only after confirming that it was safe and sound inside did he nod his head at Lin Yao. Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu then followed and stepped into the small courtyard. After everyone stepped into the small courtyard, the gate to the small courtyard slowly closed. Inside the small courtyard, there are other places, potted plants, strange stones, pools in the courtyard. All are laid out according to feng shui. Lin Yao looked around the room before his eyes fell on that old Taoist again. Say it, give an honest account of all the information you know about Ruyan Lu. Don't lie. You know, the stupidest thing you can do in front of the nemesis is to lie. The old Taoist swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He bowed. Senior, don't worry. Junior would never dare to make a fool of himself in front of Senior. Late generation and Lu Ruyan. In fact, not familiar. When it is really not familiar. Only met one side. Just one side of. Was about 60 years ago. That was the last Bon Festival in Toyaki City. Latecomer, as a disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion of Knowledge, was sent here, by the Heavenly Pavilion of Knowledge, to be in charge of the operation of Jitian Pavilion, business in Tormoon City. I remember it well. It was the last day of the Bon Festival, when the demon locking tower was about to close and the cultivators in the city, like the prime tree falling down, the 4 scattered rats scattered like a sinking ship. But on that day, the natural-born vision, a white-haired demoness with scarlet eyes suddenly wreaked havoc in the city. That demon woman has no sanity, and wherever she passes, there is a vacuum. It's hard to describe the scene, where everything looks like a sacrifice, taking all into the offering with her. Flowers and plants to dedicate their lives, withered flowers and grass, in the wind, turned into withered leaf butterflies. The monk advanced his whole body cultivation and turned into a dry corpse, his mouth still with a smile at the corners. The spiritual energy all surged into her body. In the sky above her head, spiritual energy transformed into cloud swirls. The witch wizards of Tokoyaki City, who tried to stop her, were unable to do so. My juniors, although they were there at the time, they only wanted to escape, but unfortunately, their movements were still a step too slow, being caught up by that woman. The latecomer thought at the time that he would perish and turn into a dry corpse as well, but I never thought that the demoness, in front of the late generation, had recovered her sanity. When the old Taoist said this, his old face suddenly reddened and a hint of infatuation appeared in his eyes. Lin Yao glared at the old Taoist. What the hell are you blushing for all of a sudden? The old road coughed awkwardly. I just remembered that the demoness was standing barefoot in front of my eyes, a head of silver silk dancing in the air. The face under the silver silk is the late generation has seen in this life, the most exquisite face. For a moment, the latecomer even understands where the smiles at the corners of the mouths of those cultivators who turned into dry corpses came from. If she was willing to smile at the latecomer and let the latecomer die for a while, the latecomer is also happy to do so. The late generation later realized that the demoness is the legendary phantom demon Lu Ruyan. The old Tao's words were full of regret and emotion. Lin Yao frowned and didn't say anything. The old Tao, on the other hand, sighed quietly. That Lu Ruyan. I don't know where I learned that I am a disciple of the Knowledge Heaven Pavilion. She looked at me then, with her eyebrows lowered, and between her brows, which seemed to contain the waters of autumn, and her vermilion lips parted, actually told me to ask me to do her a favor. I was biting my tongue and slapping my thigh. Gu Nanin blinked her eyes. You turned her down? The old Taoist hemmed and hawed and laughed out loud. I said I'd give my life for her. She hallowed a feathered true immortal and asked me to help. Me reject her? Is that possible? Who am I to say no to her? Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. What favor did she ask you? The old Taoist's voice suddenly hissed. She's going to join forces with Knowledge Pavilion. She'll split the profits between her and the court. 9-1. She is 9, and knows the court of heaven 1. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes. What bureau? The old Taoist swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Heaven and Earth Fortunes Bureau. By the way, this Heaven and Earth Blessing Bureau In the mouth of my family's knowing heaven pavilion ancestor. There's a more common name for it, a kill tray. Lin Yao blinked twice. Killing pan? What the hell does that mean? The old Taoist exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his eyes flashing with a ghostly light. Lu Ruyan. She was set up by the heavenly immortals and was seriously injured. She said that if she wanted to heal her injuries, it will take vast amounts of resources. With her cultivation, she can no longer make a move to loot it openly, or she will attract heavenly punishment. So she had to change the law. Gu Nanyin was beside her, and at this moment, couldn't help but open her mouth. What a law! The old road he dry laugh too. She wants extortion. Great Zhou, Western Chu, Northern Qi, Southern Tang, Great Qin, Northern Wei, Wu Yu, Nan Liang, the royal family of the 8 countries. Chu Hongyu also gulped at this moment. Blackmail with what? The old Taoist raised his hand and pointed to the earth beneath his feet. This 200,000 within the city of Tormoon, less than the Yuaning realm. But the potential is extraordinary. 8 country leaders. Chu Hongyu and Gu Nanyin glanced at each other and both couldn't help but gulp. The old Taoist, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed and laughed dryly. The emperors of the 8 countries, as well as the top clans of the 8 countries, who don't want their own cultivators, pass it on to a broken generation. This is both extortion and revenge. According to what Rian Lu said, the one who did the dirty work on her and left her seriously injured, it is the ancestors of the royal families of these 8 countries, who have already ascended to the royal true immortals. That Lu Ruyan also said that these royal ancestors, on earth, are renowned and famous. They all created lofty dynasties and made their people ruminants, but in reality, they, one and all, are also dog slaves. It's the traitors of the heavenly palace, earthly emperors, the traitors of the heavens, that group of true immortals, whose only role in living is to keep warm. Chapter 50 They sing, and as soon as they enter the tower they are robbed by the chimera. You know nothing about chimeras. Inside the small courtyard, after the old Taoist said this, he hastily covered his mouth again. He rushed to heaven and worshipped. Don't be offended, immortals. I didn't say any of those things just now. It was all said by that chimera Lu Ruyan. The feud entanglements between you feathered true immortals are none of the late generation's business. Lin Yao stepped aside and rubbed his chin a few times. Lu Ruyan, this girl, after so many years, Jarrus nature, still hasn't changed. How injured is she and what kind of resources does she need? A difficult expression appeared on the old Taoist's face. Injured to what extent? With the realm of the latecomer, it is definitely imperceptible. Resources for healing. According to Ruyan Lu herself, she needs Spirit Valley. Sea of Spirit Valley. Lin Yao's brows furrowed. Spirit Valley. The old path nodded. Yes, is mainly spirit grain, which can also be described as spirit rice, then spirit stones. The rarer resources are completely in the hands of the royal family, as well as the lineage. Rare spiritual rice, the effect of a single grain of spiritual rice that it is comparable to a grain of spirit elixir. The topmost spirit rice is upwardly supplied to immortals for consumption. This stuff is on the market, not circulating at all. It's all held in the hands of the major dynasties. The old Taoist sighed while shaking his head. As we all know, in our cultivation world, you can't be an official at all if you're not an immortal cultivator. There are powerful families behind the officials. And to be a county magistrate you have to have an ancestor who is a half-immortal of the Yuan Shandongxian. The lineage has taken up all the good places, the good spiritual veins, the good resources. It's not easy for a casual cultivator to dig up some elixir in 10,000-year-old metaphysical iron, but he still has to work hard to forge it. While the family has generations of cultivator servants who have been trained to help you get everything right, a great deal of time can be spent practicing and learning skills. Your family has had Jindan for generations. You are the cold and the powerful. Your ancestors have produced Yuan Shandongxian. A family with a Yuaning for generations is a county, a true immortal in the sky, and a family with a broken purple for generations. That's the royal family. Immortal cultivators of all the major dynasties, even those of clan origin. Why do you want to be an official? There are advantages to being an official. One of the most obvious benefits is that if you're an imperial official, only then can you get the spiritual rice that the royal family pays you. The courts of all the great dynasties hold in their hands the blessed and spiritual lands within their own lands, pay salaries. No spirit stones are issued. All that is issued are spirit valleys. This is from the legend, the first dynasty of the Songhai world, Xianhan. The traditions that have been passed down, the different ranks of officials within the court, the salaries they receive, the types of spiritual grains they are issued. The quantities also varied. A petty official on duty had only 100 stones of spiritual grain a year. The county magistrate who was in charge of a town of, for a year's salary, Lingu had 600 stones, and for a year's salary at Kyoto, The great officers of the court. The Lingu has 1,000 stone officials to the top. That is, 2,000 stone. In the major dynasties, have to be the 3 public officials and 9 secretaries, shining lintel of the big officials. Only then can you get your salary. Officials of all ranks get different spiritual grains, and those in villages and towns eat yellow essence rice. The spirit grains that you eat, Mr. Magistrate, are the high-quality spirit grains produced in the spirit fields of the county, all of which are made of blood corn. The purple ink rice, jade pearl millet, hind Sheba rice, green jade rice, and other spiritual grains are the main ones. All spiritual rice, even the yellow essence rice, are priced without a market, because the major dynasties simply do not permit this thing to circulate. And the spiritual rice eaten by the courtiers in Kyoto, all of them are produced by the major blessed caves in heavens, the great Daojinting mountain of the western Chu, the 63 Qijia valley of the northern Qi, and the divine heavenly white jade gorge of the southern Tang. And the special spirit valley supplied by the royal family is even more exaggerated. It is said that underneath the spirit field that produces the spirit valley, there are tens of thousands of pieces of purple and gold jades buried in the 7 spiritual springs of rain. Grain rain, white dew, cold dew, frost, light snow, heavy snow, watered at different times, and nourished by heavenly grades, national treasures, and the dynasty's dragon vein. It produces a crop in 10 years, producing the legendary Purple Xian spiritual treasure jade millet that can be supplied to the immortals. The Purple Xian spiritual jade millet, the same object that Ruyan Lu wanted to get. Most of them are offerings from the dynasty that are supplied to the immortals. If she wants to be cured, she can only blackmail the royal family of the 8 countries. Lin Yao's eyes flashed with precision. He exhaled a cloudy breath. As of now, he is sure that the old road in front of him is not lying. You knowing Heaven Pavilion have enough guts. I can't believe I'm accompanying her in a game. You dare to participate in a fight between immortals. The old Taoist touched his nose. The whole world is in a hurry. I, knowing Heaven's Pavilion, have the word prophet at the top of my list. What's more, according to the saying of my ancestor, the one who has the guts to die, the one who has the guts to die, the one who has the guts to die, starve the timid. Ruyan Lu, to set up this trap even at the expense of exposing her own whereabouts, means that she must have done a good job of. After the exposure of their own whereabouts, they have to face the wind and clouds. The sky collapses. There is Lu Ruyan top. We know the sky pavilion. Just picking up some teeth behind her. Lin Yao raised his chin, a smile on his face. The witch horse lineage of Tormoon City also knows about this setup you have set up. The old Taoist shook his head. The witch horse lineage doesn't know about this. This group of witch wizards in Tu City is the cultivation world, he said. A rare and honest bunch. In the cultivation world, such an honest bunch of people is not often seen. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes and stared at the old Taoist. Such a secretive thing. You tell me so easily? The old Taoist was looking straight at Lin Yao at the moment, because the late generation sincerely wants to worship senior as a teacher. The late generation feels that one who is a disciple should be honest with his master. The corner of Lin Yao's eye twitched a few times. I never intended to take you. The old Taoist waved his hand. No harm done. Where the golden city is, the golden stone is. Sooner or later, master, you will be able to see my disciple's true heart. Lin Yao glanced at that old Taoist and took a step back, distancing himself from this awful old man. In 3 days, the demon locking tower will open. The old Taoist nodded on the sidelines. Nice. That phantom demon, Lu Ruyan, has been hibernating inside the demon locking tower for 60 years. With her skills, she is probably already in full control of the demon locking tower. All the demons and evils within the demon locking tower, probably all dog-trained by her. Those 200,000 Heaven's Pride warriors, stepping into the demon locking tower, is tantamount to falling into the palm of the phantom demon's hand. Surely they can't imagine not knowing that 3 days later, they were happy and singing. I just entered the demon locking tower and was robbed by the phantom demon. Oh master teacher, the disciple feels that your interest in that Lu Ruyan is great, but this demon locking tower, you must not go. The old Taoist persuaded bitterly. The word color is a knife. That chimera is even more poisonous. She's beautiful, but really dangerous. Lin Yao glanced at the old Taoist. The reason I came to Tormoon City was for Ruyan Lu. The old Tao was in a hurry at this point. You know nothing of the meaning of the word chimera. You don't know how many male cultivators, after meeting her, willingly became the family dog under her command. Lin Yao snorted. You know nothing about the karmic involvement between Lu Ruyan and me. Chapter 51 Locked Demon Tower Opening. It looks like a cultivation world science examination, but in reality, it's 200,000 000 fat pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Inside the city of Tagetsu, 3 days passed by on horseback. In the blink of an eye, it was the day the demon locking tower opened. It was a day in the city of Tagetsu. The buzz is extraordinary. Heads are turning. The main streets of Tormoon City, all 72 of them, were packed with people. 72 streets, all leading to a single tower. That was the iconic building of Tokoyaki City, the Demon Locking Tower. Only now, those 72 streets, the intersections leading to the Demon Locking Tower, were all blocked by spells. 72 streets. On every street, there were crowds of people. A young man and a beautiful woman stood in the middle of Moonlight Street, looking out at the tall towers in the distance. At this moment, that beautiful woman slightly bowed her head. Ancestors. This time, the Demon Locking Tower, which opens and participates in the demon slaughtering trial. There were over 21,600,000 in all, the 72 avenues of the city of the Tokoyami, nowadays, each of which, all stood by number for more than 3,000 men. The spells at the street entrances will be opened, one after another, in order. Over 26,000, 8 nations, celestials under the Yuaning realm, will be divided into batches of. Enter the Demon Locking Tower. There are 9 floors in the tower, and each one has a different world. When a monk enters the Demon Locking Tower, the witch jade we wear will naturally resonate with the Demon Tower, and a water mirror will automatically be created outside the tower. Cultivators and people in Moon City, all can pass through the water mirror and observe the situation inside the tower. The young man next to the brightly colored woman raised his eyes to look at the tower in the distance and nodded slightly. That is, in a moment, outside this high tower, 210,000 water mirrors will appear. The gorgeous woman nodded. According to that old Taoist, you returning star. But inside the Demon Locking Tower, the demonic beasts are ferocious, and many cultivators, just after entering the tower, it will be attacked by demonic beasts, and after the death of the cultivator, the water mirror outside the Demon Locking Tower will also break. With 211,000 water mirrors, there may not even be 20,000 left in the end. 211,000 cultivators, the last one in 10, after entering this Demon Locking Tower, is 9 deaths. Worth it? The teenager looked up at the distant tower and snorted. Cultivation world, rich and powerful. It's not that easy to get ahead. Plus, it's a chance for fame. Old you too, didn't you say? As long as the name can appear on the demon slaughter list, then you'll have a chance to make it to the top of the ladder and enter the court as an official. It's the equivalent of a science fiction. The teenager's voice lurched and he lowered his voice. Only they don't realize that this year's kotaku has been turned into a pig-killing tray. These 200,000 or so celestial pride are all fat pigs to be slaughtered. The teenager shook his head with emotion. And just then, inside the city of Tormoon, there is a strange sound coming out. Far away, there is black smoke rising. Those black wisps of smoke, convoluted with each other, forming a large, pitch-black phoenix. The phoenix raises its head and cries out. That crowing sound resounded through the world. Kunshin Jade Broken Phoenix called, and with that phoenix cry, the tower at the very center of Tokoyaki City, the gateway that was more than 6 feet, or 18 meters high, slowly opening. As the gate opens, the cultivators on the street, too, saw that behind the gate, the black smoke was dense. Meanwhile, in the 72 main streets within the city of Tokoyami, the seal on one of the streets disappeared instantly. The monks on the main street, rising together, more than 3,000 of them, rushing toward the gate, rushed into the Demon Locking Tower. Shortly after those cultivators rushed into the Demon Locking Tower, outside the Demon Locking Tower, one water mirror after another rose. Then, another street, the seal of the intersection opened. Another group of cultivators flew up, followed by third, fourth streets. This moment's Tormoon City was filled with flamboyant colors. The silhouettes of the young man and the beautiful woman also slowly rose into the air shortly afterward, and did not enter the Demon Locking Tower. And outside the Demon Locking Tower, the water mirrors that rose up and appeared were also increasing. At a later time, those water mirrors, more than enough to cover the sky, a sheet of water mirrors, embedded in each other, outside the Demon Locking Tower, forming a prime, and countless small mirrors made up of mirrors. In the mirror, a wasteland of corpses. And at this point in time, in Tokoyaki City, all the restaurants, there is a mirror observatory for observing the large mirrors. All of the mirror viewing stations were overcrowded. The people who couldn't climb up to the mirror watch stood in the streets and alleys, looking up at the mirror of the heavens. Various vendors selling spirit cakes, fine wines, and even spirit treasures, from the nooks and crannies, too, burrowed out. This moment's Tormoon City was so lively. The Bon Festival officially begins. On the major streets, cultivators or people were all talking. Who will win the top spot in this demon slaughter ranking? The hottest pride. There are three. Yu Xinlong of the Western Shu Great Red Taiping Sect, and the Great Qing Great Red Taiping Sect. Ghost Valley Mountain Sects Zhang Hanxia, Northern Shi's Jade Gate Optimistic Heavenly Sects Li Xinghan. These three heavenly pride. All of them are at the Jidan Realm Grand Circle, but there's no guarantee that there will be a dark horse that kills its way out. I heard that 3 days ago, in the Xiaoxiang dream, out of the fortune teller who made Immortal Master Yu of the Heavenly Pavilion, folded and marveled. This fortune teller, who seems to be going into the demon locking tower as well. I wonder how many places he can compete for. A fortune teller? Demon slaying doesn't always work, does it? It's hard to say. They can count the lucky and lucky directions. They must know how to slaughter demons, points to get the most out of. But I've heard that the fortune teller only seems to be in the realm of refining essence and transforming qi. What? Refining essence and transforming qi? Then he must be finished. From where the news came out, said he was a dark horse. Woohoo Mingyu Gambling Hall. Put out the word. A gambling house? The plates are open so soon. This gambling house has a terrible conscience. Isn't that proper bullying of honest people? And in the meantime, Woohoo Mingyu Gambling Hall, an old Taoist and a delicate young girl, holding several storage bags that, aggressively, he stared at the head of the gambling house in front of him. That old Taoist, stroked his beard. Lin Yao, all the spirit stones in these storage bags of ours. Press Lin Yao, the treasurer of the gambling house, a Yuaning realm cultivator who was shy and had a big belly, and whose whole person looked round, blinked a few times. Are you sure? Immortal Yu, you've done me a favor by helping me with my face, so I'll be bold enough to say more. Our gambling house is now releasing a list of available bets, a total of 300 people. Lin Yao, in the last place, with odds of 1 to 100, although he made a big splash the other day at a dream in Hunan. But his realm, after all, is only refining essence and transforming qi. Are you sure you don't want to take a look at those Jidan Realm Grand Circle? So many spirit stones, not a small amount. That old Taoist hummed lightly. What's there to see? What do you know? You mortal. You know nothing of Immortal Master Lin's realm or methods. Chapter 52. He's a true heaven's pride. He'll definitely be kidnapped by Ruyan Lu. A clean sweep. And while that old Taoist was on the gambling house owner, blowing his beard and eyes out, the dainty maiden beside the old Taoist turned her head and, tearful eyes looked at the large water mirror inside the city. If I hadn't been mentioned by the great Ancestor Master, directly to the Yuan Ing realm, I should also be inside the demon locking tower now, so that I can also be the first to see Lu Ruyan with my own eyes. My Ruyan Lu, my Ruyan Emperor, Ruyan Lu I have traveled such a long way, just to see you. And just then, that old Taoist turned his head, glancing at the delicate young girl beside him, smiled smugly. I have seen her 1,000 years ago. Indeed, it was magnificent. It is a great pity that you cannot see her with your own eyes. When that delicate young girl heard this, the tears that were already in her eyes could no longer be stopped. Teardrops fell straight down. She tugged on the old Taoist's sleeve. What did she smell like when you and she were that close? Doesn't she smell good? Is it the scent of jasmine or cinnamon? Doesn't she just look fragrant and soft? The old Taoist shook his head. It was so cold. There was a north wind blowing and there was only cold smoke in the air. But it's not like you don't have a chance to see her. I see that Immortal Master remembers Ruyan Lu so much. Between the two, there must be a karmic entanglement. I just don't know. Between her and the Immortal Master, what exactly is the relationship? While lamenting, the old Taoist also raised his head and peered outside the gambling house, outside the demon locking tower. That huge mirror surface, at this moment, had begun to show tiny cracks. There were water mirrors that had begun to shatter. This also meant that inside the demon locking tower, people were starting to die. The old Taoist narrowed his eyes. At the same time, he raised his hand and choked. Not long after, in his eyes, a glint finally flashed. I see the Immortal Master. What is the Immortal Master doing? And in the meantime, inside the demon locking tower, Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu, standing in a large, 9-foot-long, close to 30 or so meters in front of the skeleton. Underneath the skeleton is the darkened earth. Above the skeleton, a dark red sky. In the sky, were flickering flying lights. Those were the cultivators who had entered the demon locking tower. In flying with a treasure tool, Lin Yao was on the ground at this moment, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, rubbed the skeleton in front of him twice. Chu Hongyu carried the crimson red bile sword and stood behind Lin Yao. Ancestors. The demon locking tower has a total of 9 floors, but every year at the Bon Festival, the cultivators who enter the tower that, usually only active on the first level, few monks, climb the upper levels, because the higher the levels, the the more ferocious the demonic beasts become. Jidan realm cultivators, unable to deal with them. That Lu Ruyan, she was a feathered true immortal before. Disciple suspects that she might be on the 9th floor of the demon locking tower? Can we climb up? Ancestor. Lin Yao's hand, on the other hand, was still rubbing the skeleton in front of him. Do you know the phantom returning ashes Linglong Dao body? Chu Hongyu, who was behind Lin Yao, froze for a moment and shook her head. The disciple is shallow. Lin Yao, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. When a cultivator reaches the realm of shattering the diamonds and feathering, he will remake his legal body, the top Dharma body in heaven and earth echo, reaching to do heaven and earth with their own body. This level of Dharma body can be called the Tao body. But there's another class of people who are special. They are so gifted that at the realm of transformation, or even the realm of the first infant, the physical body, which begins to appear, the characteristics of the Tao body. Lu Ruyan is this type of cultivator. She was born with a charming bone and embarked on the cultivation path of charm cultivation. At the Yuaning stage, when he was about to enter the realm of infant changing God, his body suddenly changed. Self drained all the aura, and the essence blood of living things within 100 miles. It's like heaven and earth favored her and offered her a thin gift for breaking through. The Dao body she opened at that time was the charmed returning ashes Linglong Dao body. Once this Dao body is opened, it will plunder all the spiritual energy in the vicinity, as well as the vitality of all living beings. To fill her deficit, Chu Hongyu sniffed and involuntarily gulped. This is considered a chimera? Lin Yao patted the skeleton in front of him. How does it not count as a chimera? Why doesn't it count? Phantom cultivators that compel other people's minds. Those are all low-level phantom cultivators? A true charm cultivator is one for whom even the heavens are charmed, and for whom they willingly bow down. Now that's what I call a chimera. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The red aura in his eyes flickered away. I thought it was odd to look at this skeleton before. Activated Star Stealer, only to find this big demon not died fighting other great demons, but was robbed of all its vitality. Lin Yao's palm was slightly hard. The ribs that were held in Lin Yao's palm gave a crunching sound and broke directly. This great demon was drained by the phantom returning ashes lingering Dao body, and the time of death. It can't be too far away. Ruyan Lu, the reason why she entered the demon locking tower, besides making a game and blackmailing the 8 countries. Another important reason is that within this demon locking tower, there are enough great demons to. She needs to take these great demons in, with her character. In this demon locking tower, there may not be many demons left. The upper layers may not have a single demon. Chu Hongyu, staring wide-eyed. How? The demon locking tower is known to suppress 100,000 demons. She can eat it all? Lin Yao rubbed his temples. 100,000 demons. Is that a lot? There are more than 200,000 cultivators who came in to kill these demons. On average, a demonic beast has to deal with 2 cultivators. 100,000 demons? Really, how much? And now, if there are 100 demons left in the tower, it would be considered merciful of Lu Ruyan. I know her. I taught her to kill back in the day. Told her to kill, or not to kill. To kill is to kill. She has always taken this phrase as a motto. Let's go. I know how to find Ruyan Lu. And just as Lin Yao twisted his head, intending to bring Chu Hongyu and leave the skeleton, the sky suddenly traveled by a great green ship, which was anchored in the sky, and from the ship, falling a flying light. It was a group of cultivators who flew with their swords and descended from the sky. This group of cultivators, all of them wore white clothes, and on the cuffs of their white clothes, there was a cloud brocade pattern. By the looks of it, it's a cultivator from a clan. The one who led the way was a tall man with a cool face and a heroic look between his eyebrows. The woman looked up at the skeleton in front of her, then twisted her head to look at Lin Yao. Just refining chi and transforming God? How dare you enter the demon locking tower? Though courageous, it is not too foolish. The man's gaze then landed on the red bile sword in Chu Hongyu's hand. Good sword. Finally she caught another glimpse of Chu Hongyu's face. That cool face unexpectedly appeared a touch of redness inexplicably. Good face. Lin Yao frowned, patting Chu Hongyu's shoulder. He was about to take her away. Go. This cultivator is immodest. Blush a bubble? But Lin Yao and Chu Hongyu just took a step. The tall, cool man had caught up with him. Stay back. You too. My name is Zhang Hanxia of the Great Qin, the Ghost Valley Mountain Sect. Inside the demon locking tower, it's unusually dangerous and demonic beasts come out frequently. Do you two want to travel with us? Lin Yao twisted his head to look at the tall man. Demonic beasts are frequent? After you guys entered the demon locking tower, other than this skeleton behind me, did you run into any other demonic beasts? Zhang Hanxia's face stiffened. Behind him, The other Ghost Valley Mountain Sect disciples, too, approached. Senior brother, there's no spiritual energy in that skeleton. There's no value in collecting it. It's all worse than chicken bones. It's really strange. After entering the demon locking tower for so long, I haven't even encountered a single demon. If you can't touch a demon, you won't be able to start hunting and killing, and there's no way to accumulate points. If you can't accumulate points, how can you get on the demon slaughter list? We can't walk in vain. Why don't we hang a concentric lock of me and my senior sister on this bone? This way it's not a wasted visit. Are you alright? That demon locking tower a bunch of demons and devils who kill when they open their two eyes. Nor can it bless your love. Why don't you two put up a sign here saying, the winds of wanting you are still blowing into the demon locking tower. And just as those disciples of the Ghost Valley Mountain Sect argued and fought, Zhang Hanxia exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. All shut up. What's the point of being noisy all day? This is outside, not at the Ghost Valley Mountain Gate. You're disgracing yourselves out there. It is the face of the Ghost Valley Mountain Sect that is being disgraced. The face of my great Qin. Those noisy disciples immediately stood behind the woman respectfully, with lowered brows and lowered eyes. Not a squeak. Afterward, Zhang Hanxia reared her head, a smile already on her face. Would you two like to come along? You may board. Lin Yao raised his head. Look at the big white ship in the sky. Chu Hongyu, on the sidelines, brought up red guts. Ancestor. I suspect a conspiracy. The other party is a Jiedan realm great circle, and the group behind him. The lowest cultivation level is also in the middle Jiedan stage, but with red guts in hand, the disciple can try to put up a fight. Lin Yao glanced at Chu Hongyu. Spell? Why fight? He's just inviting us on board. I can't fly until I reach the Foundation Establishment realm, so you'll have to carry me on your back. But you have limited physical abilities. There's a big boat delivered to your door. Why don't you take it? Take the boat. Chu Hongyu froze. However, he put down the red guts in his hand, standing obsequiously. Zhang Hanxia, on the other hand, smiled and rushed the large ship in the sky, waving. The large ship moored in the sky landed immediately. Lin Yao, without hesitation, directly boarded the ship. The reason he boarded the ship was actually quite simple. Ginger Hafsia. He'd heard the name. The name, in this Bond session, prestigious. It was the favorite to win the Demon Slaughter list, the top spot. As predicted in this Yulan festival, the talent is outstanding. Less than 30 years old, stepping into the Jiedan realm. It only took 9 years. Jiedan realm great circle. Hopefully by the age of 40, step into the Yuaning realm. It's solid genius, and he comes from a famous family. The Great Qin, the descendants of generals. Another worship to the top sect of Great Qin, the Ghost Valley Mountain Sect. Such a cultivator could not be said to be not a heavenly pride. Such a heavenly pride. It will definitely be kidnapped by Ruyan Lu. The kidnapper. Lu Ruyan wants to blackmail the 8 countries. She wants to kidnap a genius like Zhang Hanxia. Only such a heavenly pride could make the court of the 8 countries shake and make the royal families of the 8 countries bleed. Lin Yao just suddenly thought of it. Himself, instead of traveling long distances, follow the karmic threads he can see and go to Ruyan Lu. Might as well wait for Ruyan Lu to come to the door and tie it up. So this ship, he boarded. Straight on board. After Lin Yao boarded the ship, he glanced at a futon on the deck of the large ship. He didn't hesitate and sat directly on the futon. But this move, the other disciples of the Ghost Valley Mountain Sect, who just boarded the ship, looked at us stare. How is it so natural for him to take our boat and make it his home? He also made a bushel of senior brother. No, he a refined essence and she realm. In front of a group of us at the Jiedan realm. So natural and not nervous at all? Why on earth did elder brother invite these two on board? I don't understand it either. But elder brother must have her own agenda. Chu Hongyu, who also boarded the boat, stood behind Lin Yao respectfully holding the red guts. The large ship, at this time, also reascended, and accelerate through the sky. Zhang Hanxia stood on the deck, and out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Chu Hongyu from time to time. She seemed to want to strike up a conversation, but looking at Chu Hongyu, her cold as ice face, she didn't dare to open her mouth. A good long while later, Ginger Half-Summer, before hesitantly opening her mouth. You are a sword cultivator? Chu Hongyu, who was by Lin Yao's side, glanced at him as she flung the sword in her hand and, like looking at a little cutie, like looking at Zhang Hanxia touched her nose in embarrassment. I wanted to follow the path of sword cultivation before, but my master said I wasn't suited for this path, and I still went with the vertical and horizontal of this clan. Girl, I still don't know your name? Chu Hongyu still didn't say anything, only looking at Lin Yao. Lin Yao raised his head. Her name is not readily available. My name is Lin Yao, is an imperial prisoner of the Great Zhou. If you are free, after you return to Great Qin, publicize my name. More. Jiang Hanxia froze. But I didn't ask your name. Lin Yao shook his head. It doesn't matter. It's important that you memorize my name. Jiang Hanxia wanted to say something else, but just then, a hissing sound suddenly came from the distant peaks. Where it hissed, a plume of black smoke drifted up into the sky. Jiang Hanxia turned her head violently. Demon! On the deck, the other disciples of the Ghost Valley sect also gathered over. Demon aura. It's really a demon. After entering the demon locking tower for so long, I finally ran into a demon. And by the sound of the hissing, this is a demon swarm. Bring the ship over. Quickly bring the ship over. This group of great demons, they belong to my Ghost Valley Mountain sect. And in the meantime, Lin Yao also raised his head. Bait, laid out so soon? But yeah, fishing for pigs doesn't need to be too beautifully designed. It doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat. A good cat is a good cat if you can catch a rat. Girl, the whole avenue to simplicity thing. You are sort of enlightened. You have eaten almost all of the great demons within the demon locking tower. And the few remaining demon groups have become natural bait. Kidnapping them one by one doesn't smell as good as just killing them all. Ruyan Lu. Master will be able to see you again soon. Chapter 53 Heaven and Earth as a Prison. Rainy Mountain is a cage. A great man does not bully the old and the young. But I am a girl. At this moment within the demon locking tower, a layer of heaven and earth. The constant hissing of the group of demons. It was a cry that overlapped and sounded like a baby crying. The source of the eruption of cries is the center of a valley in a mountain range. At this time on this mountain range, wisps of black smoke rose up into the sky. Those black smoke rose into the air, and in the sky, they tangled with each other again, forming a black cloud. It was a demonic aura so thick that it was substantial. Ghost Valley Mountain Gates alabaster ship. Lin Yao slowly stood up from the futon, standing with his back hand. Chu Hongyu stood behind Lin Yao with his red guts. Ancestors. Lin Yao nodded slightly. The decoy has appeared. Just see how many fish you can catch at once. It doesn't really matter how well the trap is made. It's how much prey you can catch that counts. Lin Yao's words had not yet fallen. Out of the corner of his eye, just glimpsed, a large, pompous, golden ship, from the clouds to the left of the white treasure ship. Drilled. The golden-colored boat was so loud and powerful that there was lightning surrounding the boat as it flew. On the sails of the big golden ship, there were 4 big crimson characters engraved, Great Red Peace. At the bow of the golden ship stood a brocade-robed scholar with sword brows and phoenix eyes that, the gusty wind in the sky blew the robes on the scholar's body, making them hunt. On the white treasure ship, Jiang Hanxia turned her head. The pupils of his eyes flickered with a ghostly aura. The Great Red Pacific Sect. You groom. The golden ship, after drilling out of the clouds, quickly accelerated, and the white treasure ship drove side by side. The Danfeng-eyed scholar on the golden ship, at this moment, also saw Jiang Halfsummer. The scholar nodded slightly and, subsequently, that big golden ship, it will accelerate again, like to that white jade treasure ship, fall behind. White jade treasure ship, immediately accelerated to catch up. 2 treasure ships that began to race across the sky, but it was not long before the 2 treasure ships flew together, and another great ship, crossing the mountains and, appeared in the sight of Lin Yao and the others. The large ship, all emerald green, looked like it was polished out of precious jade. The jeweled ship, traveling extremely fast. It soon caught up with the white treasure ship and the large golden ship, the bow of the jeweler's boat. There stood a burly man clad in white robes and jade armor. The burly man, raising his eyes and glancing at Grumyu on the golden ship and Jiang Hanxia on the white jade treasure ship. Snicker. Jiang Halfsummer on the white jade treasure boat's face sank once again. Jade Gate Prime Sect. Lai Xinghan. At this moment, the 3 large ships, in unison, sailed towards the canyon where the demonic chi was dispersed. Meanwhile, clouds surged in the distance. 1 big ship after another appeared in the sky. That's from the 8 countries. The flying boats of the great clans. Great Zhou, Dewei Qi Xianzong, Western Chu, Yuhong 5 Realm Gate, Northern Qi, Trinity Tai Hongzong, Southern Tang, Listening to the Wind and Drinking Sword Pavilion, Great Qin, Yinyang 3 Corpse Path, Northern Wei, Moonwatch Ancient God Sect, Wu Wei, Yu Sword Mound, Southern Liang, Spiritual Treasure Jade Heavenly Sect. At this moment, within the demon locking tower, the flying boats in the sky covered the sky. Lin Yao stood on the white jade boat of the Ghost Valley Mountain Gate and watched this spectacular scene. Not far away, Jiang Halfsummer, at this moment, even raised his hand and slapped it on the railing of the white jade treasure ship. 8 countries, more than 200,000 sons and daughters, excluding those scattered cultivators who have little to do. The disciples of the sects, almost all of them are here, aren't they? What's going on? Within this demon locking tower. Somewhere else, there are no demons. Why have they all gathered here? Jiang Hanxia's eyes flickered with a ghostly light. His cool face was filled with disbelief, and Lin Yao hugged his bladder and squinted his eyes. He saw that underneath the sky-shadowing flying boat was a mountain range with layers and layers of mountains. This mountain range that, boundless and endless. There were close to tens of thousands of peaks just in terms of mountains. Those peaks, stylized hooked up with each other. On the deck of the alabaster treasure ship, looking out over the mountains, it was only to realize that the mountains were. Those towering peaks look like they form a natural cage. The corner of Lin Yao's mouth brought up a smile if anything. Seek the dragon and look at the tangled mountain. A tangled mountain is a gate, and if the gate has 1,000 locks, there must be kings and lords living here. Can, Li, Jin and Tue are divided into 4 images. Qian Kuan, Burgundy and Sun contain 8 directions, and in the 8 directions there are gates of life and death. The mountain and swamp pass through the wind and thunder beat. What a transformed landscape prison. Once you enter this mountain range, don't think you can easily get out again. The swarms of demons in this mountain range are really all hooks. The pigs, they've all bitten the dust. When are you going to make your appearance? Lu Ruyan, when are you going to make your appearance? Lin Yao squinted his eyes, murmuring in a low voice in his mind. And just then, from the mountain range, the cries that came out like those of a baby were also more intense. Lin Yao, standing on the deck, peered down, finally seen, the canyon in which the demonic aura was dispersed, gathered a group of foxes, with dark fur, scarlet eyes, and alabaster skin on their cheeks. Not many foxes in that pack. Only about 300 head. The group of foxes gathered together and hissed at the sky, the flying boats that covered the sky. Lin Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. 300 foxes. How many monks are in the sky? Jiang Hanxia's voice, at this time, came quietly. About 120. 000. These 120. 000. All of them, are disciples of the 8 nations, the great sects. Anyone who hasn't made it here by now is either a casual cultivator, either that or they're disciples of a small, unorthodox sect. The foxes in this canyon, on the contrary, are well disposed of. 300 of them. The highest cultivation is only Jade Demon is equivalent to Jedan realm round. Most foxes, the body of the demonic chi, about equal to the foundation realm, to the Jedan realm of cultivators. This realm, not too high and not too low, is just right for us to hunt. It's just 1,200,000 cultivators who are going to share these 300 foxes. That means, Lin Yao, who was on the side, snorted. That is to say, a fox, on average, they have to deal with 400 vicious cultivators. This group of jade-faced foxes, Maru Spicy, White Jade Treasure Ship, the group of Ghost Valley Mountain Sect disciples, each one of them had their brows furrowed. 120,000 cultivators, 300 fox demons, averaging out to 400 cultivators, to fight over a fox. Then how will this fox be divided? How many points does killing a fox demon count? To whom is it divided? Damn it, the demon locking tower. Isn't it claimed to suppress a group of demons? Where are the demons? 300 foxes. And that's all it took to get all the cultivators. In the demon locking tower? Something is not right. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Senior brother, why don't we withdraw? Great Red Peace Sect, Jade Gate Prime Sect. Those 2 sects didn't run away. We ran away? It's too disgraceful to the Ghost Valley Mountain Sect, as well as our old Qin people. Makes sense. Even if we have to withdraw, we have to let senior brother, first, slaughter these 300 foxes. The top of the demon slaughter list must be my Ghost Valley Mountain Sect's Jiang Hanxia. But this place, it reveals strangeness everywhere, so it's better to retreat just to be on the safe side. Especially the 300 foxes. How bizarre. Like someone, deliberately placed them here, seducing us to come over like that. Lin Yao glanced at the group of Ghost Valley Mountain Sect cultivators around him. Smiling a little, he didn't say anything. Ruyan Lu, set this trap, counts as tie. But Lin Yao knew that with Lu Ruyan's big-headed personality, setting up the trap like that, it's already kind of heartfelt. It's at least a complete trap. In this mountain range, posing 300 foxes has already given face to the pride of these 8 countries. With Lu Ruyan's original character, none of these 300 black foxes would have swung. She would have been in the middle of the canyon. A heavenly demon incense that emits a demonic aura. At this moment, in the sky, killing intent surges. Those cultivators on the flying boats, one by one, were dumbfounded. But there were also flying boats that suddenly turned around at this moment, wanting to evacuate this mountain range. It's just that those flying boats, it will soon be realized, that there is no turning back for them. The group of black foxes inside the canyon sensed the killing intent coming down from the sky. Their hissing, at this moment, is even more shrill. 300 black foxes. huddled together in death. Eyes are fierce, but this group of black foxes, the more they do this, the more they look like they're seducing the cultivators in the sky. To hunt them, on the white jade treasure ship in the sky, Zhang Halfsummer let out a long breath and raised his hand between. An alabaster gourd appeared in his palm. An alabaster gourd, floating in his palm. This place is weird. It's not advisable to stay for long, but we are in the demon locking tower, representing not ourselves, but Great Qin, and we are retreating without fighting, equivalent to the Great Qin retreat without a fight. Great Qin dynasty, responsible for guarding 108,000 miles of the Great Wall of Wanyi. Since the founding of the country, never let a demonic cultivator crossed into the territory of the Great Qin state half a step. Gallant old Qin, restore my rivers and mountains. If the blood doesn't run dry, we'll die without a fight. After 10 breaths, I will go out alone to hunt the demon fox, and the other disciples of the Ghost Valley Mountain Sect. Stay on the treasure ship and don't move. After I successfully hunted that group of fox demons, the treasure ship immediately turned back and left this mountain range. Jiang Hanxia, holding up the treasure gourd, was about to rush out of the treasure ship, but just then, Lin Yao's low voice drifted out leisurely. There's no need. In this case, just stay honest. What's the toss? No matter how it's tossed, the result is the same. It's also karma. Jiang Hanxia, who had originally wanted to rush out of the treasure ship, turned his head at the words, and he stared closely at Lin Yao's face. What does this fellow Taoist mean? Jiang Hanxia, before, had actually never looked at Lin Yao in the eye. After all, in this cultivation world where the strong are honored, refinement of essence and gas 13th layer, really cannot be counted. Take out the cultivation. In the group of heavenly pride of the demon locking tower, this cultivation, even more so, was not enough to look at, but all this way on the treasure ship, Jiang Hanxia, seeing Chu Hongyu, the female sword fairy who made him, his Taoist heart stir. To this teenage boy, the only thing that matters is his head. He thus had a high opinion of Lin Yao, and guessed that he was the playboy of some great family. As for Lin Yao, at this time, he also looked up and glanced at Zhang Halfsummer. If you believe me, take the ship now, and dock it honestly on a mountain peak. Stay honest, or don't blame me for not warning you about the wild storm later. It counts. You use the boat to give us a ride, and I return the favor for your good karma. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes. He had anticipated what would happen in a moment, and those disciples of the Ghost Valley Mountain Sect on the White Jade treasure boat had disdain on their faces. A few female disciples of the Jiedan realm even directly spoke out to ridicule. Which country are you a cultivator of? How is it that I have never heard of it? Which country? A cultivator of the Qi refining stage can instruct a heavenly pride of the great circle of the Jiedan realm to do things? Just because eldest brother invited you to be guests on the treasure ship, doesn't mean you can treat eldest brother, pointing fingers, senior brother. You don't need to care about him. Go and hunt the black fox. You are bound to win first place in the demon slaughter list. Strengthen my Dao sect. Yu Xilong of the De Qi Taiping sect and Lai Xinghan of the Jade Gate Prime sect have already killed the black fox. Elder brother, make a move. Dog, it is you who caused my senior brother to lose the first chance to strike. Elder brother, make your move. You go first. We'll help you teach this little bastard a lesson. Lin Yao ignored the curses around him. He was just stunned and looking at the canyon where the group of black foxes had gathered, waiting for something. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a stream of light flying out of the large ship in the sky. There were quite a few cultivators that couldn't help but strike. Two of the flying lights were the most magnificent. One flew out from the large golden ship, the other, flying down from the great ship of Baoyu. Those were Yu Xilong of the Great Red Taiping sect and Lai Xinghan of the Jade Gate Prime sect, respectively. Ginger Halfsia also renewed her stupidity. While Lin Yao looked at the group of jade-faced black foxes, he just gently spat out a bite. 3. Jiang Hanxia couldn't hold back and finally moved. He leapt down from the white jade treasure ship. The jade gourd in his hand emitted radiance. Looking from the sky, Jiang Halfsummer, as if holding a bright moon, descended from the sky. Lin Yao spat out another bite. 2. The group of jade-faced black foxes huddled in the canyon. There were already cultivators killing, a scholar with a pinched talisman, and a white-robed, jade-armored, strong man with a sword, almost simultaneous kills. And in the sky, on the deck of the alabaster treasure ship, Lin Yao spits out the third bite. 1. At the moment Lin Yao's third bite, off the top of his head, the entire demon locking tower, suddenly, the ground shook. Sky, black clouds are dense, lightning flashes and thunder, heavy rain poured down. That great ship in the sky, fluttering about in the storm, between heaven and earth, a terrifying sense of suffocation suddenly arose. Intermountain. All the cultivators who participated in the Yulan festival and the demon slaughtering trial, their bodies all stiffened. They felt like their blood was flowing backwards, like it was going to be drained away by a great force. At this moment, heaven and earth, wind and rain, thunder, and mountains, are intertwined and combined together. Surprisingly, it forms a huge cage, heaven and earth as a prison. The rainy mountains are cages, and inside the canyon, the group huddled together. A vicious-looking, but pitifully helpless, 300-headed black fox. This moment, still hissing shrilly. It was just that this hissing sound, at this moment, actually carried a mocking tone. And in the meantime, those 300 black foxes that had gathered together gradually twisted and shrunk in size. Finally, the mask of the jade fox has been synthesized into a mask. It landed in a soft razor-like delicate hand. The hand that was like a soft razor. Hold that mask. In the meantime, a clear and cold voice floated out. It spread throughout the entire mountain range. Real in the net. Number of abductions, 1,288,643 people. Who can be used to blackmail the imperial family of the 8 countries' heavenly pride should all be here. You traitors, you set me up back then, so I'll break your back. Master said that in the cultivation world, a great man doesn't bully the old and the young. But I don't have to care, because I'm a petite little girl. Chapter 54. Let the chimera take his foot to my face. The Witchmaster suspected of losing all his strength and means. At this moment in the city of Tormoon, all was silent. The people of the city, all incredulous, stared at the huge, prime mirror. In the mirror's reflection, the center of a canyon of cascading mountains, a woman with delicate and dusty features, and a charm that comes from her eyebrows and eyes. Sitting on the floor of the canyon, she had a head of white hair, which flew about in the wild storm, but the delicate face of the, like a night pearl in a raging storm, beautiful, serene and glorious, the woman's appearance, it made all the cultivators in the city, the people, involuntarily stare in disbelief, and many of the cultivators, the originally calm breathing began to be disorganized and even rushed. What's more, their mouths were wide open and drool dripped from the corners of their mouths. Just everyone didn't squeak, just stared at the huge water mirror. It seems that no matter how you look, you can't see enough of the woman reflected in the mirror, until a good long while later, the north wind blew through the city of Tokoyami. The cold north wind that blows through the city, sobering. The city just got rowdy all of a sudden. Who is that stunningly beautiful woman? Ruyan Lu. It's definitely Ruyan Lu. This face, this regal eyes. Rumor is not wrong. Lu Ruyan, really ing in the demon locking tower. Phantom. This woman has a fierce reputation but is truly beautiful. That group of the 8 countries' heavenly pride who participated in the trial. How is it going? Lu Ruyan just said to close the net. What does it mean? Can't you see this? The 8 countries, the heavenly pride disciples of the great clans, on the flying boats, rubbing his treasures and singing, he was robbed by the legendary chimera. Ruyan Lu. Why did she kidnap the 8 heavenly pride? How do I know? But kidnapping has historically served only 2 purposes, one being revenge, the other is blackmail. There are no other demons within the demon locking tower, and the only other demon is Lu Ruyan. This Bon Festival meeting, from beginning to end, is a trap. The wizard, which horse lineage of the city of Tu, with that Lu Ruyan, they must be working together. These wizards, who were never good in the first place. I was, the other day, at the dashing dream, and the girl inside, who was in love, had just taken the little hand, and these wizards, they racked me out. These goddamned wizards. In this situation, what about this year's demon slaughter ranking? Demons are gone, and there's still the demon slaughter list, in which case whoever can escape from Phantom Demon Lu Ruyan is number 1 on the demon slaughter list, or whoever can vanquish the Phantom Demon, who is the number 1 on the demon slaughter list. But this kind of thing, is it possible? There are many men who want to conquer Ruyan Lu, and I've never heard of any of them succeeding. And in the meantime, 5 lakes and the moon gambling house, a delicate young girl, looking at the water and moon mirror, the woman who is so gorgeous that she cries like a pear. Lu Ruyan, the living Lu Ruyan. Mother, I finally see the year. It's Ruyan Lu who saved your life. Mother, don't worry, I will pour out my heart for you in front of her. Next to the delicate young girl, there stood an old Taoist. At this time that old Taoist, looking at the woman in the water mirror, stroked his beard. It's been years since I've seen you, and the Phantom Demon's elegance has not diminished. No, I should say, more moving than back then. Back then, when she stood in front of me, I especially wanted to let her step on my face with her feet. Back then, the opportunity was right in front of me and I missed it. I don't know if I can still have this opportunity today. The delicate young girl who was originally crying turned around violently and glared at the old Taoist. Let Emperor Ruyan step on your face with his foot? With that shoehorn face of yours, you're also worthy of being stepped on by Emperor Ruyan? I'll take your torn shoes and shove them in your mouth. Let you taste what your own stinky feet smell like first. That's just into you city. If it were in Fulu City, I would have found someone to geld you long ago. The old Taoist blinked a few times. He looked at the young girl, that angry look on her face, and didn't dare to squeak out a retort, but could only mutter in a small voice. To that? What guy hasn't thought about this kind of thing? A bunch of guys. More than me. Can't you even think about it? He didn't quite understand how his mere statement of the truth could have provoked this delicate young girl. Such a great response. Phantom Demon is really, let countless men and women, for him obsessed, for him crazy, for her clunk hit the big wall. And right now, the wizard's pavilion in the city of Tormoon, 10,000 voices gathered. The contemporary witch master, Woma Yunshi, who once lit a candle and sought help from his ancestors because Lin Yao had entered the city, is standing at the very top of the wizard's pavilion with a pale face. She looked at the water and moon mirror, reflecting Lu Ruyan, suspected of losing all strength and means. Ancestor, it was only because you gave the go-ahead back then that I agreed to let Ruyan Lu enter the demon locking tower. You didn't say at the time that she went into the demon locking tower for 60 years after they. It's a kidnapping of the Heaven's Pride disciples of the 8 countries. Such an obvious plot. Didn't you see it then? It's a shame that I've been listening to you. This is finished. Completely finished. Everyone will think that I Tuayu Chang and Lu Ruyan, lycanthropy and jumping in the river can't be washed away. Could this be, also, the influence of that disciple of the 3 Truths and 10,000 Laws sect? Legend has it that wherever a disciple of the 3 Truths and 10,000 Wonders sect passes through, all will cause a storm. Is this one of those storms? Sins of the 3 Truths and 10,000 Laws sect. Your conscience, doesn't it hurt? And in the meantime, inside the demon locking tower, inside that huge heaven and earth cage, all the flying boats, in the storm, are struggling to hold, but that storm is too big to. Still there are flying boats cannot support. In the storm, by the rain and wind blowing away, gusts of wind rolled collection of dark clouds, but also swept away a few flying boats. The flying boat, which had been swept away, smashed into the mountain peaks, and it instantly shattered in broken pieces, and the cultivators on board the flying boat that fell on the mountains and couldn't get up. Fortunately for Lin Yao, this big, white, precious jade ship that he was on, it is still quite firm. Let the rain beat and the wind blow, and it is still motionless. But Lin Yao knew, under this raging storm, this big white precious jade ship couldn't hold out for long. Chu Hongyu carried his sword and protected Lin Yao's side. Ancestors. Lin Yao, on the other hand, ignored Chu Hongyu's shouts. He just looked with complicated eyes at the woman in the center of the canyon, who was 1,000 times more beautiful. Finally found you, Ruyan Lu. From the moment I stepped through the door of this demon locking tower, I knew that today, will definitely reunite with you. The account of the Phantom of 1,000 Faces has also been banned because of the penalty of the law of karma. I didn't even get to say goodbye to you before the account was banned. Have you had a hard time all these years? Is someone bullying you? Have you accomplished everything you wanted to do? No coughing, no wheezing, good health? Lin Yao let out a deep breath. The color of his expression became more and more complicated. Stupid girl, master, back to see you. Chapter 55. The Jianghu is not about fighting and killing. The Jianghu is about human feelings. Qualified kidnapper. Inside the demon locking tower, the raging storm in the heaven and earth cage was getting more and more violent. The big white ship floating in the sky, at this moment, also began to shake. The Ghost Valley Mountain Sect disciples on the ship, each and every one of them were lying on the deck of the big ship with pale faces. They tried to get up, but couldn't. They could only raise their heads in indignation and look at the canyon in the mountain range. Some of the Ghost Valley Mountain Sect cultivators that eyes were red, tears in his eyes. The woman is Phantom Demon, Ruyan Lu. What does she want? She kidnapped us? In one breath, she kidnapped more than 100,000 of the 8 heavenly pride. Does she want to fight one man against 8 nations? I had a premonition before that this place was a trap. I said, don't let Brother Jiang get off the boat. Let's retreat. But none of them listened to me. I was full of expectations for Tolstoy City and for the demon slaughter list before, but now it seems that it was a mistake to pay after all. Elder Brother Jiang. Now, outside the ship, life and death are uncertain. If I had known this, I might as well have let Senior Brother Jiang stay honestly on the ship just now. What's the point of fooling around? Why does that sound so familiar? As if someone had just whispered it in my ear? Yes, and just now there seems to be someone on board who foresees that in the mountains, are going to be wildly stormy. The group of Ghost Valley Mountain Sect disciples on the treasure ship. There was a sudden silence. They were sprawled on the deck, but with their eyes neatly fixed on the corners of the Lin Yao, who was sitting cross-legged. Lin Yao raised his eyelids at this moment and glanced at them. Look at what I'm doing. I warned you just now, but you didn't listen, and now the storm is filling the valley. What are you all crying for? The gang of Ghost Valley Mountain Sect disciples couldn't tense up any longer at this moment. Who the hell are you? What's your relationship with Rui and Lu? Did you already see that this place was a trap set by the Phantom? I remember. 3 days ago, the streets of Tor Moon City were rumored. In the land of the moon and wind, a young man who was only in the realm of refining essence and transforming qi suddenly appeared. He was in a dream in Xiaoxiang and Yu Yuxing of the Heavenly Pavilion, and he was so shocked that Yu Yuxing lost all his souls and wanted that young man, by all means, be his master. What do you mean? Do you mean that this little bastard? No, this fluttering boy. Is that the fortune teller who was at Xiaoshan Yimeng? And you returning star, the 10th fortune teller? It makes sense. That makes everything make sense. Senior Jiang, invite these two on board the ship. At first I thought it was Brother Jiang, who had fallen for the female sword fairy, but now it seems that elder brother Jiang clearly has a glance at this teenage boy in front of him. Worthy of being senior brother Jiang, you're so accurate in reading people. This fortune teller, who just treated you badly, much offense. Also please you adults do not remember the small man. To our group of stupid people, to point a way of life, you helped us. The 8 countries of the clan, the lineage, and even the court, will remember your favor, and we will, in the future, all be your connections. At this moment, Chu Hongyu, who was behind Lin Yao, was the first to unconsciously swallow a mouthful of saliva. The words spoken by this disciple of the Ghost Valley Mountain Sect were truly heartwarming. In this mountain range, the cultivators, now trapped, are all nations, the leaders of the young generation. Right now, although their cultivation has not yet stepped into the Yuaning, but their future, each and every one of them, the future is unlimited. Imagine, if we can save the lives of these disciples from the hands of phantom demon Lu Ruyan, hundreds of years later. Great Zhou, Western Chu, Northern Qi, Southern Tang, Great Qin, Northern Wei, Wu Yu, Southern Liang. 8 states, the high official of the court, the head of the sect, the leader of the cultivation of all places. Oh, the ancestor of life-saving grace. This network of people. Thinking about it sends chills down your spine. And Lin Yao raised his eyelids at that moment. His gaze landed in front of him, on the face of a disciple of the Ghost Valley Mountain Sect. It was a stalwart-faced young man. It was this disciple who had just begged Lin Yao to show them a way out. You've got a few things going for you. After all, the Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, it's about people. I do have the means to save your lives. But, Lin Yao's words had not yet fallen. In the pupils of the eyes of all the disciples on the White Jade treasure ship, a refined light was then revealed. Senior, do you really have this means? As soon as you boarded the ship, Senior, I felt that you had an impressive appearance and an extraordinary demeanor. They all feel that you have taken over Brother Jiang, the futon where he meditated. Only I feel that the futon, of all the people present, you were supposed to be the only one worthy of sitting. Please Senior, save my division. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow, but before Lin Yao could speak, in the mountains, the storm raged. The wind and rain were interspersed with lightning and thunder. Lightning just appeared. It then tore down the sky. All the floating flying boats, including the White Jade treasure boat that Lin Yao was traveling on. Meanwhile, the mountains of the earth suddenly changed. Originally it was just a mountain range shaped like a cage. At this moment, it really became one, by a mountain and clouds that the birdcage was built. The depression surrounded by mountain peaks becomes a vast, level plain. All the sect disciples of the 8 countries fell from the sky at this moment, fell in that depression. And the moment all the cultivators, all landed on the ground, the center of the depression, a high platform, pulled up from the flat ground. On the high platform, there was a woman sitting on the end. The woman had a full head of white hair flowing. The body was draped in a thin white shirt. She rose from the high platform, slowly. The eyes looked disdainfully at the many cultivators on the plains, and those cultivators on the plains. At this moment one by one, they also struggled and got up from the ground. Many cultivators, their foreheads rippled with veins, and in their eyes, they were filled with anger. Phantom demon, you crazy, do you know what you've done? You have gone so far as to kidnapping the sons of the 8 countries, more than 100,000 cultivators. You said to kidnap. Do you know who are behind us? Devil, I advise you to better hurry up and let me out. My great-grandfather, the Prince of Western Chu. I have the bloodline of the Western Chu royal family. The Western Chu royal family, over the years, has produced two true immortals, Chu Taizong and Chu Gaozong, but they are all true immortals in the sky. My mother is the Northern Way's Princess Wensu, and my grandfather is the current Northern Way Emperor. If you move me, it's the same as declaring war on Northern Way. It won't take long for the Northern Way Tiger Leopard Cavalry to step on Toyo City. Let's all go together. This phantom demon, although he was a feathered true immortal before, now that she's cowering in this demon-locking tower, she must be seriously injured. On all of you, there should be elders from your families or clans. Given the protective treasure, I don't believe that this phantom demon really dares to make a move and kill all of us. Men of Great Qin, I, gallantly old Qin, founded my country on martial arts. Great Qin's great ancestor, when the Iron Cavalry under his command stepped on the Six Kingdoms, Qin Taizu, facing 6 true immortals alone, did not retreat half a step. A great man. When this is the case, this thief, kidnapping us, must want to use our lives to blackmail Great Qin. We must not let him have his way. Great Qin men, fight to the death and not retreat. The worst thing is to die here in battle. At this moment, the plains, shouting and killing. These cultivators who were imprisoned in this cage were worthy of being the 8 heavenly pride. At this moment, this group of cultivators, less than the Yuaning realm. Surprisingly, he started trying to save himself. Some of them slapped their storage bags, and inside the bag, a jade slip instantly flew out. They held the jade slips and began to cry, seemingly to inform the clan or family about the situation of this place. Others, the pride of heaven, began to ally themselves with the surrounding cultivators. In this case, the clan. Even national divisions no longer matter. The most important thing is to unite and find a way out. There are also the brave generation, even a pat storage bag, hands sealing, a handle flying sword, the magic talisman, treasure seal, rui, poisonous parasites, all smashed toward the high stage. The woman who was so beautiful, the great land. Lin Yao sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at this scene with a slight frown. And his side, the group of Ghost Valley Mountain Sect disciples were all looking at him. This group of disciples from the Ghost Valley Mountain Sect, after the White Jade treasure ship was torn to pieces by lightning, then he fell in with Lin Yao. Their gazes all landed on Lin Yao's body. Looking at their expressions, at this moment, this group of Ghost Valley Mountain Sect disciples were all looking up to Lin Yao. Immortal Master, what do we do? What should we do? Senior, you show us a clear path. Should we first contact the Sect Master, or to ally with other Sect disciples? As long as they don't ally with the Northern Way gang, the assholes who are prone to backstabbing, they can ally with anyone. There are already quite a few cultivators who have made a move against that demoness. Immortal Master, when do you think we'll do it? Is it possible for us to wear out that demoness? Lin Yao's expression was indifferent. Don't pull that useless crap. Consume Ruyan Lu? Your brains are fine. That's a charm cultivator? If she wanted to, the spiritual energy in heaven and earth that, all scrambling to get into her body and consume her? All stay where you are honestly and don't move. That's the wisest thing you can do right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you when you get blood all over you. Lin Yao shook his head with emotion as he spoke. The Ghost Valley Mountain Sect disciples around him looked at each other, but in their eyes, there was still some stupidity. And just then, in the distance, on the high platform where Ruyan Lu was standing, she's all around, surrounded by multicolored precious light. It was a flying sword, a magic talisman, a precious seal, but those treasures, all hovered in the Lu Ruyan, 3 meters outside the void, simply cannot be close to the body of Lu Ruyan. And at this time, Lu Ruyan's face, showing a tired expression, seems to have had enough of these childish tricks. She exhaled, pouring out 3 bites. All kneel. Next, in front of her, all the hovering, killing intent treasure tools were, in an instant, turned into flying ash. The plains, just now all, to Lu Ruyan, outspoken, throwing out treasures, cultivators trying to escape from this birdcage. Knees, all bang sound exploded, sprayed out a blood mist. Then all those who tried to resist the cultivators, all the knees, burst out a blood flower. And then all those who tried to resist the cultivators, all the knees, burst out a blood flower. Kneeling in unison, they knelt on the ground in front of Ruyan Lu under that high platform. But that's not all. On the high platform, the woman who was pouring out 2 more bites, kowtow. Next, those who tried to resist Ruyan Lu, but already kneeling on the ground of the 8 countries' pride. The back of their necks again brush bang sound. The backs of their necks, all of them had their skin split open and their bones shattered, erupting into a lotus of blood. Then, the pride of heaven, can't help it, fell on my head, forehead on the ground, couldn't even try to struggle to get my head back up. This plane, 120,000 celestials, There were about 118,000 of them, all on their knees, honestly kowtowing. The remaining 2,000, a lot of them fell out of the sky, hit their heads, and fell unconscious. It was spared by never raising the slightest hint of resistance. Also spared were those Ghost Valley Mountain sect disciples beside Lin Yao. They were all honestly sitting on their knees at this point, not daring to risk their heads. Every now and then they touched their knees and then the back of their necks. He then cast a grateful gaze towards Lin Yao, who was beside him. Immortal Master, you really do anticipate things. If it wasn't for the Immortal Master, who spoke up to remind me, these two bowling covers of mine would probably be ruined. And this spine of mine, I think I just saw Senior Brother Jiang. Where is Senior Jiang? To the left of the high platform at the feet of the Chimera, about 200 feet away. Elder Brother also knelt down to the Chimera? Elder Brother is a true man of iron bones. Elder Brother is also kneeling, below his knees, bloody. He seems to be trying to resist, but Elder Brother's spine is also broken and he can't lift his head. Miserable. Too miserable. Senior Brother. It is Senior Brother who has harmed you. At that time, Immortal Master, I didn't recommend you to get off the boat, but I had to let you get off the boat. If you hadn't gotten off the boat then, you wouldn't have suffered all these pains. Brother. Senior Brother cannot apologize to you, but Senior Brother, you don't have to lift the shame. Of the Ugroom of the Great Red Typing Sect, Jade Gate Prime Sects Lai Xinghan, both of them are kneeling as well. Senior Brother, relax, there's no shame in kneeling to a chimera. And at this moment, behind Lin Yao, Chu Hongyu, who had been protecting him, unconsciously stayed close to Lin Yao. Ancestor, you can already see into the future? Lin Yao glanced at Chu Hongyu. I see through the future of. I didn't even start it. Star Stealer. I made these predictions, purely because of my knowledge of Ruyan Lu. Lin Yao squinted his eyes, looking at the high platform in the distance. This girl's personality hasn't changed after all these years. It's pretty to look at, quite a gentle face. In fact, overbearing as hell. Won't allow anyone but me to disobey her. Chu Hongyu in a flash. Then how many of these more than 100? 000 Tianjiu will she kill? Lin Yao glared at Chu Hongyu. Even though you're a sword cultivator, you shouldn't just fight and kill all day long. Didn't you remember what I just said? Zheng Hu is not fighting and killing. Zheng Hu, that is the human condition. Afterward, Lin Yao raised his head again and looked at Chu Hongyu, with expectations in his eyes. Each of the 120,000 monks in the birdcage, more or less, all of them have a bit of family history. This is not an ordinary cultivator. This is a cultivator of value. If she remembers what I taught her, she next. Every captured monk should be allowed to contact his family and cry about the torture and grievances he has suffered in this place. After that, he should be allowed to tell his family that he has suffered in this place, to the greatest extent possible. Extortion and blackmail. The clans and dynasties behind these heavenly pride. Now that's a competent kidnapper. Chapter 56, Kidnapping 120,000 Heaven's Pride and Extorting the Eight Kingdoms Dynasty. Lu Ruyan's accomplices, please rise. Lin Yao's words had just fallen. On the high platform, the delicate and colorful woman's low voice then floated down from the high platform. You will be given one incense stick of time. Contact your respective clans, families, dynasties. Let's say you've been kidnapped, trying to ransom yourselves. It's very simple. To take the Spirit Valley for Immortals or the Heavenly Perfection Grade Spirit Pill to exchange for it. If there are no Spirit Valleys in the clan or family that can go up to supply the Heavenly Immortals, use your connections to go contact your respective dynasties, the clans behind you. As long as they care about your deaths, I'm sure that they'll always find a way. As for your respective ransoms, because you come from different origins and have different talents, you are naturally different. I'll make a list in a few minutes, and when you see your ransoms, remember to inform your clans and dynasties. The time limit for the payment of the ransom is 2 months, and if the ransom has not been delivered after 2 months, on the first day, cutting off the ears, on the second day, pulling out the tongue, on the third day, gouging out the eyes, on the fourth day, peeling the skin, and on the fifth day, cutting the flesh. On the sixth day, the bones are bruised, and on the seventh day, the ashes are raised. Can you be picked up, intact, by your respective clans, families? It depends on the weight you each, individually, have in your clan family. The moment, below the high stage, those sect disciples, one by one, their bodies trembled. The sweaty hairs on his entire body shrugged. There was a cold wind blowing. It blew them all out of the water. And those who also felt the cold. There were also the cultivators within the Tazuki city at this time. The people and cultivators within the Tor Moon city, staring at the prime mirror, were all talking. Vicious. It's so damn vicious. This woman has nothing but good skin. But it's a real snake. What does she mean? Only 2 months. 2 months later. If the ransom is delivered on the 7th day, you can only get a handful of ashes back? If it's delivered on the 7th day, you can't even get your ashes back? This is simply a demonic practice. But she was supposed to be a chimera. Will the court of the 8 kingdoms agree to her demands? What if you don't agree? Send troops to besiege? Don't be ridiculous. Not to mention, how many troops would it take to? What kind of cultivation configuration can kill Ruyan Lu? What's more, so many hostages are in Ruyan Lu's hands, the court of 8 nations, casting its vote. Yes, those captured by Ruyan Lu are all the pride of the nations, and if they are not redeemed, not to mention the future of the dynasty, whether or not it will be broken, just these heavenly prides, the clans and families behind them, making a scene. It's also a big problem for the courts of the countries. What a ruthless tactic. Before, the city was full of rumors that Ruyan Lu was in the demon locking tower, so how come no one said Ruyan Lu would do such a thing? Damn. Before the rumors are rumored, Lu Ruyan, trapped in the locked demon tower, causing everyone to think that Lu Ruyan, even if she was in the demon locking tower, she was definitely trapped in the 9th floor of the demon locking tower, and the Yulan festival will only open the first layer of the demon locking tower. Furthermore, who can think of Lu Ruyan would do such a thing? Kidnapping 120,000 heaven's pride and blackmailing the 8 kingdoms dynasty. I wouldn't even dare to think so in my dreams. But there is another question. How did Willow Ruyan know that? Didn't the value of those heavenly pride kidnapped by her say that she has been inside the demon locking tower for the past 60 years? It's not easy to get outside the demon locking tower. Someone's helping her gather information, and when she's done kidnapping, control all the heavenly pride, and then submit the collected intelligence to her. Within the Tuiyu city, there are Lu Ruyan's accomplices. Wu Hu Mingyu gambling house. The old Taoist, Yu Yu Xing, stroked his breath. The delicate young girl beside the old Taoist was in a much more relaxed state of agitation than before. Gu Nanin tugged on the old Taoist's sleeve. Intelligence? No problem. Guaranteed? The old Taoist flung his sleeves. You don't trust me, and you still don't trust the knowledge tower? This information is organized and collected by the knowledge tower, and there is absolutely no mistake. According to the original plan, the book of information was to be written by a disciple of my pavilion of heavenly knowledge. Enter the demon locking tower and personally deliver it to Ruyan Lu. Just now, before the old Taoist finished his words, the delicate young girl blinked her eyes twice more. Once the matter is exposed, the heavenly pavilion will be regarded as a thorn in the side of the royal family of the 8 countries. A thorn in the flesh. Isn't knowing heaven pavilion afraid of retaliation? The old Taoist hemmed and hawed. It's still true that when the sky falls, a taller one holds it up. Not to mention, the Oban festival, which is held within the city of Tagetsu, Tormoon City, built by the wizards of the Witch Horse lineage. The Yulan festival was organized by the Witch Horse lineage. The demon locking pagoda, which is also a wizard of the Witch Horse lineage, is in charge. Now, what has all this got to do with me? The pavilion of heavenly knowledge? I have always been gentle and upright in my knowing heaven pavilion, avoiding bad luck, knowing heaven's fate, calculating yin and yang. The royal families of the 8 countries, if they want to be suspicious, they will also be suspicious of this group of wizards within the city of Tormoon, and inside the Witchmaster's pavilion in Tormoon City. Woma Yunshi, looking at the Prime's water mirror, was pale. It's over. It's completely over. The ancestor told us to run quickly, so that's what it means. But heck, who understands? We, the Witch Horse clan, really don't have a relationship with a chimera. Be in the same boat. Inside the city of Tagetsu, there are spies. Damn it, this spy. Who the hell is it? Woma Yunshi, slapping his thighs straight. And just then, Witch Horse Yunshi saw. The woman in the water mirror coughed softly. Inside the demon locking tower, birdcage in the center, the beautiful woman on the high platform narrowed her eyes. Her voice, once again, drifted out ethereally. Okay, as promised, it's about time the intelligence book was delivered to me. Where's my cohort? Rise and shine. Inside the birdcage were these 8 heavenly prides. Even if you break your neck, you try hard to raise your head. Their eyes were indignant, sad, and fierce. But now, at a moment like this, they only wanted to know that who else but Ruyan Lu designed to frame them. They have to take that person's face and keep it in their mind. The group of disciples from the Ghost Valley Mountain sect were also nervous. They couldn't stop whispering. Will the division redeem us? If our valuation isn't particularly high, the division shouldn't abandon us. The one who asks for the highest price in our area is definitely Brother Jiang. But the division, at any price, the one who is also going to redeem it must also be Senior Brother Jiang. Well, fend for ourselves. Why do I feel that my present self is like a fat pig to be slaughtered at the close of the year? I'm even more curious now. Who helped Ruyan Lu, within Tormoon City, to gather information about us? This person deserves to die. It's simply a disgrace to cultivators. Don't say that. There's no shame in working for Ruyan Lu. And just then, next to this group of Ghost Valley Mountain Sect disciples, Lin Yao, holding a jade talisman in his hand. Get up slowly. Chapter 57. Willingly being Lu Ruyan's dog, undesirable disciple Lu Ruyan calls on his benefactor. The moment Lin Yao got up, by his side, the group of disciples of the Ghost Valley Mountain Sect all froze. After a while, Lin Yao had already walked out several meters. It was only then that the group of Ghost Valley Mountain Sect disciples reacted. Their eyes widened, and they felt that in their heads, there was thunder exploding. No, not just in their heads. Their eyes, their meridians, their flesh, their bones, were exploding with thunder. He stood up? What do you mean? Why is he standing up? That devil, Lu Ruyan, just said, let her cohort rise. This situation. The one who stood up is Ruyan Lu's accomplice. You lied to us? No wonder you knew that after we entered this mountain range. What's going to happen because you're a cohort of Ruyan Lu? Elder brother, you met the wrong person, and you can't read people correctly. We've been cheated. Jiang senior brother, the house is kind and generous. Is that this world is too sinister? And not only Jiang senior brother, we were all fooled. From the first moment I saw that teenager, I had a hunch that this teenager was not like a good person. On the plains, the other celestial pride kneeling on the ground were also staring at Lin Yao with indignation. Asshole. Actually working in tandem with the Chimera. Who are you? Why do you work for the Phantom? How long have you been lurking in Tormoon City? Are you a member of the Witch Horse Clan? Speak. Answer me. I seem to have just seen that he was hanging out with the disciples of the Great Qing, Ghost Valley Mountain Sect? What do you mean? The Ghost Valley Mountain Sect is involved in this trap today? Behind the Ghost Valley Mountain Sect is the Qin dynasty. Lu Ruyan colluding with the Qin dynasty? Then just now, that group of old Qin people, each one of them pretending to be righteously indignant. It seems like Ruyan Lu killed their own mother. All acting. Qin has always been a wolf. These moralistic old slander. This is complete slander. We, Great Qin, it has nothing to do with Lu Ruyan. Ghost Valley Mountain Gate. Ghost Valley Mountain Gate. Where is Jiang Hansha? Stand out. At this moment, in the birdcage, shouting and killing sounds, shaking the sky and the earth. Those hisses revealed indescribable resentment. Lin Yao, on the other hand, was walking idly, just staring straight at Lu Ruyan on the high platform. Out of the corner of his eye, he also caught a glimpse of Jiang Hansha, who was not far away, kneeling on the ground. At this time, Jiang Half-Summer strongly supported his head, lifted it up. His eyes were scarlet as he stared at Lin Yao in death. My Ghost Valley Mountain Sect never colluded with Lu Ruyan. It is you who have harmed my Ghost Valley Mountain Sect. The face is lost. Lin Yao looked at Jiang Hansha and trembled his lips, guessed what he was talking about. But he was, for that matter, unconcerned, just indifferently moving forward. He is getting closer and closer to Lu Ruyan. The curses around him are also getting more and more intense. Dog, you shall not die well. That Lu Ruyan is notorious. Even if you serve her well, she treats you, and abandons you. I'm waiting to see her rip your head off. Lowly thing, do you like being a dog for Ruyan Lu that much? When I get out, I'm bound to make my grandpa raise your 9 clans. You the wild dog under Lu Ruyan's command. Outside the demon locking tower, inside the city of Tormoon, the people in the city, at this time, were also talking. This young man is the one who was with Immortal Master Yu the other day, the one who had a 10-count fate? I felt at the time that he was out of place, and I didn't realize that it was actually Lu Ruyan's accomplice. What accomplices? Traitors almost. Is it humiliating to be Ruyan Lu's dog? If you can be Ruyan Lu's dog, and Ruyan Lu, to accompany each other night and day, or even, to let Lu Ruyan step on my face every day, I'm willing to be Lu Ruyan's dog. To be a traitor to other people perhaps, I might be ashamed of it, but if you were to say that, you're a traitor to Ruyan Lu, and all I'll say is that I'm envious, and I want to be. I'm willing. In front of the Wuhu Mingyue gambling house, the old Taoist shook his head with emotion. These heavenly pride of the 8 kingdoms are still too young and haven't experienced great storms, only thinking of showing off their mouths. At times like this, they should recognize the situation. The old Taoist's voice lurched as he turned his head again and looked at the delicate young girl beside him. Immortal Master has risen, but Ruyan Lu is on the high platform. It doesn't look like he knows the Immortal Master at all. Are the two really old acquaintances? Immortal Master. What exactly is his status? The delicate young girl glanced at the old Taoist and raised one finger, pointing to the sky. The Immortal Master's true identity is also something you can know. That's all I can tell you. According to my grandfather's words, there are 3 million true immortals in the sky, and they must all lower their eyebrows when they see him. As for the relationship between him and the Ruyan Emperor, Ruyan Lu, we'll naturally know in a moment. The old Taoist swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Dare not speak again. It was just a dead stare at the prime water mirror. Inside the Witchmaster's pavilion in Tormoon City, Woma Yunxi, her whole body trembled unceasingly, her upper and lower dental beds slamming against each other. Can't help it. It makes a clicking sound. She stared at the water mirror, the teenage boy in white, walking towards Willow, that calamity from the Three Truths. 3 Truths and 10,000 Laws sect. So it's him? Ruyan Lu's accomplice. So it's him? I see. So, this is the real reason why the witch ancestor told me to run quickly. From the time this calamity appeared, it means that the calamity of my witch horse lineage will soon come. Witch horse Cloud Creek, wanting to cry. She really couldn't figure it out. The 3 Truths and 10,000 Laws sect that had disappeared for 1,000 years. How come in his generation, it had reappeared? And in the meantime, inside the demon locking tower, Lin Yao had already arrived under the high stage. He tilted his head, looking at the high platform in front of him, and shook the jade talisman in his hand. Ruyan Lu, I can't fly up there. You fish for me. On the high platform, a woman with white hair frowned slightly. Can't even walk on air? Refinement of essence? Why did you send a cultivator with such a low cultivation level to deliver jade talismans to me? But she didn't say anything more. It's just a big sleeve. The land under Lin Yao's feet immediately drew up, until it was level with the elevated platform at Lu Ruyan's feet. Ruyan Lu looked at the teenage boy in front of her. Put your hand out. Give me the jade talisman. But Lin Yao lowered his head at that moment and patted the dust on his own, straightened the sash on his body again. Only then did he look up. Activated Star Stealer. Eyes that flowed with faint red filaments. Long time no see. Ruyan Lu, you don't recognize me anymore? Lu Ruyan was first stunned. Then her body froze. He couldn't stop his lips from trembling. Her eyes reddened and 2 lines of tears fell directly from the corners of her eyes. She was on this teenager in front of her. She felt a familiar aura of karma. This aura of karma being provoked. She had only felt it in the body of one person. No. Impossible? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Lin Yao hemmed and hawed and laughed dryly twice. You and I have unbroken karma. Nothing is impossible. It's just that I didn't expect that after so many years of not seeing, you are already a big girl. Ruyan Lu. At this moment, Ruyan Lu couldn't tense up anymore. She flopped to her knees. Unworthy disciple. Lu Ruyan. Greetings to the benefactor. Chapter 58, Going to the Yellow Springs in Search of Master, Siege in the Heavenly Palace. Master, do not ascend. Silence. Inside the demon locking tower. At this moment, there was an incomparable silence, and the lights did not waver. All that indignation and cursing, in an instant, was gone. Still in the kneeling position, but having managed to right her head with great difficulty, Ginger Half Summer, looking up at the high platform, I just felt inside my head. Thunder roaring. What's going on? Why is that? That teenage boy, isn't he a traitor to Ruyan Lu? This elaborate trap. That teenager, could he be the real mastermind behind it? Then who the hell is he? What kind of person is he? To make the legendary phantom kneel down and bow his head. And, just now the chimera, calling that teenager as benefactor. He's the phantom's master? Is this what the phantom demon, kidnapping 120,000 celestial pride and blackmailing the 8 countries is all about? Jiang Hanxia, her forehead couldn't stop the cold sweat from seeping out. The birdcage, the other kneeling celestial pride, one by one, were also thundering with thoughts in their heads. This scene is real. This is not a nightmare, not a dream. That teenage boy is the phantom demon's master, the master of the feathered true immortal. I actually thought just now that he was a traitor under the phantom demon's hand. Grandpa said that since the phantom appeared in the world, the novelists of the 100 schools of thought, then like, the heroine of all the stories, are called Lu Ruyan, just because of her. The face of the country, in the Songhai world, for thousands of years. There is never a lack of her suitors or liquors. In this group of liquors, there is no lack of royalty from the 81 countries of the Qingxuan world, but the chimera never to these suitors. The fake handbags. Her heart was obsessed with the idea of finding her master, and her master. Now that, perhaps many people have never heard of it, but 3,000 years ago, it is said that the mighty claimed that the Thousand Faces Phantom Demon Monarch is also honored as Thousand Faces Demon Monarch. It's the Spirit Ruins. The #1 white boy, attracting countless female deities, who are crazy about him. That teenage boy is the legendary first white boy of the spirit market. It doesn't look like it. That face. It's only clean cut. Don't see where the charm is. The Chimera gave him an E. How could he let a beauty like that fall on her knees? The Chimera seems to still be crying. God damn the plutocrats, novelists. Didn't the Book of Beauty say that the Phantom never cried over a man? These goddamned, babbling novelists. And at the moment, the expression was even harder to control. It was the disciples of the Ghost Valley Mountain sect who had just traveled with Lin Yao on a large boat. They looked out at the high platform in the distance. Every single one of them had a wonderful expression. They turned their heads to look at Chu Hongyu, who had been holding the red gut sword without getting up. Who is he? Who is he? You tell me. Who the hell is he? What is your purpose? What is it? This fairy. We were just wrong. Really wrong. Some offensive words. It's all an unintentional mistake. Please, that lord mustn't bother with us. He'll just treat us like a fart and let us go. Compared to that lord's years of cultivation, we're still a bunch of kids. Fairy, if that higher power is to be blamed, please only chastise us, a group of unintelligent and absurd children, and never implicate the great Qin dynasty, with its countless innocent people. Dare I ask the fairy the name of that lord, and real identity? Chu Hongyu, glancing at this group of Ghost Valley Mountain sect disciples, snorted. She remembers, when Ancestor Lin Yao had just gotten up earlier, these disciples of the Ghost Valley Mountain sect, although they didn't dare to move, in their eyes, killing intent surged. That killing intent, after the ancestor ascended the high platform, was transferred back to himself. Chu Hongyu glanced at them out of the corner of his eye. My family's ancestor, Lin Yao, outside the demon locking tower, Tokoyaki City. At this time, there was actually a winter thunder explosion. The city was bustling with noise. Many cultivators in the city looked up at the sky. Winter thunder, Winter thunder, shock, summer rain, snow. I told you, everything in front of me is a dream. I must have been given a nightmare by someone. Lu Ruyan knelt down. I don't even dare to do that when I'm having a spring dream. I'm in a dream that all only dare to fantasize themselves as Lu Ruyan's dog. Acted. Absolutely all acted. Public enemy. The asshole who made Ruyan Lu kneel. Henceforth, it's the public enemy of all Lu Ruyan licking dogs. But Ruyan Lu called him his benefactor. That won't work either. Do you know why there are so many people in Tagetsu City today? It's all because of Lu Ruyan. I came to the city of Tuoyu because of Lu Ruyan. And the biggest dream of my life is only to be a traitor to Lu Ruyan. But he hasn't gotten what he wanted yet. Why should he? On what grounds? Oh, my Ruyan Lu. I came to Tor Moon City because of Ruyan Lu. 5 lakes and the moon gambling house. The old Taoist opened his mouth wide. Eyes so wide that the corners of his eyes looked like they were about to crack. Enchantment. Immortal Master. Is Lu Ruyan's benefactor? No wonder. That would all make sense. So he's 10 counts to phase life and can win over me. That's why he's mastered the lost art of divination. I made the right choice. I should have worshipped him. If he will take me, then not only can I master divination, I can still become Lu Ruyan's senior brother. And Lu Ruyan spends time together. The two of us may not be able to gradually love each other. Afterwards, they are married to each other. The delicate young girl next to the old Taoist glanced at the old Taoist beside her. She realized that the old Taoist was grinning with his teeth bared and drool dripping from the corners of his mouth. She shook her head breathlessly. Then he looked up at the distant water mirror again. The great Ancestor Master is the true martial emperor, and at the same time, the master of the phantom demon Lu Ruyan, ancestral grandfather. Although you always proclaimed that your master is unfathomable, you have said that you are tall, half a head taller than your master, but your master is actually half a kunlun taller than you. But I think that your prediction of your master's honor may still be low. Tokoyaki City, Witchmaster's Pavilion. Woma Yunshi, holding his head, crouched on the ground. She struggled to control herself so that she didn't roll around on the floor. Something's not right. Can't think straight. That calamity. Isn't he a disciple of the 3 Truths and 10,000 Laws sect? How is it that in the twinkling of an eye, become the master of phantom demon Lu Ruyan again? This isn't right. Can't figure it out at all. Can't figure it out. Why exactly? That teenage boy, if he's Lu Ruyan's master, it would never be an ordinary disciple of the 3 Truths and 10,000 Laws sect? If that teenage boy is really a disciple of the 3 Truths and 10,000 Laws sect, then Lu Ruyan is also a disciple of the 3 Truths and 10,000 Laws sect. But many years ago, when Lu Ruyan was in the city of the Toledo Moon, She had never said so, but just then, a glimmer of essence suddenly flashed in Wu Mayunqi's eyes. Assumptions. Assumptions. Assuming the teenager's identity is all true, that would mean that the young man, in taking Lu Ruyan as his disciple, concealed his identity. The witch horse Daily Matters left behind by the witch clan had said that his arch-rival, the Wanfa Hidden Immortal Monarch of the Three Truths and 10,000 Wonders sect, who acted in a perverse manner, was inscrutable and liked to hide his true identity the most. The witch ancestor had guessed that the many devils who had ransacked his hidden treasury were all incarnations of that hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws, because he was in those devils. All feel a similar sense of familiarity. Eliminate all false conjectures, even if it's unbelievable. There's only one truth. Wu Mayunqi raised her head and looked out into the distance, at the teenage boy in the water mirror. The voice was hoarse, with a sobbing tone. That teenager is the legendary Wanfa Hidden Immortal Monarch. Wizard, you are right. That devil, that evil spirit, has returned. He's back. At this time inside the demon locking tower, Lin Yao didn't realize that there were actually people in Toon City who had already guessed his true identity. He looked in front of him, 1,000 beautiful women. Feelings were overwhelming, even some trance. He seemed to see that again. Gray head, broke into his own word and painting store, crying and begging for his own shelter little girl. The Lu Ruyan in front of Lin Yao was even more snotty, choking back the words. Things are not what they used to be. And tears flowed before words were spoken. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, crouched down, patted Ruyan Lu's head. Girl, you should be happy to see me again after so many years, shouldn't you? Come on, don't cry. Tell me, who it was that drove you to this? Is it the heavenly true immortal behind the royal family of those 8 countries? In Lin Yao's eyes, killing intent surged. As he spoke, he cupped Lu Ruyan's face and gently wiped her tears. He doesn't know everything he's doing right now. All of them have made a group of people in Tazuki City, due to the news of Lu Ruyan's. The avid followers of Lu Ruyan who came here to admire the name of Lu Ruyan went crazy. The group of followers who only wanted to be Lu Ruyan's dog had never imagined that there was a man who could touch Lu Ruyan's hair so intimately, he said, wiping the tears from Willow's eyes. But soon, something that made the gang of male cultivators in Tormoon City even more maniacal happened. Lin Yao unexpectedly took Lu Ruyan into his arms. Well, stop crying. It's still the same as when I was a kid. Crying has no head. Master is asking you a question. Until then, Lu Ruyan only finally stopped crying. A low voice came out in a broken voice. Master, why did you disappear for no reason? Disciples all these years, looking for you, looking so hard. Lin Yao was silent and just patted Ruyan Lu's head. Ruyan Lu's voice, on the other hand, was still tinged with tears. In the cultivation world, there are millions of cultivators, countless cultivators, all coveting this body of skin of the disciple. You said that before. The beauty of a phantom cultivator, if not aided by cultivation, will only bring calamity. For many years, in order to avoid trouble, the disciple kept changing his face and even hid in the mountains, not daring to take half a step, until the shattering of the diamonds and the feathering of the feathers. Only one step away from the feathering of the true immortals, the disciple feels that in the human world, there have been few enemies before they dared to come out of the mountain. There are many who have evil designs on the disciples, but they are no longer the disciple's rival. Disciple began to try to find the whereabouts of the master, traveled the world, and got the name Phantom Demon. The disciple has been searching for 1,000 years in the world of men, for a whole 1,000 years. I've traveled all over the 4 worlds, but not you. Where the hell have you been? Master, why can't you be found anywhere? On the poor blue drop yellow spring, 2 blanks are not seen. Lu Ruyan said and fell into tears again. Lin Yao didn't know what to say. His situation is really special. There was no way to explain to Ruyan Lu why he had abandoned his number at that time. He could only keep patting Ruyan Lu's head lightly. Ruyan Lu's cries grew hoarser and hoarser. For 1,000 years, the disciples have searched the earth. If you can't find it on earth, the disciple will ascend beyond the 9 heavens. It's always possible to find the master's whereabouts. Disciple steps into the 11th realm, feathered true immortal, the divine beyond earth. It's a vast field of stars. One by one, star by star, there are living beings. The disciple intends to look for it 1 star at a time. Find another 1,000 years. May it be in the 800 years that the disciple, in heaven, seeks the master. Disciple has come across the legendary heavenly palace. Ruyan Lu's voice was low, with indescribable aggravation. Lin Yao's eyes, flashing ghostly aura. Heavenly palace. Ruyan Lu was still sobbing. They prevented me from finding you. They say that you whisk away karma and disobey the yin and yang. upside-down karma, is not tolerated by the heavens. It should have been overthrown long ago. And in me, there is a karmic involvement with you, back then. And in me, there is a karmic hijacking. They want to reclaim this karma, and they want to take me back to the heavenly palace. I've heard it before. The heavenly palace has been rounding up and killing all cultivators who have mastered the law of cause and effect aptitude. I tried to go to the heavenly palace to investigate after I found out the news, but I didn't find the chance. I didn't think that they would find me. I'm not going with them. They just bullied me because there were so many of them. 8. Full 8. 8 beat me by 1. Ruyan Lu's voice, suddenly permeated with anger. Don't be a pussy-faced scumbag. 8 against 1. What's with the face? Do they have any shame? I was forced out of my Dao body, but it wasn't easy for them either. I branded a ban on them. The scourge of heaven's loathing. I am a phantom cultivator. I am a person blessed by heaven. If they strike at me again, they will be condemned by heaven, cultivated to the level of a feathered true immortal. The connection with the sky is already quite deep. They follow the cultivation path and cannot offend the sky. I'll take this opportunity to escape. But oneself has also fallen from the 11th realm to the 10th realm, returning back to the broken purple feather realm, and folded back to earth. The disciple has been displaced all the way and finally came to the city of Tormoon. Disciple didn't expect. Disciple never expected to be able to reunite with his master in the city of the Toledo Moon. Lu Ruyan's voice grew sadder and sadder. Her palms were gripping Lin Yao tightly at that moment, her bones whitening as if she was afraid of losing again. But she didn't dare to push too hard for fear of scratching Lin Yao's arm. Master, don't fly up. The heavenly palace, targeting, capturing, rounding up, all masters of the law of cause and effect, magical ability. Master, you, the palm of the fate of birth and death, is the strongest master of the law of cause and effect magical ability I know. You cannot ascend, and you must not be exposed in front of the heavenly palace. Cannot. Willow whimpered out again, and Lin Yao's eyes widened, his expression hideous. He realized what? He realized why all his disciples, despite the news, it disappeared without a trace. No wonder. From the time I started prying for news of those disciples of mine, it just didn't feel right. I just felt like there was a force, like it was targeting me. Is the heavenly palace that has been targeting me, and my group of poor disciples. Heavenly Palace. Chapter 59. If you strike one punch, you can avoid 100 punches. The strongest karma law avatar cultivator. Ruyan Lu had a death grip on Lin Yao's arm at the moment. When she just said those words, a ring of water like ripples all around. That circle of water waves caused the conversation between Lin Yao and Lu Ruyan to be blocked off within this side of space. Only the two of them could hear it. Ruyan Lu's eyes. Red. Master, don't mess with the heavenly palace. Don't go. Master, I'm content to be reunited with you. I don't want anything else. From now on, disciple will want to serve at the right and left of master teacher. And whatever master teacher asks disciple to do, disciple will be willing to do. Let's be like we were. Okay. Master, don't go against the heavenly palace. I will release the children of the 8 nations from the birdcage in a moment. Disciples don't heal anymore. Disciples can be broken diamonds and feathered for the rest of their lives. A disciple never again ascends in his life. Let's find a blessed cave. Find a blessed cave to live in and live well. Ruyan Lu had a death grip on Lin Yao's arms with both hands. Lin Yao felt like both of his arms were going to be crushed by Ruyan Lu. He lowered his head and looked at Ruyan Lu's pitiful face. Stupid girl. If before, it was really the heavenly palace that did this to you, do you think hiding would be useful? I don't have much contact with the heavenly palace, but I do know that the heavenly palace prides itself on being the representative of heaven. Heaven and earth are unkind to take all things as ruminants. Do you think this saying is just words? God wants people to die. People have to die. Otherwise, where is the dignity and face of the heavenly palace? The more you fear it and avoid it, the more it bullies you and humiliates you. Out of the corner of Lu Ruyan's eyes, tears fell once again. Mastermind. But just then, Lin Yao pinched Lu Ruyan's delicate face. One word. If you throw one punch, you can't avoid 100. Lin Yao let out a deep breath of turbid air. I have a hunch that the heavenly palace is by no means just after you. My other disciples whose futures I used the Star Stealer to foretell, may have been targeted by the heavenly palace. Li Chengang's disappearance, the destruction of the 3 Truths and 10,000 Laws sect, may all be related to the heavenly palace. Although it is uncertain what the true purpose of the palace of heaven is, but it's only a matter of time before Tengu sets its sights on my. What's more, you've suffered so much, and I've put up with it and sat back and watched. Do I still deserve to have you call me master? Lin Yao's expression was a rare shade. Lu Ruyan, her eyes red, grasping the hands of Lin Yao's arms, still refuses to put down. Disciple doesn't want master, again, to be involved in strife because of disciple. But if it's the heavenly palace, dead set on us, then, fight them. As long as I can serve my masters left and right, I'm not afraid of dying. Lin Yao and Lu Ruyan, forehead to forehead, blah blah blah. What's the point of saying such unlucky things? You are the meal ticket that master has found with great difficulty. You must serve your master well, and you must live as long as the sky. Master, I'm counting on you guys. Lu Ruyan couldn't control her tears again at this moment. This time, Lin Yao didn't wipe away Lu Ruyan's tears. Instead, he let Lu Ruyan, leaning into his arms, cry, cry, girl. Master knows you've suffered a lot over the years. Cry a little, it won't hurt. And in the meantime, under the high table, those sons of the 8 nations on their knees, one by one, they are tormented. Damn it, isn't the revelation of our ransom coming soon? Why are they still hugging? Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Here we are, miserable, and you two are there in love? Today's shame, I've made a note of it. I've definitely made a note of it. You too, I must let my ancestral grandfather get you killed. Ancestral grandpa, I've suffered so much in this Toledo city. Please take a look at the situation around us even if you're catching up, okay? There are 120,000 people kneeling under this platform. $120,000. It's raining and cold. It's windy. Just because we're being taken hostage. Is this how we're going to be treated? Hurry up. Are you two done hugging yet? After hugging, just hurry up and announce our ransom. This damn demon locking tower. I don't want to stay for a moment. Bullies can't be bullied like this. 2 seniors, turn around and look at the juniors under the high stage. Right, outside the city of Tokoyaki, it was even more crowded. Many of the male cultivators, their foreheads rippled with veins and a flash of red surfaced on their faces. What are they talking about? Why can't I hear them? That, is Lu Ruyan's benefactor? Is he a proper master teacher? Who's master teacher? To his own disciple. Hugging and hugging? Even if it is a pro-father. Even if it is a pro-father. To your own daughter. You should also avoid suspicion. Do you understand? Avoid suspicion. Fake. Everything in front of me is fake. Which one of these? Give this lord. Nightmare under the spell. How could Lu Ruyan, the titular Ruyan emperor, be cuddling with a man that, indulging in childhood? Let me hug Ruyan Lu, and Ruyan Lu, one time in the spring breeze, even if my body falls to the ground and disappears. And willingly. Asshole, you better really be just Ruyan Lu's benefactor. The city of Tokoyaki, at this moment of deep resentment, the sky of Tokoyaki, even a thick layer of black clouds appeared, and inside the demon locking tower, Ruyan Lu cried for a while before she finally gradually stopped crying, and Lin Yao also put his hand, pressing it on Lu Ruyan's brow. Enough crying, then it's time to get down to business. Silly girl, how much time, how many spirit grains, and spirit medicines will it take to recover from the injuries you have? Lu Ruyan, blinking her crying red eyes, looked at Lin Yao. Mastermind. Disciple fell from the feathered true immortal realm to the 10th realm. Feathered true immortals who want to return to the 11th realm again. Although you don't need to go through the ascension robbery, but you need the most refined and pure spiritual charm between heaven and earth. This kind of spiritual rhythm is not found in ordinary pills and herbs. Only the royal families of the 8 countries, up to the spiritual valleys supplied to the immortals in the sky contain it. The Spirit Valley is the easiest to obtain, born and bred natural spiritual treasure. That's why the disciple decided to blackmail the royal families of the 8 countries. To completely recover, disciple will probably need 8 million tons of Fengtian Spirit Valley, 8 million tons of spiritual valleys, a little bit of absorption to wear down. No accident, at most 100 years. The disciple will then be able to step back into the 11th realm and feather the true immortal. Lin Yao nodded slightly, but at the same time, his low, husky voice came out in a hushed whisper. How many things are never in a hurry? Heaven and earth turn, and time is pressing. 100 years are too long, and it is only a matter of time. Re-stepping into the 11th realm and feathering the true immortal. Why bother? Master will let you return to the top today. Once again feathered ascension. Heavenly Palace's scruples may also be right. I am the spirit of the market, the strongest law of causality avatar cultivator. Chapter 60. All these connections were made by Master's hard work. On the high platform, Ruyan Lu stared at the words. She then shook her head like a rattle. No, disciple doesn't want to feather his wings and ascend. It was not easy for disciple to reunite with you. Master, that damned heavenly palace, gave all the true immortals dead rules. All true immortals who have entered the 11th realm must ascend on the same day, and those who delay for more than 3 years and refuse to ascend will be taken by the heavenly palace. The They are considered red dust immortals and will not be allowed to climb the heavenly path again, and will be besieged by the heavenly palace, the spiritual officers of the heavenly palace. Once they go down to the realm, you, Master, will be exposed as well. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes at the words and shook his head. If I didn't know that the heavenly palace was targeting me, I might have actually not been in a hurry to let you ascend. But not anymore. I've created so many accounts, and while I've never made an enemy of the celestial palace, I do know that that is a behemoth. Spirit ruins world. A large half of the true immortals who have ascended through the ages have all joined the heavenly palace, and the heavenly palace recruits these true immortals. The price offered, as far as I know, is called everlasting life. Feathering up and becoming a true immortal doesn't mean that one's lifespan is endless. After feathering up and becoming a true immortal, it is extremely difficult to advance further in the realm, and the lifespan of a true immortal will also run out one day. For this reason, in order to live forever, taking all the trouble and exhausting all the means, while the heavenly palace, however, can have the means to let these immortals get long life. Therefore those immortals, willing to be traitors to the heavenly palace, willingly maintain the order created by the heavenly palace. How many immortals are there in the heavenly palace? I also don't know the exact number. This gang of back then, the dog heavenly court, seems to be intentional, avoiding me, avoiding karma with me. I didn't understand it at the time, but now that I look at it, the S***T, at the time it was just waiting for the opportunity to harm me. Lin Yao rolled up his sleeves. What's worse than a deep hatred is, you don't know this S***T, just how many grudges have been made against you, but that's okay. Vengeance is avenged one by one, and grievances are settled one by one. But to deal with this behemoth, the layout must begin now. Silly girl, you know the means of the master. Fruit before cause, although it can help you get back to the top, the karma owed in it, or you need to pay it back yourself. After ascending to the realm of the feathered true immortals, you can still reside on Earth for 3 years. 3 years may seem short, but it's enough. During these 3 years, Master needs you to help master and overthrow a dynasty. It's that ing dog de Zhou who has a grudge against you too. Within the Songhai world, all cultivators with blood ties to the Zhou royal family are dead. Don't leave a single one behind. Ruyan Lu's willow eyebrows raised. The great Zhou royal family, how did they offend master? Disciples can kill their way up to Haojing right now. Lin Yao waved his hand. You don't have enough cultivation right now. Even if you regain the 11th realm, you're going to exterminate the great Zhou imperial family. That heavenly ancestor of the royal family came down to the realm, and you and he are only at the same realm. You and he should have fought, and he bears the mark you branded him with. But if you want to destroy his dynasty, he will definitely come down to the world. At any cost. He still has the heavenly palace behind him. Either we don't make a move, or if we do, it must be foolproof. What did I ever teach you? Ruyan Lu froze, then spoke in a low voice. In the world of cultivation, settle down. Even if you are a chimera cultivator, it is imperative that you do so. Killing must raise its ashes. All things are planned and then moved. Not moving is steady as an old dog, a stone's throw away. Lin Yao nodded in satisfaction. Good. You remembered what I taught you. That alone makes you much better than Gu Beichen's elm brain. That elm brain. Lin Yao raised his hand as he spoke. Star Stealer is back online. A red aura appeared on Lin Yao's palm. A trace of indescribable causal fluctuations lingered around Lin Yao. Space began to distort at this moment. The surging red aura gradually transformed into a fruit in the palm of Lin Yao's hand. 3 years from now, you will ascend again. And don't be afraid. After your ascension, go directly to the Star of Winter K, and look for the Holy Mother of Spirit and Rhythm. She's the 12th realm, the 9th level of Nirvana, the 9th level of cultivation, and you just say, you are the disciple of the Thousand Faces Phantom Demon Monarch, being chased by the Heavenly Palace. Don't worry, she will never leave you alone. Ruyan Lu blinked twice. Mastermind. This Our Lady of the Spiritual Gifts is. Lin Yao's rare face showed embarrassment. It's one of the thousand-faced Phantom Demon Monarch's former Dao partners, isn't it? Or rather, an old lover. Back then, the Phantom of 1,000 Faces was a friend of hers and had a pleasant time with her. Now that you've gone and begged her for shelter, she will not sit idly by. Ruyan Lu's entire body froze. On her face, a touch of loss appeared, and she lowered her head without speaking again. Lin Yao glanced at Lu Ruyan, shook his head. I know that you are concerned about the fact that people keep saying that I am the first white boy in Spirit Ruins, but, what about that? So what? Do you think all these connections, you got them for nothing? That one personal vein. All of them, for the Master, worked hard and slept their way out. Master has always taken pride in the title of Spirit Market's first gigolo. Ruyan Lu jerked her head up. She opened her mouth to argue something, but Lin Yao had already taken the red fruit in his hand and stuffed it into Lu Ruyan's mouth. There is no need for superfluous words. Master will help you get back to the top now. Pre-taking the future. First the effect and then the cause. For the teacher to take off the. It is the future result of your successful recovery from the peak. The cause you need to compensate for is that in 3 years' time. Supplement with 18 Spirit Rhythm Golden Pills or 108 Sacred Jade Peaches. The Spirit Rhythm Golden Pill and the Sacred Jade Peach, if I remember correctly, are both Heavenly Palace items. It's the Heavenly Palace, a natural treasure used to reward immortals and give them immortality. The earthly dynasties, up to the spiritual valleys that supply the heavenly palaces. It's one of the main ingredients for refining that Spirit Rhythm Gold Pill. These two things, you probably can't loot them from the royal family of the earthly dynasty. Lin Yao's voice lurched. But it's okay. After your ascension, go to the Xianquan Star and look for Fairy Xian Dugochen. She's an alchemist of the 12th realm, the 9th level of Nirvana, the 6th level. Some of the spirit pills in the heavenly palace come from her. She is also one of the former Dao couples of the thousand-faced phantom demon monarch, and is your human connection in the heavens for master. The account thousand faces phantom demon, although the last cultivation is average. Battle strength is average, but connections are definitely the strongest out of the 81 accounts for the master. Lin Yao said this. Ruyan Lu's eyes were already filled with red light. Her body, surrounded by purple clouds of smoke, lingered. The purple aura outside her body is growing with time. Finally, it filled the entire birdcage inside the demon locking tower. In the birdcage, the captured 120,000 cultivators once again panicked. They were on their knees. Can't get up. There's no escape. One could only watch as the purple aura around them grew until it drowned them all. What is this? What is this? Ruyan Lu, it won't poison us, right? Not so. Much difference in realm between her and us. Trying to make a move on us. There are a lot of means and methods. Not to use poison so despicable. And this purple gas is not like poison. In the purple gas, all spiritual charm. Only by nature and earth can it be born. Yes, when I was a kid. Eaten originally to be supplied to the royal true immortal of the offering rice. That offering rice hidden in the spiritual charm, and these purple chi contained in the spiritual charm, is the same. Why did so many spirit rhythms suddenly appear? Where did it come from? Legend has it that only when a cultivator steps into the realm of the feathered immortal from the broken purple and feathered realm, he or she will be able to achieve the feathered immortal realm. It is only then that heaven and earth will give birth to a massive amount of spiritual rhythms to help this newborn true immortal stabilize his realm and help him ascend. True immortals? There are true immortals in the demon locking tower? Nonsense. Phantom demon Lu Ruyan is not a true immortal, but she was originally a true immortal. Not necessarily. I've heard before that Ruyan Lu was besieged by a coalition of other immortals, seriously injured and fell in the realm. Otherwise, he would not have hunkered down in the demon locking tower, designed and kidnapped the 8 countries and 12 million sons and daughters. The purpose of her doing so, it should be to gather the resources used for healing. But now she won't be able to use those resources, because her master is here. I doubt it. Phantom's master. Directly cured Phantom. Ha! If the Chimera recovers, does that mean we'll be okay? Will Phantom Devil let us go? Looking at it this way, Master Phantom Demon is still a good person. Spare us? Will it really? We're kidnapped hostages. I've heard that. The horse bandits in the mountains of the human world, after tying up the hostages, once the hostages have no value, consequences, there is only one tearing the ticket. 120,000 of us. All of us are the pride of the 8 nations? The Phantom Demon can kill us all? Not a single one. You don't know the Chimera, it's just smooth sailing for her. And what's more, right now, the Chimera is accompanied by her master. Inside the Torrent Moon City, likewise all the cultivators felt a panic in their hearts. This was because they realized that within the city of the Torrent Moon, a wisp of purple chi had likewise appeared, but along with the purple breath, there was also the thick, pitch-black clouds above the city of Tokoyaki, and in the clouds, there were purple lightning bolts streaking by, lightning flashes and thunder. That huge mirror in the heavens was also filled with purple smoke, making it impossible to see inside the demon locking tower. What's all happening at this point? The cultivators within the Torrent Moon City, one by one, looked at each other with horror in their eyes. This heaven and earth vision? There are cultivators within the city of Torrent Moon who are going to ascend. Don't kid yourself. Inside the city of Tagetsu, there are no cultivators of the broken purple feather realm. The only one who has the possibility of stepping into the 11th realm is the Phantom Demon, Lu Ruyan, who was originally a true immortal but fell down the realm. Ruyan Lu is returning to the true immortal realm? It's worthy of being the legendary Ruyan Emperor, her master, just now cuddling with her. Is it possible that he was helping her heal her injuries? Ruyan Lu has returned to the true immortal realm, and I don't know whether to count Tuayu City as unlucky or lucky. Damn, it must be lucky. Tokoyaki City and Lu Ruyan are in league. They are in league. And at the same time, in front of the 5 Lakes and Bright Moon gambling house within the Tormoon City, the delicate young girl, her body trembling and agitated to the utmost, would have been able to do so but for the old Taoist at her side, who supported the... She may have planted herself on the ground from the sheer excitement. It wasn't a mistake. I knew it wasn't a mistake. Emperor Ruyan is returning to the 11th realm, become an earthly god again. The old Taoist next to the delicate girl had his mouth open. It's not right. This doesn't match the terms of cooperation that I, GTN Pavilion, negotiated with the Phantom Demon. Before, you're just so watered down that you're straight back to peak cultivation. What about the agreement we made when we worked together? What about the 120,000 hostages, the 8 Kingdoms dynasty? Do we still need to extort them? Great Emperor Ruyan, give us a definite answer. We, the heaven-knowing pavilion, can't calculate this kind of mutation. Inside the Witchmaster's pavilion in Tormoon City, Woma Yunshi gritted his teeth and slapped his thigh straight. Though I don't know what the Chimera and that Three Truths Manifestation Sect disciple said, but as soon as they made contact, Ruyan Lu, whose injuries hadn't improved in years, suddenly got better, and even returned to the 11th realm, feathered immortal. Not running. There's absolutely no running this time. That disciple of the Three Truths and 10,000 Dharma sect was the legendary 10,000 Dharma hidden immortal monarch back then. My Witch Horse clan's archenemy, the heavenly tribulation, has finally, after many years, come to my door. This is karma and predestination, the past and the present. And just as Witch Horse Yunshi was dry howling, inside the city of Torrent Moon, and in the birdcage of the demon locking tower, all the purple chi suddenly rolled back. Purple energy rushes in. All the purple energy, gathered in one place. That's the demon lock tower. Inside the birdcage, on the highest platform, as the purple energy gathers more and more, a single, but flavorful figure appeared. The figure had black hair like a waterfall, eyes like holding millions of stars. Just that face, still ravishing, that gorgeous, haunting face that everyone recognized, that it was the phantom demon, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, re-entering the 11th realm, feathered true immortal, because she has not yet ascended. She can also be called an earthly deity. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath at this time, and turned to the young man in front of her, and with a fluttering sound, she knelt again. Unworthy disciple Lu Ruyan, greetings to Master. Lin Yao, who was in front of Ruyan Lu, nodded slightly, a satisfied smile on his face, and right at this moment, Ruyan Lu's low voice suddenly floated out. Master, inside the demon locking tower, in the birdcage, what about these 120,000 cultivators? The disciple has already regained the feathered true immortal realm. Do we still need to continue kidnapping them? Lin Yao turned his head and looked down at the high stage, scattered across the plains of the birdcage. Those sons of the 8 nations who were kneeling on the ground. Suddenly the corners of his mouth grinned. Although you've regained your cultivation, but the pig-killing plate, you can still mess it up. These cultivators, after tying them all up, how can they not be blackmailed? As a monk, you must treasure every penny. Lin Yao held the jade talisman in his hand and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. But let's adjust the ransom. The Valley of the Spirit for you and me now. It doesn't mean much anymore. We want the 8 countries to pay something else. After the ransom is announced, I'm going to take a trip to MT, Mang in the north, and I've got some things that, to get it back, I still have to find someone. His name is Li Chungang. You should know this name. Is a cultivator who uses a sword? For the time being, I can be considered your senior brother. He disappeared in the Mangwei world, so I need to take a walk through the Mangwei world. Crossing the legendary Wanye Great Wall. Chapter 61, I'm a kidnapper but pure holy mother heart nah. Log into old account to meet old lover again. At this moment, on the high platform, Ruyan Lu had already removed the prohibitions around the high platform. Lin Yao looked at those cultivators under the high stage. With a fling of the jade slip in his hand, the jade brief flew out and floated in the sky. Floating in the sky, the jade slip shimmers with fluorescent light. The fluorescence extends in all directions to spread into a large curtain of light. On the light screen, lines of names were listed. On each name, there is a detailed description. Yu Xinlong, a disciple of the Great Red Peace Sect, a native of Western Shu, cultivation level, Jiedan Realm Grand Circle. At the age of 3, he was admitted to the Great Red Peace Sect, and in the same year, he stepped into the realm of refining essence and transforming chi, and at the age of 12, at the age of 22, he had reached the 13th level of refining essence and transforming chi, and entered the refining chi foundation establishment. At the age of 22, he had reached the great completion of the foundation establishment realm, and entered the refining foundation Jiedan realm. At the age of 36, stepping into the great circle of the Jiedan realm, Shichu dynasty, the streets are full of rumors that the groom, Yu, will become the Shichu dynasty, ever, the first cultivator to become a Yuaning before the age of 38. This son is of great significance to the dynasty of Western Shu. Not only is the Western Shu dynasty a new generation of leaders, its great-grandfather, Yu Gong, is the northern pillar state of the Western Shu court. Therefore, it is rated as A upper, and it is recommended to extort the spiritual grain. 300,000 stones. Jiang Hanxia, Ghost Valley Mountain Sect disciple, Great Qin personality, cultivation, Jiedan realm great circle. At the age of 8, he joined the Ghost Valley Mountain Sect. In the same year, he stepped into the realm of refining essence and transforming chi. At the age of 16, he was at the 13th level of refining essence and transforming chi. He entered the chi refining and foundation building. At the age of 28, he reached the grand completion of the foundation building realm, entered the foundation refining and conjugation realm, and practiced in the army. After grinding for 9 years, at the age of 37, he became the great circle of the Jiedan realm. The Ghost Valley Mountain Sect is the #1 sect in the Great Qin dynasty. The Jiang family, they've produced 3 top generals. It is the undisputed general of Great Qin. Therefore, it is rated as a grade A upper, and it is recommended to extort spiritual valleys. 280,000 stones of spiritual valleys. Lai Xinghan, a disciple of the Jade Gate Prime Sect, a native of Northern Qi. Cultivation, Jiedan Realm Grand Circle, born from a reckless background. At the age of 14, by his uncle, Trust Relations, sent to the Jade Gate Optimist Sect as a handyman. Not wanting to be gifted with outstanding talent, he was spotted by Lu Chenju of the Jade Gate Prime Sect and accepted as a personal disciple, and only began cultivating at the age of 15. But the natural talent is extremely horrible. At the age of 20, he built the foundation. At the age of 26, he formed a Dan, and at the age of 36, the Dan realm was a great circle, and there was no family history behind him. Therefore, it is rated A upper and recommended to extort spiritual grain. 270,000 stones of spiritual grain. Qin Fengzi, a disciple of the Dewei Qixin Sect, a native of Great Zhou. The line of names on the light screen appeared as it did. Those in the birdcage, kneeling on the ground, even if their necks are almost broken. They too, one by one, also braced themselves and raised their heads, looking at the light screen, displaying the names and the ransom. Soon, in the birdcage, these kneeling heavenly pride of various countries exploded. The top 3 in ransom ranking are, indeed, Yu Xinlong, Jiang Hanxia, and Lai Xinghan. The ransom for each of these 3 celestial pride is close to 300,000 stone spirit valleys, but they are indeed worth this price, even a little more. The clans behind them, the dynasties, it is also surely willing to redeem them. But you groom shot in the first of the 3, Jiang Hafxia and Lai Xinghan, I'm afraid not convinced. Of weeds, I, Chen Yu Bru, Nan Liang, a disciple of the spiritual treasure Jade Sky Sect. It's also the Jiedan Realm Great Circle. Why is it only worth 80,000 stones of spiritual grain? What do you mean? Looking down on my spiritual treasure Jade Heavenly Clan? Or look down on my Southern Liang, that Wu Yu, Su Starling of the Yu Sword Mound? On what grounds the ransom is 120,000 stones of spiritual grain? That much more than me? Nonsense. I crossed the sword mound. Su Starling Big Brother is a sword cultivator. Sword cultivator, almost in the same realm. The cultivator with the heaviest killing and the strongest combat power. Just that in terms of cultivation talent, he couldn't compare to those 3 demons. Otherwise, my ransom, Master Su Starling, would be even higher. Not. Why are you guys arguing about this? It's such a time as this. Still fighting over whose ransom is higher? How much ransom do you have? 800 stone Spirit Valley. I am at least a Jiedan realm cultivator. Although the talent is stupid. But the clan, it's not so bad that you won't even be willing to pay out 800 stones of Spirit Valley for me. My ransom is 200 stones. God damn it. 200 stones? My clan is a small clan. Smashing pots and pans. We may not be able to come up with this 200 stones of spirit grain. Ransom me for 50 stones of spirit grain, for which the Master's sect will not be. Just don't want me. At this moment, many cultivators in the birdcage. Some were indignant because the ransom was not as good as others. Some are jittery because they think the ransom is too much. Some are hanging their heads because they feel that their clans will not redeem them at all. At this moment, all of the living beings all fell into Lin Yao's eyes. Lin Yao, who was standing on the high platform, coughed twice in a low voice. Turning to Lu Ruyan, who was on the side, snapped his fingers. Put an amplification spell on me. Lu Ruyan immediately nodded her head. It was like she was casually in the air, flicking a flower. Lin Yao immediately caught a hint of a light floral fragrance. He then opened his mouth and his voice was like a bell. All present, the birdcage, was instantly silent, and all the cultivators, looking up, were looking up at that teenage boy on the high platform. Nowadays, in the eyes of these cultivators, this teenage boy, who was Lu Ruyan's master, was the black hand behind everything, the heaven-swallowing demon head who couldn't see through his cultivation. Lin Yao nodded slightly. The ransom for you all. You have seen, but you need not be in a hurry to inform your clans. Because of the price tag of all of you, there may be some minor adjustments to be made. I know that the Spirit Valley is a scarce resource, and that the clans of all of you, perhaps, are. Even if you care about your lives, you won't be able to come up with this much Spirit Valley if you don't have enough access. It's fate to meet you all, so I'm going to make a good connection with all of you. As the saying goes, Stay Yuqing, suddenly met a benefactor, fortunate mother, accumulated in gong. Persuade life, help the poor to help the poor. Precisely multiply, add and subtract. Up there is the vault of heaven, and I, having practiced monasticism for many years, though now a kidnapper, but with a pure and innocent heart of Mary. In the birdcage, those cultivators, one by one, had a light of hope in their eyes. Some courageous cultivators even opened their mouths in a loud voice. Elder. Elder means, don't want the ransom. Willing to let us out? Elder compassion. Elder great mercy. Elder is so compassionate. Could it be that from the world of Sumeru? A living Buddha. Before the juniors also nonetheless criticized the seniors. Really deserved to die. Deserved to die ah. But just then, on the high platform, Lin Yao frowned. What are you guys pulling? When did I say I was going to leave you guys alone? My disciples, who have labored so hard to capture you, and who have gone to so much trouble. Such a beautiful face, all tired and haggard. And you guys want to just run? You guys, is it going to fail my sainted mother? The many cultivators under the high platform were all stunned, and Lin Yao held his bladder at that moment and threw his chin up. I mean, Spirit Valley, we won't be able to use it for a while. Your ransoms, all doubled. Afterwards, it was converted into Spirit Jade of the same value as Spirit Valley. Spirit Jade is also very precious, but it's much better than Spirit Valley, and it's not under the jurisdiction of the dynasty. The clans behind you, as long as they truly care about your deaths, sell off their clans, their family estates, their spiritual treasures, their spiritual elixirs. It always comes together. Though the ransom for you all doubled, the clans behind you all, there is no need to labor, to make connections, to find contacts, to find ways to collect the spirit grain. You guys just say, am I not a pure and innocent Madonna's heart? I've been so good to you guys. It's so sanctimonious. No need for the clans behind you to collect the spiritual valleys. That the time of submitting the ransom, it won't take 2 months, and it will be laborious to hold so many of you. So let's shorten the time by half. 1 month. The time to pay the ransom. Shorten it to a month. Beyond 1 month. On the first day, cut off the ear. On the second day, pull out the tongue. On the third day, gouge out the eye. On the fourth day, skinning. On the fifth day, cutting the flesh. On the sixth day, bruising the bones. And on the seventh day, raising the ashes. I'm so sorry for the clans behind you. In order for you to be reunited soon, I'm deep in thought. In the vast world of cultivation, how could there be someone as compassionate as me, with a motherly heart like mine? Not much more. Lin Yao turned back to Lu Ruyan again. Girl, would you say that Master is not a holy mother's heart? Ruyan Lu froze. She thought long and hard, but nodded. Master is indeed compassionate. Lin Yao nodded. He turned his head to look at the cultivators in the birdcage under the high platform. Gentlemen, the word is clear to me. You guys, you can contact your respective families, clans. Remember, your clan's time is only a month. Within a month, gather enough spirit jades to ransom your lives. And don't blame me, gentlemen. Just blame the royal family of your respective countries. Is the royal true immortal you serve? See my disciple alone and lonely, conspire to harm my disciple's life. All karma in this world has retribution. Your allegiance to each of your royal families is to follow this karma and this retribution. Silence. Inside the birdcage of the demon locking tower. At this moment, all is silent. The silence, however, did not last long. Soon, in the birdcage, there was a clamor. All the cultivators, they are trying to find ways to contact the clan behind them. The family. Master. Master. Disciple. Disciple is inside the demon locking pagoda in the city of Tormoon, being kidnapped by the kidnappers. The kidnappers are the chimera Lu Ruyan, as well as Lu Ruyan, her master. Master, you quickly prepare 160,000 stone spirit jades. Come and ransom the disciple back. The apprentice has suffered so much in this place, in the miserable wind and rain. Doubling the ransom, 2,000 stones of Spirit Valley, into 4,000 stones of Spirit Jade? My clan, total savings, after so many years, it's only 3,650 stones of spiritual jade. Why don't you girls go and rob it? They didn't rob it? They're just robbing now. God damn it. That evil spirit, who just said he was a Madonna's heart, and I actually believed it? The Phantom's master, can that be a good man? Can it be? So many jades, my division can't get it even if we smash the pot. To survive, everyone's division. Which one of them mustn't smash the pot? Damn it. Blame it on the royal family. Just because there was once a feathered immortal in the family. They, the group, so they can stay high and mighty. They get all the blessings, but we have to suffer. Is that fair? Is that ing fair? And the high platform. Lin Yao gestured at Lu Ruyan. Ruyan Lu immediately understood. Once again, he made a flicking gesture. Lin Yao coughed lowly a few times. The amplification spell that had been imposed on him was gone. Ruyan Lu once again waved her hand. Outside his and Lin Yao's bodies, there was another layer of transparent water waves. The sound of their conversation could not be heard and known by outsiders. Ruyan Lu looked at Lin Yao. In those eyes, tenderness overflowed, like they contained spring water. Mastermind, you need spirit jade? Lin Yao narrowed his eyes. Spirit jade, in the spirit market realm, is hard currency. It's needed to exchange for spirit pills, treasure tools, and talismans. I need this before I ascend. You know that the way of cultivation for the master is never to enjoy the fruits of cultivation before the causes. The cultivation process was made up afterward, but there was a time limit for this cultivation process to be made up. Wanting to be within the time limit, the process of replenishment requires a sufficient number of elixirs, and different realms correspond to different elixirs. The two most convenient ways to obtain spirit pills are to buy them and to rob them. My master likes to kill and kill, but every time he kills and kills, it's too time-consuming, so it's good to hoard some spirit jades, not to mention, the thing of spirit jades, which can directly absorb spiritual power, is also equivalent to the elixir in disguise. It just doesn't convert as well as an elixir. Other than that, of course, there's another reason for exchanging Spirit Valley. For Spirit Jade, you should have guessed it. Spirit Valleys are hard to come by, and Spirit Jades are easy to exchange. These clans and families, wanting to obtain Spirit Valleys, must ask their respective dynasties, the royals of those dynasties, if they have the foresight to deploy spiritual valleys with a wave of their hands. And he ransomed the sons of his country, all of them, seemingly out of blood. But what can be gained is the loyalty of the many clan families under their command. I can give them that. I'm going to make by dynasties bleed into clans and families under dynasties. Bleed yourself. I also want to tell them that they smash pots and pans, clan disciples, deep in danger, all because of their allegiance to the royal family. I'm going to make them realize for themselves that the royal family over their heads is not worthy of allegiance. The true immortals of the 8 kingdoms want to claim your life. I will kill their hearts. Lu Ruyan's eyes reddened again as she sniffed, tears in her eyes. Mastermind. Lin Yao raised his hand and patted Ruyan Lu's head. Don't cry. That's all for the master to do. For the teacher is not in these years. You have suffered many grievances. This is my fault as a teacher, father. It's all right. What you suffered, master, pay back one by one. What you were bullied by, master will help you get it back one by one. Lu Ruyan bit her own lips and forced herself to hold back so that her tears didn't fall. And at this time, Ruyan Lu didn't know. Under the high table, in the birdcage, a bright woman was looking enviously at Lu Ruyan and Lin Yao. The original ancestor treats his disciples with a softer side. I thought that ancestor treats his disciples with all as harsh as treating Gu Baichen, Great General Gu. I wonder how Great General Gu, seeing this scene, will feel? And just as the woman murmured, she suddenly saw Lin Yao, who was on the high platform, looked towards her. Lin Yao seemed to point at her. Next, the woman's figure suddenly floated up, her body, uncontrolled. It flew directly to the high platform. Abruptly, she then landed on the high stage, next to Lin Yao's chimera, in front of Lu Ruyan. Lin Yao was currently wrapping his arm around the woman's shoulders. Come, Chu Hongyu, This is considered to be your fellow disciple's senior uncle. Yet you don't pay your respects to your senior uncle. Chu Hongyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. To the woman in front of him, who was 1,000 times more beautiful, he bowed. Disciple Chu Hongyu, greetings to senior uncle. Ruyan Lu nodded slightly, smiling like a flower. I've just heard about you from my master, and I didn't realize that you're still such a marked beauty. Chu Hongyu's pretty face reddened at his words. Disciple is a sword cultivator, and skin is not on my mind, let alone in front of my senior uncle. This skin of a disciple is not worth mentioning, but right at this moment, Lu Ruyan had already cupped Chu Hongyu's face. Modest. This face is exquisite. It's already enough to fall in love with the country. I really envy you. After Master returned to the Spirit Ruins, you were able to stay by his side for the first time, unlike me, who had to wait so long. Have the Master come over to me? Chu Hongyu, for some reason, felt a coldness in her back, and she unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and Lin Yao softly coughed twice at this moment. Almost there. Girl, knowing that you, because, as you have just learned, you are not the only disciple of the Master, so feel the heart is not painful, but this matter, the teacher can explain to you later, for the Master, to ask you for something. When Ruyan Lu heard this, the spring water-like pupils of her eyes looked at Lin Yao again, and she hurriedly shook her head. Beyond the words of the Master, you and I, Master and disciple, and talk about you and me. Lin Yao then coughed twice in a low voice. Do you still have the treasure I used back then in your storage bag? That is, the treasure used by the thousand-faced phantom demon king. Give it to me, I'll use it. That's my key to logging into the big one. In the future, after ascension, to utilize the contacts of the 1,000 faces of the phantom monarch, I still need these keys. In my current position, but you can't instruct those old lovers from back in the day. Chapter 62, Empty Hijacking Downlord Account. I have 10 more, Masterly Chun Gang. Sword Puppet Executioner Divine Sovereign. On the high platform, Ruyan Lu froze at his words. She looked at Lin Yao. Why do you need to go back to the old days, Master? Those old lovers of yours, they cannot recognize you because they have never been true to you. They only recognize the skin one. Disciples are different from them. Disciples recognize the eyes and the soul of their master. Isn't it enough to have one disciple, Master? Chu Hongyu on the side blinked her eyes, not daring to squeak. Lin Yao, on the other hand, coughed awkwardly a few times. That's not what the Master meant. It is the previous treasure that the Master needs. As you know, the Heavenly Palace has likely been targeting Master Teacher all along. Master must always have some means of self-defense. With the current you can stop a few true immortals? Ruyan Lu froze at her words, her face showing sorrow. Disciple understands. Still, disciple is useless, unable to protect the Master in peace. Willow murmured as she did so. One side flipped his hand over and spread it out. In her hand, she held up a transparent sphere. Inside the transparent sphere floated a folding fan, a white disc dragon jade pendant that, as well as a bright green treasure cock. Ruyan Lu looked at these three treasures in her hand, nostalgia showing in her eyes. Master, the 3rd year after your disappearance, your Dharma mansion was suddenly struck by a heavenly calamity, and my disciple, who was still at a shallow level of cultivation at the time, was only able, from the Dharma mansion, to bring out these 3 spiritual treasures. For so many years, my disciple has been carefully preserving them, and every time I miss my master, I take them out to look at them, rub it twice, and it's like, Master is still with me. Lin Yao sighed quietly. Girl, hard for you law. Lin Yao's eyes, at this moment, flickered with a ghostly light. Heavenly calamity? The punishment of the law of karma? Not even my Fafu. Lin Yao recalled the first time he faced the punishment of the law of karma. That was Lin Yao's second Spirit Ruins account. After his cultivation had reached the feathered true immortality, Lin Yao owed too much karma to repay. But at the time, Lin Yao didn't take the Star Stealer's warning of the law of karma's punishment seriously. Even if the game system detected that he was hanging, what could he do? Even if the game system detected that he was hanging, what could he do? What can he do if the game system detects that he's hanging? However, when the punishment of the law of karma really descended, Lin Yao in front of the computer still froze. He remembers the skies of the game interface, cloudy and thunderous, while in the real world, it was also a thunderstorm that day, with lightning streaking across the dark, heavy clouds from time to time. The sky in the real world when a bolt of lightning struck. In the game world, the punishment of the law of karma, formed by the heavenly thunder, fell at the same time. Lin Yao saw his screen, filled with white light, and in the stereo, there was also a terrible current sound, followed by black smoke from his own computer. Lin Yao's computer, which was directly scrapped, sent to the repair store to repair. cannot be repaired. Lin Yao was later to work for themselves before a new computer. When Lin Yao logged on to Spirit Market again, he found that his previous account had been completely destroyed. All traces erased. Later, when Lin Yao opened a new trumpet and used the Star Stealer, he got smart. He will block the account himself in advance before he realizes he can't pay back the clean karma. But the punishment of the law of karma comes down. In this way, although one can no longer log into the account, the penalty of the law of karma, it's also possible that it will still drop, but at least the account won't be destroyed. Traces of the account's existence will be preserved. With so many accounts and so many fafu back in his own day, I guess after he blocked his account, all have been punished by the law of karma, but it doesn't matter. Million law hidden immortal monarchs of the Dharma house. The preservation should be quite complete, as can be seen from the fact that the 9th law mansion is still being robbed. Even the punishment of the law of karma is not without countermeasures. The 13th realm, the account of the air-jacked Tao Lord. You can harden against the penalty of the law of karma, just not too many times. As for Lin Yao, apart from the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws, the accounts of those who have reached the realm of the empty robbery Great Luo, Lin Yao had 10 more, 11 in total. Lin Yao looked at Lu Ruyan. He had an impression of the 3 treasures in Lu Ruyan's hands. They are the 1,000-faced phantom monster used to use turning the sky to destroy the moon fan. Ancient dragon looking at the moon treasure jade soul-breaking jowls. One is a heavenly grade treasure of the feathered true immortal realm. One is a Yuan Shandong Xian realm heavenly ranked treasure tool. And another is an infant changing god realm heavenly ranked treasure tool. He raised his hand and took the 3 treasures that Ruyan Lu handed him. Put them all into his hidden heavenly pearl. There are still 3 treasures to be preserved. It's not easy enough. Girl worked hard for you. Ruyan Lu shook her head. No hard work. To be reunited with master. Disciple doesn't feel hard at all. Disciple. I just don't want to be separated from my master anymore. Lin Yao glanced at Lu Ruyan. This girl, she's still as clingy as ever. But girl, you have to recognize the reality. We are not the same as back then. Back in our day, all we had to do was hide from the group. The crazy women who were chasing after master. But now, our enemy is the heavenly palace. You must listen to your master. Ruyan Lu wanted to say something else, but she looked into Lin Yao's eyes and still lowered her head. Disciple obeys his master's orders. Lin Yao nodded. It's about time. These hostages in the birdcage should have contacted with their own clansmen all the time. As for whether their clansmen are smashing pots and pans, or robbing and borrowing, then we can't care. Ruyan Lu, 1 month. You're in Tagetsa City. Wait another month. In a month's time, collect the ransom, as I have just ordered. Come back to me when you've collected enough. Ruyan Lu's face changed. What do you mean? Master? Master, you are leaving me again? Lin Yao waved his hand. What a thing to say. Just don't want to spend a month in Tagetsa City. Empty. Tormoon City, backed by North Mang Mountain. I was at North Mang Mountain back then, and I left behind a Dharma mansion. It was only some time ago that I realized that the first floor of this Dharma mansion had already been plowed. Wait any longer, and don't wait until I get back to the law house, which is already empty. Lin Yao raised his hand again and patted Ruyan Lu's head. Don't worry, the master still needs you. The Great Wall of 10,000 Karma and the Mangwei world are both treacherous. Master needs you as a feathered true immortal. Ruyan Lu's pretty face blushed. Master, you need me. Lin Yao nodded. Of course you're needed. But soon. Lu Ruyan's face was gloomy and cloudy again, because Ruyan Lu saw it. Lin Yao turned his head to look at Chu Hongyu. This line of charm cultivation is not for you. There's nothing I can teach you. When I finally Chun Gang, who practiced swords, I can log into the account of the Sword Master and Immortal Punisher. I'll pass on your mastery. Chu Hongyu, at this moment, carefully glanced at Lu Ruyan. Ancestor. Disciple is stupid. I think for the time being there is no need for this. Lin Yao frowned. When did you become so unmotivated? Have you not forgotten the blood feud you carry? Chu Hongyu's body stiffened at his words. Lowering his head, he stopped speaking. Lin Yao then rubbed his chin a few times as if he had thought of something again. He looked back at Ruyan Lu. After you've collected the ransom, you'll make another trip to Great Zhou to find Gubachin, who's currently in revolt. Consider him your senior brother. If he has any difficulties, you will step in and help him. Give me a jade tablet that can communicate with you. I'll summon you when I need you. Lu Ruyan's eyes contain spring water again. Then won't my days with my master's companion be much fewer again? Lin Yao looked at Lu Ruyan. Mother asterisk. If the heavenly palace really caused your master to die, you'll be honest. Survival, that's the first prerequisite. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Yao accusingly. Then, Master, when will you go to North Mang Mountain? Lin Yao raised his chin. There should be a clue to Li Chungang on the Wanya Great Wall in Baimang Mountain before sunset today. This asshole kid. He's pure mendacity. Chapter 63, Barefaced Manipulation. He's an NPC that pops gold coins that. He's got a little bit of money on the side. Just after noon. Inside the city. The large water mirror. Accompanied by the sound of click, 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 click. It's starting to crumble. Large mirrors of water. Crashing down towards the ground. But not waiting for those glass-like mirrors. Crashing to the ground. Those watery mirror shards that then turned into a bit of fluorescent light dissipated. Starry. Inside the city of Torrent Moon, the people who were watching the scene were completely abuzz. What the is this? Laozi wants to see Lu Ruyan. Where's Laozi's Lu Ruyan? The water mirror is shattered. What's going on in the demon locking tower? Won't we not be able to see it? Who did this? Who else could have done it? Ruyan Lu. She abducted 120,000 prideful people from 8 countries. The message that should be transmitted outwardly through the water mirror has also been transmitted. Naturally, there is no need to keep the water mirror. Let us continue to watch the fun. So the Bon Festival, it's just over? What about this year's demon slaughter list? Who is the leader? The children of the 8 kingdoms have all been kidnapped? In the demon locking tower, there are no more demons, either. This year's demon slayer list is estimated to be empty. What about the opening at the gambling house? I've put all my jade in my body. Both pressed Yushinji and will take the top spot. My entire fortune, pressed by the ginger half-summer. No matter what, the spirit jade has to be taken back. Let the gambling house pay back the money. And the witch horse lineage. The Bon Festival will end early. And these witch wizards, they'll have to compensate us for our losses. That's right. Pay it back. And just as the city of Tormoon, the group was in a state of excitement. Tormoon City, suddenly the ground shook. In front of the demon locking tower. Suddenly from the ground rises a steel monument almost as high as the demon lock tower. On the monument, there were all sorts of complicated carvings in the mold of demonic beasts. And at the very top of the iron monument is engraved a name, Lin Yao. Accumulated spiritual rhythm, 10 points. The Tormoon City, which had just been abuzz with people, instantly fell into silence again. Everyone stared incredulously at the iron monument that rose up from the ground. Demon slaughter list? The demon slaughter list is out? It's not right. In the mother *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** there no more demons? Also, who is this Lin Yao? In the demon locking tower, whether there are demons or no demons, it all depends on Lu Ruyan to manipulate. In other words, whoever Ruyan Lu wants to be the leader of the demon slaughter list is the leader of the demon slaughter list. Lin Yao? That name is a bit familiar. This seems to be the name of that teenage boy. Lu Ruyan Master. Has anyone pressed Lin Yao? I don't know, but someone must have bet on it. What do they mean by this? They robbed so many clans in the 8 countries. The family spirit jades aren't enough? Inside the Torrent Moon City, they won't let go of the little bits of scattered spirit jades we have in our hands? Manipulation. This is proper manipulation. I've come to my senses. This Tagetsu city is a huge man-eating devil hole. I opened all the books in Tokoyaki City and checked them out. The words benevolence, righteousness, and morality were written on every page in a crooked manner, and I couldn't sleep. It was only when I stared intently that I could see through the cracks in the writing that the word cannibalism was written all over the book. And in the meantime, inside the 5 lakes and the moon gambling house, the old Taoist and the delicate young girl, full of smiles, turned back and looked behind them. A stunned gambling house owner. The old Taoist coughed softly a few times. Boss, look at that demon slayer list. A monument that big, that high, and yet only one name. According to the demon slaughter list, as has been the rule throughout the years, there is no longer any dispute as to who the top of the list is. Boss, take money. The owner of the gambling house, the fat man with the big belly, the little eyes in the fat, dropped in for a spin. Have you too? Me running a gambling house for so many years? I count all kinds of conspiracy rules I've seen in order to win. But like the two of you, this is the first time I've seen the two of you this is considered manipulation? The delicate girl shook her head. Talk. We are only doing this out of trust in Master Taizu. Boss, I'm sure you don't want to. Let my great Grandmaster, with the Ruyan Emperor, too, I'll come and ask you for the money myself. You're here in Tormoon City, the biggest gambling house. I don't believe you can't get the money. Gambling house owner's face clouded over. After a while, it was only then that this chubby boss exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. On his face, a bitter smile appeared. Can take out. It's just that the savings of many years have been dissipated once and for all. And going forward, with my hands in my pockets, the old me, no longer can you touch the incense burner and soft jade, but you can directly touch your own profane pants, according to the dialect of the city of Tagetsu, which is also known as pants. But it doesn't matter. 2. Old man. Take it and leave it. Old man, admit it. There's no shame in falling into Rian Lu's hands. The chubby shopkeeper, after saying that, flung his sleeves, turned his head and walked into the treasury. The delicate girl, glancing back at the old Taoist, this gambling house owner, he won't run away because he doesn't want to get money for us. The old Taoist stroked his beard. It's possible, but La Fu made a good move and has already sealed off the 5 Lakes and Bright Moon gambling house in advance. He's not getting away without the money. These spirit jades are related to whether or not I can be a teacher of Immortal Lin, whether or not I can be with Rian Lu, and whether or not I can be with Rian Lu, and whether or not I can be with Rian Lu, becoming a fellow. The delicate girl, glancing at the old Taoist, shook her head breathlessly. Before sunset, pack the spirit jade. Master Taizu had commanded before that if he and Rian Lu, smoothly recognize each other, and to run to North Mongshan before sundown. Tokoyaki City, Witchmaster's Pavilion. Woma Yunshi, looking at the demon locking tower in the distance, nervously biting the fingernail of her thumb, a habit of her early childhood. But ever since she became Tormoon City, the new generation of sorcerer masters, it had been a long time since her mind had been as unstable as it was now. The water mirror shatters. The situation inside the demon locking tower can no longer be spied on. What will the phantom demon, and that, the Wanfa Hidden Immortal Monarch, do next? Witch Horse Yunshi, at this time, was inside the Witchmaster Pavilion, pacing back and forth. She then walked over to the large turtle shell. She placed her hand on the turtle shell and pinched her hands together. The Witch Ancestor. Which ancestor is here? Before that it was the children and grandchildren who were confused, failing to understand the true intent of the Witch Ancestor. Son and grandson. Unanticipated. Unanticipated. The young man who called himself a disciple of the 3 True 10,000 Laws Sect. It is the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 Laws. Next, the Witch Horse lineage. Where to go from here? Please ask the Witch Ancestor to show us. Next to the turtle shell, a single candle pulsed with an eerie blue flame. On the turtle shell, new cracks kept appearing, but those cracks delayed to combine into a new witch words. Finally, the turtle shell even clicked. Surprisingly, it was in pieces. Woma Yunshi, looking at the cracked-off turtle shell, there was a buzz in my head. What do you mean by that? Witch Ancestor. The children and grandchildren are foolish, so please ask the Witch Ancestor for clarification. But right at this moment, a ghostly voice sounded behind Witch Horse Yunshi. So with this turtle shell, you can contact your family's ancestors who have already ascended. Womaki, having ascended for so many years, can still be with his offspring left on Earth, keeping in such close contact. He's nice. Woma Yunshi, head buzzing again. She turned slowly. Then both knees went weak, almost went straight to his knees. She struggled to hold onto the shattered turtle shell beside her before bracing herself. Why are you here? Why are you here? No, is not right. Late Senior Woma Yunshi. Greetings to the 10,000 Laws Hidden Immortal Sovereign. With a fluttering sound, Witch Horse Yunshi directly knelt on the ground. In front of Woma Yunshi stood a young boy clad in white robes. Behind the teenage boy, followed by a head of white hair that had turned back into green silk, the Lu Ruyan with delicate and coquettish features. Lin Yao looked at the young girl clad in a black cloak in front of him and raised an eyebrow. His body sank, leaning forward to explore. Wanfa Hidden Immortal Monarch? It's been a while since anyone has called me that. Girl, how did you guess that I am the Wanfa Hidden Immortal Monarch? Witch Horse Yunshi's entire body was shaking with sweat at this moment. For a moment, her thoughts swirled back to elder, late generation. Since young, listening to the various legends of seniors grew up. Although I have never met my seniors, they are like family and friends who have grown up with me. Therefore, in the water mirror, the late generation looked at the seniors' every move. All feel unusually familiar. Plus the seniors before told the witch servant in the city that he came from the 3 Truths and 10,000 Laws Sect, as well as the witch spirit. Lu Kuan's reaction after seeing his seniors. Elder thus boldly speculated. Elder, you are the Wanfa Hidden Immortal Monarch from back then. Lin Yao snorted. You're as good as your ancestor's brain. Woma Yunshi knelt on the ground, forehead to the ground. This scene, if it were to be seen by the other wizards within the city of Tormoon, they would definitely be shocked, because all the wizards within the city of Tokoyaki knew it. This generation's sorcerer master has outstanding talent, and became a sorcerer master at such a young age. The size of the affairs of the city of the Tormoon, a shoulder to shoulder. Because of this, the Sorcerer Master has always been proud of himself, and apart from the Sorcerer Ancestor, the current generation of Sorcerer Masters never bowed his head to anyone, much less bowed his head and knelt. But the current witch horse Yunqi was not only kneeling on the ground, but her body was curled up into a tiny little ball. Shivering. And Lin Yao slowly stretched out his hand at that moment. Palm pressed on top of witch horse Yunqi's head. This moment's witch horse Yunqi clearly didn't feel any fluctuations in cultivation, yet he felt himself in front of it's a gnarled dragon of chaos. The gnarled dragon, with claws outstretched, clawed and grabbed his head. At the same time, witch horse Yunqi heard a raspy and icy voice. Look up and talk to me. I have something to ask you. Wuma Yunqi's body trembled more and more, but with an effort, she kept her body steady and then looked up. Her miserable face struggled to squeeze out a smile at this point. Former seniors, Lin Yao's hand that grabbed her head, moved down and pinched Wuma Yunqi's white face. Don't get too nervous. You seniors me. Pure holy mother heart. You know my deeds. You should know me. After clicking his eyes a few times and struggling to control himself from trembling anymore, Wuma Yunqi, another nod, had understood. You have a record of your deeds in the Witch Horse daily events of the Witch Ancestors. He says you've ransacked him about 36 times. He raised 12 witch spirits from childhood, and you slaughtered 8 of them or ate them alive. Either he soaked it in medicinal wine, and the remaining 4, he begged his grandfather and grandmother and begged you so hard to get them back from you. He has also said that you are in the world of the 9 states, because of the clans, and that you are in league with the undead. Killed 3 true 10,000 lost disciples. You asked for the sword Kuei Mountain. From the foot of the mountain all the way up to the sky of the 9 layers of the Agora, Kuei Mountain, 200,000 disciples of the clan, the elders, the one not flowed. But this is not enough, you afterwards slay to the heavens, beheading the 13 ascended true immortal ancestors of Kuei Mountain. Finally, he pinched the spell and drew the stars, and the Kuei Mountain, which was once, in the world of the 9 states, known as the Jade Pillar of the Sky, raised, and many more, like you slaughtered Enghai State, killed the deadly corpse Desert Mountain, asked to return to heaven True Blood Sect. Lin Yao covered Woma Yunqi's mouth at the moment. Enough, I say enough. Don't you say another word. The past need not be mentioned again. Woma Yunqi blinked her eyes pitifully for a few moments and nodded obediently at Lin Yao. And Lin Yao also exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, loosening the hand that covered Witch Horse Yunqi's mouth. What I want to ask you is about a blessed cave on North Mang Mountain. Woma Yunqi coughed softly twice. Elder, North Mangshan Mountain Range. It's about 99 million miles long, dividing Sunhai World and Mangu World. 2 worlds. There are many blessed caves within the period. I don't know which blessed cave you're talking about. Senior? Lin Yao grinned. Don't play dumb. You should know. That blessed cave. It should not be far from Tazuki Mountain. The location is in the middle of the Tormoon Mountain and the Great Wall of Wanya. And around this blessed cave, there are undead corpses infested. You are the sorcerer lord of this generation, in charge of the entire city of Tormoon. You don't know the information about this blessed cave. Are you fooling the ghost? Witch Horse Cloud Creek, sweating like a pig. But Lin Yao hadn't let her go yet. One more important point. In this blessed cave, there are a lot of collections, spirit elixirs, talismans, and magic treasures. These spirit elixirs, the talismans, the treasures, they were all snatched from your family's witch clan, Witch Ma Chi's hands. I built the 9th Dharma Mansion, near the mountain of Tuluyu, where he practiced in seclusion back then, just to see that this kid, when can he be so thievish as to think of stealing a couple of pieces from my FA-fu? What was meant to be his goes back. That way, I'll have another chance to rob him again. Unfortunately, your family's witch ancestor was too cautious, and he even took the initiative to help me guard the Dharma Mansion, because he knows that I will count it against him whenever the law house loses an item. I don't actually hate your family's witchfinder, and I've helped him out many times, wanting to plot against his enemies. To be honest, your family's witch ancestor was able to have the opportunity to ascend, all because I protected the way. But back in my day, think of him as an NPC who can pop gold coins, and when you run out of money, you like to go to him to get a little money. I believe that your family's witch ancestor should have no hatred towards me either. That's why I've always been comfortable with the security of the 9th Law House. And just then, Lin Yao's face sank violently. But some time ago, I realized that the 9th Dharma Mansion, it seems to have been pouted. It should have been written in the Witch Horse daily events of your witch clan, that I hate onlookers touching my things. Shouldn't you, as the current witch master, give me an explanation? Woma Yunqi, at this moment, was in a cold sweat. She was trembling. The eyes went straight to red. Seniors. It has nothing to do with latecomers. It really has nothing to do with the late generation. The theft of your ninth law house. It is because the Nirvana corpse is the undead corpse, is because the undead corpse is out of control on Baimang Mountain, and those undead corpses, scurrying all over the mountains, even scurrying to the Great Wall of Wanya. The cultivators on the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries hunted down the source of the undead corpses, and that's what touched your Dharma mansion, causing the aura of the fakir to leak. The latecomer wanted to repair the FAFU's forbidden system, but because it involves the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, the late generation wants to wait for the opportunity to do it again. And all these things happen within 3 years. 3 years may not seem long, but in the eyes of a cultivator. But a white horse passes in an instant. Injustice has its roots. The person who really pouted about the late ninth Dharma mansion is called Teng Xie, is on the Great Wall of 10,000 Yi, the sword cultivator who guards the Great Wall. This Teng Xie, I've dealt with him. He's arrogant to the core. The late generation has never seen such an arrogant sword cultivator in their lives. He thinks he's great because he's Li Chun-gang's disciple. I poo-poo. Li Chun-gang, compared with the hidden immortal monarch of 10,000 laws is nothing. Even if it is Li Chun-gang his master, that legendary sword Kuei punishing immortal god monarch, compared with the hidden immortal monarch of 10,000 laws, is nothing? Wouldn't you say? Seniors. Senior. Your expression. Why is it so strange? Chapter 64, If you can beat me, I am the truth. If you can't, it's just life and death. But then again, Lin Yao was currently looking at the witch horse Yunshi in front of him with a strange expression. Sword Kuei Punisher of Immortals. Is there a big reputation at the Great Wall of Wanya? Woma Yunshi raised her head and couldn't stop nodding. Big. That's pretty big. The Sword Kuei Exorcist God Sovereign, a legend of the Great Wall of Wanya, in the presence of the Divine Sovereign. Li Chun-gang is just a yellow-tinted boy who plays with swords. I didn't say that. Li Chun-gang said it himself. The god Kuan, who is said to have come from a peasant family, and, as a boy, to have been a shrewd ragamuffin who played with wooden swords, but I don't know why. One day into the Tao, and thereafter are all legends. He was at the Great Wall of Wanya, which is said to have been stationed for only 300 years, but hard, so that the Mangwu world of demon cultivators, talk about seeing the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, then color change, Mangwu world. The 9 heavenly motes are all said to have been scratched out by this sword immortal. With his sword, many of his words are still being passed down on the Great Wall of Wanya. Woma Yunshi coughed softly a few times. She began to colorfully speak. So what if you come from the bottom? Fight me all the way up. A thunderbolt can also rise from the ground. In the way of the sword path, there is nothing but death for the weak and life for the strong. There's no point in talking. Just divide life and death under the sword. There's no such thing as right and wrong. If you can beat me, you're right. Fighting it is nothing more than death and life. A sword breaks open the path ahead, and the thoughts pass like thunder. It's not your turn to tell me if I suck at life or not. If you and others have the guts, go and save the heavens from tipping. Go and break the mountains and rivers. What kind of a man is it to harbor in such a gutter as this? And go and be the firmament of the sun. Lin Yao sniffed from the side and raised an eyebrow with a strange expression. Pretentious. Too pretentious. Back in the day, as soon as I played my own Kensen account, just can't help messing with these. And just then, witch horse Yunshi, who was kneeling on the ground, noticed the subtle change in Lin Yao's expression. Hastily, he spoke again. The sword Kuei Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch, although legend has it that he has also reached the 13th realm, but whether it's the Tao or the grandeur, it's certainly no match for you. Hidden Immortal Sovereign of the 10,000 laws, you and him, are on cloud 9. The sword Kuei Exorcist Divine Monarch, to be able to be in the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, has such a reputation. To put it bluntly, it's still largely dependent on Li Chun-gang. Nowadays, at the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, many people, in fact, have never seen the sword Kuei Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign, but most seniors have seen Li Chun-gang. That Li Chun-gang, properly an avid follower of his master, ever since 3,000 years ago. The sword leader, the Immortal Punisher Divine Monarch, disappeared for no apparent reason under the Mangwu world. That Li Chun-gang, it's like he's gone crazy. For thousands of years, all of them have been operating near the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, and several times they have gone deep into the Mangwei world, in order to, it is to find the whereabouts of his master. In the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, those quotes from the Sword K Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign were able to circulate because of him. There are rumors that Li Chun-gang didn't say a word most of the time when he was stationed at the Wanyi Great Wall. The only thing he can talk about for 3 days and nights is his master's legendary past. It's just like the storytellers in the marketplace jungle. If you drink, it's even better. Can talk for 10 whole days, 10 whole nights. It's said that sometimes when they talk, They cry. That's the man who fought 3,000 great demons on his own, stained with blood, and didn't take a step back. It's unbelievable that he would shed tears at the mention of his master. Lin Yao was suddenly silent on the side, his fists spread and clenched. Finally he let out a long breath. Li Chungang, where is he now? Any specific clues? You're the sorcerer master of Tazuki City. In terms of being well informed, you know more than even those marketplace cultivators. Lin Yao glared at Wu Ma Yunshi. The glare made her body shiver and her sweaty hairs rise again. Wu Ma Yunshi gulped. Though late, only knows. Li Chungang, 600 years ago, disappeared under the Manhwa world. The group of demons under the Manhwa world, after 300 years of silence, began to head towards the Great Wall of Wanye, launch an onslaught, and the Great Wall of Wanye, deprived of Li Chungang's garrison, keeps on declining. The defenders of the Great Wall of Wanye, in an attempt to regain the momentum, have continued to expand their forces, but with little success. They also tried to cultivate a second Li Chungang, but that kind of sword cultivator, once in 1,000 years. In the end, the cultivators of the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries had to keep sending cultivators deeper and deeper into the Manhwa world. Find Li Chungang's whereabouts. As for Li Chungang's specific news, within the Wanyi Great Wall, it should belong to military secrets. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes. He tugged on Witch Horse Yunshi's collar and lifted her up. So you're saying that if I want to find Li Chungang, I have to go to the Great Wall of Wanya? Wu Ma Yunshi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Probably so. Oh, by the way, seniors, your Fafu, your Dharma Mansion. The latecomer has also been paying attention. As far as I know, your Dharma Mansion. Some time ago, a group of cultivators once broke into it, but they did not penetrate far enough to make a speedy withdrawal shortly after infiltrating your law house. But their moves have also attracted the attention of the Great Wall of Wanye, the military. Your law house, for now, should have been taken over by the military of the Great Wall of Wanye, in lockdown. If a latecomer wants to go to Mt. Mang in the north, estimated that certainly have to deal with the military of the Great Wall of Wanyi. But it does not matter. Itu City, and the military of the Great Wall of Wanyi have always been good friends. The military of the Great Wall of Wanyi. Recruiting is going on again lately. Senpai. Lin Yao snorted and looked at Wu Ma Yunshi. The Great Wall of Van. Whether it's reclaiming my Dharma Mansion or trying to find Li Chungang, all have to deal with the military of the Great Wall of Wanye. You've played the game well. Plucked yourself quite cleanly. Which horse Kai? So an honest man who would pop gold coins. How did you get a scion like you? Wu Ma Yunshi's body trembled more and more. Elder. Evening generation did not. What Elder Jr. said is true in every word. But Lin Yao ignored Wu Ma Yunshi's begging. Instead, he looked at Ruyan Lu. Girl. Search his soul. Wu Ma Yunshi shook her head like a rattle. But Lu Ruyan had already taken a step forward. Grabbed Wu Ma Yunshi's head. As you wish, master. Then, Which Horse Yunshi's body stiffened. The entire person's eyeballs bulged out, and saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. She felt like a big hand was rattling back and forth in her sea of consciousness, making her dizzy and in pain, but she was soft and there is no way to resist. Not much longer. Ruyan Lu let go of Wu Ma Yunshi's head and turned back to Lin Yao. Master, what she said was generally true, only hidden in your Dharma house, when it was stolen. Some details of her as a wall. Master, you really want to go to North Mang Mountain? That Li Chungang, a reckless man, is really the same door as me, and the master he honors. Not you at all. Lin Yao looked at Lu Ruyan with a complicated expression. Girl, what do you think of the sword Kuei exorcist divine sovereign? Ruyan Lu snorted. A self-righteous reckless pretender with empty cultivation. No comparison to you at all. Lin Yao looked at Lu Ruyan slyly. What if I told you that the sword K immortal punisher godly monarch is actually me too? Silence. Silence is the present-day Witchmaster's pavilion. Ruyan Lu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. But then again, Lin Yao patted Ruyan Lu's shoulder. It's okay. There's no need to look for a remedy. It's Master's fault for making you know. In fact, nothing about Master. Master will let you know more about it later. Chapter 65, Firing the First Shot Against the Heavenly Palace. Heavenly Palace? Do you know what it means to be open? At sunset, Tormoon City, a bit of silence returned. The cultivators in the city, as well as the people, looked at the tall tower and the iron monument that stood within the city of Tormoon. One can only shake one's head helplessly. It was just a lot of cultivators that were still sighing with indignation. Lost, all lost. Lousie's entire fortune. I've been saving up for 300 years. It all landed in the gambling house owner's pants pocket. And these damn gambling house owners refused to return the money. Those damned bookies, with their two hands. They said that they also had no money. Their money was all won away by an old Taoist and a girl in red. These two assholes. In the city of Tormoon, all the gambling houses bet on Lin Yao. The money of the entire Tu city gambling house was all won by them. The gang of wizards in the city of Tormoon, too, have sat on their hands. Until now, not even a single witch wizard has ventured forth. And Tormoon City, the credibility that has been built up over thousands of years, has been dispersed in one fell swoop. Not only that, I've received a tip-off that the witch horse lineage in Tazuki City has been packing up their belongings early in the morning. I heard that is planning to run away? What do you mean? The witch horse lineage? In the city of Tazuki, thousands of years of foundation. Just say no? It's hard to believe, but so far, the witch horse lineage does intend to run away with. Do this one and run. This should be the last Oban meeting. What about Lu Ruyan and her master Lin Yao? What? You want to find the two of them to collect your debt? Don't be ungrateful. Ruyan Lu is a true immortal. Her master's cultivation will only be higher than that of a true immortal. If people cheat us, it's because they think highly of us. If someone else wants to be cheated by a true immortal, there hasn't been this opportunity yet. This is the world of cultivation. And the strong, no matter what they do, they are justified. We are not qualified to complain. Instead of complaining, why don't we think of a way how to recoup some of our losses within the city of Tazuki? Should we go to the mountains of Tokoyoki and see what's going on? Let's see if we can get any heavenly treasures? It makes sense. I've heard that the Moonyang Peak, not far from the Torch Moon Mountain, a blessed cave appeared, in which there were countless treasures. It was the former Dharma mansion of a true immortal in the world of the 9 states. We can go and see the fun, in case we get lucky. As the cultivators within the Torrent Moon City were talking about it, they didn't know that behind the city of Tormoon, on the mountain of Tormoon, the highest one on the peak of range of the moon, a teenage boy was standing at the top of a mountain, overlooking the city of Tazuki at the foot of the mountain. Behind him, Lu Ruyan, looking at Lin Yao's back, the bloody sunset of, stretched to the limit. Mastermind, is it true that a disciple cannot follow you? The teenager didn't look back. Girl, I've explained all the reasons to you. You know, Master doesn't like to say the same thing twice. Loss appeared in Ruyan Lu's eyes. She jerked back. Looking behind him stood 2 other women, a gorgeous woman and a delicate young girl. The master doesn't let disciples follow. Then why let these 2 girls follow? It is that my disciples' looks are not as good as the 2 of them, and that I cannot make my master's eyes pleasing to the eye when he sees them. Or is the disciple not attentive enough? Serving the master and not serving comfortably enough? I've returned to the realm of true immortality. There are only 3 years left to linger on earth. Why is it that both of them can accompany their master, but not disciples? The 2 women who were glared at by Ruyan Lu. The brightly colored woman involuntarily gulped and looked at the teenager's back as if for help. That delicate young girl, on the other hand, with tears in her eyes, kept looking at Lu Ruyan's face, which was so beautiful and beautiful. Not the slightest realization that the cynicism in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Emperor Ruyan, I have something to say to you. But Lu Ruyan didn't pay any attention to that delicate young girl at all. Instead, he turned his head once again to look at the teenage boy on top of the mountain. Mastermind. And just then, the teenager on top of the mountain clutched his bladder and turned his head. Girl, I'd certainly prefer to take you if I could, but there are some things only you have the power to do. For master, also only trust you. Ruyan Lu was first stunned, then a blush rose on her face. Master, only trusts me? Lin Yao walked over to Lu Ruyan and patted her shoulder. Of course, you're the girl I raised with my own hands. It's my beloved family friend. You and I are much closer than the 2 of them can be to me. Lu Ruyan's face, red in color. She opened her mouth and stammered. Master said I was the beloved. Master, I understand. What you command. Master, I will definitely do it. Ruyan Lu grabbed Lin Yao's arm again. Master, if you miss me, you must summon me. Be sure to summon me over. Lin Yao looked at Ruyan Lu's blushing cheeks and nodded. Don't worry, I won't be polite with you. But you've returned to the true immortal realm, and your scent definitely can't be hidden from the heavenly palace. If they didn't strike immediately, there should be a conspiracy we don't know about. So remember, hide more cards, step by step. Everything is planned and then moved. Our enemy is the heavenly palace. Ruyan Lu nodded obediently. Lin Yao raised his hand again and patted Ruyan Lu's shoulder, counting the hours. The first batch of ransom deliveries from the 8 countries should already be on their way. It's time for you to go back to the Demon Lock Tower. Ruyan Lu looked at Lin Yao, her eyes full of reluctance. And just then, Gu Nanin finally got bold and came closer. Ruyan Emperor, my Gu Nanin, family mother, Li Xiaoyun, was practicing in the Taiku mountain range that year. surrounded by outlaws, he was saved by Emperor Ruyan. For so many years, up until the time of her passing, she was feeling the kindness of you, great Emperor Ruyan. Ruyan Emperor, do you remember her? Lu Ruyan glanced back at Gunanin. Swire Mountains. It does seem like it's been there, but have I ever saved anyone? Can't remember. I only remember that in the Taihang Mountains. It seems to have killed a few people. I had just returned from heaven. Back in that Sunhai world back then. With wounds on my body and in a bad mood. It seems to have ended up right in the middle of a couple of bad old men with a bad odor, bullying the youngsters. I didn't want to care, but those awful old men, when they saw me, made yellow remarks to me, saying Thai things, that, in this life, only my master can say Thai things to me. Lin Yao, who was on the side, changed his face violently. Don't you talk nonsense. Master is a proper teacher, and master has never said anything flirty to you. Ruyan Lu twisted her head and looked at Lin Yao. Of course Shifu didn't. Master, you are a righteous man. How could it be the same as those S***T? I've been with my master for so many years. Master has never had dirty words for disciple. Even disciple bathing. Master, you have never peeped once. Disciple sometimes wondered, is it that my disciple is ugly looking? Otherwise why can master teacher flip with other female cultivators but treat my disciple? Lin Yao hurriedly waved his hand at this moment. Enough, I say enough. Say no more. He glanced back at Gunanin and then turned his head to look at Lu Ruyan. You talk to this girl some more. Without her, I wouldn't have found you so quickly. Ruyan Lu froze. She once again looked at Gunanin, only to find that this girl's tears had already fallen indisputably. Lin Yao didn't say anything else. Instead, they swept past the two, leaving the top of the mountain to Gunanin to Lu Ruyan, pouring her heart out. He himself walked towards Chu Hongyu. When Chu Hongyu saw Lin Yao, she immediately bowed respectfully. Ancestors. Lin Yao nodded slightly, looking behind Chu Hongyu, not far away next to a 1,000-year-old pine. Next to the 1,000-year-old pine, an old Taoist, nervously rubbing his hands. After he noticed Lin Yao's gaze, he flung himself onto his knees. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. Lin Yao's brows directly furrowed. Chu Hongyu, who was on the side, glanced at Lin Yao's expression. Ancestor. He followed all the way. How to drive away cannot drive away. Lin Yao nodded slightly, then took big strides and walked over to that old man's body. The old man who was originally kneeling on the ground. His body trembled. The voice is hoarse. Master, is willing to accept my disciple? Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. For so many years, when I've taken in disciples, I've always taken in children with no cultivation. Never confiscated the old man. That old Taoist kowtowed again. Master on high, you don't see me as old looking, but I am essentially. It's just a child who hasn't entered the way. Lin Yao couldn't hold back any longer and kicked that old Taoist in the face. You fart again? The old Taoist was kicked by Lin Yao, but he wasn't annoyed. Instead he looked at Lin Yao playfully. Master, in this way, is willing to accept the disciple. Lin Yao was amused by the old Taoist's comical appearance. You're stickier to the teeth than any rice cake I've ever eaten, but you should also know that I can have Ruyan Lu slaughter you at any time. The expression on the old Taoist's face froze. He instantly dared not be playful, but remained on his knees and gulped. Lin Yao then took another step forward. Before, I originally felt that I had finished with you and didn't want to take care of you, but since you're so adamant, I'll give you a chance. Lin Yao's voice lurched. Go back to the Pavilion of Knowledge and go take a message to your current Pavilion Master. Just say, is it easy to say that the life of a man is not easy to say? Its purpose is deep. Its meaning is mysterious. Its reasoning is straight. The upper through the dry yuan without extreme micro. That is why the saint is afraid of people's hook Qingxuan Sword in rare words. Life is not easy to say. Who does not know the fate of those who do not think they are gentlemen? A hint of bewilderment appeared in the old Taoist's eyes. Master, means this. Lin Yao patted the old Taoist on the shoulder. There is no need to understand. There is no need to be suspicious. There is no need to be confused. You just need to take the words that, bring it to your Pavilion Master. After that, within the knowledge of Heaven Pavilion, you will be on a level playing field. It won't be long before we see each other again. The old Taoist swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and in the pupils of his eyes, surprise was revealed. Got it, disciple understanding. Disciple will now return to the heavenly pavilion of knowledge and help master teacher deliver the message. The old road rises from the ground. Then he twisted his head and even ran and leaped into the high sky, disappearing into a stream of light. Chu Hongyu walked behind Lin Yao at this time. Ancestors, you asked you to return the star. The word that was passed is. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes. A line from the words of knowledge that only the master of the pavilion can read. Lin Yao's voice lurched once again. Knowing Heaven's words is the founding ancestor of Knowing Heaven's Pavilion, the Juko Daoyan Divine Lord. Leave it to future generations of masters of the Pavilion of Heavenly Knowledge to teach them how to manage the secret talisman of the Pavilion of Heavenly Knowledge. I hammered it on, word for word, back in the day, plus what I did in Tolstoy City. I'm the current head of the Heavenly Pavilion. As long as it's not a cutie, should be able to guess who I am. The disciples of the Pavilion of Knowledge of Heaven are composed of a group of magi. But this group of magi, in the major dynasties, possessing influence, it's probably scarier than a lot of the current dynasty's great officials. A powerful godly man who can plague the dynasty and stir up the winds. According to you, Returning Star, there are 800 such powerful magi in Jitian Pavilion, and these 800 godly clowns are scattered throughout the entire Qinghai world. This is tantamount to saying that as long as one controls the Knowledge Pavilion, it would be disguised as having the ability to provoke the entire Qinghai Ming world into strife. Chu Hongyu's face changed. Ancestor, you want the Qinghai world to be at war? What's in it for us? Lin Yao looked up at the sky. This Qinghai world seems to have been too peaceful for too long, although there have been dynastic changes, but the frequency is too slow. Why do you think that is? Chu Hongyu froze for a moment. Because the Great Wall of Wanye. Because on the other side of the Great Wall of Wanye is the world of Mangalore. All dynasties have a common enemy. That is the great demon of the Mangu world. All the dynasties of all the Qinghai world must be united. Lin Yao snorted. That's the kind of bull **** that you talk about. So don't really fool yourself too. The great demons of the Mangu world. As long as they haven't killed their way into the hinterland of the Qinghai world, it would be impossible for the 81 nations of the Qinghai world to be united. They're united, my ass. Unity. These dynasties didn't fight because heaven wouldn't let them. Lin Yao raised his hand and pointed at the sky. Behind every major dynasty, there are immortals. These immortals, after their ascension, are subordinate to the heavenly palace, and the dynasties in the hands of these immortals. Naturally, they are also all assets affiliated with the heavenly palace, which governs the earth. Let the people of the earth provide for them. Ruyan Lu told me that the true immortals of the heavenly palace, in order to be able to, after their lifespan is cut off, to continue to live forever, you need to draw spiritual energy from the earth. But the spiritual energy of the earth and the sky, just so many. Fairies in heaven eat a little more, and those on earth eat a little less, or even have nothing to eat. The Spirit Valley, controlled by the major dynasties, is supplied to the heavenly palace for every stone of Spirit Valley planted. The human race, probably, is about to have 100 acres of land, withered. These 100 acres of land, it can grow 100 stones of ordinary grain. Growing spirit grains will not only deplete the land, but also the spirit veins. The true immortals of the heavenly palace seem to eat spiritual grains. In fact, they eat people, living people. These monks on earth, whether they are monks or people, are all pigs and dogs bred by the heavenly palace. Slaves. So of course they can't let the Qinghai world be in chaos, and if the Qinghai world is in a state of war, who planted and mined their land and made offerings of spiritual rhythms. Chu Hongyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ancestor, what do you mean? A blast of north blew over the top of the mountain, and it seemed to chill a little more. Lin Yao rubbed his palms together. Whatever the enemy is in favor of, let us oppose. Whatever the enemy opposes, we all have to be in favor of it. What the heavenly palace wants, I would have stayed out of the way, until I was sure that they had put their dirty hands on me and my disciples. Between cause and effect, it contains a great spiritual rhyme. From the moment they set their eyes on me, the heavenly palace and I, we are mortal enemies. Since the heavenly palace wants the world to be at peace, and the people of the world to be, honestly serve them as cattle and horses and dog slaves, then I will not let them have their way. I will make the Qinghai world, wolves and smoke. Lin Yao sneered and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He turned back and waved at Gu Nanin at the top of the mountain. Let's go. Set out for North Mang Mountain, Yayang Peak. I want to get back my 9th Dharma mansion. He then walked straight ahead on his own without waiting for Gu Nanin to follow. In his life, he did not cultivate good fruits, but only loved spiritual jade in arms, stirring up strife here and war there. Trailing down the river the tide letter comes. Today I realize I am me. Gotta let these arrogant immortals in the sky know that the biggest blunder of the heavenly palace, it is the enemy of me. Of course, to be on the safe side, I have to get my old account's login card back first. When I get back the 9th mansion, I'll be able to log into the hidden immortal king of the 10,000 laws many times. For a long time. Not so much as logging in. Seconds back. To get back the account of the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws, and then go to the Mangu world to retrieve Li Chungang. At that time, The first shot against the Heavenly Palace can be fired. The first shot against the Heavenly Palace. Start with the Great Zhou Dynasty first. Ha! You mother asterisk 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 heirs. Do you even know what it means to be an ordinary person? But does the Supreme Vest know what the first great karmic power of all time is? You bunch of old. Know what is called open hanging? In this world, only I can. First the effect and then the cause. The palm karma is born and dies. Chapter 66, The Road to Heaven has its own later generations? I didn't mean that. Is it your stuff? Beimang Mountain is boundless, a continuous mountain range. The mountains, with their high and low peaks and peaks stretching out like the undulating waves of the sea. A mountain rises up, each independent and connected to each other, like a group of dragons stirring up the sea, waves rising. At this moment, a golden treasure ship was traveling through the sea of clouds of North Mang Mountain. The golden treasure ship was extremely fast, but outside the treasure ship, a layer of precious light enveloped it, sheltering those on board from the cold winds outside the ship. At this moment, on the deck of the golden treasure ship, a young boy who was sitting cross-legged in meditation slowly opened his eyes. Look up at the top of your head. After realizing his head was empty, the teenager exhaled a cloudy breath. Thanks to the precious Dan obtained from that girl Lu Ruyan, the 2 karmas that are owed have been repaid cleanly. It is said that there is no debt, but it's surprising how uncomfortable it still feels to not have a line of red letters above your head. I've also been in the refined essence transformation stage for too long. Ready for the next step. The teenager tapped his waist. The hidden heavenly pearl. The precious light flowed with 9 flying lights. In the flying light were 3 scriptures, 3 jade talismans, and 3 bamboo scrolls, the secret of the Tao, the 9 secrets of sealing the heavens, the secret of the 10,000 laws, the Nirvana Sutra, the Taihuang Sutra, the Chaos Sutra, and the Book of Source Heaven, the Book of Chaotic Antiquity, the Book of Dongxian. The teenager looked at the flying light in front of him and grinned. And behind the teenager, a delicate young girl leaned against a brightly colored woman. The delicate girl blinked twice. Senior Sister Chu, Master Taizu has been meditating on the deck for 3 days. Before meditating, he also swallowed a jade spirit treasure pill given to him by Emperor Ruyan. I feel that the spiritual power is running on smoke in his body, but his cultivation, not a single change. Is this really normal? The great Ancestor Master had also instructed me before that I must have my Yuaning leave my body within a year. Gulp the air of heaven and earth 100 times. If I can't do it, he'll let my grandpa personally slap me to death. Is this my homework? The bright woman patted the delicate young girl on the head. Do whatever the ancestor tells you to do. The ancestor tells you to do this. There must be a reason for him. The ancestor is a tall man. As for the ancestor's own cultivation, which has its own rhythm, we need not speculate on it. There's no need to second guess, let alone bother. Just maneuver this treasure ship gifted by Senior Lu Ruyan. On the North Mang Mountain, the spiritual force field is chaotic. Flying boats flying in the sky often tend to lose their direction easily, crashing against the mountain peaks, even get swept into the astral wind layer. This treasure ship gifted to us by Elder Lu Ruyan, although it can traverse a certain range of astral winds, but the flight is getting slower. It won't take long. We'll probably have to land. The brightly colored woman, at this point, took another step forward, looking ahead. Before her eyes, the high and low rolling hills, all white on top and black on the bottom, and all the peaks topped with, were covered with snow, and the white peaks, undulating and interconnected, seemed like a great gray python, crawling on a mountain gorge. One of the peaks, exceptionally high, as the snake head of this gray python. Looking up at the sky, the brightly colored woman exhaled a cloudy breath. That tallest peak, that's MT. Luna. The brightly colored woman's words just fell. On the golden treasure ship, a layer of white mist suddenly rose. White fog fills the treasure ship. Those white mists then transformed into a bizarre cyclone. Those cyclones, colliding and fusing with each other. It finally turned into 9 huge cyclones that were more than 1 person tall. 9 cyclones, for each cyclone. The way the spiritual energy operated, the speed at which the cyclone rotated, the regularity, were all different, but each has its own wonders. The 2 women, at this point, looked at each other. The delicate girl gulped. What is this cyclone? A cyclone of aura? What is Master Taizu going to do? The bright young girl didn't say anything, but only dropped her gaze on the teenager who was sitting cross-legged. The teenager then snapped his head up and opened his mouth to inhale. The 9 cyclones on the golden treasure ship. It's like being summoned by something. All of them began to compress, coalesce, and finally bore into the body of the teenager sitting cross-legged on the bow of the ship. The teenager's body, involuntarily, trembled twice. This was followed by a crackling sound. Surprisingly, there were tiny flashes of lightning streaking by the teenager. And in the meantime, A scream came from the golden treasure ship. It was the startled scream of the dainty young girl. Foundation establishment stage. Peak Great Circle? Not. Wasn't it still the Qi refining stage Great Circle just now? Even if it breaks through, it should still be in the early stage of foundation establishment. What's going on? Why is that? Why? The bright woman next to the delicate young girl also took a deep breath and blinked twice at this moment. She raised her hand and patted the delicate young girl on the shoulder. For the first time, I'm more shocked than you are. But it's nothing. This is how the Ancestor Master cultivated. You weren't also taken directly from the late Jiedan realm by the Ancestral Master before. Directly plucked born to the early stage of Yuaning. These are the basic means of the ancestors. No need to be surprised. Ancestors said that he mastered the first great divine power of the law of cause and effect in ancient times. And just at that moment, the teenage boy sitting cross-legged at the bow of the boat also finally slowly got up. The teenager first looked up at the top of his head. The Hosto's karma, spiritual energy runs through the great circle of heaven 300 times. The secret of the way, foundation stage, perfect carrying of the scriptures 100 times. The 9 secrets of sealing the heavens, foundation stage, perfectly carrying the scriptures 100 times. The secret of the 10,000 laws, foundation stage, perfectly carrying the scriptures 100 times. The Nirvana Sutra, foundation stage, perfect carrying of the sutra 100 times. The Taihuang Sutra, foundation stage, perfectly carries the sutra 100 times. The Chaos Sutra, foundation stage, perfectly carries the sutra 100 times. The Source Book of Heaven, foundation stage, perfectly transported through the scriptures 100 times. The Ancient Book of Chaos, foundation stage, perfectly transported through the scriptures 100 times. The Book of Cave Mysteries, foundation stage 100 perfect runs through the scriptures, 1 full year remaining. Lin Yao hemmed and hawed and laughed dryly twice. The next thing to do is get high, as fast as you can, and pay off the karma that you owe. The pills within the hidden heavenly pearl are about to run out, although Ruyan Lu gave me her storage bag. With my current cultivation level, the pills that can be swallowed are really limited. Fortunately, we'll be able to take back the 9th Law House soon. Just take back the 9th Law House. The problem of the shortage of elixir will be solved for the time being. The only worry is that I don't know that the 9th Dharma House, which has suffered several robberies of the law of karma. Generally speaking, the more powerful a dharma treasure is, the deeper the karma with me, the easier it is to encounter the punishment of the law of karma, and the more severe the punishment of karma one endures. I hope that the treasures in the 9th Dharma Mansion contend to survive the punishment of the law of karma. Lin Yao muttered a few words before turning his head and looking at Chu Hongyu and Gu Naning behind him. He walked toward the 2 men. What are you doing? Where is the treasure ship traveling now? It was then that Chu Hongyu reacted. She rushed to the bow of the boat and peered forward, then spoke playfully. Ancestors, the treasure ship will be ready to land soon. The landing site is none other than Yeyang Peak. Just, Lin Yao frowned. He walked straight towards Chu Hongyu. Just what? What's there to swallow? But soon, Lin Yao's face changed as well, and he saw, under the golden ship of treasure, on that towering Yuyang Mountain's summit, surprisingly, a natural lake, is a heavenly pool. East, west, south, north, 4 ridges, densely packed, full of silhouettes. All cultivators, roughly estimated. There must be hundreds of thousands, more than the cultivators who enter the Demon Lot Tower to practice. Next to the heavenly pool, many cultivators, after reaching the top, actually jumped directly into the heavenly pool. It is only those cultivators, who just jumped into the heavenly pool soon after, let out miserable wails, as if under that heavenly pool, there's some kind of scary monster out there. Just even so, there were still cultivators, defying death, jumping into the heavenly pool one after another. Lin Yao was in the sky, and he could even hear the group of cultivators hissing before they jumped into the heavenly pool. Sacrifice one of me to strengthen my Tao sect. Gentlemen, I will take the first step. The vast path of immortal cultivation is a path of wealth and danger. The predecessor who created this Dharma house and left it here, it is to let the future generation inherit the Tao road of immortal cultivation that the predecessors failed to finish, and it is walked by us, the road to heaven. Free later generations. Gentlemen, do not let your seniors down. Lin Yao's face changed as he watched the scene. His forehead, it was bursting with veins. What the F***K is this group doing here? They are all coming for my 9th law houses? Weeds. The path to heaven has its own later? I didn't mean that. It's my law house. Bunch of assholes. Is it your stuff? You guys just rob it? What's mine can only be mine. Don't move a single penny on the side. Chapter 67. Wait for the return of the master of the Dharma Mansion. None of you present will be able to leave. As I said, the golden-colored flying boat. At the moment, land in a hurry, almost in a punching position. It crashed into the Moonyang Peak, the southern ridge. The roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Many cultivators, stunned, looked at the flying boat falling from the sky and talked about it. This precious boat, it's not expensive to build. It's actually able to fly in the skies of North Mang Mountain. But the royal master of the treasure ship, a little too eager, should not be familiar with the North Mang Mountain either. Surprisingly, it crashed into the mountain. This is the first treasure ship to crash into the mountain in the past few months. It's the 12th one, but as of now, this is the treasure ship that's the most expensive to sail. I wonder which country's lineage it is. It's really incomprehensible. These children of the world's families, their families are already very rich. Why do you still come to this crisis-ridden North Mang Mountain? What else could it be? The blessed caves of this place are attractive enough. The former Dharma house of a great power in the world of the 9 states, and the cultivation of this great power. After detecting and examining the lowest is a feathered true immortal. There are even speculations that he has stepped into the legendary 12th realm. The 12th realm? The legendary Nirvana 9? No wonder so many cultivators flocked to the city. The sons and daughters of lineages from many countries, even the dynasty, too, came over to intervene. Next to the golden treasure ship, those cultivators lamented while staring at the golden treasure ship with dead eyes. And just then, the golden-colored treasure ship, slightly rocking, 3 silhouettes that appeared in the crowd's line of sight. It was a handsome young man with 2 women, one beautiful in her Englishness, a dainty with a wit. After these 3 people walked out of the treasure ship, the delicate young girl raised her hand and pinched. The golden treasure ship rocked a few times. It then shrank rapidly and flew into the hands of the delicate young girl. The delicate young girl took the shrunken golden treasure ship and put it into her arms. Then with his head up and chest out, he walked forward. The surrounding cultivators, either with their heads half lowered or with their eyes squinted, were all looking at the 3 people in front of them. 1 Yuaning, 1 Jiadun, 1 foundation building. The one with the lowest cultivation level is actually the teenager who hit the head? What's all the fuss about? That young man looks like the son of a family with 2 beautiful concubines. The cultivation level is not high, and the cultivation level of the 2 beautiful concubines is not high either. Just 3 people, come to Yeyang Mountain. It's too arrogant. I guess I don't know the depths of this secret realm of the Moonyang Mountain. Heard the news. Then they hurried over quickly, but they didn't know that this was Bay Mang Mountain, and that the group of cultivators gathered at Yuyang Peak. One by one, they have come from every country, poor and vicious men, foppers, where there is no means of preserving their lives, just lambs to the slaughter. At this moment, the southern ridge of Moon Sun Peak, countless cultivators, their gazes were focused on the 3 people who walked down from the golden treasure ship. Behind the teenager, the beautiful woman looked around at the surrounding cultivators, her brows furrowed. The cultivators, around the ancestor, have fierce eyes and look like they all don't have good intentions, and each and every one of them is not bad in cultivation. It carries a murderous aura. It should be a recklessness that kills from the bottom. We're being watched, and this place, the spiritual energy is chaotic. We can't fly in the air. Once we are surrounded, we can't even retreat. The teenage boy who walked at the front of the line stared ahead. The pupils of his eyes flashed ferociously. Leave them alone. Bunch of dirtbags. Straight to the sky pool, the teenager said as he picked up his pace. The beautiful woman and the delicate young girl hurriedly followed. But just then, a line of people, blocking the way of the 3. The one at the head was a middle-aged man with a cloak of hair. The middle-aged man was dressed in a rough linen coat, which was sleeveless, revealing 2 thick arms. On his left arm, he had a black dragon tattoo. The middle-aged man in front of him didn't look like a cultivator, but instead looked like a horse bandit. The group of people behind this middle-aged man also all had vicious faces, not like the sons of a famous sect. The delicate young girl behind the teenager took a step forward at that moment. She lowered her voice. The great Grandmaster, this dog thing, is the infant change god great circle, one great realm above me. Of all the monks gawking around, there are also the refining spirit and returning void and yin void and yang realization. The highest cultivation level seems to have a Yuan Shendong Xian, in the same realm as my grandpa, Master Taizu. Are we still going forward? The teenager walking at the front ignored the delicate young girl next to him. Instead, he smothered his head and moved forward, walking up to the cloaked bandit-like cultivator before and after him. The teenager just looked up. Don't block the road. The middle-aged man with 2 bare arms, his head bowed. Teenage boys, don't be such a stranger. In the kingdom of Wu, barbarian martial cultivator, Zhang Qingyu, you have just come to Yeyang Mountain, while I have been here for more than 3 months. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Zhang Qingyu, with a lull in his voice, lowered his body again, beside the teenage boy. and attached himself to his ear. This place looks peaceful, but in reality there are many crises. Look at all these cultivators around us, one more than the other with vicious faces. None of them are good people. They're all evil demons from various countries, wanted criminals, eaters of people. That secret realm of the Dharma Mansion looks tantalizing, but the cultivators who jumped into the lake all had no return. Little old me, do you know what needs to be done while you're here? The teenage boy's frown grew tighter. Impatience had shown in his eyes. The middle-aged man with two bare arms, seeing that the teenager did not speak, hurriedly continued to speak. It's the backing. I, Zhang Qingyu, emphasize the word righteousness when I walk in the Jianghu. The next person cultivates, explores treasures and kills people, all for the sake of seizing treasures and refining their own cultivation. I, Zhang Qingyu, am different. I, Zhang Qingyu, am righteous. I hope to make friends with the world's great and powerful. Little old brother, would you like to make friends with me? Zhang Qingyu? Zhang Qingyu, at this moment, turned toward the young boy and extended his large dark hand. Lin Yao looked up at Zhang Qingyu. Make a friend? Turn in a hammer. Make friends with the great and the good of the world? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Is it not because of your own lack of cultivation that you, a bunch of rustic chickens and dogs, have gathered together? Trying to team up to enter the secret realm increases one's chances of survival. What friends? Brothers? It's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. After we enter the secret world, the ones who are most likely to kill each other are your group. It's also your gang that will fight over one or two magic treasures. If you really think about these so-called brethren of yours, take them and leave Yayang Mountain. Otherwise, wait for the return of the owner of this faunus. None of you present will be able to leave. I said it. Lin Yao's face is grim. He refused to give any of the cultivators on Moonyang Mountain a single bit of good face. This group of cultivators, in his eyes, were all thieves. He had moved to kill. However, the Zhang Qingyu in front of him only laughed up in the air at the words. It's not just him. The surrounding cultivators laughed, and even more, sneered out. What a cute little bastard. What did he say? The master of the law house will come back? Think we're 3-year-olds. This Dharma mansion has been deserted for thousands of years. Gadget, you're fine and tender. Don't go to some law house. Come and play with your sister. Sister tells you exactly what it means to really not be able to walk. Sister not only makes you unable to walk, but also makes you unable to walk. This little thing, he's threatening us? Does he know where this place is? Who does he think he is? A Foundation Establishment Realm Grand Circle. So arrogant? His mother. I just thought that it was the owner of this Dharma mansion who had returned. This little bastard. Which country? Which family's son? So naive? Not afraid of being abducted? On the Moon Yang Mountain, the sneers of those cultivators grew louder and louder, but they didn't notice. The sky on Yuyang Mountain was suddenly cloudy, like it's going to be stormy. The top of Mt. Yeyang, the center of that pool of heaven, which was like a deep sapphire set on the top of a mountain. At this time, a horrible face even emerged. The skin of that face rotted away, revealing 2 rows of teeth and rotting flesh. That face was looking up at the sky at that moment. There are more and more cultivators around the Dharma mansion. Another full meal today. But why? I, Wu Ada, suddenly feel unsettled. This air, in addition to the refreshing odor of living flesh, there seems to be a karmic scent mixed in that I find distasteful. The last time I smelled this odor, it was because I bumped into that $3 true million door, the first karmic law avatar of the ancient world, the natural enemy of all undead corpses, the villain of the endless list. Smell this odor again today? Could it be that he's back? No. No way. Wu Ada, don't scare yourself. That villain has been missing for 3,000 years. There's only one thing you have to do next, and that's try to break free the sealing ban left behind by that villain. Back to the world of Kyushu, to become the king of the undead corpses of one land. That villain, who has completely disappeared. The future belongs to the undead. There's no way he's coming back. Absolutely no way. Chapter 68, the dang immortal corpse becomes a watchdog in the end. Is it still called a young man if you're not angry? In the center of the heavenly pool, the hideous and terrifying head murmured a few words in a low voice. Eyes just start looking around in all directions. A pile of live meat. A pile of fresh 2-legged sheep. Which one is better to eat first? Though not at all wanting to help that scoundrel by guarding the gates of his law house, but this swarm of live meat, jumping down like dumplings, is completely irresistible. Damn it, there's never been a cultivator, under the world of the 9 states, who has taken an undead corpse, and captured it. Be the watchdog of your own law house. 3 truths and 10,000 laws sect. Look what kind of a good disciple you have taught. The hideous head got angrier and angrier as it spoke. He opened his big mouth. His tongue, like a snake, sprang out. Like a serpent's tongue, it flew straight to the shore of the celestial pool. Wrapping around the neck of a female cultivator. The tongue pulled back. The female cultivator let out a terrified scream. The female cultivator, before she could react, it had been dragged into the sky pool, dragged to the side of the hideous head and gnawed right through by the head. Watchdog? Watchdog. I, Tang, the great avatar immortal corpse, am not your watchdog of the Three Truths 10,000 Laws sect. Asterisk 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 it. Let's just put all this live meat in there. But can't help it at all. The sight of this flesh and blood makes you want to devour and chew it. We obviously don't want to be watchdogs, but we end up being watchdogs. Three Truths and 10,000 Laws sect. You are too abominable. Too abominable. The hideous head cursed as it gnawed the female cultivator to death. And next to the heavenly pool, the hissing and shouting shook the sky. Everyone be careful. The demons in the heavenly pool have started actively hunting on the shore again. That's not a demon. It's already been investigated by a fellow Taoist. These monsters they're all immortal corpses from all over the 9 states and the world. Cultivators get obsessed after death, and their obsessions rise up into 10,000 karma, and 10,000 karma into their skeletons. Bury your life, immortal corpse. These monsters, to human food. The more people eat their own cultivation, the more will be refined. With immortal corpse, watching over his own Dharma mansion. The owner of this Dharma mansion in his lifetime should be from the world of the 9 states. Before in the North Mountain, scurrying those undead corpses, did not find so powerful. Days with the clan, refining God and transforming void realm. Taoist Li Yao, was just eaten? The undead corpses that were previously scurrying about on Mt. Mang in the north were said to be this Fa Fu, the topmost layer of the care. But someone has probed this Dharma house. For the inverted tower-shaped Dharma house, the layer that has been stolen, is the first layer of the Dharma house. The French house is deeper. No one has entered it, and the hidden treasures inside should also be kept intact and untouched. But because before, the gang of guards from the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries forced their way into the mansion, destroying the forbidding system of the law mansion, so that inside the law mansion, the deeper layers of undead corpses, all drilled out, scrambling to emerge first. These deeper undead. It's not yet possible to leave the heavenly pool, but as long as we get close, we'll be hunted by them. It doesn't feel good to be treated as prey. Sure enough, the place of hidden treasures is not that good to enter. The undead corpses in the deep layers have all risen to the surface. How can we still enter Senior's Dharma mansion? Don't panic, everyone. This must be the test the seniors left for us. As long as we are united as one, there must be a way to enter the Dharma mansion. Does the owner of the Dharma house, that senior, really want his descendants to enter his Dharma house? Why do I think he doesn't have it in him? Nonsense. That senior, who left the Dharma mansion here, must have done so in order to bring the Dharma mansion. Pass it on to someone who is worthy. And at this moment, Yayang Mountain, Lin Yao on the southern ridge, unconsciously sneezing in the midst of a mountain of sneers. Lin Yao rubbed his nose. Who's chanting about me? Lin Yao then raised his head again and looked around. He saw the group of cultivators around him, still staring at themselves. It's as if they are their plate of food. A freshly fattened goat. Lin Yao looked at the eyes of these cultivators and couldn't help but laugh. He spent so much time in the spirit ruins, practiced so many accounts. He had never been the only one to treat NPCs as fat sheep, and this was the first time he had been treated by a group of NPCs as lambs to be slaughtered. Ridiculous. Is ridiculous. This group of NPCs, in his mother, inverted the Big Dipper. Lin Yao's eyes flickered with a ghostly aura, but he didn't have an immediate seizure. He knows how to prioritize things. Now the most important, the highest priority, is still to take back control of the Ninth Law House. What's that saying? The day the king returns to the world, all rebellious ministers will die. Without further ado, Lin Yao bypassed Zhang Qingyu and continued walking up the mountain. Chu Hongyu and Gu Nanyin hurriedly followed behind. Zhang Qingyu saw this scene. A frown. He also followed Lin Yao's lead. Little old me. I really don't think about what I just said anymore. Zhang is sincere. This place is Beimang Mountain, not the capital city of any dynasty. There are no rules, much less kingly laws. Do you know how many cultivators? These days, on Mount Yayang, not dead at the mouth of the sky pool, but halfway up the mountain. But anytime you show a little wealth, you'll be watched by hundreds of pairs of eyes. In this place, killing people to get away with it. It's too normal, but this is also originally the customs and rules of the cultivation world. The treasure boat you're traveling in is too much for the eyes. Thousands of eyes were on you from the moment you hit the ground. That golden treasure ship is reason enough for them to kill you. Little old me. I, Zhang, was originally a defender of the Great Wall of Wanye, and because of my outspokenness, offended the upper governor, before being forced to leave the Great Wall of Wanyi. But Zhang, is the cultivation world, rare real people, the way things are now, you can't even run away if you want to. The spiritual energy around Yeyang Mountain is in chaos. You won't be able to ascend in the treasure boat again for a short time. The only way to live is to join us. Look back at these brothers behind me. None of their cultivation levels are very high, and they've managed to survive until now, not being chewed up and swallowed into the stomach by this group of devils on Yuyang Mountain. All because we are united. Lin Yao's footsteps didn't stop, only slanting his eyes and glancing at Zhang Qingyu. Another glance at the group of cultivators behind Zhang Qingyu. It was a group of loose cultivators, and judging from their clothing, this group of loose cultivators, cultivating in a variety of paths and cultivation realms. Each of them had their own level of cultivation, but the one with the highest cultivation level was Zhang Qingyu, the infant changing god. Lin Yao shook his head. You're wrong. This group of brothers behind you, still alive and, not because you are united, but because of poverty, so poor that there's not much grease to be had, but a fly is still a piece of meat even if it's small. A fly with many legs can put together a dish. You are smarter than the other monks, and in the name of righteousness, you have taken these monks. Gather around yourself and eat them whenever you want, whoever you want. You may have some kind of scapegoat mastery. When you take them into the law house, they are all your scapegoats. They are the stepping stones for you to get to the top. You're doing a great job. But when I opened my first account, just seen this trick before, Zhang Qingyu was first stunned, and his face changed violently, and behind him, the group of cultivators that had been following him, even more so, their faces changed dramatically in unison. What do you mean? Brother Zhang is cajoling us? Fellow Taoist Zhang doesn't look like that kind of person. In the world of cultivation, one really can't trust anyone lightly. Luckily I didn't trust him in the first place, just using each other. If it weren't for the sake of being able to successfully enter the Dharma house, who would want to follow his ass? Zhang Qingyu, deadpan, stared at Lin Yao. Little brother, you can reject my good intentions, but what do you intend to do by making up speculations about Zhang? Lin Yao didn't bother with Zhang Qingyu, who was on the side. Stifle forward. Zhang Qingyu's face grew more and more somber. He heard the sneers of the surrounding cultivators. Zhang Qingyu, you useless thing, by a yellow-tufted child of the foundation establishment stage, pointing to the nose to scold. You, this body of cultivation, really in vain cultivation. If you find a piece of tofu hid dead, forget it. Righteous Zhang Qingyu, what a big joke. An infant changing god, being scolded like this by a foundation stage pointing at his nose. What a spectacle. But that little dude is right. Zhang Qingyu's gang has survived until now, not because of unity. Rather, it is because they are poor. But this little bastard is also really arrogant. It's been a while since I've seen such an exuberant young man. Interesting. Zhang Qingyu's face was getting more and more gloomy at the moment. His large rough hand, at this moment, brutally grabbed towards Lin Yao's shoulder. Stop. I said stop. I didn't say you could go. Young man, you're too angry. But just as Zhang Qingyu's large hand was about to grab Lin Yao's shoulder, a white light suddenly appeared behind Lin Yao. The white light was the silhouette of a woman. The woman's cheeks could not be seen clearly, but the woman's hands, with a deadly grip on Zhang Qingyu, the large hand that had originally grabbed at Lin Yao's shoulder. The woman turned her face sideways and seemed to be staring at Zhang Qingyu. The woman then rushed at Zhang Qingyu and spat out a bite. Get out! The next instant, Zhang Qingyu's body began to deform and twist strangely. His outstretched palms and arms were the first to explode, followed by his body, and finally his head. A good living man, in an instant, blown to a bloody pulp. The north wind blew on Yeyang Peak, the blood-colored pieces, then dissipated. Zhang Qingyu, like he never existed in this world. Silence, the southern ridge of Yeyang Peak, deadly silence. There was only a snort from the teenager. Gaslighting? What's a young man if he's not exuberant? The southern ridge of Yeyang Peak, all the cultivators, at this moment, were staring at the back of that young boy. That shadow just now is a true immortal blessing? Why is he blessed by a true immortal? In the Songhai world, there's only one kind of person who can have this treatment, a direct descendant of the royal family, also known as the prince. Damn, that's a good cast. No wonder, with two beautiful concubines, he dared to come to Yeyang Mountain. So it's because there's a true immortal behind him. God, why can't you let me have a good birth too? And at the southern ridge of Yeyang Mountain, the crowd was in full swing. Lin Yao has climbed all the way to the top of Yeyang Mountain. Tianqi Bank without words. The top of the mountain was equally crowded. The aura was also more manic and chaotic than, say, on the ridge. Lin Yao could also sense at this time that on the top of the mountain, these cultivators gathered. with an average cultivation level of. It's going to be a hair higher than on the ridge. It was just the atmosphere at the top of the mountain that was unusually grave. In the air, the smell of blood. All the cultivators gazed at the center of the heavenly pool. In the middle of the sky pool, sitting on the end was a figure. And it is not accurate to say that it was a figure. For the cheeks of the man, the skin on both cheeks is rotten, revealing a mouth of sharp teeth and scarlet eyes that do not look like human beings. It was more like a living corpse. This living corpse, sitting in the center of the celestial pool, was cupping a human arm in its hand, was gnawing on his human arm as if he were gnawing on a piece of corn. The cultivators surrounding the circle of the heavenly pond were all talking at this time. The Yuanshan Cave Xian realms, Li Muyang, also lost? This is the immortal corpse of the world of Kyushu. Are you kidding me? How do the cultivators of the world of Kyushu live with such monsters? Why don't we all go together? Consume him. Good. It's good to be together. He loves to eat people so much. So prop him up. This undead corpse, guarding the center of the celestial pool. No one dares to try to enter the Dharma mansion under the heavenly pool anymore. I told you, the owner of the FA mansion might not even want to let anyone in. Nonsense. This undead corpse is clearly the senior, leaving us with a test. Think it's a test? Get on with it. But then again, and just as the group of cultivators on top of the mountain, their faces were grave, as if they were facing a great enemy. A young boy whose cultivation is only in the foundation establishment realm is constantly squeezing forward. Move over. You guys are blocking my way home. Chapter 69. I'm going to my own home and I have to buy a ticket? You're making me the last emperor. Lin Yao looked at the sea of people in front of him. A frown creased his brow. The shore of the celestial pool. Not only was it full of monks, and a ring of bands has been set up. Cultivators outside the band simply couldn't cross the band and enter the heavenly pool, and it seems that special means are needed to open the seal. Lin Yao never thought about it. It's amazing how hard it can be to go back to your own home one day. And in front of him, those cultivators, one by one, were also complaining with righteous indignation. These dog bastards of the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, before, intended to take the Dharma house for themselves. Around the heavenly pond, seals were set up to prevent outsiders from entering. But so what if seals were set up? The dead soldiers they themselves sent into the FA house to loot and plunder the treasure, all folded and none came out alive. Now they're patting themselves on the back. The ban is not lifted. Only those who have paid the military. Being able to cross the ban is not bullying honest people. Not only that, this group of coarse soldier cultivators, it also disturbed the 1,000-year prohibition of the mansion itself and angered the immortal corpses responsible for guarding the immortals' mansion. In order to calm the anger of that group of 1,000-year-old undead corpses, there are rumors that the military of the Wanyi Great Wall and the undead corpses within the Dharma Palace have reached some kind of agreement? Ha? What agreement? That's a military secret. Can I know? All I know is that it wasn't long before the news that this place hides an immortal's Dharma mansion went viral, and cultivators from various countries, one after another, all ascended North Mang Mountain. Conspiracy. This is clearly a conspiracy designed by the military of the Great Wall of Wanyi. By design, I suspect. The military, using us as bait, feeding us to that undead herd. Then what are we still staying here for? Why don't we retreat earlier? Why waste time here? But, came all the way here. It's really not a good idea not to go in and take a look. And in this situation now, with this kind of news being passed on, who knows? Will this be the other intentional people's conspiracy? In a few words, a large number of cultivators will be evacuated from Mt. Yayang, and then the huge treasure house will be destroyed. It all went into his storage bag. This wishful thinking is really loud. The most detestable thing about the military of the Great Wall is that it controls the entrance to the Immortals' Law House. Daily limit of 3,000 cultivators into the, and this quota, external auction, the highest bidder. This means of enrichment. Do these soldiers have any more face? Lin Yao listened to the complaints around him, rubbed his chin a few times. Limits again. The hunger marketing routine really does work no matter what the conditions are. But this is my home. You sold tickets at my front door? Did you say hello to me? Give me my cut? Just like that? Damn it. I retired for 3,000 years. And when I look back at the mortal world, I have to buy a ticket to go home. I'm going to be the last emperor, aren't I? The more Lin Yao thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was ridiculous to the extreme. And just then, someone tugged at his sleeve. He turned back angrily. Seeing Chu Hongyu, he was looking at himself cautiously. Lin Yao looked at Chu Hongyu, his voice low and hoarse. Something? Chu Hongyu bowed her head slightly. Ancestors. Disciple has spied out that over on the northwest ridge, Someone is selling qualifications to enter the Dharma Mansion. Of the 3,000 men in today's quota, 2,892 have already entered the Dharma House. There are still 108 cultivators that have not entered the heavenly pool. Although the military of the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries holds the Moonyang Peak, and only releases 3,000 slots per day, permission to enter the blessed cave under the celestial pool, but in reality, there are only 2,000 or so people who are willing to venture into the secret realm of the Dharma Mansion every day, and the rest of the quota of the, it's usually between cultivators, in private transactions. Lin Yao nodded. Got it. The old man's home. Not only are people selling tickets, but people are acting as scalpers. God damn it. Every penny earned by these dogs was supposed to be mine. Mine. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He was just about to say something else, but just then, a low, hoarse voice came from behind Lin Yao. Fellow Taoist, if you want a place in the Immortal Mansion, the poor Taoist can help. Lin Yao turned around violently, seeing an old Taoist clad in an earth-colored Taoist robe, with a withered form and disheveled hair, bearing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He grinned at himself. Lin Yao raised his chin slightly. Who are you? That old Taoist cupped his fists and bowed to Lin Yao. Poor Taoist. Western Xia. Gu Zia. Earlier, on the southern ridge of the Moonyang Peak, I saw the valor of Tao Lord. That's why I want to make friends with you. Taoist. Lin Yao snorted. Another one here to make friends? Tell the truth. The old Taoist's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. I saw before that there was a true immortal behind you, so I guess that you must be from a certain dynasty, a firstborn son of the royal family, so he came over specially to flatter. The old road is in this Yayang Peak, and there is also half a month of shallow feeling in the old road. For cultivators like Lao Dao, this immortal Dharma mansion within the mountain of Yayang Peak may seem like a treasure trove of chaotic flowers and bewilderment. It's practically a devil's hole that eats people. That's why the old Taoist was slow to move after auctioning this immortal's Dharma mansion, the qualification to explore the treasure. The poor Taoist knows that he is ultimately afraid that after taking this step, there is no return. It is said that in the world of cultivation, wealth and riches are sought, but the poor Taoist feels that living is the first thing. This Dharma mansion is fascinating, but it doesn't belong to the poor Taoist me. So this qualification for treasure hunting should be given to those who are destined for it. As he spoke, the old Taoist held up a metallic, dark gold-colored, the iron jade waistplate with white jade in the center was handed to Lin Yao's eyes. You're just this karmic. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes. This is a voucher to enter the law mansion and search for treasure? This thing, if you resell it, you should be able to get a good price for it too. What? To give it to me for nothing? The old path nodded. For nothing. Poverty Road is different from that ungrateful Zheng Qingyu. The old road is incomparably honest. The poor Taoist wants to make a good relationship with you. In other words, the poor Taoist wants to climb up to you, to flatter you, kneel down and lick you. If it is possible, the poor Taoist wishes to be your protege. Although the poor Taoist wears a Taoist robe, he is actually a son of Confucianism. For the 4 arts of the minister, poor Tao has been drilling for many years, but he has never been able to find a chance to make a big show of his chest. But it is the order of the swallow. Lin Yao looked at the old Taoist in front of him with a strange expression. The 4 arts of being a minister. That old Taoist nodded. Yes, it's the 4 arts of servants, which originated from the Confucian sages. Husbandman Lin Kong's Enlightenment Summary. Countless readers in the world are standing on the shoulders of husbandmen picking apples, Confucian children, familiar with the scriptures and history, resonating with heaven and earth, in order to choose a wise lord and rule the world. The 4 arts of being a minister. Slaying the dragon, supporting the dragon, and following the dragon. Kill the dragon. Whatever it is, it's all for the sake of the stability of heaven and earth. Dragon slaying, a reference to the limitation of imperial power. The purpose is to make the country a national world rather than a family world. Fulong Jiao refers to assisting the emperor in ruling the country, but the nature of the country is a family world. From the dragon technique, refers to finding a suitable prince to assist you, and you will be able to ascend to heaven when he attains the Tao in the future. Killing the dragon technique refers to revolting and overthrowing an existing dynasty to establish a new one. Poor Taoist. Of the 4 arts of the minister, the one he has studied the most is the art of the dragon. Has been looking forward to the day can meet the bright master, a show of ambition. But the princes of the Western Xia, one by one, they are all dog-eyed tampers, and in Western Xia, it is difficult for the old man to show his ambition. So he traveled the world. The old path's voice lurched. He took the iron jade tablet in his hand and shoved it into Lin Yao's hand, then flung himself onto his knees. Your Highness is above. Please accept a bow from the poor Taoist. The poor Taoist is willing to use his life's learning to help your Highness inherit the great dynasty and support the world. Lin Yao lowered his head and weighed the iron jade tablet in his hand. Sinking. Is this the ticket I need to get home? Lin Yao hemmed and hawed and laughed dryly twice, putting the iron jade tablet in his hand away. He then looked at the old Taoist in front of him. You did good. Otherwise I'd have to waste some effort to get the tickets. Kneeling on the ground, Gu Ziya's body trembled. A look of excitement appeared on his face, but he struggled to keep himself calm. Your Highness, this is all what one should do as a subject. It is just that the micro-minister, at this time, does not know which country's royal family His Highness is. Lin Yao involuntarily snorted. You're willing to be my protege when you don't even know what country I'm from? You've got a lot of guts. Gu Ziya, getting more and more agitated. As it should be, one who is a vassal should have this resolution. Your Highness, you can't lose by accepting the micromanager. You can't be fooled. You don't look at the microcosmic mess a beggar look. Microcosmic. Studying under the Confucianism subsage, Mencius, Meng Qingjun, Lin Yao, who originally just had a playful expression on his face, suddenly changed his color. He looked at the old man in front of him. Gu Ziya, what did you say? You're Meng Qingjun's disciple? That old Taoist hurriedly pulled Lin Yao's hand at this moment. Your Highness, there is no need to be too shocked. Micromanager cannot be counted as a disciple of Yaxing, can only be regarded as the. After being enlightened by him, I gave up the path of forgetting love that I had been practicing before, turned to practicing the four arts of being a minister. But every time I think back to that encounter with Mencius, I feel like a spring breeze. Lin Yao stared at that old Taoist dead in the face. Meng Qingjun, what is he doing? He's got a lot of karma on him, too. Wasn't he targeted by heaven? The old Taoist was stared at by Lin Yao a little hairy. This micromanager is not clear. I just know that Mencius is traveling the world in search of his master. It's also the legendary supreme sage, Lin Kong. Mencius said that he had already traveled to heaven and fought with the heavenly beings. He had many unanswered questions within him that only his teacher could clear up. There is no sign of his teacher in the sky, so he will continue to look for it, and after going up to the bottom, he should go down to the Yellow Springs. World's readers, all of whom call him a saint, seeing him as the pinnacle, he does not know that he is now, precisely when he is practicing. Your Highness, micromanager can see from your eyes that you seek to be a wise man, but Mencius, you still don't think about it. That is the saint in the eyes of the world's readers. You want him to compliment you. It's not going to happen. The cultivation level of the subsaint has broken through the 12th realm, having touched the threshold of the 13th realm. It is impossible for him to come down to the mortal world to assist anyone, but the micromanager is willing. Micromanager is willing to bow and die for you. Lin Yao looked down at the old Taoist in front of him. He first took the iron jade tablet and put it away in his arms. Afterward, he spoke in a single word. Old thing, letting you down. There is not half a bit of royal blood in my Lin Yao body. It's just one foundation establishment cultivator who desperately wants to go home. As for what you're talking about, dragon slaying, dragon slaughtering, dragon slaving, dragon supporting, dragon slaying, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The man you're talking about never said this bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He realized the country and the people fought only one. Rivers and mountains are so beautiful, attracting countless heroes compete for waste. You put the people in the heart. The people will hold you high by themselves. As for the rest, it's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. At this moment, Gu Ziya stared with his mouth wide open, his face full of unbelief, but not before Gu Ziya reacted. Lin Yao was already carrying the iron jade plaque in his pocket as he walked forward. He narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had heard anything about Meng Qingjun, the account Ru Dao Supreme Sage. If Lin Yao remembers correctly, before he unlocked the number, cultivation barely reaches feathered ascension. Unexpectedly, Meng Qingjun's cultivation level was actually approaching the 13th realm, the Empyrean Great Luo. This should be the disciple with the highest cultivation level that he currently knew of. Good. That's good. A reliable meal ticket. One more. Lin Yao was satisfied. Back then, this little nerd made himself feel saved, not realizing that after all these years, he still saves himself so much heartache. Lin Yao was even starting to look forward a bit to the reunion with this little nerd. And just as Lin Yao was thinking about this, he finally took the iron jade plaque that Gu Ziya had given him as well. Squeezing his way to the bank of the heavenly pool, in front of him was the military of the Great Wall of Wanye, laying down a ban. If you cross the prohibition, you can jump into the heavenly pool. Lin Yao cupped the iron jade tablet in his hand and pressed it towards the prohibition in front of him, the originally transparent ban in front of him. Sudden clarity. Lin Yao could see a small, pitch-black character floating and flowing in front of him. The reddish-golden iron jade plaque slowly dissolved at this moment. and the prohibition in front of Lin Yao's eyes appeared as a doorway that could only allow one person to pass through. The moment the doorway appeared, the cultivators outside the heavenly pool turned their heads in unison. Another cultivator, planning to venture into the Dharma mansion to explore the treasure? A cultivator's courage will not be easily broken. So what if there are undead corpses blocking the way? There are always challengers, coming forward. Which country's cultivator is the one who opened the ban to enter the heavenly pool this time? Don't know. Haven't seen it. But his cultivation seems to be only up to the Foundation Establishment realm. What? Foundation Establishment realm? This isn't courage. This isn't pure cerebral palsy. Doesn't he know that not long ago, in front of the cave, a Yuan Shindong Xian just died? This is not the way to go on. I still suggest that we all go together. With so many cultivators, I don't believe I can up that undead corpse watching the door. If you want to get it together, you'll have to get the military of the Great Wall of Wanfa first. Remove the prohibition of this place. But is this possible? As I said before, the military of the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries and the undead corpses, in league and collusion, have. Everyone's been fooled by them. And on the banks of the celestial pool, the crowd was in full swing. Lin Yao also stepped over the prohibition and stood on the bank of the heavenly pond. He looked out over the undead corpse in the center of the celestial pool, and the undead corpse in the center of the heavenly pond slowly turned its head and looked at Lin Yao. Then, the undead corpse, its face changed dramatically. Chapter 70, the undead corpse at the door bared its teeth at me. The fire dragon fruit was still underfed back then. The north wind blew across Yayang Peak. The undead corpse in the center of the pool of heaven. Wu Ada, deadly staring at a teenage boy, next to the heavenly pool. His heart and soul trembled. Like, it's too similar. And that ING asshole from back in the day. Appearance is like a 6. Temperament like an 8. The bizarre ferocity between his eyebrows is even more similar to that asshole back then. It seems to be the return of an old man. Wu Ada, at this point, can't help but recall many years ago. At that time, he was not an undead corpse. It's from the world of Kyushu, Xuyang Mountain, Qiyangguan, Luyang Xinjian. Because of the world of Kyushu, undead corpses are perennially rampant. Therefore, in the world of Kyushu, places like Taoist temples and monasteries, which can bless mortals, it's always extraordinarily respectable. The incense at Qiangguan is also flourishing. Wu Ada, the most Taoist temple master, in addition to practicing daily, it is to welcome the incoming and outgoing incense. Occasionally he will go down the mountain and get rid of a few heads, the undead corpses that are a scourge to the living world. Wu Ada felt that it was his most free and reckless time. Until one day, he was in the Taoist temple, and once again he received a plea for help from the mountain people at the foot of Mt. It says that there are undead corpses rampaging and eating people. He didn't dare stop for a moment. Straight to the village at the foot of the mountain. But when he went straight to the mountain village, all that was seen was a crimson fire. He was in the flames, and all he heard were the cries of women and children. He was spreading his divine sense, trying to get a lock on the undead's whereabouts, amidst the flames. It turned out to be just that. Wu Ada saw a sight he will never forget. Against the backdrop of a monstrous fire, a buxom teenage boy, dragging his spine that, along with a hideous head, it came to itself. He threw the spine in his hand, with the head, towards himself. You're late. The undead corpses in a 10-mile radius have been killed by me. Remember to be quicker next time. If it wasn't for me this time, this village has been slaughtered clean by the undead. Can't even eat before it gets hot. Wu Ada was red-faced from the lecture. He wanted to say something, and more than anything, he wanted to justify himself. But that young boy turned around and directly left with his sword. Only his ghostly voice drifted down from the sky. Today's hunt for undead corpses. 138. Wu Ada. And later realized that the rich and handsome young man is the world of Kyushu, the disciples of the prestigious San Zhenfa Sect, Wanfa Hidden Immortal Monarch. Long after Wu Ada returned to the Taoist temple, he would all think of the figure of that teenager, fantasizing about himself and that teenager meeting again. At that time, one's cultivation would definitely grow even more. One should be able to have a chance, with that teenage boy, to climb the ladder. What would one say if one could climb into the conversation? Is it about one's admiration for the three truths of manifestation? Or is it that one's lifespan is coming to an end? But still, because one can be with the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws, living in the same era, I feel honored to be associated with it. But he didn't expect it. The second meeting between himself and the Wanfa Hidden Immortal Monarch was still in the middle of the fire, in a monstrous blaze. It was only then that Wu Ada truly realized how terrifying it was to be regarded as an enemy by the 10,000 laws hidden immortal monarch. What's worse, he couldn't even beg for mercy at that point, for when he and that immortal monarch met again, he was no longer alive. Rather, the undead corpses, slaughtered and devoured the Taoist temple, all the disciples, the incense, and the undead corpses that were full of evil. He never thought about it. After his lifespan was cut short, he was chosen by heaven and earth to be reborn in nirvana again. It is ironic to say that the seeker, who had previously specialized in killing undead corpses, had died in the desire to become the most despised undead corpse that he had despised before. The desire to eat people coiled in his mind, and he simply could not restrain it. Life is easy to finish the morning dew sun. The world is impermanent bad pay repeat. Back then, Wu Ada, in front of that Wanfa hidden immortal monarch, was powerless to resist and fight back. He had envisioned many endings, themselves by 1,000 cuts, twisted to pieces, or reduced to a bloody powder, being thwarted by the immortal monarch. All sorts of endings. He expected it and accepted it, but he had counted on it 1,000 times, and yet it still doesn't compute. That perverse immortal ruler will take him by force, captive to the Songhai world, to his newly built law house, as a watchdog. But he could not refuse, much less resist, because the one who made him a dog was the world of Qingxu, the ancient and modern first great magician. Of the 3 truths in 10,000 Dharma sect, the 10,000 Dharma hidden immortal monarch, in the thousands of years of being a watchdog, Wu Ada, faced with nothing but a hungry sense of emptiness and indescribable loneliness, the very first 1,000 years, Wu Ada also feels that all this is his own deserved retribution, that he deserves to suffer. The second 1,000 years, Wu Ada began to look forward to the appearance of the hidden immortal monarch of Wanfa. He hoped that when the immortal ruler appeared, he could give him a pain, to let him end this long torture. The third 1,000 years, Wu Ada felt that his memories of his life were becoming more and more blurred. He only remembered the 3,000 years he had been imprisoned by the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws after he had turned into an undead corpse, and every moment that both tormented his hunger. At that time, Wu Ada, in his heart, made a silent vow. He must make that arrogant 10,000 laws hidden immortal monarch pay the price, even if he becomes an undead corpse. He is not the watchdog of his Wanfa hidden immortal monarch. And at this moment, in the center of the heavenly pool, Wu Ada stared dead at the teenage boy on the bank of the heavenly pond. His eyes, it seemed, were oozing blood. The other cultivators on the bank of the heavenly pond, at this moment, looked at the teenager with sympathy in their eyes. Never before have I seen such an expression on the face of this undead corpse. Killing intentions, and this teenage boy, dead. From the moment he crossed this seal, this has been a certain death. In the cultivation world, if you don't think of yourself, you're looking for death. Soon, that undead corpse is going to do it, and then it's going to be another blood-stained whoopee. I heard that this teenager is a certain family dude who landed on Yayang Peak. There were also 2 beautiful concubines brought along. One of them, with a look that can be described as a country of beauty. Asterisk 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 and bring 2, playing hard to get? When this little scumbag's bones are chewed up, those 2 beautiful concubines are mine. A man of the realm of the elemental spirit has already reserved those 2 beautiful concubines. It's going to be a double fix tonight, regardless of whether the teenager lives or dies. And just as the cultivators on the bank of the heavenly pond were talking, the undead corpse in the center of the heavenly pool finally moved. He didn't open his mouth and spit out his tongue this time. Instead, the entire corpse shadow flew straight towards the teenager, who opened his bloody mouth and, like it was going to bite the teenager's head off. There are a few similarities, but you're not him after all. No one can save you today, I said. But just then, the young man on that shore, looking up, a reddish aura flashing in his eyes, a unique aura of karma, appeared, while his voice hissed, "Haven't seen you in years, Wu Ada. After so many years of absence, you dare to bare your teeth at me? You still seem to have eaten less than you should have back then. Fire dragon fruit?" The body of the undead corpse, which was originally thinking of charging towards the teenager, stiffened violently and he looked at the teenage boy incredulously. And just then, he heard the teenager, once again, spit out a bite. "Get out!" Wu Ada first froze, then let out a sharp, piercing, horror-tinged scream. Chapter 71, Dragon Fruit, Fanfare, and Windmill. I am Immortal Monarch's most well-behaved dog. Wu Ada's head was exploding with thunder at this point. All he felt was a wave of dizziness and the ground shook. By the time he came to his senses, the sweaty hairs all over his body had unconsciously risen to the surface. Certain horrible memories emerged from the depths of his mind. That was his memory when he was just captured and imprisoned by the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws. He kept himself, and a group of undead corpses, within his 9th Dharma mansion. They are bred, but they are not fed at all. He just looked at them coldly. The 3 truths in 10,000 laws sect, The first rule of the sect: vow not to be a fellow traveler with an undead corpse, and to kill on sight. The second rule of the sect: if a disciple of the sect, after death, is chosen by heaven and earth to be transformed into an undead corpse, the rest of the disciples of the Three Truths and 10,000 Wonders sect shall not be intolerant in their hearts, and their friends and relatives shall be exterminated, and their close friends shall be exterminated. Thirdly, the disciples of the Three Truths and 10,000 Wonders sect shall take it as their duty to exterminate all undead corpses in the world. If you do not have enough cultivation, you will hunt down and kill the man-eating corpses that plague the world. If you have enough cultivation, you will use the sword of 10,000 laws, and cut down the river of 3 lives. My cultivation level, having reached the great perfection of the air-jacking Great Luo, I consider that I already possess the qualification of being able to cut off the 3 lives river. So I swung my sword to cut off the 3 lives. The river of life and death that flows through the earth and the underworld was cut off by me 9 times. But damn it, that damned 3 lives river. Every time after I cut him off, it resurfaces again. It was only then that I realized that the river of 3 lives, born of heaven and earth, what flows in the river, is 10,000 karma, 10,000 karmic obstacles in heaven and earth. All celestial beings do not kill, steal, lust, or speak delusionally, as good karma. Killing, stealing, lusting, and delusion are evil karma. Non-good and non-evil karma is called unmemorable karma, and it is created without stopping for a split second. It never stops being made. Speech is karma, and so is eating and drinking. All is karma of the mouth. To start a thought is intentional karma. Nothing is not karma, whether it is good karma or bad karma, as long as it arises. No matter how subtle the path of cultivation, it can't even get through to heaven, unless, of course, one can master the 10,000 karma, break the 10,000 karma and gain the 10,000 dharma. 10,000 dharma and 10,000 karma before you can break through to the 14th realm, even to the unheard of 15th realm. And the undead corpses are demons that have been formed by gathering the karmic obstacles of heaven and earth. So gentlemen, my next path of cultivation requires your cooperation. Simply put, it is you who are now my guinea pigs. I may dissect, soul search, and refine all of you. All of you are undead corpses that have devoured and chewed on an unknown number of innocents. Some of them even devoured their own families, wives, children, benefactors. Your sins are so great that they are too numerous to mention. Treat you all how you want to be treated. As for cannibalism, forget it. You'll serve your time honestly in my 9th law house. Sentence: no head. Until I have studied karma thoroughly, you will have to cooperate with me. I don't like biting undead, and I don't want to see any baring their teeth at me. You may, of course, take offense. It can also be resisted at any time, but against you, I have ways and means. Unconvinced? Come now. Wada remembers the 9th law house at that time. Every day, there were undead corpses that didn't know how to die and went to challenge the 10,000 laws hidden immortal monarch. But the results are the same. The undead corpses within the Dharma mansion were subjected to inhumane abuse. Million Dharma hidden immortal monarchs. He also named the means he often used to teach the undead a lesson in separate categories. For example, Windmill, the immortal monarch will use an immortal lock to trap the neck of an undead corpse. After that, one hand tugged on the immortal lock and took the undead corpse, swung it up, and swung it into a windmill, until the undead corpse was willing to submit. Fanning, being slapped by an immortal ruler, is a relatively light punishment, but if the immortal ruler doesn't control the strength of it can also slap the head off an undead corpse. Fire dragon fruit to mortal monarchs usually use it on undead that bare their teeth at him. Simply put, it's just a punch to the head of the undead corpse. The size of the punch, depending on the mood of the immortal monarch. If the immortal monarch is in a good mood, the undead corpse, it will be punched to the point that the cheeks are sunken and the mouth is full of blood. According to the words of the immortal monarch, it looks like eating a red heart dragon fruit. If the immortal monarch is in a bad mood, a punch goes down, and the head of the undead corpse explodes. Then death is death. Just like what the immortal monarch said, they are so sinful and evil that after they become undead corpses, they even devour their own parents and children, benefactors, relatives and friends. Immortal monarchs can't treat them any way. Such trembling days. Wada and the others have lived a full 200 years. For 200 years, from time to time, immortal monarchs would appear in the 9th Dharma mansion to educate some unruly undead corpses, capture a few more undead corpses for research. It wasn't as if there hadn't been undead corpses thinking about breaking out of prison over the course of 200 years, but none of the undead corpses succeeded. Before the sealing of the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws, they are a bunch of dogs tied up inside the walls, until one day, within the high walls, they suddenly realized that the hidden immortal monarch of manifestation. It's been a long time, but they still didn't dare to act recklessly within the Dharma mansion, because the fear that immortal monarch brought to them had long since penetrated into their bones, until they silently counted. 2,000 years passed, 2,000 whole years. That terrifying immortal monarch didn't even come back. The undead corpses within the Dharma mansion's mind finally came alive. They thought, will that horrible immortal monarch never return? They began to try to break through the seals within the Dharma mansion. They began to think about the outside air. Just a vision. They all seemed to smell freedom. Freedom! These two words, like ants, crawled around on the hearts of all the undead corpses, seducing them. Another 1,000 years. The ceiling within the Dharma mansion was still firm and terrifying, but the undead corpses within the Dharma mansion still had expectations. Because of these 3,000 years, the Dharma mansion, from time to time, would be bombarded by heavenly robberies. In that heavenly calamity, there was also an aura of karma. They didn't know where this heavenly calamity came from, but guessed that it was the 10,000 laws hidden immortal monarch. His behavior was so outrageous that it angered heaven, and so even his Dharma mansion was bombarded, and with a few celestial punishments. The aura of the Dharma mansion also began to leak out. There were cultivators who had discovered the aura that was spilling out from within the Dharma mansion. The undead corpses within the Dharma mansion began to get agitated. By themselves alone, they couldn't break through the seal of the Dharma mansion, but if there were other cultivators that, by cooperating with them, on the outside, they may be able to regain their freedom. Wada will always remember that day. Inside the 9th Dharma mansion, roar after roar, there is a group of cultivators, brazenly, that, charged into the 9th layer of the Dharma mansion. On that day, the undead corpses on the 9th level of the Dharma mansion, with their teeth and claws open, and the deeper levels of the, then, they jumped forward, hoping that the group of cultivators can continue to go deeper, to free them all. But those no good losers, after all the cultivators were dead or wounded, after digging out the 9th floor of the Dharma house, with its roots, it turned its head and ran away. And the only ones who were liberated were the low-ranking undead that were originally imprisoned on the 9th floor. The rest of the more powerful, more dangerous undead are still imprisoned. Those high-ranking undead, however, are not in a hurry, for they knew that the breath of the Dharma mansion, which had been thoroughly leaked, was soon. The neighboring cultivators, then they will flock to it like dogs that smell meat. Their long-awaited freedom is not far away. Wu Ada, who has been imprisoned on the 3rd floor of the Dharma mansion, is also looking forward to it. Looking forward to it, looking forward to it, looking forward to it, looking forward to it, looking forward to it. Someone could kill in. He had waited for this day for a full 3,000 years, but those monks were so wasted, they barely managed to get into the Dharma mansion, but cannot completely break the seal of the law house. The good news is that these monks who entered the Dharma mansion gave the undead corpses within the mansion the scent in flesh and blood. The undead corpse, which had not eaten for 3,000 years, after devouring these flesh and blood with a spiritual charm, the parched body, beginning to plump up, the depleted spiritual energy of the, starting to fill up. One by one they are returning to the top they once were. The undead corpses at the bottom began to break through upwards. Wu Ada, even from the 3rd level of the Fa Fu, was a force to be reckoned with. He killed all the way to the 9th floor of the Dharma house and saw the azure sky again, but he still could not leave the Dharma house, because back then, the immortal monarch, in their realm of immortal corpses, the 3 true seals were left behind, and if they left the 9th Dharma mansion rashly, they would be sealed by the 3 true seals on their bodies, and the 3 true seals on their bodies would be sealed, straight up strangled into mush. Wu Ada and a bunch of other undead corpses can only talk to a certain part of the outside world. The cooperation of monks who call themselves the military. The military sends enough flesh and blood to the undead in the law house. The undead corpses in the Dharma mansion, after being allowed to leave the Dharma mansion, leave on their own. The many spiritual treasures within the Dharma mansion were given to the military by hand. And according to, within the Dharma mansion, the agreement between the high-ranking undead, today, is the day that Wu Ada comes up for a tonic. This whole day, Wu Ada would have been all cheerful. He basked in the sun, gnawed on flesh and blood, and, happy humming, until the sudden appearance of the teenager in front of him. Wu Ada, trembling all over, his face all unbelievable. This day, Wu Ada finally recalled that at one time, by the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws, the terror of domination and the humiliation of being imprisoned in a birdcage. At this moment, Wu Ada couldn't afford to think about it in detail. The previous fantasies of revenge, of retaliation, all vanished in an instant. He twisted his head and dove into the sky pool. He's going back. He was going back to the third level of the Dharma Mansion. He's going back to the cave where he's been cowering for 3,000 years. He wanted to prove it to the 10,000 laws hidden immortal monarch. He is the hidden immortal of all laws. Best behaved dog. It's just a watchdog. He was actually quite happy to be one. He doesn't want dragon fruit. And right now, the shore of the celestial pool, outside the seal, all the monks who were watching, all stared in astonishment at the back of the undead corpse that had re-jumped into the celestial pool. Did I just misread it? That undead corpse. He ran away? He actually screamed and ran away? Maybe it's not a run. It's a tactical retreat. Don't be a ing bolter. Facing a great circle of the Foundation establishment realm. What's there to tactically retreat from? He just ran away. I've run away so many times when I've caught and killed people. Can I not tell if he retreated or ran away? But why did he run? Because of that teenager? What's so extraordinary about that teenager? From Yayang Peak, the South Ridge came the news of this teenager. Previously, there was a conflict with a barbarian martial arts cultivator of the infant changing god realm, and that barbarian martial arts cultivator, who wanted to make a move against this teenager, killed. When that savage martial arts cultivator struck on this teenager, an immortal projection appeared. Behind this teenager, there is an immortal blessing. Immortal blessing? This teenager is a royal son. No wonder that undead corpse twisted his head and ran away. So it's fear of the immortals. We are so blind that we are inferior to that undead corpse. Who says it's not as good as this young man? Just as soon as he appeared, I thought he was plump and handsome, floating like a relic. At a glance, it's an extraordinary life. You guys are blind. Don't take me with you. Then he is a royal son of a country. Is there any he knows? I don't know. Never heard of it. But look at the aura. It must be the royal descendant of some 1,000-year-old country. I have to say, reincarnation is really a skillful job. Inside the confinement on the shore of the celestial pool, Lin Yao frowned with a weird expression as he looked at Wu De, who had disappeared without a trace. He unconsciously rubbed his chin a few times. That's a hell of a run. But I've seen you baring your teeth at me. Wu De, I'm going to feed you a few dragon fruits by default. No, it's not just you. All the disobedient evil dogs in the House of the Law will have to be reorganized. If you can't cure it, kill it and pull it off. I was too nice to you guys back in the day for the study of karma. After only 3,000 years, you dare to bare your teeth to me? Chapter 72, The King's Final Awakening. Today, the hidden immortal king of manifestation shall revisit the world. Lin Yao tapped his waist at this moment. A blue precious pearl that fell into his hand. That's the treasure tool, the water avoidance pearl. He pinched the water avoiding pearl and stepped into the heavenly pool. The water of the heavenly pond, naturally, separated and receded, exposing a path that leads straight under the water of the sky pool. Lin Yao pinched the water-avoiding beads and took large strides forward. Ninth Law House. He's all too familiar. Because this Dharma Mansion, he personally designed and built it himself. This is his Dharma Mansion. Lin Yao raised his head and looked out over the bottom of the lake. 10,000 mountains are not as flat as I am. 24 bridges don't understand my twists and turns. And there are always peach blossoms that rebel against the color of the moon. 10 million miles to an appointment. 3,000 years of karmic entanglement. It's been a long time. Ninth Law House. Lin Yao's figure gradually disappeared into the heavenly pond. The cultivators on the shore of the heavenly pond, outside the seal, were still talking. This young man is worthy of being a royal son, all by himself. Entering this crisis-ridden immortal's Dharma Mansion, I was surprised to be as calm as the first time, walking idly as if I were returning to my own home. A son or daughter raised by the royal family is definitely different. But, will he make it out alive? It's hard to say, even if it's a royal child, sheltered by an immortal. It's also not necessarily possible to safely turn back from within this immortal Dharma Mansion. During this period of time, there have been too many old monsters and heavenly prides that have died in this Dharma Mansion, and at this moment, the Tianqi is underwater. Wu De had arrived at the 8th floor of the Dharma Mansion, the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws. The Dharma Mansion built. On each floor, there is something else. The further down you go, the greater the volume. The 9th floor that had been dug up was the entire Dharma Mansion. The one with the smallest volume. The 8th level of the Dharma Mansion is a small, rocky island, and around the island, there's also a ring of seawater surrounding it. Wu De, after entering the 8th level of the Dharma Mansion, without stopping, went straight to a certain part of the island, to jump from the reef, into the sea. But just then, on the island, 7 or 8, with cocked hats, dressed as fishermen, with rotting cheeks and, the undead, with scarlet eyes, called out to him. The undead, seated on their knees around a cauldron. in which there was a human head floating. Old Taoist Wu, have you finished eating? Why did you leave in such a hurry? How many cultivators have you eaten? How come your belly is still dry? Want to come over and eat some? This cultivator we're cooking is a Yuanshan cave Xian in his lifetime, and every bite of his meat contains a spiritual rhythm. Old Taoist Wu, you've eaten so many people today, and the three truths brand on your body. Has it gotten any lighter? Can you try to get out of this prison cell? Wu Ada's footsteps didn't stop halfway. He just turned back and hissed out at the undead on the island. He's back! He's back! Those few undead corpses, stunned in place, they looked at Wu Ada in disbelief. Who's back? The undead on the 9th floor have returned? It should not. Run out of those undead corpses. They're all small aptitude undead corpses, and they're just bullying Yuaning stage cultivators. If they can't control their mouths and bellies, it's estimated that they've all been exterminated. Yeah, so that's who's back. And just then, a ripping sound, coming from the sea. The 10,000 Laws Hidden Immortal Monarch, the owner of the 9th Law Mansion, has returned. Bang! The large iron pot that was cooking human flesh was knocked right over with a thud. The head, which had been floating in the iron pot, rolled on the ground, several times in a row. Those fishermen dressed as undead, dumbstruck. Who's coming? Old Taoist Wu, make it ing clear. The World Wanfa Hidden Immortal Monarch has returned? The Immortal Monarch has returned? How is this possible? The Immortal Monarch has been missing for 3,000 years. How could he suddenly return? The 7th floor of the Dharma House. This was actually a desert area filled with yellow sand. In the center of the desert, there was an oasis. And in the center of the oasis, there was a crescent moon spring. By the crescent moon spring, there was a huge bonfire. On the campfire, 3 stripped people. By the campfire, there was a huge iron cage, all covered in blood. And the monk who had a chain pass through his lute bone. Several undead corpses were surrounding the bonfire, waiting for the human flesh on the bonfire to be roasted. And just then, the oasis shimmers with moonlit springs. A hand, suddenly, came out of the lunar spring. Wu Ada, then, leapt straight up from the lunar spring. Wu Ada, who had jumped out of the lunar spring, exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. Turning his head, he headed straight for the quicksand area beyond the oasis. The few undead corpses next to the moon spring looked at Wu Ada in dismay. Taoist Master Wu, why do you look so flustered? How about coming over to eat a bite of human flesh to calm your nerves? These 3 cultivators, who came in together, were disciples of a clan, and the meat was roasted with a milky flavor. Eat up, in the back cage, and come over and have a bite. I also have blood wine made from human blood. It's been many years since I've experienced this dashing taste of freedom. Wu Ada ran straight into the distant quicksand. He didn't look back, only his icy voice. Floating in the dark. Enjoy it, such a good taste. I'm afraid I'll never experience it again. He's back. Million Law Hidden Immortal Monarch. Back. Around the campfire. The sound of a campfire crackling. The few undead around the campfire. None of them spoke. They looked at each other. Then the body couldn't stop shaking. Immortal Monarch is back? What to do? Put out the fire. Put out the fire now. And these scraps of meat that have fallen to the ground, also all cleaned up. The Immortal Monarch does not allow us to eat people. The Immortal Monarch has said that we eat a bite of human flesh. He gave us a dragon fruit. I've eaten so many living people lately. Wouldn't I be? Pill spicy. Whose ears are on the floor? Pick them up. Pick up your ears. Fafu. 6th floor. The earth was white. Upon closer inspection, the white world was a couple of mountain ranges and a lake. Above the lake, several scarlet-eyed undead corpses was eating shabu-shabu around a copper pot. Beside them stood a dark wooden pole. On a wooden pole, a living man hangs upside down. There was a long-haired undead corpse with a small knife in its hand. From time to time, a few slices of flesh were sliced off that living man. Throw it into a copper pot. The living man whose flesh had been cut let out a few howls of pain from time to time. And just as the long-haired undead, with its little knife, was, once more, about to take from the living man, cutting off the meat as it comes, the ice, which had been frozen solid, suddenly cracked. A palm, sticky with yellow sand, peeked out from under the ice. This was followed by the sound of cracking ice. Wu Ada, leaping out from under the ice, he looked out over the snowy ridge in the distance. From Snow Ridge, it's possible to return to the 5th level. And just at the moment Wu Ada appeared, the several undead corpses next to the copper pot also looked at Wu Ada. This time, not waiting for those undead corpses to open their mouths, Wu Ada had taken the lead. Help yourselves. I don't eat copper pot shabu-shabu. Human meat I still like to chew raw. It tastes better that way. Secondly, I advise you, Cherish this full meal of human flesh that you are eating now, because later, you may never have the chance to eat it again. The Immortal Lord has returned. Wanfa Hidden Immortal Monarch, that monster, is back. Get ready to get hit by a fire dragon fruit. Subsequently, Wu-ah-da. Not waiting for those undead to voice their questioning, he had flown straight to the snowy ridge, left only on the frozen lake, in the wind and snow. Those undead, messy, old Taoist Wu. After a trip out, you've changed your sense of humor. How could the Wanfa Hidden Immortal Monarch who disappeared for 3,000 years suddenly return? I suspect that Dog Day Immortal Ruler has long been dead. He has a good character and many enemies. It's not surprising to be sneak attacked and die. But then again, and just as Wu-Ada, layer by layer, was running back, Lin Yao also pinched the water-avoiding pearl and finally entered the 8th floor of the Dharma Mansion. Lin Yao stood on the reef and looked out over the strange and rocky island on a few of the pavilions, erected unconsciously grinned. Back, it's good to be home. As Lin Yao spoke, he went straight to the island, to the tallest attic that had been constructed. But within a few steps, he caught a putrid odor. Lin Yao snorted. He was all too familiar with the smell. It's the smell of undead. Interesting, there were actually undead corpses in this place, staring at themselves. Lin Yao raised his hand and flung it. The manifestation sword appeared in his hand. Now that we have returned to the 9th Dharma house, these pieces used to log into the Wanfa Hidden Immortal Monarch account. There is no need to be so frugal. Directly log into the Wanfa Hidden Immortal Monarch account. After that, in one fell swoop, we'll take back the control of the Dharma Mansion directly. The king's final awakening. All the rebellious ministers should die. Today, one creation in the ancient world, the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws, to come back to the world. Chapter 73, Can we win against an immortal monarch when we are united? Packed to death. Brother. Lin Yao flung the long sword in his hand at this time, the one that had accompanied the hidden immortal monarch of Wanfa. From the Jidan stage to the Yuanin stage. The sword of the 10,000 laws hidden immortal monarch's 10,000 laws sword. With a fling from Lin Yao, the long sword let out a loud and clear sword sound. In the meantime, along with that sword sound, countless threads of cause and effect that only Lin Yao could glimpse appeared on the 10,000 laws sword. Those threads of cause and effect connected Lin Yao and the 10,000 laws sword. Lin Yao's eyes, at this moment, were filled with red light. Same time, the top of his head, the red light screen of the Star Stealer flashed. A line of small words formed from garbled code above it kept flashing on the screen. Causal line detected. Karma is being activated. The account is being activated. Hidden Immortal King of all laws. Current unlocking progress? 7%. Lin Yao's breathing started to get ragged. He felt light and heavy at times. The sword of 10,000 laws, which he originally held in his hand, is collapsing. Yet he felt like he could hold on to more and more. He started to look up and walk forward. The scene in front of my eyes, one scale and one feather, are beginning to become clear. He saw three, all but half a man's height, figures hidden behind a reef. The three figures, except for their scarlet eyes and the rotting flesh on their cheeks, were no different from the average urchin. Lin Yao could be certain that the putrid odor he just smelled, it was from these three diminutive figures that it radiated. Those three urchin undead corpses, after being discovered by Lin Yao, directly froze. They had intended to attack the treasure hunter who had just landed on the island. These three urchin-like undead corpses, on the 8th floor of the Dharma Mansion, belonged to the bottom tier of the strength was barely equal to that of a Jidan realm cultivator. Other undead corpses, eating with their mouths full of oil. They are still hungry. Lin Yao who just landed on the island, one of the few suitable prey for him, but they were just about ready to strike. He realized that the prey had turned its head towards him. In the meantime, an indescribable fear engraved in the bones of these three urchins, the undead, in this moment, revived, and to add to the undead corpse's horror, the prey, a low, husky voice, drifted out. Prince Xiong, Siming Village, the child of a fisherman's family, while out at sea with your father's fishing boat accidentally ran aground, and you and your father, lost in the sea. Your father became a withered bone at the bottom of the sea, but you were reborn in nirvana and transformed into an undead corpse. After becoming an undead corpse, you crawled from the bottom of the sea back to the village of Siming. Within the village of Siming, 276 families that you chewed up, leaving no one behind, including your childhood friend who grew up with you, your own real mother, your sister who was still in her infancy, Lu Chuanji, a beggar from the town of Yuyang town. When there was an epidemic of the bubonic plague, you got the plague, paralyzed by the side of the road, thanks to a woman selling hairpins, who was kind enough to carry you home. She did her best to take care of you. but the bubonic plague was hard to cure, and you ended up dying. And the day after that, she tried to carry you out of the city and bury you, but you nirvana'd into an undead corpse. The first thing you did after you became an undead corpse was bite her head off. Lin Yao glanced up again at the last undead corpse urchin. And you, Xian Sui, you are the daughter of a whore, growing up in a greenhouse. Your mother was a whore, but she was in that muddy pond, and she always tried to keep you, and you've always looked down on her. You think it's no good to be a whore. You're obsessed with the novels that novelists write, and you're always thinking that one day, you'll be able to get away with it. There's a scholar with a lot of money who can take you out of the greenhouse. That day, because you bumped into the pimp of the greenhouse, being hanged and beaten by the pimp's underhand boys, your mother, with all her good words and scattered money, was able to save you from the pimp's hands, but you are no longer alive. Your mother cried her heart out and her liver, but you're in nirvana, and you're alive again. But the first thing you did after you came to life was to bite your mother's neck off. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. I took you 3 assholes and captured you into the 9th Dharma house in order to study and dissect you. Not forgiven. Much less for you 3 little scumbags to bare your teeth at me when I come home. Behind the reef, the 3 urchin-like undead corpses all froze. They looked at Lin Yao incredulously. Then they quickly realized something. These 3 urchin-like undead corpses first screamed in unison. Then, those 3 undead corpses, one after another, flopped and knelt on the ground. Sinful corpse, Prince Xiong, pays his respects to the immortal lord. Immortal monarch. Really immortal monarch? Sin corpse, doesn't know that the immortal monarch has returned. And the words of those 3 undead corpses had not yet fallen. Lin Yao had already walked up to those 3 undead corpses. He looked up at the Star Stealer interface above his head. Account being activated. Wanfa Hidden Immortal King. Current unlock progress. 68%. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. These days, there are quite a few cultivators entering the Dharma Mansion. Inside the Dharma Mansion, my hidden treasures, they're all still there, right? Those 3 undead corpses. Their bodies were trembling. Among the princes kneeling at the forefront, a trembling voice spoke. All at. There are many cultivators who enter the Dharma Mansion though, but none of them got out alive. Immortal monarch, your hidden treasures, all within the Dharma Mansion. All within the Dharma Mansion. Not a single one has been lost. Lin Yao snorted. According to you, it's as if you've taken good care of my faunus for all these years. The prince, in horror, kept hitting his head, with his head, on the ground. The other 2 undead corpses, kowtowed to the ground in terror. Immortal monarch, Zizhong knows he's wrong. Zizhong, he misses immortal monarch day and night. We have always remembered the immortal monarch's teachings. The undead on the other side feel that the immortal monarch is cruel, but we know that you, immortal monarch, have great compassion. We are loyal to immortal monarch. That's right, it's hard to say about the other undead corpses, but the 3 of us, we are definitely your loyal dogs, immortal monarch. And by now, Lin Yao had already rolled up his sleeves. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the sky. Account being activated. Wanfa Hidden Immortal King. Current unlock progress. 99%. I'm going to give you 1 dragon fruit later. Any comments? If you want to run, now is your last chance. The 3 undead corpses kneeling on the ground. Their bodies trembled even more, but their knees, firmly planted on the ground. The prince's voice ripped even more. No running. The immortal monarch is right in whatever he does to us. It's all due. Thunder and rain are all the king's grace. Prince Zhong's words had not yet fallen. He suddenly felt his body stiffen. The air around him felt like it had been drained. The heavens and the earth, at this moment, trembled in unison. In Prince, see, the young man they had just seen as prey had disappeared. Standing in front of him at this moment was a plump and handsome youth, who was clad in a white Taoist robe. His hair is simply combed into a Dao bun, and he carries a sword box behind his back, a pair of peach blossom eyes that seem to contain a smile, but under the dark eyes, there seems to be hidden 1,000 years of cold ice. In the prince, his mouth was open and tears fell from the corners of his eyes. He could not at this moment, even to himself, distinguish that he was, from too much fear, or was it because of seeing the immortal monarch's valor again? Next, a fist appeared in his sight. Xianjun threw a punch. It's the fire dragon fruit that the immortal monarch rewarded them with. Before that fist could come, Prince Zhong already felt his head crumbling and, like it's going to blow up. Yes, this feels right. That was how immortal monarchs felt when they threw punches. Years ago, he was in the Dharma Palace. He saw the undead corpses next to the immortal monarch's fire dragon fruit. He watched from a distance. All of them felt that the ground shook the mountains. The fist wind brought up by the fist was like it could suppress the mountains and rivers. Prince Xiong, at this moment, grinned. The fist hadn't arrived yet, but the flesh on his face had already been torn to shreds by the wind of the punch. Only a single, skeletal head with not much flesh and skin clinging to it remained. Still, he couldn't stop murmuring, "Welcome back, immortal sovereign." The next instant, Prince Xiong's body was instantly damned. Not only Prince Xiong, but also the other two undead corpses behind Prince Xiong, Lu Chuanji and Qian Sui. The three urchin-like undead corpses all turned into pieces. This island floating in the sea. The ground shook. The water surrounding the island rolls back. The island was nearly in pieces. In the meantime, a terrifying wave of air shot straight up into the sky. It rushed out of this part of the world where the island was, even rushed out of the law house. Outside the law house, the original calm pool of heaven. All of the droplets swept toward the sky. The clouds in the sky were pierced by the raindrops that shot through them, as if heaven and earth were turned upside down. From the peaks, a rain fell toward the sky. The terror, accompanied by rewinding like raindrops from the sky. From Tenchi, it spreads outward. Legend has it that the Earth's veins are connected to each other. There are peaks of 9,990,000. North Mang Mountain is like encountering the Earth Dragon tumbling. The ground actually began to shake. The shore of the Celestial Pool, the military of the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, set up that circle of child sealing, and in an instant, the pieces shattered. Seal off the outside of those cultivators who originally watched the fun. The cultivators who were closest to the heavenly pool. It just felt like his heart and head were almost going to explode. The spiritual energy in their bodies is disorganized. Part of the meridians in the body uncontrollably exploded. Some cultivators, the body even directly exploded, turned into a bloody pieces of powder. A little stronger cultivators, it is also uncontrollable to lie on the ground, and the 7 orifices are bleeding. A little stronger, kneeling on the ground, but the body but every pore, it's also leaking blood out. But whether lying down, or kneeling, but blood fell from the corners of their eyes. There was horror in his eyes. They do not understand. So many days, are still quite calm our immortal cave. Why today? Suddenly burst out this kind of violent breath. Tianqi Xiandu Immortal's Cave. What exactly happened? That royal boy. In the Immortal's Cave, what did it do? Will we live? I think, we're going to die. We're going to die here in the Yeyang Mountains. We may, perhaps, shouldn't have come here at all. The owner of this immortal mansion doesn't welcome us here at all. A quadrangle of ridges a little further away from Sky Pond. The cultivators on the ridge were not doing well either. Most of their cultivation levels were not as good as those cultivators on the shore of the heavenly pond. At this moment, under that furious breath, countless cultivators the body didn't even turn into blood-colored pieces, but directly vaporized. The south ridge where monks gather the most. Gasification has the most cultivators. The cultivators who hadn't vaporized were all on the ground one by one as well. The aura on all of Yuyang Mountains seemed to have sunk 100 times heavier than before. 100 times heavier. Those cultivators were sprawled on the ground, and all the bones in their bodies were starting to deform, to be crushed. They all had corners of their mouths blood one by one. From the corner of the mouth, down. Why is this happening? Moon Yang Mountain. What has happened? Wasn't it said before that after the return of the owner of the Immortal Mansion, all the cultivators on Yeyang Mountain are thieves trying to steal the Immortal Mansion? Cultivators on Yeyang Peak, and not a single one of them can leave? This is the wrath of the Immortals. The terrifying aura emanating from the Moon Sun Peak was still spreading outward. It even spread to the northern foothills of North Mang Mountain, a majestic great wall built on top of high and low rolling mountains. At this moment, on the majestic great wall known as Wan Yi, several figures directly flew up from within the great wall. They stood on the clouds of the wall, and it was impossible to see exactly what they looked like, except that they're looking out to the south. What aura? Feathered true immortal? Don't be a ing joker. It's not like I've never seen an immortal before. A feathered true immortal. Not so scary. What cultivation level is that? The 12th realm of Nirvana? Of the 12th realm, Li Chun Gang. I have seen Li Chun Gang's valor back then. I still remember it until now. But the aura radiating from Li Chun Gang is not as good as this. What do you mean? Don't you ing try to tell me that. The one who scattered this aura is the 13th realm. Empty. Airjacking Downlord. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Use divine sense to probe. There's always a way to find out. I advise you not to do so. Refuse Mang City, the strongest divine sense. Spell Brahma Feather Immortal. At the first moment, he scattered his divine sense. His divine sense was instantly crushed. his divine soul was seriously injured. In order to save his life, and may fall down the realm, not only him, but several old monsters who are on their own to their own divine sense. Their divine souls have been seriously injured. All of them may fall down the realm. Several of these old monsters, several of them, are true immortals who have not joined the heavenly palace. Martial law. From now on, the Great Wall of Mang Mountain, in Bei Mang Mountain is on a state of battle readiness. The martial law. In the meantime, the other side, Yeyang Mountain, under the heavenly pond, within the Dharma mansion, each level of the blessed cave, all filled with heart-rending screams. Those screams, too shrill, too chaotic, mingled together, sounded. It's like a dog barking. He's back? The immortal monarch has really come back? This breath is fire dragon fruit. Yes, it is definitely fire dragon fruit. Someone has taken a fire dragon fruit. Old Taoist Wu didn't lie. The hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws has returned. Will the immortal monarch forgive us? Can we win if we stick together and fight back together? Knock it off, bro. Bag of death. What about the undead on the lower 3 floors? Have they resigned themselves to their fate as well? The undead on the first and second floors, from beginning to end, neither has ever moved. An undead corpse has gone to them, and they say that they are immortal monarchs, the most loyal dogs. The third floor of the Dharma house. Wu Ada was huddled in a cave at the moment, shivering. It's over. It's all over. The immortal monarch. He came back with anger. The second level of the Dharma house. Yellow Wind Ridge. A hunchbacked old man with scarlet eyes, looking up at the yellow sand-filled sky. Ha 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 ha, laughed twice. The undead in the upper levels are just young. As I said before, you guys know nothing about the terror of an immortal monarch. The first floor of the Dharma house. Flame Mountain. A woman in a red dress sat at the top of the Flame Mountain. The woman's features were exquisite. The whole face, except for the scarlet pupils of her eyes, was no different from a normal person. Her face, at this point, was wearing a smile. Immortal Monarch, 66 has been waiting for you for so many years, and you have finally returned. Those fools, who have never seen your true skill, do not know that even if the heavens are turned upside down, the hidden 10,000 laws Immortal Monarch will never die. Chapter 74 Immortal Monarch. Return. I'm the Immortal Monarch, the most loyal dog. Yu Yang Mountain. The Dharma Mansion under the Heavenly Pond. The 8th floor of the Dharma Mansion. Lin Yao, or, rather, the Wanfa hidden Immortal Monarch, withdraws his fist at this moment. He did not know that, because of the breath he had just inadvertently dispersed, outside the Dharma Mansion, the sky had turned upside down. But even knowing that, he didn't care. Cultivation world. The weak and the strong. Since you dare to run to the secret realm to find treasure, you should do well. Prepare to die here. Anyone can return alive to the secret realm, that deserve to be called a secret realm? The 10,000 laws hidden Immortal Monarch, at this moment, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The 3 originally urchin-like undead corpses in front of him had been reduced to pieces. There's not much time left to log in. Take advantage of the last time to completely recover all the treasures within the Dharma Mansion, as well as the Dharma Mansion. As long as we can recover all the treasures, these undead corpses within the Dharma Mansion won't be a problem. Immortal Monarch, at this moment, raised his hand and pinched. The entire Dharma Mansion began to vibrate. Inside the Law House, all of the treasures he had used began to show dark red lines of causality. Those threads of karma, passing through the layers of space, connected with Lin Yao's strangling hand. Next, inside the Dharma Mansion, all the treasures resonated in unison. Sword, drum, zither, streamer, treasure seal, talisman, jade rudra. As Lin Yao clapped his hands together, inside the Dharma Mansion, all of the treasures, all of them floated up in the air. The 8th level of the Dharma Mansion, the pagoda that stood on the island, instantly shattered. The colorful treasures flew towards Lin Yao. The 7th level of the Dharma house, that desert area, quicksand flew out, one after the other, and the treasure tool that emitted precious light flew towards Lin Yao on the 8th floor. The 6th floor of the Dharma Mansion, the ice field shattered, and the treasures that flew out carried a chilling aura. The 2nd level of the Dharma Mansion, a high mountain of yellow earth within the Yellow Wind Ridge, shattered inch by inch. A piece of treasure equipment flew up and ascended into the sky. On the 1st level of the Dharma Mansion, on the Mountain of Flames, the flames rolled backward and shot straight up into the sky. And in the sky on the 1st level of the Dharma Mansion, it was rendered red. Under the flaming mountain, the magma raged and turned over. That hot lava was cut open by a sword. Then that precious sword, with thousands of treasures emanating precious light, flew up into the sky. Like they were going to tear the sky apart and return to their former masters. This moment, inside the Dharma Mansion, every layer of the blessed cave sky was covered with that one piece of treasure that tear and break. 8 layers, originally split, the blessed caves and heavens that were not connected to each other. At this moment, the interval was completely torn apart. The one undead corpse within the Dharma Mansion. All look up in shock at this point. They saw, in the sky, a line of, by a luminescent piece of treasure that emanated, the galaxy of composition. At the end of the Milky Way, it was a bountiful and handsome youth. That was, a million hidden immortal monarchs. Flop, flop, flop. The undead corpses within the Dharma Mansion, one by one, knelt, until, at last, all the undead corpses within the Dharma Mansion knelt on the ground. They are finally convinced. Immortal Monarch, return. Will the Immortal Lord come after us? We didn't do anything too much, did we? But it was just eating a few monks. But those monks, they broke into the Immortal Monarch's Dharma house, and we guarded the Dharma house for the Immortal Monarch to kill a few intruders. It's not that much of a stretch. It's nothing to kill intruders, but the Immortal Monarch clearly forbade us from eating people before. It's a waste to kill it all and leave it uneaten, isn't it? How can you test an undead corpse with human flesh? Which undead corpse can withstand such a test? Cut the crap and wait for the fire dragon fruit that Immortal Sovereign gave us. Can you take a hit from a fire dragon fruit and still live? The probability is that it will not survive. But, the old saying goes, thunder and rain are all the king's grace. Furthermore, we are already a bunch of dead people. And just then, inside the Dharma house, at the end of the Milky Way, open the sleeves. He seems to have his own way of doing things in his sleeve. The galaxy, all the treasures, went up his sleeve, until finally, the entire Milky Way was up his sleeve. Only then did he flutter his sleeve. Looking down at all the undead corpses within the Dharma Mansion, he exhaled a cloudy breath. He then raised his fist and swung it downward. The terrifying fist pressure swept from the 8th floor of the FA house, all the way to the 1st floor. Many of the undead corpses kneeling on the ground had their bodies directly damned. The ones that didn't, damn it, their heads almost exploded. The better ones have skinned faces and broken teeth. The mouth full of blood is like eating a dragon fruit. In the meantime, Lin Yao's low, hoarse voice floated down from the sky. These years that this gentleman is not in the Dharma house, you have become more and more misbehaved. This gentleman said before, in the 9th law house, thou shalt pay for trespass with pain, thou shalt pay for betrayal with blood. So my lord, reward each of you with a fire dragon fruit. Eat the human one. It is even rewarded with 2 fire dragon fruits. Do you have any comments? The 8th floor of the law house. There was only a shuddering hiss. Welcome the return of the Immortal Lord, Immortal Monarch, Hong Fu Chi Tian. I said before, Immortal Monarch, will never die. We will live and die as loyal dogs of the Immortal Monarch. Immortal Monarch, I have never, since the beginning, eaten another human being. I am the Immortal Monarch, your most loyal dog. Immortal Monarch, we have never had a heart of betrayal. We are all your good wolves. It was a sword cultivator named Deng Ziye who compelled us. He said that he could let us and others be free. Everything is the scheme of that sword cultivator called Deng Ziye. Lin Yao, or rather, the 10,000 laws hidden Immortal Monarch, stood in the sky at this moment. He snorted. There was no hitching a ride within the Dharma Mansion. These remaining undead corpses, he lifted his hand and shook it. This time, the entire 9th Dharma Mansion, all began to twist and distort. He was going to take the entire 9th Dharma house into his hands. Logging time is really running out. Gotta get the 9th law house recycled first. As for Deng Ziye, there's that name again. Li Chun-gang, who is as upright as he is, cannot teach such a disciple with hard eyes all over his body. There is something different about this. Of course, the most important point is that, just logged on to the account of the hidden immortal king of Wanfa, my divine sense dispersed to the Great Wall of Wanyi. On the Great Wall of Wanyi, clearly perceived, Li Chun-gang this stupid boy's breath. The scent is faint, but I would never mistake it. Li Chun-gang is not in the Mangwu world. He is in the military of the Wanyi Great Wall. Wanyi Great Wall, already got him back? Then why do you still claim to the public that doesn't know about him? There's something weird about this ing thing. Li Chun-gang, that stupid kid. 1T also have an accident. It's not possible that he's also been assassinated by the Heavenly Palace, is it? This matter needs to be clarified. After collecting the 9th Dharma Mansion, immediately set out for the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries and look for Li Chun-gang. And in the meantime, on Yeyang Peak, the violent aura that had just swept through almost the entire North Mang Mountain had already weakened. A group of aggressive, long-sword cultivators, from the eastern ridge of Yeyang Peak, the landed at the top of Yeyang Peak. The leader, a country-faced, tall cultivator with a long sword on his back, looked around and the expression grew cloudy. What's going on? Immortal Dharma Mansion. What's happening? Got to go and find out. The sword-carrying cultivator, who was in charge, grimaced and was about to head for the pool of water had been evaporated to the sky pool flying away. But just then, in front of the celestial pool, two women, standing playfully, one bright and one playful. The brightly colored woman among them raised her head and looked at the group of cultivators in front of her with a shadowy gaze. The ancestor's cultivation site ahead. All immortals are forbidden. If you all annoy the ancestor, you will have to bear the consequences. My family's ancestors means of. You all can't even imagine. Chapter 75 Decide it's you. 6-6, you're allowed to bite today. The peak of Yeyang Peak. The cold winds are rising again. Chu Hongyu and Gu Nanyin, two women with thin figures, stood in front of the heavenly pool of Yuyang Peak. In front of them was a group of sturdy, fierce and vicious cultivators. This group of cultivators, clad in uniform white and silver armor. There were a few cultivators with iron faces. An indescribably ferocious aura came over him, and at this moment the group of fierce and vicious cultivators, the leading one, country-faced, broad-shouldered, and the middle-aged cultivator who carried a long sword on his back even narrowed his eyes. This place has just experienced spiritual turbulence. Most of the cultivators on Yeyang Peak are dead, and most of those who didn't die are seriously injured. There isn't a single intact bone in his body, and even if he heals later, there is still a risk of falling off the realm. These two girls, an early Jiedan stage and an early Yuanin stage, are standing here but the divine energy is alive. Interesting, need to catch live. But the aura of this place is still agitated. The situation under the Tianqi, divine sense is still unable to detect it. One cannot strike rashly and needs to wait for the right moment. The Chinese-faced cultivator, shaped like a vicious tiger, paced forward, and in front of the heavenly pond, Chu Hongyu instinctively lifted up that red bile sword in his hand. As a sword cultivator, she sensed the aura of danger. Gu Nanyin, on the other hand, gulped. She stayed close, carrying the red gut sword, stopping Chu Hongyu in front of the heavenly pond. Senior Sister Chu, this group of people, they should be from the Great Wall of Wanya. I've never climbed Mt. Mang in the north though, but grew up since childhood in the northern camps under my grandfather's command. In the north camp, there are quite a few old pawns, who once climbed the Great Wall of Wanya. I have heard them mention many legends about the Great Wall of Wanya. The Great Wall of Wanya, standing on the North Mongshan Mountain. It was many years ago, during the time of Saint Qin, in order to block the demonic cultivators from the Mangwei world. It was built and perfected. Again during the period of the Sacred Han the Great Wall of Wanyu was repaired, and the help of the great powers of the world of Sumeru and the world of Kyushu was also invited. That's what led to the present-day Great Wall of Wanya, and 10,000 years after that. No matter how divided and chaotic the dynasties of the Tsunghai world are, all the forces in the Tsunghai world were, however, unanimous in their treatment of the demonic cultivators in the Manghai world, that is, never let the demons of the Mangwu world cross the North Mongshan Mountain. The cultivators on the Great Wall of Mangwu are all dispatched and stationed from various countries. These cultivators, regardless of whether between each other, there is a national hatred. As long as on the Great Wall of 10,000 industries, they are comrades in arms. The old pawns from the Northern Battalion have said that they are at the Great Wall of Wanya, blocking demonic cultivators from the Mangwu world. The only thought in their heads is that behind is home and they have no way back. The rules of military service on the Great Wall of 10,000 industries are self-contained and do not promote people based on their cultivation, only on the basis of military merit. Simply put, the more enemies you kill, the higher your rank. In addition to this, the Great Wall of 10,000 industries, which is open to all rivers, recruits cultivators from all over the world, regardless of how big a sin they have committed in the Tsunghai world before. As long as they come to the Great Wall of 10,000 industries and are willing to lay down their lives for the Tsunghai world, they are willing to die. The Great Wall of Wanya, all count their sins clean, willing to give them a chance to start over. On the Great Wall of 10,000 Yays, many of the monks who have been stationed there all year round are concerned about their home country. It may not even have much emotion left, but it's loyal to the Great Wall of Wanya. These monks before us, the lowest cultivation is also the peak Yuaning Great Circle. Leading one, the specific realm perception is not clear, but it should be much higher than us. Just now, there was a spiritual riot, and these cultivators on Yeyang Peak died or were injured. Just the two of us are fine, which means, Master Tai Zu has been paying attention to the two of us, paying attention to the situation in the outside world. Do we really have to stop it? It doesn't matter if we don't stop them, right? This group of scumbags, even though they are higher in cultivation than us, but in front of Master Taizu, it's not worth mentioning. Chu Hongyu raised her eyes and glanced at Gunanin, the red bile sword in her hand not lowered. But you don't know, Ancestor, exactly what it's like inside the Dharma Mansion. How far have you gone? Can you be disturbed? If I'm disturbed and lose my training, I'll have to cut myself a few times, to be able to pay for the sin? I am responsible for serving the Ancestor. Shall we let the Comer pass because he is dangerous? The Ancestor has saved my life, preached, taught, and explained to me. I've always prized my life, and it's just a Jiedan realm. That doesn't have much ability, but I'm still willing to die for the sake of my Ancestor. Chu Hongyu lifted the red bile longsword in his hand, staring at the head, the country-faced cultivator shaped like a tiger or leopard. Not taking half a step back, she had this stance. Instead, the raging cultivators were confused. They don't understand. A Jiedan realm cultivator. In the end, where is the courage? Dare to bright sword to them. What's her backing? Really? And in the meantime, pool water evaporates clean to the sky pool, filled with water spray at this point. The bottom of the heavenly pool. A young boy in a green shirt, sitting on a dark boulder, playing with a bead made of 9, stringing into strings. One of the 9 beads. It was clearly none other than Lin Yao previously. The hidden Z beads that have been tucked away in his waistband. 9 beads, radiant with light, and in the center of each bead, all seem to harbor a heaven and earth, the fragrant meadows, the islands of the sea, desert crescent springs, snowy mountain ranges, the 9 peaks, deserted cities, the Gobi, the yellow wind ridge, flamingo, and in front of the green-shirted teenage boy. At the moment there were 2 figures kneeling. One of the figures, a hunchbacked, stooped old man. The other figure was a beautiful woman clad in red. The 2 figures, with their skins, were intact, no different from normal people. Only the scarlet pupils of their eyes proved their identity as undead corpses. The green-shirted teenage boy rubbed the string in his hand twice. 6-6. Ai Nyoji. You 2 did great. Really good. During my absence, the other undead within the Dharma Mansion have either eaten the human, either try to find a way to try to escape from the Dharma Mansion, which you 2 are the only ones responsible for guarding. The first level of the Dharma Mansion and the second level of the Dharma Mansion. The world is at peace. The teenage boy's voice gave a lurch as he twisted his head to look at the hunched-over ickle old man. Ai Nyoji, of all the undead back then, you were the most disobedient. I fed you a full 16 fire dragon fruits before you were honest and submitted to me. The undead in the law house even call you the king of durable. And I thought that I disappeared for so long. You'll look fierce. But just then, the old man, who was kneeling on the ground, moved a few steps forward, raised his head, and when he looked at Lin Yao, fawning all over his face, what fierce look! After being educated by the Immortal Monarch, someone, AI, never looked more fierce. The Immortal Monarch's teachings have always been in AI's mind. Eating people? In this life, someone, AI, will not be able to eat another bite of human flesh. The Immortal Lord has labored so hard to educate us. Even a dog deserves to be educated. The young man let out a young laugh as he turned his head again, looking aside at the woman. And you, 6-6, you are a great avatar Dharma corpse. And back then, when the ceiling of the Dharma Mansion had not yet been perfected, and you tried to escape from the law house, and it worked for you, the undead in the law house, they call you the jailbreak king. If not for me and is found, in the white head of the mountain, caught you back. You now, in the world of the 9 states, it might have become a party of corpse immortals. I didn't expect you to be so obedient. The woman in red shook her head like a rattle. Immortal Monarch fallacious. Back then, the Immortal Monarch beat Lulu half to death on Whitehead Mountain. 66 was, at that time, lying on the top of Whitehead Mountain, with only air coming out, but no air going in. The only thing you see when your consciousness is blurred is the Immortal Monarch. Luck has been proud all his life, and has never bowed his head to anyone, in life or in death. But that time on Whitehead Mountain, Rokuroku knew that he had bowed down. In this world, how can there be such a heavy fist? How can there be an immortal ruler who is such a powerful man who shines through the ages? 6-6 swore then and there, to follow Immortal Monarch for the rest of his life, to be Immortal Monarch's most loyal dog. That gorgeous woman, while saying that, used her own head and rubbed against the teenager's knee. This scene made the green-shirted teenager frown slightly. He pinched the gorgeous woman's face. That's enough. Stop rubbing it. Harumph, it's rubbing off on my pants. These pants are new. The teenager's voice lurched. That punch I just threw extinguished most of the undead corpses within the Dharma Mansion. They weren't obedient enough to kill. Within the Dharma Mansion, The remaining undead corpses are now 10 to 1. But as you both know, I have no quest for undead numbers. There has always been only one thing I ask of you, and that is to do as you are told. The rest of this group of undead, including you two, can do it, right? Rokiroku and Ai Noji looked at each other. Then they nodded their heads like garlic. Sixth Six is willing to follow Immortal Monarch for the rest of his life. Whatever Immortal Monarch asks Sixth Six to do, Sixth Six is willing to do. Ai Noji will always be a loyal dog under the seat of the Immortal Lord. The teenager nodded indifferently at this. He flung the string in his hand. When it comes to showing loyalty, one is sweeter than the other. But in the end how? It's still up to you guys later. Come in. If you guys can't control your random bites out there, I'll still have to clean up the mess. Rokiroku and Ai Noji, who were kneeling on the ground, did not get up. Just the body automated into two streams of light. It flew into the string Lin Yao was pinching. Afterward, Lin Yao raised his head and looked at the thick fog above his head. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth is still in turmoil. Without logging into the account of the hidden immortal king of manifestation, divine sense can't even be dispersed here. So I can't see what's going on in the outside world. I'm not ashamed to be the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws. Not ashamed to be me. But with a battle of this magnitude, heaven must have noticed something as well. The heavenly palace. What kind of attitude will it have towards my return? It doesn't matter if it's nerves, urgency, or anger. You better dog yourselves. Impatient to come over here and deal with me. Lin Yao unconsciously gripped the string in his hand. If you guys want to fight then fight. Fight me. Fight the hidden immortal monarch of manifestation. It's the same old saying, that if you throw one punch, you don't have to throw 100. Lin Yao murmured in a low voice. In the meantime, his body floated up into the air and flew toward the sky. Lin Yao kept ascending. The fog above his head, too, was getting thinner and thinner. And just as he was about to break through the mist overhead, he heard voices drifting in from beyond the mist. Thought there was some kind of marvelous dependence? It turns out that is really just a Jiedan, a first-generation baby. Give an honest account and there is still a way to live. Keep your mouth shut and you will die. Who exactly is the ancestor? The great ancestor master that you all speak of? The spiritual power riots in this place. Does it have anything to do with him? Speak, quickly. If you don't tell me, I'll strip you both naked and let the brothers have a good time. Just search your soul, or use a compulsion. But if you're just prying for information, there are ways and means. Why don't we break both of their bones first? But the general said. And just then, originally a white cloudy pool of heaven, suddenly it rippled strangely. A teenager with a shadowy face, leaping out from under the thin clouds of the celestial pool. It landed on the bank of the celestial pool. The green-shirted young man who leapt out from under the clouds of the heavenly pond still had a layer of water vapor on his body. The hair was also wet. His eyes, however, hit a brilliant light. He looked up and saw it not far away. A group of white-clothed, silver-armored cultivators gathered together. In the middle of that group of cultivators, there was a huge, 10-meter-high soul streamer combed. A cold wind blew from the top of Yayang Peak. The soul streamers hunted, and on the soul streamer, hanging from it, were two women. Those two women, one beautiful, the other delicate. On the two women's bodies, there were no injuries, but the corner of that gorgeous woman's mouth carried a trace of blood. The young boy who had just leapt out of the clouds had his face clouded up all of a sudden. And just then, the group of white-robed, silver-armored cultivators also detected the killing intent surging behind them. These white-robed, silver-armored cultivators turned their heads in unison. As a result, all that could be seen was a teenager with a wet green shirt, walking towards them step by step. At the same time, a ghostly voice floated over from the green-shirt boy. Who did it? The two of them? Who injured them? Was it you? The group of white-robed, silver-armored cultivators froze in unison. They could see that the teenager in front of them only had a foundation establishment stage cultivation. But on the contrary, this teenager, his eyes looked disdainfully, looking at them as if they were looking at garbage, looking at mole crickets. These white-robed cultivators first looked at each other at this time. Who is this brat? So arrogant. Can't he sense our cultivation? It shouldn't be. The foundation establishment Great Circle should have already condensed divine sense. This Yayang Peak is really evil. The lower the realm, the more arrogant it is, the less we are taken seriously. Our one ye great wall, in recent years, is not too low profile. General, this boy who doesn't know what's good for him is just like those two girls, tied up first, behind that group of white-clad, silver-armored cultivators. A middle-aged cultivator with a country face, broad shoulders and narrow waist, and a sword in his back, originally sitting on a boulder. He looked up at the green-shirted teenage boy at that moment, his brows furrowed. Kid, state your name. The green-shirted teenage boy, didn't respond. He just rubbed his wrist string a few times as he walked forward. It's decided, it's you. 666. Out. I'm allowing you to bite today. Chapter 76. Little with a sword. Whose disciple did you say you are? Li Chun Gang's disciple? The green-shirted teenage boy's words had just fallen. On the string on his wrist, the first pearl flashed crimson precious light. In the meantime, a crimson shadow flew out from within the precious pearl. The shadow, after landing on the ground, transformed into a beautiful, scarlet-eyed woman. The woman, at this point, first turned around and glanced incredulously at the teenage boy behind her. Immortal ruler, you are saying that I am allowed to eat people? The teenager looked up and kicked the gorgeous woman in the ass. That's right. Today, you're licensed to be a meathead. These assholes in front of you, except for the two women on the soul streamer. Feel free to nibble on them. Go for it. 6-6. That red-clothed woman first kowtowed gratefully at Lin Yao. She then slowly stood up and turned her head. Grinning and grimacing, he rushed at the white-clad, silver-armored cultivators, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. In the meantime, the white-clothed, silver-armored cultivators all had drastic changes in their faces. They sensed a shocking fury from that red-clothed woman's body. That fury. It's red. Exclaiming substance. Fury, behind the woman in red, intertwined with each other and turned into a hideous, vicious dog. And of that group of white-robed, silver-armored cultivators, the leading one, the country-faced cultivator, this moment also realized something. He stared at the woman in red in shock. Luo Lianyang. You are Luo Lianyang of the first level of the Immortal Dharma Mansion. Why did you come out of the Immortal Dharma Mansion? I contacted you at the time. You refused to cooperate with us with your words, and you said that you want to be the most loyal dog of that million-law hidden immortal ruler. Why are you here? But the next second, the cultivator with the country face had his cheeks stiffen. Because of his head, it was grasped by the sharp claws of the woman in red. The woman in red, hoarse voice, came in hushed tones. Naturally, it's because the immortal lord told me to come out. The next instant, did not wait for the country face cultivator to react. His body had been slapped out. His body directly flew backwards and smashed into another mountain peak next to Moon Sun Peak. With a roar, another mountain peak next to the Moon Sun Peak shattered and collapsed with a terrifying roar. The other white-robed, silver-armored cultivators only felt their scalps go numb, but they were too late to react. Because of the vicious red dog, it was already coming at them. They were hoarse with sharp teeth, torn by sharp claws, by that vicious dog, torn and gnawed. Hundreds of white-robed, silver-armored cultivators. In a few breaths, flesh and blood were gnawed, bones are chewed up. On top of the mountain, only a few pieces of blood-stained clothes left, floating down to the ground. The two women who were hanging from the soul streamer witnessed the whole thing. The gorgeous woman with blood at the corner of her mouth snorted and shook her head. Told you guys that before. Don't move either of us. You know nothing of my ancestor's terror. The delicate young girl on the side glanced back at the fickle and beautiful woman. I told you, we didn't have to stop at all. They want to mess with Master Taijo. Purely no fart leather flute voice. Own want to put life lost. What's stopping them? Will the great Ancestor Master favor you more because of this? But senior sister Chu, I think Master Taizu is already favoring you. Ruyan Emperor, Ruyan Lu, look at your eyes. They are jealous. Chu Hongyu, who was hanging from the soul streamer, froze for a moment and shook her head. I've always known that it would be a blessing for me to serve my Grandmaster. That's why I treasure it extraordinarily. I know, too, that what I have done looks in the eyes of those who know the true means of the ancestors. It's just stupid. But what if what the ancestor is trying to do just can't be disturbed? Like this time, before the ancestor leapt out of the heavenly pool, these soldier-martial cultivators of the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries didn't manage to disturb the ancestor. I just want to face any enemy at any time, in any situation. I am all willing to stand in front of the ancestor, although I know that I am completely unqualified, but I want to be the sword in the hands of the ancestor. This is my obsession and my sword heart. Gu Nanin, who was on the side, looked at Chu Hongyu in dismay. She didn't expect Chu Hongyu to say that. She had heard Master Taizu say before, in this world, there are only two kinds of real sword cultivators. One kind of recognizes the heart of the self, and sticks to the sword for itself. One kind recognizes the heart of the obsessive and executes the sword for others. I am the one who insists on my sword. And nowadays, in the world is foolish, and there are fewer and fewer cultivators worthy of being called sword cultivators. And it wasn't until this moment that she was convinced. What Chu Hongyu had said before were not pretty words. She was indeed willing to die for Master Taizu. Gu Nanin opened her mouth and just wanted to say something, but just then, in front of Yayang Peak, the mountain peak that the country-faced cultivator who had just been slapped away had crashed into, Suddenly there was a powerful sword chi that rose up to the sky. That horrible sword chi. A sword shadow even formed on the shattered mountain peak. The green-shirted teenage boy stood in front of Yayang Peak and squinted his eyes. And next to the green-shirted young man, the red-clad woman with the smile of a vicious dog. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and hemmed and hawed with a dry laugh. The ninth realm. Empty Xian Yu Pu. Great perfection. Half a step further. It's the 10th realm's broken Pu feathering. And it's still a sword cultivator. It's cultivators like this that have bones that are hard enough to chew the right flavor. And just then, that rushing sword shadow also reversed its direction. Terrifying sword chi. The tip of the sword. At this moment, aimed at the summit of the Moon Peak. In the meantime, a figure, from the messy rocks of that shattered mountain peak, went straight to the Moon Sun Peak. The figure, cloaked and covered in blood, half of his face, it was vile, but the eyes, still intact, were full of hate. On the Yayang Peak, the north wind is blowing. That north wind is all like a sword hidden in it, to cut people to the bone. The green-shirted boy narrowed his eyes. This move looks a bit familiar. It's wind-hidden sword, an in-domain skill. Increase your own sword power and weaken your opponent's spiritual protection. And just then, the cultivator with half of his face surmounted. The broadsword he had been carrying behind his back was sheathed. It was carried in his hand. He stood in the void, killing intent glaring at the green-shirted boy and the red-clothed woman. 108. Tiger and leopard guards. All dead. Not a single one left. They are the Hans who have survived from fighting the great demons of the Manhwa world over and over again. It's the elite of the Great Wall of Wanya. You know, training these tiger guards consumed how much of my efforts and resources. Now, they're all dead. All dead. Not a single one left. The green-shirted teenage boy lifted a blood-colored piece of his coat. Can't count on nothing being left. There are still a few pieces of clothing left. That count as proof that they existed on Earth. The sword cultivator with half of his face vandalized was instantly shaken. Asshole. Really think I'm afraid of you guys? I am the Sword Dao leader of sword-chopping Manhwa, a disciple of Li Chun Gang. Even if I die today, I definitely can't fall behind my master. Falling short of the reputation of the Great Wall of Wanye. I'm not going to die with you. And right at this moment, that green-shirted young boy, his face suddenly changed. He glared at the sword cultivator in the sky with half of his face surly. Wait a minute, little bastard with a sword in the sky. UING say, whose disciple are you? Chapter 77, You've never made this sword sound in my hands. Login Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign. The green-shirted teenage boy, glaring up at the sky. The sword cultivator with half of his face surly, eyes glittering brightly. But the sword cultivator in the sky was close to insanity. He carried the large, broad sword and swooped down from the sky. Straight down. The teenager narrowed his eyes. He glanced at his side. The woman in red shaped like a vicious dog. This one don't bite the dust. Save your breath. I have something to ask him. The woman shaped like a vicious dog bared her teeth. Yes, sir. Next, the woman in red, like a handsome hound, rushed toward the sky. This moment in the sky, exploding two streams of air, a cloud of airflow exploded, scattering a sword light, another blasted stream of air that, instead, it is a fluorescent light with the smell of blood. Those fluorescent lights are floating in the sky, and the stars are dotted. Subsequently, the two figures in the sky, both disappeared, or rather, the fleshly eyes of, no longer worthy of seeing these two figures. On Yayang Peak, all that could be seen was that a gust of wind was blowing from the north and a gust of wind was blowing from the west. When the north wind is blowing, it is cold, and the wind carries a sword's breath, and the rocks break open where the north wind blows, and the earth cracked, and the small peak next to the Moonyang mountain was directly reduced to pieces. When the west wind is blowing, it is fishy and cold, and the wind is wrapped in a gush of blood, and wherever the west wind blows, everything has been robbed of its vitality. The rocks weathered, all the vegetation, all withered, one small mountain after another, directly into an empty shell, the wind slightly blowing, those empty shells, turned into fine sand dissipation. Not much longer, there was no longer a single forested peak around Yuyang Mountain. Yayang Peak became a lonely peak, and that's exactly when it happened. The west wind overpowered the north wind. Boom! A figure that smashed in front of the teenage boy, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Lin Yao waved his hand, dispersing the dust in front of him. He then saw a figure, covered in blood, being slammed into the ground, making a deep pit. All of the figure's limbs had been broken off, and there was a large, bloody hole in each of the shoulder blades and the abdominal cavity. I don't know how many of his teeth were broken, but he kept spitting bloody foam from his mouth. Only his hands, already grasping the big broadsword, just that the sword has also been broken. What he is holding in his dead hand is nothing more than a broken sword. Another boom. The woman in red, too, descended from the sky. She looked at the teenage boy excitedly. Immortal Monarch. I listened to you and didn't bite him. Am I not your most loyal undead? The teenager glanced at the woman in red. He noticed that the woman in red, with her eyes shining with, she's on her knees, pouting. She just doesn't have a tail either. And if she did have a tail, that tail must be wagging like crazy. The teenager patted her head and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his head to look at the bloodstained cultivator lying on the ground. He raised his foot and kicked the cultivator a few times. Can you still talk? Lying on the ground, the seriously injured cultivator still had blood foaming out of the corner of his mouth, but his bloodshot eyes were dead set on the teenager. No, not to be insulted. The sword cultivator is not to be dishonored. My sword is broken. Kill me. But that sword cultivator's words had not yet fallen. The teenager had already planted a foot on the hole in his chest and abdomen where blood was seeping outward. The sword cultivator let out a muffled grunt as he suffered pain, and the teenager's hoarse voice came in hushed tones. Don't be a ing pussy. Break a sword and make it look like your own mother died. Returning the sword cultivator is not to be insulted. How is it that other cultivators can be humiliated, but not sword cultivators? Sword cultivators are inherently superior? Lin Yao said as he grabbed up that sword cultivator's cheek. I know what you sword cultivators are thinking, because I was once a sword cultivator too. You think that the sword is more than a weapon. Among all the treasures of the, it's just that you're superior to other treasures because you think the sword can reach the heavens. There are thousands of weapons, the sword is the master of killing. The purpose of the sword's existence is to kill, and to kill to the extreme is the devil. That's why there's a magic sword. If you give up killing, it's a dead blade. It's useless. It's just that the practice of killing, it's disdained by those who are orthodox in their cultivation. So no one pushes this stuff. The gun is the main weapon of war. The gun is a weapon of war, used by military generals. It represents order and straightness. The stick is the master of benevolence, the opposite of the sword. For defense, not for killing. Fist Lord Nana, meaning the ocean, and furthermore, the self, and the sword, more than any other weapon, can contain and represent the Tao. Much too much, made to order. The sword is restraint, parallel order, kingship, order. At the same time, the sword can also peek into the heart, and sword cultivators can also take the path of the self. All sword cultivators in the world come with a sense of pride, which I can understand, but you're all beat up and your life is on the line, so don't act like a pussy. You think that just because you're arrogant, I'll think highly of you. Shucks, I'll only look down on you more. Just you. How do you deserve to call yourself Li Chun-gang's disciple? Li Chun-gang, if he really took on a disciple like you, he's really wasted all those years of sword practice. He should sell all his swords and replace them with stirring sticks. Go be a poop picker and pour the out of your own head while you're at it. And just then, the sword cultivator who had originally resigned himself to his fate and had already closed his eyes and waited for death, suddenly opened his eyes and deadpan glare at the teenager. He even got the strength from somewhere to grab the teenager's foot on his chest and stomach. Don't allow you to insult master. My master, Li Chun-gang, is the leader of the sword Tao. But that sword cultivator had just hissed out. Lin Yao's slap had landed, and the slap smacked his face again. The Kendo Kaiser is what you call him. If you have the ability to make him come before me, you'll see if he dares to call himself the Kendo Kaiser. You know why I left you alive? It's to ask you something. You know why you don't just search your soul? It's because I know that. You're soldiers and soldiers of the Great Wall of Wanfa. The souls have been sealed on the souls, and the souls of the gods may not be probed. Of course this sealing, to me, it's just a setup. Log in large I can cross the seal, but you can't withstand it. You'll lose your soul. And the only reason I'm keeping your soul is because you said, you are Li Chun-gang's disciple. This spirit ruins realm. The vast majority of living beings are worthless NPCs to me. Kill and be killed. Die and be killed. Only my disciples. I raised one disciple after another. I saw them suffer, and I know that they suffered because of me. And I have a guilty conscience, because you say you are a disciple of Li Chun-gang. That's why I'm keeping you alive. But I'm really curious as to how Li Chun-gang, in the end, taught an unqualified disciple like you. That broken sword you hold in your hand. I think it's called Tai Mo if I remember correctly. The sword cultivator who had originally been struggling at Lin Yao's feet. After hearing the word Tai Mo, he suddenly stopped struggling. His body stiffened. Stunned, he looked at the teenage boy who was stomping on his wound with his foot. Do you recognize this Tamo? It's impossible. Where this sword came from, even if it's the Great Wall of Wanfa, not many people know either. Lin Yao snorted. 108 pieces. Sky feather ink iron. Forged spiritual treasure, Tai Mo. How could I not recognize it? This sword. I gave it to Li Chungang back then. If it weren't for the sword, do you think that if you cry out that you are a disciple of Li Chungang, I will spare your life? The sword cultivator, who had collapsed on the ground and was covered in blood, was pale. The Tai Mo you gave to Li Chungang? No way. Absolutely no way. Tai Mo was a sword given to Li Chungang by his master. Li Chungang's master is the sword Kui exorcist godly monarch. Do you want to say that you are the sword Kui exorcist godly monarch? How is that possible? How is this possible? That godly monarch. He disappeared without a trace 3,000 years ago. He's been missing for 3,000 years. At this moment, a messy moon young peak. That sword cultivator's voice, in the whistling cold wind, tore his heart and lungs. The green-shirted boy snorted. Unbelievable? The green-shirted boy didn't say much. He was only slightly attached. From the hands of the bloodstained sword cultivator, he snatched the Tai Mo, a broken sword. And I don't have much karma between us, but at least it's considered a heavenly ranked treasure. Login account for an instant. It should be enough. The moment Lin Yao held the Tai Mo, the broken sword, Tai Mo, suddenly let out a sword sound. The bloodstained sword cultivator looked at Tai Mo in dismay. Tai Mo, you and I have been together for many years, and you have never, in my hands, made such a sword sound. And in the meantime, that broken sword, on Tai Mo, scattered countless threads of karma, connecting with Lin Yao. The Star Stealer light screen floated above Lin Yao's head. The account is being activated. Sword Kui Immortal God King. The current unlocking progress? 18%. Lin Yao rubbed the Tai Mo a few times. What I gave to Li Chungang, he usually doesn't easily pass on to others. Little scumbag. What's your name? The sword cultivator, who was covered in blood, stared at the teenage boy in a daze. He was now being called a little scumbag by this teenager. And surprisingly, he didn't feel awkward. Dang za. Lin Yao snorted. Sure enough, it's you. Which horse Yunshi mentioned the name, and the undead corpses within my immortal mansion, colluded with each other to bring these casual cultivators. It's you who feeds as undead meat, too, isn't it? Why didn't you think about the pride of a sword cultivator when you did this? Deng Zia looked at Lin Yao. The voice began to tremble. Because, the Great Wall of Wanye needs the resources in this immortal mansion. The Great Wall of Wanye needs munitions. The major dynasties of the Kanghai world have, in recent years, supplied the resources of the Great Wall of 10,000 industries with less and less. The coffers of the Great Wall of Wanye have bottomed out. The Great Wall of 10,000 karma is now already unable to make ends meet, and if the gang of demons from the Manhwa world, continuing to maintain the previous large-scale offense, the Great Wall of Wanye won't be able to support it for long. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow, and above his head, Star Stealer, flashing small letters, account being activated. Sword Kui Exorcist Divine Sovereign, unlocking progress so far, 69%. Deng Zia coughed some more. I'll do anything I'm asked to do to make up the munitions for the Great Wall of Wanye. Sword Puppet Exorcist Divine Sovereign once said, the big picture is important. A bitter cultivator. I'll take the blame. I'll take the blame in the present, but I'll take the credit in the future. Those are two words that I've always taken to heart. Lin Yao's expression became even more bizarre. He rubbed his chin twice. Did you say those two words yourself? He's having a bit of trouble remembering. He raised his eyes and glanced at the top of his head. Account being activated. Sword Kui Exorcist Divine Sovereign. Unlocking progress so far, 99%. Lin Yao coughed softly twice. It's kind of funny, you little scumbag, but it's not all bad. Little scumbag. Have you seen the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch? Deng Zia gulped. There are sculptures and portraits of godly monarchs inside the Great Wall of Wanya. You and the Divine Sovereign are different, both in appearance and cultivation. Lin Yao grinned. Next, a terrifying pressure descended on the heavens and earth. The huge soul streamer that was erected on the Moon Young Peak instantly shattered. The two women on the soul streamer fell to the ground, and Deng Zia, lying on the ground, felt that his whole body, flesh, bones and blood, like they were all going to be pierced by swords. He felt like the sky was going to be split in two. The earth shall be divided between the two ends. His eyeballs instantly filled with blood and almost exploded, but he still saw it dimly. The green-shirted young man in front of his own eyes suddenly twisted in his form. He went from being a teenager to a young man in a dark green tunic, who was cloaked and, behind his back he carries a large sword case. The youth with the green long shirt only appeared for a split second before disappearing, but on Yeyang Peak, because of the fight between the undead corpse Luo Lianyan and Tang Zia earlier, and the sky that led to the confusion of spiritual energy, at the moment, Suddenly clear. The sky is blue. There is not a cloud, which is not common on the North Mang Mountain. On Mt. Mang in the north, dark clouds cover the mountain all year round, but all the dark clouds, like it was all swept clean by a sword. It's as if an immaculate swordsman, who has just come, who resents the filth of this heaven and earth, frowning with displeasure. Therefore this heaven and earth, for one clear, a blue sky like this. Deng Zia, also seen for the first time. Deng Zia, who was seriously injured, didn't know where to get the strength from at this point. He staggered up from the ground. He was struggling with every move because his body was so badly injured. Still, he struggled, putting his body in the position of kneeling and kowtowing. He knelt in front of Lin Yao and grabbed the ground with his head. Wan Yi Great Wall. Deng Zia, pay respects. Sword Puppet Punisher Divine Sovereign. Lin Yao had his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, and not far away. Underneath that shattered soul streamer, Chu Hongyu and Gu Nanyin, too, had risen from the ground. The two of them looked at each other. Gu Nanyin looked at Chu Hongyu. Sword Cultivator. Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch. Sister Chu, the old ancestor of your clan. So it's the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign? Chu Hongyu blinked twice, then shook her head. Although they are all sword immortals, the one our clan enshrines, the Sword Immortal Ancestor, Qingxuan Sword Immortal, and the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch, between the two, there should be no connection. Gu Nanyin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I've also never heard my ancestor grandfather say that the true martial emperor has used a sword. But, Chu Hongyu smiled with a complicated face. But, the facts are in front of us. Gu Nanyin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Grandfather, who once explained to me, never feel like you've been with Master Taizu for long enough to feel like you know Master Taizu. Master Taizu, unfathomable, even as a grandpa. There is also no knowledge of the true means of the great master. I thought at the time that my grandpa was being modest, but now it seems that the gold content of that statement, made by my grandfather back in the day, is still rising. How many identities does Master Taizu really have? And Lin Yao slowly bowed at that moment. He reached out and suddenly tugged on Teng Zia's collar. Says, give a truthful account of everything you know about Li Chun Gang. I still don't think you look like Li Chun Gang's disciple. You and Li Chun Gang, what exactly is your relationship? Chapter 78. The ultimate in cultivation is to be a dog for the heavens? Li Chun Gang has been waiting for me for 1,000 years? The summit of Yeyang Peak. Deng Zia, shivering. He's a 9th realm empty mystery jade purple great perfection, in front of a 2nd realm foundation, like a cockatrice. Master ancestor. But Lin Yao narrowed his eyes. If you are not a disciple of Li Chun Gang, wouldn't be worthy to call me master. Li Chun Gang, really, had taken you as his disciple? Answer me. Say, Deng Zia, at this moment, finally couldn't hold it together. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes. No, not. Senior Li Chun Gang, has never accepted me as a disciple. Senior Li Chun Gang and I have only met a few times. Elder Li Chun Gang, at the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, with his mind pouncing on the search for his master. That is, you. On this one thing, he has never taken on any disciple. It is I, who have been claiming to the public that I am a disciple of Li Chun Gang. It's me who has always admired Li Chun Gang. The teenager frowned. I've come all this way, to be able to see this Qinghai world. There are many cultivators who admire Li Chun Gang, but there's never been any cultivator that casually claimed to be Li Chun Gang's disciple. Since you are not Li Chun Gang's disciple, where did you get that Tai Mo? That's the Tai Mo I gave him. I don't believe he'd give it to just anyone. Say, Deng Zia. His body trembled even more. He began to choke and spoke with a sobbing voice. Ask Sword Mountain. It's Ask the Sword Mountain. The teenager's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Ask the Sword Mountain. The sword-asking mountain where I cultivated and practiced swords back then? Deng Zia, his body trembling, nodded. It's that sword-asking mountain. But the specific matter, I cannot say. That involves the military opportunity of the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries. I can't say. And just then, Deng Zia, who was lying on the ground, suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Lin Yao's calf. Ancestor. I know I'm not qualified to call you an ancestor, but I know that only you can save Elder Li Chun Gang. Under the present circumstances, only you. I have a prohibition on my body, and the secrets of the Great Wall of Wanya can't be said. Can't be said. You search my soul. You search my soul. I am not a disciple of Li Chun Gang, so you don't need to show me mercy. I deserve to die. I really do. Lin Yao stared at Teng Zia dead in the face. His eyes widened, and that clear face that, a rare and ghastly hideousness. He yanked Deng Zia by the collar and lifted him up. Li Chungang will not live long. What does that mean? That brat. Didn't he step into the 12th realm? 12 realms. Nirvana 9. Even if he goes deep into the mangy world alone, he should still be able to return in one piece. Why is he dying? I'll search your soul. But first you answer me this question. Lin Yao said as he spoke. One fumbled with the string in his hand a few times. A white jade-textured quill pen fell out of his string. Lin Yao held that brush. The top of his head, the Star Stealer's light screen, began to flicker. Deng Zia, at this moment, had tears and snot running down his face. It's heaven. It's the heavenly man. They attacked Li Chungang in Manhwa world and took certain things from him. Lin Yao's head. Star Stealer's light screen still flashes small print. Account being activated. Wanfa Hidden Immortal King. Current unlock progress. 86%. What did the heavens take from him? What did they take? What has been taken? Deng Zia was close to wailing. The spine. Li Chungang had a whole spine taken away. His sword bone was gone. Why heaven took away his spine? I don't know. That's all I can say. The rest is military secrets. If Senior wants to know all the causes and effects, he can only come and search my soul. Elder, please search my soul and go to the Great Wall of Wanya afterward. Only you can make Elder Li Chungang back from the dead. Only you can save the sky and the Great Wall of Wanyi. Force. And at that moment, Lin Yao's body began to twist. A terrifying pressure once again descended on Moon Sun Peak. With the undead corpse beside him, Luo Liuyan flopped to her knees. Lin Yao's body, once again, turned into a bountiful and handsome youth, who was clad in a white Taoist robe. His hair was simply combed into a Dao bun, and he was carrying a sword box, behind his back with a pair of peach blossom eyes, and he was looking at Tang Zia coldly. Standing in front of Tang Zia at this moment was the 10,000 Laws Hidden Immortal Monarch. The Immortal Monarch raised his hand and pressed it on Tang Zia's head. Tang Zia's body instantly stiffened. He gurgled blood from all 7 orifices. It didn't take long before the whole thing collapsed to the ground, not breathing. As for the handsome youth, his figure also distorted once again, changing back into a green-shirted young man. Lin Yao looked down at his palm. The memory fragments he had just seen in Tang Zia's mind turned up in his mind. In Deng Zia's memory, that was the Great Wall of Wanya 800 years ago. Under the Great Wall of Wanya, a green-shirted swordsman, covered in blood and covered in white vapor, dragged a sword case that, staggering down the Great Wall of Wanya, the swordsman, raising his hand, knocked on the gate of the Great Wall of Wanya. That day, the Great Wall of 10,000 industries, all the sword cultivators, poured out. All of them surrounded that green-shirt swordsman. Some of them cried out in pain, while others were shocked beyond belief that. Others kneeled before the eyes of the green-shirted swordsman and beat their chests. And the green-shirted swordsman, with his back against the Great Wall of Wanya, his voice ripped, all screwed. Qingxuan world, Manhwa world, cultivators or people, they're all pigs raised by heaven. He who listens to them is their traitor, and he who does not listen to them, it is the swine to be slaughtered. Cultivation, at the end of the day, is still not free. The ultimate goal of monasticism is to be a dog. Mastermind. I missed you so much. Master teacher. Disciple will never have the chance to seek you out again. Master teacher. Disciple is unfilial. Master. Disciple will be buried in the questioning sword mountain, in the place where he first met with Master. Master. The green-shirted swordsman leaned against the Great Wall of Wanya with a sad voice. Bring me to the mountain of the questioning sword. I will transform the Tao with my body, and the Tao will fall on the mountain of the questioning sword. The Great Wall of 10,000 karma. All sword cultivators, those who wish to inherit my Tao lineage, may come to ask Sword Mountain. I'm going to wait for my master to come home. My master will definitely come home. I'm waiting for him when he comes home. I can wait for him for another 1,000 years. The green-shirted swordsman, muttering these when Tang Zia, who had just stepped into the Jedan realm, was in the crowd, looking at him from afar, tears streaming down his face. Deng Zia's brain still had a few stray memories, but those memories, Lin Yao does not care. He looked up to the north. 1,000 years? This year is almost 1,000 years old. Li Chungang, you brat, hang in there. Master will be here soon. Lin Yao then looked up at the sky again. You want me and my disciples to be dogs for you? Dream on, calling you by the name of God. Really think of yourself as a master? The old saying goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance. If the heavens are unkind, let us rise against them. Let all those beings understand my way, and let the gods and Buddhas of the heavens. It's all gone. Thieving gods, do you know who your enemies are? Do you know who I am? You know nothing about me. Chapter 79, Grandfather Grandpa. Your cultivation level is not high enough to see far enough. the summit of Yayang Peak, Lin Yao looks at the northern foothills of Mte. Mang. His mind would recall, not only, a little crippled boy with a wooden sword. The little boy was frail and dirty, but he wielded a wooden sword and, bragging with the teenager beside him, who was much taller than him, that he would, in the future, become the world-famous Sword Immortal, Great Sword Immortal. Where had he first met him himself? Come to think of it, it's the town of Green Lodge. That one account, with a surprisingly good talent for swordsmanship, decided on its own to go along for the ride. With this account, take the path of sword cultivation, and strive to go to the extreme. For sword practice, Lin Yao arrived at the Great Wall of Wanye. At that time, the Great Wall of Wanye, in front of the demonic cultivators of the Manhwa world, the fierce attack of it's already in jeopardy. The Manhwa world, the demon tide that stopped it, several times, almost crossed the Great Wall of 10,000 industries. Under the walls of the Great Wall of Wanye, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Corpses and blood, accumulated a dozen meters. In order to meet the demonic cultivators of the Manhwa world, the cultivators of the Great Wall of 10,000 industries, it was a fierce battle with the demonic cultivator in that sea of blood. Lin Yao was among them at that time. It must be said that the Star Stealer, plus the war for war training speed is fast. In less than 300 years at the Great Wall of Wanye, Lin Yao's cultivation level, it was already straight ahead of the 10th realm's Broken Poo Feathering. He is the Great Wall of Wanye, the Sword Immortal with the most kills, the Great Sword Immortal. His most widely publicized deed was that with a small sword, only the length of his index finger, will be the Mangalese world of demon cultivation ship, chopped into two halves. The time he was stationed at the Great Wall of Wanye, both eyes were open for a dry run. It's the man that's being cut. Until that day, when Lin Yao's supply of medication just wasn't enough, the supplies from the Great Wall of Wanye were again slow to keep up. So Lin Yao had no choice but to go down the mountain by himself and get his elixir refilled. The place he went to was the town of Green Lodge. Green Lodge is the town under the Great Wall of Wanye. The town lives with the families of the defenders of the Wanye Wall, or retired from the wall, but not the old pawns who are reluctant to return home. Lin Yao that day, after replenishing his elixir in the town, eating wine in the town's tavern with the laws that Lin Yao had mopped up at the time, going to a tavern had the potential to increase reputation, and with elevated reputation, there was a chance that promoted to a military post at the Great Wall of Wanye. But just as Lin Yao was eating his wine, he suddenly heard, in the street outside the tavern, came the cacophonous hissing. It was a group of teenagers who were wrestling it out. Several tall teenagers took a child, who appeared to be in his early teens, hit it on the ground. The child was beaten with snot and tears, but still held the wooden sword in his hand in a death grip to fight back. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. That's my mother's money for medicine. Give me back my mother's money for medicine. But the boy's resistance guided the teenagers to intensify their beatings. Robbing you of your money is to give you face. Don't give face. Carrying a wooden sword all day. You really think you're the young master of the Li family. Don't bull ***** me. You are the young master of the Li family. Drunk and disorderly. The bastard born of a whore. Do you see the Li family recognizing you? What do ES give birth to? Little ES. But he's a boy. That would be the male. Man **********. Man *********. This man ********. Or a cripple. Lin Yao was on the second floor of the restaurant, watching with a frown on his face. The child who had been beaten up by the group was already bruised and swollen, and his eyes were bleeding from their sockets. But the child still clung to a teenager's calf with a death grip, gnawing and biting with his mouth. With the wooden sword in his hand, he stabbed and smashed. Give it back. Give it back. My mother is waiting for this medicine to cure her. My mother? It's not her fault she's a whore. It's those damned lords, forcing a good girl into prostitution. And, my mother stopped being a whore a long time ago. My mother is the best mother in the world. I'd even wonder how such a wonderful woman ended up being my mother. I'll never let you go when you take my money for medicine. I can't do it today. I'll do it later. And I'll kill you. Kill you all. No one can touch my mother's money for medicine. At that moment Lin Yao felt that the child lying on the ground, like a crazy wild dog. Lin Yao in the tavern, slowly rising. He thought of a way to increase his reputation faster. He walked down the street from the tavern. He walked over to the group of teenagers who had been beating up the children, and in the presence of pick up the child on the ground by the handful. The Great Wall of Wanye, the Marquis of Champions. Little thing, do you want to? Will you or won't you? Come with me to the Great Wall of Wanye. Be a pawn in the battlefield. On the ground, the young man, with a bruised nose and swollen face, looked at the glowing champion Ho, who stood in front of him. For the first time, I know what it means to be like the Lord of the descending devil in heaven, truly a god of the earth. And Lin Yao, too, heard a brittle, hoarse voice. I, for one, am willing to serve the general, saddle up, bow and die. But I, for one, don't want to be just a pawn. Little one, want to be a swordsman, a reputable one, so that my mother be proud of me. Great Sword Immortal. I will make my name spread throughout the Great Wall of Wanya. The north wind blew on Yeyang Peak. Lin Yao awoke from his memories. His hand was cupping a two-fish jade pendant at the moment. Above his head, the Star Stealer's curtain of light, once again, flickered. Account being activated. Wanfa Hidden Immortal King. Current unlock progress. 78%. Brat, don't worry. Your master is back. You can't die. No one is going to let you die. Next, the figure of the green-shirted teenage boy distorted once again. It turned into that white-clothed youth clad in white Dao robes again, and the youth raised his hand and clenched his fist, smashing it into the void. Space instantly shattered like a mirror. The vicious dog-like woman in red, looking at the situation, immediately burrowed into the string on the youth's wrist, and that youth, at this time, also threw out his big sleeve, rolling up those two women. He directly stepped into that shattered space. The next instant, the top of Chu Prisoner Mountain, space shatters. The summit of Chu Prisoner Mountain, at this moment, was like a shattered mirror. The cracks were densely packed. On the top of the mountain, three figures appeared. A green-shirted teenage boy, with two women, looks out into the distance, in the direction they were looking out. Above the mountains, a great wall was built that stretches on, with no end in sight. Behind the teenager, the two women looked at each other with pale faces. The delicate young girl among them, her voice trembling. Wan Yi Great Wall? This should be Chu Prisoner Mountain, located at the northern foot of Mte Mang in the north, adjacent to the Bei Mangshan Beishan mountain range, on which stands the Wanya Great Wall. The delicate young girl gulped again. Ancestral grandfather told me before, that Mang mountain in the north, the spiritual magnetic field is chaotic. The sky is strewn with astral winds all year round, and the deeper you go, the more powerful the winds become, even capable of strangling a cultivator into pieces of meat. Cultivation less than true immortal realm. In the North Mangshan Mountain, don't even want to fly long distance, and want to reach the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, can only rely on their own two legs. There is no other shortcut. Therefore, Grandpa often let me hammer my own body. But now, according to our original plan, it will take about 3 months. The only way to arrive from Moonyang Peak is to cross it in an instant. Grandfather Ancestor, it's not like there aren't shortcuts to the paths on Mte Mang in the north. It's just that you don't know, because you're not cultivated enough to see, and even more so, you're not far enough. Chapter 80, I'll change my disciple's destiny against the heavens. Who do you want to take away from me? Would he dare take revenge? The top of Chu Prisoner Mountain. Chu Hongyu, looking at the green-shirted young man, she spied the teenager's shadowy eyes. Ancestors, are you going to ask the Great Wall of Wanye? The teenager exhaled a cloudy breath. He lifted his hand and pointed into the distance. That mountain, crossed by the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, is the Sword-Asking Mountain. There is an old town at the bottom of the mountain called Green Lodge, and it was in Green Lodge that I was the first time I saw Li Chun Gang. And now, Li Chun Gang is on that mountain. I've just glimpsed his Dao shadow. The Dao shadow is weak and thin, and has already collapsed. Although it won't collapse immediately, it won't last long. Chu Hongyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then, Ancestor, we're rushing to the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries now? Disciple has heard that the Great Wall of Wanya is heavily guarded. Ever since the Great Wall was repaired and perfected, no cultivator has ever crossed it, not even a heavenly immortal. The teenager rubbed his brow. He glanced back at Chu Hongyu. You don't think I can either? Chu Hongyu shook her head. Unusual cultivators might, indeed, find it difficult to cross the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries. But Ancestor, no. You are not an ordinary cultivator. You even told me that you built the Great Wall of Wanya. Nor will the disciple have the slightest doubt. Disciple just thinks that if Ancestor wants to ask for the Great Wall of Sword Wanya, disciple and senior sister Gu, it may drag the Ancestor back. And the two of us are two drags in the Great War. Disciples also know that if there are thieves and bandits kidnapping the two of us and threatening the Ancestor will never be disturbed because of the two of us. The Taoist heart. But the disciples cherish their lives. The disciple has yet to have his great revenge avenged, and he also wants to serve the Ancestor for a long time. So, disciples, I implore the Ancestor to place the two of us, and then ask the Sword Wanya Great Wall. Lin Yao froze at this moment. but he quickly burst out laughing. This girl, Chu Hongyu, although she sometimes speaks badly, but after spending a lot of time with her, one can realize that this girl, who has always been straight to the point, frank and lovely, never much of a bend. And the girl had a point. If he really had a head-on conflict with the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, these two girls would become a drag. Lin Yao raised his hand and shook the string in his hand. That was his ninth fa fu. Out of the way. If there's a real fight, you two go into the law house. 6-6 on the first level of the Dharma Mansion. That's the woman in red that you two just met knows you too. It won't take a shot at the two of you. And who says I'm going to start a head-on conflict with the Great Wall of Wanya? What good does it do me to make an enemy of the Great Wall of Wanya? My enemies, it is settled, from first to last, are but one. That's the heaven that is plotting against me and my disciples. Pack up, we'll take the normal route and enter the Great Wall of Wanya. Gu Nanin, who was on the side, also leaned over at that moment. Master Taizu, there is nothing wrong with you traveling directly to the Great Wall of Wanya, the Great Wall of 10,000 karma. Although it hides some old monsters that are not inferior to the immortals in the sky, I think that they should be no match for you either. You are the true martial emperor, the sword puppet punisher divine sovereign, the Qingxuan Sword Immortal. Lin Yao glanced at Gu Nanin. Gu Nanin immediately shut up, lowered her head, and scrunched her neck. Master Taizu, did I say something wrong? Lin Yao raised his hand at this moment, however, and suddenly patted Gu Nanin's head. I can indeed be incarnated, and the hidden immortal monarch of the 10,000 laws, asked directly for the Great Wall of 10,000 karma. But then, Li Chungang, it's over. Do you know why heaven took away Li Chungang's spine? Gu Nanyin's body stiffened. She frowned and shook her head in confusion. The disciple does not know. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Because of me. I had something before. Didn't think it through. Wasn't sure. But after searching Deng Zia's soul, I figured it out. Everything, all because of me. The reason why the Heavenly Palace is on Li Chungang is because of me. Ruyan Lu was attacked also because of me. Even your grandfather, who was so targeted by the royal family of Great Zhou, it may also be related to me. It's just that he is not cultivated enough, and he doesn't have enough karma related to me stained on his body. That's why heaven didn't strike at him directly. Many years ago, the Heavenly Palace did not require cultivators to reach the 11th realm. The feathered true immortal would have to ascend within 2 years, so Li Chungang could break through all the way to the 12th realm at the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, and not by the Heavenly Palace signs. And the probability that this rule came about is also because of me. Lin Yao raised his hand and pinched Gu Nanin's face. When cultivators cultivate, from the first realm of refining essence and transforming chi to the 10th realm, what they need is aura. After feathering and ascending and becoming a true immortal, what you need is spiritual charm. That spiritual rhythm is rarer than aura. Every year in heaven and earth can give birth to so much spirit rhyme, which can support and supply the vitality of living beings, the immortals in the sky. More than account for some spirit rhyme. There will be less spiritual rhythm on earth. Those immortals in the heavenly palace, telling the lower realms to offer sacrifices to the heavens in a steady stream, telling the dynasties to offer up spiritual valleys. It's no different than cannibalism. But in any case, true immortals are still allowed to exist by heaven. But after true immortal, every step is against the sky, the 12th realm of Nirvana 9. It is under the rejection of heaven that one continues to reach nirvana and sees the fruits of the way from heaven's hands. 9 fruit of the way, in the hands of heaven. Nirvana reborn 9 times is nirvana 9 times. 9 Tao fruits, united as one in the hand. And after one more infinite kalpa, it will be the empty karmic Tao Lord. All beings must survive the infinite. And after one's cultivation level reaches the empty junction Tao Lord, one may have to undergo the infinite jihad at any time. If you can cross the infinite jihad, the world will be at peace. If you can't cross it, you'll die. And the most effective way to deal with the infinite jubilee, do you know what it is? Gu Nanin looked at Lin Yao in a daze. She was teary-eyed and pitiful. Master Taizu, disciple, just now stepping into the Yuaning realm. The question you asked is too superlative. Lin Yao let out a light laugh. It's karma, the infinite karma, which can also be called the 10,000 karmic karmas, the karmic obstacles of oneself accumulated over many years of cultivation. It all becomes a calamity. Karmic fire burns your soul. Karmic thunder strikes and punishes your flesh. All the time. Every hour. Cause and effect can span an infinite number of kalpas. First the effect and then the cause. Pre-taking. Spanning an infinite number of kalpas into the future. Translate it into reality afterward. Gu Nanin looked at Lin Yao in shock. But Lin Yao hemmed and hawed and laughed dryly twice. How the other 13th realm cultivators will face the immeasurable revelation. I don't know, but that's the method I have always used to cope with the infinite jubilee. Guess what happens when I do that? Tears had already fallen from the corners of Gu Nanyin's eyes. Master Taizu, I can't guess. I'm in a low realm. Lin Yao squinted his eyes as if he was reminiscing. The consequence of what I did was to trigger the system to correct itself, finding bugs without stopping. Even because I twisted karma, the rules of heaven and earth that give birth to spiritual rhythms were affected. I twisted karma once. Heaven and earth. Just a few more spiritual rhythms. I wantonly twisted the karma of the years. The earth, the 5 cereals, surplus Karjia Sui, peach trees in the palace of heaven. It also bore several more peaches, but no one ever thanked me. And of course I didn't need to. Until the heavens find me and will rain down the punishment of the law of karma. But before the sky locks me in, I then have closed my account. So the days failed, but the karma that I've provoked remains. The bugs, or holes, that I poked out remain. These loopholes, bugs, even continue to affect the original rules of heaven and earth in a constant stream. And where they are, they grow spiritually. And the collection of these bugs, it's my disciples. The pups I've raised. Heavenly Palace. The reason why to draw the spine of Li Chungang. There are 2 possibilities. First, the Palace of Heaven. At the command of heaven. To set things right. To dissipate the effects of my stay on this earth. Second, the Heavenly Palace covets this power of cause and effect that can produce a steady stream of spiritual rhythms. Li Chungang's spine. His sword bone. And on this sword bone, it is I. Many times the first fruit and then the cause. Help Li Chungang hammer out the supreme bone. Sword Dao Supreme Bone. So it's not surprising that the Heavenly Palace covets this sword bone. Lin Yao loosened, pinching Gu Nanin's face, and turned his head to look at the Great Wall of Wanya, asked the direction of Sword Mountain. And until now, heaven is still staring at Li Chungang. I have a hunch that once I log on to the big one rashly shot, day will instantly determine that with my relationship with Li Chungang, it will rain down the punishment of the law of karma with greater speed. At that time, he will lock on to both Li Chungang and me. The corner of Lin Yao's mouth, at this moment, curled up slightly. But I won't let it. The more it does, the more I will take Li Chungang away under its nose. Li Chungang started following me when he was 11 years old. I think his original name, Li Chun, not loud enough, told him to change his name to Li Chungang, and told him that from now on, with this name, it will surely resound through the Songhai world. At 13, his mother died, and it was I who buried his mother with him. At the age of 16, on questioning Sword Mountain, he worshipped me as his master. He has served me ever since. We're more like father and son at times than master and disciple. I can change the fate of my son against the heavens. Who do you want to take away from the thief god? Lin Yao's eyes flashed with essence. He laughed out loud. It's just the way he looks. It made Chu Hongyu and Gu Nanin, who were beside him, feel shivering. Chu Hongyu bowed slightly. Then, Ancestor, what are you going to do? Lin Yao rolls up his sleeves and looks into the distance. I searched Deng Zia's soul, knowing quite a bit about the military opportunities of the Great Wall of Wanya. The present-day Great Wall of Wanya is expanding. Recently, at the Great Wall of Wanya, many of the new recruits are exiled torturers from various countries. These new troops, who won't be trained for long before they're sent off to war, fight with the demonic cultivators of the Manhwa world. So, it won't be hard for us to blend in with the Great Wall of Wanya. And after entering the Great Wall of 10,000 Karma, for a period of time, all the places of enlightenment in the Great Wall of 10,000 Karma, via Faku, all open to these recruits, including Ask the Sword Mountain. Gu Nanin blinked twice. So, Ancestor, you mean, we'll disguise ourselves as new recruits and blend into the Great Wall of Wanya, after which, you will ascend the mountain of the questioning sword, to see Li Chungang? Lin Yao nodded slightly and didn't answer directly. He just lifted his feet and took a step. Straight down the hill. On the official road at the bottom of the Chu Prisoners' Hill, the crowds are like a river. It was hard to imagine such a scene appearing at the borders of the Songhai world, and the end of the official road. There are 2 great mountains, sloping down to each other, with their tips joining each other. The naturally formed huge mountain gate. Behind the mountain gate, there is a majestic city, through which is the continuous Wanya Great Wall. That is the legend. The Jade Gate passed to the Great Wall of Wanya. Both sides of the official road. There were quite a few cultivators in front of the official road, setting up stalls or supporting tea stalls and wine shops, to accumulate more coins before stepping into the Jade Gate Pass, or to exchange information with each other. And at every tea stall and wine shop, there were also cultivators seated, highly talkative. This official road in front of the human pass, it was even more lively than the shopping streets of many cities. Here, too, You can hear all kinds of folksy sounds. The cultivators in this place came from the east, west, south, north and south of the Songhai world, 81 countries. Recently, there have been more and more cultivators on this official road at the human pass. Everyone can't make it in their hometowns anymore? Is the world so hard? The crows under the sky are all as black as each other. I originally thought it was just the royal family of my great Zhou dynasty that was this nasty and eating people and drinking blood. It turns out that all the royal families in the world are the same. Plan hope to stay in the original place. The family poor to go in all directions. Can pass through the mangled mountains? To come to this place? None of it is easy. In the whole world, there is only one place. The Wan Yi dynasty. That is considered fair. If you kill enough demons, you'll be able to borrow the clear wind and go up to the green clouds. It's not that easy to go up to the green clouds. Joining the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries means you have to go to the battlefield at any time, facing a group of ferocious demons from the Manhwa world. It's a 1 in 9 chance of survival. I've heard that all the demons are ugly. Green-faced fangs still have long hair, eat people without spitting bones. My mother, I am the only son. But if you can mix a great general at the Great Wall of Wanye, in and out of the head. In the future, even if you retreat from the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, you will not have to worry about the retreat. Which dynasty? All grab. Look at you. Which one of the great generals of the Great Wall of Wanye is willing to turn back, to be a dog for the royal family again? With a mind like yours, there's no way you can break through from foundation establishment to Jiedan in this lifetime. How do you humiliate someone when you're having a nice conversation? And it was on the official road that the crowd was at its most boisterous, the majestic city behind the mountain gate, Human Pass. Suddenly a sad hiss came out. Son of a. Deng Ziya. My son. Who? Killed my son. Deng Ziya. That roar caused the many cultivators on the official road in front of the Jade Gate Pass to tremble inwardly in unison. What is going on here? It seems to be the Great Wall of Wanya. Something happened to that Deng Ziya, who was said to be the most likely successor to Li Chungang. Dead? How come? Wasn't he Li Chungang's personal disciple? He died on the battlefield? It doesn't look like it. Didn't die on the battlefield. That's who died. Not far from the Human Pass. Already on the official road. A young man in a green shirt, with 2 women, listening to the roar that came out of the Jade Gate Pass of. Creepy raised an eyebrow. Behind the teenager, a gorgeous woman looked cautiously at the teenager. Ancestor. This Human Pass guard in Deng Tai is father and son. Really does not matter. The teenager raised an eyebrow. Not father and son, but a righteous father, a righteous son. Deng Ziya can get his hands on that Taimo. This godfather of his did not make a lot of effort, but his feelings for Deng Ziya were not pure. His kindness to this righteous son of his, much exploitation and calculation. If he really wants revenge, then let him come. It's not like I killed Deng Ziya. It was Teng Ziya who took the initiative to let me search his soul, and as far as I know, one of the sword cultivators that Li Chungang had nudged back then was called Li Xingcan. It's the current champion marquis of the Great Wall of Wanye, the great general, a disciple of Li Xingcan, named Zhang Jifeng, of the Great Wall of Wanye. Ask the Sword Mountain lineage of the town sword general, Jade Gate Pass. Under the jurisdiction of Zhang Jifeng, Tangyu is considered Zhang Jifeng as subordinate. When we go into town between us, even if we are exposed, I'll let him come to me for vengeance, to settle a score with me. Would he dare? Chapter 81, General Tiansu, you know nothing about my position back then. In front of the Human Pass, Lin Yao's eyes were indifferent, not caring in the slightest about the heartbreaking cries and wails that came out from within the Jade Gate Pass. If he hadn't searched Teng Ziya's soul, he might have thought that Tangyu had. To Teng Ziya, love is deep, but he knew that in Deng Ziya's memory. What is this righteous father of his like? It was a, well, good and ruthless general. Under his hand, there were 18 righteous sons. All are the good seed of the Great Wall of Wanya. Just between these righteous fathers and sons, there is no father-son relationship at all. All there is a simple exchange of benefits. These righteous sons, who receive his patronage. But, at the same time, these righteous sons, who have to do his dirty work for him. For example, the other general who competed with him for the guardianship of the Human Pass before, was assassinated by the righteous sons under Deng Yu's command, in a joint effort. Over the years, Deng Ziya, the political enemy who helped Deng Yu get rid of, in bits and pieces, there must be dozens of them, including, for example, his own ninth Dharma house. The orchestrated setup that fed the undead corpses with the blood and flesh of the cultivators also had Teng Yu's intentions, and in order to manipulate these righteous sons, Teng Yu had gone to great lengths, pulling the strings in the open, but also compelling in the shadows. This General Deng, Honored at the Great Wall of Wanye as General Poison, is ruthless to his own people, tougher on the haters. So at this point, as Lin Yao listened, from the Jade Gate Pass, the wailing came out. He only felt ridiculous. He was too lazy to bother with this fool who was making a scene. Taking Chu Hongyu, Gu Nanin, stride forward. Not much longer. He had then arrived at the gate of the Jade Gate Pass, constructed by two tilted peaks. Inside two mutually dependent peaks, the legal symbols flow. All cultivators who wanted to enter the Jade Gate Pass had to pass through those flowing magic symbols. Lin Yao was outside the mountain gate, looking at those magic symbols and raised his eyebrows. This is the Shoto Eye collection. Recognize a demon in human form. After so many years, the Great Wall of 10,000 Karma, the means of recognizing demons, has not even been updated. 3,000 years of stopping. Lin Yao lamented slyly. A step was then taken into the gate constructed by those two peaks. Chu Hongyu and Gu Nanin followed closely behind. After crossing the mountain, what came into view was a majestic city. Half of the buildings on the city were spectacularly built on the mountain. The buildings are mostly black and red, and the all-over grayish-white Bay Mang Mountain, forming a stark clash of colors. The buildings on the mountain, vast and connected, cover 3,000 miles, isolated from the sky, each embracing the terrain. Hooking and jockeying, pan, granary, grants, beehive water vortex. Stan do not know how many tens of millions of its fall. Behind Lin Yao were Chu Hongyu and Gu Nanin. Look even a little dumbfounded. Chu Hongyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This is the Great Wall of Wanye. But right at this moment, Lin Yao, who was walking at the front, snorted. What is this, the Great Wall of Wanye? This is just the human pass before the Great Wall of Wanye. It's the Great Wall of Wanye, one of the 108 landing portals. Crossing the Jade Gate Pass is the only way to completely ascend the Great Wall of Wanye. Chu Hongyu nodded obediently behind Lin Yao. Then, Ancestor, what are we going to do next? Lin Yao had his hands behind his back, still striding forward. According to the memories in Deng Zia's brain, after crossing the human pass, you need to register at the general office of the human pass. At the general headquarters, register your name, your cultivation. He'll be branded by the General Bureau. With the Wanyi brand on your body, you are officially a soldier of the Wanyi Great Wall. Then they can move freely within the Jade Gate Pass. Cultivators with the mark of 10,000 karma on their bodies, at all the passes, such as the Jade Gate Pass, there is a 30% discount on both shopping and renting a cave with aura for cultivation. Cultivators who do not have the 10,000 karma brand will have to pay the original price for the items they purchase. The brand of 10,000 karma will, in about 7 days, take all the new recruits and go to the Sinner's Mirror Terrace on the Wanya Great Wall, where all new recruits will be organized into different barracks based on their cultivation level. After entering the barracks and training for about 15 days or so, you'll be dropped into battle. Behind Lin Yao, Chu Hongyu sucked in a breath of cool air. 15 days? That fast? Lin Yao continued to walk forward while snorting. 15 days is already considered slow. If the battle at the front is urgent, the new recruits will be thrown into the battlefield on the same day. At the Great Wall of Wanye, the most worthless thing is human life. Here, at least 100,000 people die every day. Some of the bottom cultivators, here, are cannon fodder. Chu Hongyu only felt her scalp go numb. Gu Nanin on the side had a grave expression on her face, but was silent. And just then, Lin Yao's footsteps suddenly lurched. He tilted his head. In front of him was a majestic 8-story pavilion. The plaque hanging on the first floor of the building's pavilion read 3 large, dragon-flying characters, General Military Department. In front of the building, lying on their backs were 2 living, 6-meter-tall lions with hair like spikes of iron. The front of the building was crowded. It looks like they're all here, registering for the military. The doors on the first floor of the attic opened 3 times. A small plaque made of jade hung from the beam of each gate. 3 gates, each reading, Qi Refining, Foundation Building, and Node Dan. Meanwhile, in front of the attic, there was a middle-aged cultivator, holding his bladder, standing in the void. Yuaning Realm cultivators, those who want to enroll in the army, go directly to the 2nd floor. Spirit Transformation Realm cultivators, go up to the 3rd floor, and so on. The crowd in front of Lin Yao was booming at this moment. Any special privileges for going up to the 2nd floor? There must be. I've inquired about it. Yuaning Realm cultivators, sign up for the army, and after enlisting in the army, directly into the Opinion Ghost Army. The Great Wall of Wanye, isn't it only about battle merit? Yeah, but you can't really have a Yuaning Realm powerhouse join us as cannon fodder. In the world of cultivation, there is a strong hierarchy. Everything is spoken in terms of cultivation. Recently, the frontline battle has been tight. We won't be able to carry the first round of killing, come what may. What's the point of thinking so much? After I've branded myself, I'll go directly to the Jade House to have a good time. With a 30% discount. You got branded just to go and eat flowery wine? Hookahs to listen to music? Otherwise, when I come to the Great Wall of Wanyi, I don't know how many days I have left to live. Life is good. A fast day is a day. I can hear that the songstress of the Red Jade House, who has a demon blood in her body, comes with a different and exotic flavor. Aren't you going? I'm going to ask the Sword Mountain. What's the point of going to questioning Sword Mountain? Ask the Sword Mountain. What's there? Do none of you know? Why so many people have come on the official road outside the human pass? It's still not because of the sword asking mountain? Wanyi Great Wall. The latest news passed outward. Li Chungang was retrieved? What? A 12th realm sword immortal. Li Chungang? He's back. With him at the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries. Songhai Ming World. Won't it be saved? Saved my ass. Li Chungang, who was retrieved, is still alive, but I heard that it is not far from death. I do not know what he has encountered in the manganese world, but it is said that the old man, on the verge of death, still cannot rest assured that the Songhai world, cannot rest assured that the Great Wall of Wanyi. So, sit on the road to ask the Sword Mountain, preaching the world. This news just spread out not long ago. Presumably, a large number of sword cultivators are already on their way here. The clear message is 7 days. 7 days from now, ask the Sword Mountain. Open the sword altar. All sword cultivators in the Qingxuan world may come to ask Sword Mountain and ask Li Chungang for a sword. The Great Wall of Wanyi. The 81 countries of the Qingxuan world have been notified, and the 81 dynasties are said to have constructed a teleportation array overnight, to send the sword cultivators within their respective dynasties to questioning Sword Mountain. All of these dynasties, too, like their respective countries, will give birth to another true immortal. Back of the crowd, Lin Yao, whose original expression was still quite calm, suddenly raised his head. Behind Lin Yao, Chu Hongyu and Gunan Yin glanced at each other. Don't dare to squeak. Lin Yao, on the other hand, in a rare occurrence, suddenly squeezed a few steps forward. He raised his hand and pressed it on a cultivator's shoulder. It was a big man with a round face and beard he's the one who just mentioned the news about Li Chungang. This fellow Taoist. What did you just say? Li Chungang, to preach to the world? He's going to preach to the world as someone who was so focused on practicing the sword that he doesn't even bother to take on disciples? The big man with the beard who had his shoulders pressed down, who was also at the peak of foundation establishment cultivation, looked at Lin Yao and there had been a look of impatience, but he soon realized that behind Lin Yao, followed by two respectful-looking women, a Jiadan, a Genesis, the impatience on his face disappeared instantly. It turned into a soft smile. Fellow Taoist, I was also surprised when I first heard the news, but it wasn't me who spread the news. It was the Jade Helm that sent out the announcement. Human Pass has also posted a notice, and on it there is also the guardian of Human Pass, General Deng, who personally stamped the precious seal. This kind of news can't be false. Even if the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries was more powerful, it wouldn't use this kind of information to tease the world's sword cultivators. Lin Yao didn't say anything else, but his eyes, they flashed ghostly. Chu Hongyu was behind him and spoke cautiously. Ancestors. Lin Yao didn't respond. He just stared at the Human Pass general office in front of him. He also knew something from Tong Zia's memories, that after Li Chungang returned to the Great Wall of Wanyi, some of the old guys at the Great Wall of Wanyi had done what Li Chungang had done. In the first year that Li Chungang sat on Mount Qijian, the old monsters of the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries poured out of their nests. All the treasured spiritual medicines in his hand were sent to the sword-asking mountain. In the 10th year of Li Chungang sitting on the questioning Sword Mountain, the Great Wall of Wanyi began to use all the connections it could, contacting the major dynasties and visiting medical practitioners all over the world. Li Chungang sits in the 36th year of the Great Wall of 10,000 ye-old monsters of the Ask Sword Mountain. Retracting back into their cave, they no longer ran to questioning Sword Mountain. They then realized that with their ability to, there's no way to bring Li Chungang back from the dead. Continue to sit on the Great Wall of Wanyi. Li Chungang sits on the road to ask the Sword Mountain of the 60th year of the old monster of the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries. They began to send the children they had unearthed, who were exceptionally gifted in swordsmanship, to Li Chungang. I hope Li Chungang can accept a disciple on his deathbed, help the Great Wall of Wanyi and train another great sword immortal who can subdue the peace with a single sword. In the second 100 years of Li Chungang sitting on the Mount of the Questioning Sword, Deng Zia, because of his outstanding military achievements on the battlefield, he was sent to ask Sword Mountain. At that time, Deng Zia was jittery, because he heard, previously that, none of the sword cultivators who were sent up to ask Sword Mountain, got into Li Chungang's eyes, and at most, They were instructed twice. Then they were driven off the mountain. What's more, they can't even climb to the top of the mountain, because on the mountain of the questioning sword, all over Li Chengang's sword intent, that time, Deng Zia fell on the steps 200 meters away from the questioning sword mountain, the top of the mountain hut. He saw only a single back from a distance. Li Chenggang sits in the 400 years of the Great Wall of 10,000 Karma in front of the manhwa world. Gradually, the decadence was revealed. In the hour of greatest peril, the great demons of the mangled world, already mounted the wall of the Great Wall of 10,000 Yi. And just at this moment, on the mountain of the questioning sword, the sword gas rushes to the sky. The sword gas is like a rainbow, and 9 long swords, 9 flying rainbows fly out, flying to the Great Wall of 10,000 industries. The powerful sword chi directly brought the great demons of the manhwa world, scared to flee, and the 9 swords that, finally also nailed to the wall of the Great Wall. One of the broadswords is Tai Mo. In the 500th year of Li Chenggang sitting on the sword mountain, Tong Yu gave Tai Mo to Deng Zia as a gift for accepting Deng Zia as a righteous son. In the 886th year of Li Chenggang sitting on Mount Qijian, Tong Zia, he led the Mai Ghost Army to fight with the demon cultivators in the manhwa area, and when the battle was in full swing, some of the demon cultivators recognized the sword in Deng Zia's hand and mistook it for Taima. Deng Zia is a disciple of Li Chenggang, the demonic cultivators of the manhwa world, and the military heart instantly collapsed. In that battle, Deng Tai took the cultivators on the Great Wall of Wanye and achieved a great victory. The Great Wall of Wanye, which has not been fought down for a long time, amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Deng Tai, looking at the Tai Mo in his hand, he began to decide that, externally, he would present himself as a disciple of Li Chenggang. In the first 1,000 years of Li Chenggang sitting on the sword mountain, Deng Zia died at the feet of Lin Yao. Lin Yao came to Human Pass. For so many years, the cultivators of the Great Wall of 10,000 industries, from top to bottom, have counted Li Chenggang with respect. Li Chenggang wants to pass on the sword to the world like this, without Li Chengang's approval. The gang of old men at the Great Wall of Wanya would not dare to do so. But why did Li Chenggang want to pass on the sword to the world? He was different from Gu Baichen. Gu Baichen wanted to preach because Gu Baichen didn't think he was worthy of being true martial emperor's disciple, feeling that all of Jin Wu's skills were wasted in his own hands. But not Li Chenggang. The sword Dao of the sword Kui Immortal Punisher God Sovereign, passed on to Li Chenggang, was certainly not considered dishonorable. Li Chenggang must have some other purpose in doing so. Lin Yao's eyes flashed with a ghostly aura. He suddenly turned around. This action caused Chu Hongyu and Gu Nanin, who were behind him, to all freeze. Chu Hongyu looked at Lin Yao. Ancestors, we're not joining the army? Lin Yao rolled up his own sleeves. There's no rush. Let's go find Tongyu. I have something to answer to him. Gu Nanin chased a few steps forward. We are now what we are. White men who have come to the Great Wall of Wanya to throw in our lot. It's not that easy to meet the guards of the Jade Gate Pass. Lin Yao snorted. How is it not easy? Just tell him that I killed Deng Zia. Chu Hongyu and Gu Nanin glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Chu Hongyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ancestor, is this good? Lin Yao was again striding forward. What's wrong with that? I informed him of the truth about the death of his righteous son, and he should thank me. If he doesn't thank me, that's his problem too. I know what you're worried about. You're worried he'll seek revenge on me? Taking a shot at me? Don't worry. Do you know what the highest military position is? On the Great Wall of Wanye? Gu Nanyin's voice tightened. Ancestral grandfather told me that the highest military position on the Great Wall of Wanye is the chief secretary of the Great Wall of Wanye. Hussar. But Lin Yao shook his head. Above the Hussar, there is a military post. And for so many years, only one person is at the Great Wall of 10,000 industries, holding this official position. This official position is called the Upper General of Tianzi, Admiral Tianzi, not for his departure from the Great Wall of Wanya, and the official position is withdrawn. So even after so many years, as long as I return to the Great Wall of 10,000 Yi, as long as the Sword Kui Punisher of the Immortals Divine Monarch, return to the Great Wall of 10,000 Yi, the Sword Kui Exorcist Divine Monarch, then, is still the Tianzi Admiral of the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, and the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, retains many, back then, the treasure left behind by the Sword Kui Exorcist Godly Monarch. I am here. It is me. And it is also the Sword Kui Exorcist Godly Monarch. You two girls, you know nothing about my position in the Great Wall of Wanya back then. Chapter 82, People who cultivate mountains have always been without morals. I killed the man. So don't be too grateful to me. Human Pass. In front of the Jade Pivot Terrace, aloft where a large bronze mirror is erected, a tall, Burly man with a beard and a white robe. Clutching the collar of a clerical-looking monk. His voice tore. My son is dead. I told you to report. Long Hotai, to open the bright jade eyes. Why don't you report? The literati monk, who was lifted up by the pugilistic man, tugging at his collar, looked pale and the voice trembled. General, even if it's reported, Mingyu eyes, it can't be opened. Bright jade eyes, which can peer into the 9 heavens above, check the 9 ghosts below, and look into the south of the sky and the north of the earth, knowing past karma. But opening the bright jade eyes once will require a great deal of resources. Long Hotai, long ago, enacted new rules. If it were not for the Great Wall of 10,000 industries, the danger of falling, not waiting to use. Mingyu eyes, Shin Kong flying star, blood society flower, should emperor king, and more than 10 other treasures. General Tang, don't make this difficult for me. But the pugnacious man, he would not relent. My son is dead. My son is Deng Ziye. Don't you know who Deng Ziye is? That's the Great Wall of Wanye, the most gifted sword cultivator. He just went to Moon Sun Peak, and the life brief was shattered. I suspect that the demonic cultivators from the Manhwa world have infiltrated North Mang Mountain. Isn't this a big deal about the Great Wall of Wanye, falling or not? Dog, do you have to make me personally walk to the Dragon Hook Terrace? The pugilistic man, his eyes widened in anger. In his eyes, he didn't see much sadness, but he was full of indignation. And right now, not far from the gate of Jade Hub Terrace, on the street, it's crowded at this point. A bunch of people, who didn't dare to get too close to the Jade Hub platform, were still watching the fun. It's been a long time since I've seen General Deng fuming like this. Nonsense, can you not be angry with a dead son? And still, out of the 18 righteous sons, the talent that Deng Ziye with the highest cultivation, but shouldn't normally be sad when a son dies? I've said it's a righteous son, not my own son, but Deng Ziye, as I recall, he is, in the 9th realm, the great circle of empty Shin Yu Pu, and is far from the 10th realm, broken Pu feathered, only 1 step away, and he's the legendary Great Sword Immortal, disciple of Li Chun Gang. Who can kill him? It can't really be a demonic cultivator from the Manhwa world, outside the Jade Pivot stage. The cultivators, who were onlookers, were talking. As for the pugilistic man, his forehead was rippling with veins because he was too angry. He lifted the weak, scholarly-looking cultivator. Are you, or are you not, going to report to the Dragon Hook? You don't report it, I'll gouge your eyes out and do it myself. Deng Ziye, for the Great Wall of Wanye, has made his mark. Now that he's dead, why can't he even use the bright jade eyes? He is Deng Ziye, whole Wanye Great Wall. It is difficult to find out a cultivator whose sword Dao talent and cultivation is above him. He is likely to become the second Li Chun Gang, but he just died, in an unexplained manner. It's not clear. I'm a father, heartbroken. But just as the pugilist, his voice ripped, blinking frantically, trying to squeeze out a few tears, a ghostly voice, floating from behind him. Tong Yu, stop pretending, just fool others, don't fool yourself. Do you really care that much about Deng Ziye? If you really treat him as your own son, why have you been coveting his sister? Want to make her sister your concubine? You want Deng Ziye to be both your son and your great uncle. You guys have quite a messed up generation. Though, people who cultivate the way are not bound by petty customs or worldly morals, but it's rare to find one like you. The pugilistic man jerked his head around. He followed the sound. It was then quickly seen that in an attic not far from the Jade Hub Terrace, crouched down was a green-shirted teenage boy. The young man in the green shirt was looking at him coldly. The pugilist was looking at the teenager's appearance. A direct cold grunt, a foundation stage brat, at the Jade Gate Pass, dares to speak out against me. Who is your lord? Give your name. The pugilistic man didn't make a rash move. This brat is hateful though, exposing him in public. But this little brat, knowing so many things about himself, must have come from a bad background. Even the reason he knew this was probably because the elders of his family told him. The Great Wall of Wanye, standing on the North Mang Mountain for so many years. Naturally, a number of military honors have been formed to cultivate the immortal family, the most powerful family. There are 4, Zhao, Li, Lin, Yu. The power and heritage of these 4 families were not even inferior to the royal families of the 81 countries. The pugilist speculated. The brat in front of him, the odds are that he is the son or daughter of one of these 4 families. He had to ask Cluck before he could strike. After all, he Deng Yu, mixed to this position nowadays. Early to understand a truth, the Jianghu is not fighting and killing. The Jianghu is the human condition. But the green-shirted young man on the pavilion didn't give Teng Yu any face. The teenager, from the loft, leapt down. After that, He walked straight towards Tang Yu. Who are you to know my parents' names? I came to see you because I have something to ask you. As a result, you dog, you're still acting here? Do you really care that much about Deng Zia's death? Do you care about Deng Zia? Or the resources you've invested in him? You're making such a big deal out of trying to get on Dragonhook, but you're just trying to find Deng Zia. Get back some of the resources you've invested in him, especially that Li Chungang's sword. Tai Mo. Deng Zia's real father's name is Deng Yubai. It is the 6th rank military post of the Zhao Lieutenant of the Wanya Great Wall. 1,000 years ago, he was sacrificed on the battlefield of killing with the great demons of the Manhwa world. According to the rules of the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, General sacrificed. Family members are permitted to choose an Earth-ranked treasure tool from the treasure trove of the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, or take the pension, by the soldiers of the Great Wall of Wanya, send it away from North Mongshan. But Deng Zia asked for nothing. He asked for neither treasure nor compassionate spirit jade. He made only one request. That was to transfer him to the front-line battlefield. He wants to keep fighting fierce battles on the front line. He avenged his father with his own hands. He had fought on the front lines for 200 years and had ended up covered in scars. But the cultivation level has also broken through to the infant change god great perfection. Then when his father sacrificed, the realm is even higher. The other soldier martial cultivators on the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries call him a genius that comes along once in 1,000 years. And that is exactly when you approached him. You offered to support him, take him on as a righteous son, supply him with resources, and most importantly, you offered that you could introduce, and he worshipped Li Chungang as his master. He was moved. At the Great Wall of Wanya, there is no sword cultivator who can resist the temptation of worshipping Li Chungang as his master. So he knelt before you on the spot and recognized you as his rightful father. And you do have some skills. Sent him to ask the Sword Mountain. And in the end, although he didn't succeed in worshipping the master, for so many years, he has always remembered your kindness. But he remembers your kindness and you treat him like a cow. Deng Zia, after so many years of laboring under your hand, even compared to a sharecropper in a landowner's house. But I'm sorry to tell you that your wishful thinking won't work out as you wish. Tang Yu's expression was becoming increasingly ugly at this point, and that green-shirted young boy, he walked up to Tang Yu as he looked at him, speaking word for word. Tai Mo is gone, broken into pieces. Deng Zia's body is currently still at Yayang Peak. It's cold and windy on Yayang Peak. The body should be cold by now. As for how he died, don't guess. I killed him. He begged me to kill him, and you don't have to be grateful. It's just a favor. At this moment, Tang Yu stared with wide eyes. The surrounding spectators also all held their breath. The Jade Gate Pass. All is silent. Chapter 83 Heaven and Earth? Only too late. If you want to touch my brother, ask me, Li Chungang. First, at this moment, in front of the Jade Pivot Terrace at the Jade Gate Pass, only the North Wind Chant, the pugilistic man, staggered, looked at the green-shirted young man in front of him. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Even if this teenager in front of him is the Great Wall of Wanya, the four great families Xiao, Li, Lin, Yu, the son of a certain family. It shouldn't be so arrogant either. At the Great Wall of Wanya, killing a fellow officer is a felony. Deng Zia, moreover, was no ordinary pawn in the army. He is the Great Wall of Wanya, the rare genius of Kendo, says he is the Great Wall of Wanya. It's not too much of a stretch to say that he's the best swordsman in the younger generation. In particular, the Great Wall of Wanya, allowed, Deng Zia, after declaring to the outside world that he is a disciple of Li Chungang. Deng Zia, his position in the Great Wall of Wanya has been elevated by another layer. This green-shirted young man in front of me, in front of so many people, personally admitted that he killed Deng Zia. Does he not want to live anymore? Or is he angry with his family and wants to take revenge on his family? Tang Yu, in an instant, had 100 thoughts. The face was cloudy, and outside the Jade Pivot Terrace, the crowd of onlookers, after a brief silence, it also began to boil. What? What did that green-shirted teenage boy say? Who did he say he killed? He said that he killed Deng Zia. Him. Don't be ridiculous. He's a foundation stage major. He'd even struggle to kill me. Just him, killing Deng Zia. But he admitted it himself, in front of Deng Zia's righteous father, that he had killed Deng Zia. What good can it do him? Can General Deng spare him if he says he killed Deng Zia in public? He's looking for death? But it doesn't look like it. Calm. He's too calm. It's as if the matter of killing Deng Zia is insignificant to him. No different from crushing a mouse. Who the hell is this teenager? Where on earth did he get the nerve to dare? In public, too, said he killed Deng Zia. Watch. Whoever this teenager is, Great General Tang, will slaughter him. This is about the Great Wall of Wanfa and about General Tang's face. This young man is too arrogant. If it's General Deng, if I don't kill this young boy, I will distribute all the spirit jades in my own storage bag to all of you present. The voices of the people around them boiled over more and more, and that's exactly when it happened. Tang Yu unconsciously took a step forward, closing in on the green-shirted young man in front of him. His face was shadowy, and his already stopped body radiated a murderous aura at this moment. Do you have any idea what you just said? You killed Deng Zia. Why did you kill him? How did you kill him? Speak in detail. The green-shirted young man, looking at Tang Yu in front of him, let out a light laugh. Why do you ask? I killed your righteous son, and you shouldn't have grabbed me by the scruff of the neck and snapped my neck. Finally trample hard on my bones a few times. Even if I am behind the heavenly power, you should not be afraid, but rather lament that you have avenged the death of my son. But you wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare to move me. You wouldn't even lift your hand around my neck. What are you thinking? You should be guessing which of the four great families, the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries. I am the son of Zhao, Li, Lin, Yu, the four families. You have the best relationship with the Zhao family. If I were a son of the Zhao family, you'll teach me a lesson in front of everyone, and then you'll send me to the Zhao family for some favors. This way you won't be embarrassed, and you can make the Zhao family owe you another big favor. The Li family, with whom you have a general relationship, but there are a few familiar Taoists. You can use the pretext of interrogation to escort me directly to your own mansion, and after that, find someone, and the Li family's Taoists, to negotiate how this matter should be handled. The Lin family and the Yu family. These two big families act relatively low-key. You and these two families, there's no connection. If I'm really the son of these two families, you can only ask for no merits and no faults, to send me to the Department of Justice to deal with, so that you can still have a good reputation for impartiality. The teenager exhaled a cloudy breath at this point. Am I right? Dao. Tang Yu's rough face grew more and more ugly. He gave the teenager in front of him a deadpan stare. Demonizing little bastard. Who the hell are you? And the teenage boy, raising his chin, glanced disdainfully at Tang Yu. He searched Deng Zia's soul. Through Tang Zia's soul, he understood Tang Yu's character. This General Deng seems to be big and brash and straightforward. In fact, cautious and sensitive. He absolutely did not dare to move a finger of his own before he could not feel his bottom. And beyond that, there was another important reason why Lin Yao had been entangled for so long with the Tang Yu in front of him. He and the Tang Yu in front of him were old acquaintances. Or rather, Tang Yu once met himself. Met the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Monarch. It's just that time has changed. This reckless man in front of me does not know that the person in front of him is a deceased person. He was not only an old friend with himself, but also a former old friend of Li Chungang. Lin Yao looked at Deng Yu in front of him. You want to know who I am? You can. I have something to ask you. In this matter, those old monsters of the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries may not even know about it, but you must know about it. That silly boy, bent on seeking the sword, is an obsessive child, with few friends, but you certainly count as one. You're his brother. You two made a vow in Green Lodge back then. Even if the sky had turned upside down, you two are brothers too. The moment Tang Yu's face changed completely. He first sucked in a breath of cold air. The bodies couldn't help but shake twice in the cold wind. A shaky voice followed. Who the hell are you? The matter could not have been known to anyone. How could the town of Green Lodge? How could anyone else know? The teenager's face, at this point, carried a mockery. Great General Deng, after his fortune, conscious of becoming a military-honored man, the past is no longer recognized, no longer mentioned, and rightly so. After being a general, Great General Deng codified a new identity for himself as the Great Wall of Wanfa. Once a third-ranked, Great General Huaihua, Marquis of Huaihua, descendant of Deng Yangfu. How would an outsider know? Great General Deng's mother was once, in the town of Green Lodge, the whore of the drunken red jade. Tang Yu's face turned white as he looked at the teenage boy in front of him in shock. Shut up. Don't say another word. Who the hell are you? In front of the Jade Hub platform, the sound of cold air being sucked in was heard. The teenager, on the other hand, just took another step forward and looked straight into Tang Yu's eyes. General Deng, you feel ashamed of your birth? But haven't you forgotten that there's a teenager, from the same background as you, but never disliked his mother? You both came out of Green Lodge. Mother and mother have been in the drunken red jade to make a living. That young man, there is a father, but his father did not recognize him. You have a father too, but you don't know which one of these passing flirts is your father. The mothers of the two of you, who met and knew each other in the land of the wind and moon, were extremely affectionate, and then the young man's mother, who was too weak to receive guests, being driven out of the Red Jade House, your mother, but also with her own saved money from the sale of her body, to succor her. Because of this relationship between your mother, you and that teenager, you have a good relationship since you were a child. The young man was lame and always bullied because of his birth, and whenever he was bullied, you would always stand up for him. Although the result of standing up for him was nothing more than the two of you being beaten to a pulp, but you never cared that you had been in the town of Green Lodge. He took the young man's hand and said, Lee, no matter what happens to us in the future, we're still brothers. No matter how much the world has changed, we are all brothers. I have the brains and the talent to cultivate. The only bad thing is that it's the birth. If my mother wasn't a whore, I'd have a big future, but that's okay. The two of us, brothers, will surely be able to excel in the Great Wall of Wanya as well. Tang Yu's body trembled even more. The way he looked at the teenager in front of him had turned to horror. The teenager, however, wasn't going to let him go. Instead, they kept closing in. The green-shirted teenage boy took a step forward, and the pugilistic man took a step back. You must have meant it when you said that to the lame boy back then. Unfortunately, then karma came into play. That youngster, after all, was taken away by the champion marquis of the Great Wall of Wanya. You are envious, jealous, but also sincerely blessed. That young man was being championed by the husband of champions, and you were on a small hill when you left the town of Green Lodge. Keep watching and stay away until it's dark and you think no one's going to see. But I tell you, that the lame boy saw him, and he also begged that champion marquis, can he also accept you as a disciple? He really wants to be a brother with you for life. Tang Yu was forced into a corner at this point, and he could not retreat. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes as he listened to the voice of the green-shirted teenage boy, his eyes filled with disbelief. What did you say? You said? The green-shirted teenage boy, however, only laughed lightly. You think, that lame teenager, after he flew the coop, forgot about you, but why don't you think about, if he had really forgotten you, how could it be that 5 years later, when you and your mother were in distress, suddenly, he raises his sword and kills his way back to the town of Green Lodge. At that time you and your mother, only 3 days after the fall. It's only been 3 days, and that lame, stupid kid, he can't wait to get back. The young man in the green shirt shook his head with emotion when he carried his sword and killed his way back to the town of Green Lodge. You and your mother are being hung up and beaten. Your mother, too, was an amazing woman, though fallen into the wind, and of average appearance, but capable of. She'll pull her own job, and she's very popular. That time, when a customer was whoring for nothing, she grabbed the customer's arm. She wouldn't let go of her hand and insisted that the man pay. The customer got angry and slapped her. So the whole greenhouse, all the prostitutes, the boys, and even the pimps, flocked up to the greenhouse of the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries. Everyone draws aura into their bodies, and that old pimp is even a Jidan. That guest couldn't be defeated and could only give money honestly, but I didn't expect that guest to have connections as well. That night, they contacted the garrison of Green Lodge Town and smashed the greenhouse where your mother was. The pimp at the Jidan realm had his head chopped off. Your mother, even more so, he was hanged at the head of the town of Green Lodge, and you, being your mother's son, naturally could not escape, and were hanged by your mother's side. That's right, your mother looked at you, her eyes full of guilt, and she cried and told you, Royal, mother is sorry. Next life, mother, only be your mother, not a whore. Wow. Tang Yu, who had already been cornered, could no longer hold on at this time, and actually cried out with a wow. Don't say it. Stop it. Don't go any further. But that teenager just looked at Tang Yu coldly. Your mother, after saying this, bit off her tongue. Blood gurgled out of the corner of his mouth and wouldn't stop flowing anyway. You looked at the woman with the blood-stained face, and also the heart of the way crumbled, and you were hanged, crying your heart out, crying just like you are right now. You've been ashamed of that woman, that disgruntled as to why your own mother was a whore, but in that moment, you just want that woman to come to life. You regret it, regret that since you have understood never treated her properly again, and regretted never calling her mother again after he understood. And what's even sadder is that you can't even protect yourself from avenging her. But just as you were despairing, a sword flew to the town of Green Lodge. You actually saw a young man, both familiar and unfamiliar, killed to the gates of the town of Green Lodge. You're in a trance for a while before you realize it's your childhood. Set a pact to be a lifelong brother of the crippled boy. He not only returned by himself, but also brought with him these 8 years, and he was born into death with the same barracks of comrades. The young man carried his sword, stood in front of you, and said only, who wants to kill my brother? Come on, Ask me first, and you, hanging from the city's head, to that once lame brother, repeatedly hissing a sentence, help my mother revenge, help my mother revenge 100 years of busyness, 1,000 years of killing and practicing, to the end, only to find that the thing that should be done is not finished, the person who should be loved has died. Looking back, heaven and earth, then there are only 3 words, come, no, and, pity your mother, that you, as a son, did not have time to treat her well, that brat, nor did he have time to save his godmother. Because of this incident, that foolish boy has been harboring guilt towards you, after he saved you that time. In Qinglu town at sunset, he said to you, dang you, the sky has turned upside down, and we are still brothers. At this time, Tang Yu's Dao heart was destroyed. He clutched his head and looked at the teenage boy with snotty tears. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Why do you know all this? The green-shirted boy grinned. He lowered his head and attached himself to Dingo's ear. That lame teenager, was originally called Li Wool, and his master smacked that name. It doesn't sound good. Rename him, Li, Jun, Gang, and the one who knew all this back then, besides you and Li Chungan, there was another man who witnessed this as well. You've seen him before, Tang Yu, and now that he's right in front of you, you can't recognize him? Tang Yu's body was trembling madly at this moment. He looked at the teenage boy. It only felt like the meridians and orifices of the entire body were exploding with thunder. His mouth was open and his lips were trembling. After a while, he was rushing at the teenager, thumping and kowtowing, grabbing the ground with his head. The guilty general, Tang Yu, pays his respects to the great general. Chapter 84 One sword to cut the heavenly palace? Tell my master that Li Chungang is not a coward. Silence once again fell in front of the Jade Pivot stage at the Jade Gate Pass. In front of the Jade Pivot stage, the crowd of onlookers looked at the scene in front of them in dismay. They didn't know what that green-shirted teenage boy, in the end, had said to Tang Yu, but then they saw Tang Yu, kneeling on the ground, clearly heard the cry of Tang Yu to pay homage to the great general. The crowd of onlookers only felt thunder exploding in their heads. Shortly afterward, the crowd instantly boiled over. Why did Great General Deng kneel? Great General, that young man, is a great general. Who can be called a great general at the Great Wall of Wanya? It's at least a 3rd or higher rank in the military. Isn't that teenager a great round of the Foundation establishment realm? How can he be a great general? General Tang is upside down? Great General Deng. Could it be that because of Deng Xiao's death, he was overly sad and got hysterical? Great General Tang. At least he's an empty Shin Yu Pu. How could he possibly have hysteria? That is to be affected by the demon of the heart and to lose his mind. Otherwise, how could he have knelt on the ground and, rushing a teenager who was only in the Foundation establishment realm out and called the great general? That teenager, who just claimed, killed Teng Xia. He's kowtowing to his own murderer. I realized, that young man is not a human being. He is a demon. He's a demonic cultivator from the Manhwa world. I've heard that demonic cultivators from the Manhwa world are good at bewitching people. Notify the ghost army at, and in front of the Jade Pivot table, Deng Yu, snot and tears, crying, sour and sad, and that teenager slowly squatted down at this time, looking at Tang Yu who was crying in pain in front of him. The great general. It's been a long time since anyone has called me that, and only at the Great Wall of Wanya will I be called a great general. Tang Xia, indeed, died at my hands. He attempted to rob me of my fa fu. He also kidnapped my apprentice grandchildren. 2 little girls, like flowers and jade, were hanging from his soul streamer, and more importantly, in his hands, there's information I want, but unfortunately, there's a prohibition in his head, so the information can't be given to me directly. So he begged me to force a soul search. He could have begged me to spare his life, but he didn't. He was bent on seeking death. I realized then that this sword cultivator, he has long had the intention of seeking death. His sword heart was not pure, and his mouth said, feeding the immortal corpses with those monks is to carry the curse of a lifetime and to build a career for generations to come. But in reality, his heart simply wasn't hard enough. He'd been tormented by the matter, pretending to be a disciple of Li Chungang. More than that, he was tortured day and night. He has long wanted to die. After realizing that I was Li Chungang's master, and taking the information in his head, after being able to save Li Chungang, he wanted to die even more. And dying in my hands was not a wasted death for him. It was a martyrdom. I need the information in his head and, by the way, to fulfill his wish and send him on his way. Of course, if I hadn't searched his soul, I wouldn't have raced to Jade Gate Pass in a hurry. If we follow the original speed of rushing, maybe by the time I get here, the yellow flowers will be cold. Are you going to help him get revenge? Deng Yu, shaking his head like a rattle, To die at the hands of a great general is a blessing he has earned in several lifetimes. We, the defenders of the Great Wall of Wanfa, have blood on our hands. A general will be killed, not only by the enemy, but also by our own people. How we die and when we die are all deserved. If anyone is really responsible for Deng Xiao's death, it's me. It's me. He was originally supposed to be a sword cultivator with a pure sword heart, and it's my fault that he would turn out like that. Deng Yu cried even more sadly. Only this time, there should be a little more sincerity in the cries compared to before. Lin Yao raised his hand at this moment and pinched Tong Yu's shoulder. Cut the useless talk. Old thing. Now it's my turn to ask you questions. Tong Yu raised his sleeve and wiped his eyes. What does the great general want to ask? Feel free to ask. You whatever you want. Deng Yu said as he got up from the ground. He rushed towards Lin Yao and made a respectful gesture of invitation. Enter the Jade Hub. Let's enter the Jade Hub and talk in detail. This time, the scholar-like cultivator in front of the Jade Pivot platform didn't dare to stop him anymore. He glanced cautiously at Tong Yu, thinking that great General Tang, it may have been completely mad. Mad General Deng. He did not dare to provoke. And outside the Jade Hub terrace, those watching the crowd, one by one, they were also wide-eyed. General Tang, by the looks of it, is indeed mad. Must be crazy, otherwise how could he treat that teenager with such respect? Demon cultivator. That teenage boy must be a demon cultivator. Forget about whether or not it's a demonic cultivator. Did someone just say that if that teenager doesn't die, just scatter the spirit jades in your own storage bag? Where's the person who said that? Early ran out of shadow. When General Deng kneeled down and cried and wailed, people ran away. And in the meantime, inside the Jade Hub, this pavilion, with runes flickering on the surrounding walls and gates, those flickering runes could isolate divine sense. The divine sense of ordinary cultivators that couldn't drill down to probe. The green-shirt teenager, at this moment, was sitting on a white, immortal jade-made chair. Tong Yu, on the other hand, knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the ground. Lin Yao raised his chin at this point. Regarding Li Chungang, I know the weight you carry in his heart, and I also know that if it weren't for your face, Li Chungang would not have given you permission to send Deng Xia up to questioning Sword Mountain. The reason why you, in a million ways, want to be the guardian of the Jade Gate Pass is also because the Jade Gate Pass, adjacent to the questioning Sword Mountain, you want to guard Li Chungang. For 1,000 years, you have something to run to the questioning Sword Mountain. You old bastard, though treacherous and cunning, but did not violate the promise of the year, which even if the sky and earth overturned in generous, you still and Li Chungang, is a brother. Li Chungang won't hide anything he wants to do from you. So, says, what is his purpose in gathering sword cultivators from all over the world? Is he trying to take revenge on the heavens? From what I know of this asshole, Jarius, the heavenly palace took away his supreme bone. He definitely won. Sit still. This is my disciple, the cub I raised. Tong Yu knelt on the ground and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He carefully glanced at Lin Yao. Great General, this matter, Li Chungang did mention it to me. He said he would borrow the swords of all the sword cultivators under the Tsunghai world and sword chop the spirit rhythm terrace of the heavenly palace before his soul flies away. Lin Yao's eyes flickered with essence. Spirit rhyme table. The heavenly palace collects, stores, and gathers spiritual rhythms from the earthly. Spiritual rhythm tables. Is he sure? Deng Yu raised his head cautiously. He said that he is only 10% sure, but if this sword succeeds in cutting out, it's sure to make Tengu feel the pain. A smile appeared on Lin Yao's face. A mixed kid with a grudge. Didn't teach you for so many years for nothing. 10% sure? Master is back. Master will help you become 10%. Tong Yu blinked. Li Chungang also said that this sword is cut out, not for himself, but for the benefactor, which is you. He said it didn't matter to himself, but the disappearance of his benefactor must have something to do with the heavenly palace. He will avenge his benefactor. You, the heavenly palace demanded his life, and he executed the heavenly palace's heart. He was on questioning Sword Mountain, dying for 1,000 years all for this day. He believed that his master must still be alive, and he told me that if one day his master returned to the Great Wall of Wanfa, he asked me to be sure to tell him that his master, Li Chungang, is not a coward. I once curiously asked him why he was so obsessed with getting the great general back. He said that the heavenly way is unjust. The heavenly palace eats people, and there is a thieving heaven above his head that regards all things as pigs and dogs should. He even felt breathless. And in this world, the one who has the ability to overthrow this heavenly palace, in his eyes, is only his master, because his master said that rebellion is justified, for there are sacrifices to be made. I can't understand him. It's because I don't know anything about his benefactor. Nothing. Chapter 85, All the sages of all ages have died, dignity is only above the blade of the sword. Human Pass. These days, it's getting more and more lively every day. All the inns within the Human Pass were all filled with people. Main Street. There are all kinds of strange, simple mansions towering up that is not able to live in the cultivators. In the Jade Gate Pass. To build a simple living place. Outside the Human Pass. Instead, a large ship was suspended. There were cultivators on the big ship, coming in and out. There was even a floating city that floated just outside the Human Pass. Outside the floating city, the flying light goes in and out. It was a cultivator who was flying with a sword. Human Pass's Guandu's Mansion, the highest level of the 9-story pagoda. A green-shirted boy carried his hands behind his back, looking out at the majestic floating city outside the city. Today is the 7th day since the news of the opening of the Sword Altar on the Sword Mountain has been released. There are still 2 hours until the Sword Asking Mountain Sword Altar opens. How many sword cultivators from the Tsunhai world have come? Behind the teenager, a hoarse voice came in a ghostly voice. The Great General. As of now, there are 3,280,000 sword cultivators that have entered my Jade Gate Pass. These 3 million or so sword cultivators are all the royal families of the major dynasties. The Human Pass sent by the Qingxuan formation. In addition to these sword cultivators, there are probably tens of millions of sword cultivators that are on their way here. Li Gang. These 3 words, even after 1,000 years, in the Tsunhai world, it's still prestigious. The teenager glanced back. A pugnacious man with a beard was bowing and bending over, shaking his head with emotion. At the corner of his mouth, there was a hint of a seeming smile, and the expression on his face was vaguely proud. The teenager frowned slightly. These sword cultivators, they all came for Li Gang's name. What are you proud of? The bearded man first froze, then raised his head. Because Li Gang is my brother. Although this person, great treachery and evil. In this one ye great wall full of heroes. In order to be able to rise to the top, by any means, but not much conscience in my life. It all went to Li Gang. Dang you, know that I am not a good person, and that I have a cleanliness fetish. Every day to change a gorgeous silk shirt. Like luxury, the mansion hoarded a lot of spiritual treasure, whether he is useful or not. Like beauty, the beautiful concubines in the house are less than 800. One day to change a double cultivation. Anything, only not to change the brother. Over the years, I've had my hands full of darkies, and the ones I've dealt with the most aren't my political enemies. Rather, it is the asshole who chewed Li Gang's tongue and gave him rumors on the Wanya Great Wall. My brother, guarding the Wanya Great Wall. More than 2,000 years. Without him, the Great Wall of Wanya long ago fell under the attack of the demon race, and all the people on the Great Wall of Wanya, all of them suffered from my brother's favor. Tong Yu, just can't stand to see these faces. He hated to let all the white-eyed wolves who were favored by Li Gang understand a shallow truth, that if you don't accept favors, you don't deserve them. They do not recognize the beneficent relatives that Li Gang has given them. Then I will send them to the Manhwa world, and they will have some individual meetings, on their own. Dang Yu arched his back though, but as he spoke, a touch of ruthlessness appeared on his face. But he soon realized something. The original ferocity on his face instantly dissipated, turning into a respectful look of fear and trepidation. Great General, humble abuse of private power, deserve to die. But just then, the teenager turned and tapped him on the shoulder. Nice job, keep it up. Dang Yu froze, and the teenager's ghostly voice continued. Don't just stand there. It's just 2 hours until the Sword Asking Mountain opens the Sword Altar. It's time for you to get ready and send me to Ask Sword Mountain. Do you have everything I need? Tong Yu, who was originally bowed, immediately trotted over. In his hand he held up a storage bag. The Great General. Everything you asked for, it's all here. 5 in total. Of these, with the exception of All Dead, which is in the collection of my residence, the other 4, it's all my humble servant, doing my best to get it back in exchange. The teenager narrowed his eyes. There are only 5 of them. Cold sweat immediately seeped out of Tong Yu's forehead. The Great General. What you want, after all, is a treasure that you have used before, and it is a heavenly ranked treasure. You are the Great Wall, the one and only admiral of the Tianzi. And you have used the treasures of the Great Wall, so don't tell me that they're priced out of the market. A general in a military position below the 3rd rank may not even have heard of it. With the exception of these 4, my humble servant has almost put all the favors he's accumulated over the years, and the treasures in the house's coffers, all exhausted before they were replaced. The teenager twisted his head and glanced at Tong Yu. What? Heartbroken? Tong Yu shook his head. What is this that the Great General says? As long as I can keep Li Gang alive. Don't talk about these treasures and favors, even if I have to dang woo this old bones of life. Dang Wu will never say. Half no word. Just, great general. You have to help Li Chungang. A sword to cut the sky. If we really offend heaven, can Li Chungang's life be saved? Why don't I find a way to arrange for you to set foot on questioning Sword Mountain ahead of time? And for you and Li Chungang to recognize each other? Get him down. Revenge on the heavens and all that. Let's talk about it later. In the world of cultivation, life is most important. Lin Yao didn't respond directly to Tongyu. He simply took the storage bag handed over by Tongyu's. There was no prohibition on the storage bag. It can be used as long as it is infused with spiritual energy. Lin Yao's divine sense drilled into the storage bag. He saw that, inside the storage bag, 5 swords were placed. All of them are the heavenly ranked swords once used by the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign Pointing Blood, Yin Yun, Axe and Sickle. The Kill the King, as well as all dead. Lin Yao raised his hand and tapped his storage bag. The storage bag shook. A flying light flew out of the storage bag and landed in Lin Yao's hand. Lin Yao held the flying sword, which was a sword with a black body. Lin Yao held the sword in one hand, and with the other hand, he gently wiped the sword. That pitch-black sword immediately let out a terrifying sword chant. The sword's roar, which traveled out of the human Pass's Guan captain's mansion, shot straight up into the sky, spreading to the 9 heavens. Outside the Jade Gate Pass, all the sword cultivators who had gathered here raised their heads in unison and looked toward the Guan captain's mansion. Who is it? Which country's sword cultivator is it? Kong Zimo of Qin, or Gai Nie of Chu, or Jing Tianming of Yin? Unlike all of them, this sword, it is more domineering than the swords of all the sword cultivators I have seen. I thought I had seen enough sword cultivators. I didn't expect there to be experts. Jade Gate Pass. It's really the right place to come. And in the meantime, inside the residence of Captain Guan, Dang Yu knelt on the ground. All he felt now was a sharp pain all over his body, as if his body had been cut by 10,000 swords. He looked at Lin Yao's back in horror. It's been in his vault for years. The all dead. It has never issued such a sword sound. It still has to be the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Monarch. And it can only be the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Monarch. And in the meantime, Lin Yao gently rubbed the sword. All the sages of old have died out, although there are only 5 treasures, but there are all dead at hand. Enough. Lin Yao then turned his head to glance at Tongyu. Revenge on the heavens? Down the road? Do you think that by not cutting out that sword, heaven will let Li Chungang go? Don't kid yourself. There's only one result of submission. That is, heaven will send down heavenly punishments. Heavenly Palace true immortals will descend on the Great Wall of Wanyi and trample down us under their feet, and cut down our heads with long swords, and our heads will be cut down with long swords. They will trample us all under their feet and cut off our heads with their long swords, and point your finger at our bones and say, "Look, here's a slave. Remember a word." Tang Yu raised his head and gulped as he looked at Lin Yao's back, and Lin Yao's voice also came quietly at this time. Dignity is only above the blade, and truth is only within the casting of the spell. Chapter 86. Where did the relationship come from? Sword to come. North Manshan Mountain, the Great Wall of Wanye, next to the Yumen Pass. There is a majestic mountain. The mountains are high and walled, and the main peak is like a sword that rises straight up into the sky. A mountain, standing there, surprisingly gave an indescribable sense of sharpness. At this moment, under this mountain, people are crowded. People has become a sea. Some distance away from the mountain and the crowd, in the sky, floated a golden treasure ship. On the deck of the treasure ship, a beautiful woman and a dainty young girl stood, looking out over the mountains and the crowds. That delicate young girl, at this time, somewhat excitedly grabbed the beautiful woman on the side. Senior Sister Chu, sword cultivators. Under that mountain peak, densely packed, all of them are sword cultivators. Jade Gate Pass. News from the Sword Gate Tavern. Inside the Jade Gate Pass, the sword cultivators that have gathered have exceeded 3 million. The lowest cultivation level is also a Yuaning. Sword cultivator is really different. A small half of them were carrying sword cases on their bodies, and those who didn't carry sword cases had a cold, murderous aura on their bodies. It's different from other cultivators at first glance. Senior Sister Chu, you're also a sword cultivator. Don't you want to climb up that mountain peak and take a look as well? The beautiful woman on the side sighed and shook her head with a smile. You also said that the group of sword cultivators present, the lowest cultivation level is also Yuaning. I'm just a mere Jiadan, so I'd better not go and humiliate myself. But soon, the woman's eyes revealed melancholy again. But my master, brother, and sister, if they were all still around, would have traveled far and wide to run to the Jade Gate, especially my master father. During his lifetime, the most esteemed sword cultivator, in addition to the Qingxuan Sword Immortal, it's Li Chungang. A look of reminiscence appeared in the beautiful woman's eyes. He said that all generations of sword cultivators have the highest cultivation and the strongest sword killing power, without a doubt. It is to step into the 13th realm of the legend, the sword Kui punishment of the immortal divine monarch. Heaven does not give birth to the punishment of the immortal divine monarch, and the sword path for ages is like a long night, but the immortal punisher divine sovereign is too much of a genius, and countless sword Dao cultivators simply do not understand how its cultivation. A few generations of reincarnation. I am afraid that it is difficult to look at the back of the sword Kui immortal execution god June in the eyes of the sword cultivator. It's the sun that can only be looked up at high, dazzling and dazzling. Even if you look up, you will easily be stung to the point of not being able to open your eyes. And Li Chungang is the white moon that once again shines on the way of the sword after the disappearance of the divine sovereign. Those who cultivate the sword look up at him, but do not feel piercing. Only the white moon in the sky, guiding the way forward. Li Chungang, the son of a whore, was born lame at the age of 12. By chance, being at that time was still just a champion marquis. The sword Kui exorcism immortal god June Fancy, brought into the military camp of the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries. At the age of 12, the age when many monks are still children and carefree, he took an iron sword and then he began to kill on the battlefield. In exchange for military service, he exchanged his cultivation method. At the age of 22, he was under the Great Wall of Wanye. It took 10 years of chopping demons to become a centurion and step into the foundation building realm. Since then, he has been on the battlefield, fighting for 20 years, stepping into the Jiedan realm and becoming a 1,000 captain. With such a natural talent, it is considered to be outstanding, but compared to those true heavenly prides, they can only be considered ordinary. He has no family, no background. The only thing you can rely on is a sword only. Until the age of 48, only Jiedan realm. He actually in the battlefield, fight to the death, fight off a hand and a foot, crossing the border to kill a Yuaning realm demon cultivator. When he was seriously injured and dying, the sword Kui immortal punisher divine monarch, who brought him to the military camp that year, descended on the battlefield and one sword swept away all enemies, and in public, formally accept Li Chungang as a disciple. Thereafter, Li Chungang cultivation, green clouds straight up, until the day of the creation of 1,000,001, heavenly thunder rolls. The sword Kui exorcism immortal god ruler, suddenly do not know where to go. The news of the disappearance of the divine monarch was soon made known to the demonic cultivators of the Manhwa world. Big demons, he said. Qing Mei Zhe, with 16 great demons comparable to the 11th realm of feathered true immortals, killed the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries. The Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, the heart of the army was scattered, and it was killed and routed, and it looked as if the Great Wall of Wanya was about to be unprotected. Li Chungang, one man, one sword, on the Great Wall, on the platform of the clouds. Just a word, Master is not here, but the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, there is still me, Li Chungang. After that, he raised his sword and stepped into the legendary 12th realm, then killed his way into the demon swarm, a sword beheading demon 36,000. Hard to let the group of demons, failed to have another, killed into the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries. One person can save the sky from falling. The sword Kui Punisher, who guarded the Great Wall of 10,000 Yields for 400 years, and Li Chungang, who guarded the Great Wall of 10,000 Yields for enough time to 2,000 years. These 2,000 years, he 81 times, into the mangled world. Only to explore the whereabouts of the sword Kui immortal executioner godly monarch. Even if then, for the 81st time, he enters the mangled world and disappears for 1,000 years. The Songhai world is also full of his legends. The sword Dao has been around for 10,000 years. He alone shines for 1,000 years. All the Buddhas and dragons are in the same place, but he is easy to defeat with a single sword. The novelists among the 100 schools of thought even say that since the disappearance of the sword K, the immortal punisher divine sovereign, Li Chungang is the only swordsman in the world, and the only famous sword in the world is Li Chungang's high candle sword. After the 12 realms, the sharpness of the sword was revealed. Even if he doesn't use the sword, he sits on the Great Wall of Wanye, and there are still thousands of sword ideas in his chest. Sword learners of the world, there's no way to get around or avoid this peak, and as long as Li Chungang is around, no one will dare to claim superior swordsmanship. For sword cultivators in the world, not to mention being able to pass on Li Chungang's sword Dao, even if they could see Li Chungang once, they would travel thousands of miles because seeing Li Chungang is like a pilgrimage. The delicate young girl next to the beautiful woman gulped. I've heard Grandpa Zhu mention Li Chungang before, and I heard you say it again today. Still feel swinging. Such a sword cultivator. You really don't want to take a look. Master Tai Zu loves you. If you tell Master Tai Zu, he will definitely agree. The beautiful woman hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. Not required. Don't you forget that although Li Chungang is the white moon of the Sword Dao, the Sword Dao, the only pristine son, the ancestor, who has been by our side, is the Sword Kuei Punisher Divine Monarch. The beautiful woman's voice lurched. And it's not just our flying boat that's here to observe the ceremony. The ancestor must have his reasons for arranging for the two of us to watch the ceremony here. The gorgeous woman looked back. Around the golden treasure ship, there is also a treasure ship, floating in the sky. The sails hanging on those treasure ships are different, obviously from the countries of the Songhai world, but the only thing that's the same, there are monks on these ships, practicing the water mirror technique, trying to get them out. What they see and hear here is transmitted back to the dynasty behind them. The cultivators on these treasure ships did not disturb each other, but when they looked at each other, in their eyes, still clearly wary and hostile, the gorgeous woman exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. The once united Songhai world, long ago ceased to exist. Can't unite as one Songhai world. How to support the Great Wall of 10,000 industries? How? Resisted the Manhwa world. Before the woman's words fell, not far away, the peak that was like a long sword, plunging into the clouds. From the mountains, a wind suddenly blew. That wind is biting. The clouds around the mountain peak were all twisted to pieces. There was not another cloud within 100 miles of the mountain peak. A mountain peak that was more than 98,000 feet high, plunging straight into the sky, appeared in the eyes of everyone. The cultivators at the bottom of the mountain peak instantly boiled. This is the full picture of Ask the Sword Mountain. Who is the person who just swept away the clouds around questioning Sword Mountain? Could it be the great Sword Immortal, Li Chungang? Li Chungang, is he really at questioning Sword Mountain? This matter will not be faked, and the Great Wall of 10,000 industries, in person, to the 81 great dynasties of the Qingxuan world. Letters sent. That is to say, as long as I can get to the top of the mountain, I will be able to meet Li Chungang. Being accepted as a disciple by Li Chungang and receiving Li Chungang's Sword Dao inheritance? To be accepted as a disciple by Li Chungang and to receive Li Chungang's inheritance of the Way of the Sword. These two things. Just don't think about it. It's not our turn, but as long as I can see it, I can see Li Chungang use his sword. I'm satisfied. I don't have much life left. Before I return to the ruins, my only dream is to catch a glimpse of this legendary Sword Immortal. Let me see him make a sword strike, and I'll die here willingly. 3 million sword cultivators. Who could be qualified to be accepted as a disciple by Li Chungang? Kong Zimo of Qin, or Gai Gingyun of Chu, or Jing Tianming of Yin. These three people could afford to be the top three in terms of Sword Dao talent in the Qingxuan world over the past 1,000 years. These three are either the best of the best in the Sword Sect, either they are the descendants of a famous family, are their respective clans to cultivate? Kong Zimo's Mo ruler by heart, Gai Jingyun's extremely worldly, Jing Tianming's heavenly question, are also nowadays, Songhai Ming world, the three most famous swords. As for who can get Li Chungang's favor, it's hard to say. Famous family after terrific? Li Chungang, who was born in the grass, his mother was a whore. In the end, he also stepped into the 12 realms, and became the leader of the Sword Road. If he is limited by his birth, and is willing to resign himself to the destiny of heaven, what else can he do to cultivate the sword? When what sword repair, this time, is to let Li Chungang see me, climb ask Sword Mountain. What rules? What doorway? There are no rules or doorways, just climb upwards. But the whole ask the Sword Mountain, shrouded under Li Chungang's sword intent, the sword cultivator could not fly, but could only use his arms and legs to climb, and the higher he climbed, the sharper the sword intent is said to be, and if the sword's heart is unstable and cannot carry Li Chungang's sword intent, directly dismantle 8 pieces of this sword intent, the cultivation cannot carry, can only resist with their own sword intent, in addition to the mountains. It is said that there are also apes and monkeys that have been taught by Li Chungang and have acquired some of his sword skills, and that they will attack sword cultivators who come up the mountain. According to this is even more treacherous than the secret realm. Of course, at the top of the mountain, but the legend says that stepping into the 12th realm and killing the Manhwa world's great demons, holding their heads and rats, let Manhwa demons cry, break my Yan's mountain, so that my women have no color, lose my Buzhou mountain, so that my descendants will not reproduce by Li Chungang. Under these circumstances, whoever can be the first to climb to the top of the mountain and meet Li Chungang, the chances of being preached to will also be far greater than others. According to this, the one who climbed the mountain first, wouldn't that be a great advantage? Damn it. I should have squeezed in the front. Yeah, I've heard that some of the connections who have befriended the Great Wall of Wanfa. It was then planted in front of the guards of the Jade Gate Pass. It's a long-sleeved asshole. Heck, is most annoyed with these relations. I just hate that I'm not connected. And those who aren't can only whine about it at the bottom of a hill. There are connections that are already climbing the mountain. You're kidding. There's obviously still half an incense stick of incense left before the time to open the sword altar. Time hasn't arrived. The Great Wall of 10,000 Industries. The arranged seals haven't been opened. How could anyone climb up the sword-asking mountain? I'm not kidding. Look for yourself. People are really starting to climb the mountain already. Damn. That one on the hill. The teenager in the green shirt. Who is that? This is cheating. Naked cheating. Relationships. Connected people. I'm in. With all you relations. Not together. And the foot of Ask the Sword Mountain. A young man in a green shirt. Looking down at the seal of law on the palm of his hand. Snicker. Dang you. This bastard. The rest doesn't work. Getting into these is good at it. Told him to let me add a plug and he just let me in early. The little bastard. Indeed know how to do things, haha. No wonder. It can mix so well in the Great Wall of Wanfa. The green-shirt boy murmured a couple of words in a low voice. Looking up again at the mountain pass in front of him, he could feel a stern sword intent permeating the mountain path. This sword intent, which makes one breathe uncontrollably, and the occasional wind blowing on but it's like a sword is cutting through the skin. The teenager exhaled a cloudy breath. Li Gang. Brat. This is all these years. I'm not by your side. Did you sharpen your sword intent? Good. Very good. It's sharp. In this sword intent, there is resignation, anger, and longing. You kid, are thinking of me as a master. The teenager mumbled something as he picked up the steps. The corners of his mouth, unconsciously, brought up a hint of a smile. I could have come to see you earlier, but I know that you have your plans. You want to strike a sword to the heavens. This one. For yourself. It was also meant for me. This sword. You prepared. Brewed for 1,000 years. So for the teacher. It doesn't bother you. The master will watch you chop out this sword. Just this sword of yours. If the force is not enough. If the sword is not strong enough. Master will help you. Li Gang. Don't be afraid. Li Gang. Begin. Let my master see how much you've grown over the years. And how much you've weathered the storm. And just then, plunging straight into the sky, like it was trying to poke a hole in the sky, the sword-asking mountain, once again radiating, cold, terrifying sword intent. This sword intent, this time, actually stirred up, arranged by the Great Wall of Wanfa. All the seals around the questioning sword mountain, between the 3 million sword cultivators outside the questioning sword mountain, and the questioning sword mountain. There is no more blocking. In the meantime, a ghostly voice, floating down from the top of the mountain. The sword comes under the questioning sword mountain. All the sword cultivators, too, heard that voice. Those two bites, falling into their ears, were like thunder. Sword come. Chapter 87. Can't you rebel if there are immortals? In the fall, on September 8th, when my flowers bloom, all the flowers will be killed. With that cry, the sword comes. It reached the bottom of the mountain. Underneath questioning sword mountain, the bodies of over 3 million sword cultivators shook in unison. Subsequently, those 3 million sword cultivators, with their sword boxes, the sword cases on their backs actually opened on their own without their control. A sword, as if summoned by some kind of call, flew out. Those without sword cases. The opening and closing of the pouch of the storage bag flew out a flying light, the hand holding his own native sword, the native flying sword. Directly out of the sheath, it flew to the sky. In an instant, the sky, covered with flying lights. In that flying light, it was a sword. Flying sword. The sword cultivators on the ground. More than 3 million. And there are more than 3 million floating swords in the sky. Those precious swords, at the moment, had a sword-like aura. The sword energy rushed straight up to the sky, like it's going to cut the sky open. The green-shirted young man who had already begun to climb the mountain, looking at the flying swords that covered the sky, he narrowed his eyes. A great man, according to the heavenly sword, cuts the cloud crown. The rainbow goes by the sword and caresses the cold sky for 3,000 miles. Li Gang, this is what you want to show me. Your sword way. But the current sword intent is not enough. It's not enough. Sword to open the gate of heaven. Li Gang, what do you want? And just then, in the sky, the flying sword that covers the sky, suddenly the direction was reversed, towards the questioning sword mountain. More than 3 million flying swords all landed on questioning sword mountain. Halfway up the mountain, on the peak above. In the meantime, Ask the sword under the mountain. All the sword cultivators, the thunder exploded in their ears once again, and this time the thunder that, there are only 4 words, go up the mountain and get the sword. The next moment, ask the sword mountain down. All the sword cultivators, all, heart move, pick up the steps. More than 3 million sword cultivators, at this moment, ascended questioning sword mountain together. They were as imposing as rainbows. It's like they want to trample questioning sword mountain to the ground. The green-shirted young man who had long since climbed the mountain looked back, could see, behind himself, a dense crowd of figures, swarming like an ant colony. In the meantime, the green-shirted young man, it seemed, heard, from behind himself, this dense crowd of, came the hiss, go to the mountain, go to the mountain. Sword Immortal Li Xiao, in letting us go to the mountain. All the swords, are above the mountainside. What does Elder Li mean? You can't climb halfway up the mountain, just can't get your spirit sword back? Ha! This still can't see, can't even climb halfway up the mountainside. Means the sword heart is not strong. There is no need to retrieve the sword, because the person who can't even climb halfway up the mountainside is not worthy of claiming to be a sword cultivator in the eyes of Li Xiao. Songhai Ming World, all the famous sword cultivators are here, whoever even has his own sword. Can't even get it back. It's embarrassing for the old man. The sword is definitely coming back, but until then, what about that murderous relation? This place is filled with sword intent, and the divine sense can't spread, but I just saw that he is on this road. This damned relation. He doesn't even want to lose his face. Behead him. We can't let him defile questioning Sword Mountain. In any case, first killed that cheating relationship hiking. Have a relationship terrific you can do whatever you want just because you have connections? What he's doing is insulting all the sword cultivators in the Songhai world. It's more of an insult to Li Xiao. See, that asshole relation. Right up ahead. He's looking back at us? He's still provoking. Damn it, he's so arrogant. He must not be spared. The mountain path. The green-shirted boy, looking back at the crowd behind him, listening to the hissing from Snicker. He knew that those sword cultivators, the reason why they screamed and cursed, to put it bluntly, or is it jealousy? So he doesn't even care. I'm sorry, has connections. Really remarkable. Kill me? Let's just say you guys are really daring. The sky didn't even kill me? You want to kill me? The teenager grinned as if he had heard a great joke. He then rushed those sword cultivators behind him and beckoned. Come and kill me. Under the mountain path, those sword cultivators who crowded together, one by one, their faces were instantly livid and the killing intent was great. In the world of cultivation, sword cultivators were the cultivators that could be provoked the most, but at the same time, they were also the cultivators that were best provoked. The teenager felt a monstrous murderous aura come over him at that moment, but he just lifted his hand, and, unperturbed, rubbed the string of 9 precious beads he wore on his hand. The string immediately flickered with ethereal light. Next, 2 young girls, landing in front of Lin Yao's body, one on the left and one on the right. 2 young girls, one in a short black dress, the other in a short white dress. The one in black, combing 2 scrunchies, the white one cloaked hair. 2 young girls, all features beautiful, just a pair of pupils of the eyes, all scarlet in color. They grinned, both showing a mouthful of sharp teeth. These 2 young girls were, quite literally, a pair of undead corpses. Lin Yao looked ahead at the murderous sword cultivators. Li Xiao, you let these sword cultivators go up the mountain to fetch swords. The real purpose is to use their own sword intent to inspire the sword intent of these 3 million plus sword cultivators. Afterward, condense these sword intentions, and all beings will have one sword to ask the heavens. You borrowed the sword intent of these sword cultivators, but you also helped these sword cultivators that it stabilized their own sword hearts and purified their own sword intent, and it is considered a gift of creation. But your method is still too slow, too soft. Master has a faster method, helping you forge the sword. The only time a sword cultivator's sword intent can be completely aroused is at the time of life and death. On the verge of death, if a sword cultivator can give up his life and forget about death, his own sword intent can reach its peak. Lin Yao raised his hand and pointed ahead. Fat wave, on. There's no need to stay in the face of these sword cultivators. So many people, if they can't even get past the 2 of you, they're not qualified. With their own sword intent, too, help Li Xiao forge his sword. The 2 undead corpse maidens, at this moment, rushed at the teenager and bowed slightly. At your service, Immortal Lord. Please rest assured, Immortal Lord. Then, those 2 undead corpse maidens, like 2 cannonballs, rushed towards the crowd on the mountain path. Next, the mountain road was bloody. Shouts of murder shook the sky and the earth, and the teenager has turned around. Keep picking up the steps. He rubbed the jewel in his hand. The precious pearl flickered with a ghostly aura. A ray of light jumped out of the precious pearl and landed on the ground. Those lights and shadows, when they landed on the ground, they all turned into a single, strangely shaped silhouette that, those figures, some with 8 arms, some with 2 heads, and some with the appearance of a normal person. But the skin on the face is rotting. The only thing they had in common was that they all had scarlet pupils. They were all undead corpses. At this moment, these undead corpses were all kneeling respectfully behind the teenager. The teenager didn't look back. Only a cold voice came out. Go intercept those sword cultivators. Don't hold back. Those undead corpses all bowed respectfully at the back of that green-shirted young man. It then turned into flying light, scattering the entire questioning sword mountain. The green-shirted teenager, on the other hand, carried his hands behind his back and continued up the mountain path. Li Xiao, since you're treating this sword-asking mountain as a sword-forging furnace, the sword intent of these sword cultivators, it's chai. Then, Master, I will help you add another fire to this furnace. At this moment, the undead corpses began to roam the Ask Sword Mountain, and those cultivators who had ascended the sword-asking mountain did not yet know what they were about to face. But not far from Ask the Sword Mountain, not far from the sky, sound awful, a treasure ship, which had been quietly floating in the sky to observe the ceremony. At this moment, the crowd was boisterous. One angry voice, from the water mirrors on that treasure ship. The owner of those voices is the Qingxuan world, the royal family of the 81 dynasties. What did the green-shirted teenage boy do? What was he doing? What kind of demons and devils did he just let out? It is not the spirits and demons. That are the undead corpses of the world of the 9 states. And this green-shirted boy, from the world of Kyushu? He deliberately prevented other sword cultivators from reaching the top. What does he intend to do? We, the Qingxuan world, and the Kyushu world, across the great thousand seas, although there may be occasional exchanges and conflicts, but there is absolutely no deep-seated hatred. I've heard that the Eastern Jin dynasty, neighboring the Great Thousand Seas, within the territory of the Northern Wei dynasty, there are quite a few cultivators from the world of the Kyushu, the royal family of Jin, and even a royal son, who have worshipped in the sects of the Kyushu world. This green-shirted boy, it can't be a cultivator from Northern Wei, deliberately triggering chaos, wanting Jin to have sole possession of Li Xiao's sword Dao inheritance. Shu dog, what are you barking and yelling for? I, the Eastern Jin, have my own heritage and pride in the way of the sword. Why do you need to do these fly-by-night things? I see that this little bastard who released the undead corpse is your dead soldier from Western Shu. In the entire Songming world, I, Western Shu, respect sword cultivators the most, and the wild monkeys of the Eastern Jin dynasty don't want to spit blood. Otherwise, I West Shu, halberd guards eastward, must kill you East Jin, blood flow into the river. Shu old dog, you do not come over, you are my great Jin, the grandson of the Jin Hui Emperor. Don't even argue, the undead have started eating people. Nowadays, those on questioning Sword Mountain were all the handsome masters of the sword Dao of various countries, and the death of one would be a loss for all countries. This time, I sent these sword cultivators to the Sword Mountain, although I was prepared for the possibility that they might perish here. But they can perish in the hands of Li Xiao. They can't perish in the hands of a wild cultivator from nowhere. In any case, must find a way to stop that little bastard in green. And, have to investigate out his bottom. That's right. Who the hell is this damn little bastard? What's his cultivation level? My great Tang's Qingtian supervisor has found out that the little. It's just that the role and purpose of the great round of the Foundation Establishment realm into the questioning Sword Mountain should be to release those undead corpses. He is bound to be a dead soldier of a certain country. The purpose is to help the dynasty behind you capture and monopolize Li Xiao's inheritance. What a wicked heart. I don't know which country's emperor, but this emperor, acting like this. Aren't you afraid that other dynasties will be dissatisfied and damage your own dynasty's fortunes? It's worth it to compromise some of your chi to monopolize Li Xiao's sword Dao inheritance. Check. The Qingtian supervisor of all the major dynasties, the Stargazer's Pavilion, the Heavenly Inquirer's Terrace, all start checking, digging up the ground. Gotta investigate this little bastard too. A treasure ship screamed and cursed. On the deck of a golden treasure ship, a beautiful woman and a delicate young girl were looking at each other, and then they both swallowed. The delicate young girl, wiping the cold sweat that had seeped out of her forehead, it then clutched the palm of the gorgeous woman's hand. Senior Sister Chu, we must never reveal that we are related to Master Taizu. That beautiful woman, in her hand, was cupping a transmission jewel. I've reported the situation here to the ancestor. Ancestor, you have been targeted by the Qingxuan Ming world. the royal family of the 81 countries, and in the meantime, asked the Sword Mountain. Lin Yao picked up the steps all the way up, and had already arrived at the overall 1/5 of the Ask the Sword Mountain. The sword intent in this place was even sharper. Every time Lin Yao inhaled, he felt flying swords, drilling into his throat, and when he exhaled again, just a mouthful of blood. The veins in his body had bulged. That was the natural reaction of being surrounded by the sword intent, forcing the pressure. Lin Yao's eyes flashed with a ghostly aura. Sword intent into float. That's really good. Li Chungang, if we go any further, if we are not pure sword cultivators, I'm afraid that we will be strangled to the bone by this sword intent. And just then, Lin Yao suddenly sensed something. He looked down and rubbed the beads in his hand a few times. A blue jade slip appeared in his hand. The blue jade slip flickered with a ghostly aura. Chu Hongyu's voice came out from the jade slip. Ancestor, the royal families of the 81 countries, through the water mirror, are monitoring questioning Sword Mountain. They have noticed you and want to investigate you. Lin Yao snorted at his words. The royal family of the 81 kingdoms. Who will monitor the sword asking mountain? Guessed it before. But they're going to check me out? Let them check. Their means of checking up on people, in the final analysis, are not the same old three. Qingxuan supervisors, stargazers, and ask the heavenly platform. And no, the heavenly pavilion means can be what difference, but just ask the sky. But if the heavens could figure out the karma on me, they'd have gotten me killed a long time ago. You're counting on heaven? Lin Yao pinched the jade slip. Whispered transmission. Doesn't matter. Let them check. The most they can find out is that this skin is called Yu Fengnian, born in the Great Zhou Dynasty, Zhongyang Town. They will most likely guess that I am a dead soldier sent by the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Great Zhou royal family, and want to monopolize Li Chungang's sword inheritance. This is just the right way to attract the evil water to the east. This is also counted as the appetizer for revenge against the Great Zhou imperial family. As for my true identity, let them check. I'd like to see how many lives the diviners and diviners of the Qingxuan supervisors of the major dynasties have that can withstand the backlash of the law of karma. Lin Yao put down the jade slip, looking up at the mountain road ahead. After we take away Li Chungang from questioning Sword Mountain, it's time to get started and take revenge on the Great Zhou imperial family. This Qinghai world, the royal families of the 81 countries, in a sense, all traitors to the heavenly palace, to strike against the heavens. All these royal families, they must be uprooted. Good. Very good. I have long been looking at these royal families in a bad light. All emperors are thieves. Songhai Ming world. So many years of monarchy. Also ing should be changed. In this world, it is also time for someone to shout that the kings and lords would rather have a seed. So what if there are immortals behind us? You can't rebel against you guys because you have an immortal behind you? Ridiculous. Lin Yao put his hands behind his back, against the sword intent in front of him, and continued to step forward. When autumn comes on the 8th day of the 9th month, when my flowers bloom, 100 flowers will be killed. Li Chungang, you have to follow the master. Together, we'll turn this heaven and earth upside down. Chapter 88, admitting me as a disciple and making me the grandson of Li Chungang's disciple? Do you know who I am? And just Lin Yao, against the sword intent in front of him. As you continue onward, behind him, a wind suddenly blew. Two smells on the wind. One was the scent of ink, while the other was cold and chilly. And in the cold, with the scent of plum blossoms, the moment Lin Yao smelled those two scents, at the same time, he saw two silhouettes that appeared on his side. Those two, a man and a woman. The man, with a lean figure, clad in a long blue and white robe, with three-dimensional features and sharp angles. The thin lips, dancing eyes, the whole person stood there like a sheathed sword. The woman, clad in a black robe that was loose and, but still can't hide that woman under the black robe. The proud body. And that proud body formed a sharp contrast. Is that woman's facial features? The woman's features are clear and childish, but looking at the cheeks, one would also mistake. She is a young girl of 13 or 14 years old, and as Lin Yao looked up at those two, the man and woman, too, looked at Lin Yao in shock. The woman blinked her big watery eyes, carefully sizing up Lin Yao. Lin Yao felt that the woman's eyes, glittering, looking at herself, like a merchant seeing a precious jade. And like a hungry wolf seeing a fat pig. I vaguely saw a silhouette in front of me before, and I thought it was that reckless guy, Guy Dingyun. At that time, I also wondered how that mangaka was thin and weak like this. I didn't expect to see anything but that mangaka. I can't believe there are still people who can get ahead of us. This teenage boy is marvelous. You say so. Jing Tianming, the thin man, glanced at the black-robed woman. This teenager, with a cultivation level of only foundation establishment, doesn't look like a sword cultivator either. How did it get ahead of you and me? Don't you ever wonder? I heard that in the Sword Mountain, before the mountain's bottom seal was shattered, there was a related family, climbing the mountain ahead of time. I thought it would be this man. I thought at first that relation, a sword cultivator in a hurry, didn't realize that, not even a sword cultivator. I don't know which dynasty's playboy is coming over to join in the fun again. Jing Tianming then turned his head to look at the black-robed woman again. Here, all over this place, the sword intent of elderly Chun Gang. The divine sense can't be dispersed, but in any case, you also shouldn't be able to recognize Guy Dingyun's back. That guy, who killed you 81 times and regarded you as an archenemy. You can even recognize his back wrongly? The black-robed woman shook her head. Frenemy, not really. It's only in the same realm that you're considered an archenemy. Old Guy and I have fought 81 times, 76 defeats and 5 victories. Not my archenemy by any stretch of the imagination. You and I have a better record of fighting each other than he does. You and I have fought 72 times, 66 defeats and 6 victories, in a single round of battle. Then, you're actually still better than him. That thin youth with an aura like a sheathed long sword. His face was instantly gloomy. Enough, I said enough. You stop talking. Kong Zimo, whether it's me or Guy Dingyun, in terms of the Tao of the sword, nowadays, both are indeed slightly inferior to you by half a head. But this time, elderly Chun Gang preached to the sword cultivators of the world. You and I, both of us, will surely come to enlightenment at questioning Sword Mountain. After enlightenment, it's all unknown who will be able to climb higher in the path of the sword Tao. The black-robed woman looked at the thin youth. A serious nod was given. I know. The woman's attitude caused the thin youth to freeze, but the woman's voice faintly came out. Whether you or Guy Dingyun or I hope you can go further. Better pass me by ahead. The thin youth, looking at the woman in front of him. If the two of us were to surpass you and fight you with our swords, we would never hold back. As much as it divides the high and the low, it also decides life and death. And you're not afraid. The young-faced woman smiled sprightly. What's the point of being afraid of all this? If I'm afraid of this and that all day long, I'm not practicing my sword anymore. If you can surpass me by a head in the way of the sword, and then fight with I am bound to get something. That's enough. That skinny youth. His face changed. He didn't know what to say, could only fling his sleeve. Turning my head, I continued down the trail. You crazy bastard. Unbelievable. The black-robed woman, grinning, emitted a bright laugh. She didn't rush to catch up with Jing Tianming's footsteps, but instead twisted her head to look at the green-shirted teenage boy. She looked at the teenager, her eyes flashing with essence. Junior, although I don't know which dynasty's cultivator you are, but you're not a sword cultivator. This place is no place for you. If you go any further, ahead of you, elderly Chun Gang's sword intent will strangle you to pieces. Lin Yao blinked his eyes twice, but he didn't have time to speak yet. The woman raised her hand and rubbed her chin a few more times. You turn around and walk back. But soon Kong Zimo shook his head. No way. No way. Behind you, in the mountain passes, there are man-eating demons. This demon, you may not know it, but I've seen it before. It's the undead corpse of the world of Kyushu. My master once caught this kind of undead corpse for me to practice my sword. This group of undead corpses, cannibalistic, supplementing their own essence blood. They are tenacious in life and difficult to cut down. The undead corpses of the world of the 9 states have, for some reason, appeared here. I don't know if it is Li Chun Gang seniors. Give us additional tests, but no matter what, you, a foundation establishment realm, going down the mountain alone will have no chance of survival. The woman rubbed her chin a couple of times and hemmed and hawed and laughed dryly. This way. You're coming with me. I'll take you to the top of the mountain. I'll bring you down after I finish my enlightenment at the top of the mountain. Lin Yao frowned, his eyes showing caution. Why did you take me up the mountain? Kong Zimo grinned a radiant smile. Because you look like my brother. My brother was your age when he died. 16 or 17. Less than 20. But his talent is not as good as yours. When he was 17 years old, he had just refined his chi to the 6th layer. Assassinated by his enemies. He died right in front of my eyes then. And I couldn't save him. Lin Yao's frown tightened. How can you say something like that so casually? Shouldn't this matter be a demon in your mind? Kong Zimmer cocked his head. A heart demonic calamity? I broke it a long time ago. At that time, that heart demon manifested into my brother's appearance, and I broke it with a sword. What kind of sword cultivator is it to be when the thoughts don't come through? Of course, besides the fact that you look like my brother, there's another, more important reason. I think you have outstanding talent and want to take you as my disciple. This time, Lin Yao completely froze. He pointed to his face. What? What did you say? You mean me? You're going to take me as an apprentice. The woman nodded. That's right. I am Qingxuan Kong ZMO. Just promoted. Emotional Sword Sect, Z Coffin Peak Elder. As of now, there has been no disciple. And you will be my Kong Zimo's first disciple. When I take in other disciples in the future, you'll be the Ink Guardian Sword Sect, Z Coffin Peak's eldest senior brother. If I am valued by Elder Li Chun Gang on this climb, and accepted by him as a disciple, you will, in the future. It's the God of Swords, Li Chun Gang's disciple's grandson. How's that? Are you impressed? Lin Yao was completely silent. A good long while later, he stared at the woman in front of him. Do you know who I am? You're about to take me as a disciple? Chapter 89, letting go of that female sword fairy. 3 words that made the 2 major sword fairies fight for me with swords. Lin Yao stared at the woman in front of him. His hand kept rubbing the string on his wrist. He wondered if he should release 6-6 to deal with the woman. The name Kong Zimo. He was at the Human Pass. Dang Yu's Guanduwei had heard of it. Tong Yu, at that time, even brought himself about the Confucius Inc. details. Qingxuan, Kong Zimo, Qingxuan famous family, the son of the Kong family. It was just that Kong Zimo didn't actually have the Kong family's bloodline in him. She was adopted by the Kung family as a foster daughter, the famous clan of the dynasty of the. There is a custom of adopting children who are born in the private sector, who have not yet entered the Tao, but who have outstanding talent, to be adopted as volunteer sons and daughters, in order to fill the bloodline of the family. After all, even the cultivation family needs fresh foreign blood, and Kong Zimmer, the reason why he was chosen by the Kong family, was because, the Golden Ridge village of the Great Qin dynasty was ransacked by horse bandits. The entire Golden Ridge village was killed by the horse bandits, and the blood flowed into rivers. The bodies of more than 300 people were scattered all over the village. Qing's Jade Tooth House rushed to Jinling village to clean up the mess, but in a family home, one surviving girl was found. The girl, covered in blood, with blood on her face and hands. She held a rusty kitchen knife and shielded a boy younger than herself, and the girl's feet. Surprisingly, there were a full 12 horse bandits' corpses lying down. The girl, who seems to be a monk from the Jade Tooth Mansion, the small hand holding the dagger was still shaking, but all it said was, "You're late, too late." The girl was first taken in by the Jade Tooth Mansion, and was soon spotted by the Kong family, who learned of the incident, was named Confucius Inc. After he showed his talent in Sword Dao, he was sent by the Kong family to the Emotional Sword Sect. After the Yuaning realm, downhill adventures, in Western Chu, Yun Mengzai, he fought with the old Taoist of the Transformation realm, Yun Xiao Taoist, with only one sword, on the chopping down of the cloud martyred, and then stepped on the sword and flew across. Chu Yunjiang, name shocked the sky. Over the years, the war record is even more remarkable. The Tianji Pavilion of the Kanglan world has repeatedly ranked him in the first place in its potential dragon list. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air at this moment. He looked at the woman in front of him and was just about to say something else, but the woman, first, looked back. Jing Tianming, this bastard, how unorthodox, taking advantage of me accepting disciples. I can't believe it's gotten this far out already. The woman, then, actually wrapped her arms around Lin Yao. This woman's figure was considered tall, and Lin Yao, who was still a teenager, was about average height. After she stopped Lin Yao, she actually picked him up in a hug. The body then leaned forward and swooped down the mountain path, toward the front. Because she was so fast, Lin Yao was wrapped around her waist with one hand and, instead, his face leaned uncontrollably against her breasts. Lin Yao could feel the rise and fall of that black robe. His head and face, pressed into a softness. Big, soft, really soft. And Kong Zimo, at this time, even patted Lin Yao's head. It's true that I don't know who you are, but it doesn't matter who you are. No matter which country's royal son you are, or which dynasty's gateway noble, you won't even suffer if you worship me. Go, Master will take you to the top of the mountain to have a look now. Lin Yao blinked his eyes twice. His original plan to climb the mountain was sort of disrupted at this point, but suddenly he felt, there's nothing wrong with being held to the top of a mountain like this. By Confucius Inc. Can save yourself a lot of effort. And just as Lin Yao, being held by Kong Zimo, continued to pick up the steps, not far away, from the place where the group of flying boats were suspended. At this time, it exploded. Great Qin's Kong Zimo, how did he get entangled with that dead soldier? He's a dead soldier of Qin? Emperor Qin Wu, don't you need to give us an explanation? It's you, Great Qin, want to monopolize Li Chun Gang's legacy? A bunch of nonsense. I, Qin, have always been open and honest. Why would I need to use such sordid means to? What's more, Kong Zimo, originally the leading swordsman of this generation, the legacy of Li Chungang. It would have been probable that it would have fallen to her. So why should I, Great Qin, bother? Collusion between Great Qin and the undead corpses of the 9 states? This matter is, indeed, unimaginable. Great Qin is situated in the northwest of the Kanglan world, and the Zhouzhou world, separated by at least 100,000 great mountains, a great thousand seas. There's nothing impossible. The Emperor of Great Qin, in his quest for the elixir of life, once dispatched cultivators on an overseas mission. Finally, in the world of the 9 states, to seek the elixir. This matter in the Shanghai Ming world at that time, but also made a fuss. Who knows if Qin colluded with the undead corpses of the world of Kyushu back then? Bloody mouth. You dogs, slandering my Great Qin. My Great Qin's heavenly inquirer has already found out the identity and background of that dead soldier. That dead soldier, called Yu Fengnian, was born in the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhongyang town. The one who colludes with each other and the world of the 9 states is clearly Great Zhou. No, the Great Zhou dynasty, have never had contact with the world of the 9 states, where the undead come from. I, too, in Shichu, have ascertained the life of this dead man. It is from your East Zhou rats. In order to find out the identity of this dead soldier, my Westchu Qintian supervision, 18 diviners and 36 diviners died, but the information that can be found out is, I only know that he came from your Eastern Zhou. Your Great Zhou has quite a few tricks up its sleeve. How dare you help the dead soldiers under your command and cover up the heavenly chances? Everything is clear. Great Qin and Eastern Zhou are working together, trying to hijack Li Chungang's Sword Dao inheritance. This time, if Li Chungang's Sword Dao inheritance falls into the hands of Great Qin and Eastern Zhou, these 2 countries must be allowed to compensate us for our losses. Compensate your ancestors for a leg. One person will compensate you for a slap. Want it or not? If you don't want it, come on, rising to attack Maida Qin. Maida Qin's Iron Eagle sharpshooters are at the border of Maida Qin, waiting for you all. Princes, at this time it is still necessary to investigate carefully. That Yu Fengnian, it is really not a dead soldier of my Great Zhou. Gentlemen, that young boy's identity, still have to check, have to continue to check. In the middle of many treasure ships, on the deck of a golden treasure ship, a beautiful woman, raising her hand in a death grip, railing on the deck. All the countries have started targeting the Great Zhou royal family. It doesn't feel good to be targeted, does it, heavenly son of the week? But rest assured, you'll have a worse time of it later, for the vengeance against your Great Zhou. It just started. The corners of the beautiful woman's mouth slightly hooked upwards, revealing a light smile. Only that smile wasn't unimpeded, and even carried a bit of sadness. Ask for the Jade Gate Pass under the Sword Mountain. It was also crowded at this time. In front of the Guan captain's residence at the Human Pass, there also stood a large water mirror that had just been set up. What was revealed in the water mirror was the panoramic view of the not-too-distant questioning Sword Mountain. An armored soldier, standing in front of a water mirror, is struggling to yell loudly, "Gentlemen, Great General Deng, knowing that all of you in the Jade Gate Pass also want to observe the Ask Sword Mountain, so specially set up the water mirror for you. But ask the Sword Mountain. Li Chungang Sr.'s sword intent permeated. Ask the Sword Mountain specific scene. Unable to observe, can only be seen from afar. The water mirror is standing here, so don't forget, General Deng, how good he has been to you all." In front of the water mirror. It's crowded at this point. Great General Deng, always stingy. Why did he turn around this time? Who knows? Ever since Tang Zia's death, I've always felt that Great General Tang wasn't quite right. Great General Deng, mad as a hatter, is his business, and it's always good to be able to view the sword asking mountain. I'm just curious as to which one of the so many sword cultivators will be able to take the lead in reaching the top of the mountain this time under the questioning Sword Mountain. Kong Zimo, no doubt about it. Anymore, it's Jing Tianming. I'm not too optimistic about Gai Gingyun. Just, Kong Zimo, nowadays. Where is it? Southeast Mountain Road. I seem to see Kong Zimo, but, why is she holding a man? Damn, that dogman is still sticking to Kong Zimo's chest. Kong Zimo, but nowadays, in the younger generation, the first female sword immortal, and the appearance of the beautiful. How many sword cultivators want to kiss her, but did not have the opportunity? Damn it. Let go of that swordswoman and let me do it. The man being held by Kong Zimo seems a bit familiar. He is not. It was the other day, at the Jade Pivot Terrace, that made Great General Tang kneel down. The teenage boy who cried out in pain and called him the Great General. I have also seen this young man, who, a few days ago, with 2 women, at the Human Pass, beckoning, those 2 women, one delicate and lovely, one beautiful and frosty. Damn this asshole. Who the hell is this teenage boy? And why does it feel like all the good things can fall on him? Li Chungang's sword Dao inheritance wouldn't have fallen on him as well. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have seen that teenager. He is not a sword cultivator at all. In the meantime, inside the human pass, inside the largest gambling house, the Beilutang gambling house, the tall Deng Yu was putting his arm around the shoulders of a fat man with a big belly with a devious face. Kong Zimo, Gai Ding Yun, and Jing Tianming's odds. Don't press too low. Press too low. What about the gamblers outside who don't bet? All three of you pick me up. Let the gamblers bet on. As for the odds on Lin Yao, you pick a lower. I tell you, Meng, your cooperation with this general is the wisest decision of your life. The reason why this general went through all the trouble of erecting a water mirror inside the Jade Gate Pass. It's all about the one for all. The fat man who was held by Tengyu, by his shoulders, had a fawning smile on his face. Don't worry, General Deng. I've got experience with things like maneuvering. With great General Deng backing me up, I have even more confidence. Being able to work with the great general, our gambling house, we will definitely be able to grow bigger and stronger. I just don't know who this Lin Yao is. He's the one who made the general throw his life away. I've collected a lot of information on sword cultivators in the Songhai world these days, but I haven't heard of this one. Tengyu snorted. Raise your hand and pinch the fat man's shoulder. Don't pry into what you shouldn't. What is a sword cultivator? Just remember one thing. That person's ability. You can't even imagine. And on the other side of the questioning sword mountain, Lin Yao was being comfortably carried by Kong Zimo, carrying him up the hill. Kong Zimo had a very peculiar, floral and ink aroma mixed together. Smells very nice. And on the mountain path, the overpowering sword intent. All of them were also blocked out by Kong Zimo. Using his own sword intent, Lin Yao only felt that his head was like sticking to a large mass of cotton, soft and sweet. He even felt that he had, once again, experienced the joy of the thousand-faced phantom demon king. Out of the corner of his eye, he also glanced around from time to time. The cliffs on both sides of the mountain path had appeared, with long swords stuck in the cliff walls. Those were all the swords of the group of sword cultivators at the foot of the mountain. This meant that they were halfway across the mountain at this point, and Kong Zimo's footsteps were significantly slower compared to before. Lin Yao could feel that Kong Zimo's heartbeat was accelerating and his breathing was gradually becoming heavy. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. What is going to go wrong? Kong Zimmer, grinning. This mountain path, indeed, is, the higher you go, the more laborious it is, but when the master of the, how can I be embarrassed in front of my apprentice? Don't you worry, the master will definitely take you to the top of the mountain, but before that, master has to get back his own original sword. Ink ruler, that's the sword that was passed down to me. That sword, by the Murdoch Sword Monarch of my Murdoch Sword Sect. The earliest had been, the Sword Puppet Exorcist Divine Sovereign Saber. Sword Puppet Executioner Divine Sovereign. You know it, that's Li Chungang's master. Lin Yao, who was being held by Kong Zimo, raised an eyebrow with a strange expression, but before Lin Yao could say anything, in the distance on the mountain path, there was suddenly a humming sound of gold and iron clashing. Along with that gold and iron collision buzzing sound, together with the wind, the mountain passes were gusty. In the wind, there was a cold sword intent. Lin Yao raised his head from Kong Zimo's arms. He saw, not far down the trail, a thin youth was fighting with an ape, which was as tall as a man. In that ape's hand, he was actually holding a sword. The scariest thing is, that ape, soared out like a swimming dragon, pace, soughing like a shooting star. That skinny youth, for a moment, was unable to fight that ape. Kong Zimo, who was holding Lin Yao all the way, raised his head, his eyes flashing with essence. Good swordplay, Jing Tianming. Your sword, in some ways, is still no match for this monkey. And just then, the skinny youth, too, turned around angrily. This is the Questioning Sword Mountain. It has long been rumored that the apes and monkeys on Questioning Sword Mountain are the best at imitating and learning. This monkey, he's obviously imitated and learned from Senior Li Chungang's sword Dao. And we, here, with our divine senses forbidden, the higher up my own cultivation is also sealed by the surrounding sword intent. And I can only exert my transformation god cultivation at most now. Is it a shame that you can't take this monkey in a moment? And this time, not waiting for Kong Zimo to open his mouth, Lin Yao, who was held in Kong Zimo's arms, nodded slightly. Of course it's humiliating, pushing a bunch of excuses. It's all excuses. And in the end, it's not like you can't beat a monkey. Can't even beat a monkey. Also presumed to inherit Li Chungang's sword Dao. Ridiculous. Might as well go home to their own mother's milk. Jing Tianming was first stunned, then his face changed. His already thin face was terribly gloomy. And just then, the ape, carrying a long sword, charged again. Jing Tianming, his eyes widened in anger and he turned back violently. He put his hands together and pinched out a sword trick, straight to the monkey's head. The winds are blowing. Next, poof, a scratch appeared on Jing Tianming's arm. The ape that carried the sword, on the other hand, had thousands of sword marks appearing on his body, and then the whole man. It was in pieces, and when the cold wind blew, it dissipated into a bloody piece of powder. Kong Zimo hugged Lin Yao and narrowed his eyes slightly. Jing Tianming, too shy of life. His family is born of assassins, and has been assassins for generations. He was used to seeing the deaths of the elders in his family, but ended up developing a cautious nature, killing the enemy, pursuing no injuries, without the certainty of victory, generally will not make a move. But once he had given himself up to injury, his sword definitely counts as a lingering. Of course it's still no match for me, your master. And just then, Jing Tianming turned his head and stared at Lin Yao dead in the face. Kong Zimo, why did you bring this little bastard and climb up here? You let go of him. I'll cut out his tongue. Kong Zimo was holding Lin Yao even tighter. At this time, this is my disciple. If you want to touch my disciple, go through me first. Lin Yao blinked a few times. Heaven and earth. He didn't do anything. He only said 3 words. 3 words, let the 2 heavenly pride sword ferry. For my sword tug of war, sword to sword. Chapter 90 reminds the monkeys of the fear that this mountain was ruled by the sword Kuei Punisher goddess, and while Lin Yao was lamenting, human pass, in front of the water mirror in front of the Guan lieutenant's residence, the moment was also crowded. What happened? Why does it feel like Kong Zimo is going to fight Jing Tianming? Not so much. Kong Zimo, Gai Dingyun, and Jing Tianming, although they are rivals to each other. But as far as I know, the relationship between the 3 of them is actually quite good. It's not as if they're going to kill each other in a place like this. Yeah, and I've heard rumors that Jing Tianming has been courting Kong Zimo. He hoped to be a Taoist couple with Kong Zimo, but unfortunately, he was always half a head below Kong Zimo in terms of sword Dao, and his dignity did not allow it. The lad is still young. So what if the dog is better than you? You have no idea the joy of being a dog. Jing Tianming, does he really have his heart set on Kong Zimo? But why do I see that Jing Tianming's face is so ugly? The young man in Kong Zimo's arms, with a smile on his face, was instead. It's as if he's mocking Jing Tianming. I realized. Jing Tianming because of that teenager, striving for wind and jealousy. I read Jing Tianming's lips. He said again, you and that little white boy. In the end, what is the relationship? Why does he get to be in your arms all the time and I don't? He's jealous, pure and simple. It's you who's jealous, isn't it? But then again, that teenage boy, who on earth is he? Kong Zimo. It seems to have been protecting him. Why are you protecting him? Who the hell is that teenager? Asked the Sword Mountain, already halfway up the mountain path. In Jing Tianming's eyes, killing intent surged. Kong Zimo, what kind of epilepsy are you committing again? This little bastard of unknown status, who isn't even a sword cultivator. You want to take him as your disciple? Kong Zimmer grinned. So what if you're not a sword cultivator? Just because you're not a sword cultivator now doesn't mean you can't become one in the future. You're too bleary-eyed to see it. But I'm sure that this young man, with his great talent, cultivating well, it will surely become a famous great sword immortal. Jing Tianming, his face turned blue and the corners of his eyes twitched. By the looks of it, it was already angry to the extreme. He flung his sleeve. Can't talk to you, dumbass. Are you hardly trying to shield him and carry him all the way to the top of the mountain? You. Jing Tianming wanted to say something else, but just then, questioning Sword Mountain, on a distant peak, howling and shrieking, Kong Zimo and Lin Yao, who was in her arms, looked up together. Only the cliff face of the questioning Sword Mountain was visible. A single ghostly shadow, climbing the rock wall, rapidly approached. Those shadows. Heck, it's an ape. Those apes and monkeys. Some of them carrying long swords. Some hold their swords in their mouths. There are a few more heads. Surprisingly, he stood on the sword and flew with it, straight at Lin Yao, Kong Zimo, Jing Tianming and the 3 of them. The faces of Kong Zimo and Jing Tianming changed in unison, especially Jing Tianming, who had just exchanged blows with a white ape. There was even a rare show of trepidation in his eyes. What's going on? How many apes is this? The ones on questioning Sword Mountain. Apes and monkeys. Are they all here? Have to retreat from here immediately. A similar shade appeared in Kong Zimo's eyes, but she still, the deadly protection of Lin Yao in his arms. There is no need to be afraid when the master is here. Lin Yao blinked his eyes twice. I'm not scared, but I wanted to tell you. As of now, The other sword cultivators who climbed questioning Sword Mountain should have all been stopped by the undead corpses halfway down the mountain. And these apes and monkeys on the Ask Sword Peak are called Nua face apes, do not belong to much advanced demonic beasts, but long lifespan, large number, good at imitation. Jing Tianming, glaring at Lin Yao. It's not for you to say such things. Lin Yao glanced at Jing Tianming and snorted. These exorcising apes, for many years, have been influenced by Li Chungang's sword intent. In their consciousness, they are no longer apes and monkeys. They see themselves as sword cultivators as well. As sword cultivators, their sense of offense, extremely high. As demonic beasts, their sense of territory, extremely strong. Any cultivator who sets foot in their territory will be targeted by them. Where are you going? And they chase them wherever they went. So there's no use running away. The only way for you to survive is to defeat all of these apes. The expressions of Kong Zimo and Jing Tianming all became grave. Kong Zimo exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. There's no choice. Hiking while fighting, she said as she did so. While raising his hand, he flung his fingers together. Her fingertips. Instantly, a long sword appeared that looked like it was made of ink. She then pushed her legs together. Holding Lin Yao with one hand, he leapt high into the air and raised his hand to fling it. A black ink-like sword chi flew out instantly, toward those apes, strangling. After the sword energy flew out, she twisted her head and walked away. Continue hiking. Jing Tianming also raised his hand to pinch a sword trick, and after flinging out a sword chi, gritting his teeth, he followed Kong Zimo. At the same time, he made a hoarse sound. Kong Zimo, why don't you get rid of the dragger in your arms? And Kong Zimmer, without looking back, my disciple, it's not a drag. Lin Yao and Kong Zimo's arms froze. He didn't expect Kong Zimo to say such words. This girl is really treating herself as his disciple. Kong Zimo was, at the moment, holding Lin Yao tighter and tighter. Crazy hiking. She wanted to get to the top of the peak before she was completely surrounded by those apes and monkeys. The wind was whistling. Lin Yao saw that the scenery around him was all flying away. The surrounding sword intent should be getting more and more severe. But Kong Zimo's speed, on the contrary, was getting faster and faster. All the apes that tried to intercept her, all by her fingertips, condensed ink-colored longsword, instantly strangled. There was not a single ape that was a single enemy of hers. 3 points of sword chi ghosts and gods were shocked. Lin Yao was in Kong Zimo's arms, and he couldn't even squint his eyes unconsciously. But just then, Lin Yao felt wet on his forehead. He raised his head, and only then did he see that blood fell from Kong Zimo's eyes and the corners of his mouth. The mountain path, already 4/5 of the way up, had been climbed by her, but for the remaining 1/5 of the mountain, she couldn't climb any higher. Because of the mountain road ahead, there sat an old ape. The old ape looked like a human being, sitting on his knees, with his rags still draped over him. And what was even more terrifying was that the old ape was holding a long sword in his arms. The ape was obviously just sitting there, but it was like a mote of sky. Inform all passersby that is closed to traffic ahead. Kong Zimo, at this moment, had to stop. Behind Kong Zimmer, who had likewise stopped in his tracks. There was also Jing Tianming, who was covered with bloodstains. He had long ago not cared whether his body was injured or not, and along the way, he was all about charging forward, which barely kept up with Kong Zimo's pace. And at this moment, Jing Tianming, looking at the old ape that blocked the way, his face changed dramatically. It's not the same as any of the previous apes. This old ape, what the hell is it? Kong Zimo also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Patriarch, in swordplay, at least it is the level of the Sword Dao Master, and the sword intent emanating from it is different from that of other apes. Thick, pure, chaotic. The killing intent is pure. Who is he? And just then, Lin Yao, who had been held in Kong Zimo's arms, raised his eyes. For so many years, Li Chungang is not the only sword cultivator who sits on the sword asking mountain. Between Li Chungang, there is another person, who has also sat on the road to ask the sword mountain. He is honored by posterity as the Sword Kuei Punisher God Sovereign. Jing Tianming, glaring at Lin Yao. What do you mean? Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. I mean, this old ape, age over 3,000 years old. He imitated not Li Chungang, but Sword Kuei Exorcist God Sovereign. It was also at this point that old ape raised its head and opened its eyes, revealing a pair of scarlet pupils. He looked up at Lin Yao, Kong Zimo, and Jing Tianming in front of him. With his sword in his pestle, he slowly rose to his feet and mouthed the words of a man. Gentlemen, this way is not possible. The old ape then let out another shrill laugh. What preaching? It's all that Li Chungang, cajoling you. That Li Chungang, who is himself dying. What is there to preach? As he hangs on to his last breath, never for any preaching. What that one-dimensional old piker is really up to, only he knows. And just then, Lin Yao frowned. He was going to find Li Chungang, and on his way, he was stopped by a monkey? Ha! Monkey, stop the road. When the monkeys that were on the mountain, watching themselves from afar, dared to stop their way? This old monkey, he doesn't recognize himself anymore. Then he himself let him remember. Let him remember that year, in the questioning Sword Mountain, by the Sword Kui punishment of the immortal divine monarch, the fear of domination. He raised his hand at this moment and slapped Kong Zimo's backside. Don't be afraid. Keep charging. Go to Li Chungang. He then flipped his wrist, and a pitch-black long sword appeared in his hand. That is the long sword. All dead, and immediately let out a sword roar. The tip of the long sword was now aimed at the ape. Get out! That old monkey was first stunned. Then it instantly exploded, the hairs on its entire body towering up at the roots. Let out a heartbreaking scream. Chapter 91. Come on, give me the sword. I'll show you the real sword. Kui Immortal Punisher God's Pay Sword. The old ape's cry rips. The old ape that was previously killing intent turned around and ran at this moment. The long sword he had been holding in his arms fell to the ground. The most stable thing for a sword cultivator is his hand, especially the hand that holds the sword. The ape in front of him, although it is not a human being, it is a real sword cultivator, and the sword intent emanating from its body. It has reached the level of a great master, and no matter what happens, it should not drop the sword in its hand. But this old ape in front of me, not only threw away the long sword in his hand, but also a few swiftly, just jumped to the steep cliff wall next to. A few short breaths later, that old ape, directly out of sight, only the one in front of Lin Yao and the others, the long sword left on the ground, representing that old ape. It was once real. Kong Zimo looked in front of him, the old ape, the long sword left on the ground. There was also Lin Yao, who was holding his thin waist with one hand and a pitch-black longsword with the other. Unbelievably, she blinked her big watery eyes twice. Jing Tianming on the side, more unbelievable open mouth. Let the cold wind on the mountain, blow into his mouth. A good long while later, only then did Jing Tianming turn his head and look at Lin Yao, who was still hugging Kong Zimo, his voice hoarse. Kid, what did you do? Why did that old ape run away? Who the hell are you? Lin Yao ignored Jing Tianming's questioning. He just narrowed his eyes, looking in the direction the old ape fled. Sure enough, it's the monkey that has been living on the questioning Sword Mountain since 3,000 years ago. Still remembers me. Lin Yao unconsciously remembered that year. He himself was on the mountain of the questioning sword, carrying the long sword that Li Chungang practiced with. Every time he took Li Chungang to practice his sword, not far away, on the cliffs, or in the old trees, there are always a few monkeys that, eyes shining brightly looking at the two of them. After watching for a long time, he would also begin to imitate the actions of the two, until one day, Lin Yao unexpectedly realized that those monkeys' eyes grew brighter and brighter, and their bodies carried a hint of what appeared to be a sword rhythm. This group of apes and monkeys, surprisingly, imitated and learned a few points of the sword way that they had originally passed on to Li Chungang. After finding out about it, at the first opportunity, Lin Yao began to capture the monkeys on the mountain. He caught those monkeys one by one. Let them be Li Chungang's chaperones. The monkeys on the mountain tried to resist at first, and they even united, want to confront Lin Yao, but the result of the confrontation was that the leader of this group of monkeys was killed by Lin Yao with a single stroke of his sword. Afterwards, the monkey skin was peeled off and the monkey skin was hung on Ask Sword Mountain, on the tree at the top of the mountain. The monkeys, after that, were much more honest. Occasionally, a few thorns appeared, and Lin Yao was able to cut them down with his sword. He even dragged Li Chungang, at the top of the questioning Sword Mountain, in front of the group of monkeys that, after eating monkey brain hot pot, this group of monkeys, they are completely honest. The wild monkeys in the mountains are better behaved than the dogs in the countryside. So many years have passed, he didn't expect it either. On questioning Sword Mountain, there were even monkeys from back then. Lin Yao shook his head inside, and just then, Jing Tianming, who had been ignored, couldn't hold back and rushed over. Kid, I'm asking you, who the hell are you? And that sword in your hand, what kind of sword is that? Where did you get this sword? Lin Yao finally turned back at this time. His hand was still wrapped around Kong Zimo's waist. He looked at Jing Tianming, whose face was covered in blood, and didn't say anything. Just a pinch on Kong Zimmer's waist. Kong Zimo blinked twice. Two blushes appeared on that face that resembled a young girl's, but she glanced at Lin Yao's eyes and quickly realized something. She immediately turned back and glared at Jing Tianming. My disciple's personal and private information. Why should I tell you? Jing Tianming, I was polite to you before, but you stretched your hand a little too far. Jing Tianming was stunned at first. He then looked at the two who, even now, were still clinging to each other in a hug. The forehead was rippling with veins. Kong Zimmer, you're so epileptic. This little bastard, acting strangely and coming from an unknown direction. Can't you see? You trust him that much? Where, exactly, is he so worthy of your trust? Do you want to take him as a disciple, or do you have your eye on him? You don't really fancy him, do you? Kong Zimo. Sword cultivators are most wary of being emotional. You're in the critical period of honing your sword Dao, and getting emotional will ruin it. This asshole looks like a dude who hangs out in the land of the wind and the moon. What the hell do you see in this little white boy? Just because he's young, rich, from a good family, and has a lot of cards on the table? Lin Yao raised his eyebrows slightly at this moment. Jing Tianming, it seemed, was scolding him, but strangely enough, he didn't feel angry at all. It even feels like the joy of being the Phantom King of 1,000 Faces has returned. And Kong Zimo, in his eyes, showed impatience. Jing Tianming, almost got it. What's between us, master and disciple? You outsider, keep out of it. Why do I need to explain to you what I do? The road to the mountains is still a ways away. Let's just see who can get to the top first. Jing Tianming froze as he wanted to say something else, but Kong Zimo, already holding Lin Yao, twisted his head and headed straight for the mountain. Jing Tianming, dumbstruck, and what angered him even more was that he saw, affixed to Kong Zimmer's shoulder, the Lin Yao's disdainful look. This look almost drove Jing Tianming crazy. Gigolo, this little bastard is definitely a white boy. Kong Zimo, you've been compelled by this little white boy, and in the meantime, distance from the questioning Sword Mountain, some drastic, major treasure ship, floating in the sky. On the treasure ship, suspended one by one, all emanated hoarse sounds. Did that old ape just escape? How could it? I've investigated before, and on Ask the Sword Mountain. There's a 1,000-year-old ape that imitates the sword path of the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher. Sword art to the end. Even if the 10th mirror of the shattered diamond feathering of the mighty cultivator, on the mountain of the questioning sword, it is difficult to have a full grasp. Why would a demonic beast of this level that can outperform these old apes fall away? Who recognizes the sword in the hand of the green-shirted dead man? It's all dead. Back then, at the Great Wall, General Tianzi, one of the swords of the Sword Kui Immortal Execution God Sovereign, are all dead, and all the ancient sages are all dead. Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch? A dead soldier. Why would he be holding the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch's sword from back then? The Great Zhou Dynasty. How much blood has been put into this dead soldier? Again, this little bastard is not at all a dead soldier sent out by my Great Zhou. My Great Zhou, from the beginning to the end, no dead soldiers have been sent to the Great Wall, and the former great general of our Great Zhou, being in revolt, His Majesty and the court, already burnt out. How could they have any extra mind to calculate the questioning Sword Mountain? All things are possible, and if we cannot investigate the true identity of this dead man, it will only be possible to deal with him as a dead soldier of your Great Zhou Dynasty. Seeing that, you old foxes, you just made up your mind to make my Great Zhou Dynasty, carrying a black pot. I'm going to take you all, one by one, to heaven, the other side. Human Pass, outside the Guan captain's residence, in front of that huge water mirror, the crowd was boisterous. Gigolo, iron gigolo no doubt. Just now Kong Zimo all stood still and his hand is still glued to Kong Zimo's waist. He just won't let go. Kong Zimo, the mighty sword cultivator. Let him hold him like this, the two of them. It's not easy, but that little white guy, I guess he has some skills too. That old ape was scared away by him. Scared away by him? My ass. Clearly scared away by the sword in his hand. Family, dude, it's not uncommon to have a few powerful treasures in your hand. Not to mention, isn't it speculated that this kid is a son of the royal family? A son of the royal family? Then everything makes sense. He was planted into the Great Wall of Wanye by the royal family. All General Deng, before crying bitterly, called him a great general. General Deng then shed all the tears of aggression. A son of the royal family, who took two beautiful concubines on a tour of the Human Pass, and left great General Deng on his knees, crying and wailing, climbing the Question Sword Mountain and being held by the first female sword fairy in the world of Tsangming Kong Zimo all the way to the top of the mountain. This life is really good. God, I will never call you God again. You didn't treat me like a grandson at all. Jade Gate Pass, in front of the water mirror of the Guan lieutenant's residence. Those monks, speaking. Surprisingly, some people started choking up and speaking with a sobbing voice, and asked the Sword Mountain. Kong Zimo, holding Lin Yao, was ascending the last part of the mountain. The sword intent that permeates the mountain road at this time is getting sharper and sharper. That terrifying sword intent was already visible to the naked eye. The mountain road ahead had turned a dark red color, the road was shrouded in a dark red wind. The wind whistles and keeps blowing. Around it seems to be able to easily cut off the flesh and blood on the human body. Just the sound of the wind gives you the creeps. And what's even more frightening is that this kind of sword intent can only be counteracted with sword intent counteracted. This place, only sword cultivators were qualified to step through. Kong Zimo hugged Lin Yao and continued to walk forward. Her pace was already slow. Lin Yao saw the black robe on her body, which was cut, revealing her white skin. But soon, that white skin was then bloodied by the wind. The black robe that enveloped her body was, soon, soaked with blood. Lin Yao's brows furrowed, because he realized that as Kong Zimo's body was being cut by the sword intent on the mountain path, being protected by Kong Zimo, in his arms, he was unharmed. This represents Kong Zimo, assigning most of his own sword intent to himself. Use it to shield yourself. And just then, behind Kong Zimo, two figures actually appeared. Those two figures, approaching at extreme speed. He soon caught up with Kong Zimo, who was holding Lin Yao and climbing with his head down. One of those two silhouettes was none other than Jing Tianming. The other, on the other hand, was a burly man with a tall body. The burly man, with a country face and a broadsword on his back. The burly man, looking at Kong Zimo, whose blood stained his black robe, quickly caught up with Kong Zimo, and the burly man frowned as he was about to cross her. Confucius Inc., are you really upside down? What the hell are you holding? Kong Zimmer glanced to the side. Stunner. Old guy, I didn't get to see you all the way. I thought something had happened to you. What I'm holding, it's my disciple. I said I'm going to show him the top of the mountain. The pugilistic man, his eyes widened. Where do you think this place is? This is Questioning Sword Mountain. And the one sitting at the top of Questioning Sword Mountain is Tsunhai Mingwang, the leader of the Sword Dao since the Sword Leader Immortal Punisher Divine Monarch. Li Chungang, we are to meet the known, still surviving, strongest of the contemporary Sword Dao. How dare you want to hold a little white boy from the Foundation Establishment realm to meet Li Chungang? Most of the sword intent in your body is protecting this little brat. At this rate, you won't reach the top of the mountain. Kong Zimo, you'll die on this mountain path. Kong Zimmer lifted his head and grinned. Her mouth was full of blood, but she smiled radiantly. No, I will not die here. Gai Ding Yun, watch, I will definitely bring my disciples and arrive at the top of the mountain. At this moment, Kong Zimo's eyes cracked and tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Gai Gingyun looked at Kong Zimo and let out an exasperated cold snort. He fluttered his sleeve. He directly surpassed Kong Zimo and climbed towards the mountain path. Jing Tianming, too, caught up at that moment. He gave Kong Zimo a deep look. Nothing more was said. It just swept past Kong Zimo. And Kong Zimo, holding Lin Yao, continued to hobble forward. Lin Yao looked at Kong Zimo, whose face was covered in blood, and frowned. Are you really going to hold me like this and walk to the top of the mountain? At the corner of Kong Zimo's mouth, blood continued to flow out. I promised you something, so naturally I have to do it. When I say I'm going to take you to the top of the mountain, I'm going to take you to the top of the mountain. I know you come from a remarkable background, and that sword you carried in your hand just now, it should be the sword Kui Punisher Divine Sovereign Saber. Right. Lin Yao glanced at Kong Zimo unexpectedly. Kong Zimo hemmed and hawed and laughed dryly twice. I told you before, my natal sword, the Ink Ruler, is also the sword Kui Punisher Divine Monarch. Once a saber, in that you just took that sword out. When I took it from the top, I felt a similar aura to the Ink Ruler. After I was in the realm of transformation and had been identified by the Sect Master as having a talent for the way of the sword, only then was he given an Ink Ruler. And you, with nothing more than a Foundation Establishment realm cultivation, not even a sword cultivator, can possess the sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Monarch, a sword once used. Honestly, I don't even dare to think about your life in detail, but I still want to take you as my apprentice. I have a strong hunch that if you could wield a sword, there's no chance that his future achievements will surpass Li Chungang. Infinitely closer. Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch. Kong Zimo glanced at Lin Yao. I'm not kidding you. I'm very intuitive. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. But how are you going to take me to the top of the mountain when you yourself are at the end of your rope? Kong Zimmer grinned again. I am indeed running out of gas now. But that's if I don't have a sword. My sword is not far from me. I have seen my sword. Kong Zimo, at this moment, had one hand wrapped around Lin Yao, and one hand suddenly stretched out. Sword come. A heavy sword sound suddenly resounded through this mountain path. This was followed by the sound of shattering iron and stone. A broad-bladed iron sword as black as ink flew violently. It landed on Kong Zimo's hand. Kong Zimo, who was still looking shriveled up, like he was about to run out of gas, the eyes immediately appeared with a refined light, her own aura and sword intent. Immediately after she gripped the long, black ink sword, it climbed and it quickly climbed to her true peak. She held Lin Yao with one hand, and with the other, she raised her sword and swung it. Lin Yao saw it clearly. Ahead, a crack immediately appeared in the mountain path that was shrouded in scarlet sword intent, and in the crack, what appeared was the normal mountain path that wasn't shrouded in sword intent. Kong Zimo, holding Lin Yao in his arms, immediately jumped into that normal mountain road and traveled quickly. Of course, this crack is also rapidly healing. The red sword intent, almost instantly, just refill this crack. As for Kong Zimo, by this time, he had already swung his sword again. Another crack was cut out. After skimming over the cracks a couple times, Lin Yao saw Gai Changyun and Jing Tianming again. As for Kong Zimo, holding Lin Yao in his arms, a few dodges and he overtook those two. Once again, she hugged Lin Yao and returned to the first position. Gai Gingyun and Jing Tianming both sucked in a breath of cold air. Only Lin Yao, who was being held by Kong Zimo, frowned. He found, Kong Zimo, the cracks chopped out are getting smaller and smaller, and the sword intent on the mountain path was getting thicker and thicker. At this point, it was only 800 meters from the top of the mountain. The mountain road had gone scarlet, red as far as the eye can see. Kong Zimo let out a deep breath and slashed his sword again with force. But this time the crack that split out was only the size of a thumb and healed in an instant. Kong Zimo's face began to look grave. The sword intent is so thick that it makes me feel like I'm deep in a swamp. Is this the sword intent of Senior Li Chungang? Another crack must be cleaved. Otherwise it will be impossible to ascend to the top of the mountain. Kong Zimo murmured in a low voice while trying to raise his hand to slash his sword again. But her hands couldn't stop shaking at this point. Lin Yao saw that her hands were also covered in scars. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. That's not how the ink ruler works. This ink ruler sword, it doesn't even really recognize you yet. Kong Zimo unexpectedly glanced at Lin Yao. How did you know? I told you that you definitely have a talent when it comes to the way of the sword. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow, looked deeply at Kong Zimo, then he raised his hand. Come, let me show you what the real ink ruler sword is. What is the real? The sword of the sword Kui Immortal Punisher God Sovereign. Chapter 92. Whose sword are you? Such a sword sound. You've never made in my hands. Inside the human pass. Captain Guan's residence. In front of that huge water mirror. The atmosphere at the moment is heavy. All the cultivators in front of the water mirror stared at it with their full attention. Kong Zimo, now, is the closest cultivator to the top of the mountain, and I knew that the first one to see Li Chungang must be Kong Zimo. If she hadn't been holding that drag queen, the little white boy, she wouldn't have made it to the top by now. What in the world is so good about that little white boy that Kong Zimo is so protective? But I see that Kong Zimo is now also at the end of his strength. This last stretch of mountain road, the sword chi is as thick as a quagmire. Elder Li Chungang, do you really want someone to reach the top? Li Chungang Senior's thoughts are not something we can speculate on. Just look at Kong Zimo, Gai Jingyun, Jing Tianming, the three of them. Who will reach the top first? The other sword cultivators at the bottom of the mountain. They also all climbed over the halfway point one after another, and took back their own swords. It's just that many sword cultivators, they all died in the hands of those undead corpses. This pilgrimage of sword cultivators is still cruel. Kong Zimo, although he's been leading, Gai Dingyun and Jing Tianming, will soon catch up. If Kong Zimo still refused to let go of that little white boy in her arms, she guessed she wasn't qualified. And be the first to stand before Li Chungang. Yeah, look, Confucius Inc. And there's no way to move on. Can't understand it. What's so great about that little white boy that she keeps hugging her like that? My mom hasn't even hugged me like that. And on the mountain path of Ask the Sword Mountain, Kong Zimo looked at Lin Yao. What are you going to do? The ink ruler is not the same as that sword you're holding. The sword spirit of the ink ruler, which has a fierce nature and doesn't like to be touched by others, was previously within the clan. There was a disciple who, accidentally, touched the ink ruler, and was burned by it, and his meridians were broken. The hand is directly wasted. Don't you do anything stupid. As your master, I'm responsible for you. Lin Yao frowned and glared at Kong Zimo. If you keep pushing so hard, you'll really be surpassed by Gai Gingyun and Jing Tianming in a while. You'd be fine if you were one. The mountain path ahead can be walked over by relying on the ink ruler in one's own physique. But you're carrying a me. If you can't cut through the mountain path ahead of you, the pervasive sword energy, neither of us will make it to the top of the mountain. Of course, you have another option. And that is to abandon me and meet Li Chungang on your own. Kong Zimo took a deep breath. How could the master do that? Lin Yao glared at Kong Zimo. Since you must take me to the top of the mountain, come here. Hold the sword with me. You mouth off, clamoring to take me as a disciple. But the fact is, you treat me at all nothing. This time, it didn't wait for Kong Zimo to react. Lin Yao encircled Kong Zimo's thin waist while reaching out and taking Kong Zimo's hand in one hand. The hilt of the ink ruler. Kong Zimo hadn't reacted yet. She suddenly realized. The ink ruler in her hand actually began to tremble. That's right, just trembling. This trembling is not due to bad emotions such as anger, impatience, or disgust. This trembling is more like excitement. But why is the ink ruler excited? The ink ruler had been in his own hands for hundreds of years. Over the past few hundred years, he and the ink ruler have been together night and day. But the ink ruler has never been so excited in his own hands. Never. Kong Zimmer couldn't figure it out. But the next second, something that shocked her even more happened. The ink ruler held by her and Lin Yao together, at this moment, issued a loud and clear sword sound. The sword's roar was like a low dragon's roar that was a sword's roar that Kong Zimo, before, had never heard before. The moment, she and Lin Yao were physically close to each other, sharing a long sword. The two of them looked like a Taoist couple whose intentions were united. Meanwhile, Lin Yao's voice rang in Kong Zimo's ears. Raise your sword. Kong Zimo's body trembled. She gripped her sword and raised the long sword in her hand with Lin Yao. Ink ruler. The sound of the sword that came out was like a dragon's roar. And this dragon's sound, more and more high-pitched. Kong Zimo, think. At this moment ink ruler excited. It seems to be detaching itself from its own hands. For the first time, she even saw the ink ruler sword. Feeling a surge of boredom. With myself. It was as if it had found its true master and didn't need itself anymore. It even hated to break with itself, to come to its original master. Express your fidelity. Kong Zimo's eyes, full of incomprehension. Whose sword are you in the end? And just then, Kong Zimo heard Lin Yao's voice again. Take all the sword intent in you and infuse it into the ink ruler. Kong Zimo's face changed. But if that happens, there won't be any extra sword intent to protect you. You're only in the foundation establishment realm, and you're not a sword cultivator. So in a moment, you'll be caught by the sword intent of this place. Strangled into mincemeat. Lin Yao just snorted at his words. Don't worry about me. Didn't you guess that I, of all people, came from a wealthy background? Then you should believe that I have what it takes to stay alive. The only thing you have to do now is cooperate with me. Kong Zimo frowned slightly. She couldn't stop murmuring. It is clearly me who wants to take you as a disciple. How come you keep educating me? It's just a matter of, it's okay. It's not easy to meet a good disciple in this world. It's all about masters looking for disciples. Let the disciple be arrogant. Who made me his master teacher? A master teacher like me is really rare. Kong Zimo shook his head, but still put his own sword intent that. All of them were injected into the ink ruler sword in his hand. The ink ruler sword, at this moment, spread the sound of the sword's fame. The louder and louder it became. And with that, the ink ruler sword's sword intent elevated. The sword intent that was protecting the area around Lin Yao's body was becoming less and less. This moment, finally a wind blew into Lin Yao's face. Just a little blow. A wound appeared on Lin Yao's face. This wind, if it were a little stronger, it could easily scrape the flesh off Lin Yao's face. Lin Yao felt the pain on his face. Instead, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly in a grim smile. He looked up at the inked ruler sword. Give me, cut open this heaven and earth. At this moment, Kong Zimo, feeling the sword intent within his body, uncontrollably surged to the ink ruler sword in his hand. At this moment, the ink ruler, surprisingly, was directly extracting the sword intent in his own body. On the ink ruler sword, a ghostly light flickered. A sword cut followed. The ghostly light on the ink ruler sword instantly exploded. Where the ink ruler crosses, it was as if someone had thrown a line of ink into the air. The splash of ink that crushed the red of the mountain road in front of him. Inch by inch, a crack without scarlet sword intent was cut out by the ink ruler. The crack, which stretched for 800 meters, went straight to the top of the mountain. Kong Zimo looked at the crack in front of him in shock. And at that moment, Lin Yao's voice fell into her ears. The top of the mountain is just around the corner. Don't go yet. Kong Zimo couldn't think about it in time. She hugged Lin Yao and rushed straight to the top of the mountain. Behind the two, Gai Dingyun and Jing Tianming looked dumbfounded. 800 meters. It flashed by as Kong Zimmer sped by. Lin Yao only felt the blistering wind on his face. When everything calms down, Lin Yao had been carried by Kong Zimo in his arms and stood at the top of the mountain. There was a vast expanse of sky, clouds in front of us, all below the tops of the mountains. and on top of this vast mountain, there was only one lone pine, and thatched cottages under pines and cypresses. Kong Zimo, who had been drained of all his sword intent by that sword just now, was pale at this moment. Still, she looked at the thatched cottage in the distance. The body couldn't stop shaking. Contemporary Sword Dao leader. The first person of the Sword Dao after the disappearance of the Sword Leader Immortal Punisher Divine Monarch, Li Gang. It's in that thatched cottage. Chapter 93, Flying Light Frying Human Life. I will break the jade platform, eat the true immortals, chop the dragon's feet, chew the dragon's flesh. Kong Zimo's gaze fell on the thatched cottage under the pines and cypresses. She was breathing uncontrollably, though she had long been psychologized. When the sight of the thatched hut, she could still feel her heart beating, accelerating, like it was going to jump out of her chest. Bang, bang, bang. She kept taking deep breaths. It took a good deal of effort to calm himself slightly. She then turned her head to look at the green-shirted teenage boy to the side. Her ink ruler sword, at this time, had already fallen into the hands of the young man in green. The ink ruler, at this point, is still emanating a buzz. It was the sound of a pleasurable sword chime. Kong Zimo hesitated for a moment, but still pressed on. Why? Why is the ink ruler so joyful in your hands? It's as if it's your sword. It's never been so exciting in my hands. Lin Yao glanced back at Kong Zimo. He opened his mouth just to say something. However, he saw Kong Zimo's eyes suddenly flashing with essence. I got it. You are gifted. Ink ruler recognizes you far more than even I do. I told you. My vision can't be wrong. Your family's elders. How on earth did they train you to not let you become a sword cultivator? The first time you held a sword when you were young, you should have had a premonition. Lin Yao frowned slightly. What hunch? Kong Zimo raised his hand and patted Lin Yao's shoulder. You should just have a premonition that you will, in the future, be that Sword Dao leader, the first in the Songhai world. Lin Yao blinked twice. He held up the ink ruler in his hand. This sword is actually, but Lin Yao's words had not yet fallen. Kong Zimo had already raised his hand and grabbed Lin Yao's wrist. It's okay. You can hold the ink ruler for now. You follow your master's sword practice well. Everything for the master will be yours from now on, including this ink ruler. Lin Yao didn't know what to say at this point. God damn it. The ink ruler was originally his. Lin Yao let out a deep breath and just wanted to speak. But just then, Lin Yao heard, behind him, the pattering. Two figures. At that moment, it rushed up from the mountain pass below. The two figures, almost in no particular order, ascended to the top of the mountain in unison. It was Jing Tianming, who was covered in blood, and Gai Dingyun, who was covered in wounds. At this moment, Gai Changyun, with a complicated face, looked at Kong Zimo. Unexpected. First one to the top is still you, holding a dagger and still being the first to reach the top of the mountain. Kong Zimo, in the way of the sword. You're more than half a head taller than me. But, how far one can go in the path of the sword does not depend on the moment. When we meet the generation of Li Gang, then we'll see you and me, in the path of the sword. How many steps can each one march? Jing Tianming was on the side, looking at Kong Zimo slyly. This time there were no words. Kong Zimo, on the other hand, smiled sagely at this point. She grabbed Lin Yao's wrist, yanked Lin Yao forward. You don't have to compete with me. It wasn't me who was the first to reach the top of this mountain either. Gai Qingyun's face changed. He glanced at Kong Zimo, then glanced with a grimace at being Kong Zimo. Push Lin Yao in front of him. What do you mean? What do you mean you pushed this little punk? Out front? You mean to say, first to the top of the mountain. One who suppressed Jing Tianming and I head to head is this kid? Jing Tianming's eyes twitched out of the corner of his eyes at this time as well. He finally pressed on at this point and opened his mouth. You are insulting both of us? He had a hard time getting that out. As he speaks, bloodstains hollered from his mouth. It should have been when he was just hiking by the sword energy on the mountain, churning out tongues. Gai Changyun and Jing Tianming, their faces were one grimmer than the other. Kong Zimmer, however, had a radiant smile. I know this is something that the two of you find difficult to accept, but you should know that as well. I, for one, have never told a lie. You two can't see his natural talent right now, and all I can say is, the two of you have practiced your swords for so many years for nothing. Gai Jingyun's eyes widened. Talent? What natural talent? He is not even a sword cultivator. He's got some kind of natural talent. It wasn't you who held him all the way. He can get to the top of the mountain. Then Gai Jingyun looked like he had thought of something. You girl, won't be springing for this kid, right? You, Songhai World, the first female sword fairy of the young generation. Looking at a little white boy who's only in the foundation establishment realm? Kong Zimo, I think you've been practicing your sword for so many years for nothing. Immediately afterward, Gai Chengyun turned his head towards Lin Yao, glaring angrily. You kid, what have you done to Kong Zimo? Did she put a compulsion on her? You little white boy, your nasty mind is written all over your face. Lin Yao frowned slightly, but this time without waiting for him to speak. Kong Zimo already had a heavy face and stopped in front of Lin Yao. Gai Dingyun, the last time I knocked you out of the sky and you fell into a pigsty. Pig feces got into your mouth. For so long, and that stinking mouth of yours, you still haven't washed it clean? It's fine for you to insult me. Why do you insult my innocent beloved disciple? Behind Kong Zimmer, Lin Yao carried his hands behind his back and slightly raised his chin. He's got this stance. It made Gai Jingyun's face even more gloomy, and killing intent surged in his eyes. For a moment, the summit of Questioning Sword Mountain, the atmosphere was tense with saber rattling, and the other side, not far away, numerous flying boats floated in the sky. The water mirrors on those flying boats finally calmed down at this time. From the water mirror, the voice that came out also finally regained its original majesty. Kong Zimo, Gai Dingyun, Jing Tianming, and that dead man, all have topped Li Chun Gang to come out. After so many years, I can finally catch a glimpse of this sword god once again. What about the real identity of that dead man? Hasn't it been found out yet? My Northern Ways Qintian supervisor, in order to investigate the true identity of this little bastard, diviner and divination, has died more than half. Cannot continue. This dead soldiers, in the end, what is the person? Great Zhou's royal family. You still won't give us an explanation? What explanation? It's all been said that this teenager was not sent out by my Great Zhou. I, Da Zhou, want to investigate the identity of this dead soldier more than anyone else. The Qin Tian supervisors of the Zhou dynasty, diviner and diviner are all dead. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qing Tian. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qing Tian. Human Pass, Guan Dui's residence, in front of the water mirror. At the moment, it was once again crowded. Senior Li Chun Gang, isn't he coming out? I also don't know which of these three will receive most of Senior Li Chun Gang's inheritance. I think it has to be Kong Zimo. She deserves it. The first one to reach the top of the mountain, and with a little white boy in his arms. Hey, I was at the gambling house before, but I put my entire fortune on Kong Zimo. I knew that this great Qin female sword immortal will never let me down. This time can be considered rich. You have a good eye and good luck, but you still can't beat that little white. Oh, how can that little white man's life be so good? But, what I saw, how is that little white boy? Then Kong Zimo, a step earlier, a step to the top of the mountain? What do you mean? You don't think that elderly Chun Gang will take the sword Dao inheritance and pass it on to that little white boy? How is that possible? Elderly Chun Gang is not blind, that little white boy, but by Kong Zimo, all the way to hold, reported to the top of the mountain. This kind of person, who will admit that he's the first sword cultivator to set foot on the top of the mountain? Someone admits it. There are people inside the Human Pass who recognize. Within the Jade Gate Pass, there are still such fools. Who is it? Report his name. Let's all have fun. Inside the Jade Gate Pass, all the gambling houses have established that the first person to climb to the top of the Ask Sword Mountain, surname Lin, single name a Yao character, which is the name of that little white boy. A short silence suddenly fell in front of the water mirror. The crowd then boiled over. Shady. This is definitely shady. Who would be in a gambling house that, betting on a little white boy who's only in the foundation establishment realm? The first is not Kong Zimo. The first is the little white boy. Then the old man has worked so hard for so many years. Accumulated spirit jades? Asterisk in Kong Zimmer. Gigolo. There is also the boss of the Jade Gate Pass gambling house. They are all in cahoots. Li Chun Gang is not likely to be in cahoots with them as well. This group of, thinking of the spiritual jade in my storage bag. This matter can't just be left alone. Go to the gambling house and get the spirit jade back. But just as the cultivators in front of the water mirror, the group was excited. Inside the water mirror, ask the sword mountain, the top of the mountain. Suddenly there was a gale. The gust of wind even swept the clouds that, before, had been flattened by the sword intent, back to the top of Questioning Sword Mountain. This moment at the top of Questioning Sword Mountain, the wind rises. Above the summit of Questioning Sword Mountain, Jing Tianming, who was covered in blood, immediately straightened his messy clothes. He then glared at Kong Zimo and Gai Xingyun. The voice was hoarse as he forced back the sharp pain in his mouth. Both of you, don't go on with your insolence. Senior Li Chun Gang is coming out. Gai Chengyun immediately turned his head at his words. He also began to straighten his shirt, and then straightened his spine. Kong Zimmer also looked back. She wiped the blood from her face and then pulled on Lin Yao's wrist, toward the bottom of the thatched roof. A few steps. Loved by. Come, quickly join Master and welcome Senior Li Chungang. Although you weren't a sword cultivator before, you must have heard of Li Chungang. When Senior Li Chungang comes out in a while, don't hesitate. Just kneel down. He is the white moon that guides us on the road of my Songhai world. Sword cultivation. And sword repair. Songhai Ming world. All the sword cultivators, kneeling and worshipping him is appropriate. None of them are ashamed. Lin Yao tilted his head at the moment and looked at Kong Zimo. Kneeling to Li Chungang? Kong Zimmer nodded. Exactly. Regardless of which dynasty's royal son you are from under the Songhai world, kneeling down to worship Li Chungang. It is all in accordance with the etiquette. Don't think too much about it, for the teacher will also kneel with you. Lin Yao's expression grew weirder and weirder. And just then, on the summit of Questioning Sword Mountain, the wind is blowing harder and harder. That lone pine, suddenly swaying. The thatched roof also began to shake. The gale swept up the triple thatch. Russian winds set clouding color. An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped the mountaintop. Kong Zimo, Gai Xingyun, and Jing Tianming only felt their entire bodies shaking with sweat. The heavens and earth looked like they were shaking up and down. And in the meantime, they heard, from within that thatched hut, a long sigh. Flying light, flying light. I don't know, the green sky is high. The yellow ground is thick. I only see the moon is cold and the sun is warm. Come and fry the life of a man. The sword comes. With that sigh, the sword intent that had previously shrouded the Questioning Sword Mountain began to roll back like the wind. From the lowest level of the Questioning Sword Mountain, they began to gather towards the top of the mountain. Wherever the sword wind passed, the sword intent that had previously been dispersed on Questioning Sword Mountain, everywhere, was wrapped up and take away. The unwilling sword intent from the body of the undead corpse that was blocked by the undead corpse and strewn across the wilderness was swept away by that sword wind. The indignant sword intent scattered from the cultivators who were still fighting and killing the undead corpses was also swept away by that sword wind, scattered all over the mountainous terrain. The unwilling sword intent, also carried up by the sword wind, carried to the top of the mountain. After that sword wind whipped through, the undead corpses scattered all over Questioning Sword Mountain also looked as if they had received some kind of order. The flying speed faded away from the mountain of questioning swords, and those sword cultivators who were blown by the sword wind. Then he looked up blankly at the sky. They felt like something in them was being drawn and borrowed away, but at the same time, a ghostly voice echoed in their minds. Double it later. Those sword cultivators, it seemed, realized something. After the wind of the sword whipped through, the sword intent that enveloped Questioning Sword Mountain also dissipated. So those sword cultivators looked at each other. Then they all rode the wind and went straight to the top of the mountain. They were in the wind, hissing at each other. The voice just now was, "It's Senior Li Chungang. Can't be wrong. I feel as if something has been drawn and borrowed away from my body. Could it be? It's sword intent." On Questioning Sword Mountain, the monstrous sword intent of over 3 million sword cultivators is converging towards the top of the mountain. Why does Senior Li Chungang want to borrow our sword intent? I don't know, but I can find out by ascending to the top of the mountain. But, having been lent a sword by Elder Li Chungang, it's an honor for us. The sword wind, still reeling upwards. The further upwards one went, the more dense and pure the sword wind became. In the end, the shadow of the sword blade could be seen in that wind. The entire Questioning Sword Mountain, at this moment, also began to shake, like it's going to rise up out of the ground and go straight up into the sky. That sword wind continued upwards, roll over the top of the mountain. It blew past Kong Zimo, Gai Dingyun, and Jing Tianming. Their bodies trembled. The sword intent in them was similarly drawn and borrowed. They likewise heard the ghostly voice. Gai Changyun directly knelt on the ground. "Elder, you are going to." Jing Tianming, his face was pale. The body took a few uncontrollable steps backward. Only Kong Zimo looked fairly normal. She grabbed Lin Yao's wrist in a death grip and shielded him behind her. And in the meantime, that hut, hissing again. In the east of the sky there is a jade platform, on which is human white meat, and under which is placed a candle-carrying dragon. The dragon swallowed the 5 lakes and the sea. I will break the jade platform, eat the true immortals, and abandon the white meat, and the light of the sword will rise in all directions, so that the gods will be shocked and the ghosts will jump, and I will cut off the feet of the dragon, and chew on the flesh of the dragon, so that they may not return in the morning and may not be ambushed at night. The old shall not die, and the young shall not cry. Sword come, sword come. At this moment, the sword winds that swept across the entire Questioning Sword Mountain all converged within the hut. That cottage, instantly split into pieces. Lin Yao, who was protected by Kong Zimo, on the other hand, his gaze lit up. He knows, Li Chungang, to chop out that sword. A sword to chop the sky. A sword to the sky to take revenge. This sword. For himself and for his master. He wants his master to see. The sword that he has sharpened over the past 3,000 years. Chapter 94, A Sword Opens the Heavenly Gate. Sword chopping the white jade platform, AI's disciple walks toward Li Chungang. Wind. Gale. Indescribably gusty. Sweeping across the entire Questioning Sword Mountain. On Questioning Sword Mountain, all the sword intent, at this moment, was condensed within that thatched hut. More than just the wind. And the sword. A handful of long swords also all converged towards the thatched cottage at the top of the mountain. Those long swords that didn't have time to be retrieved by the sword cultivators flew into the sky on their own. Those long swords that had already been retrieved by the sword cultivators also disengaged from their hands and flew back up into the sky. On top of the mountain, it had been Jing Tianming and Gai Dingyun. The famous swords Ask the Sky and the Absolute World, which were retrieved, also flew out from their backs and palms, heading straight into the air. Only Kong Zimo's ink ruler was still firmly held in Lin Yao's hand. At the top of the Questioning Sword Mountain, those densely packed flying swords were first in the sky, circling in a vortex. But soon, a thatch, borrowing from the gusty winds at the top of the mountain, suddenly it flew up into the sky. A good wind sent me up to the clouds. The thatch, crumbling straight, like a sheathed sword, that thatch, flew to the center of the circling million flying swords, those hovering flying swords. Suddenly there was a flurry of activity. All the flying swords followed. It's like being infused with a soul. They stopped circling and started arranging themselves in a regular pattern, combining. In an instant, on the Questioning Sword Mountain, a long sword appeared, almost as tall as the Questioning Sword Mountain. Long sword, straight into the sky. It's like trying to open the gates of heaven with a sword. The direction where the long sword flies away is the east of the sky. There is a jade platform in the east of the sky, on which the white meat of the people is held, and under which is placed the dragon with a candle, which swallows the 5 lakes in the sea. At this moment, on top of the mountain, Gai Changyun knelt on the ground, trembling. What exactly is Li Chungang Sr. going to do? The pale-faced Jing Tianming, biting his lower lip, almost bleeding from his own lip. His eyes were dead set on the sky, east of heaven. Of the three, only Kong Zimo looked like he understood something. She opened her mouth wide, eyes full of shock. Chopper, Senior Li Chungang, to cut the sky with a sword. This sword is asking for the sword Qingtian. And in the meantime, ask the sword under the mountain. Finally a cultivator, riding the wind, arrived at the top of the mountain. But what they saw was only the scene of the indescribable long sword. Flying to the east, not far away, numerous flying boats gathered in the sky. Those water mirrors behind the flying boats, all of them also emitted the sound of rapid breathing. Li Chungang, what does he want? He wants to chop the sky. It's a great dishonor. It's a great dishonor to the heavens that he did this. It would even implicate the entire Wanya Great Wall. Why would he do that? Human pass. In front of Captain Guan's residence, those cultivators, no longer, condensed their divine sense. On the water mirror, they looked straight up to the heavens. It could be seen, that incomparable long sword, rising straight up into the sky. The sword light sweeps across 10,000 miles. A sword frost chills 14 states. The sword gas is like a rainbow, covering the sky and the sun. Senior Li Chungang, what is this for? Senior must have his reasons for what he did. Is it not something we can speculate on? This sword, rushing up to the sky, shouldn't have any effect on us. Damn it, even if there is an impact, what can we do? All the spirit jades we've accumulated over the years are gone. I don't want to live either. You guys say, can a sword like this cut the sky open? And just then, the long sword, it seemed, had flown to a sufficient height. In the void, there seemed to be an invisible hand that held the long sword. Then the long sword, a stroke towards the sky. In an instant, a black crack appeared in the sky. A huge mouth. That mouth expands infinitely, revealing the boundless darkness behind it. A sea of radiant stars, and a place that towers over the sea of stars. The pavilions and pavilions, built of interlocking white jade, are the legendary Heavenly Palace. A sword opens the gates of heaven. After the long sword cut through the void, scattered sword intent, straight into the bright starry sky. Within the pavilion, an alabaster platform. Under that white jade platform, there is a candle-carrying dragon hovering. The majestic long sword, radiating sword intent, looked like it was going to chop that white jade platform right into pieces. Click. Cracks began to appear on the radiant white jade table in the pavilion. But just then, that floated in front of the alabaster platform in the radiant pavilion behind the pale sky. A hand suddenly appeared. That hand tried to block this terrible sword intent, but in an instant, it was, by that sword intent. The stirred into pieces. After the palm shattered, what filled the pale universe was surprisingly golden blood. At the same time, a roar came from the sky. Bold! Li Chungang, you dare to sword chop the White Jade Terrace. With that roar, on Questioning Sword Mountain, clouds gathered and lightning flashed, like the wrath of heaven. But the only thing that responded to that angry blast was a cold snort that came from the top of Questioning Sword Mountain. With that cold grunt, the flying sword that was suspended in the sky, straight to the sky beyond the sky beyond the sky. The sword intent failed to take a breath and cut through the White Jade platform. Then just longsword and fly. The terrifying longsword, at this moment, pushed straight into the White Jade platform. The eye was about to approach the White Jade platform. The candle-holding dragon under the White Jade platform raised its head and hissed. And in the meantime, outside the White Jade Terrace, suddenly, figures began to appear, clad in white robes. Those white-robed silhouettes, stopping in front of the White Jade platform. Those are all immortals. The immortals of the Heavenly Palace. All raised their hands and intercepted the terrifyingly huge sword. At first there were only 7 or 8 of those ethereal white-robed people. But soon, the silhouettes then grew to a dozen. In the blink of an eye, they became more than 100. In the end, a full 300 silhouettes floated in the middle of that giant sword and the White Jade platform. 300 or so figures, all true immortals. Those 300 or so true immortals simultaneously pinched, then reached out, toward that huge sword. Zizi lifted a hand and grabbed it. A tight grip. There is no limit to the number of things that can be done for the benefit of man and heaven in a single thought. All wishes are realized quickly and no karmic obstacles can ever cover them. Break! With a neat angry cry, that unrivaled giant sword, it still collapsed in front of the White Jade platform. In the meantime, asked the Sword Mountain, where the thatched hut just crumbled. A muffled grunt came out. That shattered thatched hut, where the thatch is stacked. A middle-aged man, gray at the temples, clad in a rough brown linen shirt, sat on the floor and scattered thatch that clung to his body. He looked up at the heavens, blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, a helpless smile on his face. Almost. Mastermind. Apprentice is useless. A sword that has been brewing for so long still failed to cut. After a sword opened the door of heaven, it failed to chop the jade platform with a sword. You are such a powerful master. How did you take such a foolish disciple as me? The middle-aged man with gray temples lowered his head, and there was sadness in his eyes. And not far away, Kong Zimo, Gai Xingyun, and Jing Tianming, all stared blankly at the middle-aged man with thatch stuck to his body. Kong Zimo even gulped. That would be Li Chungang, Ai-chan. Look, but just then, Kong Zimo suddenly realized that her beloved disciple swept past her and straight towards that legendary greatsword immortal. Li Chungang, Chapter 95, May every uninhibited swordsman dare to ask for the sword in the sky, and may every stunning descendant be able to open the gates of heaven with the sword. Kong Zimo, whose eyes had never left Lin Yao, was instantly confused. She hastily raised her hand and was about to pull Lin Yao back. Ai-chan, what are you doing? Don't go over there. Senior Li Chungang didn't call us over. You are showing great disrespect to Senior Li Chungang. I can spoil you any other time for the master, but not this time. Ai-chan, stop. But just as Kong Zimo was about to pull on Lin Yao's wrist, the ink ruler held in Lin Yao's hand suddenly flew out on its own. The ink ruler was slashed upwards. If it wasn't for Kong Zimo withdrawing his hand in time, her wrist, which was in danger of being severed by a sword, the ink ruler that had just attacked Kong Zimo floated in midair. The tip of the sword aimed at Kong Zimo. The blackened blade of the sword exudes sharp sword intent. Kong Zimo looked at this scene incredulously. Ink ruler. What? Radiates from you as killing intent? What do you mean by that? If I block my beloved disciple, you're going to behead me? For so many years, no matter how dangerous a situation I've gotten into, fighting with, you've never protected me like this before. I'm your sword master, ink ruler, but that pitch black long sword? It didn't look like it was going to move away. It stopped in front of Kong Zimo. Ban Confucius Inc. can go one step further. At this moment, Kong Zimo had a premonition. If only she dared to take another step forward, ink ruler would not hesitate to behead her. A rare sourness appeared on Kong Zimo's face. Ink ruler, all these years, you turned out to have never treated me as your swordmaster. The long sword was speechless, just the tip of the sword, aimed at Kong Zimo, and in the meantime, a gale rolled up on Questioning Sword Mountain. One by one, the sword cultivators, from the mountain, riding the gale of, come to the top of the mountain, asked the sword mountain without Li Chungang's sword intent shroud. These sword cultivators, relying on cultivation, step wind to the top of the mountain, is not difficult. They all saw Li Chungang sitting in the middle of a pile of thatch, and a lone, green-shirted young man who was walking towards Li Chungang. The one in the thatch pile is Sword Dao Hao Yu, Li Chungang. He just borrowed our sword intent. A sword to cut the sky? One sword opens the gates of heaven. One sword shatters the jade platform. 300 true immortals in heaven, with all their means, only to stop this sword. This is the sword of Li Chungang. This trip is not false. It is worth it. It is all worth it. What does that young boy do? Why is he alone? Walking towards Li Chungang? What does he want? Does he want to go and worship Li Chungang? If he can, can't we too? Elder Li Chungang, who has not yet revealed his intention to take in disciples, rashly acted. I'm afraid it's not right. In this world, it's always the bold that die of hunger and the timid that die of cowardice. How do you know if you don't try? That is Li Chungang. To be able to worship Li Chungang as a master, it's worth dying here. Those sword cultivators who had just climbed to the top of the mountain, each and every one of them were dumbfounded, and originally floated in the sky, only intercepted Kong Zimo one-person longsword, Ink Ruler. Noticing the gazes of those sword cultivators in the sky who were leaping, the longsword once again let out a sword sound. The sword intent then spread out to the sides, the top of questioning sword mountain. Suddenly there was a sword intent emanating from the Ink Ruler sword, cutting out the long lines, the long sword that was as black as ink, suspended on a long line. It seems to be telling everyone that as long as the Ink Ruler sword is still in place, no one is going to cross this long line. The sword cultivators in the sky were instantly quiet. They didn't realize what had just happened above the mountaintop. However, they could detect the pitch-black long sword, emitting a majestic killing intent. Of course, there are unbelieving sword cultivators. For example, originally kneeling on the ground, Gai Dingyun. At this time, Gai Dingyun, had risen from the ground. He looked at the distant Lin Yao, killing intent surging in his eyes. Asshole. Stop. No disrespect to Senior Li Chungang. Senior Li Chungang's sword Dao inheritor is not your turn in any case. Gai Qingyun's face was twisted. His forehead rippled with veins, and his entire body looked like he was furious to the extreme. He'd been looking at the damn white boy for a long time. He came from a reckless background, and since his childhood, he had idolized Li Chungang, and most disliked that. It's the dude who comes from a family. He chased after Lin Yao, but just as he was about to cross the line drawn by the Ink Ruler, the Ink Ruler sword, which was as black as ink, suddenly emitted a keening sound like a dragon's roar. Ink Ruler shuddered. A sword chi followed, directly rushing towards Gai Qingyun to slash at him. That sword chi was in midair and transformed into a black dragon. The black dragon circled and gnawed towards Gai Qingyun's head. Gai Qingyun froze. He jerked back a few steps while raising his hand to strangle a sword trick. A protective sword light immediately appeared outside his body. But that sword light, in front of that black dragon, was like thin paper. It was torn apart in an instant. The black dragon swept over Gai Qingyun's body. It was accompanied by a low dragon's roar. Gai Qingyun's body, as if it had been cut by 1,000 knives, appeared with countless scars. He turned into a bloody man and fell to his knees again. Only this time, it's not because he wants to kneel, but because he just can't stand. Behind Gai Qingyun, Jing Tianming looked at the bloody Jing Tianming and raised his hand to press on the location of his heart. He was grateful. One did not act rashly. Those sword cultivators in the sky, even more so, each and every one of them, sucked in cool air. That sword, it won't let us pass? That Senior Li Chungang's sword? Not. That seems to be Kong Zimo's sword Ink Ruler. Kong Zimo's sword? Why doesn't she mind her own sword? Letting her own sword randomly bite people. Kong Zimmer, also standing behind that line. I just saw that. The tip of the Ink Ruler sword was aimed at Kong Zimo. That the legendary Ink Ruler seemed to be out of control. The sky is noisy. And on the ground, Jing Tianming, who had managed to regain his composure, looked at Kong Zimo and, voice still hoarse, Gai Qingyun has only one breath left. What happened to your Ink Ruler? That sword? It wasn't this powerful when it was in your hands. Kong Zimo's face, at this moment, rarely showed bitterness. For the power of the Ink Ruler in my hands, it's less than 1% of his full power. And over the years, although I've been the nominal ruler of the Ink Ruler, but I know that Ink Ruler's acknowledgement of me was grudging. Very grudging. It has never really regarded me as a sword master, because the Ink Ruler's former sword master was the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign. Jing Tianming swallowed a mouthful of saliva. So what's going on now? What the hell is that little white boy? Your love interest up to? What country's royal son is he? Anyway? Kong Zimo looked ever toward the thatched pile of Li Chungang. The back of the green-shirted teenage boy who was walking away. I don't know. I know very little about my love. Actually. On the other hand, on the other side, as that green-shirted young boy stepped towards Li Chungang, It was some distance in the air from the sword-asking mountain. Many a treasure ship floats. A water mirror on one side of the treasure ship raved. What does that dead man want? He wants to dominate Li Chungang's sword Dao inheritance all by himself? If Li Chungang's sword Dao inheritance really falls into the hands of that dead soldier, the great Zhou imperial family, we must be given a statement. How many more times do I have to say it? That, and my great Zhou court, have no half a penny to do with it. You are outright slandering. Li Chungang is really upside down. Even asked the sword Qing Tian, the majesty of the heavens, and something he can provoke? The 81 emperor's sons of heaven of the Songhai Sea are all blessed by the grace of heaven. Li Chungang is disrespectful to the heavens, and even if either country gets his sword Dao inheritance, what they get will be a hot potato. Li Chungang has run out of oil. His life is not long. Ask the sword Qing Tian. For what? Is it worth it? Most likely, it is again for the sake of the illusory freedom. In this world, there are always some foolish cultivators who think they can resist the heavenly Dao. Tongtian Avenue not to go, but have to go that sinister path. For the peace and prosperity of the four worlds, heaven gave everything. Li Chungang. But you want to ask the sword to destroy the order. How can you live up to the grace of heaven? The vastness of time. Who broke open the chaos for all the people in the world? Who is the one who mended the heavens and preached the way for all living beings? And who is the one who leads the world in the pursuit of the great Tao? Isn't this merit worthy of the world's admiration? Li Chungang, this fool, but not follow the right path, for so many years, refused to ascend to the heavenly palace. Foolish to the extreme. How can a frog in the bottom of a well understand the true meaning of the world? A wild dog with a sword presumes to talk about freedom? Inside the Jade Gate Pass adjacent to the questioning Sword Mountain. At this point, people are on edge. There were more and more cultivators gathering in front of the water mirror in the Guandu lieutenant's residence. Many cultivators worriedly looked up at the sky. That channel just by Li Chungang. The great crack. That swung the sword through the gate of heaven. Li Chungang's sword chopping the heavens won't attract the wrath of heaven. If the wrath of heaven comes to Sword Mountain, we, Jade Gate Pass, are so close to Sword Asking Mountain, we won't be implicated. Right? Yes. We have all traveled thousands of miles to the Great Wall of Sword and Breath for a fresh start. You can't be struck by heavenly thunder without even going to the front line to beg for food. I hope the heavens have eyes, and if they send down heavenly wrath, they will punish Li Chungang alone. But just before the water mirror, those cultivators muttered and complained. A group of soldiers clad in black armor. Suddenly it bubbles up. Those soldiers, their cultivation level was at least Yuaning realm cultivation. The black armor they were clad in also had the effect of increasing their cultivation. These soldiers, at this moment, rushed straight into the crowd. Those cultivators who had just muttered about Li Chungang. By these soldiers, they covered their mouths, strangled their necks with chains, and dragged them directly into the Guandu's mansion. Shady alleys. Those remaining cultivators were silenced one by one. These cultivators, they are all new, right? They don't know that at the Jade Gate Pass, is muttering bad things about Li Chungang the way to take death. This group of wolf-hearted white-eyed wolves, do they know that without Li Chungang, the Great Wall of Wanya has long since been lost? A bunch of flies and dogs are worthy of talking about Li Chungang. If the heavens really send down the wrath of heaven, the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, together with Senior Li Chungang, will ask for the Sword of the Heavens. Heaven is great. At the Great Wall, there are only generals, not the Son of Heaven, only beacons, not altars. For so many years, the ones who have guarded the peace of the Tsangming world are the many cultivators of my Wanya Great Wall, not the Qing Tian. And inside a two-story attic within the Guandu lieutenant's residence, Deng Yu, who had a beard, carried his hands behind his back. Behind him, a soldier clad in black armor knelt on one knee. General, on the streets and alleys, all the cultivators who are not talking about Senior Li Chungang have been cleaned up. Or do we follow the old rules? Tong Yu nodded slightly. Dispose of it the old-fashioned way. I didn't expect it. Such a capricious act on my part would be praised by the great general. The great general also said that this method of mine is a real manual closed mic. What's with the closed mic? I don't get it. All I know is that no one is permitted to insult my brother in a place under my jurisdiction. Then Tang Yu also raised his head and looked into the water mirror. He looked into the water mirror at the middle-aged man sitting in a pile of thatch, gray at the temples. Gongzi, don't die. If you die, I won't have a brother. It's no big deal if I didn't get to sword chop the White Jade Terrace. It's no big deal if heaven sends down its wrath. I'm right here with you. I don't know your way of the sword, but I do know this. Even if the sky is turned upside down, we are still brothers. And, you're not going to die. Your backer is back. The backer of the Great Wall of Wanya is back. Look back. Your master, the Tianza Admiral, the Sword Kuei Exorcist God Sovereign, is right behind you. And just then, questioning Sword Mountain, the top of the mountain, the green-shirted teenage boy, too, had finally walked up to the pile of thatch. He sighed and looked at the middle-aged man sitting in the thatch. Why have you aged so much? And the middle-aged man in the thatch pile turned back at the sound. The middle-aged grinned, a small smirk on his face. Is it a young boy who has come to ask for the Sword Mountain? To seek the way? The green-shirted boy didn't say anything, and the middle-aged man with grey temples sighed quietly. I borrowed the sword intent of over 3 million sword cultivators and still failed to. Sword chopping white jade terrace. What a shame, but there's no harm. After I've run out of gas and my soul has collapsed, all the sword intent I just borrowed will be doubled and returned to those junior sword cultivators. Sort of me, Li Chun-gang, the interest of borrowing the sword. It is also considered a creation given to them. Not for nothing. Not for nothing. Li Chun-gang let out a pale laugh as he looked up to the sky. The green-shirted boy frowned slightly. Is that what you were planning before? Li Chun-gang did not turn around, still looking up at the sky. This is natural. If the sword beheads the white jade terrace successfully, that heavenly spiritual charm will be returned to the earth. All beings, the future can be better for a few decades. If the sword fails to cut the white jade terrace, then I will spread the word to all sword cultivators in Shanghai world. Let them know my sword intent. It doesn't matter even if I fail with my sword to cut the heavens, because there will be people who come after me. May every uninhibited swordsman in the world dare to ask for a sword in the sky. May every one of the world's stunning descendants be able to open the gates of heaven with their swords. Li Chun-gang laughed again. Only this time, there was more than a little sadness in his laughter. It's a pity that this sword didn't show Master that his lifespan is about to end. Li Chun-gang. After all, I can't wait for Master to come home. But just then, the young man in the green shirt suddenly turned the beads in his hand, and he, from his ninth Dharma Fu, suddenly he took out a jug of wine and a wine cup, which he filled and handed to Li Chun-gang. Stupid disciple, who says your master didn't see you ask for the sword Fengtian? Your master really saw it. Your master thinks that this sword of yours is really good, only slightly less than half a point than your master. Chapter 96, Come, chop another sword. This sword, to chop the white jade platform in the sky. Li Chun-gang, who was originally sitting quietly in the thatch pile, suddenly stiffened his body. He looked unbelievably at the green-shirted young man in front of him. He saw the slightest hint of red that welled up in the eyes of the green-shirted teenage boy. His lips began to tremble uncontrollably and his mouth began to open. The entire face of the man began to twist uncontrollably. Tears came, all at once, from the corners of his eyes. The green-shirted teenager, on the other hand, just once again passed the wine cup in his hand forward. A long sword and a cup of wine. A man's square heart. Li Chun-gang, in the years when the master was not on earth, you are great, really great. At this moment, Li Chun-gang, who was in the thatched pile of grass, burst into tears. He hobbled from the thatch, and stood up. Hands and feet then began to straighten his clothes, brush off the tunic, stained with all the thatch. At this moment, he doesn't look like the legendary White Moon of the Sword Dao. Instead, it looked like a nervous student facing a teacher. After brushing off all the thatch from his body, he took a deep breath, flopped to his knees. Disciple, Li Chun-gang, pays homage to his benefactor. At this moment, ask the Sword Mountain top. Seems to wind and clouds forever silent. On questioning Sword Mountain, all the sword cultivators were staring blankly ahead. Originally there were cultivators floating in the sky. For a moment, he forgot to run his Shin Gong directly from the sky, planted staggering down, fell to the ground, fell head over heels. But when he climbed up, he still kept rubbing his eyes and looking ahead. There were also monks who, for a moment, were unable to take in the shock of the scene before them, and, out of the corner of their eyes, I can't believe I'm dropping blood. The top of questioning Sword Mountain. All of the sword cultivators, at this moment, only felt that in their brains, a thunderbolt exploded. The sweaty hairs all over his body shrugged, covered in blood and already lying on the ground. Gai Dingyun. The body trembled. He forced himself to raise his head, eyes dead ahead. That little white boy is Li Chun-gang's master. Then the corners of his mouth suddenly curved up, revealing a smile. Only that smile was a little twisted. Kong Zimo is not looking for a little white boy, but the legendary Sword Kuei Exorcist Divine Sovereign. You're really skillful. Really skillful. You are right, Kong Zimo. Sword Kuei Punisher Divine Monarch. In front of my eyes I cannot recognize. All the years I've practiced with the sword have been for nothing. Kong Zimo. You. Gai Xingyun turned his head toward Kong Zimo. As a result, he realized that Kong Zimo's mouth was open wide. The body under the black robe shivered. The whole person's demeanor was almost maniacal. Lying on the ground, Gai Dingyun, the corner of his eye twitching. Kong Zimo, you can't be. Not realizing that the green-shirted teenage boy is the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign. You really want to take him as a disciple? You want to take the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign as your disciple? At this moment, Kong Zimo was constantly slapping his face. The cheeks, juvenile, like those of a fangirl, were red and swollen from her slapping. Her big, watery eyes, which kept closing and reopening, were constantly closed afterward. To the end, she didn't even dare to open her eyes, hoping that everything in front of her was her hallucination. Fake it. It's all fake, isn't it, my beloved disciple? I'm looking at the love of Sword Kui Exorcist Godly Monarch, and just then, a hand pressed on Kong Zimo's shoulder. Jing Tianming stood beside Kong Zimo. Nothing wrong with that. No one can make Li Chungang kneel on the ground, except for the sword leader, the Immortal Punisher Divine Monarch. Call him Master. That makes sense for the Ink Ruler anomaly. The Ink Ruler, which still has feelings for you. It didn't do anything to you. Show its loyalty to the Sword Kui Exorcist Divine Sovereign. Kong Zimo's body trembled as he looked back at Jing Tianming. You're not surprised at all? Jing Tianming, with a spontaneous smile. I've got a death wish. I just disrespected the Sword Kui Immortal Executioner Divine Sovereign on the mountain path. If God Sovereign wants me dead in a while, I feel normal and willing. After this thought is realized, I have nothing to worry and fear. This time, asking for the Sword Mountain. It's worthwhile to come, to be able to see. At the same time, the Sword Dao Proud Sun and the Sword Dao White Moon, Sun and Moon together. The long sword can ask the blue sky, and the sky where the treasure ships gathered some distance away from the questioning Sword Mountain. Those water mirrors, this time, completely exploded. Who is that dead man? Who is Li Chungang's master? Knowingly, Sword Kui Exorcist God Jun, the Great Wall of 10,000 Karma. Once upon a time, the only Tianzat Admiral, has killed back that damn bogeyman. Why is he back? Is he still alive? There was no news of his death that year. He just disappeared for no reason. It was just that all the emperors back then were looking forward to his death. Back then, in the Qingxuan world, the position of Tianzat Admiral, higher than all the emperors, the Great Zhou dynasty, it turns out to be a traitor to the sword leader Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch. In justice, I, Great Zhou, am loyal to the Heavenly Palace. Absolutely nothing to do with that laborious Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch. What do we do next? What do we do? The Sword K Exorcist Divine Sovereign. It's the legendary 13th realm of the airjacking Downlord. Here there is no room for us to intervene. All we can do is to honestly observe the ceremony. Human Pass. At the moment, it's a crowded place. The gloom that had previously enveloped the Jade Gate Pass because of that crack in the sky was swept away. The cultivators on the streets had trembling voices. What's more, some of them directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the sword-asking mountain. The Tianzat Admiral, Great General has returned. So what if the sky, with the Great General, the Great Wall of Wanye, have no fear of the Heavenly Palace? That one is, as legend has it, the true leader of the Way of the Sword, the Great Wall of Wanye, the everlasting and only leader of the 13th realm, the Sword Kui Punisher Divine Monarch. I said that the green-shirted young man, plump and handsome, how can he be any little white boy? That is clearly the Great General of my Wanye Great Wall. Heck, the dogs who just called the Great General a little white boy, all give me to stand out. Kong Zimo, this life is really good, actually can hold. The Sword Kui punishment of the Immortal God King, walked all the way. What a chance, what a destiny this must be. And at the same time, the top of questioning Sword Mountain, the young man in the green shirt, poured the wine in his hand, in the wine cup, into Li Chungang's mouth. Master has returned. Stop crying. The middle-aged man with graying temples immediately wiped away his tears at the words and raised his head. The young man in the green shirt, on the other hand, saw Li Chungang, his dried-up back, the teenager's brow furrowed. The spine was drained. Li Chungang's face showed bitterness. It is the disciple who is useless. The teenager shook his head. You just said that you weren't able to sword cut the White Jade Terrace. Master thinks that what you said is wrong. That sword of yours, you haven't finished chopping. This questioning Sword Mountain. You still have one person's sword intent. Didn't pick it up. The teenager's voice lurched. My sword intent. Of the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Monarch. Come, chop another sword. This sword, to chop the White Jade platform in the sky. Chapter 97, The Sky is Great. Ha, do you wear a helmet? How many swords can you carry? The green-shirted teenage boy, At this moment, had his eyes burning as he stared at Li Chungang in front of him. Anticipation was in his eyes. He wanted Li Chungang to regain his grip on the sword. But soon, the green-shirted teenage boy's face changed, because he saw that Li Chungang's face showed bitterness. In the meantime, he found Li Chungang's lapel in the small of his back, a wet piece of the lapel, wafting out the smell of wine. The odor of that drink was exactly the same as the smell of the drink he had just handed to Li Chungang. The green-shirted teenage boy's eyes were cloudy. He thought of something. Not waiting for Li Chungang to resist, he struck like lightning, directly raising his hand and pulling open the green-colored lapel of Li Chungang's body. Subsequently, the teenager's face was directly ironic. Before his eyes, it was a hideous scar of unparalleled horror. Li Chungang's chest and abdomen. I don't know what kind of divine power was used to strike a big hole in his life. The hole was oozing blood like paint. The organs were sparse. The backbone had been drawn out, and only a few fragments of bone, which remained in his. A fragment of a green-colored longsword that had broken into several pieces, together with those quick bone fragments, coalesced into a new spine by the sword chi, supporting his body. Beyond that, there is a hidden piece that, the blood-colored, lusterless mass of flesh was beating slightly. It was Li Chungang's heart. The green-shirted boy gritted his teeth at this moment. His upper and lower teeth, which couldn't stop banging against each other, made a clicking sound. Heaven, did this? Li Chungang exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. I was in the Manhwa world, searching for signs of my master, when I was suddenly locked by the heaven. The heavens descended upon Nirvana. Nirvana 9, at any time may encounter a heavenly calamity. This is not unusual. Heavenly thunder and earthly fire, but a sword cuts it. But this robbery is not like any other. The thunder in the sky is endless, and karmic fire arrives from the void. Disciples, after carrying 976 thunderbolts, the karmic fire burned all the way to his body, and when he was exhausted, the heaven again brought the golden thunderbolt, and among the golden thunderbolts, it was 2 Nirvana immortals of the Nirvana 9 realm, and 18 heavenly true immortals of the feathered true immortal great perfection realm. They, along with the heavenly thunder and the karmic fire, cooperate with each other to form the third calamity that I have to face. Triple robbery 2, destruction 2, disciple's original sword, Lark Sky, was broken. My disciple's body was plowed open, and the sword Tao Supreme Bone that my master had painstakingly forged for my disciple was drained away from him alive. At the last hour, it was the sword spirit of the Lark Sky that dissolved the sword on its own. That's what brought the disciple a ray of hope. By his last breath, the disciple escaped 8,000 miles away, and then went in several circles. Make sure that those heavenly immortals have no intention of pursuing them before returning to the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries. The disciple knows his own injuries. The sword bone was drawn, and there is no more possibility of half recovery. Mere survival, only able to hang on by a mouthful of sword energy. When the sword chi disperses, the disciples will be dead. But disciple is not willing. Disciple is not willing. Nah. Disciple, born despicable. If there is no master, I am afraid that the disciple has long died in the town of Green Lodge. A violent corpse in the wilderness can't keep its dignity or its mother. The master has the grace of recreating the disciple, and preaching, teaching, and solving. The grace of the master. The disciple is unforgettable, but all of a sudden, the master is nowhere to be found, and the disciple doesn't even know if the master is alive or dead. If I can't investigate a cause and effect, my disciple is in vain as a disciple of my master. Over the years, in addition to guarding the Great Wall of Wanye, my disciple has been painstakingly searching for my master. But in the end, the poor blue falls into the yellow spring, and the 2 blanks are all gone. The disciple hangs on to this sword chi, not letting it dissipate. Not because the disciple fears death, but only because the disciple, in his heart, is not willing. I am not willing to see my master again before my soul flies away. I am not willing to have the sky cover my eyes and the earth bury my heart. Not willing to die in this way to the punishment of heaven. Not willing to this all beings mediocre, forever and ever for the ruminants under the heavenly Tao. Not willing. Too much resignation. All disciples, holding up this broken flesh, sit alone on the top of questioning Sword Mountain for 1,000 years. For 1,000 years, disciples have only done 2 things. One is to condense their own sword intent, in order to be able to swing a sword again comparable to the disciples' peak period. Ask the sword Qingtian. Secondly, guard the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries and wait for the master to return home. Master, these 2 long-cherished wishes, disciple today have reached. Disciple now, the body and soul are exhausted, really have no strength, and then wield the next sword. Master, this flesh body is broken, and the pain is unceasing. Hungry, but not knowing what to eat. Thirsty, but not drinking. The slightest lack of will in the mind gives rise to illusions. Disciple, trying to get some sleep. Just for a little while. Master. At this moment, Li Chungang lowered his head. His eyelids, he felt, weighed 1,000 pounds. He's too tired. He wanted a break so badly. Now the master is back. He could finally close his eyes. But just then, snap, Li Chungang suddenly felt a fiery pain on his face. After a while, his consciousness reawakened, and that's when he realized he himself had just been slapped hard by his master. Mastermind. And just then, the green-shirted teenage boy, with a fierce face, tugged on Li Chungang's collar. Sinner, if you dare to close your eyes today, I wouldn't have you as a disciple. I'm your master. You haven't even properly honored me and you want to die? Wouldn't I be at a great loss then? Lin Yao looked into Li Chungang's eyes at this moment. Li Chungang, you're not going to die. Your master's father has returned. In this world, no one will be able to let you die, even in the sky. Li Chungang's body was shaking at the moment. Tears, how could they not stop flowing? Mastermind. And just then, Lin Yao grabbed Li Chungang's wrist, put his hands up. The scene even looks a little funny. A green shirt and a teenage boy, fiddling with the arm of a middle-aged man shaped like a withered man. But only the sword cultivators present understood what this scene represented. In the sky, those sword cultivators couldn't help but whisper, Sword Kui Exorcist Godly Monarch. It's like he's helping Li Chungang, who's in the shape of a withered man, to raise his sword. Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch. What is this trying to do? I don't know, but the God Sovereign must have his reasons for doing this. We just have to watch it well, learn it well, but if you can comprehend even a single star, it's considered that your ancestors' graves are smoking. Can't you be a little bolder and go and worship the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign as your teacher? What do you mean? Li Chungang, it looks like it won't work, nor have I heard of it. The Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Monarch. There are other disciples, and times like these are a good time for us to get to the top. In this world, someone has to pass on the sword Tao of the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch. I feel that I'm just one chance away from becoming a world-famous Great Sword Immortal. Not far from Ask the Sword Mountain in the sky. Those water mirrors on the treasure ship floating in the sky appear to ripple and ripple. Are we really just going to watch from the sidelines and sit back and wait? I've already asked the Qingtian supervisor to contact Qingtian, but the Heavenly Palace hasn't issued a decree yet. Watching in silence from the sidelines is our best bet. Can heaven erase the Sword King and the God of Immortals? I don't want to see the Great Wall again, as it was back then. It shines brightly, and has become a holy place under that Songhai Ming world, where all the people worship. Yes, no one here should like the Sword Kui Punisher of the Immortals, the Divine Sovereign, sitting on the Great Wall of Wanye. In addition to the Great Zhou Dynasty. What's wrong with the Great Zhou Dynasty? The Great Zhou Dynasty doesn't like it, either. You do not want to put labels on my Great Zhou again. You repeatedly make bad rumors about my Great Zhou. And what is the difference between making yellow rumors about widows, my Great Zhou, loyal to the heaven, and between the Sword Kui Xian Punishment Immortal God, clean, as long as the heaven order? I am willing to be the first and the Great Wall of the world. Cut the robe, even, declare war on the Sword Kui Immortal Execution Godly Monarch, and issue an order of execution against him. Who? You, Great Zhou, promulgate the hunting order for the Sword King and Immortal Punisher is. Have you, the royal family of Great Zhou, been hit by a nightmare lately? Your behavior is just like a wild dog barking at the golden dragon in the sky. What's the difference? Inside the human pass, it was also crowded at this time. In front of Captain Guan's residence, it was already overcrowded. From a distance, one could only see dense heads. With the return of the Divine Sovereign, the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, wonder if I can regain my former glory? What do you call a Divine Sovereign? That's my Tianzi Admiral of the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, and I've heard the older generation say that 3,000 years ago, the Great Wall of Wanye was prosperous. Guju Great Wall Stranger. Once the building rose 100 feet high. Back then, the great demons of the Mang Desolate didn't even dare to approach the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries. Above the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, everywhere is golden armor. I can't imagine that the legendary Great Sword Immortal, Li Chungang, would cry like this. Nonsense. You're out there. You've been wronged, and the elders of your family suddenly appear before you. You don't cry. But whoever knows the life of Li Chungang cannot say that Li Chungang had a good master. Legend has it that the sword leader, the Immortal Punisher, is the most protective of his children. The big demon of the eccentric Manganese world is going to have a big bad luck this time. But how did I hear that injuring Li Chungang and forcing him to sit alone for 100 years at the top of Questioning Sword Mountain? It's not the great demons of the Mangwu world, but San Tian. Then, by God, it's going to be bad luck. Does heaven have bad luck? That's heaven. But the one heaven is going to face is the Sword Kuei Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign. And just then, the top of questioning Sword Mountain, Lin Yao grabbed Li Chungang's wrist. Take his hand and raise it high. He then drank softly. Sword come. This time, only one sword flew out. It fell into the hands of Li Chungang. It was a sword with a snow-white body, and only the tip of the sword was blood-red. Li Chungang recognized the sword. This is the master's father. One of the swords. Points of blood in those days. Li Chungang was in a bit of a trance at this point. He remembered that he had been taken by his master, from the town of Green Lodge, to the barracks of the Great Wall of Wanya. On his first night in the barracks, when he first got his hands on an iron sword with a real open blade, he tried to dance the sword with great gusto, but because his body was too weak, the long sword directly came off his hand and fell to the ground. And at that time, the master, as now, held his wrist and helped him to raise his sword. After point blood fell into the hands of Li Chungang, Lin Yao also loosened, holding Li Chungang's wrist. Palm turned to hold. Points of blood on the lower part of the hilt. The hilt of the blood-dotted sword was held by two hands. One, that of Li Chunong. The other hand was Lin Yao's. At this moment, the master and disciple held their swords together, and at the same time, Lin Yao's body began to radiate bursts of causal power. Lin Yao's head. A small line appeared on the Star Stealer system panel, which only Lin Yao could see. Account being activated. Sword Kuei Exorcist Divine Sovereign. Unlocking progress so far. 54%. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes at this moment. He looked out into the sky, where the still existing, by Li Chungang, the huge crack that was just cut out by a sword. He looked at the crack behind the crack, the jeweled buildings, of the legendary Heavenly Palace. Li Chungang, it doesn't matter if you don't have the strength to lift your sword anymore. Master can lift it with you. A man's heart is like iron when he dies. Look at the hand that tries to make the sky split. Lin Yao flicked his eyes and looked at the top of his head. Account being activated. Sword Kuei Exorcist Divine Sovereign. Unlocking progress so far. 99%. Next, a terrifying pressure descended upon questioning Sword Mountain. The group of sword cultivators who were originally floating on the Ask Sword Mountain instantly fell to the ground. They were pressed to the ground by a terrifying pressure. Gai Dingyun, who was already lying on the ground, unstoppable coughing up blood. He only felt that the skin, flesh, bone and blood of his whole body felt like it was going to be pierced by the sword. He felt like the sky was going to be split in two. The earth shall be divided between the two ends. His eyeballs instantly filled with blood and almost exploded. And at the same time, he saw that on his left and right sides, there were unexpectedly two more familiar figures. Kong Zimo, as well as Jing Tianming, unexpectedly prostrated themselves on the ground just like themselves. They can't stand anymore. Kong Zimo's pretty face was deformed by that terrifying sword might. Jing Tianming, on the other hand, was bleeding from his 7 orifices, but the three looked dead ahead. He himself clearly saw the green-shirted young man beside Li Chungang, his body twisting. He went from being a teenager to a young man in a dark green tunic, who was cloaked and, behind his back he carries a large sword case, not far up in the air. Those treasure ships, swaying, many treasure ships even directly shattered under that terrifying sword might. There were anxious hisses coming from the many water mirrors on the treasure ship. Stabilize the water mirror. Stabilize the water mirror now. It can't be stabilized. The treasure ship has begun to disintegrate. The green shirt, the sword box. Sword intent is like the blazing sun in the sky, illuminating my arms full of ice and snow, and the vast flow of 100 rivers. The whale drink has not swallowed the sea, and the sword chi has crossed the autumn. This is, the Sword Kuei Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign. Jade Gate Pass was also enveloped by that terrifying sword might. In front of Captain Guan's residence, those watching the cultivators, all lying on the ground. 7 bleeding. Great General, put away the divine power. We have always had respect for Li Chungang. Who the scratch is on my head? It smells like. Haven't washed it in years. Who put his foot on my head? Do you know who I am? My own father. It's Captain Zhao of the Great Wall of Wanya, and I'm going to skin you. It's such a time. Let's all bear with it. Captain Zhao is nothing. All beings are equal before Admiral Tianza. And just then, the top of questioning Sword Mountain. The youth carrying the huge sword box suddenly raised his hand and clenched it in the air. A blood-red, long sword made entirely of sword intent appeared in his hand. The youth raised his hand. The blood-colored long sword flew directly towards the sky. Li Chungang, this sword intent of my master's. I'll lend it to you. Don't be afraid of the heavens. Don't be afraid of the agora in the sky. When you strike your sword, just think that the sky is terrific. Sky. Does it wear a steel helmet? How many swords does he have? How many sword chi can he carry? Chapter 98. It is not enough to ask for a sword to cut down the White Jade Terrace, but to ask for a sword to cut down the White Jade Capital. There is a reason for rebellion in this world. As Lin Yao said this, that blood-red long sword, already leaping into the sky, the heavenly gate that had been chopped open by Li Chungang, approaching the agora behind the gates of heaven. And that's exactly when it happened. The vast sea of stars behind heaven's gate, suddenly the wind picked up. That, hanging in the east of the sky, was held up by the dragon of the candle in front of the alabaster platform. Those heavenly immortals in flowing white clothes, at this moment, one by one, were like enemies. Originally more than 300 immortals, I do not know when, has grown to more than 800, the forefront of the 800 or so immortals. There were also 6 old men standing with thick auras, also clad in white. Old man with a hunchback, an old crone with a crutch, an old Taoist with a gourd, a great sword with a ringed head. The old man with muscles like gnarled dragons, the old scholar with a full head of hair, but all bookish, and a bald old man sitting on the back of a fairy turtle. After these 6 people appeared, Li Chungang, who was on top of the questioning sword mountain, suddenly changed his expression. Mastermind. Those 6 old men. Lin Yao nodded slightly, a snort of laughter. Just like you, they are all 12th realm. Nirvana 9 immortals, but it doesn't matter. All you have to do is watch. This sword will be awesome. And just then, behind the gates of heaven, previously shattered by more than 300 heavenly immortals, led by Li Chungang's sword intent, the fragments of the monstrous sword that condensed, at this moment, unexpectedly turned toward the blood-red long sword that was completely formed by sword intent, sweeping towards it. Those fragments, in a matter of moments, reformed into a new flying sword. It's just that this flying sword, its red body is covered with red sword intent. This means that Lin Yao's sword intent alone is far superior to that of Li Chungang plus the 3 million sword cultivators. Scarlet flying sword. This moment went straight to the white jade platform in the sky. The 800 heavenly immortals on the white jade platform pinched in unison with grave expressions on their faces. The 6 old men standing at the front, even more so, they raised their hands together. The space in front of them was instantly distorted. They were going to make that flying sword, unable to fly to the front of the white jade platform. A bookish old scribe, even more so, he raised his hand, grabbed hard toward the sky, and yanked hard downward, with an indescribable roar. A spherical star. Yes, a grayish-white, spherical star. It was like being yanked down from the sky, by that old scribe. It smashed towards the crimson longsword. This scene stunned all the cultivators on questioning Sword Mountain. Except for Lin Yao. They know for the first time, hand-holding the sun and moon to pick the stars, turned out to be not ethereal imagination. It turns out that there are immortals that, it really can be done. In front of that huge star, the crimson longsword is like a mole. But the speed of the crimson longsword was not affected by half a point because of the suddenly falling star. On the contrary, that crimson longsword, the speed of flight, unexpectedly a few points faster again. The long sword, directly, pierced put that huge star, the terrifying grayish-white star then, in an instant, split into pieces. The star exploded right out of that vast universe, and the blood-red longsword continued to fly, dragging up an extremely long sword tail, like a red meteor smashing into the heavenly palace aggrandizement. But only those who were close to that blood-red longsword knew. The trailing end of that blood-colored longsword was sword chi that. All the clutter around the flight path of the longsword, all stirred into pieces, including the 800 true immortals in front of the white jade platform in the sky. At this moment, in front of the white jade platform, those heavenly true immortals dressed in white, one by one, turned into blood-colored pieces. They were in the universe, straight up damned, as if they had never been born. Those true immortals in the sky also finally began to fear at this time. They all turned their heads, wanting to get out of the range enveloped by that sword chi. But it was still too late, as more and more white-clothed true immortals were stirred up by the sword chi. The immortals in the sky, too, began to scream and curse. Damn big red sky, I knew it. Received the transfer order of the big red sky. Will not be good. Spread out, dodge that sword. It's impossible to hide. 800 heavenly immortals, almost dead, including those 6, Nirvana immortal. After that sword flew past those 6 Nirvana immortals, they were even directly twisted into flesh. Our realm, but it's nowhere near as good as a Nirvana immortal. I just ascended to the heavenly palace a few days ago, and I'm going to die here today? I don't want to die. I am an immortal. I have not eaten the peach. I have got the spiritual rhyme. Although I am gifted, I have had a bumpy road. Only then did I become an everlasting immortal. As a result, today I have to have my god's soul destroyed. I'm not willing to do it. There's no escaping. This sword, to chop the white jade platform, And just then, the blood-red longsword finally swept away those 800 true immortals. The long sword, flying straight into the white jade platform, and as the blood-colored longsword swept by, that magnificent alabaster platform instantly split in half. The white jade platform under the articulated candle dragon instantly exploded. This moment, the longsword chopped across the white jade platform, but the flight of the longsword did not stop. Instead, they go straight to the agora in the sky. It wasn't enough for the sword to cut down the white jade platform. Lin Yao is going to ask sword by Yu Jing. The crimson longsword flew into the agora, and the white jade platform that had been chopped in half began to fall towards the earth at this moment. At the time the alabaster table fell to earth, there were countless golden droplets from the white jade table floating out of the falling towards the earth. That's the legendary spiritual rhythm, the spiritual rhythm that is taken from the earth, but can make the heavenly immortals live forever. And in the meantime, the top of Questioning Sword Mountain, Li Chungang, looking up at the sky, his voice hoarse. Master, you have sword cut the white jade platform. That long sword, where else will it fly? The youth carrying the huge sword case slightly raised his chin. Naturally, I'm going to the white jade palace behind the white jade terrace. Ask the sword by Yunjing. Retrieve your supreme bone. Whoever has robbed you, Master will help you take it back. No one can rob my disciple of anything. Days won't do. Li Chungang wiped his face violently a few times with his sleeve, like wiping away tears. But Master, if you're like this, you'll attract a heavenly tribulation. The heavenly palace will also, as a result, have a grudge against you. Is it worth it for this indisputable disciple of mine? Lin Yao glanced back at Li Chungang. Heaven won't spare me if I don't help you. Since that's the case, might as well. I'll take the lead. Heaven is marvelous? Heaven can bully me and my disciple? What's so honorable about a man eating gods? As for the heavenly calamity, do you really think I'm afraid of him? If the heavens are unkind, they can be reversed. All rebellion in the world is justified. Rebellion is justified. And just then the sky clouded over. Thick overcast clouds even obscured that heavenly gate. The heavenly tribulation swiftly arrived. And just then, a sword immortal with a green shirt and a huge sword case on his back, with a sudden leap, in his hand, there appeared a long, dark sword. That long sword that, the name is all dead. The sword immortal placed the long sword in his hand and pointed it towards the sky. Come on. At that moment the electric light illuminated the figure of the sword immortal, which seemed like it would still be frozen in legend after millions of years. Chapter 99, The God. Please, Divine Lord, cut open this sky. Between the sky and the earth, black clouds are dense and golden thunder rolls. The black cloud, boundless, looked from afar, like on Mt. Mang in the north. A pitch black sea appeared. That pitch black sea, on the North Mang Mountain, was choppy. On the top of Mt. Mongshan in the north, the magnificent Great Wall of Wanye, which at this time, under the Black Sea of it looks surprisingly short and fragile. Black clouds pressing down on the city, an indescribably vast heavenly might. It enveloped the entire Wanye Great Wall and the entire Bei Mang Mountain. On Mt. Mongshan in the north, the few birds that had originally flown across the sky, after that heavenly might had descended, the flying bird let out a wail, and then its body directly exploded. Subsequently, not a single flying bird could be seen in the sky of Bei Mang Mountain. All the birds and beasts of prey, huddled in their burrows. The Great Wall of Wanye, the major passes, and the cultivators of the city, all of them also looked at the rolling black clouds in shock. The heavenly might that made all the cultivators of the Great Wall of 10,000 karma. Whether it was the armor-clad soldier martial cultivator or the white-clothed, silver-armored sword cultivator, under that heavenly might, they couldn't control their legs from going weak, flopping to his knees. What in God's name is going on here? Never before, at the Great Wall of 10,000 industries, have I felt this kind of heavenly might. It's like the sky is going to destroy the Great Wall of Wanya. It's hard to breathe. The meridians in my entire body seem to be shrinking, and I can't mobilize half of my spiritual energy, nor can they stand up. This is the legendary heavenly might. Why did the mighty heavenly might descend upon my Great Wall of 10,000 industries? When did I, the Great Wall of China, offend the heavens? And at this time, the entire Great Wall of Wanye, the place where the heavenly might is thickest, when it comes to asking for the Sword Mountain, questioning Sword Mountain, that hardened mountain stone, was directly cracked at this moment. A crack appeared on the mountain of questioning swords that was like a giant sword in the sky. The group of sword cultivators on top of the mountain had the strongest feelings at this moment. They felt like there were two big mountains pressing above their heads, one from the heavens, the other from the sword Kui Punisher of Immortals. All the sword cultivators were on the ground at the moment, couldn't even lift his fingers halfway up. Their divine sense was also deadened inside their bodies. unable to spread outward. The only thing they can do is adjust the angle of their necks and peer into the heavens. Guy Dingyun, at this time lying on the ground, but endeavored to raise his head up, and the whole appearance of his, like a turtle that stretches its neck out hard, he felt the bones in his entire body breaking, his skin tensing, his meridians bulging. Even the movement he was making now would probably break his neck on that, but he doesn't care. He will look up to the sky even if his neck is broken. He wanted to peek at that proud son of the sword Dao, fighting the blue sky. See, Kong Zimo, Jing Tianming, fights with the sky. That's the true way of the sword. Lifting the sword to cut the sky is the real sword immortal. What we cultivated before. What does it count? What does it really count? Kong Zimo, at this time, his face was still stuck to the ground. That white cheeks, stained with dust and dust, but at the top of her head, there was a pupil of an eye, coalesced from the sword's chi. It allowed her to peer into the firmament above her head. Count you as hardworking. Guy Shocking Cloud. What else can be counted? The reason for each person to wield a sword. They are all different. Some people carry swords, pursuing to be the leader of the swordway and the first in the world. Some people carry swords. It is in defense of their own kinsmen. Others wield the sword just for a nest egg. My master's father once said that in his life. The thing he regretted most was that when he was young, seen once the sword Kui punishment of the immortal divine sovereign out of the sword. After that time, his sword heart was destroyed. 800 years, no longer lifting the sword. Just because he felt that, no matter how to execute the sword, all of them are not as good as the sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Monarch. 1/10,000th, of which he could not stand such a fall. Until 800 years later, when he broke the Heart Demon Pass, only then will the sword be brought back up. On the road of cultivation, sometimes, seeing the proud son too early is actually a disaster. Jing Tianming, who hadn't said anything before, but at this moment, his voice came out quietly. Jing Tianming. At this time, his eyes were tightly closed, and tears of blood fell from the corners of his eyes, but his forefinger was on the ground, outlining a blood-colored talisman that, in the center of the talisman, a red pupil of an eye was drawn, but the blazing sun is in the sky, so gorgeous that no sword cultivator can resist peering at it, even if you will be blinded by the blazing sun. Kong Zimo, will you worship the sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign? If you want to worship the Divine Sovereign as your teacher, your master of the Inkguard Sword Sect should also understand. Kong Zimo, straight away, froze. She blinked twice. Jing Tianming, what do you mean? Jing Tianming exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Because I want to worship the sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign, but I don't have the backbone to do so. I think you have a very close relationship with the Divine Sovereign. I hope you can introduce me to him. If you and I both succeed in joining the Divine Sovereign, I'm sure we'll be able to find a way to get in. You are my senior sister. I am willing to serve you all the time. Gai Changyun and Kong Zimo both fell silent for a moment. They didn't expect that Jing Tianming, who had always been arrogant in nature before, would say such words. But just then, Jing Tianming, a ghostly voice, once again came out. Unlike the two of you, I have not had a master for so many years, and all my swordsmanship, they're all inherited from the family. But my family has been assassins for generations, and most of them are short-lived. In order to be able to settle down in this cruel world of cultivation, I try not to get involved in karma. I kill people and raise their ashes, and I plan everything before I do it, never stepping easily into danger. But I knew that for me to get my sword heart solid, and most importantly, or find a reliable backer, you have only seen the divine bravery and arrogance of the sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign. But I'm different. What I saw was the licking of Li Chun Gang by the Divine Sovereign. The Divine Sovereign is the ideal master that I've dreamed of. No matter what the cost, I want to worship the Godfather. When I can get up, I will be the first to kowtow in front of the Divine Sovereign, and some distance away from the questioning Sword Mountain, some distance into the void. Here, it was likewise enveloped by both heavenly might and sword might. At the same time, those treasure ships that had been floating in the sky, one by one, crashed to the ground, smashing the out of. Those that didn't smash into the ground were directly reduced to pieces, one after another. The water mirrors also shattered amidst that vast heavenly might and terrifying sword might. But there was also a hoarse sound, coming from the ground, from the broken water mirror. Fix the water mirror. I order you. Fix the water mirror. I want to see with my own eyes that treacherous sword cultivator died tragically under the green sky. What the hell is sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch he going to do? Does he really think that a sword cultivator, can you turn against heaven? If heaven is really finished, what are these sons of heaven in the Kanghai world? Goddamn sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch, can't you just honestly disappear? What's with the sudden appearance? The sword Kui Exorcist Divine Monarch, the previous incarnation, came from the Great Zhou. Could it be that over the years, the sword leader, the Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch, has been hiding in Great Zhou? How come it's brought back to Great Zhou's side? Just how many times do I have to say it? My Great Zhou, it's really innocent. Human Pass. At this moment in the sky of the Jade Gate Pass, talismans flashed. Surprisingly, it was the Jade Gate Pass, which had opened a protective array to counter that vast heavenly might. But the talisman didn't flash for a few moments before it was crushed by the heavenly might. But soon, a new talisman would appear. Many cultivators within the Jade Gate Pass. At this moment, although he was being pressed down by the heavenly might to the ground, but still, he unlocked his own storage bag and threw his body protector up into the sky. To hell with you, Sword Kui Immortal Executioner Divine Monarch, spreading out sword power. It's okay for us to suffer, but you're bullying us too? Why? The Sword Master, the Immortal Punisher, has defended the Great Wall for us, and taught out. Also sitting on the Great Wall of Wanya Li Chun Gang. What have you done for us? It is said that the heavens have eyes, and there is a god who raises his head 3 feet. But those great demons under the Mengdao world, where were you when you killed my parents and brothers and slaughtered my fellow clansmen? Didn't you say that the gods save the suffering? Why? When those great demons slaughtered us, heaven did not appear to save us in the end, but Li Chun Gang. But the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher, the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, never recognized the heavens, but only the Sword King, the god of immortal execution. The god. Please, Divine Lord, cut open this sky. Inside the human pass, the group was in an uproar. And heaven. The figure carrying the sword case had already raised his sword and rushed into the black clouds. A streak of golden thunder struck at that figure. The thunder that struck came, but was destroyed by that figure, with a single sword. Golden thunder that began to curl together. It turned into a golden wild dragon. With a rumble, the Black Sea rolls over. There were a full 99 golden mad dragons, tumbling and dancing in the Black Sea. Those golden wild dragons made terrifying dragon roars. Twisting his body, he rushed towards the green-shirted swordsman in the sea of black clouds. The green-shirted swordsman let out a snort. He carried his long sword and charged directly towards the group of golden mad dragons. All the golden mad dragons shattered at the touch of a. Just for a moment, all the golden mad dragons, all were cut down, fragmented lightning in arcs, wandering away from the sky. But soon, those golden arcs of electricity, intertwined and tangled together, it transformed into a golden mad dragon, almost the same size as MT. Mang in the north. Mad dragon double teeth sharp sword if golden point of light. This golden mad dragon, once again, charged towards the green-shirted swordsman. The green-shirted swordsman, just shaking his head. Nothing new. He charged towards the golden dragon with his sword. Another moment. That golden dragon was, surprisingly, chopped into 3 pieces. And now I call Kunlun, not this high, not this much snow. I can draw my sword from the sky. Cut thee in 3. 1 cut is left on earth. 1 cut is dipped in wine. 1 cut is returned to heaven. Peace on earth. What need is there for heaven to regulate coolness and heat? The golden dragon that was chopped into 3 pieces. The dragon tail fell onto Bei Mang Mountain and instantly exploded. Nearly 100 peaks of Mount Mongshan in the north were instantly leveled. The middle of the cut off the dragon body, by the green-shirted swordsman, with a sword a pick. The body of the dragon that was picked up, flew into the sky. It smashed directly into the heavenly palace behind the heavenly gate, the agora. The dragon's body exploded inside the agora. The green-shirted swordsman took another step forward. He grabbed the dragon's head with one hand. With the other hand, a tap on the waist. A wine jug flew out. The green-shirted swordsman, grabbing the dragon's head, directly stuffed that dragon's head into his own wine pot. He then pinched the jug of wine and drank the wine in the jug, in one gulp. And while the green-shirted swordsman was drinking, the sea of black clouds in the sky rolled over again. This time, in the sea of clouds, crimson flames were actually brewing. That's Red Lotus Karma fire. It is in the hands of heaven and specializes in punishing the guilty as judged by heaven. The sins will not end and the fire of karma will not be quenched. Those crimson flames transformed into a red snake, hundreds of thousands of them. The red snakes danced about in a sea of black clouds. The green-shirted swordsman, looking at the red snakes dancing around him, carrying the jug, he shook his head. Not to cut off this sea of clouds of yours. You're always giving birth to something strange and new. The green-shirted swordsman raised the sword in his hand, and with his other hand, flicked the sword. In an instant, the long sword in his hand let out a loud and clear sword sound. The green-shirted swordsman raised his sword and chopped again. Just this once. He didn't lift his sword to cut the fire snake. Instead, it chopped directly at the sea of clouds at its feet. In an instant, a rumbling sound appeared in the sky. A vast and endless sea of pitch-black clouds. It was actually chopped in half by a sword. A dark sea of clouds rolled in. The sea of clouds, which had been split in two, was to be reunited. But just then, a chortle came from the sky. Break! Moments. Heavenly. Sword chi swept across. A piece of black cloud that filled the sky was twisted into pieces by the sword chi, and then shattered into pieces. That sword aura was still spreading outwards, almost rippling the entire Qingxuan world. A sword frost chills 80 states. Wind waves move the earth, sea and mountains in autumn. After the sea of dark clouds swept away, the green-shirted swordsman, again, looked up at the sky above his head. He saw that there seemed to be a new black cloud to coalesce in the sky. The green-shirted swordsman raised an eyebrow. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and waved. A huge crack instantly appeared in the sky. That crack, more than before Li Xiao, borrowed 3 million sword cultivators' sword will. The crack that cuts out is 10 times wider and 100 times longer. With a casual stroke of his sword, he opened the gates of heaven. And then that green-shirted swordsman flew directly over the heavenly gate, toward the agitated buildings behind it. The Jade Building is even more majestic than the one on the Sword Mountain. Only to see the golden light of 10,000 ways rolling red neon, Ruichi thousand spray purple mist. A huge doorway loomed before it. That heavenly gate, made of deep blue glaze, brightly decorated with precious jade. In front of the doorway, a Xingtian marshal clad in precious armor was stationed. Behind that Xingtian marshal, for following dozens of golden armored gods and goddesses, holding halberds and whips, holding knives and swords. The cultivation levels of these heavenly marshals, and the golden armored deities, were all feathered true immortals of the 11th realm. After they saw the green-shirt swordsman, immediately killed. Bold, how dare you trespass the heavenly palace? The one whose sword decimated the white jade terrace in Tiandong is this demon. Report to the great red sky and the great Luo sky. Quickly report to the great red sky and the great Luo sky. The green-shirt swordsman, grinning, raised his sword and killed directly. And in the meantime, his voice, from heaven, drifted to earth. This monarch, Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Monarch, is here today to do only one thing. And that is, retrieve my disciple's supreme bone that was snatched by the heavenly palace. All beings know that the heavens will be angry. But today I'm going to let all beings know that the heavens will not only be angry, the heavens will also tremble. Chapter 100, The Sky Trembles. You go and help your master and overthrow a dynasty. This moment on MT. Mang in the north. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock. They felt that the sky seemed to be shaking at this moment. The earthly monks only saw the heavenly marshal and the golden armored godman in front of the gate of that heavenly palace were, in a moment, by that green-shirted swordsman, decapitated. Then the green-shirted swordsman, striding into the agora behind the door. Inside and outside the heavenly palace, sword chi filled the air. The sky shook more and more. At this moment, when viewed on earth, that day, it seemed to literally tremble. Li Xiao stood at the top of questioning Sword Mountain. Without realizing it, there were already tears. Mastermind, not far from Li Xiao, sprawled on the ground. Kong Zimo, Gai Xingyun, Jing Tianming, the three of them only felt a sense of relief in their bodies at this time. They felt that the heavenly might and sword might that were originally pressing down on them had dissipated quite a bit, not so much as to make it difficult for them to breathe. Covered in blood, Gai Gingyun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Heavenly might, weakened. Sword might, also weakened. Kong Zimo, at this moment, finally lifted her pretty face from the ground. The Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Monarch has gone to the heavens. Heavenly might has also gone to the heavens. Heaven and earth. The universe is flooded. The sun and moon are full, and the stars and hosts are listed as Zhang. Since the transmission of the Taoist scriptures, the first time I saw it, the heavens actually trembled. I didn't understand until today why my master, after seeing the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign make a sword appearance, sword heart collapse. The Sword Kui punishes the immortal god Junin. He is not the strongest sword immortal in the world. He is the #1 sword immortal in the ancient world. Jing Tianming gulped. I want to worship. I must worship. No matter what the cost, I will make the divine sovereign accept me as his disciple. Distance from the questioning Sword Mountain. Some distance under the cliff. Here's a bunch of treasure shipwrecks. It was only after that heavenly might that had originally enveloped Bei Mang Mountain had weakened. Some of the wrecked treasure ships actually refloated. On the treasure ship, a broken water mirror was also mended and perfected. A low, hoarse voice drifted out ghostly from behind that watery mirror. Gentlemen, confer, after this battle is over, how should we face the Great Wall of 10,000 Karma? Upon the return of the Sword Kui Immortal Executioner, the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries will surely serve the Sword Kui Immortal Executioner, the Divine Monarch against heaven, and we, the ancestors, are all immortals of the Heavenly Palace. This means that, from now on, we, and the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, will be on opposite sides. There is a need to break off all support for the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries, but once the Great Wall of 10,000 Industries is lost, the swarms of demons from the Manhwa world will surely invade my Songming world. At that time, the ones who will be affected and suffer will still be the 81 kingdoms of my Songhai world. The best outcome would be that the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch, this madman, dies in the Heavenly Palace. The might of heaven has been hanging over him, and the heavenly tribulation has not been dispersed, and within the Palace of Heaven, there are also great cultivators of the 13th realm. He could never, by any means, be safe and sound. A cultivator who opposes heaven can never be retained. Heaven will definitely not spare him. I don't believe that he can return to Earth safely. Over the human pass, the talismans that littered the sky finally disappeared. The cultivator who was originally lying on the ground hobbled up. They looked at the shaking sky. Is the sky really trembling? Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch, fighting with the heavens? Worthy of being a Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch. What do you guys say? Sword Kui Exorcist Godly Monarch, will he win? What happens when you win over God? Does anyone know? I don't know, but I do know that the bookies are open again. This time for stakes. Who will win? The Sword Kui Immortal Punisher or the Lord of Heaven? That. And you want to cheat me out of my money? Dream on. The sky, at this point, was shaking more and more. The clouds, as well as the two heavens gate cracks in the sky, were shaking, and just as the Jade Gate Pass was filled with people, it became more and more lively. A flying rainbow. Suddenly it flew down from the sky, leaping 90,000 miles between heaven and earth. It landed directly on the top of Questioning Sword Mountain. Li Chungang above the summit of Questioning Sword Mountain. Just felt a gust of wind behind me. The fierce wind blew Li Chungang's hair and messed up his lapel. The wind carried a faint odor of blood. In the gale, Li Chungang's body first stiffened. He then slowly turned his head. Next, his tears broke out again. He only saw a blood-stained youth, carrying a large sword case, stood behind him. In the youth's hand, he carried a golden, emitting precious light, with a spine that was haunted by sword chi all over his body. The green-shirted swordsman, without hesitation, grabbed the spine and shoved it directly into Li Chungang's body. Your supreme sword bone. Master has snatched it back for you. Master said to help you snatch it back, so I will definitely help you snatch it back. Inside the body, tucked back into the spine, Li Chungang. First, he froze. Then the aura on his body began to climb crazily. In a few breaths, his eyes, a fine light appeared, and his cultivation, once again, was restored to that of the, once upon a time the pinnacle. But he didn't care about that. Instead, he went straight to his knees. Undesirable disciple Li Chungang, let the benefactor take the trouble. Disciples are useless. Disciples are useless. In the end, it's still up to the master. The green-shirted swordsman, however, just waved his hand. It's not in the way. When a master teacher, shouldn't he be covering his disciple? There's nothing good about the heavenly palace. A pungent aroma. A gathering place for a bunch of God's rebels. Thanks to us, master and disciple, we never thought of ascending to join the heavenly palace. But this time, the haunting of the heavenly palace, which is not quite complete, is not complete. Something, big red sky, big Luo sky, Qingwei sky, all have the 13th realm of old things sitting in the town, and they fought a fight to get out of the trap, even had to cut the number to the 10,000 laws of the hidden immortal monarch, Tengu, something, the 13 realms, as it turns out, will also be willing to be traitors to heaven. This time, a lot of information has been pried out, but I myself was exposed to the watchful eye of the sky. Heaven is starting to stare at me. Can't stay in the Qinghaihai world for long. The green-shirted swordsman, at the moment, rubbed his chin a few times. Gotta change the place. Day bad surveillance place. The green-shirted swordsman, snapping his fingers. The world of spiritual ruins. The four seats of the world. The shallowest connection with heaven. Is that there are undead corpses roaming around? And all kinds of businesses are growing. The world of the 9 states. The green-shirted swordsman's eyes flashed with precision. But there is one thing that must be done before we move to the 9 states of the world. The green-shirted swordsman raised his head and looked at Li Chungang in front of him. It's about time for me to log on. Li Chungang. Next, Master is going to ask you to do something. Can you do it? Li Chungang first raised his head and then kowtowed heavily towards Lin Yao. Just command what Master has asked disciple to do. Disciple, I am willing to die 9 deaths for the sake of my master. With no regrets. Lin Yao had reverted to his teenage appearance at this time. I want you to go and help me to overthrow a dynasty. Great Zhou dynasty. Let him turn 10,000 miles of lanterns into ghostly flames, and the Shangshi dynasty into a ghostly kingdom. Chapter 101 Changing the number of the 10,000 laws hidden immortal monarch, sealing the sky. Self-contained loose immortal god old man couldn't care less. Ask the sword on top of the mountain. Li Chungang raised his head, killing intent surging in his eyes. Big weak. I've heard that. This dynasty has invoked the master? The green-shirted teenage boy narrowed his eyes. He has, however, made your master a criminal of the court. A clan once founded by my master was bloodied by this great Zhou dynasty, and a clan of children that, all of them were slaughtered, and only one female disciple was left, escaping with her life. The other disciple of my master, you don't know him, and he doesn't practice the way of the sword either. Let's just say that your senior brother, he is the founding general of this dynasty. For this dynasty made great achievements. The great Zhou dynasty, nearly half of the territory, it's all been fought down by him. As a result, the royal family of the dynasty, birds of a feather, rabbits of a feather, put a compulsion on him. The dynasty killed 7 of his sons, and he has to willingly be this dynasty's dog under the influence of that compulsion. This dynasty, you say, should it perish? Li Chungang closed his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. When he opened his eyes again, he was already divinely glowing within. However, Lin Yao could sense that at this moment, Li Chungang was the one with the purest killing intent. Got it. The world is as black as a crow, and all the major dynasties are built on mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But it's rare to be black like this. Of course, the most important point is that this ungrateful dynasty is disgusting to the master. Master, disciple will sweep this dynasty for master. Li Chungang, once again, kowtowed to the young man in front of him. All these years, the disciples' failure to take care of the division and division brothers created by the master is the disciples' fault. Please punish the master. The green-shirted boy waved his hand. Discipline your grandmother's leg. This clan, and you, your senior brother, of whom you know absolutely nothing. With the karma between master and them, you'll be damned if you can look after them. Li Chungang raised his head, a look of desire to speak. But the disciple, always feels that the disciple has not done enough for his benefactor, even less good. Guarding on the great wall of 10,000 yi for 3,000 years, disciple thought, finally, there can be one thing that can make master feel proud, but as a result, it's still letting the master worry, letting the master break his skin and bruise his bones. Li Chungang failed to take care of his mother back then, and now, he has failed to be a good disciple who makes his master proud. The world says, Li Chungang, but only Li Chungang himself knows that Li Chungang has this world. The best mother can know the benefactor? It is even more Li Chungang's good fortune. Li Chungang pressed his forehead to the ground. The wind at the top of the mountain blew his robes. Hunting, that legendary swordsman. This moment, but just a blurred and confused disciple who feels ashamed of his master. The green-shirted boy exhaled, raising his hand. He patted Li Chungang's shoulder. You brat, are different from Gu Baichen and Ruyan Lu. All things are always intended to be perfect. The responsibility of the past and the present is borne on one shoulder. So your sword, heavy and still, is like the moon in the sky. But master told you many years ago, all things are permitted, all things are false. It's not normal for a master, for an apprentice, to shed some blood. I'll ask you one thing, if the master is ever, by the heavenly palace, to have his spine drawn out, what shall you do? Li Chungang snapped his head up. The disciple will surely tread on blood and die 9 deaths, at the risk of 1,000 cuts, blood and flesh. I will take back the spine of my master even if my soul is scattered, for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, as long as the disciple still has a breath in him, he will definitely bloodbath the heavenly palace. Lin Yao raised his hand and pinched Li Chungang's shoulder. That's right, between us master and disciple, why do we need those polite and false words? And while Lin Yao and Li Chungang were talking, asked the sword on top of the mountain. Those sword cultivators on top of the mountain were also dumbfounded. Jing Tianming had even gotten up from the ground. The eyes burned as they stared at the green-shirted teenage boy. He raised his hand and pulled Kong Zimo's sleeve. Help me introduce. Quickly introduce me to the sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign. This is the best opportunity. Confucius Inc. Frowning slightly. You let me go. Do I look like I'm familiar with the sword Kui Punisher Divine Monarch? Guy Ding Yun, who was covered in blood on the side, also stood up. The mountain of the questioning sword is 90,000 feet high, and from the bottom to the top of the mountain, it was you who held the Qingxuan Immortal Punisher God Jun all the way up. This way, the Qingxuan Immortal Punisher God Jun did not break free from your bad, which at least represents that the Qingxuan Immortal Punisher God Jun, there is no distaste for you, and I am even willing to make a good relationship with you. Kong Zimo, you don't need to be self-effacing. There are so many sword cultivators present. If we say who can worship the master successfully, the one with the greatest possibility is still you, Kong Zimo. I have to say, you're so lucky that you make people jealous. Kong Zimmer froze. Gai Dingyun, what do you mean? You want to worship too? Gai Dingyun let out a deep breath. This is an opportunity to be able to directly level the playing field in sword cultivation. I don't want to miss it. Look back at all the sword cultivators present. Which one is not stupid? There's no shame in fighting for yourself in the world of cultivation. Kong Zimmer glanced back. She only saw, behind them, all the sword cultivators who had ascended to the top of the questioning sword mountain looked, one by one, in a sorry state of distress. Many sword cultivators, because of the heavenly might and sword might just now, had their heads broken and their limbs broken, but their eyes, gleaming, even flashing green, like hungry wolves. In a moment, I'll rush up first and kowtow dozens of times to the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch. Even if he doesn't end up accepting me as a disciple, it will still impress him. Whether or not you can level the playing field in the sword path depends on today. The opportunity is right in front of us. If we put up a fight, we may be Li Chungang's senior brother in the future. If you don't fight, it's useless. It's not a difficult choice. It's up to you to act first. Whoever can first kneel before the eyes of the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign. Kong Zimo, looking at those epileptic sword cultivators, she gulped involuntarily. She knew that these sword cultivators in front of her had gone mad, and that even if the Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign, if they were asked to jump off a cliff, they would not hesitate to jump off this 90,000 feet high cliff of the questioning sword mountain. On the other hand, the void some distance from the questioning sword mountain, a bunch of broken treasure ships floating in the sky. Although those treasure ships were wrecked, the water mirrors on the treasure ships had been repaired and finished. At this time, those water mirrors actually shook, and the voices coming out of the water mirrors were trembling. He came back alive? How could he come back alive? What makes him come back alive? His behavior just now can be counted as challenging the heavenly authority and causing havoc in the heavenly palace, the 13th realm, the Airjack Dao Lord? And you can challenge Qingtian? It is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The heavenly palace also has great powers of the airjacking Dala realm. After those great powers, there is also the supreme Qingtian. What makes him still live endless years? It is the heavens, breaking open the chaos, creating reincarnation, and establishing order. Songhai world, 81 nations, all honoring the heavens in order to establish a nation. If we let all these beings, knowing that the majesty of the heavens is provoked, the imperial power of the nations, I am afraid that it will be difficult to stabilize again. The news that Tianwei has been challenged must not be spread out of the Great Wall of Wanyi. I don't believe that either. The matter will end there, and the heavens will just let them go. Inside the human pass. This moment was also filled with people's voices, and all of the cultivators who were on the ground before had already risen from the ground. The Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch has killed his way back from the sky. The Godly Monarch has won. Ha, I knew it. God. It's no big deal. The Sword K Immortal Punisher Goddess is here. Let's see which of the heavenly deities dares to come to this earth. Damn it, if I had known that, I should have placed my bets when the gambling house was open. Just now, I had a clear chance to win back everything I lost. When others are greedy, I'm fearful. When others are fearful, I'm greedy. Gambling on dogs doesn't end well. The legendary heavenly palace has just given up. It seems that the novelists of the 100 schools of thought, so much for the description of heaven's mighty power. But just then, the sky has just been quiet for a while. Suddenly it's cloudy. A vast heavenly might that was even more terrifying than before descended from the sky. Behind the heaven's gate, the jeweled buildings, the outskirts of the legendary heavenly palace, surprisingly appeared in a circle of red clouds. In the red clouds, indescribable killing intent was accumulating. 2 red thunderbolts, one transformed into a wild dragon that, one turned into a ferocious snake, and went straight to the peak of the questioning sword mountain. After those 2 red thunderbolts, there were 12 other figures that rose up from that jeweled building, stepping on red clouds. The top of questioning sword mountain, Li Chungang, who was originally kneeling in front of Lin Yao, jerked to his feet. Lift your hand and fling it. A green-colored long sword appeared in his hand. He stopped in front of Lin Yao. trying to block those two red thunderbolts for Lin Yao. Mastermind. Lin Yao, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and took a step forward, standing at Li Chengang's side. Silly disciple. Two red thunderbolts. One big and one small. Don't you see? It's coming for both of us. Look at the palm of your hand. Li Chenggang froze. He snapped his head down. Only then did he see that, at some point, a crimson mark had been added to the center of his hand. Lin Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. We've been marked by heaven. But it doesn't matter. Against the heavens, the master has ways and means. Those 12 figures behind Red Thunder, the ones that just fought me, the 12 that belong to the heavenly palace, the airjack Dao Lords. Hey, I knew that heaven wouldn't let us go so easily. Isn't it just a matter of disturbing the rules you've laid down and prefetching some future karma? You're a thief with a heart smaller than a rat turd. The green-shirted teenager cursed as he did so. While pointing at the sky, he raised his middle finger. But at the same time, in his hand, there appeared a sea bowl. Which was that? 10,000 Dharma hidden Immortal Monarch's treasure, 10,000 Dharma hidden Great Bowl. In this case, logging into the account of the Sword Kuei Punisher Divine Monarch isn't much use. Still have to log on to Million Law Hidden Immortal Monarchs. Lin Yao's head. At the moment, the Star Stealer's light screen is blinking. Account being activated. Wanfa Hidden Immortal King. Current unlock progress. 99%. Lin Yao's figure, once again, began to distort. At the same time, at the top of the questioning sword mountain, around it, a mist unexpectedly rose. The mist obscured the sight of those sword cultivators on top of the mountain. And Li Chenggang, on the other hand, saw. His own master had become a man clad in a white Taoist robe with a dark red sash around his waist. The handsome young man with a box slung over his shoulder. That youth looked at the stunned Li Chenggang. Raising his hand, he patted Li Chengang's shoulder. Do not be surprised. This is all just a basic tool for the master. The white-clothed young man then raised his hand and pinched his hand. At the same time, that white-clothed youth stepped into the sky. Seal the sky. I was born a wild man, carrying a bamboo stick across the 9 states, with a rice basket to welcome the waning moon at dawn. The songbird sings in the wind in the late fall. I kick over the road of the world with my 2 feet, and carry all the sorrows of the past and present on one shoulder. Nowadays, I don't accept food handed out in contempt. The village dog does not need to bark incessantly. I walk on the road of the 8 wildernesses with a song, and I forget myself and the 9 skies. 1,000 years of walking in shoes and hats, 10,000 years of swimming in one day. Hi, 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 seal the heavens, seal the heavens, seal the heavens, and be at liberty to get away with it for all I care. The moment. A huge golden talisman that stretched for 108,000 miles appeared in the sky. The golden talisman, from the questioning sword mountain, flew to the sky. The 2 red thunderbolts that descended from the sky just touched the golden talisman and instantly turned into pieces and dissipated. The 2 heavenly gates that had originally appeared in the sky also instantly disappeared. On Earth, one can no longer see the majestic heavenly palace behind that heavenly gate. The 12 figures that flew out from within the heavenly palace were also blocked behind that golden talisman. Do it all. It was only then that Lin Yao, who had incarnated the 10,000 laws hidden Immortal Monarch, exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. He instantly turned around and folded back to Li Chengang's side. Here, the heavens are sealed for a time, and for a time, in this 180,000 miles, the heavens are sealed. Within the area covered by the talisman, our master and disciple will not be targeted by heaven. Li Chenggang looked at Lin Yao in shock. Lin Yao then patted Li Chengang's shoulder. There is no need to be surprised. By the means of the master, there are many more. You will have the opportunity to see it later. But this time, it's turned Heaven's palace upside down. Heaven and Heaven's palace. It won't let go of our master and disciple. And in a short period of time, my master doesn't have the means to completely change the Tsang Dome. Li Chengang's eyes twinkled. What are master's plans? Lin Yao grinned, his eyes flickering with ghostly light. As I said before, master is going to the world of Kyushu to avoid the surveillance of heaven. And you can't stay in the Tsunghai world for long. After the great Zhou dynasty is overthrown, you go to a place. There, cultivate well and you can have a chance to break through the 12th realm and step into the 13th realm of the Empyrean Dao Lord. Don't say any bull **** about not being able to let go of master and wanting to serve by his side. You can only help your master if you step into the 13th realm. The pupils of Li Chengang's eyes flickered. Master, where would you have the disciple go? Lin Yao looked up at the sky. Beyond the heavens, the sea of cultivation, it's a place of chaos, where even the heavens can hardly keep watch. You go to the cultivation of the Devil Sea, the Golden Ao Island, the interception of the spirit of the Golden Light Virgin Mother. I will give you a token, and when you arrive, Hand it over to the Holy Mother of Spirit Interception and Golden Light, and then report your name to the thousand-faced Phantom Demon Monarch, and she will help you cultivate it. Li Chungang blinked twice in a rare moment. Master, thousand-faced Phantom Demon Monarch, and this, intercepting Spirit Golden Light Holy Mother, respectively. Lin Yao coughed softly a few times. The thousand-faced Phantom Devil is the former vest of Shizhuan, and the intercepting Spirit Golden Light Holy Mother is Shizhuan's vest's lover. That's how you understand it. There's no need to ask about superfluous matters. Your most important task right now is to go and exterminate the Great Zhou dynasty. Li Chungang swallowed and nodded. Master, then when do you want me to move? Lin Yao looked up to the east. There is no need to divide the sword into times. Right now, before you go out with your sword, remember to take care of the group of traitors hiding behind the water mirror in the southeast. After today, everyone in the world should know that gifted imperial power, too, can be overthrown. The kings and lords would rather have the seeds of the whole Songhai Ming world should start to rebel against his mother. It's not enough to chop the white jade platform with a sword. I will uproot the soil from which the heavenly palace draws its spiritual charm. Heaven wants to claim my life and my disciples' life. Then I will kill heaven's heart. Chapter 102. This dead girl's life is really good. All the people should rise up and kill all the kings of the world. The moment, asked the Sword Mountain. The storm clouds are finally silent. Those sword cultivators on top of the mountain couldn't hold back any longer at this point. They seemed to know that Lin Yao and Li Chungang are leaving in general. They were humongous and fearless in general, running to Lin Yao's body, and the one running at the front was still Jing Tianming. Jing Tianming, at this moment, actually slid and knelt directly in front of Lin Yao. Lin Yao hadn't had time to turn his head. The sound of Jing Tianming's kowtowing could already be heard. Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. My disciple sincerely worships his master. No matter what, please, Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Sovereign, accept my disciple. Lin Yao turned his head and frowned slightly, but the next instant, he then saw, with a thud, a big man, covered with blood, also kneeling on the ground, and vocalized and shouted that was Gai Jingyun. The Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Divine Monarch is above. Please, Divine Sovereign, forgive the late generation for their previous disrespect. Accept the late generation as your disciple, Gai Jingyun. After this, I would like to be an ox for the Divine Lord and serve at his side. But just before the pugilistic man, his voice had fallen. Behind him, then came the hissing. Gai Jingyun, don't put gold on your face. Do you have any experience in being a cow? Beside the Divine Sovereign, do you need a bull like you? Goddess, look at me. I'm not greedy. I don't seek to worship Goddess. All I ask is to be the Divine Sovereign's sword slave. I come from the Great Yen Sword Graveyard, and I have a heart as fine as a hair, and I can't find many of them in the entire Songhai world. It's more suitable to be a sword slave than me. Please be kind to the Divine Sovereign, Divine Monarch. You have already taken in Li Chungang. I think you need to take in a female disciple. Disciple is willing to warm the bed and wash the feet of the Divine Sovereign day and night. Would the God Sovereign like a foot-washing servant girl like you? God Sovereign Vanguard, Divine Monarch, I am self-conscious. Your talent in the way of the sword is not inferior to Li Chungang. There is already a sun and a moon in the way of the sword, and I wish to be a star above the way of the sword. How can you be a prosperous star all by yourself? Then please, Divine Sovereign, accept disciples widely, so that the Divine Sovereign Sword Tao will shine through the ages. Lin Yao looked at the densely packed sword cultivators kneeling in front of him. The frown deepened. He looked up into the distance. Sudden realization. Above the top of this mountain, there were countless sword cultivators, and only one of them did not kneel in front of him. That was Kong Zimo, who was standing at the other end of the mountaintop, hiding behind a mountain rock and only showing half of his head. Lin Yao's eyes flashed with a ghostly aura. He raised his hand and beckoned to Kong Zimo. Come over to Kong Zimo, who had been honestly hiding behind the mountain rocks. His body stiffened violently. She felt flushed, and her heart cried out in her mind that it was bad. Or she didn't dodge it. But the God King called her. She really couldn't pretend she hadn't heard. At this moment, Kong Zimo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Carefully, from behind the rocks of the mountain, he stepped out. She crossed over the kneeling sword cultivators with slow steps. After walking in front of Lin Yao, she let out a deep breath and flung herself onto her knees in front of Lin Yao. God's monarch. Lin Yao tilted his head slightly. Why don't you come over and pay your respects? You can't see past my swordsmanship. In an instant, Kong Zimo's forehead directly seeped out cold sweat. The cold sweat that radiated from her body soaked even the black robe she was wearing. Kong Zimo, what a thing! A godly ruler who raises his sword can cut down the blue sky. How dare Kong Zimo look down on the Divine Sovereign's sword Tao? Just, Kong Zimo clenched his teeth. Knock your head on the ground. It's just that Kong Zimo, before he went up the mountain, ate a piece of shortbread and was blinded by lard. In a moment of apathy, and without knowing the identity of the Divine Sovereign, he repeatedly acted recklessly and blurted out that he wanted to take the Divine Sovereign as his disciple. Kong Zimo, conscious of having made a great mistake, I only ask that the Divine Lord, if you want to punish Kong Zimo alone. Do not blame the Qingxuan Sword Sect behind Kong Zimo. Even more, please God Sovereign, do not blame the great Qin Kingdom. Lin Yao grinned. You girl, quite funny. Lin Yao twisted his head to look at Li Chungang on the side. Brat, you know what? I've been up this mountain all the way, and this girl is the one who carried me up here. All along the way, she addressed me as her beloved disciple and wanted to take me as her disciple. On this sword inquiry mountain, with so many sword cultivators, I'm the only one, a cultivator of the Foundation Establishment realm, still not a sword cultivator, but she had her eye on me. Li Chungang sniffed and frowned. Kong Zimo's body stiffened. All she felt at this moment was that the sky was falling. She sensed that Li Chungang's body was vaguely radiating a murderous aura. But just then, Lin Yao tapped Li Chungang's shoulder. But I think it's not bad for you to have a senior sister, is it? Before you ascend to the sea of devil cultivation, mention being a master and teach her the sword. At this moment, Li Chungang and Kong Zimo all froze. They all looked at Lin Yao in disbelief. But Li Chungang still kneeled on the ground. As you wish, Master. Kong Zimo, on the other hand, had his mouth wide open. Who do you want to take as a disciple? Who? Ha? Me, but I have a master. Lin Yao snorted. The sword that your master passed on to you is all picked up from me. You get that old den over here. See if he dares to mention, in front of me, that he is your master. You, girl, have talent. If I fight against the heavenly palace, you can be one of my helpers. I'll just ask you if you want to. Kong Zimo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She feels himself but a word of no. The young man in front of me can kill his way to Great Qin. She dared not hesitate. One can only kowtow immediately. And on top of the mountain, the other sword cultivators looked at Kong Zimo. Complex emotions were revealed in their eyes. Sure enough, it's her. It was speculated before that the person who can worship Li Chungang is a teacher honorary. The probability can only be Kong Zimo. I didn't expect that after the appearance of the sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch, the one who worships the sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch is still Kong Zimo. How in heaven's name can all good things come to one person? Divine Monarch, look at me again. You don't just accept one disciple. This dead girl has a good life. Who wouldn't look at her and say she has a good life? And Lin Yao raised his eyebrows, ignoring the kneeling of the other sword cultivators around him. He looked at Li Chungang again. Go! The sword goes to the southeast. I will follow. All the emperors in this Songhai world, there's one that counts. None of them are good. I've heard that over the years, countries have been trying to cut off the supply of resources to the Great Wall of Wanfa. In that case, after today, the Great Wall of 10,000 industries, self-governance, not to play with them. At the same time, spread the word. The Great Wall of Wanfa, support coming world. All cultivators revolt. Need not fear that thieving god. We were born free. Who dares to be high and mighty? Li Chungang bowed once again. He raised his hand and held it in the air, and a long, green-colored sword, in his hand, gleamed. His entire body then transformed into a green-colored sword light as well. Straight to the southeast. Avoid some distance away from questioning Sword Peak. A multitude of treasure ships floating around, only to see a green light, swiftly arriving. The many precious mirrors on the treasure ship, at this moment, have sent out sounds. Sword Kui Immortal Punisher Godly Monarch, Li Chungang. What are you master and disciple going to do? What exactly are you going to do? How does the turmoil in the Songhai world benefit you, master and disciple? There is no need to involve the earth in your conflict with heaven. Stop it. You guys, stop it. Don't you come over here. Although I call myself the son of heaven, I have never taken God as my own father. But the green-colored sword light still broke through the air, in an instant, churning all the floating treasure ships, as well as the water mirrors above them. On the void, a spray of blood exploded. At the same time, a voice, floating in the void. The king, the world's great harm is only carried. Songhai world, all the people should rise up, vow to kill all the monarchs in the world, so that the bloodshed will fill the Songhai Sea. In order to vent the hatred of the 10,000 people, a star's fire can start a prairie fire.